Our main character's name is Lin Xiu. Beyond being handsome, well-endowed, and sporting a chiseled six-pack, this guy possesses an absolutely overpowered ability. All he needs is to interact with someone for a long enough time, and he can copy their abilities limitlessly as his own. From the Vajra indestructible body to the fearsome lightning physique. He even possesses all 5 elements, and still, that wasn't overpowered enough. So the author sweetened the deal: if he levels up one ability, all the others level up with it. So absurdly overpowered, who could even compete? Anyway, enough talk, let's not drag this out. Let's get started. The story's been completed and the admins put in the work. Enjoy the show, everyone. The story opens with a group of neighborhood women gossiping. Did you hear the news? That meteor shower last night actually hit someone, and apparently, he's a descendant of a once powerful noble family that's long since fallen. One look and you can tell he's done plenty of bad deeds. Must have been watching videos without paying. Karma finally caught up. SHH, quit talking nonsense. Aren't you afraid the old coots from the noble houses will hear and beat you to death? The entire estate was blasted wide open by a meteorite. Lin Xiu and Sun Dolly sit dazed before the front gate when a stone clatters down from somewhere above. Luckily, Sun Dolly snatches it with quick hands, sparing the young master a second skull cracking. Old Sun tosses the stone behind him and grumbles. Young master, you've been sitting here for 3 hours already. Lin Xiu lets out a long, world-weary sigh. An hour ago, he had groggily opened his eyes to the frantic cries of his bodyguard. Young master, young master. Old Sun is overjoyed to see him awake. You're awake. But the moment Lin Xiu regains consciousness, he instinctively drives his knee straight into Sun Dolly's groin. Sun Dolly howls in agony, OFCK, writhing on the ground like a bandit caught in a trap. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Wronged and in agony, Sun Dolly asks with tears streaming, young master, don't you recognize me? His very own personal bodyguard, Sun Dolly, is utterly floored, and Lin Xiu bolts. Sun Dolly watches him go and calls out anxiously, young master, where are you going? Lin Xiu sprints all the way to the front gate, utterly bewildered. Where am I? Passers-by stare curiously. Isn't that the young master of the Lin family? I heard a meteorite from last night's shower hit him. Why does he look so out of it? He's not even wearing shoes. Did the impact knock him stupid? Before he can even process the shock, he spots several figures soaring past on flying swords. The double shock sends Lin Xiu's brain into temporary shutdown. People are flying. His sanity gives out and he faints again. Sun Dolly rushes around him in a panic. Young master, young master. Lin Xiu thinks wearily, so it was all a dream. Going back to a while earlier, the 2 of them have been sitting outside so long they've started growing mushrooms. Sun Dolly, worried for him, suggests, young master, let's head back, the ground is cold. Lin Xiu broods for a long while. Still can't make sense of it all and simply gives up trying. Forget it, the boat straightens when it reaches the bridge. Transmigrated, so be it. But the very moment their fingers touch, something miraculous happens. A sharp ding rings out. System activated. Streams of data and blue windows flood Lin Xiu's vision. He's so excited he nearly screams, oh holy she, but his brain, functional for barely a few seconds, is jolted back to reality by his bodyguards shrieking. Young master, why are you gripping my hand so tightly? What are you doing? He barks out a command without hesitation, don't move, it's loading. The 2 hold hands like that until the system announces replication complete. Loading finished. Ability acquired, immense strength. Sun Dolly bolts like an innocent maiden who just got groped by a local tyrant, screaming his head off. Held by a man for that long. I'm not pure anymore. Lin Xiu picks up a large boulder by the roadside, gives it a squeeze, and his eyes widen with delight. This power, this is my power. Could this be the special ability that Sun Dolly talked about? When I grabbed Sun Dolly's hand just now, I must have replicated his special ability. This is way too amazing. No good, I need to find someone else to verify. Sun Dolly mentioned that Fragrance Pavilion has a young lady who can speak the language of beasts. He has to go check it out and verify the theory. To test it, Lin Xiu heads straight to Fragrance Pavilion. The girls inside eagerly swarm around him. Oh, what a handsome young lord, please come inside. Young lord, how do you find this humble servant? Does the young lord prefer it rough, pure, sweet, or spicy? This servant can do it all. Which style does the young lord fancy? He tosses a pouch of coins to the madam and demands, take me to the girl in your establishment who knows the language of beasts. Sun Dolly can't stand by and watch him court disaster. he screams, "Young master, you can't go in there, you're betrothed if she finds out. You're finished." The madam readily agrees. Of course, I'll take you right away. Haydang, come out and receive a guest." He's then led into an elegant private room. Haydang gives a graceful curtsy and greeting. "Welcome, young lord." She asks softly, "I hear the young lord came specifically for maize. There's something you need." He points at a nearby bird. "Can you tell me what this bird is saying?" Without a moment's hesitation, Haydang answers, "It's saying the young lord is very handsome." He looks at her with a knowing, contemplative gaze. Looks like they weren't wrong. This girl really does know the language of beasts. Haydang suddenly startles, "Young lord, why are you staring at me like that?" He suddenly seizes her wrist. His heart races with excitement. "Then I won't hold back." Haydang can't help but cry out in alarm, "Young lord," but Lin Xiu pays her no mind, his eyes glued to the system screen. Sure enough, it can replicate others' abilities. Perfect loading 99%. Just as it's about to complete, the door bursts open. Lin Xiu startles and instinctively lets go. The system flashes replication failed. He whips around in fury and roars, "I was so close to succeeding. Who the hell ruined this for me?" Zhao Lingyan stands in the doorway, radiating dominance. "Lin Xiu, come with me now." Inside, she is absolutely seething. "A man like this is going to be my brother-in-law. He doesn't deserve it." Lin Xiu's temper flares. He barks, "Who are you to me? Why should I listen to you?" But inside, his heart is tearing apart. Ah, damn it. That feeling of being at 99% only to get forced disconnected. Does anyone understand this pain? Zhao Lingyan is so furious she kicks a chair and roars, "Are you still pretending?" Seeing her transform into a raging headlong lioness, he chickens out and scrambles toward the door, screaming, "Sun Dali, where the hell did you go?" Abducting an innocent young man in broad daylight, but before rescue arrives, a blow strikes the back of his neck. He collapses dazed, his mind screams in protest, a sneak attack, no honor at all. Zhao Lingyan plants a foot on his backside and sneers, "If you weren't my future brother-in-law, I wouldn't even bother with you." Lin Xiu is carried home. By the time the moon hangs high in the sky, his eyelids begin to flutter. Sun Dali notices and cautiously draws near. "Young master, are you awake?" Our young master still can't recognize face. The moment he wakes up, he throws a kick. This time, old Sun has learned his lesson, leaps back. But then something in Lin Xiu's pelvis snaps with a sickening crunch. His face drains white as he screams bloody murder, "My ass." After that, Lin Xiu lies there writhing, trying to realign his hip and casually asks, "Sun Dali, how did I get home? Why does my butt hurt so much?" Sun Dali replies nonchalantly, "It was the second young miss who carried you back by your rear, and it was also the second young miss who kicked it." He roars, "Sun Dali, are you even my bodyguard anymore? You just stood there and watched me get beaten by that tigress." Old Sun scratches his head sheepishly and explains, "I can't beat the second young miss. She has the Frozen Heavens special ability. Besides, you and her sister are engaged." He is utterly dumbfounded. "Engagement? What engagement? Who exactly is she?" Hearing this, Sun Dali finally believes it and exclaims in shock, "Young master, you really don't remember anything. She is Zhao Lingyan, second young miss of the Zhao family. You and her older sister, Zhao Lingyan, have been engaged since childhood." He silently wonders to himself, could that meteor last night have really smashed every last brain cell out of the young master? The word engagement crashes down on him like a thunderbolt, freezing him solid on the spot. Lin Xiu mutters in horror, "A lord of debauchery like me forced onto the path of marriage. This engagement must be annulled. Absolutely cannot let it ruin my future life of riding horses and chasing the wind." Seeing the green energy swirling around his hand, he is momentarily bewildered. "This is," Lin Xiu murmurs. "Wait, you said Zhao Lingyan carried me back?" Sun Dali confirms. Young Master Lin Xiu's heart leaps with joy. He thought he could only copy animal language. But who would have guessed that out of misfortune comes blessing, and he copied an ice-type special ability instead. So it really does work with just physical contact. This is wonderful. He casually asks Dali, if someone wants to cultivate special abilities, where should they go? Sun Dali's eyes widen. "You mean the Institute of Special Arts, young master. But young master, you haven't even awakened a special ability yet. Besides, you've already passed the age limit for admission." Hearing this, Lin Xiu silently plots his next move. It seems he needs to find a way into the Institute of Special Arts and copy more special abilities. In this world, fists are the ultimate truth. More skills never hurt. But first, he still needs to make another trip to Pingxiang Pavilion. For the sake of gaining power, another beating from the sister-in-law is worth it. He refuses to give up and heads to Pingxiang Pavilion once more, holding Haidang's hand while listening to her sob story. This humble one was originally from Jiangning Prefecture. Born into a poor family, my parents sold me off. And I was passed from hand to hand until I ended up here. System diligent module update loading 99%. Lin Xiu smiles gently. The past is the past. Miss Haidang, you should look forward. Copy successful. Haidang sighs sorrowfully, reciting poetry. Her body is like a withered flower and broken willow. Mired in filth, what future could she possibly speak of? Lin Xiu comforts her out of habit. The world changes in unpredictable ways. Even a young woman like you can shoulder her own fate. Whether drunk or in the gutter, it all depends on your heart, not appearances. Haidang is deeply moved, her eyes glistening as she coos, young master. But Lin Xiu, with his dead fish eyes and zero sense of romance, stands up and lets her slump onto the table. That's enough for today. Haidang smiles sweetly. The young master is right. This humble one will work hard to save up and in the future do some honest small business. In her heart, she sighs with emotion. He truly is so different from those customers who only covet her body. Just as he heads for the door, the caged bird eyes him with a lecherous gaze and belts out a loud song. What reaches his ears are cheeky taunts aimed at him. Little young master, leaving already? How about a smile for me first? Lin Xiu turns back to look at the bird with a wicked grin. Once Miss Haidang becomes a real madam, I'll come as a regular guest. The way my bird is so startled it nearly jumps out of its feathers. Holy crap, you scared the feathers off me. After acquiring the animal comprehension skill, he walks out the door with a refreshed spirit. Miss Haidang has had a bitter fate too. Since I've copied her special ability, I should look after her a bit in the future. He stretches and suddenly feels an inexplicable chill. He murmurs, why do I have such a terrible premonition? Looking ahead, he spots a familiar figure. Pedestrians warily keep their distance. Zhao Lingyan's face is dark as coal, her aura radiating an ominous chill as she advances step by step. Zhao Lingyan corners him against the wall and demands, you dare visit the pleasure quarter again? He protests in a whiny voice, I was there on business. Seeing Lin Xiu show no remorse and even make excuses, she turns stern and threatens, business my foot if you keep this up. I'll tell father to annul your engagement with my sister. Hearing this, his face lights up like a festival. He turns and asks, there's such wonderful news. Zhao Lingyan is taken aback. She thinks, this fellow's true qi is surprisingly potent. Her brows furrow even tighter as she probes. Have you begun cultivating the martial path? Lin Xiu is still hung up on the annulment. His eyes sparkle like stars as he blurts, why not strike while the iron is hot? How about we annul the engagement today? Zhao Lingyan's fury erupts. She raises her hand. You actually dare bring up annulment? What part of my sister is unworthy of you? Looking for a beating. Lin Xiu panics, oh crap, here we go again. His hand moves faster than his brain, seizing the young lady's wrist. And to make matters worse, he accidentally freezes the very wrist he's gripping. Zhao Lingyan calms down and asks, you've awakened a special ability. Lin Xiu's eyes dart around, has no idea what to say. She's no longer yelling and cursing, but that actually terrifies him even more. Zhao Lingyan smiles with an angelic, kind face and squeezes his shoulder threateningly. Since you've awakened a special ability, cultivate diligently. If I catch you visiting the pleasure quarter again, I'll break your legs. Lin Xiu is scared out of his witch, thinks, don't smile while saying such terrifying things. She leaves him with those words and departs. He watches her go, utterly bewildered. I awakened a special ability, is she so happy about it? A while later he returns to the manor. Sun Dali rushes over, wailing like a banshee. Young master, the master and madam have returned. A couple appears in his line of sight. Zior, he is startled. They are the parents of the original owner. He forces a smile and stammers, you two are. Inwardly, he marvels. She's amnesia act is getting pretty convincing. His mother freezes, her jaw dropping. Panic floods her heart. Zior's brain has been damaged. The wealthy couple heave deep sighs. Sun Dali steps forward to take the blame. Master, madam, it's all my fault for failing to protect the young master. A short while later during dinner, the old man hears the whole story and exclaims, you're saying Zior was hit by a meteor and lost his memory. And he awakened an ice-type special ability, Sun Dali quietly confirms. The Duke of Pingan turns to his son and comforts him. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. His mother nods in agreement, that's right, as long as you're safe. She brings over a bowl of soup and says with a warm, kind smile, drink up, Zior. The old man says with feeling, your mother and I don't need you to be extraordinary, being safe is enough. I've already found you a clerk position at the Bureau of Pure Justice. It's more than enough to live without worry. Lin Xiu is overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Is this what family feels like? I never had this in my previous life. He tilts his head back and drains the entire bowl of soup in one gulp. He lets out a satisfied breath, delicious. Then his mood sinks in an instant. Unfortunately, these two are the parents of the other Lindsay and not mine. The Duke of Pingan speaks up, son, your mother and I have been thinking. The matter of the engagement needs careful consideration. His mother adds sincerely, I'll speak plainly. Lin family and the Zhao family are now worlds apart. As for this engagement, Lin Xiu raises his hand to make his stance crystal clear. I feel the same way. The Zhao family is out of our reach. Rather than sitting around waiting for doom, better to annul the engagement sooner. I don't want to get beaten by my sister-in-law anymore. He didn't expect the discussion to go this smoothly. The Duke and Duchess of Pingan stare at their son in shock. Their faces split into incredulous grins. The Duke of Pingan assures him, if you can think this way, that's wonderful. I'll immediately find you a wife of matching status and see to it that the wedding happens soon. His parents chime in excitedly, yes, yes. Hurry up so your mother can hold her grandchild. But the moment Lin Xiu hears marriage, he bolts for the door. No way, I'm only 18. His mother exclaims excitedly, Xiu, why are you running? When your mother was 10 years old, you were already in her belly. The Lin family's lunch passes just like that. He sits there morosely chewing on a reed, wondering how on earth am I supposed to level up my special ability. Zai. Just then, a young woman carrying a water bucket walks past. He hurries over to help. Sister Yue, leave it to me. She smiles gently, thank you for your help, young master. Lin Xiu thinks to himself, well, after awakening the strength-type special ability, I've got more energy than I know what to do with anyway. Zhao Lingyan pushes the door open and barges in, shouting, Lin Xiu, you got so scared you hid behind Sister Yue. She looks puzzled. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu thinks, why is this tigress here again? Don't tell me she's come to beat me. Zhao Lingyan looks at him and says, come with me. Shortly after, the two make their way to the Institute of Special Arts. The Institute's dean listens to his story, strokes his beard and sighs. If only he had awakened earlier, what a pity. Zhao Lingyan speaks firmly, Dean, you already gave me your word. The dean picks up his cup, chuckling, a promise made is a promise kept. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. Lin Xiu, from this day forth you are a disciple of the Institute of Special Arts. Train hard and serve the nation with your strength. He turns to her and adds, however, his cultivation still depends on you. Zhao Lingyan cups her fists, I will do my best to guide him. Joy arrives when least expected. Lin Xiu feels both delighted and bewildered. His wish to enter the Institute of Special Arts was actually fulfilled by his sister-in-law. What an unexpected blessing. Once everything is settled, the two leave the institute. Those who witness the scene can't help but gossip. What a rare sight, the trash son of the Duke of Pingan actually managed to awaken a special ability. And Zhao Lingyan treats him so well. Could it be that the Zhao family? At that moment, Lin Xiu looks at Zhao Lingyan and sees her as some wealthy woman delivering the classic line from a melodrama, take this money and leave my sister. His heart flutters. He'd always wanted to experience freeloading, at least on Suho would have thought it would actually come true here. Not only could the marriage be annulled, but he even got into the Institute of Special Arts. Best sister-in-law ever. Who could have guessed that the very next instant she turns around and says, what happened before was my fault, I owe you an apology. Lin Xiu waves his hand and says casually, no worries, I understand. Your sister is the pride of heaven, naturally she holds everyone at a distance. Zhao Lingyan gives her solemn, unwavering guarantee. A promise from the Zhao family is worth 1,000 gold. No matter what happens, the engagement stands. Lin Xiu's soul nearly leaves his body. What? This isn't right, is it? His heart screams in terror, did someone swap the script on me? Zhao Lingyan encourages him seriously. Although your special ability awakened very late, nothing is set in stone. Anyone could be the dark horse. Lin Xiu is stunned by her kindness. He's deeply moved. She's actually consoling him. In the blink of an eye, she's back to being a roaring lioness, eager to intimidate. My sister has already undergone her 5th awakening. If you want to be worthy of her, you'd better train hard. If I catch you slacking, I'll beat you to death. Lin Xiu shudders, he knew it. 2 days later. At the Lin residence, Lin Xiu diligently sits in meditation, cultivating. Each awakening of a special ability not only noticeably boosts one's power but also unlocks entirely new skills. The key to awakening is accumulating enough origin force. The gaseous origin force condenses, gradually forming tiny liquid droplets that trickle down into the golden sphere. Lin Xiu gets up, supporting his back, grumbling nonstop. According to the texts, the fastest way to cultivate a special ability is to train your body in the corresponding elemental environment. Cultivating an ice-type special ability in scorching heat. What kind of nonsense is that? 2 days of this and I've barely improved at all. The moment he touches it, the teapot cracks clean open. He stares in shock. It cracked, but I didn't even use any force. Could it be? In a burst of excitement, he grabs the table and lifts it clean off the ground, his face beaming as he cheers internally. Sure enough, even though he's cultivating the ice-type special ability, his strength-type special ability has leveled up along with it. Training one special ability causes the others to grow alongside it. No, that's what I call overpowered. He basks in the joy for a grand total of 3 seconds before Zhao Lingyan arrives. You are indeed at home. Hearing her voice, he turns around in confusion. The moment his eyes land on her, she opens her mouth and orders him to strip. He has absolutely no idea what's going on. Lin Xiu puts on a bashful, shy act and wails, "This isn't appropriate, I'm still an innocent virgin and you're my sister-in-law, we can't just." Zhao Lingyan's face darkens. She activates her origin force, launches several shards of ice slash his clothes explode into pieces. She examines him with zero interest and delivers a flat assessment. What a drag! A full hour passes before the door finally opens. Zhao Lingyan steps out, face flushed as a pomegranate, and speaks like a brothel patron. "Not bad, I'll come again tomorrow." Lin Xiu stands at the door looking completely drained, as if every last drop of his yang essence has been sucked dry. His back aches and his waist is sore. "Take care on your way out," she responds with a low hum. Zhao Lingyan strolls away, humming a tune. It's obvious she's extremely pleased with her new student. Sun Dolly bursts out laughing, teasing like an old matchmaker. "Young master, don't tell me you're trying to claim both sisters." Lin Xiu screams in outrage. "The hell are you on about?" Lin Xiu smacks Sun Dolly on the head and curses, "All you ever do is spout nonsense. My sister-in-law came here to help me cultivate." Sun Dolly rubs the bump on his head and sighs, "Then the second young miss really does treat you well." Lin Xiu scoffs in disdain. "You think I'm anything like you? Every time I'm in danger, you're always the first one to bolt." Sun Dolly grins sheepishly. "I really can't beat the second young miss." Lin Xiu drops the subject and orders, "Tomorrow you're coming with me to the Bureau of Pure Justice." Sun Dolly asks curiously, "What are we going there for, young master?" Lin Xiu waves him off and walks away. Bottom line, he can't keep freeloading forever. At the very least, he needs to go accept his official post. The next day, the two stand before the Bureau of Pure Justice and take it in for a moment. Lin Xiu feels quite satisfied, not a bad environment. And it's an iron rice bowl at that. The Duke and Duchess of Ping'an really put a lot of thought into their unremarkable son. The moment they step inside, they find a crowd of gawkers and the sound of sobbing echoing from the central hall. "I beg your honor to seek justice for my daughter." Lin Xiu perks up. "A case." The presiding official of the Bureau of Pure Justice speaks from the center of the courtroom, Qin Tong. "Someone witnessed the Wang woman entering your manor yesterday. Today, she was found hanged in her own home. What explanation do you have?" Qin Tong responds shamelessly, "She took my silver yesterday and willingly entered my manor to serve. That she died in her own home, Toddy, what does that have to do with me?" The Wang woman's mother kowtows violently and cries, "My daughter always kept herself pure. How could she have done such a thing with him? I beg your honor to clear my daughter's name." The gathered citizens murmur among themselves and can't help but remark, "Isn't that the son of the first-rank Marshal Duke? The very same. Old Wang is done for. When has a commoner ever won a case against someone with power and rank?" Just as the citizens predicted, the Bureau of Pure Justice delivers its verdict. Wang woman died by hanging. There is no proof linking her death to Qin Tong. Case dismissed. Your Honor, one moment. Everyone, make way. Our protagonist is about to make his grand entrance. He walks up to the corpse and begins his analysis. The Wang woman did not hang herself. If she had, her legs would hang limp and dangle toward the ground. But her legs are stiff and jutting straight upward, which strongly suggests she was already dead before being strung up. Furthermore, a person who dies by hanging will have their tongue protruding outward. As for the blue-purple complexion, well, we're going for a light-hearted and humorous tone here, so we can't exactly describe such a gory scene, can we? His tight logic and ironclad reasoning make Qin Tong shoot a wary glance his way. The crowd has an epiphany and erupts in realization. So that's how it is. In that case, Ish was murdered. The presiding official of the Bureau of Pure Justice slams the gavel down with a thunderous bang. Silence. This case has too many suspicious points. Detain Qin Tong for the time being. Qin Tong sneers smugly, brimming with self-satisfaction. No matter, I trust your honor will deliver me justice. After the court session adjourns, Madame Wang immediately drops to her knees again, gratitude flooding her voice. Thank you, your honor, thank you for clearing my daughter's name. Lin Xiu mutters inwardly, all I can do is this much. An hour later, he walks out of the Institute of Special Arts. Qin Tong has been waiting for quite some time. The son of Earl Ping'an, Lin Ting, is no stranger to these matters. Lin Xiu exclaims in surprise, it hasn't even been a full day and you're already out. Qin Tong cracks his knuckles and grins, thanks to you I was locked up for 2 whole hours. Breaking a couple of your ribs wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Lin Xiu's face drains of color. He hastily throws up the rulebook. What do you think you're doing? Fighting is strictly prohibited inside the Institute of Special Arts. Qin Tong sneers, the Institute's rules do have that clause, but this spot is outside the Institute. Before he can even raise a hand, both his legs are encased in ice. The ice surges and expands, crawling up to his waist. Qin Tong grits his teeth, half fury, half horror, then whirls around and screams. Zhao Lingyan, fighting is prohibited inside the Institute of Special Arts. Release me this instant. Lin Xiu is overjoyed, nearly bursting with glee. Sister-in-law. Zhao Lingyan smiles sweetly and throws his own words right back at him. Oh, is that so? But this spot is outside the Institute of Special Arts. Hearing this, Qin Tong knows things are about to go south. His face turns ashen. Zhao Lingyan then leaps into the air and drives a devastating kick into him, sending blood spraying from his mouth. The blow doesn't just send Qin Tong hurtling through the air, it nearly knocks the life clean out of him. Zhao Lingyan lowers her leg with effortless grace and warns, this time is a warning. Next time you won't be so lucky. Qin Tong forces himself upright and spits out venomous words. Lin Xiu, just you wait, we will meet again. Lin Xiu can't help but wonder what special ability did she just use. Zhao Lingyan replies nonchalantly, merely an Earth-tier special ability. Once you undergo your next awakening, he won't even be your match. Because of this incident, his resolve to grow stronger blazes even fiercer. It seems I have no choice but to get stronger as fast as possible. In this world, strength is king, and if I happen to pull off a hero saves the beauty moment along the way, wouldn't that make for a fine tale? Son, Dolly asks curiously, young master, why were you reading at the Institute of Special Arts so late today? He gives a haphazard reply, got too absorbed in my studies and lost track of time. My understanding of special abilities is still far too shallow. Before the semester begins, I need to catch up fast. Just then, a stray dog barking in the street puts him on alert. The language of beasts, someone has been lurking in this alley for quite a while. What exactly are they after? Before he can even finish the thought, hidden projectiles come screaming toward him. Old Sun surges forward to shield him, shouting a warning, young master, watch out. In the next heartbeat, the assassin materializes without a sound. Old Sun narrowly dodges by the skin of his teeth. Sun Dolly's eyes widen with tension. True chi erupts outward from his body. Lin Xiu's face goes white with terror as he cries, Dolly, run. But the projectiles are already closing in from the other side. Old Sun shouts urgently, young master, go, I'll cover the rear. He drives his toes into the ground and unleashes his true chi at full force. A special ability, crimson as red wine, coils around his bulging forearms. Sun Dolly tenses every muscle, his fist blazing with the power of his special ability, and hammers it straight into the assassin. The enemy blocks with a weapon, but the sheer force sends the assassin hurtling backward. Only then does the young man dare poke his head out and ask, is it over? Sun Dolly bursts into booming, prideful laughter. Is that all you've got? The instant the words leave his mouth, he collapses without warning. Lin Xiu cries out in alarm, Dolly. Only upon closer inspection does he realizeth poison from the hidden weapon has already seeped into his body. Shortly after, Old Sun is carried back to the manor, his face a sickly shade of green. Lin Xiu asks his father anxiously, why haven't the people from the Imperial Medical Bureau arrived yet? Earl Ping'an says, Ziar, think carefully, have you offended anyone recently? The moment he hears this, his reflex kicks in. Could it be Qin Tong? At that very moment, a servant arrives to report young master Miss Bai Songsong from the Imperial Medical Bureau has arrived. He immediately calls out, show her in. Miss Bai enters and asks, where is the injured person? The moment Songsong appears, the entire room seems to brighten. Miss Bai steps forward and gently presses her fingers against Sun Dali's forehead to examine him. Lin Xiu asks anxiously, Miss, can you save him? Songsong smiles softly and replies, don't worry. She extends her hand and channels her healing special ability. In moments, the sickly green pallor fades and his complexion returns to normal. Once she finishes, Miss Bai gives her instructions before departing, let him rest for a few days. He'll be fine. Lin Xiu says gratefully, Miss Bai, allow me to see you out. He walks her to the gate and waves, farewell Miss Bai, travel safely. Then he sinks into deep thought, his handsome face creasing in a frown. Healing type special abilities really are useful. I need to figure out a way to copy one. Spotting Zhao Lingyan, he reflexively blurts out an explanation. I was assassinated yesterday. Sun Dali was poisoned protecting me. Miss Bai is a physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau, summoned to treat Sun Dali. Seeing her off was nothing more than basic courtesy. I absolutely was not flirting. Zhao Lingyan says bluntly, I know, I'm only here to confirm you're safe. Lin Xiu's fear evaporates, and he switches to business. Tell me, do you think Qin Tong was behind the attack? She analyzes the situation. Assassinating a noble is a capital offense. The petty grudge between you two isn't worth dragging the entire Qin family into. Hearing this, he furrows his brow in deduction. Not the Qin family then. It can only be enemies the previous Lin Xiu made before I transmigrated. At the same time, in another corner of the city, specifically the Qin estate, Qin Tong mutters through clenched teeth, Lin Xiu, just you wait. The lamp in his hand sways in the wind. A shadow lurks behind the screen curtain. Qin Tong narrows his eyes. Who's there? The figure says nothing, just hurls a hidden weapon without hesitation. Qin Tong freezes in shock, and just like that he is slain by the projectile. Blood spraying across the room. The next morning, Qin Tong's lifeless corpse is brought to the public court. The moment Lin Xiu sees the body, he sighs to himself, Qin Tong, you really meant what you said. You sure met me again quickly. Did my sister-in-law kill this guy just to avenge me? Zhao Lingyan eyes him with suspicion. This guy wouldn't have hired a hitman to commit murder, would he? While the two exchange suspicions, the coroner reports dispassionately, time of death was last night. The body bears only a single wound, a clean sword slash across the throat. The Bureau of Pure Justice speaks up, your suspicions have been ruled out. This case was most likely committed by that woman. Her doing. Lin Xiu is dumbfounded. What woman? The coroner removes the cloth covering and explains with furrowed brows, a female assassin who has awakened a concealment-type special ability. She moves without leaving a trace, and every time she kills, she leaves several flower petals on the corpse. Lin Xiu immediately thinks of someone and grins slyly. Invisibility and assassination, isn't that just like Aki? If I could copy that ability, it would be like seeing through anyone. The Bureau of Pure Justice speaks up. I suspect the Wang woman's case caught her attention, which is why she infiltrated the Qin estate in the dead of night. Lin Xiu finds this utterly fascinating and asks, then, Your Excellency, why did this criminal target Qin Tong? The Bureau of Pure Justice laughs heartily and says casually, yesterday, a thief turned himself involuntarily. He claimed that when he broke into the room to steal, lust overtook him, and he accidentally killed Madame Wang. This assassin makes a habit of killing the powerful who commit crimes yet escape punishment. Lin Xiu lets out a long, wistful sigh that stuns the official. What a pity for Madame Wang, you're already dead, and yet you still have to bear the injustice of a tarnished name. The Bureau of Pure Justice taps the desk and renders his verdict. Since special abilities are involved, this case shall be handed over to the Institute of Special Arts. As Lin Xiu walks out of the court, someone calls out, hey, isn't that the person who spoke up for old Wang yesterday? Lin Xiu asks with a smile, what's all this about? Old Wang says with deep gratitude, thank you, Your Honor, for speaking up for my daughter. These dried sweet potatoes, I dried them myself. Please don't refuse. At that moment, an uncle comes barreling in carrying a towering stack of steamed buns. Everyone, make way, make way. Fresh out of the steamer, Your Honor, eat them while they're hot. Lin Xiu hurriedly declines, I can't accept these. Uncle Le Xianbao insists, old Wang and I have been setting up our stalls on this street for over a decade. It wasn't easy for him to raise his daughter all on his own, only for her to be murdered and disgraced by someone. Your Honor is the only one who stood up and spoke for him. Please accept the buns. Old Wang also urges, that's right, Your Honor, please accept them. It's rare to come across an official as good as you. Such heartfelt generosity is impossible to refuse. Lin Xiu has no choice but to accept. Fine, I'll take them, but there's no way I can eat all of this myself. Help me hand them out to everyone. And remember to return the steamer rack to the shop owner. The two soldier bakers reply with cheerful grins, thank you, Lord Lin, we'll get right to it. Lin Xiu doesn't forget to grab one and offer it over with a smile. Zhao Lingyan refuses, I'm not hungry. Lin Xiu, you're actually a good person. The good person card drops out of nowhere, leaving him speechless. I've always been the one handing out good person cards to others. Never thought I'd end up on the receiving end one day. She tilts her head, bewildered. Good person card. A moment later, the stray from yesterday whimpers pitifully from hunger. So hungry, haven't eaten in 3 days, if only there was a roasted chicken leg. Instantly, the rich aroma of roasted chicken wafts through the air. The golden mutt perks up at once, eyes sparkling bright. Roasted chicken. Lin Xiu shoves a whole chicken leg straight into its mouth. Eat up. The dog savors the flavor in its jaws with utmost satisfaction. Once it finishes devouring, he crouches down, stroking the stray and coaxing it gently. Good boy, if you're willing, come with me. I guarantee you'll never go hungry. Looking at you, I'd say we're quite fated. I'll just call you Huang Biology. Zhao Lingyan is puzzled. You want to take in this stray of mine? Lin Xiu smiles warmly. Don't underestimate it. This is my life-saving dog. Inwardly, he adds, the beast language ability is incredibly useful for gathering intel. I absolutely must exploit it to the fullest. Meanwhile, at the Bureau of Pure Justice, he spots several steamed buns and immediately questions where they came from. A constable replies that they were a gift from a street stall. To thank Magistrate Lin for clearing the name of the deceased Wang Shi, at the Bureau of Pure Justice, the man gazes at the bun with a contemplative expression, then suddenly barks an order, go to the prison and bring out the prisoner who murdered Wang Shi. The constable answers respectfully, yes, sir. The forensic examiner beside him asks, puzzled, sir, Qin Tong is already dead. What's the point of dragging out this self-confessed murderer any further? Merely to give the Earl of Zhangyang an explanation, that's all. Then he gazes at the four characters, just and incorruptible, and mutters with bitter sarcasm. Though Qin Tong is dead, Wang Shi's innocence can never be restored. Origin Force gathers into a small sphere under Lin Xiu's command. He originally wants to continue condensing more spirit pearls, but Zhao Lingyan's voice stops him. Enough for today. Cultivation must not be rushed. Haste only brings ruin. You've already done well. Hearing this, Lin Xiu flops flat on his back, his stomach growling furiously as he groans. Practicing special abilities really drains too much stamina. So hungry I could pass out. Zhao Lingyan turns to leave, not forgetting to remind him, rest well, I'll come again in a few days. He manages to see her off. His mother comes to visit her son. She asks softly, Xiao, are you asleep? Huho would wake at the mere scent of food, immediately sits up and replies, not yet. She lays out the dishes as she speaks. I asked Dolly. He said practicing special abilities drains a great deal. I was worried you'd be hungry, so I cooked some food for you. He says, embarrassed, there's no need to go through all this trouble. She immediately replies, what trouble? What trouble is there between a mother and her son? Try it, see if it suits your taste. Looking at the mouth-watering dishes on the table, he involuntarily swallows. Lin Xiu eagerly snatches up a steamed bun and bites in. His eyes instantly light up. He chews happily, the words so delicious written all over his face. His mother says gently, as long as you like it. Lin Xiu wolfs down the food. Meh. Thank you, Mom. His mother says warmly, don't mention thanks. From now on, whatever you want to eat, just tell me, I'll cook it for you. Lin Xiu is deeply moved. In the past, it was either takeout instant noodles or inviting some girl to a restaurant. After living two lives, this is the very first time he's ever eaten a meal cooked by his own mother's hands. He obediently replies with a smile, yes, I understand, Mom. His mother beams with delight upon hearing this. The next morning, in the guest room of the Lin residence, son Dolly is lifting weights with a puzzled expression. Young master, why are you here? He is exasperated at the sight. Why aren't you resting in bed? The imperial physician said so you need plenty of rest. Son Dolly puffs out his chest proudly. My wounds are already healed, lying in bed all day. I feel like I'm about to grow mold. He can't help but worry. You still need to listen to the physician. If Madam hadn't called for one this time, your little life would truly have been finished. Son Dolly slaps his chest and declares earnestly, protecting young master is my duty. As long as young master is safe, dying would be worth it. Hearing this, he immediately scolds, cut the act. Every time my sister-in-law beats me, you bolt faster than anyone. Old son scratches his head and protests, that's different. The second young miss won't truly harm you, young master. The two suddenly hear someone outside speaking earnestly. Madam, the master has asked us to stay. That's right, that's right. Lin Xiu walks out puzzled. Father, mother, what's going on? She then explains. Yesterday, your father and I calculated that the family's silver is running thin. We can't afford to support so many people anymore. Better to give them some severance and let them find other paths. She then hands him the expense list. Lin Xiu glances through it, then asks curiously. The expense list, mother, you and father hired this many people. The two elderly servants in the courtyard continue to plead. Master, if you don't find this old servant lacking, please let me stay and cook for the Lin family. This old one hasn't many years left. I only hope master and madam will remember our years of service and grant this old soul a coffin to rest in. Son Dolly laughs heartily. Don't worry, young master, I'm not leaving either. Uncle Ping'an speaks tenderly. I want to spend my whole life by madam's side. Lin Xiu looks at the harmonious scene before him and smiles quietly. This is what a family should look like, isn't it? Perhaps being struck by that meteor wasn't heaven's punishment for his tangled love life but a blessing for his good deeds and accumulated virtue. Sunlight pours down from above. Two figures walk under the scorching summer heat. Lin Xiu mutters, no, money is rough. I need to figure out a way to solve our livelihood problem. Got it, got it. Passers-by spot the two of them and start gossiping. Are these two out of their minds? Walking under the blazing unison, it way too hot. Come on, let's go to the Pin Fang Pavilion for some fun. Are you stupid? The ice stones in the capital are all used up. The Pin Fang Pavilion is as hot as a steamer, no cooling effect at all. Overhearing this, he suddenly has an idea. Ice stones shortage. Got it. The shopkeeper lies sprawled across the counter, cursing the heavens listlessly. When will this damned weather end? When two dark shadows fall over him, he raises his brow and glances over. The shopkeeper perks up immediately, smiles warmly, and asks, what would you like to order, gentlemen? Lin Xiu places his hand on a teacup and declares, I'm not here to eat. I want to discuss a business deal with your shopkeeper. In an instant, that warm teacup freezes solid into ice. The shopkeeper's eyes light up with interest. Is the young master's special ability, ice? Then what does the young master? Lin Xiu cuts straight to the point. I'd like to borrow your well for one day, 10 taels of silver. The shopkeeper grows excited, hastily showering him with praise. It seems the young master also knows how unbearably hot this year has been. The capital's cold ice supply is running short of and money can't buy it. With the young master's abilities, making a killing in a day would be effortless. 10 taels seems far too low. Hearing this, he asks, then how much do you think is fair? The shopkeeper raises his hand, 50 taels at minimum. Hearing the price, Lin Xiu beams. Deal, truly worthy of Jiu Tower, generous indeed. Seeing the young master has clearly misunderstood, the shopkeeper can't help but furrow his brow. He scratches his cheek and says flatly, young master, surely you jest. Borrowing Jiu Tower's well and you expect us to pay. Lin Xiu turns on his heel. If the shopkeeper lacks sincerity, then forget it. I imagine the fragrance house across the street might be more sincere. The shopkeeper hurries to block his path. Please wait, young master, please wait. He glances sideways, signaling the other to continue listening. The shopkeeper raises all 10 fingers to name his price. 10 taels. As long as the young master can supply ice to Jiu Tower, we will pay you 10 taels of silver per day. Lin Xiu isn't buying it. He raises 5 fingers and counteroffers. The shopkeeper knows this year's weather is sweltering. Ice supplies in the imperial capital are critically scarce, even money can't buy them. With my abilities, making a fortune is no difficult task. 10 taels is far too low, at least 50. Realizing he dug his own grave, the shopkeeper has no choice but to agree. 50 taels it is, but the young master must accept one condition. Lin Xiu may not supply ice to any establishment other than Jiu Tower, as long as the shopkeeper can keep him exclusive. Even 50 taels a day is a massive profit. Lin Xiu says if that's the case, the price would be a different matter entirely. The shopkeeper replies on top of the 50 taels per day, every barrel of ice will be paid at 5 times the market price. Hearing this price, Lin Xiu nods in satisfaction and snaps his fan shut. Deal. Both parties are pleased. The deal struck. The shopkeeper brings out the silver immediately. He watches them leave with a warm send-off. Young Master Lin, remember to come tomorrow. Sun Dali hugs the chest of silver, grinning ear to ear. 300 taels of silver, if only every day could be like this. Lin Xiu douses his excitement with cold water. Don't even dream about it. The weather will cool down. The silver earned will dwindle day by day. Familiar, dainty little footsteps approach. Lin Xiu spots the person and instinctively teases, how is it that we keep running into each other everywhere? Your sister-in-law isn't tailing me, is she? Zhao Lingyan hears this, raises an eyebrow and asks, you're short on money, aren't you? Master and servant clinging to that chest of coins. He replies casually, isn't that obvious? Zhao Lingyan extends her money pouch. How much silver do you need? I'll give it to you. Lin Xiu instinctively blurts out. You're not going to beat me up. You're giving me silver. Zhao Lingyan advises him earnestly. Even if you're greedy for money, you should consider your own dignity. Acting like this will make others look down on you. Lin Xiu speaks up. He snatches the money pouch and raises his voice in rebuttal. Earning money with my own abilities, there's nothing pitiful about that. As for what others think, I couldn't care less. Having said that, he turns his face away with a petulant air. You just don't understand. He secretly glances back and thinks, Zhao family, since you look down on a petty bourgeois like me, then hurry up and annul the marriage engagement. Continuing on their way, they come across a woman clutching a child, crying out, good-hearted people, please help us. My child is ill. If he's not treated soon, he won't survive. He tosses a silver ingot before her and asks, is this enough for now? The woman scrambles to her feet, exclaiming gratefully, enough, enough, thank you, benefactor, thank you, benefactor. She remarks coolly, in the imperial capital, 80 to 90% of people like this are swindlers. Do you think it's worth it? Lin Xiu says calmly. What's there to fear? This silver ingot isn't even enough for a single meal at Jiyu Tower, but it could save a life. No matter how you look at it, it's worth it. Let's go pick out a couple of bolts of fabric for Wang Ma. I noticed the auntie's clothes are practically falling apart at the seams. Sun Dali responds, all right. Zhao Lingyan is curious. Who is Wang Ma? While handling the fabric, he replies, she's the head maid of our household. Zhao Lingyan exclaims in surprise, you even buy things for the servants in your manor. Lin Xiu smiles warmly. These people chose to stay when the Lin manor was at its lowest. To me, they are all family. Afterward, the group stops at a roadside stall and orders a few bowls of noodles. Lin Xiu slurps his noodles and asks, you really won't eat? The food at this stall isn't bad. Zhao Lingyan replies decisively, no. Though the man is greedy for money and lecherous, he's kind-hearted, good-natured, and fears no powerful authority. He can truly be considered a good person. Having received the good person card yet again, he says as naturally as breathing, sister-in-law. Looks like you've pinned the good person card on the right guy. She is utterly baffled. What on earth is a good person card? Lin Xiu thinks to himself, who would have thought that behind my sister-in-law's fierce exterior, she could actually praise me in earnest. Who knew that right after this thought, he hears her say, whatever this good person card is, I will convince father. When my sister returns to the imperial capital, I'll arrange for the two of you to marry. Not long after, at Lin Manor, Sun Dali pounds frantically on the door, shouting, young master, young master. Lin Xiu opens the door and steps out. Puzzled, what's going on? Sun Dali reports urgently, someone from the palace is here. Lin Xiu is stunned. Somyeon from the palace. The moment he steps outside, an official bellows loudly. Lin Xiu, son of the Earl of Pingan, by decree of His Majesty Zhao Jian, you are to enter the palace immediately. No delays permitted. The entire household watches glumly as he departs. Zhao Lingyan reassures them, uncle, auntie, don't worry. Lin Xiu entering the palace, there won't be any major trouble. Inside the palace corridors, Chief Steward Li sternly instructs young Master Lin, when we enter the inner palace later. You are only responsible for creating ice. Do not look at what you shouldn't look at. Do not ask what you shouldn't ask. You must remember this well. Lin Xiu frowns and sighs involuntarily. He thinks clearly, my sister-in-law's abilities are stronger, yet they seized a strapping young man like me. The daughter of a first-rank earl is truly noble born. What a pity I'm tied up with Jiyu Tower's business. Chief Steward Li shoots him a bullet-like glare and snaps, "What are you sighing about? Serving the imperial palace and you're displeased." Lin Xiu hastily explains. The chief steward misunderstands. "I'm worried my origin force is rather low. I might not be able to produce much ice." Hearing this, Chief Steward Li's expression softens and he reassures His Majesty has his own arrangements. "Don't you worry about this matter." Shortly after they arrive at Changchun Palace, Chief Steward Li bows deeply and calls out respectfully. This servant greets the noble consort. The noble consort strokes her pet and asks casually, "Who is he?" Chief Steward Li hurries to explain, reporting to your ladyship, the weather is unbearably hot. His Majesty has specially summoned a student from the Institute of Special Arts to create ice and relieve the heat for the various consorts. The noble consort suddenly asks, "Judging by the looks of you lot, you've just come from Yangning Palace, haven't you? Carrying half the heavens on my back, oh, how heavy it is." Lin Xiu understands and is startled. His beast language ability actually works on spirit beasts too. The noble consort grows furious and sneers, "How impressive of the Empress. The entire palace is sweltering like a steamer. And she's got it good. Not only does she get to use ice first, I'd wager her share is double what this consort receives. Get going, move quickly. If you startle this consort's daughter, this consort will have your heads." Chief Steward Li dares not lift his head, replying repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, we'll finish making the ice and leave at once." Lin Xiu listens and twitches his lips, silently evaluating this noble consort definitely isn't someone to mess with. Better finish quickly and get out. After completing his task, he is escorted to Tianqiu Palace. Lin Xiu cools the water remotely, but by now he's as parched as a dried banana leaf. He grumbles without direct contact with the water. The ice-making efficiency drops drastically. Working all morning, he feels like his body is about to be hollowed out. Right at that moment, someone enters. A palace maid brings in a plate of grapes and says, "This is a reward from Consort Shu. You've worked hard, young Master Lin, creating ice here." Spotting food, his face lights up instantly. There are grapes too. This Consort Shu is far better than that noble consort from earlier. He pops one into his mouth and finds it even more delicious than the grapes he used to buy to impress girls before transmigrating. He exclaims excitedly, "This is insanely delicious." Chief Steward Li beams. "Of course, these are tribute goods from the western regions. Ordinary consorts don't even get to taste them. Only Consort Shu would use such grapes to reward others." The guards beside him nod in agreement. He shares generously. "You've all been running around with mates, been tiring. Let's eat together." Chief Steward Li laughs heartily. "Following young Master Lin, we get to enjoy some treats too." Lin Xiu asks Chief Steward Li, "Which palace do we head to next? If there are any taboos, please let me know beforehand." Chief Steward Li speaks courteously. "Young Master Lin is too polite. Next we head to Ruidong Palace. It was originally the residence of Consort De, but she passed away from illness a few years ago. Currently, it is Princess Minghe who resides there. Young Master Lin, just be careful not to anger the princess." The two walk along the shaded path toward Ruidong Palace, the princess gripping the swing tightly. Chief Steward Li reports per protocol, "Your Highness, this servant has been ordered by His Majesty to bring someone to produce ice for Ruidong Palace." Princess Minghe, leisurely swinging, hears his voice and glances over. At that exact moment, Lin Xiu happens to look up and their eyes lock. The princess's face immediately scrunches up like a monkey's rear end in pure disgust. Minghe murmurs, "Taer, don't you think that person is incredibly annoying?" Taer calmly reminds her, "Your Highness, please compose your expression." Minghe waves them off impatiently, "Get on with your duties already. Go on, Shu." Running into an entitled brat all day long, Lin Xiu fumes internally. Is today's fortune cursed or something? Why do I keep running into ungrateful women? After they've walked some distance, he asks curiously, "Chief Steward Li, has the princess also awakened a special ability?" Chief Steward Li replies, "Of course, Her Highness has awakened a fire element special ability." Hearing this, Lin Xiu finally understands. No wonder this woman is naturally his polar opposite. He'd better keep his distance from her. The group continues onward as Chief Steward Li takes the lead and announces, "Young Master Lin, I will now escort you to the residence of the 9th consort." Lin Xiu trails behind, looking utterly pitiful. "Chief Steward Li, look at the state I'm in. Does your conscience not ache at all?" His exhaustion is so severe that Chief Steward Li starts to panic. The steward rummages through his sleeves to soothe him. Young master, don't worry. We've long prepared something for you. Lin Xiu stares wide-eyed at the sparkling gem in his hand. The steward continues. That's right, thighs is an origin essence crystal. Extracted from primordial state exotic beasts. Enhances origin force, aids in awakening, fortifies the liver and kidney, suitable for all ages. Everyone who's tried it sings its praises. Two guards chime in enthusiastically. Amazing, truly amazing. Lin Xiu clicks his tongue in disbelief. Fortifies the liver and kidneys, my foot. Do you really need to hype it up that much? Chief Steward Li clears his throat several times and gets down to business. This is a gracious gift from His Majesty. Young Master Lin, this is your first awakening, correct? A single one of these crystals is worth an entire day of bitter cultivation. You should be secretly overjoyed to have one. Lin Xiu's lips twitch with mixed emotions. After a beat he shouts, I thank His Majesty, and just like that, he trudges from one palace to the next until the sun sinks in the westerly. Only when night falls is he finally released. Lin Xiu's entire body is weak and drained. He thinks wearily after a whole day of serving as an imperial tutor, the emperor has finally let him go. Chief Steward Li warmly escorts him all the way to the palace gates. Remember, young Master Lin, from now on you'll need to enter the palace every other day. Don't forget. Lin Xiu shuffles away with a hunched back. I know, at least I managed to rake in 15 origin essence crystals, otherwise this would have been a total loss. Zhao Lingyan steps into view, her expression questioning. Why are you only coming out now? His eyes widen in shock. Lingyan, what are you doing here? His future sister-in-law appears everywhere without fail. She produces a money pouch and says, my earnings from Jiu Tower. He hastily shakes his head and refuses. No, this is money you earned, I absolutely can't take it. Zhao Lingyan shoves the money pouch firmly into his hand. Take it. Lin Xiu smiles helplessly. Well then, I'll reluctantly accept, but inside he's elated. No wonder so many pretty boys are willing to be kept by wealthy women who won't comment on anything else, but freeloading is truly wonderful. Lin Xiu grins like a happy seal and asks foolishly, Lingyan, why did you come to pick me up today? She explains, the person who tried to assassinate you hasn't been found yet. Your bodyguards are too weak. Hearing this, his mood deflates. Somewhere Sun Dolly cries rivers inside. It doesn't have to be like that. I feel so offended. The two pass through the night market. A vendor's call rings out. Wontons, 5 coins a bowl. He can't help but feel a pang of hunger. Let's go eat wontons. Zhao Lingyan speaks with her trademark aloofness. I am not hungry. Lin Xiu cheerfully strides up to the stall owner. 3 bowls of wontons, please, serve them up fast. Zhao Lingyan watches with confusion. Can you even finish all that? Lin Xiu laughs. I've been running around the imperial palace all day. Right now I'm so hungry I could eat an entire cow. The stall owner calls out, your wontons are ready. Enjoy at your leisure. Suddenly, Zhao Lingyan senses a set of piercing, hostile stares. She whips her head toward the source, but the direction yields nothing. No one is there. Zhao Lingyan heightens her vigilance, a strange unease rising in her heart. She distinctly felt a trace of killing intent. By now, Lin Xiu has already wolfed everything down, setting the bowl down with a loud clank. She turns to him, full yet. He has eaten to his heart's content, letting out a satisfied sigh. Lin Xiu rolls up his sleeves with renewed vigor. I'm fully recharged now. I feel like I could beat 10 bulls to death right now. Zhao Lingyan leads Lin Xiu onward as they continue their journey. Let's go, time to head home. 2 shadowy figures lie flat on a rooftop, silently observing the pair below. One of them mutters resentfully, it's all because that shadow scared the snake last time. No, the brat's on guard. The other says with cold indifference, that woman can't protect him forever. The following morning, Lin Xiu arrives at the Bureau of Pure Justice with 1,000 thoughts swirling in his head. Once the Institute of Special Arts officially opens, the time he can spend here will shrink even further. With this 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the net routine, what if I anger the common folk? Then what? Then an idea flashes through his mind and his eyes light up with excitement. Got it. 2 hours later, the Bureau of Pure Justice is bathed in a refreshing, pleasantly cool atmosphere. The guards lick their ice cream bars, chatting with tearful gratitude. Lord Lin has really changed. He's been coming to the Bureau so diligently lately, buying us breakfast, and even using his ability to make ice so we don't suffer in the heat. He's too good to us, I'm about to cry. Liu Qingfeng stands outside the entrance, frowning and muttering to himself. A few petty favors and they already consider him one of their own. These noble-born brats are all the same. On the way to Hall Ice, Lin Xiu runs into an acquaintance. He asks curiously, Su Wenshu, where are you headed? The man holds up a scroll of paper. Director Liu has a new case, I'm heading to the scene. Lin Xiu's interest is immediately piqued. He turns and jogs over. Stop working already, sit down and have some iced watermelon, it's scorching outside. I'll go to the scene in your place. Su Wenshu's face lights up as he happily hands off the task. Then I'm deeply grateful, Lord Lin. Not long after, at the residence of Squire Wang, several officials from the Bureau of Pure Justice step forward to greet their superiors. Lord Liu, Lord Lin. At first glance, it appears the man struck his head and died. Blood is splattered everywhere. Liu Qingfeng examines the corpse and begins his analysis. The bricks at the scene are cracked and dislodged. The deceased's ankles show injuries, and the wound on the back of his neck matches the bloodstains on the flower bed. This was an accidental death. Prepare the funeral arrangements for Squire Wang. The squire's madam weeps bitterly. My lord, how could you leave us like this? Lin Xiu stands by listening to the birdsong with a contemplative air, then murmurs, hold on. Squire Wang didn't die from an accident, was murdered. Liu Qingfeng hears this and frowns deeply. He snaps, Scribe Lin, every claim requires evidence. All the clues at the scene point to Squire Wang's death being accidental. What proof do you have that he was murdered? Lin Xiu shrugs, I have no evidence. Liu Qingfeng, utterly exasperated, barks, a human life is no laughing matter. Lin Xiu points at a servant in the courtyard. If you don't believe me, why not just interrogate him? The servant hears this and his face drains of color bolts. Liu Qingfeng points at the fleeing male servant and roars, seize that man. The bureau's men move in an instant, pinning the servant to the ground. In his panic, the man screams, I didn't mean to, I didn't want to kill him. Liu Qingfeng asks with bewilderment, may I ask how did Lord Lin deduce that this man was the killer? The escort guard barks at the prisoner, behave yourself. Lin Xiu grins innocently, his expression the picture of cluelessness, just a lucky guess. In the main hall of the Bureau of Pure Justice, Liu Qingfeng reads through the case transcript and chuckles. He actually said it was a lucky guess, and that he really did guess right. Liu Qingfeng grows more and more intrigued. Yes, I still can't figure it out, that man didn't leave behind a single trace. How on earth did Lin Xiu know he was the killer? He must have noticed a detail that we completely missed. Where exactly did I overlook something? Liu Qingfeng laughs heartily at himself. A detail that even I failed to notice. Interesting, truly interesting. At that same moment, at Changchun Palace, Lin Xiu sneezes again and Again Somyeon must be thinking fondly of him. Then again, he didn't sleep well last night, just who is it that misses him so? The imperial consort's voice echoes through the trees, just. Even Miss Bai couldn't cure my little Niu. What crime have you committed? He furrows his brow in confusion. The next room sounds like a heated argument. The imperial consort's face twists with fury as she barks her orders. This creature was harmed because of Yao, drag him out and give him 3 strikes. Lin Xiu bursts through the door and shouts, Your ladyship, please show mercy, your ladyship. This student is skilled in medicine, may I examine the spiritual pet's condition? Steward Li cries out in alarm. Young Master Lin, her ladyship demands answer 7 by Song Song, the genius of the Imperial Medical Bureau, couldn't find a cure. Do I have a way? Lin Xiu says nonchalantly. Whether I do or not we'll know once I take a look. The consort reluctantly composes herself if you fail to cure it. Lin Xiu will have plenty of time to listen to this beast's wailing in your punishment. My foot hurts so much it's killing this princess. Steward Li sighs inwardly, young Master Lin, our household cannot bear the consequences. Lin Xiu laughs to himself, so that's how it is. Song Song asks anxiously, young Master Lin, do you have any leads? The creature is still wailing, someone help this princess pull it out. He immediately seizes the pet's paw and extracts the embedded thorn. The procedure complete, Niu leaps joyfully from Song Song's hands. The consort is overcome with emotion, is it cured? My Niu is cured. Niu licks its paw and squeals with delight, so much better, I'm overjoyed. The consort issues her decree on the spot. Guards, reward my golden hairpin to Lin Xiu and reward everyone else too. Reward them all. Before long, dusk falls. Lin Xiu staggers out the door, utterly exhausted. So tired, Steward Li escorts him out. Young Master Lin, do come again. Song Song appears out of nowhere, calling out shyly. Young Master, please wait a moment. He turns with a warm smile. Miss Song Song, is there something you need? Miss Bai speaks softly. I wanted to ask young Master Lin, how did you see that Niu's foot was injured? Lin Xiu forces a smile, scrambling for an excuse. It's really no secret. You just need to be attentive. Song Song blinks in confusion and tilts her head. Attentive. Lin Xiu explains calmly, that's truly all it is. The spiritual pet was curling its front paw with a pained expression. So I guess the foot might be injured. Song Song's cheeks flush with embarrassment. I see, it's because my skills are lacking. Lin Xiu quickly consoles her. Animals can't speak and describe their symptoms the way humans do. I only noticed because I once raised a cat at home. Miss Song Song, don't sell yourself short. Miss Bai brightens at his words and smiles. Listening to you, young master, it seems you've studied medicine before. Lin Xiu hastily corrects, no, I merely taught myself a little. I'm far inferior to you, Miss Song Song. Song Song beams with delight. I only manage because of my special ability. With how attentive you are, young Master Lin, if you studied medicine, you'd surely surpass me. Lin Xiu seizes the opening. Truly. Then would Miss Song Song be willing to teach me medicine? Miss Bai departs thoroughly pleased. Of course, I spend most of my time at the Imperial Medical Bureau. Young Master Lin is welcome to find me anytime. He watches her leave and calls out, thank you, Miss Bai. Miss Bai strolls away at a leisurely pace. Zhao Lingyan materializes without warning, her expression dark as a storm cloud. Lin Xiu, are you out here flirting again? He stiffens in terror, forces down the dread in his chest, and wheels around. Let me explain. Zhao Lingyan glares at him, clearly unconvinced. Lin Xiu decides to go all in. He produces a box and presents it. This is for you. Inside lies an exquisitely crafted jade hairpin. Zhao Lingyan frowns in confusion. Why are you giving me this? Lin Xiu says with feigned innocence, the imperial consort rewarded me with it, but what use is it to me? These past days you've guided my cultivation and even helped me go to Jiyu Tower to produce ice. Consider this a small token of thanks. She softens at once. The tsundere beauty shakes her head and refuses. This is too precious, I cannot accept it. Hearing this, he snaps the lid shut. Fine, I'll keep it and give it to someone else. Zhao Lingyan snatches the box in a flash. I'll accept it on my sister's behalf for now. Lin Xiu can only marvel once more. You really are a devoted sister fanatic. The next day, after finishing his work at Jiyu Tower, Lin Xiu gazes at his hands with satisfaction. He has absorbed so many origin essence crystals these past few days. Origin force has surged considerably. Even his ice production is faster now. Young Master Lin, two burly men appear from nowhere and block his path. Our boss wants a word with you, he gapes in bewilderment. Moments later, he finds himself escorted to a different tavern. Lin Xiu surveys the imposing setup and asks nervously, quite the entourage. If you've got something to say, out with it. Quanzi. A beauty draped on each arm grins arrogantly and declares, straight to the point, I like it. I've invited brother Lin here because I want you to supply ice to my Xianxia Tower. Whatever Jiyu Tower pays you, I'll double it. Hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyes light up. Jiyu Tower pays 5 taels per barrel of ice, double that would be 10 taels. Quanzi chokes on his wine. The two beauties are stunned speechless. The young master leaps to his feet in outrage. You're way too greedy. 10 taels, why don't you go rob someone, and you still dare haggle? Young Master Lin, you jest. How about this? I'll pay you 2 taels of silver per barrel. How about we undercut the market together? Lin Xiu hears this and immediately knows the guy is trying to swindle him. Do I look like someone who can't do math? Having failed with money, Quanzi resorts to bullying with power. I know you're the son of Earl Pingan. Let me remind you, Xianxia Tower is a property of the Marquis of Yongping's estate, and the patron behind Jiyu Tower is merely a prince consort. You'd better weigh which side is heavier. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiu rises from the table. Then today's deal is off. No deal. Quanzi crushes his wine cup and snarls, you refuse a toast only to drink a penalty wine. I'll make you come crawling back to Begmead. When that happens, you won't get a single tael. A sinister voice drifts from behind the door. Young master, handle this matter well. I hope you won't end up like that good-for-nothing Chin Tong. Lin Xiu is escorted back by Sun Dali when an old man suddenly barrels toward them at alarming speed. Young sir, please halt. After a series of flowing, rehearsed movements, the old man wails, you shattered my waist, you can't leave. Lin Xiu feels the fabric sliding and panics. Stop pulling, my pants are falling off. How are there even extortion scams in another world? At that critical moment, 2 men in uniform approach. East City Precinct, who's causing a disturbance on these streets? Sundali is stunned and immediately cries foul. He ran into us, it was clearly him. This old man is a scammer. The old man clings to Lin Xiu's trouser leg, refusing to let go, cursing non-stop. This old man's waist is broken. Wretched slave, how dare you shield your master? The two soldiers make no effort to distinguish right from wrong. Enough talk, seize him. Lin Xiu thinks calmly these soldiers are off. Thighs is clearly a setup targeting him. Xianxia Tower struck that fast. Old Sun, realizing reason won't work, flies into a rage. Before Sun Dali can erupt, Lin Xiu kicks him aside. You head back first. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I'm at the East City Precinct. Gentlemen, please lead the way. Sun Dali is utterly dumbfounded. Young master, young master. The two constables exchange a glance, suspicion written across their faces. He's just agreeing, just like that. This old servant racks his brain. Does the young master look less like he's being arrested and more like he's heading to a banquet? The Eastern City District Jail. The arrogant soldier shoves him into the cell. Get in there and behave. He surveys the cell with a contemplative gaze. Having lived 2 lives, this is still his first time behind bars. The novelty is, oddly refreshing. Just as he's marveling at the experience, the sound of slow clapping makes him turn. Quanzi stands behind the iron bars, sneering. Young Master Lin, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. He says calmly, you dragged a swindling extortionist here to use as a hostage against me. Should I thank you? Quanzi sneers. Young Master Lin jests again. This old man's leg was broken by your hand. How could he possibly be some con artist? Lin Xiu rebuts, it wasn't broken. The words barely leave his mouth before Quanzi thrusts his foot through the bars and stomps on the old man's leg. There, now it's broken by your hand, isn't it? The old man erupts in fury, bellowing. You just stomped my leg to pieces and you still have the audacity. Lin Xiu can't help but exclaim, old man, doesn't your conscience sting at all? Out with it, what do you want? Quanzi flashes a sinister grin. 1 bucket of ice and 1 tael of silver. Agree and you walk free right now. Otherwise, Lin Xiu hears rapid footsteps closing in, reinforcements. He seamlessly changes the subject. I just noticed something fascinating about you. Care to hear it? Quanzi falters, suspicious. What fascinating thing? Lin Xiu bares his teeth in a malicious grin. I can see the dark shadow between your brows. Blood calamity is headed your way. Quanzi whirls his fan in a rage, shrieking, Yao Yao, you rot in this jail until you starve. By then you won't even get a single copper. The approaching figure picks up pace. The moment he arrives, he hurls a boot straight at Quanzi's face and roars, wretched child. The man accompanying the official spots him and rushes forward. Master Lin, we've finally found you. Everyone in the palace is in a panic. Open this door this instant. The official scrambles to unlock the door, plastering on a smile. A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. This magistrate of the Eastern City has thoroughly investigated the matter. It has absolutely nothing to do with the young master. You are free to leave now. Lin Xiu doesn't leave. Instead, he turns to Quanzi with a taunting smile. Well, how about that? Was my fortune-telling accurate? Quanzi clutches his swollen cheek and screams, Father, you can't just let him walk away. The old official delivers a crisp kick square to his son's face. You fool, young Master Lin, my deepest apologies. Me wretched son is spouting nonsense again, causing you trouble. Now shut your trap. Chief Steward Li urges impatiently, enough, enough. Let's go already. The noble in the palace is growing restless and about to lose her temper. Lin Xiu chimes in with a laugh. Chief Steward Li nods in agreement. Indeed, we absolutely cannot let the noble lose her temper. The old official echoes eagerly, exactly, exactly. Exactly, under no circumstances should the noble be angered. Foam flecking his mouth, Quanzi still manages to cry out, Father, Father. Stop hitting me. This was all the young master's. The old official flies into an even greater fury, pummeling his son with punches. What young master? Chief Steward Li is here personnel. That means His Majesty himself is demanding his release. You still dared arrest him. If you keep running with that crowd, I'll beat you to death. Meanwhile, while Lin Xiu languishes in his cell at Changchun Palace, a palace-maid fans noble consort Mingjiet. The effort only makes her more irritable. Stop fanning, stop fanning. The wind from that fan is nothing but hot air. Has he arrived yet? Has he arrived yet? The moment Chief Steward Li enters, he drops to his knees in a grand bow and proclaims loudly. He's here, he's here. This humble servant pays respects to noble consort. The noble consort demands an explanation, her displeasure evident. why so late today? Do you want this consort to die of heat? Lin Xiu steps forward to apologize. Your ladyship, please forgive this humble student. An unexpected matter caused the delay. Please calm your anger. This student shall perform a magic trick for your ladyship. Mingzhu's irritation gives way to surprise and curiosity. From an ordinary bowl of water and a slice of watermelon, he calls out, transform. And it becomes perfectly shaved ice topped with fresh, cool watermelon. Please enjoy at your leisure, your ladyship. Mingzhu is quite pleased. She lowers her voice. In consideration of this shaved fruit ice, the 4 palaces will spare you this once. Now go make more ice. You know what? Why don't you just stay at Changchun Palace permanently? That way this consort can have chilled fruit anytime she pleases. At those words, Lin Xiu instantly senses the hidden danger. He bows hastily to decline. I'm afraid that wouldn't be appropriate inside. He's screaming. The only men allowed to stay in the inner palace aside from the emperor are eunuchs. Right. The noble consort becomes more convinced by the idea and waves it off dismissively. Don't be afraid. It's just 2 quick cuts, endure it, and it'll be over. Lin Xiu nearly loses his soul in fright. He drops to his knees on the spot. Your ladyship. This student still holds a marriage engagement with the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. I can only humbly decline your ladyship's gracious offer. The noble consort sighs reluctantly. A marriage engagement. What a pity then. Having weathered the crisis, the entire party sets out for Ruidong Palace. Lin Xiu wipes his sweat and lets out a long breath of relief. Good heavens, I nearly went from young Master Lin to little Lin Zai, the eunuch. Tyre spots him approaching and comes out to greet him. Is it our turn now? Chief Steward Li asks, does Ruidong Palace need ice this time? Huier says hastily, yes, once every 2 days would be perfect. Chief Steward Li smiles warmly. Then please lead the way, Tyre. Lin Xiu furrows his brow, musing. Princess Manhua loves heat and hates cold. Thighs ice must be for her little maid. The moment he steps through the gate, Princess Manhua sizes him up from head to toe. Though he desperately wants to put this brat in her place, he restrains himself and calls out, this humble one pays respects to the princess. The moment he lays eyes on Princess Manhua, the ice special ability in his body stirs restlessly. He must maintain his composure at all costs. Manhua. She asks directly, what is your name? He replies evenly, Lin Xiu. The princess murmurs it once and immediately recalls. Lin Xiusen of the Earl of Ping'an. That Lin Xiu who has a marriage engagement with that woman? He answers without hesitation, reporting to your highness that would be me. Princess Manhua tilts her chin up proudly and delivers her verdict. Good looking, I'll give you that, but your talent is not worthy of that woman. Lin Xiu doesn't argue. Instead, he readily agrees. Your highness speaks the truth. The Zhao family's eldest daughter is unmatched in beauty, talent, and gift. No woman in the imperial capital can compare. Other than this face, I truly have nothing worthy of her. The princess feels like she's punching cotton, completely robbed of her thunder. At least you have some self-awareness. Beyond your looks, you really do have nothing. Inside, she fumes. This bastard praises that woman to high heaven, yet still manages to stomp on everyone else while he's at it. He says with elegant poise, I thank your highness for acknowledging my looks. The princess can't contain her fury any longer. Who praised you? Finish making the ice and get lost. And so a day full of turmoil draws to a close. He is released once the moon rises and the carriage rattles its way home. As they travel, he asks curiously, Lingyan, between you and Princess Manhua, who's stronger? Zhao Lingyan says flatly, we're not close, we've never compared. Her ability is fire's natural counter to ours. You must remember to stay away from her. Lin Xiu understands all too well. He waves it off lazily. You can rest easy on that front. I know my limits, though you've never tested each other. I have a feeling you're definitely stronger than her. Zhao Lingyan looks puzzled. Why would you say that? Confident she wouldn't know the reference, he speaks without a filter. In terms of looks, each of you has your own beauty, but she's dark-skinned and short, and since you're both around the same age, Jesha's ordinary, while you're leagues above her. Zhao Lingyan hears this and misinterprets, her brow furrowing. Above, you're saying I look old. That's not what I meant at all. Wifey. A melodious singing voice drifts through the air. Lin Xiu peers out curiously. Is someone performing opera out here? He catches a shadowy figure lingering by a doorway, a young woman of gentle, graceful beauty. The next morning, Lin Xiu heads to the source of that singing voice. The gentle melody echoes outward, luring passers-by to stop and listen. Lin Xiu stands before Pear Blossom Garden with anticipation, wondering who sang that hauntingly beautiful tune last night. He enters the establishment and finds two performers singing right in the main hall. He picks a random seat and sits down, conflicted. The voice is haunting, something about it stirs longing. Pity. As lovely as the singing is, something feels missing. After a moment of thought, he waves over the proprietor, who immediately approaches. What does the young master require? Lin Xiu asks straight away. I'd like to request a song. How much does it cost? The proprietor quotes the price. A single song request is 20 wen. Might I ask which song the young master desires? Lin Xiu lays out his request. The song I want isn't in your repertoire. How about you assign me a girl? I'll teach her the song first. Then she sings it for me. Deal. The proprietor immediately tenses and steps back with suspicion. My apologies, young master. Pear Blossom Garden only allows requests from songs the girls already know. Lin Xiu says I can pay extra. The proprietor shakes his head vigorously, putting on an air of noble integrity. This isn't about money until Lin Xiu produces an entire ingot of silver. The proprietor's eyes bulge and the rules change on the spot. He waves and calls out, "Girls, come here, all of you." Lin Xiu can't help but smirk to himself. Every problem in this world can be solved with money. If it can't, you simply haven't paid enough. The proprietor announces, "Is there any girl who would like to learn a song from this young gentleman? All you ladies are hesitant, but we are respectable women. How can we follow a man alone to learn songs? What if his hands aren't clean?" While the others hesitated, one woman stepped forward. "Let me go, young master, please follow me upstairs." Lin Xiu remembered her muttering, "Those eyes, I remember her. She's the one who stared straight at me last night. I'll invite this lady first." A private room at Pear Blossom Garden. Lin Xiu sips his tea and teases, "Aren't you afraid I have ill intentions, miss?" She replies softly, "Others might. But you wouldn't, young master." During the case handled by the Bureau of Pure Justice, the imperial physician was also in the crowd. "You fear no nobles, and your righteousness is unwavering. You are absolutely not a despicable person." She was so straightforward that he decided to get down to business. "In that case, let's begin. I'll sing the lyrics first for you to hear." After learning the lyrics, she began to sing. Those who pass beneath the stage no longer see the faces of old. Those upon the stage sink their hearts shattered by parting, the word love impossible to forget. He sings with blood to blend his song. The curtain rises and falls. Who among them is the guest? Hearing the familiar song, Lin Xiu couldn't help but be moved. He had finally found that feeling again. Thank heaven, sharing familiar music in another world. "Thank you for today, Miss Physician." She replies with a puzzled look, "You're too kind, young master." She thinks to herself, this is simply what an imperial physician ought to do. The lyrics are quite peculiar, as if they're singing about courtesans like us. Why do they bring you to tears, young master? Before leaving, he turns back and says, "Well then, that's enough for today. I'll come back tomorrow to hear you sing." The physician watches him go and waves with a smile. "Take care, young master." The words barely leave her lips before she collapses to the floor. Lin Xiu panics and shouts, "Miss Physician, she's fainted." He asks frantically, "What happened to you?" She dazedly sits up and says it's just a bit of dizziness. The moment he touches her, a system window flashes into view. Loading. Lin Xiu is stunned, a special ability. He helps her onto the bed and rushes out. "I'll fetch someone from the Imperial Medical Bureau to examine you. Rest for now." She replies in a daze, "All right." On the way, he stares at his hand and mutters, awakening a special ability related to sound. No wonder listening to the physician sing put me in such a good mood. But the moment he steps into the Imperial Medical Bureau, he hears someone shouting, "What use is it for the court to keep you lot? If anything happens to my daughter, I'll have every last one of you buried with her." Lin Xiu immediately turns on his heel. Seems like bad timing is the wisest course. But unfortunately he gets spotted. "Lin Xiu, you've come at the right time. Get over here and check what's wrong with my daughter." The moment those words land, the doors of the Imperial Medical Bureau swing wide open. He freezes in place. Lin Xiu sighs inwardly. Looks like there's no escaping this one. Lin Xiu bows in greeting. "This student pays his respects to your highness, the noble consort." Mingzhu immediately waves him off. "No need for formalities. Hurry, check on my Niunu. Since yesterday, she hasn't eaten or drunk a thing. She has no spirit at all." Mingzhu cradles Niunu in her arms and adds, "We've done a full examination. No external wounds and nothing wrong internally either." Hearing this, he steps forward. "Let me take a look." At this moment the little kitten Niu meows incessantly. Don't touch this princess. This princess is miserable. This place is about to bore her to death. So boring, anyone please rescue me. After a while, Linziu finally pieces everything together. Your Highness, I believe I've found the cause of the spirit pet's illness. The noble consort hears this and asks with delight. Really? What's wrong with Niu? Looking at Niu, he explains, this spirit pet has only ever been confined to Changchun Palace. Too long in one place breeds pent-up frustration in its heart. Right now it's just refusing food and drink, but over time it could grow completely listless. This is a symptom of emotional repression. Mingzhu is taken aback to hear this. Repression, then can Niu's illness be cured? Linziu proposes a plan, but upon hearing it, the noble consort's face falls with worry. Your Highness, have someone take the spirit pet outside the palace. Let it see the vast, wide world. Its condition should improve significantly. She turns away, her face darkening as she issues an order. Linglong, take Niu out of the palace for half a day. This consort is feeling a bit weary. I'll return to the palace to rest first. Your handmaiden obeys. Glancing back one last time, Mingzhu thinks with melancholy. Trapped within these palace walls, Niu is far from the only one who's caged. Meanwhile, Song and Lin Xiu chat and laugh cheerfully, completely unaware of anything. The scenery shifts. Niu, now outside the palace, perks up her ears with excitement. She's overjoyed, her eyes sparkling as she meows nonstop. The language of beasts is truly novel. Everything this princess sees is something she's never seen before. The maidservant holding her sighs with relief. Niu really is getting better. Song agrees. Indeed, ever since leaving the palace, Niu has completely changed. Just then, Linziu turns to ask for a favor. By the way, Miss Song, I actually came to the Imperial Medical Bureau today because I wanted to ask you to treat a patient. She agrees right away. There's no need to be so polite, young master, just lead the way. The scenery changes once more. They arrive at a rather crowded establishment. Linziu frowns in confusion. Why are there so many people? Over on that side, Quanzi shouts furiously, I don't care if the physician is sick or what. Avertha's young master demands to hear her sing right now. Several other hangers-on chime in agreement. Exactly, we're offering to pay double. How is that still not enough? What do you mean, young Master Zhao? Does young Master Wu not have any face at all? The attendant takes in the situation, breaking into a cold sweat as he tries to pacify them. Gentlemen, it truly isn't a matter of money. The physician simply cannot sing right now. Linziu steps forward with a bright smile. Young Master Wu, you've brought such an impressive lineup. Surely you're not here to cause trouble for me. Quanzi hears this and demands with alarm. Linziu, what are you doing here? Linziu steps forward, using his fan to tilt the boy's chin upward, and whispers. Young Master Wu, that beating you took has healed already, has it? Or perhaps I should mention today's little incident to East City Magistrate. Let him discipline you properly. Instantly, Quanzi panics and bolts, wailing, Father. Song watches the scene unfold and stifles a laugh. Linziu watches him flee and thinks, lucky for me this brat doesn't know about my connection with the palace. Otherwise, I'd never have been able to scare him off. Entertainment over, the crowd scatters one by one with their flimsy excuses. Oh no, I just remembered I left the laundry out to dry. Stomachache, I need to find the latrine. The scene shifts to their destination. Miss Song, thank you for the trouble. After examining the patient, Song concludes, this young lady has simply fainted from exhaustion. Young master, wait a moment. She reaches out and gently presses an acupuncture point. The physician immediately stirs awake. Linziu beams with joy. Physician, you're awake. She sits up, rubbing her forehead. Young master, what happened to me? Linziu immediately explains. The young physician suddenly fainted a moment ago. I brought Miss Bai Song from the Imperial Medical Bureau to examine and treat her. Song chimes in, don't worry miss, there's nothing to be concerned about anymore. The physician flexes her hands experimentally, her face lighting up with joy. How miraculous, I feel completely recovered. Linziu strokes his chin with a sly grin. Naturally, Miss Song's medical skills are no joke. Song blushes shyly. I'm really not that skilled. Since the physician is fine and the patient has recovered, we should head back and await further orders. Linziu agrees. Next time he has the chance, he'll discuss medical arts with Miss Song. As they turn to leave, the physician calls out, "Thank you, young master. Next time you wish to hear me sing, I'll tell the boss not to charge you a single coin." Lin Xiu, smooth as silk, delivers his best line, "A kindred spirit is priceless, but I would gladly spend my silver for the privilege of hearing your performances." Hearing his words, her face flushes crimson. "He called me his kindred spirit." Lin Xiu adds, "By the way, miss, do you have any idea why you suddenly fainted? Didn't you say it was malnutrition?" Lin Xiu maintains his smile. "That's part of it, but not the whole truth. The main reason is that you've awakened a special ability. I myself have nothing particularly remarkable about me." With his profound knowledge, Lin Xiu explains that the physician's voice surpasses all others. You simply haven't considered the possibility of it being a special ability. Today, you tried a new singing technique, and the origin force consumption far exceeded normal levels. That's why you suddenly fainted. Hearing this, the physician finally understands. So that's what happened, but this special ability doesn't seem very useful. He waves his hand in rebuttal. "Not at all. If you can fully integrate your special ability into your voice, you could absolutely become the #1 songstress of the imperial capital. When that day comes, everyone will be scrambling for tickets to the Pear Blossom Garden." His words spark a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "But how would I even improve?" He proposes a plan. "Next time, I'll visit the Institute of Special Arts and borrow some books on sound-based special abilities. Miss Physician, just follow the cultivation methods recorded in those books." Showered with such concern, she grows even more bashful. "How could I possibly trouble the young master so much?" He smiles and continues his smooth advances. "I truly admire your voice, miss. In the future, I'll still need your performances to lift my spirits." Hearing this, the physician relents and makes her promise. "Then I'll trouble the young master with this. From now on, I will always sing for you." A short while later, Lin Xiu takes his leave. The old man standing nearby watches his departing figure and offers a word of caution. "Miss, that young master is clearly no ordinary person. I can see he's different from those other playboys. You'd better hold on tight. This might just be your chance to soar to the highest branch and become a phoenix." The physician grows even more embarrassed. "The boss is teasing me again. My status as a physician is far too lowly. I'm not worthy of young Master Lin." She falls into melancholy contemplation. "As long as I can sing a few songs for him, I will be more than content." Leading Lin Xiu away, Chief Steward Li remarks, "This dreadful weather has finally cleared up. You can rest easy from now on. Oh, and if His Majesty wishes to bestow a reward later, don't forget to express your gratitude." He responds, "Thank you for the reminder, Chief Steward Li," but inwardly, he wails his long-term origin essence crystal meal ticket is officially gone. Upon arrival, Chief Steward Li and Lin Xiu bow deeply. "This servant pays respects to your majesty. This subject pays respects to your majesty." Emperor Xia responds, "So you are the son of the Earl of Ping'an. You have worked hard this past month." The emperor continues magnanimously, "What reward would you like? You may propose it to us directly." Beside him, Consort Shu stands poised and dignified in silence. Hearing this, Lin Xiu glances up. Who just straight up asks someone what they want? "If I ask for too much, he won't grant it. If I ask for too little, I take a massive loss. I want a grand estate near the imperial palace. But those don't come cheap." Consort Shu catches on to something and speaks up. "Your Majesty, in this consort's humble opinion, why not gift him a residence near the imperial city? That way, whenever your Majesty wishes to enjoy his specially brewed wine, there will be no need to wait." Hearing this, Emperor Xia nods in agreement. "Indeed, it is my beloved consort who thinks of everything." After praising Consort Shu, he glances at Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin go to the Imperial Household Department and select a residence near the palace to bestow upon him. Chief Steward Li responds immediately, "As decreed." Lin Xiu bows deeply. "Your subject thanks your majesty for the gracious reward." Inside, he is overjoyed. Jackpot, a single word from Consort Shu just saved me tens of thousands of taels of silver. I absolutely adore Consort Shu. At that moment, Consort Shu suddenly lets out a soft laugh, which piques Emperor Xia's curiosity. "My beloved, what is it?" Consort Shu, who possesses the special ability of mind reading, smiles gently. "It's nothing, this consort merely thought of something amusing." Meanwhile, Lin Xiu continues thinking innocently. 2 more days until the Institute of Special Arts opens. Perfect timing, I can wrap up the move first. The double residence is a bit much. Might as well just move into the Institute of Special Arts. When he arrives at the Institute of Special Arts, it feels as if he's stepped into a carnival. Some people breathe fire, others float weightlessly through the air. Lin Xiu looks around, eyes blazing with excitement. So many special abilities, I've struck gold, every last one of them will be mine. Just as he's basking in his delight, a clamor from the crowd reaches his ears. Come look, Princess Minghe is here. Watching the crowd fawn over Princess Minghe, Lin Xiu sneers. These brats are too green to appreciate the beauty of a mature woman, they mistake a mere girl for a treasure. Beijing passes by, overhears this, and asks curiously, "Excuse me, sir, pray tell, what exactly is a mature woman?" Lin Xiu flicks his eyes in a direction, signaling him to follow his gaze. The direction of his gaze is none other than Qin Wan with her voluptuous figure. The moment Beijing lays eyes on Qin Wan, an instant bond ignites, a hero of shared taste. This one also believes the most alluring woman in the entire Institute of Special Arts is none other than Miss Qin Wan. Seeing someone who shares his taste, Lin Xiu beams with satisfaction. Not bad, you've got a sharp eye. Having found a kindred spirit, Lin Xiu immediately wishes to befriend Beijing. This one is Lin Xiu, may I ask your esteemed name? Hearing his name, the young man's eyes widen in surprise. Lin Xiu, the son of the Earl of Ping'an, the fiancé of the Zhao family's prodigy, that's me. Beijing shows no wariness and cheerfully shares his name. This one is Li Beijing, your reputation precedes you. The Zhao family even refused the crown prince's marriage proposal. Brother Lin, your methods are truly remarkable to have captured a celestial fairy descended to the mortal realm. And now you've entered the Institute of Special Arts, your future is boundless. Lin Xiu laughs modestly. You flatter me, I awakened an ice special ability, but my talent is mediocre. I'm just muddling through at the royal division, don't you think? Hearing that someone shares his plight, Beijing sighs. I comprehended the power of thunder and lightning. Yet I too am just drifting along in the royal division. Upon learning his special ability, Lin Xiu's eyes widen, lightning. Sensing that Beijing's ability could prove invaluable to him, Lin Xiu grows even friendlier and moves closer. It seems Brother Li and I are birds of a feather. If there's ever anything I don't understand, I hope you'll enlighten me. Beijing, unaware that he has been targeted, is delighted by Lin Xiu's warmth. Brother Lin and I have truly hit it off at first sight. Lin Xiu is practically bursting with glee inside. Naturally, I've found a treasure, a heaven-rank lightning special ability. Far more powerful than my ice ability, I'm definitely copying this one. Suddenly, sparks crackle through the air. Minghe and Lingyan appear to be at each other's throats. The princess fires daggers at her with her eyes. Being well endowed is so impressive, is it? Lingyan reads the venom behind the princess's gaze. She presses her lips together tightly, thinking with indignation, oh, so that's how it is. Is that so? Watching the two girls locked in a tense standoff, Lin Xiu and Beijing exchange startled glances. Lin Xiu calls out to her softly, instantly snuffing out the tension in the air. The moment Lingyan and Minghe spot him, their expressions twist with open disgust. The princess glares at him so fiercely it could scorch the corners of his eyes. Under that murderous glare, Lin Xiu forces a bitter smile. Princess, your highness, I'm done for. Is this woman trying to finish me off? After that, Ming and Lingyan resumed their glaring contest, neither willing to back down. Seeing that Minghe has forgotten all about him, Lin Xiu silently thanks Lingyan. Having a future sister-in-law to back me up really does help. To avoid getting caught in the crossfire between the two girls, Lin Xiu hastily excuses himself. Brother Li, Beijing doesn't want to linger either. He follows after Lin Xiu. Where were we in our conversation? We were just saying that in this grand hall Miss Xuener is the most beautiful of all, so who takes second place? Hearing this, Lin Xiu asks in a guilty whisper, did we actually discuss that topic just now? Li Beijing, still oblivious to the situation, replies, of course, Brother Lin even said that aside from Miss Qin Wan, Zhu Ninger is the most beautiful. You two are discussing their looks without a care in the world. Brother Lin and I share the same taste. Aside from Miss Qin Wan, Zhu Ninger's looks, figure, and bearing are unmatched. Minghe grows furious hearing them discuss women. You. In the eyes of men like you, do women possess nothing beyond looks and figures? Their survival instincts kick in hard, both answer in unison and their souls. At that moment, Qin Wan's departure catches Li Beijing's eye. The boy abandons all loyalty at the sight of beauty. Brother Lin. I'll catch you later. Watching him dash off, Lin Xiu sighs inwardly. A fair face makes a faithless friend. Lingyan walks over and stands shoulder to shoulder with him. She offers her assessment, that woman is dangerous. Lin Xiu assumes she's warning him. He pledges his stance at once, rest easy, sister-in-law. This one shall guard his chastity like fine jade. The next day, at the Institute of Special Arts, Lin Xiu enters the training grounds and spots Li Beijing. He calls out, Brother Li. What a coincidence. Li Beijing stares at him in surprise. Brother Lin, you signed up for the martial arts class too. Can that body of yours even handle it? Li Beijing sidles up with a conspiratorial look and whispers, don't tell me you're here for the show too, Brother Lin. He leans in and whispers something into Lin Xiu's ear. Whatever he says, Lin Xiu's eyes suddenly widen. Before them, two female martial instructors appear, their figures every bit as voluptuous as Qin Wan's. They stretch and loosen their muscles. Watching their chests bounce before their very eyes, Lin Xiu and Li Beijing stand entranced, wearing matching idiotic grins. Just as both are lost in ogling the beauties, a booming voice like a bronze bell rings out, line up. My surname is Sun, I am your martial arts instructor, you may call me Instructor Sun. Lin Xiu and the others bellow in unison, greetings, Instructor Sun. Instructor Sun paces with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the trainees below. His voice carries iron severity. I will train you as I train my soldiers. If anyone cannot endure hardship, you may leave now. How could Lin Xiu and the others possibly back down? Every face burns with determination as they shout in reply. He sees them perform so well, and Instructor Sun is very pleased. Very good, I hope that after 1 hour you won't change your minds. Everyone spreads out and drops into a horse stance on the spot. The moment Instructor Sun's words fall, the trainees rip off their upper robes and hurl them into the air. Yes, sir. The female students catch sight of Lin Xiu's chiseled physique and six-pack and swoon. Oh my! Li Beijing watches with undisguised envy. Brother Lin, how on earth did you build a body like that? He answers casually, just lifting rocks and stone mortars back home. No big deal. Instructor Sun bellows, spread your legs, drop your hips. Lin Xiu thinks to himself, actually, it's all thanks to my strength special ability. Li Beijing hears the explanation and doesn't doubt it for a second. Brother Lin, you really are the finest among us. A man must have a strong body, otherwise how would you ever stroll through the Garden of Beauties? Lin Xiu basks in Li Beijing's admiring gaze. I'm training in the martial path to better conceal the fact that I possess a strength special ability. This Li Beijing thinks I'm playing at level 1 when I'm actually on a whole different level. Instructor Sun approaches and places a hand on both their shoulders, his tone carrying satisfaction. Do you too have a martial arts foundation? When Instructor Sun's hand lands on his shoulder, Lin Xiu feels no reaction from his copy ability. He understands immediately. The copy ability didn't trigger, so Instructor Sun is a pure martial artist. Li Beijing answers honestly, I've studied a little. Lin Xiu is equally forthright, I've never had any formal training, I just exercise regularly. Hearing their answers, Instructor Sun's lips curl upward. Not bad. Instructor Sun suddenly spins around and thunders in his booming voice, next time I will impart true qi into each of you. As long as you can hold onto that wisp of true qi within your bodies, you'll have crossed the threshold into the martial path. Rest time is over. After the trainees finish their horse stance, every single one looks like they've been through an ordeal, their faces twisted in misery. The female students see that Lin Xiu, unlike the exhausted masses, is casually lifting weights. They swoon even harder. That young lord is so handsome and his body is incredible. I wonder if he's betrothed. If only I could marry him. Stop dreaming. That's Lin Xiu, the young lord of the Count of Pingin's household and the fiancé of Zhao Lingjun. Ninger twirls a lock of hair around her finger as she strolls over, her voice laced with disdain. So what about Zhao Lingjun? She's not even in the imperial capital. Who wins and who loses is far from decided. The short-haired girl hears this and asks curiously, Ninger, could it be that you have your eye on Zhao Lingjun's fiancé? She neither denies it nor confirms it, answering with deliberate ambiguity. When it comes to matters of the heart, it's never about who arrives first, just you wait and see. Toward Lingjun, Ninger harbors a deep well of jealousy and envy. It drives her to want to steal everything from her. So what if Zhao Lingjun has a powerful special ability, a mighty clan, and the emperor's favor? Once I steal your fiancé from under your nose, you'll become the biggest laughingstock in the imperial capital. If Lin Xiu loves me, it means I've beaten Zhao Lingjun. She watches Lin Xiu from afar like a predator stalking its prey. Her ill-intentioned stare sends goosebumps crawling all over his skin. He glances around, wondering why he feels like someone is watching him. After training ends, Lin Xiu heads out with the other students. The green tea Ninger makes her mouvesh stumbles and collapses right into Lin Xiu's arms, pulling the classic beauty with a twisted ankle act. He holds warm, soft jade in his arms, his heart racing with excitement. Miss, are you all right? She plays the delicate, bashful maiden, fragile as a plum blossom in the snow, and replies softly, I'm fine. She lets out a weak, pitiful cry. Young lord, I think I've twisted my ankle. The other male students hear this and scramble over one another, eager to escort her to the medical hall. Miss Ninger, let me help you. Out of the way, move. Miss Ninger, let me carry you. Ninger asks sweetly, but do you boys still have the strength? Then, to the utter shock of every male student, she softly asks Lin Xiu to carry her back. Dear sir, would you be so kind as to carry me back? Lin Xiu scratches his head shyly and agrees. Of course, just as Lin Xiu is about to carry her, a female instructor walks over. Injured leg, I'll take you. With the instructor stepping in, Ninger can hardly refuse. Then I'll trouble you, instructor. Lin Xiu walks outside and watches Ninger's carriage disappear into the distance. Li Beijing, having watched the entire spectacle, walks over and claps him on the shoulder. Brother Lin, your game is incredible. You've already won the heart of one of the 4 great beauties of the Institute. Lin Xiu asks curiously. The 4 great beauties of the Institute. Seeing that he doesn't know, Li Beijing explains. Miss Ling Yin, Princess Ming, Miss Xuaner, and Zhu Ningerthy hold the title of the 4 great beauties of the Institute. But Brother Lin, be careful. The number of wealthy young lords chasing after Zhu Ninger is beyond counting. So why does she keep making the first move on you? Knowing she possesses a special ability, Lin Xiu asks Li Beijing, do you know what ability Miss Ninger awakened? Li Beijing thinks for a moment and replies, I believe it's flight. The moment Lin Xiu learned her special ability was flight, his mind began racing. He realized she was a textbook green tease he could fly, yet she asked him to carry her. She truly saw him as prey. I'll show her. The greatest hunter always appears in the guise of prey. He walked over, slung an arm around Bai Zhang's shoulder and asked curiously, Brother Li, didn't you just arrive at the Institute of Special Arts? How do you already know everything? The young man chuckled softly, stroking his chin as he looked at him. If Brother Lin wants to know about any lady, just ask me directly. Hearing this, Lin Xiu liked him even more. He invited him for drinks to forge a brotherly bond. Brother Li and Iwat, a pity we didn't meet sooner. Jiu Tower, my treat, shall we drink until we drop? Hearing the mention of drinks, Bai Zhang grinned from ear to ear. To meet a true soulmate in this life is truly a blessing. The next day, Lin Xiu woke with a splitting headache. He hadn't expected that Heth Prince who could hold 1,000 cups would actually be drunk under the table by Li Beijing. Damn, Ith still only has 3 special abilities. It seems son Dolly brought him home last night, a pity he missed the chance. But the days ahead are long. A special ability practically within his grasp won't just fly away, will it? The library, the Institute of Special Arts. Lin Xiu stretched up on tiptoe, reaching out to grope for the book he wanted. Found it. These past few days have been so hectic I almost forgot to find a book on yin-type special abilities for the Imperial Physician Girl. He pulled a book related to the physician's special ability from the shelf. Right at that moment, Ninger appeared. Young Master Lin, the call made him turn around in surprise. So it really is young Master Lin, what a coincidence. But after learning she was a green tea, Lin Xiu had little desire to pay her any attention. Ninger paid no heed to his indifferent attitude and walked over to sit at his table. She lifted her eyes slightly, speaking in a coquettish tone. You don't mind me sitting here, do you, young master? Lin Xiu replied in a flat tone. The scripture pavilion isn't mine. How could there be any question of minding or not? Please make yourself comfortable. Ninger struck what she believed was her most alluring pose for Lin Xiu to see. In her mind, she smugly thought that Lin Xiu surely couldn't resist this. But when she saw him staring intently at his book, her seduction faltered. After an entire hour of being ignored, Ninger was practically seething. She forced a smile. A whole hour. Was this Lin Xiu's heart made of iron? He hadn't glanced at her even once. Seeing her staring at him, Lin Xiu raised his eyes and asked Miss Ninger, if you're not reading, why are you looking at me? Ninger cursed him viciously in her head, but on her face she wore a look of surprise. You know who I am, young master. What a blockhead, utterly clueless about romance. Lin Xiu closed the book. He curved his eyes, smiled sweetly and praised her. Miss Ninger is beautiful, talented, and renowned. Who in the Institute of Special Arts doesn't know of you? Hearing the praise, the irritation from being ignored eased somewhat. They're all just rumors others spread. Young Master Lin, you're teasing me. Lin Xiu put on a look of regret. Unfortunately, I'm already betrothed. Getting too close to Miss Ninger might cause misunderstandings. Hearing this, she shyly averted her gaze and the green tea lines poured from her lips. Ninger naturally knows you have a fiancé, but Ninger only wishes to be friends with you. Surely Zhao Lingzhen doesn't forbid you from befriending other women. Lin Xiu put on a carefree, innocent expression and reached out to hold her hand. So that's all it is, then of course we can. I love making friends. From now on, Miss Ninger and I are the best of friends. Ninger thought he'd taken the bait and smiled with satisfaction. She softly hummed in agreement. Morning light filtered down through the gaps between the leaves. Lin Xiu stood chatting with Bai Zhang. Brother Li has an impressive capacity for alcohol. That day was truly embarrassing. The young man showed no sign of minding and replied, no worries, just drink less next time. While the two were talking, Ninger appeared from somewhere, waving in greeting. Young Master Lin, you two are here so early. Lin Xiu turned around and immediately broke into a smile. Of course, his studies must never be neglected. While she wasn't paying attention, Bai Zhang quietly slipped away. As he left, he silently praised Lin Xiu in his head. Incredible, truly incredible. Behind them, Lin Xiu began to flirt with her. Miss Ninger, did you know? Before he could finish, she already spoke coyly. Young master, you're so naughty, always saying such things. Seeing that class time had arrived and everyone had gathered, the young man waved and called out loudly, hey, Lin Xiu, time to assemble. Hearing the call, he immediately answered, coming. Ninger saw that class was starting and didn't linger. She turned to bid him farewell. Then, young Master Lin, I'll take my leave first. Lin Xiu waved goodbye to her while thinking to himself. Very well, little lamb, we're all thousand-year foxes here playing the innocent act on me like this. Haven't you already shown your hand? Instructor Sun pointed at each person one by one, calling them up to the front. You and you, all of you come here. The rest of you keep running. The martial path only requires a sound physiquinion can cultivate. Now I'll demonstrate for you all to see with your own eyes. Yao, come here. Being singled out, he stared at Instructor Sun in bewilderment. Instructor Sun began to explain in detail about true qi and cultivation. True qi is the foundation of martial path cultivation. Only a rare few like Wang Wei can cultivate true qi on their own. Most people need assistance. Extend your hand. I will channel a wisp of true qi into your body. You must guide this strand of origin qi to circulate through your body. Obeying the order, he gently extended his hand. A golden stream of true qi appeared. Instructor Sun's cold words entered Lin Xiu's ears. How much you can retain depends entirely on yourself. He frowned, staring at the true qi before him. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Sensing his body resisting, Instructor Sun quickly reminded him, don't fight it, try to feel it, memorize the route it takes through your body. With the instructor's reminder, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, relaxed his body, and allowed the true qi to enter. The stream of true qi gradually spread throughout Lin Xiu's entire body. Finally, through sheer cleverness, he managed to take control of that wisp of true qi. Lin Xiu gathered it effortlessly into the center of his palm. And then, after a moment, the true qi gradually faded away. After absorbing the true qi, Lin Xiu was slightly breathless. He smiled and sighed, good heavens, this true qi is way too fierce, it's like firing up a tractor engine inside my body. Instructor Sun saw that he could hold on for so long on his first attempt and was extremely satisfied. To hold on this long on your first try is already quite impressive. Practice a few more times and you'll soon step through the gates of the martial path. Lin Xiu bowed humbly and replied, thank you, instructor. Wang Wei saw him receive praise and snorted in displeasure. Seeing that the sky had darkened, Instructor Sun spoke up, take a break. Wang Wei seized the opportunity to approach, slamming his broad shoulder into Lin Xiu's back. His voice carried a threat, I'm warning Yao, stay away from Miss Ninger, you're not worthy of her. Lin Xiu was completely bewildered, who the hell are you? Bai Zhang walked over to clear up his confusion. His name is Wang Weith, son of a mere third-rank marquis. He only awakened a lower-tier mysterious grade spatial ability. How could Miss Ninger possibly look at someone like him? Hearing the details of his ability, Lin Xiu immediately broke into a sly grin. A special ability. Zhu Ninger doesn't look at us, looks at them. Ninger suddenly appeared at that moment, peeking out to ask him, young Master Lin. What are you doing? The moment he saw her, a plan formed in his mind. Got it. He raised his voice, speaking loud enough for Wang Wei to hear. So it's Miss Zhu. What brings you to seek me out? This instantly seized his attention. Under her bewildered gaze, he began his performance. So she came all this way just to bring me water. This place is so far, and the weather is scorching. How incredibly thoughtful. Ninger listened up to this point and instantly realized what he was scheming. This guy really knows how to get under people's skin. Wang Wei, thoroughly provoked, couldn't hold himself back. He flew into a rage and demanded to fight him. You surnamed Lin, I challenge you, do you dare accept? Seeing that just a few words had pushed him to this state, Lin Xiu was secretly delighted. Simply talking to Zhu Ninger had driven him this mad. His composure was shallow indeed. The lad turned around and asked him, challenge. What kind of duel? Wang Wei, still oblivious to the trap, snarled at him. Fight me one-on-one. If I win, you scram from Miss Ninger's side. If I lose, I scram. Ninger stepped in to stop them. Young Master Lin, don't agree to his terms. He ignored the surprise in her eyes and accepted the challenge. I accept your challenge, he thought, worried that getting injured would derail his own plan. She desperately tried to dissuade him. Young Master Lin, can we please not compete? I still want to see Zhao Lingjun abandoned by her fiancé and become the laughingstock of the imperial capital. If you lose and can no longer stay close to me, how am I supposed to complete this plan? That damn Wang Wei is ruining my grand plan. Lin Xiu, brimming with confidence, cut off her words. Miss Ninger, this is a fight between men, please do not interfere. Seeing him so resolute, she could only cheer for him silently in her heart. Lin Xiu, you must win. The two walked to an empty courtyard. A gentle breeze swept through. Wang Wei shot him a provocative look. Watch yourself. Lin Xiu said nothing, merely staring back at him. Wang Wei didn't hesitate, he struck first. Jade Sovereign Slash. Lin Xiu casually raised his wooden sword to block. He clenched his fist, activating his strength special ability. Just like that, he cleanly cleaved Wang Wei's blade in two. Staring at the broken hilt in his hand, Wang Wei's face drained of all color. How is this possible? In that instant, Lin Xiu seized the opening and closed the distance. He swung his sword high and cracked it across Wang Wei's skull. The blow so fierce it nearly popped his eyes from their sockets. Lin Xiu stared at Wang Wei, foaming at the mouth after a single exchange, and blinked in surprise. That's it. He hadn't even used real strength. Afraid Wang Wei might actually die, he even called Instructor Sun over to check if the guy was still breathing. He asked with genuine concern, is he all right? He's merely fainted, that's all, go fetch the physician. Hearing that Wang Wei wasn't dead, Lin Xiu volunteered on the spot to carry him away. No need to trouble the physician. I'll carry my fellow student to the Imperial Medical Hall myself. Then, ignoring Instructor Sun's stunned expression, he threw Wang Wei over his shoulder and marched off. Ninger turned to Beijing, puzzled. Why is he being so proactive? Clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Wang Wei, sporting a massive bump on his head, gradually regained consciousness. He asked in a daze, where am I? Copying 73%. Lin Xiu's hand flashed, a thunderous follow-up blow cracked across Wang Wei's skull, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Then he whistled innocently, face the picture of calm. Don't you dare interrupt my USB copying process. The Imperial Medical Hall. After examining the injuries, the Imperial physician declared, the patient is in no danger. One more bandage change this afternoon will suffice. However, this old man will need to call a colleague to assist. Lin Xiu sat in his chair and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your trouble, physician. After the physician left, he picked up the wine jug from the table. Having successfully copied Wang Wei's ability, Lin Xiu couldn't wait to test it. With a single thought, the wine jug vanished into thin air. Then, with another, he pulled it back into existence. Lin Xiu was utterly delighted with this ability. A spatial ability absolutely brilliant. Going out will be so much more convenient from now on. Come to think of it, the copying speed was much faster this time. Could it be that replication efficiency is tied to contact area? While he was chuckling to himself, Song Song walked in carrying a basket and called out in surprise. Young Master Lin. Lin Xiu hastily hid the wine jug behind his back and greeted her with an awkward smile. Miss Song Song. What a coincidence you're at the Imperial Medical Hall too. Miss Bai stared blankly. Haven't I always been at the Imperial Medical Hall? Reading Miss Bai's expression and seeing she knew nothing, the weight on his heart lifted. Good thing Bai Song Song didn't see it, nearly exposed. Then he spoke up, fair point, Miss Song Song, let me lend a hand. Song Song suddenly seemed to snap to attention. She looked at him curiously. Oh right. Young master, I haven't even asked why you came to the Imperial Medical Hall. Lin Xiu replied with a straight face, I brought a fellow student to see Sister Shang, while I'm here. I'd also love to learn from your medical expertise. Perhaps we could start with pulse taking. Song Song agreed without hesitation, happy to help with something so simple. Of course, as long as you're willing to learn, young master, let's move over here then. Seeing Miss Bai agree, he beamed, no problem at all. Song Song began explaining the intricacies of pulse diagnosis in meticulous detail. Pulse readings are categorized into thready, deep, floating, and rapid pulses. Each type presents distinctly different characteristics. Here you may try taking my pulse. Tell me what you feel and I'll explain it in detail for you. He gently placed his fingers on Miss Bai's wrist. Fearing he might lose heart, Song Song even offered gentle encouragement. When you first start learning, you need to practice taking pulses many times. No need to rush. Lin Xiu gazed at Miss Bai with sparkling eyes. Miss Song Song genuinely wants to teach me medicine. Truly moving. Then suddenly he sensed something. Song Song noticed his blank stare and asked in confusion, young master, what's wrong? The system was still displaying a loading notification. Lin Xiu composed himself and replied, no, it's nothing, let's continue. Inside, his thoughts were in complete turmoil. Why had the system lost its signal? Lin Xiu forced himself to calm down. His mind raced, searching for the problem. He thought carefully where exactly had things gone wrong. After a long stretch of contemplation, a bold thought surfaced. I get it now. I always assumed I had some kind of cheat system, which is why I could copy other people's abilities. But in truth, copying is the special ability I awakened. If it's a special ability, then just like any other, it needs continuous awakening to push beyond its limits. Just wait until my second awakening, I'll definitely catch you. And sure enough, just as he'd theorized, the system announced that the skill bar was full and would now expand. He gently released the wrist he'd been holding. Lin Xiu paid no mind to the humanoid chill radiating from behind his back. He thanked Song Song for her teaching efforts. "NKU Miss Song, I now have a rough understanding of pulse reading." Miss Bai caught sight of Ling Yin and jolted in shock. At that very moment, Lin Xiu also sensed something amiss. Wait, this familiar feeling. Wait, hold on, I didn't do anything. Ling Yin turns away, her voice dripping with pouty indignation. I was worried sick that something happened to you, so I came all the way here, and what do I find? You're here flirting with girls. Lin Xiu hurries to chase after her. Ling Yin, hear me out, just let me explain. At this moment, Wang Wei opens his eyes and wakes up. He clutches his throbbing head and mutters, no good, I need to tell the young master right away. This Lin Xiu is no simple character. Why the hell does my neck hurt so much? Meanwhile, Lin Xiu is still rushing to catch up with the pouting Ling Yin. Lin Xiu scrambles after her, desperately trying to explain. Ling Yin, don't misunderstand, I was just learning pulse reading with Miss Song Song. She finally halts her steps. Ling Yin whirls around and demands he swear an oath. Swear it. Lin Xiu doesn't hesitate for a heartbeat, BLTS it out immediately. I swear to the heavens that I share nothing but a pure teacher-student relationship with Miss Song Song. If there is even half a lie in my words, may I be struck by heavenly tribulation and... Stop, I believe you already. Her expression softens instantly as she raises her hand to cover his mouth. Continue, why did you stop? Somehow, it turns out the entire dramatic scene just now was nothing but Lin Xiu's own imagination. He looks at her helplessly. Ling Yin, between us, is there really not even this much trust? His refusal to continue swearing only makes Ling Yin's fury burn hotter. I'll teach you, repeat after me, if there is even half a lie in my words, may I be struck by lightning and die a wretched death. Lin Xiu, a man who clings to life and fears death above all else, how could he possibly swear such an oath? He twists a strand of hair, pouts, puts on a nonchalant face, and finally caves. Fine, I admit it. I just wanted to touch a girl's hand. I have no shame. Ling Yin watches him casually admit it without a shred of remorse, and her rage erupts. She roars at him. You swore you'd keep yourself chaste and pure. You broke your word. Lin Xiu, I understand you less and less. Before, you went around telling everyone about the engagement with my sister. Now you're flirting left and right, even asking me if the engagement can be annulled. What exactly do you want? Lin Xiu replies with practiced nonchalance, the reckless words of a foolish youth. Don't take them to heart. Ling Yin's eyes widen in shock. Wait, don't tell me you already have someone you like. Her bullet-like gaze pins him in place. He's too scared to meet her eyes but still forces out the tangled mess in his heart. Yes, 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 I have someone in my heart already. I'll only marry her. His words send Lingyan into a frenzy of speculation about who snatched her sister's fiancé away. Come to think of it, I know you've been frequenting the Pear Blossom Garden lately. Don't tell me you've fallen for some opera performer there. Lin Xiu's eyes go wide. He doesn't deny Ith owns it outright. Perfect, perfect, perfect. She even picked the target for Mito refuse would be to waste such a thoughtful suggestion, wouldn't it? That said, Lingyan knowing my every move like the back of her hand is honestly a bit unsettling. Lingyan finds this utterly baffling. An opera performer, how could she possibly compare to my sister? Lin Xiu puts on a face that says, you wouldn't understand, you've never played this game. You don't understand love. When you truly love someone, they're the only person in your eyes. Forget your sister Revan, a celestial fairy would pale in comparison before her. But her next words strike him like a boulder to the skull, leaving him completely dazed. If you have someone in your heart, then why did you go touching that female imperial physician's hand? If you have someone in your heart, then what were you doing carrying on with Zhu Ninger at the Institute of Special Arts? Things have even escalated to outright brawling, but Lin Xiu refuses to back down and doubles down. Can I just say I like all three of them? Lingyan stares at him with undisguised contempt. You're not about to tell me you like every beautiful woman in existence, are you? Lin Xiu unfurls like silk in the wind, shameless beyond measure. I merely wish to give every beautiful girl a warm home. What's wrong with that? But Lingyan doesn't buy a single word. She has absolute, unwavering faith in her sister's beauty and talent. Someone like Lin Xiu, there's no way he wouldn't fall for her. I almost fell for your tricks. Someone like you couldn't possibly not be smitten. My sister clearly just wanted some freedom before the wedding, and now her fiancé has turned into a philanderer. Lin Xiu stammers in protest, I'm not. I didn't do anything, stop making things up. Lingyan walks shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xiu and warns him, in any case, I'll never believe you. And if I catch you flirting with anyone, don't expect any mercy. Wang Wei, who had long since regained consciousness, has heard every last word of their conversation. He rubs his aching neck and curses inwardly. Lin Xiu hits way too damn hard. Fine. Punch me in the head, but why the hell did he chop me in the neck too? Then he slowly makes his way to the waiting carriage. Wang Wei clasps his fists respectfully and calls out to the person inside the carriage. Young master, how did it go? Fear and unease flicker through his eyes as he answers with extreme caution. There was a chance to cripple him, but my luck wasn't good enough. The person inside shows no surprise at the explanation. Once is bad luck, twice is bad luck, but it can't always be bad luck every single time. It seems I've underestimated him. In Lin Xiu's room, a clear melodious tune rings through the air. He soaks leisurely in a bathtub. Gentle, lingering notes drift upward, filling the room with an atmosphere of utter relaxation. While bathing, he tests Wang Wei's compatibility once more. Watching the objects hovering above his palm, he feels deeply satisfied. The spatial special ability may have no combat use, but for stashing a bit of silver it's incredibly convenient. Hand movement, true chi empowerment, limitless sword forging. When the time comes, I can try unlocking that skill. Even if it can't win a fight. It's solid for self-defense. Speaking of self-defense, son Dolly nearly died protecting me last time. For safety's sake, I need to enhance his power too. But from now on, I need to be even more careful when copying special abilities. If my future sister-in-law catches me, it's all over. Once I dreamed of riding a sword across the endless sky. Who knew I'd marry too early and even have kids? Once I dreamed of galloping through endless fields of flowers. Who knew I'd end up with such a stubborn sister-in-law? Son Dolly carries a wooden box in his arms. Old son asks in confusion, young master, where are we taking all this money? Lin Xiu doesn't answer. He raises his hands to his eyes, scanning the surroundings. You'll know soon enough, don't bother me. Scan mode activated. Young master, where are we hauling all this money to? His eyes lock onto a target. Found it. Old son gazes at the imposing martial arts hall before them and can't help but exclaim. This martial arts hall is truly magnificent. Lin Xiu reads the sign hanging from the wooden frame. Earth tier martial artist, personal chi infusion guidance, 100 taels per session. No haggling. Martial technique instruction, 100 taels per month, 1000 taels per year. Distant gaze reading, 100 taels per session. Old son has never seen such an expensive place. 100 taels for one session, that's daylight robbery. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, isn't the least bit surprised. Indeed, no matter the era, true expertise is always the rarest and most valuable commodity. The two step into the martial arts hall. The moment they enter, they hear thunderous shouts, rows of men throw punches and circulate their chi. One man shatters a thick wooden stake clean in half with a single kick. Lin Xiu observes the practitioners and remarks to himself, looking at these people, it's no wonder they say an earth-tier martial artist's combat power rivals that of a 5 times awakened ability user. While the two survey their surroundings, a man approaches and asks what brings them here. Lin Xiu doesn't beat around the bush. He states his purpose directly. We've come to request the Hall Master's Qi infusion guidance. We're aware of the prices and rules. Silver is right here. The man doesn't say much more. He turns and gestures for them to follow. In that case, follow me. Inside the room, a tiger of fearsome majesty appears before them. Its eyes flash with a sharp, savage gleam as it fixes its stare on them. Both men tremble like leaves under that predatory gaze. The man explains calmly, this is our hall master's pet. As long as you don't provoke it, it won't harm anyone on its own. Lin Xiu has never seen anyone keep a tiger as a pet. He freezes on the spot, staring at the man in utter disbelief. You call that a pet? The man bows respectfully and addresses Chen Xing, Master. These two have come seeking Qi infusion guidance. But Chen Xing dismisses them without a second glance. Don't bother me, Who is sick, I'm not in the mood for business. Knowing there's no changing the old man's mind, the man turns back and says, you heard him come back another day. Who, where did they? But when he turns around, Lin Xiu's figure has already vanished. Only old Sun remains, standing there clutching the money. No one knows when he moved, but Lin Xiu has already walked over and crouched down right in front of Ahu. At that moment, a voice echoes in Lin Xiu's mind through his beast language special ability. It belongs to Ahu, my throat. This damn bone is killing me. After learning the source of its discomfort, Lin Xiu declares with certainty to Chen Xing, I can cure this tiger. Chen Xing asks in astonishment, really? He replies, really. Lin Xiu can't exactly tell them he understands beast language. Keeping a straight face, he improvises. Based on my many years of veterinary experience, this tiger has a bone lodged in its throat. Open its mouth and pull the bone out, that's all it takes. Old Sun peeks his head out. Confused, he thinks, since when does the young master have veterinary experience? Hearing that the tiger has a bone stuck in its throat, Chen Xing hurriedly pries its mouth open. Don't panic, Ahu, this old man will get that thing out of your throat. There really is a small bone lodged in there. Watching the man shove his entire body inside Ahu's mouth, Lin Xiu stares, utterly speechless. After a bout of rummaging, Chen Xing finally extracts a bone as large as a tea brick from the tiger's throat. Overcome with gratitude that the source of Ahu's suffering has been removed, he slaps Lin Xiu's shoulder again and again. Many thanks, young brother. I'd been fretting all morning, not knowing what was wrong with Ahu. Lucky you figured out the cause. You two are here for Qi channeling, right? Come, we can begin right away. Lin Xiu glances at the man's drool-drenched hands, his annoyance burning but his lips sealed. Don't use this as an excuse to wipe your drool on me. Lin Xiu has no intention of taking advantage of the man's goodwill either. He signals Old Sun to bring the wooden chest of silver. This is wonderful, just a small token of our appreciation. But Chen Xing refuses. What silver? Keep it. Until you've successfully channeled Qi, I won't take a single coin from you. Upon hearing this, both Old Sun and Lin Xiu speak up in unison. That's too kind of you, his mouth says, but in his heart he's secretly overjoyed. This beast language special ability just saved him at least several hundred taels of silver. Both of them think of Haydang, and a sly grin spreads across their faces. Once Miss Haydang redeems her freedom, we'll drag her along and open a veterinary clinic together. Won't that rake in a fortune? Seeing Old Sun still standing there in a daze, Lin Xiu barks impatiently. The shopkeeper has already given his word. What are you still standing there for? Get up there already. Old Sun startles and stammers back. Young master, the Qi channeling is for me. Lin Xiu kicks him square in the backside. If you don't go up, am I supposed to? Are you my bodyguard or am I yours? Old Sun endures the kick without complaint. Right away, thank you, young master. After that, Chen Xing seizes Old Sun's wrist and channels true Qi into his body. Boom! Old Sun's clothes instantly explode into shreds. Xianxia can hardly believe a Old Sun succeeds in channeling qi into his body on the very first attempt. One try and it's done. The moment Old Sun has a trace of qi flowing through him, he immediately starts showing off. Young master, look, I feel absolutely brimming with power right now. Xianxia can't help but feel a twinge of envy. What a pity, if this brother had started 20 years earlier, his strength might very well surpass mine. Linziu thinks sourly, envious of this kind of talent. After witnessing Old Sun succeed in a single attempt, Xianxia turns his attention to Linziu, eager to help him give it a try as well. Young brother, your character is quite admirable. Would you like to try as well? Since it costs nothing, Linziu naturally doesn't refuse. Linziu grins, his eyes crinkling. Then I'll have to trouble you, shopkeeper. If anything happens to Ahu down the road, feel free to come find me. A free deal, who wouldn't jump at it? Xianxia is delighted to hear this. He laughs heartily. Come, come, with words like those, if you don't enter the door today, don't even think about going home. Moments later, Linziu, burning with determination, also successfully channels qi into his body. A young man spots Xianxia looking utterly withered in his chair and rushes over with concern. Master, what happened to you? Xianxia waves him off weakly. Don't even get me started. 20 times, a full 20 attempts. Do you have any idea what this old man went through in that 1 hour? It nearly drained me dry. Early morning, a crisp breeze drifts through the air, carrying a few fallen leaves in its wake. Linziu stands in a horse stance beneath a tree. Suddenly, his eyes snap open and he throws a punch infused with true qi forward. Linziu is thoroughly satisfied with the power behind his strike. It may lack the thunderous boom that Lingyan's punches produce, but it's still nothing to scoff at. Once I cultivate to the highest realm-splitting mountains, cleaving clouds, severing rivers with a single finger, Lingyan won't stand a chance against me. Imaging her stomped beneath his feet, he bursts into wild, gleeful laughter. Without him noticing, a figure has appeared behind him. It is Lingyan. Seeing him cackle so obnoxiously, she immediately knows he's scheming something wicked. What kind of filthy thoughts is this guy cooking up now? She cuts his maniacal laughter short. What are you daydreaming about? Come with me now. Hearing her voice, Linziu startles and asks in surprise. Lingyan, what are you doing here? Isn't today supposed to be a cultivation day? Lingyan explains the reason for her visit. You've made enormous progress recently. Cultivating once every 3 days barely does anything for you anymore. Follow me, I'm taking you somewhere else. Linziu, however, suspects she has no good intentions. He eyes her with suspicion. Lingyan being this proactive, I've got a bad feeling about this. The two make their way to the Celestial Academy. Spotting the sign above the entrance, Linziu exclaims in shock, the Celestial Academy. The Celestial Academy only houses 10 prodigies, every single one a genius among geniuses. A mere student from the Imperial Academy like me can't possibly get in, right? Hearing his question, she openly sneers at him. Genius, my sister is a true genius. Relax, I've already gotten permission from the Academy head, you're in. The two step inside the Celestial Academy. The instant Linziu enters, the bone-chilling cold nearly freezes him to death. His teeth chattering, he stammers, this place is absolutely freezing. Do you really cultivate here every day? Seeing him dawdle, she loses her patience. Why so much yapping? Get inside already. With that, she walks into a room with a massive block of ice at its center, penguins stationed all around it. We cultivate here. Linziu stares at her in disbelief. Here, a thin layer of frost has already formed across Linziu's body. His nose is running, but the mucus freezes solid before it can even drip. Linziu wails, Lingyan, if you want to beat me to death, just say so. There's no need to freeze me to death on this slab. Lingyan stares at him, completely clueless. She thinks he's spouting nonsense again and fires back. Who said anything about freezing you to death? Sit beside the bed and cultivate with me. Only then does Linziu let out a huge sigh of relief. Why didn't you just say so from the start? Eyeing the icy surface, he hesitates. If I sit directly on this thing, it's not actually going to freeze my butt off, is it? While his mind wanders, the penguins nearby keep staring at him without blinking. My sister-in-law looks perfectly comfortable lying on that bed, and the penguin next to it probably isn't too cold either, right? Shouldn't be all that bad. But the instant he sits down, he can't endure it and lets out a blood-curdling scream. So cold, so cold. Lingyan watches him shiver until his whole body goes numb, thoroughly pleased with herself. I refuse to believe that after this, you'll still have the energy to go chasing skirts. Lin Xiu grits his teeth and curses himself for his carelessness. A mere mystic ice bed's residual chill is enough to drain him dry. But the relentless stream of cold qi flooding into his body finally breaks him, and he begs for mercy. Lingyan, can you let me rest for a bit? Lingyan's expression doesn't waver, she dismisses him without a second thought. Rest? What rest? Which is more important, your strength or your comfort? All Lin Xiu can do is stare at her with tear-filled eyes, not daring to utter another word. A few days later, Ninger runs into Lin Xiu on the street and invites him to go admire the lake. Would young Master Lin care to take a boat out on the lake? After days of being wrung out, Lin Xiu has no energy left for leisure. I can't go, my body isn't feeling well today. As he passes the Imperial Medical Academy, Song Song spots him and calls out to invite him as well. Young Master Lin, would you like to come in and discuss medicine? Lin Xiu is utterly spent, he can only decline. I can't go, I'm far too exhausted. Even at the songstress pavilion, a girl inside calls out to him, Young Master Lin, won't you come listen to some singing? But by now his spirit is willing and his body is utterly broken. All he can do is refuse. Miss, there's no need to tempt me. I harbor no such worldly desires. Hidden in a corner where no one can see, Lin Xiu weeps, tears streaming down his face. He lets out a bitter lament. I'm so tired. When will this life of torment ever end? It used to be once every 3 days. Now it's 3 times a day. Even those who have endured 99 punishments would weep at this sight, and not a few would want to chop a chicken's head and swear brotherhood with me out of pity. After a long, dragging walk, Lin Xiu finally makes it back to his room. He tosses the sound special ability training manual onto the bed and collapses. These past few days, Lingyan has tormented him without mercy, leaving him with not even a moment to deliver the sound special ability training manual to Tei. After enduring Lingyan's demonic training regimen, I'm just a hair's breadth away from undergoing another awakening. Just as he's resting, Sun Dali's voice drifts in from outside. Young Master, the second miss is here to see you. Lin Xiu springs up like a coiled spring. She wants to continue again today. No matter, for the sake of strength, for the freedom to ride wherever I please. Lingyan, torment me all you want. He arrives at the courtyard, her radiant, joyful expression greeting him as she announces, What? You're leaving? Lingyan turns away, answering with a hint of reluctance. Yes, my mother wants to return home to visit relatives. I have to go with her. I'll be away from the imperial capital for some time. You've already hit your bottleneck anyway. You won't need to train these next few days. The moment Lin Xiu hears he's been given reprieve, he cheers like a child. Seeing him so thrilled at her departure, Lingyan's brow furrows, her voice turns cold. Once I return, I should be able to help you trigger another awakening. I'm about to leave, and you're this happy about it. Lin Xiu averts his gaze, not daring to look her in the eye. He blurts out hastily, No. I was just thinking of something funny, afraid you'd go off and provoke some innocent girl again. Lingyan warns him with a fierce glare. While I'm gone, you are not to go out flirting and chasing skirts. He grins with squinted eyes, pretending to be obedient. Don't worry, Lingyan, I'll be a good boy and stay home. Inside his head, he's already celebrating. Yeah, right, freedom at last in the city. Tei stands by the window, gazing out at the river of people flowing past below. A pang of disappointment rises in her heart. Lin Xiu still hasn't come. That young master hasn't visited to hear her sing in days. The noble sons of the imperial capital are all ficklethly fancy a songstress one day, then chase after the butterfly gown girls the next. Perhaps he's already forgotten about her. Just as she's wallowing in her melancholy, Lin Xiu suddenly bursts through the door, nearly scaring her out of her wits. Miss Tei, look what gift I've brought you. Hearing his voice, she is equal parts bewildered and overjoyed. Young Master Lin Xiu holds up a book like a child showing off a treasure. Take a look. This book contains detailed descriptions of the sound special ability, along with musical scores recorded for the purpose of enhancing cultivation. You can look through it first, then copy it out for yourself. The moment she sees the book in his hands, she is overcome with emotion. A tear slips from the corner of her eye. This is far too precious. How can Tei ever repay you? Seeing her tears, Lin Xiu steps closer and gently brushes the drops from her face. Miss Tei's singing has helped me relieve so much pressure and loneliness. That alone is the best repayment I could ask for. Such an intimate gesture leaves her blushing with embarrassment. Young Master has helped me so much, yet I don't even know your full name. He flops down into a chair and without the slightest reservation, reveals his name. My name is Lin Xiu. The moment Tei hears his name, she gasps in shock. Lin Xiu? Could it be the Lin Xiu who has a marriage engagement with the eldest miss of the Zhao family? Lin Xiu didn't expect her to know about this, even she's heard the gossip. Tei stares at him as if looking at a fool. Of course I know that young miss is a child blessed by heaven. Her very future is tied to the fate of the great Xia Empire. I've always been curious what kind of man could ever win her hand. She never expected Lin Xiu to answer so casually, as if it were all a joke. Well, now that you've met Himdo, you think I'm not worthy of her. Tei quickly protests, no, young master is so talented, what woman in the world could you possibly be unworthy of? You and Miss Zhao are a perfect matcha couple blessed by heaven itself. Reading the look on Tei's face, Lin Xiu, possessing the uncanny intuition of a born romantic, instantly deduces that this songstress might just have feelings for him. Visions of their closeness flash through his mind. But at that exact moment, an image of Ling Yin appearing like a wrathful shrew crashes into his thoughts, scaring his soul half out of his body. Tei notices his blank stare and gently calls out, "Young Master Lin." He snaps back to his senses, shaking his head. It's nothing. Just lost in thought for a moment. Watching the pair of lovebirds gazing at each other, Lin Xiu murmurs under his breath, Tei is simple enough. But escaping Ling Yin without getting my legs broken is the hard part. Better to let things develop slowly. Once I've dissolved the Zhao family engagement, I'll definitely make Tei mine. Scene change, instructor Sun claps a hand onto Lin Xiu's shoulder. The instructor regards him with an interested gleam in his eye. You've successfully channeled your chi. Lin Xiu scratches his head and gives a vague answer. A friend who runs a martial arts hall helped me out. Instructor Sun doesn't press further. Not bad. Now that you've successfully channeled chi, the curriculum will need to be adjusted going forward. Practice daily, guide your true chi to condense at whatever point on your body you choose. You can also pick a weapon that suits your hand and try coating it with true chi. With that, Lin Xiu immediately draws a sword from its sheath. He follows the instructor's guidance, channeling true chi to envelop the blade. Suddenly, Ninger's voluptuous figure fills his entire field of vision. Lin Xiu, she says softly, lifting her gaze to meet his, take a look at me. Ninger sweeps her hair behind her ear with a graceful flick, smiling sweetly. My 18th birthday is in a few days. I'll be hosting a banquet at my family's estate. Surely you won't turn me down this time, will you? Lin Xiu smiles brightly and replies, I've truly been far too busy these past days. Turning you down was never my intention. For Miss Ninger's birthday, I absolutely won't break my promise. Rest assured, I'll make sure to give you a gift so grand you'll remember it for the rest of your life. He turns to look at Ninger as she settles down beside him. Oh, that's right, has Wang Wei been bothering you these past few days? She clasps her fingers together, putting on an adorably pouty act. Don't even mention it, you had me worried sick about you. Lin Xiu keeps his cheerful expression. What's there to worry about? Didn't I already win? But her next words make him freeze. Although now that I think about it, it's strange. Before, Wang Wei was always hovering around Qinwan. So why would he suddenly stake a bet with you over me this time? This left Lin Xiu feeling puzzled. His eyes narrowed as his gaze swept over Qinwan. Beijing appeared out of nowhere, approaching Lin Xiu from behind. He eyed the invitation card in Lin Xiu's hand and asked curiously, is that an invitation to Miss Ninger's birthday? Lin Xiu smiled faintly. Nothing escapes Brother Li's notice. Beijing grinned and nudged Lin Xiu's shoulder. Brother Lin's methods are truly formidable. This one is in awe. Lin Xiu glanced at him with an amused expression and asked, what's so formidable about it? Don't tell me she didn't give you one. While the other wasn't paying attention, Lin Xiu activated his spatial ability, and the invitation card in his hand gradually vanished. Beijing straightened up and explained with utmost seriousness. It's the birthday of the precious jewel of the Duke of Zhu's manor. How could just anyone attend? Among so many people in the Zhu martial circle, you're the only one who got an invitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu pointed at Wang Wei across the way, who was swinging his sword like a robot. Wang Wei doesn't have one either. Beijing pondered for a moment and replied, his father, the Marquis of Guang'an, holds a third-rank marquis title. By all rights, he should receive an invitation. But after losing that bet to you last time, even if Miss Ninger sent him one, would he have the face to accept it? His words drifted over to Wang Wei's ears, putting him in a foul mood. Can't you keep your voices down when you're talking about other people? I heard every single word. By now the sun had climbed to its zenith, and class had come to an end. Beijing invited Lin Xiu to grab a meal. classes were finally over. Brother Lin, feel like getting something to eat. He agreed right away. Starving, exhausted too, let's go go go. The two walked side by side toward the dining hall. Suddenly, Lin Xiu noticed that a short distance away, Wang Wei was heading somewhere. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Beijing gave him a light nudge. What are you spacing out for? Lin Xiu widened his innocent eyes and looked at Beijing thoughtfully. I was just thinking, eating at Jiu Tower all the time gets boring. How about we try Xianxia Tower for a change? But that tavern gave him some pause. Any other tavern is fine, but you'd better stay away from Xianxia Tower, Brother Lin. Lin Xiu didn't understand and asked why. Beijing walked ahead, explaining in a low voice. Xianxia Tower is an establishment under the Marquis of Yangping's manor. The Marquis of Yangping personally visited the Zhao family several times, hoping to arrange a marriage between Zhao Lingjun and his own son, but was turned away each time with the excuse that she was already betrothed. The Marquis of Yangping wields considerable power. The Marquis of Guang'an, the Viscount of Zhangyang, the Viscount of Chengyi. Along with Dong Qingling and Dong Shengyi, they're all his subordinates. With that kind of backing, even if the headwaiter of Xianxia Tower welcomed you with open arms, would you dare eat there? A silence fell between the two. Amid the crowd, Quanzi strolled out of a tavern, a toothpick dangling from his lips as he muttered. The food at these ordinary restaurants can't hold a candle to Xianxia Tower. Too bad that last incident ruined everything, can't show my face there again. Lin Xiu blocked his path and called out a greeting. Quanzi spotted him and froze. Lin Xiu beamed like a flower in bloom and said, "We meet again." Quanzi was so terrified that he flailed about in a panic. "Why, what do you want? I haven't provoked you lately." Lin Xiu waved his hand to calm him. "Relax, I just have a question for you." Quanzi maintained his defensive posture and asked cautiously. "What question?" Lin Xiu didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the point. "I know someone put you up to it last time, just tell me who was behind it. And we're square." Quanzi immediately averted his eyes, determined not to talk. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Lin Xiu stroked his chin and studied him. "I didn't take you for the loyal type." Sensing danger, Quanzi couldn't hold back and confessed, "I just eat at Xianxia Tower all the time and got friendly with the headwaiter. When you helped Jiu Tower make artificial ice and stole their customers, I couldn't stand it and wanted to teach you a lesson, that's all." Lin Xiu, hearing this, nodded slightly as if he understood. "If you acted alone, then don't blame me for what comes next." Quanzi was bewildered. "What do you mean?" Lin Xiu flashed an evil, menacing grin that sent chills down his spine. "As it happens, His Majesty has summoned me to the palace tomorrow to make artificial ice. I'm thinking about breaking 3 of my own ribs and telling the people in the palace. You knew full well I was entering the palace. Yet you deliberately beat me half to death." Quanzi never expected Lin Xiu to stoop this low. He stood there in shock, staring at Lin Xiu in utter disbelief. Seeing Quanzi about to wet himself from fear, Lin Xiu grew even more excited. "You'd better start settling your affairs, enjoy one last good meal." The little runt was utterly terrified. He wailed in panic, "You're way too shameless." Lin Xiu pretended to turn away, his expression utterly indifferent. "Dog is cheap. Don't forget to say goodbye to your loved ones." Finally, Quanzi couldn't take it anymore and grabbed Lin Xiu. For the sake of his wretched little life, he spilled the name of the mastermind. "Fine, actually it was Xuanyang, the eldest young master of the Marquis of Yangping's manor, who told me to do it. Every debt has its debtor, go find him. It's got nothing to do with me." The Duke of Zhu's manor bustled with activity as guests streamed through the gates. The steward stood at the entrance, announcing each gift in a booming voice. "Young Master Wei He of the Marquis of Yangchun's manor presents a pair of jade ruyi scepters. Young Master Chen Yun of the Marquis of Julu's manor presents a jade pipa. Miss Chen Bebe of the Duke of Chen's manor presents 10,000 taels of silver." When it came to Lin Xiu's turn, the steward looked puzzled and asked, "Young Master, where is your gift?" Lin Xiu smiled and explained to the steward, "My gift is rather special. I'll present it to Miss Ninger personally in a moment." The steward didn't press further and stepped aside to let Lin Xiu through. Young Master Lin Xiu of the Earl of Pingan's manor, welcome. Upon entering the manor, what greeted his eyes was a cluster of young nobles surrounding a young woman. It was Ninger. Tonight she looked absolutely radiant in a golden cloudweave gown. It seemed the young nobles had been flattering her quite successfully. Sensing a gaze upon her, she turned to look into the distance. The moment she spotted him, she walked over to greet him. "Young Master Lin, won't you spare a word of praise for my look tonight?" Lin Xiu didn't hold back his compliments. Miss Ninger is even more beautiful tonight than ever before. Ninger received the compliment with a bashful expression. You flatter me, young master. At that moment, Wen Yuan walked over and asked curiously, Ninger, who is this gentleman? I don't recall meeting him before. How come I've never seen him around? Ninger promptly introduced him. This is young master Lin Xiu from the Earl of Pingan's Manor. He's a good friend of mine. Upon hearing his relatively lowly status, both Wen Yuan and xianxia immediately dismissed him from the list of rivals. So he's just the son of a third-rank earl, nothing to worry about. But then xianxia recalled something and his eyes widened. Wait, the son of the Earl of Pingan. Everyone turned to stare at Lin Xiu with venomous gazes. He's Zhao Lingzhen's betrothed. Lin Xiu, subjected to all those devouring stares, felt somewhat uneasy. Those familiar gazes of jealousy. Ninger, as if oblivious to their expressions, broke the tense silence. Young Master Lin, allow me to introduce everyone. This is the second young master of the Duke of Wei's Manor, Wei Wenyuan, and this is the eldest young master of the Duke of Qi's Manor, Ji Qingxiu. Lin Xiu hears this and merely sneers inwardly. Just a bunch of common fish in a pond. This one is Yang Xuan, the eldest young master of the Yongping Marquis Manor. Among the school of fish, in Lin Xiu's eyes, Yang Xuan is a single fish radiating blinding golden light. This one must be a slightly higher grade catch. He strolls over and offers a greeting, Brother Yang. Your reputation precedes you. Yang Xuan responds with impeccable courtesy. We are all friends of Miss Ninger. I'm sure we'll be seeing much more of each other. Fan Tiu butts in at this moment, hoisting a jeweled box to show off. Ninger, look. This is a bright moon pearl I had someone bring all the way from the western regions. My birthday gift to you. Wen Yuan immediately shoves him aside and presents his own gift with a flourish. Ninger, look at the gift I've prepared for you. Her eyes fall on the lustrous, sparkling jade nestled inside the box, and she can't help but gasp aloud. An origin essence crystal. The others never imagined he would prepare such a rare treasure. That is likely an origin essence crystal from a 5th-level exotic beast. Heavens, with this origin essence crystal, Miss Ninger's chances of advancing her awakening will increase by at least 10%. The low-grade origin essence crystals I used before could only accelerate cultivation speed. A high-grade one can directly raise the probability of a successful awakening. Lin Xiu eyes the treasure, practically drooling with envy. This truly is a priceless gem. Money alone cannot buy it. These brothers spare no expense to win over the woman of their dreams. Wen Yuan, eager to one-up him, turns to Lin Xiu and asks about his gift for Ninger. I wonder what gift has the young master of the Pingan Earl's Manor prepared for Miss Ninger. I noticed you walked in empty-handed. Surely you didn't come completely unprepared. Fan Tiu chimes in as well. That would be rather unseemly, wouldn't it? Ninger glances at Lin Xiu with tender eyes and speaks up to rescue him. Young Master Lin's gift was delivered to me several days ago. I liked it very much. Lin Xiu shows not the slightest hint of panic. He calmly slips his hand into his sleeve. As a matter of fact, tonight I've prepared a very special gift for Miss Ninger. From within his sleeve, he produces a slender wooden tube. Ninger's eyes widen with excitement. There's yet another gift. What gift is it? He doesn't answer. He raises the wooden stick high and a single streak of light rockets into the sky, then bursts with a dull pop. Utterly unremarkable. The entire group freezes, their faces blank, staring up at the sky at the fizzled firework. Wen Yuan nearly bursts out laughing. The grand gift you give Miss Ninger is a single firework. But the instant those words leave his mouth, a barrage of blazing streaks erupts from behind Lin Xiu, rocketing into the heavens. Ninger watches the fireworks bloom across the night sky, her delight overflowing. Her silvery voice rings out, trembling with excitement. Fireworks. Heavens, they're beautiful, so beautiful. Wen Yuan and his cronies look as if they've bitten into sour plums, their faces twisted with jealousy. What's so beautiful about fireworks? They're not even worth a few taels. Exactly 10 taels at the very most. A young lady standing nearby can't help but gush, but they really are beautiful. Fan Tiu is green with jealousy but pretends nonchalance. You women only care about these shallow, frivolous things. The young lady shoots him an annoyed glare. I refuse to argue with you. Meanwhile, Ninger pays them no mind at all. She stares fixedly at the fireworks blooming across the sky and deep within her heart. The seeds of affection for Lin Xiu have begun to sprout. She shyly lowers her gaze and thanks him. Thank you, Brother Lin. This is the most wonderful gift I've received today. Lin Xiu is truly a master of the game. He has countless ways to make a woman's heart flutter. If she hasn't seen much of the world, show her all the beauty life has to offer. If she's already weathered countless hardships, take her to ride a carousel. Chasing a woman requires romance. Simply throwing money around only makes you a fool who treats gold like dirt. At this moment, a flicker of sorrow and regret surfaces in Ninger's eyes. If only you weren't the son of the Pinyin Earl. But the roar of the fireworks drowns out her whisper and Lin Xiu cannot hear clearly. He turns to her. What did you say? Ninger flusters and shakes her head. It's nothing. And so, Lin Xiu's fireworks spectacle continues until nearly midnight before finally coming to an end. Though the hour is late, a great many guests still linger. Ninger has slipped away somewhere. Only Yang Xuan and Lin Xiu remain, standing side by side, the silence between them thick and suffocating. Yang Xuan breaks the silence, offering praise for the gift. Young Master Lin's gift is truly unique and novel. You could clearly see how much Miss Ninger adored it. Knowing full well the man is merely exchanging pleasantries. Lin Xiu's gaze turns ice cold. He doesn't bother with pleasantries and calls him out directly. There's no one else here, you can drop the act. Stung by those words, Yang Xuan stiffens and stares at him. His brow furrows, sizing Lin Xiu up with a probing gaze. Lin Xiu smiles with utter confidence, exposing every scheme the man had set in motion. Yang Xuan's expression doesn't waver as he denies everything. What is young Master Lin talking about? I don't understand a single word. Lin Xiu never expected him to confess. He lets out a soft chuckle, his voice dripping with mockery. If you don't understand, then fine, your scheming isn't half bad, but the pawns you used. Keep at it, I look forward to the next attempt. Yang Xuan scrambles to salvage the situation. Young Master Lin, it seems there has been a misunderstanding between us. Lin Xiu cuts him off. He raises his middle finger, the universal gesture, right in the man's face. I really do enjoy watching you despise me, yet being utterly powerless to do a damn thing about it. With a middle finger shoved straight in his face, Yang Xuan's complexion turns ashen with fury. At that moment, Sun Dali walks over. Young Master, is something wrong? Please tell me I haven't botched the task you assigned me. He asks in a hushed voice. You did well. How's the errand I sent you on? Sun Dali answers promptly. The goods are here, cost a pretty penny though. Humiliated beyond all reason, Yang Xuan is driven to a murderous rage. His face turns glacial, his eyes seething with killing intent as he locks his gaze on Lin Xiu. I had originally planned to let you savor a few more days of peace, but since you're so eager to court death, then I shall oblige you. Back in his room, Lin Xiu picks up the Origin Essence Crystal of inferior grade to Wen Yuan's. 10 Origin Essence Crystals from second-level exotic beasts, 1,000 taels of silver in total. Not cheap at all. He deliberately provoked Yang Xuan tonight. The man will surely lose his composure and strike again. Only raw strength can protect him now. He must begin his second awakening immediately. He clenches the Origin Essence Crystal in his fist and focuses his mind, absorbing its energy. The pure, torrential energy surging through his body is almost too much for Lin Xiu to endure. Sweat beads on his forehead. His stream of true qi grows far denser than normal. Lin Xiu crosses his legs and guides the true qi to circulate throughout his body. Under his control, the river of true qi gradually converges at his dantian. After a long session of energy circulation, Lin Xiu slumps forward, panting heavily, utterly spent. He was so close, just a hair's breadth from success. He gazes at the now dimmed Origin Essence Crystal in his palm. The energy of a single crystal wasn't enough, but thankfully, he still has plenty of ammunition left. The next day, he steps out of his room. At the foot of the steps, Laji lies sprawled out, dreaming of chicken drumsticks. Lin Xiu eyes the beast and calls out to it in beast tongue. Come here, big yellow. Hearing the call, it jolts awake instantly. It glances around, searching for the source of the voice. Who's talking? Is there a second dog in this courtyard? Lin Xiu, seeing that it just called him a dog, grows livid and smacks it across the head. Who are you calling a dog? The organization has a mission for you. Do it well and you'll get chicken drumsticks. The moment Laji hears chicken drumsticks, its eyes light up like twin stars. Chicken drumsticks inside Yang Xuan's manor, an exquisitely crafted teacup rests on a wooden table. A servant approaches and bows respectfully, reporting on the progress of the plan. Young Master, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. He savors a sip of tea before speaking. What did the agent I posted at the Pinyin Earl's manor report? The servant immediately answers without delay. After returning from the banquet at the Zhu Duke's manor, Lin Xiu has not stepped outside his room for 7 consecutive days. Only a single big yellow dog has gone out to scavenge for food. Hearing this, Yang Xuan slams his teacup down on the table. Tea sloshes over the rim, his face darkens as he barks orders at his servants. The servant bows his head low, cold sweat dripping, and answers respectfully, "Yes, master." The scene shifts to Lin Xiu, who sits with his chin propped up in utter boredom, staring vacantly into the distance. Lapcat transforms into a scout, alerting Lin Xiu that someone is watching. "Master, there are people surveilling from the 2nd floor of the tea house outside the mansion. The back door is clear." He slumps in boredom, secretly praying someone comes soon. "If the palace doesn't send someone over, I'm going to die of boredom in this place." Suddenly, someone rushes over in a hurry. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Xiu's eyes light up like stars. He exclaims in excitement. Finally, they're here. The visitor is Song Song. Miss Bai spots him and quickly halts her steps. Song Song asks in a rush, "Brother, is young Master Lin waiting for me?" Lin Xiu curves his eyes into a smile and asks Song Song, "Did the noble consort send you? The exotic beast's illness has relapsed, hasn't it?" Young Master Lin. Miss Bai is stunned by his seemingly divine insight, a mix of shock and confusion on her face. "How did you know?" Lin Xiu answers matter-of-factly, "That spirit beast's illness is a sickness of the heart. How could a single trip outside the palace possibly cure it?" Seeing that he knows everything, Song Song gazes at him with eyes full of admiration. Young Master Lin is truly a thoughtful and perceptive person, though it is merely the illness of a spirit beast. You still put yourself in its place too. Think it through. Song Song feels ashamed that she couldn't compare. Praised like this, Lin Xiu swells with pride. He turns and asks Miss Bai to wait for him a moment. Miss Song Song, I need to pack a few things. Please head back and wait for me at the palace gate." Song Song answers promptly, "Yes." The back door. Lin Xiu glances around like a thief, confirms no one is watching, then bolts out at full speed, his mouth not forgetting to praise Lapcat. Big Bro is truly reliable. The back door is clear. At the front door, Lapcat is extremely curious about how Lin Xiu can understand animal language. Its little head can only come up with one explanation: Lin Xiu is a dog. Has his master also turned into a dog? Otherwise, how else would he know dog language? High above, a figure in black holds a spyglass, observing below. He stares fixedly at Lapcat, unable to suppress his curiosity. "It's been several days, no, hasn't he come out?" At the noble consort's residence, Lin Xiu bows with full propriety. "This humble subject greets your majesty." This humble subject greets the noble consort. Mingzhu cradles Niu Niu in her arms, her voice urgent as she addresses him. "Lin Xiu, hurry and take a look. Is the little one so weak?" Emperor Xia studies him with a probing gaze. "You. No medicine." Lin Xiu doesn't dare say too much. He weaves together a lie on the spot. "Your Majesty, this humble subject knows nothing of medicine. I have merely raised cats and dogs before, so I have a basic understanding of animal behavior." Emperor Xia, for the sake of his beloved consort, spares no expense. He makes a solemn promise: "As long as you can cure the noble consort's pet, I shall reward you handsomely." Mingzhu stands beside him, only able to watch anxiously as Niu Niu withers in her arms. Lin Xiu gently steps forward, intending to take Niu Niu. He makes a request of Mingzhu. "Noble consort, the spirit pet's condition is poor right now. I need a quiet room." The noble consort immediately agrees. "Very well, I shall have one prepared at once." Lin Xiu enters the prepared room. The door closes behind him and he gives Niu Niu a firm smack on the rump. "All right, enough sleeping, wake up." Smacked on the rear, it flies into a rage. Who touched my butt?" Lin Xiu lifted up to face him. "Stop. Looking, it's me." Niu Niu is stunned that he can understand beast language. "You can understand what I'm saying? You even know our language? Could it be that you're also a tiger?" Lin Xiu's eyes go wide when it claims to be of the tiger tribe. "Aren't you a cat?" Being called a cat sends Niu Niu into a frenzy. It tries to claw Lin Xiu to death. "You're the cat, your whole family are cats. This princess's name is Bai Ling of the noble tiger tribe, the tiger tribe. Those wicked people kidnapped me." Lin Xiu is rendered speechless by its outburst. He holds it at arm's length. Watching its saliva fly in all directions, he suddenly feels a twinge of sympathy. Looks like this little one really has been holding in a lot. After ranting for a while, it's so exhausted it can barely breathe. "This anger is going to kill me." Seeing that it has cooled down somewhat, he uses a coaxing tone to comfort it, like soothing a child. All right, I understand your grievances. I'll pass along your message. Niu grins slyly upon hearing this. A cunning gleam flickers in its eyes. You're actually quite reasonable, you know. So can you come play with me often from now on? Lin Xiu accepts its request, but he also sets a condition. If you want me to visit and play with you regularly, that's fine, but you have to listen to me and help me put on a little act. Meanwhile, outside the room, the sound of Niu's constant mewing echoes from within. Emperor Xia wraps an arm around Mingzhu's shoulder and gently reassures her, don't worry too much. At that moment, the room door finally swings open. Mingzhu calls out urgently for her little darling. The noble consort can barely contain herself, desperate to check on Niu. Lin Xiu, how is the little one? Lin Xiu holds the feebly limp Niu in his hands. He carefully looks at Mingzhu and asks, may I ask? Noble consort, what does the spirit pet normally eat? The noble consort's maid answers immediately, only the freshest cuts of fish. The spirit pet's meals, we servants dare not be the least bit careless. After hearing the maid's reply, Lin Xiu displays a look of understanding laced with helplessness. This is precisely the crux of the problem. Mingzhu hears this and is deeply puzzled. Could it be that this cat shouldn't be eating fish? Lin Xiu doesn't conceal Niu's true identity. He reports honestly. Your Highness, though the spirit pet may look like a cat, it is in fact a tiger. It likely does not enjoy eating fish. Imagine eating the same food day after day. No one could endure that. On the surface, Niu continues its act of frailty, but inside its mouth is already wide open, cursing up a storm. Mingzhu isn't the least bit frightened. Instead, she grows even more worried. Then what should we feed the little one? Lin Xiu quickly offers a nutritious menu. Chicken, beef, anything works. Add a proper amount of vegetables. Ideally, the meals should be varied. Mingzhu immediately orders the maids to get to work. Quick, follow what Lin Xiu said and bring the food. With Lin Xiu's help, Niu happily buries its face into a bowl of meat. Noble consort. Seeing it finally willing to eat, Mingzhu is overjoyed. Wonderful, the little one is finally eating again. Have you truly not considered staying by my side? Lin Xiu freezes, staring at Mingzhu. He groans inwardly. The noble consort is still hung up on this. Emperor Xia kindly steps in to rescue him. That won't do. The noble consort may want anyone she pleases, but Lin Xiu is off limits. How about this? I'll grant him a token that allows him to enter the palace every other day to tend to the spirit pet. With Emperor Xia's word, Mingzhu no longer presses Lin Xiu. Very well, as long as the little one eats, it won't fall ill again, right? The spirit pet refusing to eat and drink. Looking at Niu nuzzling contentedly in Mingzhu's arms, he speaks softly. The food issue is only part of it. As for the root cause of the illness, I already mentioned it to your highness before. The noble consort suddenly pauses. The noble consort tells Lin Xiu mournfully, after that, I even had Ling Ling take it outside the palace frequently, but it still had no effect. Hearing this, Lin Xiu offers a hypothesis. Perhaps it is because the noble consort is the spirit pet's true master. If your highness personally takes it outside the palace, the result may be entirely different. An attendant realizes Lin Xiu is trying to get the noble consort to leave the palace and flies into a rage. Preposterous. The noble consort's person is worth 1,000 in gold. If anything were to happen, who could bear the responsibility? Seeing the attendant's fury, Lin Xiu hastily bows deeply to show his remorse. It was this humble subject's lack of foresight, a slip of the tongue. I humbly beg your majesty and your highness to mete out punishment. But Mingzhu actually takes a liking to his idea. The noble consort makes her request to Emperor Xia. He's not wrong. His concubine wishes to leave the palace. He smiles dotingly and agrees. Lin Xiu thought he was about to lose his head. To his surprise, Emperor Xia agreed far too quickly. He turns around and issues instructions to the figure standing behind him. Zhu Jin, lead a contingent to escort and protect the noble consort. Work in silencito, not let those old conservative court officials learn of the consort's departure from the palace, lest they come hounding this emperor with their endless complaints. Zhu Jin immediately accepts the order and obeys. Lin Xiu smiles on the surface, but inwardly he's roasting without pause. Who would have thought a sovereign of an entire nation would be this terrified of his own wife? He quickly takes his leave, saying he needs to prepare. Your ladyship, this subject requests permission to return to the manor to make preparations. Let us meet in half an hour in front of Jiyu Tower. What do you think? Mingzhu permits him, saying, go on, this consort also needs to change her attire. Laji is still sitting guard at the entrance, watching the bustling traffic of people passing by on the street. Lin Xiu gently cracks open the door and calls for it. Big Yellow, are they still out there? Laji barks twice in response. Hearing that the watchers are still lurking outside, he breaks into a savage grin and strolls out of the manor with utmost leisure. The spy startles at his appearance. He yanks the man beside him and hisses, quick, go report to Yang Xuan. He's out, he's finally come out, hurry, report to the young master. The moment he sees Mingzhu, he instinctively moves to bow. The noble consort immediately waves him off. Call me madam. You weren't wrong, ever since this one brought the little one out of the palace, it's immediately become more spirited. Niu Nu winks at Lin Xiu, then asks in an utterly haughty beast tongue, so. Well, he gives it an approving look, not bad at all. Once outside, Mingzhu looks a little lost and asks Lin Xiu, what should we do now? He raises a finger and suggests going shopping. The spirit beast has been cooped up in the palace far too long. Frustration has been festering inside it. Madam could take it for a stroll through the streets for an hour. Think of it as a casual outing. The consort asks him with wide-eyed innocence, shopping, I've never tried it before, how do I do it? Seeing Mingzhu is clueless. Lin Xiu explains in the simplest terms, shopping means wandering freely through the streets of the capital. Look at whatever catches your eye. Buy whatever takes your fancy. The consort's eyes widen. Let me try. Just then her gaze lands on an exquisitely crafted butterfly hairpin. Mingzhu picks up the hairpin. The more she looks at it, the more she adores it. She can't let go. I've never seen jewelry like these before. Ever. The merchant pipes up eagerly, all the latest designs, ma'am. If madam likes them, feel free to try them on. Mingzhu pins the hairpin into her hair. This hairpin truly matches the noble consort's outfit today, doesn't it? Seeing how well it suits her, the consort's eyes sparkle like stars. I want this one. Chu Jin stands behind, watching the consort laugh so happily. His disdain for Lin Xiu softens a fraction. Her ladyship hasn't been this happy in ages. This young man from the Ping'an Earl's household may be crude, but he accidentally stumbled into doing something good. After that, Mingzhu gets swept up in a whirlwind of shopping. Whatever catches the consort's eye, she buys. I want this one too. And this one as well. Take everything here. Watching the consort grab anything and everything, Lin Xiu is rendered momentarily speechless. The air of a true tycoon. A few hours later, Chu Jin can barely endure it any longer, his arms piled high with boxes upon boxes. He suggests they go eat. Madam, it's already noon. I've heard the cuisine at Jiyu Tower is quite fine. Would you care to dine there? Mingzhu sees it's nearly noon and replies, you decide. At this, Lin Xiu cuts in. Wait, thy subject has heard there's a small eatery nearby that serves excellent Jiangnan cuisine. Would madam like to give it a try? Hearing this, Mingzhu looks at him curiously. Jiangnan cuisine. After a moment of thought, Mingzhu decides to go where he suggested. Very well, let's go to the restaurant you mentioned. Chu Jin doesn't quite approve, the consort going to a place like that. Madam, the patrons at that kind of eatery are all manner of rough characters. I'm afraid, Mingzhu cuts him off. No one else knows my identity. We're simply ordinary people out for a meal. Jiangnan cuisine dishes steeped in the flavors of Jiangnan's rivers and waterways are laid out across the table. Salted duck, crystal oyster sauce. Every dish looks exquisite and mouth-watering. Horseshoe cakes, assorted fruit preserves. Mingzhu savors every bite, deeply satisfied. This flavor. The consort's voice carries a tinge of sorrow and longing. In the palace, although we do have chefs from Jiangnan, by the time the dishes are served, they've already gone cold. It's been so long since I've tasted the flavors of my homeland. Seeing Mingzhu grow melancholy, Lin Xiu quickly speaks up. He uses a playful tone to lift her spirits. Then madam absolutely must eat to her heart's content this time. Hearing his jesting tone, the consort's mood suddenly brightens again. You really do know how to cheer someone up, while the two of them are unaware. Yang Xuan's men are watching from behind the door. At Yang Xuan's manor, he slams his palm down on the table in fury. He is absolutely livid at what he's heard. What did you just say? The servant recounts everything he witnessed once more. Lin Xiu was seducing a beautiful lady on the streets. The lady was stunningly extremely elegant and poised. After their meal, the two of them discussed heading to Pear Blossom Garden to listen to singing. Hearing that Lin Xiu is out womanizing again, Yang Xuan's face turns black with rage. He's already betrothed to Lingjun and he still dares to chase skirts outside. Tell Wang Xing to take action immediately. The servant hurriedly acknowledges the order. On the second floor of the elegant chamber in Pear Blossom Garden, the crystalline voice of the songstress rings out. This humble one has a tale of love to sing for all you lords. Please calm your hearts, dear lords, and ease your spirits. This one shall sing a tune of Qinhuai scenery, gently and tenderly for your ears alone. Mingzhu, hearing the folk songs of her Jiangnan homeland once more, is utterly content. Thinking of the years spent away from home, the consort feels a bittersweet nostalgia wash over her at the familiar Jiangnan folk melodies. Jiangnan, it's been over 10 years since I last returned. You specifically prepared all of this because you knew I was from Jiangnan. Lin Xiu smiles, his eyes curving. When Madame speaks, this subject occasionally picks up the Jiangnan accent. So this subject boldly guessed that Madame was born and raised there. His ability to detect the Jiangnan accent piques the consort's suspicion. You grew up in the capital. How could you possibly recognize a Jiangnan accent? He averts his gaze from the consort and answers haltingly, this subject has a friend who's also from Jiangnan, so I can pick out the accent. He glances sideways and sees Mingzhu isn't paying close attention. He breathes an internal sigh of relief. Good heavens, I almost blurted it out. His attentiveness to her personal preferences makes Mingzhu even more pleased with Lin Xiu. You're very thoughtful. Thinking about his plan to leverage Mingzhu this time, Lin Xiu gazes at the consort. Consider this repaying a debt of gratitude to your ladyship. Everything I've done today is my way of returning the favor. After the song ends, Mingzhu looks at the little one nestled comfortably in her arms and praises Lin Xiu. Your method isn't bad at all. The little one's spirits have improved greatly. He humbly deflects the praise to the songstress. The songstress's singing truly moves the soul on ordinary days. When this subject is weary from training or troubled in mind, I always come here to listen to a tune and unwind. Hearing this, the songstress beams with joy. The consort rises gracefully. It's getting late. Mingzhu intends to return to the palace. Before she leaves, the consort doesn't forget to tell him, you certainly know how to enjoy life. I've been out far too long today. In the future, when you have time, come visit the little one more often. Seeing the consort about to leave, Lin Xiu follows to see her off. This subject will see Madame out. Yang Xuan's side still hasn't made a move, leaving him baffled. He's been strolling the streets with the consort for over an hour. Why hasn't Yang Xuan acted yet? The consort walks ahead. Lin Xiu follows quietly behind. He trails behind her, growing increasingly anxious. At Zhu Ninger's birthday banquet last time, he deliberately provoked Yang Xuan precisely to trigger him into making another move. If this plan fails, who knows how long I'll have to wait for the next opportunity. But just as he's worried he'll have to wait for another chance, Yang Xuan's side finally begins to move. A street thug steps forward to block their path and harass Mingzhu. Hey there, little beauty, you're so gorgeous, why not come with me? I'm way stronger than that powdered pretty boy behind you. At this moment, Lin Xiu's eyes gleam like stars. The ruffian Liu Ming gazes at Mingzhu's ample chest, his eyes dripping with lust. With that scrawny body of his, how could he possibly show a woman any real pleasure? Just before the rogue's filthy hands could reach the consort's bosom, Lin Xiu blocks his path. Wait a moment. The ruffian halted mid-grab, erupts with fury. You little brat, you dare snatch a woman from me. Lin Xiu wastes no words. He slaps the rogue so hard that several teeth fly from his mouth. His underlings rush forward to prop him up. Boss! While no one is looking, one of them channels true qi and strikes the rogue's internal organs. His organs shattered, the ruffian lets out a single groan before his breath ceases entirely. The two underlings see him collapse and frantically shout, Boss, what happened, boss? Then they realize he has stopped breathing. They scream at the top of their lungs, he is gone. The boss is dead, murder, murder. Right at this moment, a patrolling official arrives and demands, who is the killer? The uncanny timing makes Chu Jin fall into deep thought. Mingzhu is utterly bewildered by the turn of events, yet Lin Xiu shows not a shred of fear. On the contrary, a smile curls across his lips. One of the underlings jabs a trembling finger toward him. It was him. The patrolling official asks nothing further and orders his soldiers to seize and escort Lin Xiu away. Calm as still water, Lin Xiu turns back and tells the noble consort to return home. It is not safe out here. Only now does Mingzhu snap out of her daze. The noble consort whirls around, fury blazing across her face, and commands him. Chu Jin, go back and tell His Majesty, I want him to clear Lin Xiu's name. Chu Jin bows deeply and acknowledges the order. He then races to the palace at full speed to report to Emperor Xia when the ruffian's men helped him up. One of them used true qi to rupture his blood vessels. Moreover, the constables appeared on the scene immediately afterward. The plot to frame Lin Xiu likely involves the Eastern City Yamen as well. The emperor shows no concern for Lin Xiu. Instead, he asks about Mingzhu. Is the noble consort unharmed? Chu Jin reports faithfully, Her Ladyship is safe, Your Majesty. She is merely furious. Her Ladyship commanded this old servant to report to Your Majesty no matter what. Lin Xiu's innocence must be restored. Emperor Xia, a ruler who has sat on the throne for many years, immediately discerns this as one of Lin Xiu's schemes. A cold gleam flickers in his eyes. Innocent hardly. Think about it, they didn't come early, didn't come late, but chose precisely the moment the noble consort left the palace to frame him. Chu Jin still finds it hard to believe Lin Xiu could be that cunning, yet he concedes Lingshu's illness truly has improved dramatically. The emperor's voice carries a hint of amusement. That is precisely where his brilliance lies. Then the emperor brings up the stonecraft venture. Do you remember the time he had a deal worth 100 million, and he arrived more than half an hour late? Chu Jin instantly recalls and picks up the thread. That time he was also framed and thrown into the Eastern City Yamen dungeon. It was the little constable himself who made the arrest. The emperor does not lift his gaze from the memorial. His words laced with implication. If he had simply mentioned the matter and I summoned him to the palace, which Yamen would have dared arrest him. At this, Chu Jin immediately grasps the point. So this time too was something he had calculated all along. The emperor picks up his brush, his voice betraying no emotion. This brat appears honest on the surface, but his schemes run deep. He has even manipulated both me and the noble consort into his plans. Chu Jin, having understood the full picture, flies into a rage. This is sheer audacity. Your Majesty must punish him severely, absolutely no leniency. Mingzhu arrives just in time to hear this and kicks him in fury. Wretched slave. The likes of you claiming Lin Xiu is cunning and scheming, it only infuriates me. My instinct to protect my own people surges. I want His Majesty to clear his name. What nonsense are you spouting? You people scheme against others all day long. Your heart's filthier than a gutter, so you assume everyone else is the same. Chu Jin sees it is the noble consort and gapes in shock, his mouth hanging wide open. He drops to his knees in a panic. Your Ladyship, please forgive this servant. Emperor Xia, guilt-ridden, rises to his feet and stares at the noble consort. Why does it feel like he was just scolded too? Mingzhu shoots him a glare and delivers her ultimatum. Your Majesty, I am very fond of him. You are not to let him suffer the slightest injustice. A man as uxorious as Emperor Xia would never dare refuse. He hastens to agree. Yes, yes. Emperor Xia swiftly issues his command, hurry, go rescue Lin Xiu. Chu Jin, get to the Eastern City Yamen at once and bring Lin Xiu out. Chu Jin responds without delay, as Your Majesty commands. With the matter settled, Mingzhu spins on her heel and lets out a haughty huff, thoroughly piqued. Chu Jin never expected Mingzhu to shield Lin Xiu to such an extent. Your Majesty. Truly, there will be no punishment for him. Emperor Xia, helpless before the tigress in his own household, can only sigh. This brat is young yet sharper than most. He carries none of the arrogance of a privileged heir. Most importantly, he is betrothed to the Zhao family's young lady. That puts my mind at ease. Eastern City Yamen. Lin Xiu is escorted into the Yamen by 2 guards. Standing before him is Wen Yuan, already waiting. The man looks dejected as he explains that his hands are tied. He cannot help but handle this case. Young Master Lin, the city magistrate himself ordered me to interrogate you in this matter. There is nothing I can do. Yet Lin Xiu says nothing. He merely flicks his hand and shoots the man a knowing glance. Wen Yuan catches the signal at once. Years of navigating the bureaucratic arena have honed his instincts. He instantly reads the message, step aside. Something is off. This case is not normal. Young Master Lin is warning me, do not get involved. Without a heartbeat's hesitation, he drops into a theatrical stomachache act. Oh heavens, this is bad, really bad. My stomach, the pain is unbearable. Before anyone can react, he bolts out the door. This official must use the latrine. Tell the city magistrate to handle the interrogation himself. With that, the Eastern City magistrate personally takes over Lin Xiu's case. He slams the wooden block down on the desk and bellows, "Lin Xiu, you committed murder in broad daylight before countless witnesses. Do you plead guilty?" Unfazed by the magistrate's bluster, Lin Xiu counters with a question of his own. If this is truly a homicide case, the Eastern City Yamen has no jurisdiction to try it. The magistrate is stunned. He never expected Lin Xiu to still be so sharp-tongued at a time like this. "You are a clerk of the Bureau of Pure Justice. If I hand you over to them, who knows how they'll whitewash your crimes. Better for this official to interrogate you first, then forward the case files to the Ministry of Punishments. That way, there will be no partiality." Lin Xiu raises an eyebrow, his voice laced with frost. "No partiality, whether I killed anyone or not is your honor not the one who knows best." That insolent tone sends the magistrate into a thunderous rage. "Insolent whelp, the facts are as plain as day. Good and evil are clear-cut. 100 pairs of eyes witnessed you commit murder, and you still dare to run your mouth. Bring out the heavy punishments, flog him first, then crush his fingers and finally brand him. Do not stop until he confesses." At that precise instant, a flying dart streaks through the air and cleaves the wooden block clean in two. The magistrate looks at the figure standing behind Lin Xiu, and his courage shatters like glass. Secret Investigation Bureau, you're from the Secret Investigation Bureau." Lin Xiu beholds the magistrate's deathly pale face and relishes every second of it. "So the great Eastern City magistrate knows fear after all. You've been bullying commoners for so long. Did you think this day would never come? The facts are plain as day, good and evil clear-cut. What crime does an Eastern City magistrate who tramples the law deserve?" In the end, the Eastern City magistrate is so terrified that Lin Xiu's words alone knock him unconscious. Chu Jin sees the man faint and orders a servant to splash water on his face. "Wake him up," the interrogation continues. The moment Lin Xiu spots Chu Jin, he flashes a bright, beaming smile. "Many thanks to Chief Steward Chu for coming to my rescue." Chu Jin takes one look at that smug face and feels his eye twitch. He shoots Lin Xiu a withering glare and growls a warning. "This time the consort protected you. If you dare play tricks on His Majesty again, you won't be so fortunate." Hearing this, Lin Xiu immediately knew his little scheme had been seen through. "I've been seen through. Yes, looks like when shearing sheep you can't just fleece the same one twice." Scheming against him twice in a round, he got hit back for it. The East City magistrate, beaten relentlessly across the buttocks by two servants with rods, could no longer endure the pain and wailed out a confession. I confess to everything." Seeing the man break down, Lin Xiu figured his business here was done and took his leave from Chu Jin. "Take your time with the interrogation. I won't impose any further." Just as he was about to leave, a putrid stench assaulted his nostrils. He clamped his nose shut and cursed. The hell who cesspit just burst. It turned out to be Wen Yuan. He had been hiding in the latrine, but Chu Jin's soldiers had found him and dragged him to the courtroom. As he was hauled past Lin Xiu, the man muttered miserably, "I sat in the latrine for half an incense stick's time and still couldn't escape." Seeing him, Lin Xiu kindly spoke up to help the man out. "Wait, Chief Steward Chuthai's case has nothing to do with the East City magistrate. He was actually the one who tipped me off earlier." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Chu Jin ordered his soldiers in that case release him. Elsewhere, Yang Xuan's carriage pulled up before the gates of his estate. A servant was reporting the situation to him. "Rest assured, young master, the East City Magistrate's Office and our Ministry of Justice will pay special attention to these charges. Lin Xiu won't escape this time." Learning that Lin Xiu had been escorted to the magistrate's office, Yang Xuan dismissed the servant with satisfaction. "Understood, you may withdraw." The servant bowed respectfully. "Yes, master." Thinking of his successful scheme, he was so elated that he couldn't help but smile. As long as Lin Xiu was confirmed guilty of murder, the Zhao family would absolutely never marry Lingjun to a criminal. In the study of the Marquis of Yongping, his deep voice echoed. "I hear from the officials that you've been butting heads with the son of the Earl of Ping'an." Hearing the accusatory tone, Yang Xuan retorted resentfully. "Father, he is unworthy of Lingjun." The Marquis cast him a cold glance. "And you are?" Acknowledging his own lack of ability with rare candor, he replied, "I don't even possess a special ability. I'm not worthy either." But the thought of his goddess marrying a shrimp like Lin Xiu filled him with an uncontrollable fury. "If she were married to the crown prince of the Zhao Principality, I'd have no objections, but marrying a good-for-nothing like that, never." Seeing that his son still refused to face reality, the Marquis of Yongping laid out the truth. then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. His Majesty will not annul the marriage engagement between the two families. Before Yang Xuan could voice his confusion, the Marquis ignored his question entirely and looked toward the doorway. When did Chief Steward Chu arrive? Since Chief Steward Chu has graced us with his presence, please speak freely. Chu Jin maintained the bare minimum of respect, though his tone carried a sharp edge of reproach. Greetings to the Marquis of Yangping. It is not my place to instruct your lordship, for your wisdom is known throughout the realm. However, your eldest son has been sorely lacking in disciplining this time. He has committed a grave crime. Seize him. Yang Xuan was utterly shocked to see that Chu Jin had come to arrest him. Niu Nu was overjoyed to see Lin Xiu arrive. It raised both paws in excitement and squealed, "You came to see me so quickly." Mingzhu asked with concern, "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "No, Chief Steward Chu arrived just in time." Hearing this, Mingzhu laughed softly, her expression brimming with self-satisfaction. "Let's see him dare disobey this consort. I'll have him skinned alive." Lin Xiu knew Mingzhu's temperament all too well. He quickly offered an apology. "Your Highness, this disciple has come to confess his transgressions. His Majesty has already discovered our little schemebiter to come clean and seek leniency." Mingzhu asked in confusion, "What transgressions?" Niu Nu had already fallen asleep by now. After a lengthy explanation, Lin Xiu said with a grin, "That's basically it." Hearing that everything was Yang Xuan's scheme, Mingzhu flew into a rage. That Yang brat always hides in the shadows playing his dirty tricks. This consort despises conniving schemers like him the most. As for being used, I'm not angry with you. Who would have thought that despite looking so foolish usually, you could devise such a clever counter-strategy against the Marquis's household? You truly are quick-witted. Hearing Mingzhu curse Yang Xuan as a conniving schemer while showering him with praise left Lin Xiu momentarily speechless. "Your Highness, isn't that a bit of a double standard?" Mingzhu was somewhat puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Double standard, what does that mean? Seeing the consort's confusion, he had no choice but to explain. "Yang Xuan and I did the exact same thing. Yet you call him cunning while praising me as clever." Upon hearing his explanation, Mingzhu understood at once. The consort let out an ah and spoke in a coddling tone. "You treat Niu Nu well, you treat this consort well, this consort sees it all. From now on you are one of Changchun Palace's own. Who would dare bully you? This consort will vouch for you. From now on you're under my protection." At this moment, Lin Xiu couldn't focus on Mingzhu's words at all. His gaze was helplessly fixed on the consort's ample bosom. He thought to himself, who could possibly resist the allure of being kept by a beautiful woman? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He leaned over and gently whispered into Niu Nu's ear. Mingzhu watched Niu Nu toddle toward her, puzzled. "What's gotten into you?" At that moment, Niu Nu gently planted a kiss on Mingzhu's cheek, startling the consort. The consort was absolutely delighted by Niu Nu's kiss. "Wait, didn't you tell Niu Nu to do that?" Lin Xiu humbly denied it. "This disciple has no such skill. It must be because your Highness possesses unparalleled beauty and grace. Even a spirit pet cannot resist your charm." Knowing he was only flattering her, Mingzhu was still extremely pleased. "This consort is getting old. You don't need to say such things to make me happy." Seeing the consort say this, Lin Xiu hurriedly objected. "How is your Highness old in the slightest? If you stood side by side with Princess Minghe, anyone who didn't know would think the two of you were sisters." Outside Mingzhu's palace, Princess Ming sat with her legs dangling from the rooftop, and Lin Xiu's shameless flattery only deepened her disgust. "Shameless toad, what a bootlicker." Mingzhu's laughter, bright as silver bells, rang through the bedchamber. The consort clutched her stomach, unable to stop laughing. No, if this keeps up, this consort will get even more wrinkles. Enough for today. This consort will go ask His Majesty to elevate your noble rank, so that no stray dogs or alley cats think they can bully someone under my protection." Lin Xiu obeyed, rising to take his leave. "Thank you, Your Highness." The consort came out to see Lin Xiu off, not forgetting to remind him to visit Niu Nu more often. "You may go, come visit Niu Nu when you have time." Lin Xiu bowed his head and replied softly, "Yes, Your Highness." Upon reaching the palace gates, Princess Minghe suddenly appeared and cursed at Lin Xiu. Shameless bootlicker, being cursed out of nowhere. Lin Xiu was utterly bewildered. "Why am I a bootlicker?" Minghe bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You said the consort and I would look like sisters if we stood side by side. What exactly did you mean by that?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, then replied with perfect honesty, "The princess and the consort do bear a striking resemblance. I was merely being truthful." These words brought Ming to a sudden halt. The princess rubbed her chin in thought. The consort and father are cousins, so she and I do actually look alike. With the princess's attention successfully diverted, Lin Xiu concealed a sly grin behind his fan. What a mischievous little thing, let's see how I tease her. He suddenly shouts, startling the princess. The noble consort and the princess standing side by side truly could pass for a princess herself. Sister, speak up, you're so infuriated by his teasing, the princess roars linxiuu. He dashes off without forgetting to turn back and taunt her, driving the princess into a wild rage. In the dungeon of the Bureau of Pure Justice, the stench makes Lin Xiu unable to help but groan. The smell here is even more unbearable than at the East City Yamen. Yang Xuan, dressed in rough hemp cloth, stands inside the cell without turning around. Lin Xiu holds freshly steaming buns and asks, hot buns? Right out of the steamer, want some? Yang Xuan finally turns to look at him. Lin Xiu gazes at him and speaks in a calm tone, tomorrow you'll be exiled 3,000 li. If you don't eat now, you'll never get the chance again. He ignores the buns entirely. He only asks, was it a coincidence or did you deliberately set me up? His expression darkens, does it matter? He doesn't expect an answer and begins analyzing on his own. On Zhu Ninger's birthday, you deliberately provoked me. Then you locked yourself away in one hand, giving me time to prepare on the other, letting the anxiety fester inside me. That way. The moment you showed your face, I'd be too restless to hold back and would make my move. Moreover, you somehow persuaded the noble consort to leave the palace, just waiting for me to walk right into the trap. His face darkens with fury as he glares at Lin Xiu. You are truly sinister. Lin Xiu smirks, takes one to know one. Yang Xuan angrily snatches the bun from Lin Xiu's hand. Thinking back on the previous incident, Lin Xiu asks curiously, last time, when Qin Tong came to cause trouble for me at the Institute of Special Arts, that was your doing, wasn't it? At this point, Yang Xuan makes no attempt to hide it. It was me. You just happened to have a grudge with Qin Tong. I merely told him to cripple you, that's all. He stares at the bun in his hand, then poses a question. Actually, there's one thing I still don't understand. You used to be as timid as a rabbit. So why did you stand up for a woman at the Bureau of Pure Justice courtroom that day? Not caring that you defend Qin Tong, that wasn't the Lin Xiu I knew. His expression turns cold upon hearing Yang Xuan's analysis. He never expected the first person to ask about this to be his own enemy. Seeing him silent, Yang Xuan doesn't press further. If you don't want to answer, so be it. Lin Xiu still can't figure out why Yang Xuan wanted him dead. I have something I can't figure out either. I've investigated. Among the nobility, your reputation is considered excellent. So why were you so determined to make things difficult for me? Yang Xuan slams his palm against the wooden bars. He blurts out about Zhao Lingjun, his face twisted with ferocity. Because you are not worthy of Lingjun, she will never be happy with you. To think that his own near-death experiences were all caused by someone smitten with Lingjun. He stiffens with rage. Being forced into a marriage engagement is one thing, but being sabotaged by his own fiancé's admirer, this is absurd. Thinking back to the assassination attempt, he asks, all right, last question. The assassin who came for Mua's that you're doing. Yang Xuan turns away and denies it. No. I only wanted to cripple you, I never once thought of killing you. Then he suddenly bursts into manic laughter. Puzzled, Lin Xiu asks, what are you laughing at? Learning there's someone who wants Lin Xiu dead even more than he does, Yang Xuan is overjoyed. I'm laughing at you. There are so many people who want you dead, you can't even begin to guess who struck. At Pear Blossom Garden, the physician's face flushes an unusual shade of pink. She lets out a soft breath, filling the space with an intoxicating allure. Having her hand held by Lin Xiu, she is so flustered her face nearly buries into her chest. Every day I practice the musical score the young master gave me, and I can feel a new power awakening inside my body. Loading, 2%. Lin Xiu watches the progress bar tick up bit by bit, grinning from ear to ear. Just as I guess it, after the second awakening, the copy ability can indeed continue. Loading, 212%. But seeing the progress bar still hovering at a pathetic 2-something%, he erupts, are you an idiot? Why the hell are there decimal places? The physician flinches at his outburst. Feeling wronged, the physician softly calls out to him. Puzzled by the address, he asks, what is it? She averts her gaze, too shy to look at him. I read in a book that special abilities cannot be detected through pulse diagnosis. At this, Lin Xiu immediately composes himself, putting on a solemn and proper expression. Is that so? He glances aside and thinks to himself, as I thought girls really don't need to read so many books. Lin Xiu immediately changes the subject. By the way, why isn't Pear Blossom Garden open for business today? The physician sits up straight and answers carefully, because of the murder case last time, the authorities have sealed the premises. There's no telling when it will reopen. Hearing the establishment has been sealed, he sets down his teacup with a thud, his tone displeased. Every day they stay closed is a day of lost revenue. This can't go on. He turns to take his leave. The case is already closed. I'll go urge them to hurry. Seeing him about to leave, the physician quickly rises. Is the young master leaving already? Won't you stay to listen to me play? If I'm too late, they'll close up for the night. Hearing he's leaving on business, she lowers her head in disappointment. Very well then, thank you for your trouble, young master. Lin Xiu, armed with his Sea King instincts, smirks with satisfaction. As I thought, the physician has feelings for me. If not for this marriage engagement, I could definitely win her over within 3 days, tops. Back at the estate, Madame's voice rings out, your cultivation has been exhausting, dear. Eat more. Their enthusiasm is a bit much for him to handle. Father, mother, how about you two eat first, just leave me be. Lin Xiu's rice bowl is practically a mountain. Are his parents playing a stacking game? Seeing his bowl is full, the two of them finally stop. All right. Looking at the bowl overflowing with food, his heart stirs with warmth and emotion. Living 2 lifetimes only now, does he truly feel the warmth of family? No matter what happens, I must protect this family. In this era, the nobility holds absolute authority over military forces, farmland, and populace. In recent years, to consolidate imperial power, Emperor Xia has been steadily tightening restrictions on noble land grants and fiefdoms. Under such circumstances, the Zhao family's ability to leap from a 3rd-rank earl all the way to a 1st-rank marquis, a 5-tier title, jumpies entirely thanks to having 2 daughters with boundless potential. At the end of the day, one must still raise one's own strength. High-level ability users can only cultivate through their own efforts, but for a low-level ability user like him, spending wealth to alter his fate is the fastest route. A single origin essence crystal of the same tier equals 1 day of cultivation. To achieve a breakthrough, he needs at least 10 of the highest tier crystals available. Running the numbers for the 3rd awakening, he needs 100 tier 2 origin essence crystals and 10 tier 3 crystals. Market price 100,000 taels. For the 4th awakening, he needs 2,000 tier 3 crystals and 10 tier 4 crystals. Market price at 1 million taels. So the conclusion is he's flat broke. In Tier 3 origin essence crystals are exceedingly rare. Even the entire imperial capital can't gather 1,000. After 1 more awakening, the path of spending his way to power will be completely sealed off. Just as he's agonizing over the math, Chief Steward Li walks in. Having dinner, are we? Seeing Chief Steward Li, Lin Xiu beams and stands up. Earl Ping'an warmly invites, please sit down and eat with us. Chief Steward Li produces the imperial edict and declines the invitation. Oh pass, young Master Lin, Earl Ping'an received the imperial edict. Seeing the edict, both Earl Ping'an and his wife are stunned. Even Lin Xiu is thoroughly surprised. Chief Steward Li's shrill voice rings clearly through the hall. Lin Xiu, son of Earl Ping'an, has on numerous occasions healed the noble consort's spirit pet, alleviating the noble consort's sorrows, and is most deserving of commendation. From this day forth, Earl Ping'an is promoted to 2nd-rank Earl. Bestowed upon him are 100 plots of farmland, 100 bolts of silk, and 10 servants. After Chief Steward Li finishes reading the edict, the entire Lin family is stunned. Aren't noble promotions being tightly restricted these days? How did the noble consort say just 1 word and they already got promoted? Madam is the first to recover. She shrewdly brings over a pouch of silver, beaming like a flower in full bloom. Thank you for your trouble, honored eunuch. After reading the edict, Chief Steward Li doesn't linger and takes his leave immediately. Then we shall return to the palace. Lin Xiu, see us off. Be careful on your way, young master. At that moment, Wen Yuan and his son emerge from hiding. Behind them sits a cart piled high with fine wine. Lin Xiu glances over and asks, why are you two here? The man steps out from cover and brings his son forward, bowing deeply to express gratitude for the life-saving grace from before. This humble official has come to thank the young master. Had the young master not spoken in this humble official's defense, I would have surely met a grim fatido, say nothing of my promotion to East City Commander. today, I bring this wayward son of mine to kowtow in thanks for the young master's life-saving grace." Seeing such sincerity, Lin Xiu is moved enough to offer a word of caution. "Magistrate Wu, you are now a parent official. From here on, bring prosperity to the people of Baixi. Stop always thinking about leveraging noble connections. You saw what became of your predecessor, didn't you? Having taken those blows, when Yuan is thoroughly chastened, he cups his fists and responds in a loud, grateful voice. This humble official engraves the young master's teachings deep in his heart. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiu casually brings up the matter of the Imperial Physician's Tavern. Oh, right, remember to lift the seal on Pear Blossom Garden. They're small-time merchants, they can't endure this kind of torment. When Yuan nods obediently, yes, 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 I wouldn't dare neglect it. Lin Xiu adds, also I have a friend at Pear Blossom Garden, magistrate. Do look after that place from time to time. At this point, when Yuan dares not refuse a single word, he agrees repeatedly, nodding his head. Understood, understood. Only now does Lin Xiu notice the cart of wine behind the man. What's that behind you? When Yuan walks over to the cart, offering it as a gift, it's merely a small token of gratitude that I prepared for the young master. Please accept it, young master. Gazing at the cart of fine wine, the image of Bai Zhang immediately springs to mind. 1,000 cups and never drunk was it. The next day, the Institute of Special Arts, Zhongliu wine. Lin Xiu gazes at the Zhongliu wine in his hand and murmurs with a grin. Time to show these people of another world what real processing technology looks like. Ninger spots him and calls out with a pout. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Xiu instinctively turns around. Oh, it's you, miss. He tucks the wine jug behind his back. Miss Ninger, it's been a while, the girl huffs in annoyance. Don't you long time no see me. Why haven't you shown up for class all this time? Lin Xiu puts on a look of guilt and explains. Some matters came up at home, so I had to take a few days off. But now that I see Miss Ninger again after a few days apart, I swear you've gotten even more beautiful. Ninger shyly turns her face away, unable to meet his eyes. You're just teasing me. Her maidenly bashfulness is laid completely bare before Lin Xiu's roguish gaze. Suddenly, a young nobleman smitten with her approaches, wearing an equally flustered expression. Miss Ninger, this is my family's heirloom jade pendant. I wish to give it to you. Ninger sees that it's a family heirloom and refuses to accept it. How could I possibly accept something so precious? Seeing her decline, the love-struck young man musters every ounce of his courage and confesses. I like you. Ninger is stunned by the confession, while beside her, a sly grin spreads across Lin Xiu's face. In the end, Ninger still refuses him. I'm sorry, I've always seen you as a friend. The suitor, thoroughly friend-zoned, turns to stone on the spot. Lin Xiu watches the scene with undisguised glee. I can practically hear the sound of a young man's heart shattering to pieces. After turning the suitor down, the girl pivots and immediately puts on her best green tea act. I don't understand why clearly I only see them as friends, yet they keep saying such things to me. Lin Xiu smiles and replies, it's only natural. Miss Ninger is simply too captivating. Any man who lays eyes on you would want to take you home as his bride. She flushes and asks shyly, does that include you too? Lin Xiu adopts a look of wistful regret. A pity I already have a fiancé. Realizing she's let her composure slip, she bashfully drops her gaze to the ground. I was just joking with you. Watching her fall neatly into the trap he's laid, Lin Xiu smirks with satisfaction. Playboy versus Green Tea, may the higher level player win. Don't come crying when you lose, sweetheart. By the lake at the Institute of Special Arts, Lin Xiu and Bai Zhang sit on a boulder gazing out over the water. He teases, jealous are we? Bai Zhang shakes his head. My dream was never a single tree, it's the entire forest. Lin Xiu lets out a wicked laugh. Keep telling yourself that, no need to lie to your brother though. We're the same kind of man after all. Bai Zhang is no fool. He realizes Lin Xiu has been setting a snare for Ninger all along. As a friend, he warns Lin Xiu not to go too far. Brother Lin, preparing a fireworks display for Miss Ninger, that's truly spectacular. Miss Ninger thinks she's the hunter and you're the prey. Who would have thought she's the one caught in your net? But as your friend, I'll give you a word of caution. She is the treasured jewel of Duke Zhu's mansion. Play with fire and you will get burned. Lin Xiu claps him on the shoulder with full confidence. Rest easy, Brother Li, I have a plan. I came here for her special ability in the first place. I have zero interest in her feelings or her body. No interest in feelings, that's fine. The other part, though, that's still worth considering. Reminded of his own marriage engagement, Lin Xiu slips into gossip mode and asks Bai Zhang, "By the way, brother Li and I are about the same age. Do you happen to have a betrothal arranged?" Hearing that question, an unmistakable look of awkwardness surfaces on the young man's face. "People like us shackled by marriage engagements, truly, it's a pitiful fate." Seizing the moment, Lin Xiu produces the wine jug he'd been hiding. "Exactly right, you bring the story, I bring the wine, care for a drink." Bai Zhang's eyes light up at the sight of the liquor. "You've been carrying a jug of wine on you this whole time." Lin Xiu grins, "I came looking for you to drink in the first place. How could the power of thunder and lightning land in my hands without a toast to the Thousand Cups King?" The instant he unseals the jug, a rich, intoxicating aroma billows out into the open air. One whiff and Bai Zhang can no longer restrain the liquor-loving worm wriggling inside him. "This wine is far too potent." Lin Xiu observes the blissful expression on his face and lets out a sinister chuckle. "Potent? A single large jar of Zhanglei's 10-year reserve would be enough to flatten you." Suddenly, a bizarre phenomenon erupts. Purple lightning crashes down from the sky, accompanied by thunder that shakes the eardrums and rattles the bones. The nearby citizens stare slack-jawed, utterly bewildered by what has just occurred. "How strange is there so much thunder today?" A man in gray robes, however, interprets it as divine punishment. "Heaven's wrath. There must be some unsavory fellow out there provoking the heavens." At the focal point where the lightning converges, a hazy silhouette materializes amid the curtain of falling thunderbolts. As the storm of lightning dissipates, Lin Xiu appears, his physique powerfully built, his chest muscles taut and defined. The moment the camera pans down toward the glowing staff, Lin Xiu immediately shields it. "Hey, stop right there, pan any lower and this novel won't pass the censors." Thinking about the ability he has just obtained, a gleeful smile blooms across his face. "The glowing staff is still off limits, I see. Damn the censors." Lin Xiu strides forward with his chiseled physique, his body faintly scorched and streaked with soot, and declares, "Finally perfected. The power of thunderous might." Through the curtain of rain, the screech of carriage wheels grinding to a halt pierces the air. An assassin disguised as a carriage driver puts on a friendly face, offering Lin Xiu a ride. "Young master, the rain is pouring this heavily, you don't have an umbrella." "Oh, hop on, I'll give you a ride across the river." He felt it was unnecessary and declined. "No need, my house is just near the construction site." Just as he is about to finish, a blade tip whistles toward him, cutting off his remaining words in his throat. Lin Xiu grits his teeth and throws himself backward, narrowly dodging the blade. A lock of his hair is pierced and sliced clean off. Had he not dodged in time, it would have been his neck that was severed. The assassin drops all pretense, sword in hand, and lunges forward. The strike comes too abruptly, there is no way to evade. The assassin's blade tip be sheer fortune. The very instant it pierces his flesh, Lin Xiu activates his ice ability to block. Seeing his strike fail, the assassin switches techniques without hesitation. "I didn't expect you to still have a few tricks up your sleeve." He channels even more force into the thrust. Feeling the blade sink into his flesh, Lin Xiu grimaces in agony. The ice barrier alone cannot withstand the true qi surging through that sword. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Xiu activates Beijing's ability. His hands clamp down on the blade as arcs of lightning crackle around his body. The assassin beholds the spectacle and cries out in shock, "What the hell is this?" Seizing the moment of distraction, Lin Xiu clenches his fist and strikes with everything he has. His punch carries a torrent of potent true qi. The assassin immediately coughs up a mouthful of blood, and the horse carriage behind him shatters to pieces from the shockwave. His internal injuries combined with the exertion leave Lin Xiu barely able to stand. He collapses to his knees, gasping for air, his vision blurs, and his entire body pitches forward. The scene shifts to Lin Xiu's room. The choked voice of Madame Ping'an rings out, "Who on earth harbors such deep hatred against our Zier?" Time and again, they push the child to the brink of death. Zier, her weeping gradually pulls him back to consciousness. Seeing him sit up, Madame Ping'an rushes over. "Zier, you're awake, how do you feel? Does the wound hurt?" He forces down the searing pain in his chest and reassures her, "Mother, don't worry, it's just a flesh wound, nothing serious." At that moment, Song receives the news and rushes over. Move aside, I am a physician from the Imperial Medical Academy here to treat young Master Lin. Everyone, please leave the room." Seeing Miss Bai arrive, he says with relief, "I'll be in your care, miss." The outer robe is removed, revealing a well-built torso still wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Staring at his chiseled six-pack, Miss Bai's face flushes scarlet. Song Song stares without blinking, Miss Bai's eyes wide with shock. Seeing her still gawking, Lin Xiu clears his throat awkwardly twice. Realizing she has lost her composure, Miss Bai stammers, "I am sorry." Miss Bai places both hands on his chest and explains, "I'm here to treat you, young Master Lin." Unexpectedly, the moment Miss Bai makes contact, Lin Xiu's ability activates, automatically copying her special ability. A moment later, Miss Bai's face flushes an unnatural red, and her breathing becomes ragged. Miss Bai collapses into his arms, whimpering weakly, "Young Master Lin, I can't go on." Her devoted effort to heal him fills him with gratitude, not to mention he has already copied her ability. His voice grows even gentler, "I understand. Miss Song Song came all this way to heal me. Her origin force must be completely drained. Let me escort you to the side room, please rest." Song Song thanks him weakly, "Thank you, young Master Lin." At that moment, the system flashes a notification, "Copy successful." Lin Xiu gazes at the tendril of spiritual power winding around his fingertip, his heart brimming with delight. All this time, no matter what method he tried, he could never copy Bai Song Song's special ability. This time, disaster has truly been a blessing in disguise. Truelithe willful planting of flowers yields no blooms, yet an unintentional sprig of willow takes root and flourishes. What a steal! At that moment, Sun Dali walks in and calls for him. "Young master, the official sent by senior sister Liu has arrived." Lin Xiu heads to the study at once. King Feng cups his fists in greeting the moment he sees him, then states the reason for his visit directly. "Lord Lin, this humble official is under orders to investigate the assassination attempt. There are a few matters I wish to verify with you." Lin Xiu naturally does not refuse. "Please speak freely." The mention of the assassination makes the investigator furrow his brow, his gaze turning suspicious as he looks at Lin Xiu. "The assassin who targeted you possessed a martial cultivation at the upper mystic realm, yet your special ability awakened only 2 months ago. May I ask, how exactly did you manage to counterattack?" Under that suspicious gaze, Lin Xiu suppresses his unease and answers honestly. "Not long ago, my ice special ability underwent a second awakening. When the assassin ambushed me, I condensed a layer of ice armor over my chest that blocked 2 of his strikes, preventing fatal injury. Afterward, I gathered my true chi into my fist and struck him with full force." But it seems the investigator still isn't fully convinced. Doubt still flickers in King Feng's eyes. "As I said, that assassin was at the upper mystic realm, with a martial cultivation at merely the chi-drawing stage, Lord Lin. There is no way you could have broken through his defenses and killed him with a single punch." Seeing him refuse to let it go, Lin Xiu has no choice but to play dumb. Perhaps it was because all his true chi was concentrated on his weapon, leaving his body weakened and unable to circulate true chi for defense. After saying this, Lin Xiu thinks to himself, "Of course I couldn't have broken through his defenses, but a man struck by lightning goes paralyzed instantly, and in a clash between experts, a single heartbeat is enough to claim a life." Realizing he cannot extract anything further, King Feng reluctantly accepts the answer for all its holes. "I suppose that makes sense. There is one more matter. Why did Lord Lin venture out alone without guards, dressed in a servant's clothing?" On this point, Lin Xiu deflects, using the previous assassination attempt as cover. "Surely Sir King Feng is aware not long ago I was also targeted by an assassin. Since then, to avoid drawing attention, I occasionally disguise myself as a servant when going out." Jing Feng appears to harbor no further suspicions. He asks Lin Xiu, "It seems that person truly is targeting you, my lord. Do you have any suspects?" He ponders briefly, then replies, "No leads." King Feng immediately catches a thread. He strokes his chin and offers a suggestion, "Lord Lin, consider Thisven. Though you disguised yourself so thoroughly, how did the people who want you dead find out you were going out?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu freezes. A flash of insight sparks in his mind. "When I left through the back gate, I believe I caught sight of a young servant sweeping near the stables." At that moment, Sun Dali rushes in, looking frantic. "Young master, terrible news, Lin Wu is dead." Upon hearing of Lin Wu's death, both men are stunned. After Sun Dali's report, the two quickly make their way to where Lin Wu's body lies. King Feng traces his fingers across Lin Wu's face, observing the state of the corpse and the color of the blood. He delivers his preliminary assessment: poison ingestion, suicide. This decisive, he must have been a death warrior groomed by someone. Lin Xiu says nothing, simply standing behind him, gazing down at the body. He ponders briefly, then tells King Feng about the man's identity. This person was a servant bestowed upon me by His Majesty. Can his origins be traced? King Feng lets out a soft sigh. Not easily. He considers for a moment, then adds, gifts bestowed within the palace are managed by the Imperial Household Department. They purchase people from outside, and the process involves far too many intermediaries. Tracing the source would be extremely difficult. Contemplating the tangled web of relationships, Lin Xiu lets out a helpless sigh. It seems this is no longer a case the Bureau of Pure Justice can handle. Suddenly King Feng asks, by the way, that previous case, how exactly did Lord Lin deduce that Wang was the murderer? The fact that he still remembers that case leaves Lin Xiu somewhat speechless. You're still thinking about that question? Truly remarkable. In any case, Sir Li, you have gone to great trouble. A pang of guilt stabs at him. Lord Lin, please take care of your safety. This humble official shall take his leave. After seeing King Feng off, Lin Xiu furrows his brow and ponders who could be behind this. He even killed my people. Could it be Marquis Yangping? No, that's not right. Yang Xuan was just sentenced to exile. Even if it were Marquis Yangping, he would wait for things to die down before making a vicious move otherwise. Wouldn't he be showing his hand? While Lin Xiu is deep in thought, Sun Dali appears out of nowhere and whispers to him. Young master, the sudden call startles Lin Xiu half to death. He roars in fury, damn it, what are you doing? Sun Dali has no idea why he is so angry. His voice carries a hint of grievance. The master and madam wish to see you, young master. Warm sunlight spills over a row of verdant trees. Lin Xiu enters the chambers of Earl and Madam Ping'an. Father, mother, what did you wish to see me about? The news of Lin Wu's death has reached his father's ears. Earl Ping'an and his wife, both deeply worried, ask him, Xior, tell us the truth, who is it that keeps trying to take your life time and again? In response, Lin Xiu can only put on a helpless expression. An innocent man who happens to carry jade brings trouble upon himself. His mother, however, believes this whole affair stems from the marriage engagement with Lingjun. She gazes at him with heartache. It must be because of that engagement. Lingjun is so outstanding, Jevrion desires her. Our Lin family simply isn't worthy. If that's the case, mother doesn't need you to be outstanding. She just wants you to be safe and sound. Hearing her words, Lin Xiu's face bloomed like a spring flower as he gazed at her with breathless anticipation. Could it be they've finally made up their minds to annul the engagement? Spring has finally arrived, for this household young master is saved. Right now, his mind was filled with nothing but beautiful girls calling his name in sweet, coquettish voices. Young master, let this one dance for you. Young master, let this one pour your wine. Just as his fantasy reached its climax, a familiar figure appeared behind him and whispered softly, young master, is this pressure for the shoulder massage all right? The shoulder massage made Lin Xiu so comfortable his eyes nearly squeezed shut. That feels amazing. He purred like a contented cat and looked up. Not bad, not bad, I'll come find you again next time. Lingyan replied with a smile cold enough to freeze the air. Sure thing. Lin Xiu was so terrified he nearly jumped out of his skin. Just thinking about it was enough to make every hair on Lin Xiu's body stand on end. The Baron of Ping'an and his madam paid no attention to his odd behavior. They were still locked in debate over the matter of Lin Xiu's marriage engagement. The matter was rather complicated after all. The engagement had been arranged by their ancestors. The madam pouted and fired back. The engagement only stated that the Lin and Zhao families would be joined in marriage. It never specified who had to marry whom. We won't marry Lingjun. We'll marry Lingyan instead. Hearing this, his face went completely blank. Holy shit, that's actually an option. But if it were her, sure, Lingyan was more violent. But she might be the only woman in the world who was wholeheartedly good to Lin Xiu without expecting anything in return. And there was an even more critical point, and Lin Xiu shared compatible attributes. Marry her and they could cultivate by day, cultivate by night. All 365 days of the year, they could cultivate nonstop. Wait, hold on, was he actually fantasizing about married life with Zhao Lingyan? Was this really the self-proclaimed little white dragon who prided himself on the sacred principle of no marriage, no commitments? Lin Xiu, the prince of the nightclub. Lin Xiu fell into reverie, a cascade of Lingyan's graceful and alluring images flooding his mind. The stirring in the depths of his heart left Lin Xiu somewhat flustered. an unusual flush crept across his face. He definitely wasn't falling for her, right? The tremor in his heart didn't feel unpleasant at all. Lin Xiu cleared his throat twice and offered his suggestion. Ling Yan has gone to visit relatives with her parents. Why not wait until they return, then go to their household to discuss swapping the bride? If we could really switch her for Ling Yan, that would be wonderful. The Baron of Ping'an immediately barked, absolutely not. As a man of the imperial court, he cared deeply about the family's reputation and face. This engagement had been established since the day Lingjun and Tuyer were born, and it was specifically directed at the two of them. If they went and asked to swap brides now, where would the Zhao family put their face? Hearing his words, the madam also felt she had been far too rash. True enough. She gazed at Lin Xiu with heartache in her eyes. Then what about our 2 years' happiness? Seeing the two of them change their minds, Lin Xiu thought with bitter disappointment, false alarm. He helplessly comforted her, "Mother, please don't cry right now. There's a more pressing matter at hand." The madam asked in confusion. "What matter?" Lin Xiu brought up the matter of servants quitting. In just a few days, several servants in the estate have already resigned. The Baron of Ping'an immediately responded. "Your mother and I also sensed something was off about this. Those people aren't trustworthy." Hearing that his father had already dealt with it, Lin Xiu turned to leave and said, "Father, mother, just leave this matter to me. I'll go tell Wang Ma to stew some chicken soup. Miss Song Song exhausted her origin force saving me." Seeing him care so much about the fair-skinned girl, the madam probed with a sly smile. "Tuyer, what exactly is your relationship with that Miss Song Song?" Lin Xiu glanced away guiltily. "What relationship? The two of us have no relationship whatsoever, just ordinary friends." The madam beamed like a blooming flower, making it abundantly clear she wanted grandchildren to hold. "Mother thinks she's wonderful and she clearly cares about you. That Miss Zhao can't be counted on. Your father and I both want grandchildren soon." Hearing this, he immediately bolted for his life, terrified she'd trap him and demand he produce grandchildren on the spot. "Goodbye, mother." The next day, at Pear Blossom Garden, Sun Dali looked puzzled as Lin Xiu once again wanted to head out. "Young master, Miss Song Song just finished treating your injuries. Why not rest at home for a few more days?" Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "What the hell do you know? Right now I need to seize every moment and gallop full speed ahead. Once Ling Yan gets back, it'll be back to those days of being wrung dry." At that moment a suggestive cry rang out. Lin Xiu heard the sound and was puzzled. "Huh?" It wasn't Kei's voice. As it turned out, she was teaching a student to sing. "That's it, go back and keep practicing. Once you're familiar with the song, you won't make mistakes anymore." That girl, having received Kei's patient instruction, was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, big sister Kei." Only at this point did she notice Lin Xiu had arrived. She stood up. "Young Master Lin." He took one look at her and immediately started teasing. Who knew Miss Kei could be so strict when playing the role of teacher? Kei lowered her head slightly and pouted, "Young master, please don't tease me." Seeing this, Lin Xiu didn't press further and instead asked about recent affairs. "How have things been lately? Has anyone come to cause trouble?" She poured tea for him as she answered, "Last time, the Lord Magistrate of the Eastern District came here personally and rounded up all those ruffians who liked to stir up trouble. Now who would dare come looking for trouble with us? We really have to thank young Master Lin for this." Seeing that Wen Yuan had handled things so effectively, he was quite pleased. "So that's how it is." He didn't hide his contribution or boast, but spoke with a subtle hint. "I only mentioned it in passing, yet he actually got it done. After all, if Pear Blossom Garden closes down, where would I go to listen to songs?" Kei knew his flirtatious nature all too well. She turned her head away in a huff. "There are plenty of theater suite, wouldn't you have anywhere to listen?" Lin Xiu immediately sweet-talked her, "But none of those places have you." These suggestive words instantly turned Kei's face scarlet. She was so embarrassed she couldn't look him in the eye. Kei stammered, "Their singing can't compare to mine." Seeing her bashful, spring-like expression, Lin Xiu only wanted to tease her more. "Even if their voices were better, I'd still rather listen to Miss Kei sing, especially with that bashful, head-lowered look of yours." Having her beauty mocked and teased by him, Kei fell into complete disarray. What exactly does young Master Lin mean by this? Seeing her starting to panic, he cleared his throat twice. "Still, don't press too hard. If you stoke a fire, Ling Yan will chop off all 3 of my legs." He then changed the subject. "By the way, from upstairs just now I noticed the troop leader looked down in the dumps. Is she facing some difficulty?" Kei sighed sorrowfully. it really does come down to money. The troop leader has a kind heart, has taken in quite a few homeless girls, but normal business barely brings in enough to get by. Hearing it was merely a matter of money, he remembered the household had dismissed quite a few servants and offered a suggestion. That's easy. Tell them to come to the Lin estate. Kei looked at him in surprise. Huh, he grinned and explained. No need to hide it from our household needs to hire more people. Requirements aren't high, just willing to work hard. This golden opportunity had arrived, yet Kei still hesitated. Would they really be accepted? Noticing her hesitation, Lin Xiu continued, the people the troop took in have clean backgrounds. I can hire them with peace of mind. Entering the Lin estate won't require servant registration. The wages will be enough for them to live comfortably. And the troop has one less burden. Isn't that a win-win? He smiled gently and said, this is what you call mutual benefit. His kindness moved Kei beyond words. Young Master Lin. She immediately selected those who would go to the Lin estate. Sun Dolly stood planted in place holding a red flag, listening to the girls' tinkling laughter, while Lin Xiu reassured Kei so she wouldn't worry. Once they're all settled in, if the troop leader isn't at ease, she can always come visit them, he said. She hastily replied, not at all. If young Master Lin handles it, naturally I'm at ease. Seeing that everything was settled, Lin Xiu led the group back to the estate. Well then, I'll be heading back now. Kei saw him off with lingering reluctance. Please take care, young master. The troop leader turned to look at Kei's flushed face and teased her. Letter 1 EA3 IY, even I can tell that young Master Lin treats you quite differently from everyone else. Letter 1 EA3 IY awkwardly retorted, Madam, please don't talk nonsense. The troop leader put on a worldly-wise expression. Young Master Wu, the East City commander, and now this time as well. Inside and out, young Master Lin has helped Pear Blossom Garden enormously. If not for you, then for whom? The troop leader's seasoned words left Letter 1 EA3 IY bewildered, unable to find a single rebuttal. But the troop leader was already getting on in years. Thinking of Letter 1 EA3 IY's future. She kindly reminded the girl, but think carefully, his betrothed is Zhao Lingjun, a woman of such extraordinary talent. Would she ever agree to let him take a concubine? Think it over. At these words, Letter 1 EA3 IY's face visibly fell. I also wish to serve young Master Lin like everyone else, even if only to pour tea and fetch water. But leaving Pear Blossom Garden behind on his way home, Lin Xiu spots a crowd gathering along the road. Beside him, a line of constables marches by as if on patrol. So many constables on the street piques Lin Xiu's curiosity. Since when did this road have this many constables? At that very moment, Chu Jin appears out of nowhere. Young Master Lin, you finally returned. Seeing him, Lin Xiu asks in confusion, Chief Steward Chu, why are you here? The man explains his presence with a solemn expression. Her Imperial Highness the noble consort heard about the assassination attempt on the young master and went to speak with His Majesty. His Majesty has ordered heightened security around the Ping'an Earl's manor and specially dispatched agents from the Bureau of Secret Investigations for covert protection. Hearing this, Lin Xiu's expression grows contemplative. So that's how it is. Chu Jin sees the pensive look on his face and misunderstands, thinking Lin Xiu doesn't trust them. He smugly curls his lips and glances behind him. Young Master Lin, rest assured, the agents of the Bureau of Secret Investigations are masters of disguise. They absolutely will not let anyone discover any clues. Look, Agent Qin Long of the Bureau, Agent Feng Huang of the Bureau. Staring at the two agents who were disguised so poorly they might as well not have bothered, Lin Xiu turns to Chu Jin, utterly speechless. I believe you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what disguise means. There's no need to keep them stationed. Please convey my deepest gratitude to His Majesty and Her Highness, Chief Steward Chu. Hearing this, Chu Jin immediately takes his leave. Then we shall not disturb you any further. Having so many Bureau of Secret Investigations agents around is certainly a nuisance for Lin Xiu. If they keep monitoring him going forward, how is he supposed to hide the fact that he possesses multiple special abilities? If only this world had a disguise special ability, that would be perfect. Forget it, forget it. Even if such a strange ability existed, it would be just like beast speech. As long as the user doesn't reveal it, no one else would ever know. But where on earth would I find one? The next day, Lin Xiu arrives at the Bureau of Pure Justice only to find it completely deserted. He munches on a steamed bun, bewildered. It's already time for work. Why is there no one at the Bureau of Pure Justice? Hurried footsteps echo through the hall. A constable spots him and greets him with a bright smile. Greetings, young Master Lin. Lin Xiu asks the constable curiously, where did everyone run off to so early in the morning? Where are the others at the yamen? The constable turns and quickly explains Squire Chen's son went missing last night. There's a 1,000-tael reward, so everyone's out searching. Hearing that astronomical figure, Lin Xiu's eyes light up. 1,000 taels. That can buy quite a few origin essence crystals. His system's third awakening slot still sits empty. He urges the constable, saying he wants to tag along. Arriving at Squire Chen's residence, he looks left and right, scanning every corner. Squire Chen, heartbroken over his missing son, weeps and pleads before King Feng. Your Honor, I'm already past 50 and have only one son. You must help me find him. King Feng glances toward the door, spotting Lin Xiu. He is taken aback. He furrows his brow, thinking what's he doing here. Ignoring Lin Xiu for now, he says to Squire Chen, please, Master Chen, gather everyone in the household. I need to question them all. The old man hastily replies, yes, right away. Lin Xiu notices a maid holding a basket and asks about the cloth she's carrying. This is the young master's swaddling cloth, the maid answers, though she finds the question odd. Yes, why do you ask? He holds the swaddling cloth and says, let me borrow this for a moment. King Feng watches with curiosity. What is he doing with the child's clothes? Outside Squire Chen's gate, Lin Xiu crouches down and holds the swaddling cloth to Laji's nose. De Huang. The organization has decided to entrust this critical mission to you. Like this, and like that. Laji listens to the order, its expression deadly serious, and barks in acknowledgement. It then begins barking furiously, commanding the brothers in the neighborhood to track down Squire Chen's son. Brothers, whoever finds the owner of these clothes will be rewarded with mountains of bones and rivers of meat. The subordinates under its command perk up instantly at the mention of meat. Roger that. Okay, no problem. In the slums, Laji hears the cry of a child and freezes, turning toward the house emitting the sound. Inside, two kidnappers, unable to stop Squire Chen's son from wailing, begin arguing. Shut it up already, crying. What if someone discovers us? All you do is talk, why don't you try soothing it yourself? At that moment, a knock comes at the door. Both men whip their heads toward it. Who's there? Lin Xiu answers from outside. Open up, Community Warmth Outreach Program. The fat one panics and refuses to open the door. No need, but how could such a feeble door stop Lin Xiu? He kicks it to splinters. The two kidnappers see him step inside and are so terrified they collapse to the ground. Who are you? From outside, Laji erupts into fierce, thunderous barking. It sniffs the scent and confirms it. This is Squire Chen's son. Master, the scent is unmistakable. It's him. The scene shifts to Squire Chen's residence, where King Feng calmly reassures the old man. Since we've already apprehended the wet nurse as the culprit, finding the young master's whereabouts is merely a matter of time. Please don't worry too much, sir. Lin Xiu walks in carrying Squire Chen's son. Upon hearing that the criminal has already been caught, he is surprised. Caught them already, that fast. How? I only stepped out for a moment. This Liu King Feng sure works efficiently. Squire Chen sees his son and is moved to tears of joy. He takes the baby into his arms and weeps. My son. King Feng glances at him, then turns to answer Lin Xiu's earlier question. During interrogation, the wet nurse's demeanor was rather suspicious. A bit of pressure and she confessed. She said she planned to kidnap the young master and hold him for ransom. She never expected your honor to crack the case first. She had no idea how the young master was even found. Lin Xiu smiles with curved eyes and explains simply, animal senses are far sharper than humans. With proper training, animals are remarkably suited for finding people and tracking objects. You could try training animals for such tasks, but these are just minor tricks, hardly comparable to Lord Liu's godlike investigative prowess. Lin Xiu's ingenuity leaves King Feng somewhat impressed. So that's how it is, truly eye-opening. I once believed no one could surpass me in this line of work, but Brother Lin, you've genuinely earned my respect. Lin Xiu naturally catches the arrogance beneath those words. He smiles and thinks to himself, quite the boast, young man. You can't match my beast speech, but King Feng cracking the case that quickly is no trivial feat either. Squire Chen proves a man of his word. He orders a servant to bring out a gold box as reward. This is the 1,000-tael reward. Thank you, your honor, for finding my son. Lin Xiu's eyes gleam like stars at the sight of the gold box. he laughs with glee in his heart. He struck gold. Of course Lin Xiu wouldn't keep it all to himself. He pulls out a silver ingot and hands it to King Feng. The brothers at the Bureau of Pure Justice have been busy all morning. This bit of silver is for everyone to have tea. King Feng hadn't expected him to share the reward. Thank you, Lord Lin. His tone carries a hint of being overwhelmed by the unexpected generosity. Finding Squire Chen's son through Laji made Lin Xiu appreciate the true value of this special ability more deeply than ever. Squire Chen's case had given him a revelation. The beast speech special ability was remarkably useful for solving crimes. He hadn't expected the money-making potential to be this enormous. Naturally, the more avenues for earning coin, the better. Now I need to get the house madam to help me hang up a private detective's sign. At Pear Blossom Garden. Arriving at Pear Blossom Garden, Kei covers her mouth and compliments his bird. Young Master Lin, your bird is so beautiful. A suggestive remark like this is far too much for someone with a mind as dirty as his to handle. Miss Kei, can we please talk without being so abstract? Kei has no idea what he's talking about. Abstract? What's abstract about that? He doesn't answer her. His mind is filled with nothing but images of birds shrieking hungry, hungry, hunger mate, mate. He had originally planned to use his beast tongue ability to gather intelligence covertly, but after making the rounds, he discovers that most animals lack sufficient intelligence as they operate on pure biological instinct. After sifting through the options, the only animals with enough intelligence to understand commands and conduct reconnaissance are songbird shuimai, orioles, and the like. Setting that thought aside, he picks up several sheets of paper to examine. These are the cases brought to us these past few days, all minor stuff, just lost items. The earnings are negligible, combined. The pay doesn't even cover what I spent buying this bird. Kei picks up a sheet of paper and says to Lin Xiu, young master, take a look at this case. The reward is 500 taels. Hearing there's finally a high-paying case, his voice brims with enthusiasm. This is the one. Kei, I need to go meet the client. Chen Yuanyuan looks at Lin Xiu, just a young man, and feels a hint of doubt. You're the detective the house madam enthusiastically recommended. You look so young. Do you really have the skills? Lin Xiu snaps open his fan in one fluid motion. Professional team at your service, madam. Rest assured, if we can't crack the case, I'll give you a full refund. Chen Yuanyuan suddenly cups her cheeks in bashfulness. Madam, I'm still single. Don't say such things. I'm Chen Yuanyuan. You can call me Yuanyuan. Or Miss Chen. Disgusted by her coquettish act but needing the money, Lin Xiu forces out the words Miss Chen. Let's get to the point. Her face suddenly twists into a vicious snarl. I want you to find a man named Liu Dong and get proof that he's been betraying me. Suppressing his nausea, Lin Xiu asks what exactly Liu Dong did. At this, her expression darkens with fury. Every month I give that man 500 taels of silver. I pulled him out of the slums, fed him, clothed him, even bought him a small courtyard. But lately his tribute has been dwindling and he's not as tender as before. I'm certain he's cheating on the side. He dares to toy with Chen Yuanyuan's feelings. He's courting death. After hearing her reasons, Lin Xiu feels like vomiting, yet he still thinks this boy toy is truly unprofessional. Having a sugar mama is one thing, but expecting her to believe in pure love. Come on, once you've taken the money and done the deed, you should know when to let go. If a boy toy doesn't even have that basic awareness, he doesn't deserve the title. Chen Yuanyuan goes on to explain why she's willing to pay so much. Before you, I already hired 4 investigators. None of them could catch that Liu Dong. That's why I'm willing to fork out 500 taels. Lin Xiu thinks to himself, no wonder this adultery case pays so handsomely. But chasing after a cheating lover leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Miss Chen, forgive my bluntness, but you and this man share no marital bond. Even if I wanted to catch him cheating, there's no legitimate grounds to act. This money is easy to grab but hard to swallow. Seeing him about to refuse, Chen Yuanyuan raises the price to 1,000 taels. As long as you can obtain proof that he betrayed me, I'll increase the reward to 1,000 taels. A money grubber like Lin Xiu immediately agrees. Chen Yuanyuan is even generous enough to pay the deposit up front. Here's the deposit, take it. If it's not enough, just come find me. His eyes gleam like stars at the sight of money. Even a perverted rich woman is still very much a patron. Wonderful, as long as there's money, they're all his dear benefactors. It turns out Chen Yuanyuan had her eyes set on him all along. She waves her hand, dangling an enticing offer. A detective's life is feast or famine. If you're short on cash, big sister here can introduce you to something more stable. He asks curiously what kind of work. Lin Xiu doesn't even realize he's being targeted as a sugar baby candidate. His face lighting up with delight, he thinks he's met a patron. Chen Yuanyuan comes right out with it. If you agree to be with me, I'll give you 1,000 taels a month as living expenses. How about it? Hearing her want him to sell himself, Lin Xiu leaps back in terror, his entire body practically plastering itself against the wall. He stammers in panic, "Madam, please have some dignity. I run an honest business." Chen Yuanyuan merely raises the price again. "How about 1,000 taels then? All you need to do is stay by my side for 10 days each month. As for the rest of the time, I won't interfere with whatever you do." Of course, Lin Xiu can't possibly agree. He wails like an innocent maiden being harassed, "I will never sell my soul for money. Miss Chen, just remembrance, the job is done, don't skimp on the remaining payment." She retorts irritably, "As if I'd owe you a few lousy taels." Inside, Lin Xiu is drenched in cold sweat. Quite something. Liu Dong gets 500 for 1 month, he gets 1,000 but can't cheat and gets freedom with no strings attached. Kei watches this scene and covers her mouth, stifling her laughter. Lin Xiu notices and thinks helplessly, "I look that funny to you?" He can't stand it here any longer. Lin Xiu urgently asks about Liu Dong's belongings. "Miss Chen, please provide me with Liu Dong's address, a portrait, and a set of his regular everyday clothes. Unwashed would be even better, this is just a small matter." Chen Yuanyuan quickly responds, "No problem, I'll have them delivered to you." She still doesn't give up, winking as she asks, "Do you need one of my outfits too?" Lin Xiu panics and yells for her to leave. "Kei, see the guest out, see the guest out." She's already out the door but still can't help calling back. "If you change your mind, you can come find me at my residence anytime. The price is negotiable." Kei sees that she's gone and without restraint bursts into laughter. "I didn't expect the young master to actually have principles." Lin Xiu walks over and places his hand on the wall behind Kei. She startles at his sudden closeness. Lin Xiu leans in and murmurs softly, "You've learned to tease me now, haven't you, little one? You're still young. You don't understand the games those older women play. They've gone completely crazy from it." The intimate atmosphere makes her face burn scarlet. She doesn't dare look at him and asks, 1,000 a month. Does the young master truly not feel tempted? He chuckles softly, "Of course I love money, but I have zero interest in that particular madam. But if it were Miss Kei, forget 1,000 Devon for 100 taels, I'd agree." Kei's face turns as red as a ripe persimmon, and her words stumble out incoherently. From Lin Xiu's angle, he can catch a glimpse of Kei's full, milky bosom. He thinks wickedly, this angle truly offers a magnificent view. Kei is indeed an innocent girl. She musters all her courage and declares, "Then I'll work hard to earn money." The young master must not forget what he said today. Lin Xiu replies with utmost satisfaction, "A word once spoken cannot be caught even by 4 galloping horses." Several days later, Kei's melodious singing drifts through the room. 10 years ago, I did not know you, you did not belong to me. Izin Chan. 10 years sings and thinks to herself, we're alike, both of us standing beside a stranger. The more she sings the lyrics young Master Lin taught her, the more profound they feel. The bird he'd been raising flies in from outside. It has found where Liu Dong is. Shuyu enters the green tower. Kei stops singing and looks at the bird perched on his shoulder. This bird is truly clever. Young Master Lin, how can you understand what they're saying? Lin Xiu strokes its head and answers, because I trained them. I've put in considerable effort. They're the ones I carefully selected. As surveillance targets, they're not easily spotted by other sand, incredibly intelligent. Not even a golden pheasant could compare. Now that he knows Liu Dong's location, Lin Xiu bids farewell. I'm off to work. Miss Kei, I'll come back in a few days to hear you sing. Kei watches him leave and says, young master, be careful out there. From inside the green tower, a clamor of shouts erupts. What the, who are you people? Let go of me. What the hell, what are you trying to do? 3 men stand behind them, faces sinister and snarl. We're here on orders from the Marquis Protector's estate. Cut the chatter. The surrounding citizens hear the commotion and rush over to watch the spectacle. What's going on? Looks like they're catching someone in the act. Oh my, come quick, get a look at this. Chen Yuanyuan looks at the 3 people before her and asks, it's these 3. The 3 guards answer respectfully, yes, there's no one else inside. Chen Yuanyuan scans the area but finds no trace of Liu Dong. She turns to him, suspicion written all over her face. "You're positive Liu Dong is in there? I won't end up swinging at thin air again, will I?" Lin Xiu, supremely confident, asserts without a shred of doubt. "Not at all. I haven't been going to class these past few days. I've been staking this place out the entire time. There's absolutely no way I'm wrong." He signals for backup to move in. "Now then." Dun Thurengu trots up to the brown-robed man and confirms it. "That's Liu Dong, master, that's him. Remember the extra chicken drumstick tonight." Chen Yuanyuan grows annoyed as the dog keeps barking. "What is this mutt yapping about? Big sister doesn't have time to play with you. If today you can't produce evidence that Liu Dong has been sneaking around behind my back," she licks her lips, her gaze hungry as she stares at him, "then you'll pay with your body." Lin Xiu walks over and pats Liu Dong on the shoulder. Liu Dong flinches at the sudden contact. What are you doing?" "Copying special ability." Sensing the system activating its copy function, Lin Xiu's eyes widen as he stares at Liu Dong. "So that's how it works." Chen Yuanyuan, seeing that he still hasn't done anything, turns cold. "You'd better not be trying to swindle me." Lin Xiu raises a hand to cut her off. "Hold on, let me show you a little magic trick." With that, he delivers a resounding slap across Liu Dong's face. Instantly, his disguised features melt away, revealing his true appearance. Liu Dong, struck across the face, erupts in fury. "What the hell? Change me back." Lin Xiu turns around with a smile and asks her, "There, take a good look. Is this the man you've been looking for?" Liu Dong glances down at his restored face and gasps, "Huh. I've changed back." Seeing his true appearance restored, he panics and whirls toward her. "Yuanyuan, listen to me, let me explain." Chen Yuanyuan, seething with rage, orders the servants to beat him. "You wretched man, I put a roof over your head and food in your belly, and you dare sneak around with other women behind my back. Hit him harder." Liu Dong can only wail and beg for mercy. "Yuanyuan, I was wrong, I'll never do it again, please just spare me this once." Lin Xiu smirks, watching the beating with unrestrained relish. "Young man, the gift fate bestows always comes with a price tag." Seeing that Liu Dong has been beaten to a pulp, he steps forward and stops the servants. "Stop, if this turns fatal, it'll be a mess. That disguise ability of his is far too valuable to just throw away." Chen Yuanyuan, however, still refuses to give up on seducing Lin Xiu. "Handsome young man, what I said before, I still stand by it. Just agree and you can skip 20 years of hard work. If you ever come to your senses, you can come find me at Marquis Baoding's manor anytime." Scary. He hoists Liu Dong over his shoulder and bolts. "I'm taking Liu Dong to the medical clinic. Don't forget to bill her for the medicine." She spits on the ground. That stinking Manthi's lady has no use for him. Night falls, the chubby man sets a charred, pitch-black pancake on the table and proudly shows it off. "Look, my pancake flipping technique has improved a lot, hasn't it?" His companion stares at the blackened pancake and lets out a helpless sigh. "Don't put that burnt thing out on the counter." The man named Liu Dong was brought back to the Bureau of Secret Intelligence yesterday. His special ability lets him alter his appearance. That's the kind of talent we need. At that moment, Lin Xiu, disguised as Sun Dala, struts out of his house with an oriole perched on his shoulder. The two Bureau agents don't suspect a thing. What kind of strange master and pet hobby is that? Seeing their lack of suspicion, he thinks smugly success with the disguise ability. "It doesn't matter whether it's assassins or space, nobody can catch me." According to the book, the disguise ability cannot withstand external force. A blow to the face will cause the disguise to shatter. The user reverts to their original appearance. Not me though, I can switch between different faces seamlessly. It seems that as the number of awakenings increases, even a low-level special ability like this grows more powerful. Some low-grade special abilities are rated poorly, but who knows, perhaps he can cultivate those very abilities into something far greater. Dawn breaks, Lin Xiu arrives at a noodle shop and orders a bowl of noodles. "Boss, 2 bowls of noodles." The shop owner responds briskly, "Coming right up, please have a seat, young master." King Feng happens to spot him while passing through the street. He stops in his tracks. "Lord Lin." Lin Xiu is also surprised. "Lord Liu out and about so early?" King Feng explains in a low voice, "My mother has been bedridden with illness. Every day, I have to fetch her medicine before heading to the Bureau of Pure Justice for work." Lin Xiu, hearing this, asks with concern, "May I ask what illness afflicts your honored mother? What medicine does she need?" "I happen to have an acquaintancean imperial physician in the palace. Why don't you bring your mother to the Lin estate? I'll have that physician examine her. Seeing his willingness to help, King Feng is both surprised and grateful. Would that truly be all right? Thank you so much, Lord Lin. Lin Xiu waves it off with a smile. We're colleagues, no need for such formalities. Something crosses his mind, and King Feng's expression turns contemplative. Oh, right, about what Lord Lin mentioned regarding animals helping to solve cases. Hearing him bring that up again, Lin Xiu thinks helplessly, has Liu King Feng investigated so many cases that he's gone half mad? Why is he still hung up on that? King Feng sits down at the table and begins to explain. I won't hide it from you, Lord Lin. Not long ago, I also raised a small black dog. Although it could follow some simple commands after a few days of training, it never reached the level where it could actually assist in solving cases. At that moment, the shop owner arrives carrying the noodles. Young master, your noodles. King Feng's earnestness gives Lin Xiu a serious case of indigestion. The way you keep talking about this stuff, it's starting to freak me out. Lin Xiu slurps his noodles noisily as he speaks. People's physiques are never the same. My innate talent is bonding with animals. Other people simply can't learn it. King Feng nods in understanding. So that's how it is. Noticing his spirits drop, Lin Xiu offers some comfort. Lord Liu, there's no need to be envious. Are you saying that without animal assistance you can't catch criminals? King Feng answers with a sheepish expression. Truth be told, when I judge cases, I rely on my special ability. Hearing that he possesses a special ability, Lin Xiu's eyes light up with excitement. So Lord Liu has awakened a special ability. What kind is it? King Feng doesn't conceal it. Eye discernment's ability allows me to perceive countless details at a crime scene, during interrogations especially. Even the slightest flicker of unease from a suspect cannot escape my eyes. Seeing such a useful ability, Lin Xiu immediately springs into action. Wanting to replay the same trick he pulled on Li Beijing. I wonder, what's your drinking capacity like, Brother Liu? Though puzzled by the question, King Feng answers honestly, quite good. I wonder, what's your drinking capacity like, Brother Liu? Though puzzled, he answers honestly, pretty good. Hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyes gleam. That's perfect. That's perfect, then I'll treat you to drinks another day. Outside the palace, Lin Xiu holds a jewelry box in his hand, muttering. The imperial consort has probably been locked up long enough to fall into depression. With a trained nightingale, I can cheer her up a bit and she'll reward me with treasure. He activates his spatial special ability, making the item vanish, and thinks a woman's trinkets are useless to me. Besides, palace goods can't be converted anyway. At the corner, someone rushes along at a frantic pace. The two of them collide head-on. Seeing Li Beijing, Lin Xiu is startled. Brother Li, the young man scratches his face shyly and looks at him. Brother Lin, what a coincidence. Two palace guards trailing behind spot Li Beijing and immediately bow in respect. Your Highness, Prince Qin. Hearing them address Li Beijing as Prince Qin, Lin Xiu's jaw drops wide enough to fit an egg. Learning Li Beijing's true identity, he hurriedly apologizes. Your Highness, Prince Qin. I had no knowledge of your esteemed status before. I was terribly disrespectful. Please forgive my offenses. Seeing him act this way leaves the young prince feeling somewhat downcast. Brother Lin, don't be like this. I finally made a friend who shares the same aspirations. We can't let a mere difference in status turn us into strangers. Realizing that the prince genuinely wants to befriend him, Lin Xiu breaks into a cheerful grin and teases. Brother Li, you certainly know how to keep a secret. A map of relationships within the imperial palace forms in his mind: the empress, the crown prince, consort Du, the prince of Zhao, consort Xian, and the prince of Qi. That he is a prince comes as quite a surprise. He had indeed suspected Li Beijing's true identity before, but every investigation turned up nothing. To think the man was actually a prince. Back to the present, Beijing speaks in a pleading tone. I still ask Brother Lin to keep my secret. As thanks, I'll invite you for drinks. Naturally, Lin Xiu wouldn't breathe a word of it to anyone. He still has business to attend to at the Taiyi Academy. The drinking can wait. I still need to get to the Taiyi Academy right now. In Lin Xiu's eyes, every curve of the female form before him appears with even more vivid, enchanting detail. This extraordinary ability of his is far too practical. From a distance they look slender, but up close the details only get more tantalizing, curves so round they defy belief. Beijing, standing beside him, teases, those divine eyes of yours are quite sharp today. Lin Xiu forces an awkward chuckle, then thinks to himself, compared to his, Liu King Feng's extraordinary ability is far more convenient. Lin Xiu suddenly proposes visiting Beijing's residence. Now that Brother Li has completed qi induction, this martial path drill seems rather pointless. Why not head to your place instead? We can drink to our heart's content. He tilts his head in contemplation, directing their course toward the Qin prince's manor. Seeing him hesitate, Lin Xiu adds, we're figures of some standing in the imperial capital. Would we really lug our own wine to some rundown tavern? Seeing the logic in his words, he immediately agrees. All right then. At that, Lin Xiu produces a wooden box from his spatial ring and says, well, Brother Li, I recently came across a pair of earrings but have no one to give them to. Why don't you take a look? He gently lifts the lid, revealing a pair of exquisite earrings inside. Beijing examines the earrings and offers his assessment. The craftsmanship, it looks like something from the inner palace. How did you get your hands on these? Lin Xiu chuckles softly. His mind wanders to Lingyan as it so often does. Maybe I should wait until Lingyan comes back and give them to her. No, if I give them to her, she'll just say she's accepting them on behalf of her elder sister. At that moment, Ninger appears. She widens her eyes, gazing at him with a look of perfect innocence. Those earrings are simply gorgeous. Are they for me? Lin Xiu is utterly stunned by her brazen audacity. What shameless nerve. Where did this green tea bitch crawl out from? Don't give them and I'll be called stingy, but giving them away truly pains my heart. Despite the sting in his chest, Lin Xiu forces a smile and replies, yes, they are. Do you like them? The girl shamelessly nods her head. Not content with that, she continues her green tea act by badmouthing Lingjun something like this: it's clearly worth a fortune. Won't your fiancé be upset if she finds out? Lin Xiu quickly replies, you're absolutely right, then let's just forget about it. The moment his words leave his lips, she reaches out and snatches the wooden box. Lin Xiu is so furious he could strangle her. Wretched girl, let go. What's with the death grip? Ninger smiles sweetly at him while internally screaming, once a gift is given, you can't take it back. She swiftly yanks the box free and tucks it into her clothes. I don't mind, so don't overthink it. But Lin Xiu isn't listening at all. He mutters in confusion, why is there no reaction? Why is there no reaction? It seems each awakening only grants 4 slots. She turns away, shyly murmuring, I really like them. Lin Xiu forces a smile, glad you like them. If it weren't for the extraordinary ability, I wouldn't bother currying your favor. The Extraordinary Arts Academy. Lin Xiu turns to inform Beijing, I want to head home and grab the wine. I'll head back to my manor for the wine. Brother Li, head home and wait, we'll be drinking soon. Beijing replies cheerfully, then I'll have my men prepare some appetizers. Tonight we don't stop until we're drunk. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupts, nearly scorching our protagonist's handsome face. Seeing Ming He standing before him, he clutches his forehead and exclaims, Princess, what are you doing? Fighting is forbidden within the Extraordinary Arts Academy. The princess merely snorts coldly, far from being intimidated. Ming He throws her royal weight around, then go ahead and have them come punish me. Faced with the princess's brazen arrogance, Lin Xiu seethes but can do nothing. Can this girl even communicate like a normal person? This princess is truly one to hold a grudge. Ming He has come to settle the score from last time. Last time you ran into this princess in the inner palace, weren't you awfully arrogant? Let's see if you can still act so bold now. The terrifying wave of power radiating before him freezes Lin Xiu in place. She has undergone 2 more awakenings than he has. They are simply not on the same level. At that moment, an ice arrow tears through the air and slams into the fire blast, triggering a violent explosion in midair. Lingyan appears with an overwhelming aura, her voice ringing with fury, bullying the weak. What kind of skill is that? Seeing her, his face lights up. Lingyan, you're back. Lingyan turns to Ming He with a frosty expression. My sister is about to return to the imperial capital. How about you go practice sparring with her instead? The mere mention of Lingjun immediately suppresses Ming He's arrogance. The princess puffs out her cheeks, snorts coldly, then turns and storms off. Lin Xiu is startled to hear that Lingjun is returning. Zhao Lingjun is about to come back. After Ming He leaves, the 2 of them stand in silence, eyes meeting. Lin Xiu is the one to break the silence. Lingyan, when did you get back? She replies coolly, this morning, just arrived in the imperial capital. She immediately senses that he has undergone yet another awakening. You've undergone 2 awakenings now. Lin Xiu scratches his face sheepishly. You noticed? She asks, how many origin stones did you burn through? He answers 10. Hearing that he wasted a full 10, Lingyan says with displeasure, you spendthrift. If you had waited for me to come back and help, you could have broken through in less than 10 days. Lin Xiu hangs his head with a heavy sigh. In the month she's been away, so much has happened. Thinking of the previous assassination attempt, he still feels that spending those 10 origin stones was the right call. If I hadn't forced my second awakening, how could I have survived the assassination at the city gates? Lingyan turns, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she brings up Ninger receiving the box. Indeed, in the month I've been gone, quite a lot has happened, hasn't it? Just now I heard everyone gossiping about how you gave Zhu Ninger a pair of exquisite earrings. Lin Xiu is left speechless by her words exquisite. She says. He dodges her blade-sharp gaze. I originally intended to give them to you. Lingyan immediately challenges, then why did you give them to Zhu Ninger? He replies with a bitter smile, if I gave them to you, you'd just say you're keeping them for your sister. Lingyan frowns, my sister is your future wife. What's wrong with giving her a gift? His expression turns sulky. If I wanted to give her something, I'd give it to her myself, not have you take what I gave you and hand it to someone else. Those were my gift to you. Is this girl truly oblivious, or is she just playing dumb? Lingyan still fails to grasp the issue, but my sister isn't someone else. Hearing this, his frustration only deepens. Really, I certainly wouldn't get assassinated time and again for just anyone. The moment Lingyan hears the word assassination, she rushes over to examine him. Assassination? Why would you be assassinated? Let me see if you're injured anywhere. Lin Xiu turns his face away, answering in a sulky tone. About half a month after you left, something happened. If I hadn't undergone my second awakening back then, you wouldn't be seeing me again. I'm just a nobody of no consequence. I haven't offended a soul. Then tell me, why are there always people trying to take my life? His words freeze Lingyan's hands mid-motion. She lowers her head, her expression heavy with sorrow. I asked father if the engagement between you and my sister could be dissolved. Lin Xiu is utterly stunned by her words. Lingyan, why did I have to tell her? It's not even her fault. Her next words jolt him from his thoughts. But father told me it was the emperor himself who sanctioned this engagement. Lin Xiu cries out in disbelief. What? She doesn't answer directly, instead offering a hint. Have you noticed that children of the nobility awaken extraordinary abilities at a far higher rate than commoners? Lin Xiu's mind races instantly. Could awakening extraordinary abilities be tied to bloodline? Seeing that he has grasped it, she explains, when two extraordinary ability practitioners wed, their children have a high likelihood of awakening abilities as well. Moreover, the stronger the parent's talent, the greater the child's potential will be. That is why the noble clans never cease intermarrying, not merely to consolidate power, but to ensure the birth of ever stronger offspring. Even a commoner who awakens an extraordinary ability will quickly be sought out by noble families for marriage and betrothal. After hearing her explanation, Lin Xiu, a man with no power, branded a good-for-nothing, instantly feels the full, crushing weight of Emperor Zia's shamelessness. A peerless talent like Zhao Lingjun married into any clan whatsoever, she would bolster that clan's power tenfold. Only by marrying her into a powerless household like mine, a trash with zero cultivation talent, can the Li royal family secure its throne. That dog emperor is truly despicable. Lingyan looks at Lin Xiu with sympathetic eyes. The marriage has already been set in stone. There is no way to change it. Besides, my sister is both strong and beautiful. You'll definitely like her. Knowing this is Emperor Zia's unyielding will, Lin Xiu can only accept it. Of course, someone like me getting to be with your sister, I should be overjoyed beyond measure. I have no desire to marry a woman I've never met. And I certainly don't need comforting. Lingyan grows flustered, stammering like a frightened bird as she scrambles to retreat. I'll be heading back now. She turns and walks away. Watching her retreating figure, his gaze grows complicated. He murmurs to himself, Lin Xiu, oh Lin Xiu, you are not the only one in this world who throws himself into the fire for another. At the Prince of Qin's residence, Beijing hoists a wine jar high, exclaiming with delight, this is exactly the taste I've been craving to death. Suddenly a piercing scream tears through the air. I won't dare do it again, you wretched woman. Lin Xiu startles, why is there a woman crying? Beijing's face darkens instantly. From within the residence, the princess consort of Qin bellows, you dare seduce the prince. I'll beat you to death. The accused maid sobs and begs, Your Highness, I didn't seduce anyone, please spare my life. The princess consort pays no heed to the plea. Her beautiful face twists with undisguised malice. Lin Xiu tilts his head in question. Beijing's expression sours, his eyes turning cold as glacial ice. The princess consort of Qin. Beijing strides toward the princess consort, his voice thundering enough. The woman instantly feigns frailty and collapses into his arms, tearfully lodging her complaint. Your Highness, that wretched slave broke my most beloved jade cup, that is why I punished her. He pays her explanation no mind whatsoever. He issues his command with cold authority. This prince has a guest here to discuss business. Cease this noise at once, all of you withdraw. The servants of the residence obey immediately. Yes, Your Highness. After dismissing the princess consort and her entourage, Beijing turns to Lin Xiu with an apologetic look. Brother Lin, forgive the embarrassment, let us retire to the study. Good heavens, what kind of marital crisis propaganda film did I just walk into? 2 wine jars clink together, producing a crisp, satisfying ring. Lin Xiu teases Beijing, now I finally understand you're a prince of the realm, no less, and yet you always wear such a melancholy face. Beijing waves his hand dismissively, his tone weary. Don't even mention it. His face twists with undisguised loathing at the mere memory of the princess consort. When it comes to women, if the soul is tainted, no matter how stunning the face, she is nothing but a female ghost wearing a mask. Seeing his deep aversion, Lin Xiu asks with genuine puzzlement, if you despise the princess consort so, why not simply move out? But to his surprise, Beijing replies, I'm dead broke, where would I get the money? In the imperial capital, even a modest residence costs upwards of 100,000 taels. The revelation that Beijing is penniless catches Lin Xiu completely off guard. You're a prince, for heaven's sake, and you're complaining about being poor to me. Beijing lets out a tired sigh. She's afraid I'll move out, so she keeps a death grip on all the money. Hearing this, Lin Xiu springs to his feet at once. Even better than Brother Li, I have an idea. The abacus in Lin Xiu's mind clatters with golden beads. He proposes a partnership selling wine. Tell me, if we took the wine we're drinking today and put it on the market, would a single jar be worth 100 taels? It's a quality product, no doubt about it. Anyone willing to pay 100 taels would have to be extraordinarily wealthy. Beyond the quality of the wine itself, what they're truly paying for is the feeling of prestige. After all, the rarer the commodity, the more precious it becomes. Each month we only sell 100 jars, strictly controlling supply based on availability. As Lin Xiu lays out the plan, Beijing raises an eyebrow. You're not serious about this, are you? When money is on the table, Lin Xiu is dead serious. Of course we're brothers, aren't we? If I find a path to riches, you're the first person I think of. Awakening truly demands an enormous amount of money. Right now, Lin Xiu needs money more than anything in the world. 3 awakenings demand converting origin stones into silver. The cost is staggering. 100,000 taels. It was no easy feat latching onto a prince's thigh. Shouldn't he hold on for dear life? I've already thought it through. With this wine's quality, we can split it into multiple price tiers, each with a precise market positioning: personal consumption, gift-giving, collector's reserve, and pure luxury. The top tier, aged 5 times limited quantity, will be packaged in ceramic bottles with wooden stoppers. The standard grade, aged once, priced at 10 taels, will come in simple local earthenware jars. Seeing a future free of that tigress, Beijing is overjoyed. He throws an arm around Lin Xiu's shoulder, shouting with excitement, "You're a goddamn genius." Seeing him agree, a sly grin spreads across Lin Xiu's face. I provide the technique, you provide the manpower and materials, we split it 60-40, and I've already picked the name Red Mud Residence. Beijing has also caught wind of the news that Lingzhen is about to return. He looks at Lin Xiu with the eyes of a fellow sufferer and offers some heartfelt advice. Zhao Lingzhen is returning to the imperial capital soon. You really ought to set aside some money, buy yourself a house after the wedding. Lin Xiu, his conscience pricked, waves it off. It's not that bad. I asked Ling Yin, and apparently her sister's temperament is quite easy to get along with. Beijing squints at him with an amused grin. Kid, I'm speaking from experience here. Lin Xiu falls silent. Half a month later, Zhao Lingyan's face flushes crimson as she demands, "Why are you holding it so long today?" Lin Xiu's face is no less red. He retorts defensively, "Can't I hold it longer?" It turns out the two are seated atop an ice boulder, cultivating together. Lingyan snaps back in frustration. "Have you been secretly training behind my back?" Lin Xiu's temper flares at being scolded. "You drain me to the point of exhaustion every single day. How could I possibly find the energy to cultivate on top of that? This is all thanks to those origin stones." Ever since Lingyan's return, she has been wringing him completely dry every single day with the tricolor art. Sensing the surge in his cultivation, Lingyan fears he has taken a shortcut. She grabs his wrist and reprimands him sternly. Where did you get so much money? Let me tell you, no matter how desperate you are to advance, you must not sell your soul. Seeing her misunderstanding, Lin Xiu explains helplessly, where does your mind even go? I partnered up with a friend to start a business. But Ling Yin isn't buying it. What kind of business makes that much money in just half a month? Lin Xiu asks her, have you heard of the Red Mud residence? She pauses to think. I believe father mentioned it once. I heard there's a wine called Fairy's Intoxication with a very limited daily supply. Father tried to buy it several times but failed. He's been quite vexed about it. Hearing that Ling Yin's father is fond of this wine, Lin Xiu asks with a grin, oh, the future father-in-law likes it. Come, let's go. I'll take you to pick up 2 jars to bring home. Heh. Only then does Ling Yin notice something amiss. Isn't the Red Mud residence an enterprise under the Prince of Qin's household? Your friend, you mean the King of Qin. Lin Xiu sees that she has recognized him and offers a hint. Do you still remember the person standing beside you at the opening ceremony? This leaves Ling Yin utterly bewildered. He is the King of Qin. Elsewhere, dark clouds roll in as thunder and lightning crash down with violent fury. A torrential downpour follows, hammering down without end. The physician stands in her room, gazing out the window at the dense curtain of rain, her heart heavy with worry. With rain this heavy, nothing's happened to young Master Lin, has it? Half an hour ago, Lin Xiu had climbed through the window and instructed the physician, I have some matters to attend to, I need to step out for a while. Miss Physician, you absolutely cannot let anyone know I've left. Thunder had already rumbled at that moment, and she had tried anxiously to stop him from going. Thunder this loud, it's about to rain for sure. Back to the present, the physician lets out a sigh, her heart restless and uneasy. He left in such a rush. Could he be going to meet his sweetheart in secret? Just as she spirals into her sentimental musings, Lin Xiu returns, drenched like a drowned rat. I'm back. Seeing him completely soaked, she rushes over. Young Master Lin is drenched to the bone. Be careful not to catch cold. Hurry behind the screen, dry yourself off and change into fresh clothes. Lin Xiu says gently, sorry for the trouble, Miss Physician. He steps behind the screen and wrings out his soaking wet garments. Glancing at his increasingly chiseled physique, Lin Xiu smirks with pride. The power of lightning truly deserves its rank as a heaven-grade extraordinary ability, far superior to parking my backside in Ling Yan's room for half a day. Then comes the rustling sound of clothes being changed. The physician waits outside the screen for him to finish changing. Once changed, Lin Xiu emerges from behind the screen. The fragrance clinging to the clothes fills him with an inexplicable sense of comfort. This scent doesn't seem like the usual fragrance I'm accustomed to. What scent is this? The physician explains, flustered and embarrassed. That's the outfit I wore when I disguised myself as a man to go singing. It must have absorbed the scent of rouge and powder. Hearing that these are the physician's clothes, a certain part of Lin Xiu's anatomy springs to immediate attention. Wearing the physician's clothes, he fears she'll notice his little brother raising its head in salute. Lin Xiu hastily restrains it and hurries to take his leave. I should get going. Once the clothes are washed, return them to me, little brother. I know you're restless and uncomfortable, but there's nothing I can do about it. Stepping out of the room, he pats son Dolly awake. Stop sleeping. Time to go home. The two stride into the thick curtain of rain. At that moment, a figure ahead causes him to freeze in his tracks. Not far ahead stands Qin Wan, sheltering from the rain under an eave. Without an umbrella, it seems she has been stranded here. The rain is so heavy that spray splashes onto her, drenching her entire body, which only makes her voluptuous figure all the more apparent. A beauty standing in the rain, and the little brother that Lin Xiu had so painfully managed to lull to sleep springs back to life with a vengeance. Qin Wan senses someone watching and lifts her head, spotting him. Her eyes widen in surprise. Lin Xiu suppresses the stirring in his body and walks over with a composed expression, offering her the umbrella in his hand. Miss Zioner, did you forget to bring an umbrella? Take this one, my residence is nearby anyway. Qin Wan thanks him gently. Many thanks, young Master Lin. Hearing her address him as young Master Lin, he looks at her in surprise. You know me. Qin Wan and I only met once at the enrollment ceremony, didn't we? And she still remembers. Miss Zhao's fiancé, who in the entire imperial capital doesn't know. Lin Xiu hears this and feels somewhat helpless. Just as I expected, it's all because of Zhao Lingyan again. Jin Wan's expression turns mysterious. I'm afraid young Master Lin doesn't know. Your reputation at the Extraordinary Arts Academy is quite considerable, especially in the hearts of the female disciples. Lin Xiu doesn't take the bait. He turns to leave, but Qin Wan grabs his arm. It's freezing out here, Miss Zioner. You should hurry home. I'm returning to my residence as well. Caught by the arm, he turns his head in surprise. Qin Wan averts her gaze, her voice laced with hesitation. Could you lend me some money? Being suddenly asked for money leaves Lin Xiu momentarily stunned. Looking at her face flushed red with embarrassment, he thinks to himself, pretending to borrow things, a classic move. Truthfully, I've encountered plenty of tactics to hook men, but someone borrowing money the very first time we meet, now that's a first. Seeing him say nothing, Qin Wan forces down her embarrassment and adds, tomorrow at the Extraordinary Arts Academy. I'll pay you back. Lin Xiu doesn't ask what she needs it for. Instead, he generously produces a large denomination banknote. Seeing the large banknote, Qin Wan hastily waves her hands. I don't need that much, just a bit of loose silver will do. Seeing her refuse, Lin Xiu is at a loss. He says honestly, I'm not trying to show off, but this is the smallest banknote I have. At that moment, her gaze falls on Sun Dali picking his nose behind him. She signals with her eyes, taking the small silver bits from Dali's hand. Qin Wan thanks Lin Xiu. Thank you, young Master Lin, all of Sun Dali's life savings. Old Sun clutches his money pouch and wails, my money. Seeing Old Sun's anguished expression, Lin Xiu teases with a grin, little fairy. Would someone like you default on a debt? After saying this, the expression on his face instantly shifts, turning solemn and heavy. His eyes narrow with scrutiny as he watches Qin Wan's retreating figure. A person's gaze and subconscious movements reveal the thoughts hidden within. But Qin Wan, I simply cannot see through her. Lingyan was right, that woman is dangerous. Under the old eaves, the rain grows heavier with each passing moment. Qin Wan's voice rings out, shopkeeper, 1 bowl of noodles, please. Lin Xiu and Dali, seated inside the shop, jolt in surprise and look up at her. The shopkeeper inside beams with delight. The young miss is here again, same as usual, thin noodles, minimal scallions, extra broth. Qin Wan also turns, startled to find the two of them there. Lin Xiu waves with a friendly smile. Miss Zioner. What a coincidence. But inwardly, every nerve is on high alert. This is the first time I've seen a noble lady frequent a place like this. I truly cannot get a read on her. She comes here to eat noodles, and she's a regular at that. Though her family background isn't exactly illustrious. She certainly shouldn't be so destitute as to borrow money for a bowl of noodles worth a few bits of silver. And yet she frequents this shabby little shop. Qin Wan beams at him, her eyes curving into crescents of unmistakable delight. What a coincidence, this shop has wonderful flavors, I come here often. Outwardly she says this, but her mind brims with calculation. This man is no simpleton. He is far from ordinary. At the training grounds, a fellow disciple briefs Lin Xiu and Beijing. The two have successfully completed Qi induction. This martial path class offers nothing new, you might as well train on your own at home. The two exchange awkward smiles. You've got the physique that attracts women while I've got the one that repels them. Suddenly, Qin Wan calls out from behind, young Master Lin. She turns without hesitation and hands him an umbrella. Thank you for yesterday. Lin Xiu smiles politely. Don't mention it, it was merely a small favor. Beijing sidles up and whispers, what did you do to Miss Zioner? Lin Xiu leans in and replies, it was just a chance encounter, I lent a helping hand, that's all. At that moment, Qin Wan produces a stone and places it in Lin Xiu's hand. And this too. Minghe and the King of Qin both stare at the stone, dumbfounded. After she turns and walks away, he thinks to himself, Zhu Ninger really ought to learn from Qin Wan now. That is what a true green tea bitch looks like. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Ninger appears nearby, her face scrunched up as she confronts Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, why was Qin Wan looking for you? Do you have feelings for her? Beijing has already slipped aside to watch the drama unfold, while Lin Xiu tries desperately to explain, don't misunderstand. Yesterday when I was heading back, it happened to be pouring rain and Miss Wanner didn't have an umbrella, so I lent her mine. That's all there is to it. Ninger crossed her arms and lectured Lin Xiu. Qin Wan is a very dangerous woman. I can tell her getting close to you is definitely not with good intentions. He scratched his cheek. Don't overthink it. Miss Wanner and I are nothing more than ordinary friends. She pouted in irritation. If you're just friends, then stop calling her Wanner so sweetly. Lin Xiu blinked, bewildered and confused. But I also call you Miss Ninger, don't I? Ninger spun around furiously and stormed off. You really are a blockhead, I'm leaving. Would even a wooden post glance back when a girl's name is mentioned? Ninger seethed, her cheeks puffed out like a blowfish. If you don't coax me, I won't pay you any attention ever again. That's what she told herself, yet she kept glancing back. Why isn't he chasing after me? Meanwhile, Lin Xiu had walked straight into a wooden pillar. Thinking of Lin Xiu's dashing image, she muttered to herself, a man as gallant as Lin Xiu surely wouldn't just stand there when he sees a girl soaked in the rain. Besides, we're all fellow disciples. Lending a hand is only natural. With a personality like that, surely he doesn't think I was being deliberately difficult, right? Forget it, I'll swallow my pride just this once. Ninger put on a pitiful, coquettish act. Oh no, I fell, my anklet hurts, I must have sprained it. What should I do? My carriage is parked outside the Extraordinary Arts Academy's gate. If only some kind soul could carry me there. Lin Xiu stifled a helpless laugh from the side. Her acting is absolutely atrocious. Ninger still gazed at him with those expectant, pleading eyes. You big dummy, Lin Xiu, get over here already. Beijing, watching from afar, couldn't hold back a chuckle either. Truly amateur theatrics. Lin Xiu walked over and asked, isn't your extraordinary ability flight? Why not just fly out yourself? She huffed indignantly. I've been training so hard that I've completely exhausted my energy. Forget it if you won't help. I'll just crawl out nice and slow. I'll get there eventually. Lin Xiu heard this and sighed inwardly. I wish I had a flying ability right now, but of course the timing is all wrong. If I'd known, I would never have copied Liu Qingfeng's extraordinary ability. Heaven handed me a chance and I threw it away. He crouched down and hoisted her onto his back, resigned to his fate. How could I bear to watch you crawl all the way out? Hop on, I'll carry you out. Ninger shyly climbed onto Lin Xiu's back. That's more like it. He stiffened awkwardly. This was helplessness at its finest. He had to cultivate a good relationship with Zhu Ninger. Otherwise, all his efforts would be for nothing. She gloated internally. Looks like Lin Xiu really does like me. I could sweep him away right this instant and humiliate Xiao Lingjun. Ninger bit her lip, her cheeks flushing red. But if she did that, it would surely break his heart. Her face burned deeper and deeper with each passing thought. The more Ninger thought about it, the more flustered she became, shaking her head furiously. Back and forth. No, 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 if I keep thinking like this, I'll. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu, still carrying Ninger on his back, stood there bewildered. She suddenly leaped off his back. Ninger hovered in midair, her face as red as a ripe tomato. I feel like I've recovered a portion of my origin energy. I'll head off first, thank you for today. With that, she shot into the sky and vanished. Lin Xiu watched her go, helpless. Zhu Ninger's cultivation power was clearly far stronger now. Dragging her down wouldn't accomplish anything at best. He'd fail to obtain a flying extraordinary ability and humiliate himself in the process. He needed to awaken his abilities quickly. Once he possessed a flying ability, he could finally escape her clutches. Qin Wang and Wooden Pillar were munching on watermelon and spectating the whole show from the side. He turned around and looked at the kid with a devious grin. Bro, lend me some money. Beijing replied coolly, no problem, Red Mud Residence has been raking it in lately. How much do you need? Lin Xiu said casually, 50,000. Beijing's jaw dropped at the number. Are you robbing me? The wooden girl was still calmly munching on watermelon. Rooftop after rooftop stretched out in a mosaic before them. Lin Xiu stood in the courtyard and burst into laughter. I've shouldered mountains of debt, and at last 3 awakenings. Even the birds overhead would squawk in mockery. Squawk, squawk. He steeled his resolve. Zhu Ninger, here I come. A crowd had gathered, gawking at the spectacle. Ninger was being restrained by 2 maidservants. She demanded, bewildered. Song Yuzhai, what do you think you're doing? Yuzhai stood before Ninger and opened her mouth with a barrage of curses. You dare seduce my man Zheng Wei, are you courting death? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ninger cried out in her own defense. I don't even know any Zheng Wei, the woman sneered. Don't play innocent, he's been by my side this whole time. If you hadn't tempted him, why would he suddenly start fawning over you? Ninger issued a cold threat. If you dare lay a hand on me, the Zhu family will not let you off. Yuzhai sneered smugly. Others may fear you, but I don't. We're both from Duke's estates. Yours is merely 3rd rank while my grandfather's is 2nd rank. Today, I'll show everyone the fate of a woman who steals another's man. Ninger shut her eyes tightly, bracing for the strike. Suddenly, Lin Xiu stepped in front of her and caught Yuzhai's wrist mid-swing. She yanked her hand back. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my business? He frowned and replied, just a nameless nobody. but when one witnesses injustice on the road, it is only righteous to intervene. He unfurled a fan inscribed with the words, "Upon witnessing injustice woof." Suddenly, a glint flashed in someone's eyes within the crowd. The two maids holding Ninger froze stiff, and she seized the chance to break free. "Young Master Lin." Lin Xiu turned in surprise. Yuzhai shrieked, "Seize him." Ninger lunged forward and threw her arms around him. The others charged in on command. She actually scooped Lin Xiu up and soared high into the sky, leaving him slightly panicked. Yuzhai slapped the two maidservants furiously. "I told you to grab that vixen. She can fly, my lady." The crowd buzzed with chatter. "I don't know what happened, but just now I felt a bit dizzy. My hands completely lost their strength." "Me too." The crowd dispersed. In the distance, Lingjun's retreating figure was also seen slipping away. She murmured to herself, "At least you proved useful." Lin Xiu's hand shot out and seized a duck by the neck. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Miss Ninger, you must hold on to me tightly." Ninger shoves Lin Xiu away while shouting, "Young Master Lin, stop clinging to me so tight I can barely breathe." And so both of them plunge downward. By the riverside, something crashes into the surface of the water, sending ripples surging outward. Ninger sits by the river, dejected and forlorn. She rests her chin on her knees. Easy to say he'd brave mountains of blades and seas of fire for Mayet when he sees me being bullied. He just stands there like a fool, not lifting a finger. Lin Xiu tilts his face skyward, grinning ear to ear as he offers comfort. You really can't blame them, they wouldn't dare provoke the Song family. How could they possibly offend a second-rank duke's manor just for you? She glances at him. Then why aren't you afraid of offending Song Yuzhai for my sake? Lin Xiu gazes at Ninger tenderly. We're good friends, I won't just stand by and watch you get bullied. Inwardly, however, he thinks two agents from the Secret Investigation Bureau are hiding in the crowd. If Song Yuzhai truly makes a move, they won't just stand by and watch either. Her eyes light up like stars upon hearing this. Lin Xiu thinks smugly, besides, so what if he's a second-rank duke? My backer is the emperor himself. If I die, who's going to marry Zhao Lingjun? Ninger blushes shyly. Lin Xiu, you're so naive and innocent you are going to get deceived. Lin Xiu lets out a confused huh, pure and guileless to a fault. If you ask me, you're the naive one so much so that you don't even understand your own place in the food chain. She stands up. Let me tell you something, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving people. Don't be foolish enough to trust everyone. He puts on a nonchalant expression. Right. Ninger frowns and scolds, you, it's not just beautiful women you shouldn't trust. The plain ones aren't to be trusted either. In short, stay far away from all women, especially those with powerful family backgrounds. Lin Xiu humors her yet again. What is Yuzhai singing about over there? She pulls out a handkerchief and blows her nose. Zhu Ninger, this isn't over, not by a long shot. Lin Xiu looks up at Ninger. I know. Miss Ninger, you're truly wonderful. She beams and extends her hand. Let's go, we're heading back. He scratches his cheek. Ninger grows slightly embarrassed. On the way back, fly a bit slower, it's too high up and I get scared. Ninger bursts into laughter. So there are things that even you're afraid of. But Lin Xiu knows the real reason they flew too fast earlier for the copying to finish. When their hands touch, the system triggers loading notifications flash across his vision, and he rejoices as his goal is achieved. Both of them land before the residence. They stand with their backs to each other. Goodbye, Ninger. Thank you for today. I'm heading home. Lin Xiu waves with a sleazy grin. I'm heading back too. Her cheeks flush crimson. I still have something important to tell you. He turns his head, puzzled. Suddenly, Ninger lunges forward and plants a kiss on Lin Xiu's cheek, leaving him utterly stunned. Lin Xiu rubs his cheek, his expression a perfect picture of exaggerated indignation. Unbelievable, I just got taken advantage of by a girl. The bait has already been swallowed, so he might as well let it slide. Zhao Lingyan appears out of nowhere, arms crossed, her expression deadly serious, scaring him so badly that he blurts out involuntarily. Lingyan narrows her eyes slightly, her tones simmering with suspicion. Why are you walking out of Duke Zhu's manor? Lin Xiu breaks into a cold sweat. He frantically scrubs the kiss mark on his cheek. He stammers, unable to form words. Lingyan tilts her head slightly, glancing at his cheek, and furrows her brow. What happened to your face? Lin Xiu slaps his palm flat against his cheek, eyes darting everywhere, lips puckered like a duck as he stammers. It's nothing. He glances helplessly at the sky, sweat pouring down, a confession in itself as the telltale rouge mark, still uncleansed, glares out for all to see. At this, Ling Yan's frown deepens. killing intent surging as a spark of fury flashes across her face. She seizes Lin Xiu by the collar, raises her fist, eyes blazing with rage. Zhu Ninger kissed you, didn't she? He squeezes his eyes shut and cries innocence. Let me explain. Zhu Ninger was being bullied by Song Yuzhai. I saved her and she kissed me out of gratitude, that's all. That's literally it. Plenty of people at the Extraordinary Arts Academy saw it. If you don't believe me, go ask them. Lingyan grits her teeth, leaning in menacingly. Not everyone is going to dig into the truth of what happened. All they see is Zhu Ninger getting close to you. They'll only think that my sister can't even hold onto her own fiancé's heart. She freezes, every ounce of fury evaporates in an instant. You know that, don't you? Lin Xiu crosses his arms smugly and declares to Lingyan, from the very first day Zhu Ninger approached me, I already knew. The reason I acted all friendly with her was simply to turn her own scheme against her. She finally releases him, folding her arms with an air of superiority. Why don't you just keep your distance from Zhu Ninger and be done with it? What's all this about turning her scheme against her? I think it's all just to satisfy your own selfish desires. A killing blow straight through the back. Lin Xiu shrinks his shoulders. She wanted me to bow beneath her skirts and use that to humiliate your sister. I turned the tables, made her fall for me, then rejected her. Isn't that avenging your sister? Lingyan waves her hand. Big sister doesn't care about those things. The Zhu family is a third-rank duke's house regardless. Offending them won't do you any good. Let this matter rest here. Fine. Lin Xiu relaxes his face with a grin when she suddenly hardens her expression, her voice cold as forged iron. I told you to stop flirting with every girl you see, and you didn't listen. While I was away visiting relatives in the imperial capital, you spent every day watching performances at the flower garden. Then went and flirted with a female physician at the Tei Academy. Did you think I wouldn't find out? Lin Xiu is struck by lightning out of nowhere, his jaw dropping in shock. Miss, you had someone tailing me. Or was Sun Dali the one who got bribed? Lingyan burns with fury, her face darkening to a terrifying shade. I only probed a little, and you confessed remarkably fast. Lin Xiu is utterly defeated by her gambit. Dear sister-in-law, your ability to elicit confessions if placed in my era would make you at least a certified expert. I have good news for you. She lifts her head to look at him. Already that fast? Lin Xiu raises an eyebrow, savoring a few moments of superiority. 100,000 taels in cash, how could it not be fast? Upon hearing this, realization dawns on Lingyan. No wonder I heard that second-grade origin stones at all the major shops have been selling out lately. So it was you. Lin Xiu suddenly recalls the blazing spear he once witnessed and makes a proposal. Lingyan, could you teach me that move you used against Princess Minghe last time? Stashing a few weapons in a spatial space on my person isn't a problem, but unless it's a critical moment. I still can't let anyone know I have a second extraordinary ability. Besides, weapons condensed from pure elemental energy, that would be truly magnificent. Lingyan is happy to instruct without hesitation. First, you must focus your mind and visualize the weapon. Then, channel your elemental energy to manifest it into reality. Lin Xiu carefully follows her instructions, concentrating intensely as he gathers elemental energy, a cluster of shimmering blue light coalescing into a small spear. The shaft gradually solidifies into a slender rod, a thin layer of radiant glow spreading outward in a wondrous display. Lin Xiu's eyes sparkle with anticipation as he waits for the final result. But in the end, the spear's shaft forms soft and limp like a serpent's body, drooping lifelessly between his hands. The weapon creation has failed. Seeing Lin Xiu staring helplessly at the spear, soft and limp as a rubber snake, Lingyan seemed to harbor no expectations. She simply offered her honest assessment. Forget it. Speed isn't always the answer. Your use of extraordinary abilities pales in comparison to those who cultivate step by step. He grabbed the shaft and wrenched it straight, trying to claw back some confidence. Others can only cultivate one type of extraordinary ability, so naturally, the more solid the foundation, the better. But for me, the number of awakenings determines how many abilities I can replicate. A solid foundation is merely a redundant factor. Lingyan beamed with encouragement, but seeing you work this hard makes me truly happy. There are no shortcuts to the third awakening. I'll train you properly, she vowed. Lin Xiu grunted in resolute agreement. By the lake of the Extraordinary Arts Academy, Lin Xiu lounged casually with one arm propped behind his head, the other gripping a freshly forged blade. After being wrung dry by Lingyan for days on end, I can finally craft myself a proper weapon. Ninger approached with timid steps, calling his name in a bashful voice. Linziu, I have something to tell you. Linziu raised a weary brow. Not much to say to each other, is there? What is it? Ninger's face flushed crimson as she mustered every ounce of courage to voice her heart's confession. Linziu, I like you, I want to be by your side. His eyes betrayed not a flicker of change, not a single ripple of emotion, utterly cold. Ah, fair maiden, this one is unworthy of your heart. Miss Ninger, I already have a fiancé. Ninger refused to relent, pressing on with desperate pleas. Zhao Lingjun rarely returns to the imperial capital precisely because she has no desire to proceed with the engagement. Being bound to someone who does not love you, would that truly bring you happiness? Lin Xiu replied evenly, I have always regarded you as a friend. Tears glistened in her eyes, refusing to believe him. If we were merely friends, then why did you gift me those earrings? Why did you offend Song Yuzhe on my behalf? You only say that because of the engagement, don't you? The ceremony hasn't even taken place yet, so just annul it. Lin Xiu rose to his full height. How plainly must I spell it out for you? Ninger didn't grasp his meaning. Spell out what? He cast her an icy glance and began to lay bare the truth. From the very start, you approached me to make me fall for you, only to cast me aside and humiliate Zhao Lingjun. Tell me, did you find it thrilling to play me like a fool? Ninger stammered in denial, that's not. Lin Xiu drew the line, his voice cutting like a blade. Zhu Ninger, from this moment forward, we are no longer friends. She froze as if struck by lightning, as though the heavens had collapsed, never imagining he would go this far. Beijing leaned against a pillar with a stalk of grass dangling from his lips, chattering away at Lin Xiu. Miss Ninger graduated and left the Extraordinary Arts Academy early. The four beauties are now only 3. This martial path class is utterly pointless, even I have to interrupt my own training for it. Wasn't there still half a year before her graduation? Why did she leave so early? He shrugged listlessly, how should I know? Beijing suddenly turned to Lin Xiu. Now that I think of it, why did she suddenly give up pursuing you? Lin Xiu punched the wooden pillar and replied evenly, 3 days ago she came to confess her feelings. I directly exposed her schemes. From that very moment we ceased to be friends. Beijing listened, visibly stunned. Brother Lin, aren't you being a bit too ruthless? Lin Xiu's fist hovered before the pillar. She used me first. If anyone's ruthless here, it's her. Beijing leaned in, a teasing grin plastered across his face. Brother Lin, can you truly not see that Zhu Ninger developed genuine feelings for you? Lin Xiu let out a bewildered ha. Beijing's expression suggested he had seen through everything. I understand now, you've let your first impressions become lord over your judgment. When Zhu Ninger first approached you, she truly did harbor ill intentions. But I could tell that as time went on, her feelings for you became genuine. Lin Xiu listened and turned to stone, so he'd been branded a heartless scoundrel all along. His hand rose to slap his own face. He cursed inwardly at the karmic debt he'd racked up. As though at 2 in the morning he'd have to sit bolt upright and slap himself awake. Beijing snapped Lin Xiu back to reality. The Empress Dowager's birthday is in a few days. All the officials of the imperial capital will be in attendance. If you want to find her, wait until then. Lin Xiu could only sigh in defeat. I suppose that's the only way. Beneath a sky dusted with starlight, red lanterns glowed warmly. At the bustling banquet, Beijing and Lin Xiu chatted amongst the throng. I just went to pay respects to my mother, the consort. On the way, I ran into Miss Ninger. It's only been a few days, yet she's already lost so much weight. Standing beside him, Lin Xiu gave a firm nod. His expression resolute. Don't worry, this is my doing, I'll take responsibility. Suddenly, a pair of eyes swept toward the two of them. The man's gaze lingered for a heartbeat before he strode past. Beijing whispered to Lin Xiu, have you ever met the Marquis of Yangping? Lin Xiu stared at the retreating figure. Yang Xuan was exiled, you're saying it was because of me? Beijing's jaw dropped. Such an earth-shattering affair, and you didn't tell me sooner. Lin Xiu casually raised his fingers to count. A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Forget it, nothing worth discussing. The Marquis of Yangping came to see me that time. Claiming the bond between our mothers has nothing to do with the Yang family or the Lin family. Sensing the dense concentration of power radiating from the Marquis, Beijing spoke up in warning. The Marquis of Yangping is not yet 40. But his martial path cultivation is already approaching the earth-grade upper realm. He will only grow stronger from here. You'd best not make an enemy of him. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the retreating silhouette. The Marquis of Yongping achieved all this relying solely on the martial path. It seems I cannot afford to neglect my own cultivation. The banquet swelled with ever more guests. Beijing made the introductions. Lin Xiu, the one walking ahead, is the Prince of Qi. Behind him is the Prince of Zhao. Lin Xiu gave a couple of absent-minded hums. Since his third extraordinary ability awakening, he had gained photographic memory. Combined with Li Beijing's guidance, tonight proved far from a waste. Lin Xiu's face lit up as though he'd struck gold. Suddenly, a voice thundered, "The Crown Prince arrives." The crowd hurriedly bowed in deference. The Crown Prince, raven-haired, his features strikingly handsome, made his entrance. Lin Xiu, mid-bow, couldn't help but glance upward. Yet the Crown Prince was also staring directly at him. The two locked eyes in a single, charged instant. The Crown Prince's brow creased with unmistakable displeasure. Lin Xiu silently lowered his gaze, breaking the stare. Lin Xiu leaned toward Beijing and whispered, "The Crown Prince's ability is at water manipulation." Beijing's eyes widened. "The extraordinary ability of the future sovereign is top secret. How could you possibly know that?" The attendant beside the Crown Prince spoke up with concern. "Your Highness, are you all right?" He closed his eyes and replied, "This prince is fine. Let us proceed, the banquet is about to begin." Lin Xiu looked up once more. "When facing Princess Minghe, I feel a deep unease, as though water and fire refuse to coexist. But when facing the Crown Prince, the only thing in my heart is the singular urge to crush him. These feelings don't arise without cause. Simply put, it's our extraordinary abilities at work." The Crown Prince's failed bid to marry Zhao Lingjun suppressed by the ice extraordinary ability. A flash of raw hatred flickered through his eyes. Lin Xiu watched the Crown Prince's retreating back and thought, "If I didn't possess the eye extraordinary ability, I would have missed that entirely." The look in his eyes just now was even more venomous than Yang Xuan's glare. In the inner court, flower petals drifted softly across the palace eaves. Song Yuzhai stood in reverent posture, presenting her offering. "Your Imperial Majesty, the Grand Empress Dowager, this humble one offers a 10,000-year longevity pagoda as tribute." Ninger stood behind her, utterly distracted. Her head hung low, lost so deep in thought she had gone completely blank. "I'm truly such a terrible person. Why did I do those things? Lin Xiu hating me is only right. I'm not worthy of him." The maidservant at her side had to remind her, "Miss, it's our turn to present the gift." Ninger snapped back to reality with a startled then hurriedly replied, "Yes, all right." Ninger stepped forward. Her pale, haggard complexion was plainly visible, yet she still presented the gift box with the utmost care and reverence. "This is the Buddhist prayer bead bracelet held in the hand of Master Hui at the moment of his nirvana. I humbly present it to Her Imperial Majesty, the Grand Empress Dowager. May you enjoy the longevity of pine and crane, with boundless fortune and eternal spring." The Empress Dowager accepts the fruit basket with a radiant smile. "Steward Hui, are you not going to open it for everyone to see?" The girl answers with a soft yes and fumbles to open the fruit box. The lid slowly creaks open and the Empress Dowager, the Empress Mother, and Gui Mama are all stunned. She snaps in fury, "Miss Zhu, what is the meaning of this? You dare bring an empty box here to mock the Empress Dowager." Ninger immediately drops to her knees in terror. The young ladies around her gasp in disbelief. "That's impossible. I inspected it thoroughly before entering the hall. The prayer beads were still inside." The granddaughter of Duke Zhu's household, how could she be so careless? Beautiful on the outside, but a good-for-nothing on the inside. The Empress Dowager so deeply reveres Zen Master Xianxia. What a dreadful disappointment. The girl is so utterly shamed that she cannot even lift her head. Mingzhu, standing nearby, suddenly notices the earrings on Ninger's ears. The imperial consort's eyes widen. She lets out a gasp of surprise. Mingzhu rises to her feet and extends her hand behind her. "Wang Gaiern, hand over that jade bead necklace you intended to present to the Empress Dowager. From now on, this consort shall take you under her wing in the palace." Wang Gaiern immediately agrees with delight. The imperial consort approaches with the bracelet in hand, her smile bright and reverent. "Grandmother, it is this one's fault. Just now, outside the hall, I borrowed Miss Zhu's prayer beads to take a look and forgot to return them to her." She turns in surprise to look at Mingzhu as the bracelet is returned, letting out a gentle, teasing rebuke. "Why didn't you remind this consort? Surely you don't think this consort covets your prayer beads?" Ninger can only accept it timidly. This humble one would not dare. "Why did the imperial consort help me?" The imperial consort watches her leave with a knowing smile. "Those earrings are indeed the ones I gave to Lin Xiu. Could she be the one who holds his heart? Zhang Xianfei, the virtuous consort, steps forward at this moment. Why does the imperial consort deceive the Empress Dowager and go to such lengths to cover for the young lady of the Zhu family? Mingzhu frowns in displeasure. It is grandmother's grand birthday celebration. This consort did not wish to investigate, fearing it would dampen grandmother's spirits. But since the virtuous consort insists on getting to the bottom of this, then let us close the doors and conduct a thorough search. The virtuous consort's eyes dart about. All the noble ladies of various households are present. It would be rather inappropriate. The Empress Dowager waves her hand. Do as the princess says, seal the hall and investigate. The others begin to whisper among themselves. Virtuous consort has truly brought misfortune upon herself. After the passing of the late emperor and the grand princess, the imperial consort and his majesty are the Empress Dowager's closest kin. Naturally, the old matriarch would side with her own daughter-in-law. The pure consort hears these words and startles. She smiles gently. Everyone present here is of distinguished standing. Surely none would stoop to thievery. Why not begin by searching the palace maids first? If nothing is found, then expand the search. The Empress Dowager nods in agreement. The pure consort speaks with reason. Gui mama, see to it. A moment later, a bracelet falls from a palace maid's person. She drops to her knees immediately. Gui mama interrogates her sternly. Explain yourself. Who ordered you to do this? The palace maid desperately denies everything. No one ordered me. This servant awakened the extraordinary ability to pluck objects from thin air long ago, in a moment of clouded judgment. I thought to secretly steal Miss Zhu's gift and exchange it for money. She furrows her brow. It is clear the maid refuses to name her master. Let us check which palace she belongs to. The virtuous consort steps forward to take charge. There is no need. She is from my palace. Now tell me who ordered you to do this. The palace maid trembles uncontrollably. It was Miss Yuzhai. She told me to secretly steal Miss Zhu's gift. Oh, humiliate her before everyone. The virtuous consort stares in shock at Yuzhai, who shrinks in mortification, wishing the earth would swallow her whole. Mingzhu lets out a soft tusk. See, I told you not to investigate. You dig, and what do you find? The culprit is the very woman at your side. How dreadfully embarrassing. The Empress Dowager closes her eyes and issues her decree. Virtuous consort, take your people back to your palace and discipline them properly. The virtuous consort bows deeply. Your subject takes her leave. Outside the hall, she unleashes her fury upon Yuzhai. Even if you wanted to frame the Zhu family, you should never have planted someone from my palace. Get out. You are confined to your quarters for 3 months. The next day, a tray of dishes sits arranged on the table. Mingzhu's eyes light up the moment she sees the food. This consort was just craving his family's cooking, and here you are with it already. You truly are the one who understands this consort best. Lin Xiu bows respectfully. Yesterday, I must thank the imperial consort for coming to Miss Zhu's rescue. Bailing perched on his back chirps in agreement. The imperial consort chuckles softly, covering her mouth with her hand. She is the one who holds your heart, is she not? Wasn't the Zhao family's daughter supposed to be your betrothed? He scratches his cheek awkwardly. A misunderstanding. Miss Zhu is merely a good friend of mine. Both Bailing and Mingzhu wear the exact same expression as if they had predicted this exact answer. A good friend, of course. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind Ninger. He turns to look at the frail girl. Ninger truly does seem to have lost a great deal of weight. Ninger cannot bring herself to look Lin Xiu in the eye. She lowers her head. Mingzhu seems to grasp the situation at once. The imperial consort waves her hand with a beaming smile. If you've come to offer thanks, there is no need. Those earrings were a gift this consort bestowed upon Lin Xiu. Since he has given them to you, then this consort shall treat you as one of her own. Leave whatever you've brought with Linglong, and do not disturb this consort's meal. The girl bows with utmost respect. Yes, this humble one takes her leave. Lin Xiu, seeing this, hurries to follow. Your ladyship, this student also takes his leave. He sets Bailing down. Me, don't you dare follow. The cat glares with seething resentment, valuing romance over cacho despicable. Lin Xiu chases after Ninger. Miss Ninger, wait. The girl shyly pushes him away. Before, I did not know these earrings were so precious. That is why I tried every trick to swindle them from you. I have no right to keep your gift. Please take them back. Lin Xiu opens his palm and accepts the earrings. He teases her. An ill-fated bond is an ill-fated bond. Lin Xiu's expression turned serious. I'm sorry, that day I spoke harsh words that should never have been said to you. Ninger hears this and turns her face away. You don't need to apologize, the one who should apologize is me. You were not wrong, in the beginning I approached you only to humiliate Zhao Lingjun. I am a wicked person. Lin Xiu seizes the moment and gently places the earrings back on Ninger's ears. Those things are in the past, no need to bring them up again. Here, let me put these back on. Don't move, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Her eyes glisten like twin stars. You mean you've already forgiven me? He smiles warmly, of course. Ninger blushes and pats her own cheeks before turning away in a fluster. Then I'll be going first until next time. With that, she hurries away. Lin Xiu's face darkens. He lets out a long sigh, a grim thought forming in his mind, so careless because of that extraordinary ability. I've truly stumbled into an inescapable mess. At the grand gate of the Lin residence, you two have been secretly guarding me all this time. It must have been exhausting. Big brother. Qin Yu started in shock. Our disguise was flawless. Show, could you possibly see through it? He pointed at the table, his expression making the answer obvious. If you were truly in business, you'd have sold even your underwear by now. Old Zhu wasn't the least bit surprised either. I told Yao your technique is rubbish. Lin Xiu smiled faintly, curious about what abilities these two possessed. Qin Yu scratched his head sheepishly. I haven't awakened any extraordinary ability yet, I only cultivate the martial path. As for old Zhu, he said with perfect calm, my extraordinary ability is golden light. Hearing their answers, he waved dismissively and took his leave. Very well, you two carry on with your work, I'll head back first. I still have 3 empty slots left. Should I copy the Golden Light extraordinary ability? If I remember correctly, Golden Light is a defensive type extraordinary ability. It can instantly form a turtle shell barrier. I'll drop by the Extraordinary Arts Academy another day and dig through the records. From above, a small bird swooped down beside Lin Xiu. Speak, what did you pick up from the Eastern Palace? The little bird flapped its wings and nimbly delivered its report. One spy after another, all covert operatives. Not a single one of the guards could find an opening. Lin Xiu raised a hand to his chin, lost in deep thought. Damn it, really is the crown prince who's hiring assassins to kill me. Zhao Lingjun is a delectable prize. There's a whole pack of dogs lusting after her, isn't there? The bird continued its report. There's one extremely powerful figure, but no assassin has accepted the commission. A sudden realization struck him like lightning. Wait, it's not because of Zhao Lingjun, it's because of the extraordinary ability. Damn it, no wonder the entire imperial capital was blanketed in frost back then. I thought it was just my own dogshit luck. The imperial capital is vast beyond measure, yet only Ling Yin and I can control ice. I need to make a trip to the Qinglai Bureau and investigate. On the way, he nearly jumped out of his skin when he ran into Ling Yin heading in the opposite direction. She asked curiously. It's almost time for cultivation training. Where are you rushing off to? Lin Xiu forced a smile. I've got some urgent business. Need to make a quick trip to the Qinglai Bureau. Oh, right, Ling Yin, have you ever been the target of an assassination attempt? She looked down at her hands, still clasped tightly in his, and said shyly, when I was small, I encountered a few attempts. After that, there were none. Why do you ask? Hearing her answer, Lin Xiu dashed off at once. It's nothing, I'm heading out. No, we'll talk about training tomorrow. In the archives room, he searched through the records with frantic intensity. If I'm not mistaken, last year 3 people awakened ice-type extraordinary abilities in the imperial capital. All 3 died within half a year. What the hell? Just because their ability is a counter to his, he wants every ice-type user dead. How can someone be this sick in the head? Outside the door, 2 men carried a stretcher draped in white cloth past him. Old Wang's fate is truly wretched. Lin Xiu glanced outside in shock. Lying on the stretcher was a figure he recognized. Old Wang, what happened here? The supervising steward dismissed the 2 attendants and lingered to answer. It was done by Qin Rui, the second son of the Zhangyang Earl. Qin Tong's death had always festered as a grudge in the Zhangyang Earl's heart. He was convinced it was the Wang father and son who had killed his child. The moment the dust settled, he had someone drive Qin Rui's horse carriage straight into them, killed them on the spot. Lin Xiu pressed further, and what about Qin Rui? Thrown in prison. The steward shook his head. The coachman took the fall, and since Qin Rui agreed to pay compensation, they simply couldn't convict him. But the Wang father and son only had each other in this world. Even if he paid compensation, who was left to accept it? All we could do was get the brothers from the yamen to help bury them side by side. We can only pray that lightning strikes from heaven and smites those heartless bastards. A cunning, sly smile suddenly spread across his face. Got it? I heard the Zhongyang Earl's second son has awakened an ice-type extraordinary ability. Can you believe it? Of course it's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Witnessed it myself. Those good-for-nothing dandies were already useless as they come. Now that he's awakened an extraordinary ability, won't he be even more insufferable? Lin Xiu's rumor spread like wildfire. Have you heard? Qin Rui awakened an ice-type extraordinary ability. Everyone, have you heard the news? Qin Rui awakened an ice-type extraordinary ability. There can't possibly still be someone who doesn't know the Zhongyang Earl's son awakened an ice-type extraordinary ability, right? Several days later, Lin Xiu and the steward stood before Qin Rui's morning hall. Qin Rui brought this on himself, get drunk, slipped, and fell to his death in his own well. Truly, heaven has eyes. Yet for a man like the crown prince to inherit the imperial throne, Thai's humble one finds that truly bitter. Lin Xiu remained in the archives room. Qin Rui is dead. As far as the common folk are concerned, the crown prince can be said to have done them a service. As for me, I'll quietly fade into the background and keep my name hidden. The more time passes, the more I realize that saying about walking the Jianghua, the more skills you have, the less pressure you feel, makes perfect sense. I need to find a chance to get that old beggar drunk and conveniently steal his abilities. Once I've collected water, fire, and concealment, then everything will be truly perfect. While he was basking in self-satisfaction, Ming He suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Lin Xiu, what are you doing here? He nearly jumped out of his skin. Your Highness, this is the library archives. How could I not be here? The princess strode past with an arrogant air. I originally came here to read, but the moment I walked through the door, I ran into you. How utterly unlucky. Move aside, don't block my path. Lin Xiu suddenly called out to her. Your Highness, please wait, Princess Liang Yuing is behind you. Don't push your luck, don't think that just because Zhao Lingyan is protecting you, I can't do anything to you. He bowed deeply in apology. Your Highness misunderstands, I wish to apologize to you. Previously I spoke some harsh words to Your Highness. It was entirely my fault. I hope Your Highness, in her magnanimity, will not hold it against this one. Ming He still did not turn around, only casting a sidelong glance in his direction. Lin Xiu, are not scheming something sinister, are you? He approached, forcing an awkward smile. How could that be? This humble one sincerely wishes to apologize. The princess spoke with an expressionless face. This princess can choose not to hold it against you. But if you face me openly in a duel, then every grievance between us shall be wiped clean. It seemed Lin Xiu wasn't pretending after all. If that's the case, being able to give him a solid beating would be rather satisfying. I've had it up to here with him for far too long. Don't say this princess is bullying you. I'll use only my true strength. He still wore that brilliant, unflappable smile. Your Highness's martial virtue is truly noble. This one is in awe. The crown prince and I are already locked in a blood feud. A feud that won't end until one of us is dead. There's no reason for me to go making enemies everywhere. If I can settle this grudge through combat, then naturally I welcome it. The two of them arrived at the martial training hall. A look of triumph surfaced on Ming He's face. Lin Xiu, are you ready? Lin Xiu answered with absolute confidence. Of course I'm ready. Your Highness may strike at any time. The princess swept her arm forward, and a streak of blazing flame shot forth. Then don't go crying when you lose. He responded without a shred of hesitation. Bring it on. Beneath Lin Xiu's feet, the floor tiles gradually transformed into a thin sheet of ice. The ice spread outward in a flash, surging up from the ground into razor-sharp pillars of crystalline frost. The two opposing forces and fire collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing a massive explosion. Ming He stared at the aftermath in disbelief, her words stumbling. You're not at the yellow grade, you've already reached the mysterious grade. In that case, for the sake of fairness, I too shall use mysterious grade power. He smiled faintly but remained respectful. Please, Your Highness. No sooner had the words left his lips than a blazing crimson phoenix soared toward him. Lin Xiu raised his weapon as well. Another cataclysmic explosion erupted as the two opposing forces, searing heat and bone-chilling cold, slammed into each other. He was immensely satisfied. The results of this period's cultivation training aren't bad at all. Suddenly, a dainty maiden's foot came hurtling at his groin. Lightning fast, Lin Xiu twisted his body to the side. Those petite legs finally touched the ground. Ming-He was caught completely off guard by his reflexes. He dodged it. How is Lin Xiu's martial prowess this high? Lin Xiu, having just steadied himself, stared at the princess in shock. Were you trying to end my bloodline? The princess blazed with renewed fury. I underestimated you before, now I'll have to get serious. He eyes his opponent warily. The princess's martial prowess is unexpectedly formidable. Only extraordinary abilities will do now. I have the extraordinary ability. Ming-He lunges forward in an instant, her entire body wreathed in blazing crimson flames. Lin Xiu hastily dodges, an involuntary flicker of fear crossing his face. He has to find an opening to block at least one strike, otherwise what began as a sparring match will devolve into a genuine grudge. She doesn't relent, the princess continues to surge toward him. Ming-He unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks on Lin Xiu without pause. Under the endless assault, Lin Xiu is the first to falter. He raises his hand in surrender. Princess, I concede, please retract your divine ability. Ming-He stares at the man feigning defeat before her, unwilling to accept it. Lin Xiu deliberately held back against me. This fellow is far more cunning than I thought. Fine then, this princess is magnanimous and generous. The grudge between us ends here. Now get up, little Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu grasps the princess's outstretched hand and pulls himself to his feet. My thanks. A jolt of electricity crackles through both their palms. Both freeze instantly, staring down at their hands. Huh? Lin Xiu is dumbfounded. What just happened? Even Ling Yin couldn't help me elevate my origin power like this. Could it be because of contact with the princess? On the elevated platform above, two figures watch the bout with serene composure. Vice Dean Chen remarks that the boy is a fine seedling. How can such eyesight and speed belong to someone with such meager cultivation? I dare say even some high-level experts wouldn't match him. This is truly a terrifying genius. The person beside him agrees in admiration. Had we not stumbled upon him today, a talent like this would have been buried away in the extraordinary Arts Academy. Lin Xiu recalls the sensation from when he and Ming-He touched hands. What exactly was that feeling yesterday? Ice and fire are completely opposing attributes. How could they possibly amplify each other's origin power? Could there actually be a dual cultivation method of ice and fire? Forget it, my body would explode. Son Dolly sits beside him, brooding with frustration. Never did he imagine a day when the mighty Dolly would be vexed over his third awakening. His strength is so great that any training would disturb the madam and master, yet he can't afford the necessary tools. What is he to do? Besides, the weather grows colder by the day, and the new year draws near, which means the day Zhao Lingjun returns is not far off. By then, sneaking up to the rooftops with Kei to train on Cloud Mountain will be difficult too. Cloud Mountain is one of the few truly tranquil places left. Lin Xiu lets out a long sigh. Hiding his abilities from everyone is suffocating. He finally understands sometimes. Having too many abilities is its own kind of torment. Dolly sighs in unison. Being penniless makes every step a struggle. From beyond the doorway, two figuresque vice deans step in one after the other. Deans, are you certain you wish to find this martial path genius? Lin Xiu, son of the Count of Ping'an. His martial path cultivation is plain for all to see. He has clearly only just achieved Qi induction. We have guests. Lin Xiu rises to his feet and forces an awkward smile at the two unfamiliar visitors. May I ask who you are? Vice Dean Chen finally speaks. What we see is his future potential, not his present strength. If you don't believe it, watch. He extends his hand toward Lin Xiu. A panicked shout rings out from a servant. Young master, watch out. Before the hand can make contact, Lin Xiu swiftly pivots to the side. Refusing to let his attacker seize the initiative, Lin Xiu twists his body for momentum and delivers a single strike, sending the tall man staggering backward. Vice Dean Chen nods with a hint of admiration. He wasn't mistaken. Under these circumstances, the boy can still counterattack. Dolly rushes forward. Young master, I'll protect you. Jin Guang, what do you people think you're doing? Chen regards the man before him with mild surprise. This warrior. Lin Xiu speaks calmly to old son. It's fine, Dolly. They don't intend to kill anyone. What exactly brings you gentlemen here? The two visitors finally reveal their intentions. Then I'll be frank with you. I am the vice dean of the Martial Arts Academy. Little one, would you be interested in joining our academy? This warrior may come along as well. Today is truly fortunate. I thought finding one gem like you would be enough. But there's a pleasant surprise on top of that. Lin Xiu stares at the two of them, bewildered. The Martial Arts Academy, Vice Dean. I've already enrolled in the Extraordinary Arts Academic and I still join the Martial Arts Academy as well. Why ever not? If you ask me, those fools at the Extraordinary Arts Academy don't appreciate you anyway. Just apply for withdrawal and devote yourself to the martial path from now on. The Martial Arts Academy. Vice Dean Chen leads Lin Xiu and Dolly on a tour of the Martial Arts Academy. Here at the Martial Arts Academy, you'll receive the finest resources. I guarantee it someday you will become a martial path grandmaster. I haven't even withdrawn yet, and he isn't the least bit hesitant. Lin Xiu calculates the benefits of straddling both sides. If he can enroll in both the Extraordinary Arts Academy and the Martial Arts Academy at the same time, why abandon either one? Wouldn't that be a waste? Chen hands him 2 identification plaques. No matter, there's no need to withdraw. These are your 2 plaques, take them. Lin Xiu puts on a look of deep emotion. At the Extraordinary Arts Academy, I was nothing more than cannon fodder of the Imperial Tier Academy. Yet at the Martial Arts Academy, I've become a student of the Heavenly Tier Academy. Fate truly works in bewildering ways. Dolly stares blankly at the plaque in his hands from behind. Vice Dean Chen introduces, this is Instructor Wang. Once you've completed the formalities, have him take you to familiarize yourselves with the grounds. Both respond with great enthusiasm. Understood, sir. At the Martial Arts Academy's sparring arena, Instructor Wang leads Lin Xiu through the facilities. This is the training ground. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Lin Xiu walks while admiring the scenery around him. Now this is what a martial arts academy should look like. The so-called martial arts class at the Extraordinary Arts Academy is nothing more than a gym class at best. He can have son Dolly come attend the lectures later. Suddenly, something peculiar catches his eye. Lin Xiu asks Instructor Wang with curiosity, what is this? Wang glances over and replies, that's a meteorite stony, a piece of extraterrestrial ore. Its weight is at least 100 times that of an iron block. Perfect for tempering one's physical strength. Lin Xiu's eyes light up with understanding. So that's what it is. Small stones like these have such uses. Wang continues, don't be surprised. With your talent, once you advance to Grandmaster, you'll be able to play with stones like these as you please. Lin Xiu continues to stare intently at the pile of meteorite stones. These are excellent goods. With these, I can train my extraordinary abilities in private. Instructor Wang calls him over after a moment's thought. Let's head to the next area. Familiarize yourself today. Classes officially begin tomorrow. Lin Xiu hurries to follow. All right. With so many meteorites, surely no one will notice if a couple go missing. The rooftops of the academy cluster densely together. Lin Xiu carefully instructs Dolly, from now on when attending classes with me, you must obey the instructor. Whatever useful things I learn, I'll come back and teach you as well. Dolly grins cheerfully. Young master, there's no need for that. Just being able to enter the Martial Arts Academy alongside you is already the blessing of 8 lifetimes. Having you teach me on top of that would be overstepping my place. Lin Xiu is about to reply, what's between us, where are you going? But old son has already bolted. Young master, I'm heading off first. Before Lin Xiu, a figure gradually approaches. Lin Xiu turns in surprise. It's Ninger. Lin Xiu stammers, you, Miss Ninger, why are you here? Ninger answers shyly, I just went to the Extraordinary Arts Academy to look for you but couldn't find you. So I guessed you might be here and decided to wait. She shyly extends the scarf in her hands. It's getting cold. This is a scarf I knitted myself. It's not very pretty, so please don't laugh at me. He politely declines. Ninger, I am not worthy of you doing this. Accepting a beauty's kindness is the heaviest debt of all. He knew it would come to this. He would rather lose his ability to fly than hurt a girl so earnestly willing to give her heart. Just take the scarf. Zhu Ninger stubbornly insists on gifting the scarf. I know you already have a fiancé, but aren't we friends? Is it only acceptable when you gift me things, yet I cannot reciprocate? This is called reciprocity. I have no other intentions. Don't refuse. Lin Xiu lowers himself and gently drapes the scarf around Ninger's neck. Have you forgotten what my ability is? The colder it gets, the more comfortable I am. On the contrary, that beautiful face of yours is about to turn red from the cold. Wear it, I'll walk you back. De Li watches the entire scene from behind a pillar. Young master, I truly wish your extraordinary ability wasn't ice but rather the ability to take a beating. The second young miss is truly not one to be trifled with. The Martial Arts Academy students watch the scene before them, fury blazing in their hearts. The martial arts academy had only just gotten such a beauty, and yet she spends every waking moment hovering around this brat. Is he even from the Crown Prince's academy? Does he truly possess an upper mysterious grade realm? Zhu Ninger gazes at Lin Xiu, her eyes sparkling brilliantly. Lin Xiu, you're truly wonderful. He offers a wry smile, humble. Zhu Ninger has also enrolled in the martial arts academy now, and combined with his status in the Crown Prince's academy. The inevitable result is that every man in the martial arts academy looks at him with hostile eyes. Ninger, don't you have your own affairs to attend to? If you keep coming to the training grounds, I won't survive in the martial arts academy. Flowers bloom in her heart. She knows Zhao Lingzhen will return soon. So she must seize every remaining moment to gaze upon him a little longer, lest the day come when she wishes to look but no longer can. He covers his face helplessly. Go rest. There's training in the afternoon. She finally agrees to leave. All right. Lin Xiu thinks wearily. Even if he said it out loud, she wouldn't believe him. He himself used to fancy that little green tea. So why does everything feel so awkward now? Deputy Dean Chen approaches from afar. Fortunately, you haven't left yet, otherwise I would have had to send someone to find you. Both of them turn around in surprise. Deputy Dean, is there something you need? He explains calmly, you see, our Imperial Academy established a rule in its early years through progressive steps. One earns the qualification to challenge the Crown Prince's academy. Lin Xiu protests, I'm already caught between two members of the Crown Prince's academy. Why would there still be such a competition? Originally, he was only hated by his classmates. Now he truly wants to get beaten by the entire academy. Emperor Xia asks with puzzlement, isn't Lin Xiu in the Extraordinary Arts Academy? Why is he here as well? Deputy Dean Chen explains, your subject inadvertently discovered that he possesses outstanding martial talent, and thus allowed him to join the Martial Arts Academy. It matters not, even if Lin Xiu loses, this old man will not give up on such a fine seedling. Consort Qin also asks him with puzzlement, wasn't it said that Lin Xiu's strength is lacking? When the time comes, won't there be many people lining up to challenge him? Emperor Xia ponders, Lin Xiu's talent is actually that extraordinary. Then should we reconsider the marriage arrangement between Lin Xiu and the Zhao family? He quietly glances behind. His imperial father is actually watching the battle. If that is the case, the marriage arrangement between himself and Zhao Lingzhen can be pushed forward. The Martial Arts Academy students buzz with discussion which seniors with the qualifications will challenge whom, I wonder. Definitely Lin Xiu. This brat has offended far too many people. Our academy's only goddess fawns over him like he's a treasured jewel. Someone speaks up. Lin Xiu, I challenge you. Lin Xiu steps forward. Wait first, hear me say one thing. I know everyone here wants to challenge me. Fighting you one by one is a waste of time. How about all of you come at once? I still need to hurry back for dinner. The crowd below erupts in fury at those words. He's insane, he's completely lost his mind. One person challenging 8, who does he think he is? An Earth-grade instructor. Emperor Xia declares with interest, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiu, proceed as he wishes. I too wish to see if he truly possesses the skill to back up such bold words. Lin Xiu, this is a fate you cannot escape. The students encircle him. His Majesty has given his approval. I want to see what skills you actually possess. Flames of fury blaze furiously. Lin Xiu shows not a trace of fear. My apologies for what comes next. Extraordinary ability I. The charging students seem to slow by a beat. He gently runs his fingers along the blade's edge. Extraordinary ability force. Extreme strength also represents extreme speed. Lin Xiu's steps flash past as his blade gently glides across all 8 disciples. Everyone on the viewing platform is stunned. Lin Xiu speaks softly, everyone, according to the rules of the challenge, you have all fallen in combat. If I have offended anywhere, I beg your forgiveness. Emperor Xia cannot believe his eyes. What just happened? This brat actually managed to take on 8 at once. And so quickly at that. Deputy Dean Chen beside him explains. Your Majesty, Lin Xiu is a talent seen once in a century. No, a martial genius seen once in several centuries would be more accurate. If he had been discovered earlier, by 18 he would have surely reached the Earth-grade realm. He falls into deep contemplation once more. Then the marriage arrangement between the Lin and Zhao families. Zhu Ninger is at this moment chattering brightly by his ear. Lin Xiu, you're truly amazing. I also want to cultivate diligently, otherwise you'll leave me behind. Lin Xiu's mood is excellent right now. you should indeed cultivate diligently. However, what he truly wants to know is his imperial father's attitude after watching that battle. Perhaps the marriage arrangement will be cancelled after all. Brother Li, why are you here? Beijing approaches and reports in a hushed voice, Brother Lin. Your plan to use your martial talent to make your imperial father wary has been seen through. His imperial father said, when Miss Zhao returns, I shall bestow the marriage. All wedding expenses shall be borne by the imperial court. Lin Xiu laughs until tears stream down his face. Brother Li, you betrayed me, didn't you? His expression turns dead serious. It was Zhu Jin. Did you underestimate the imperial intelligence? Zhu Jin deduced his scheme and reported it to his imperial father. His imperial father was very pleased, feeling that marrying Miss Zhao would be excellent. All right, that's enough. I'll take my leave first. He falls into deep contemplation once more. That old scoundrel Zhu Jin has a point. A pair of genius spouses married in name only would not threaten his position on the throne. Zhu Ninger's face at this moment looks as though she struck gold. So you don't actually like Zhao Lingjun. Lin Xiu puts on a regretful expression. Well then, you don't have a chance either. Didn't you see what His Majesty said? Even if I don't want to marry, I must. No one can change this. She states her desire with a calm expression. Being forced to marry someone you don't love, how truly pitiful. Or better yet, why don't you marry me? I can be your concubine. Will just say my family disapproved. I don't care about marriage. As long as Zhao Lingjun isn't home, I'll sneak out to find you. Or you could buy a villa outside the city and keep me there. If you don't have the money, I'll buy it myself. Lin Xiu feels utterly helpless. He suddenly has no desire to take her home. It would only invite more chaos. Ninger buries her face against his chest. Well, am I wrong? Lin Xiu raises the wooden box he holds in both hands. Lately the gossip storms have been far too fierce. I haven't even dared to step outside, but I've taken this chance to prepare a gift for the noble consort. She stood up for Zhu Ninger, and I still haven't properly thanked her for it. Chief Steward Li approaches with measured steps and asks, Young Master Lin, are you here to visit the noble consort? A dark, gloomy expression spreads across his face. Chief Steward Li startles, staring at the person before him. Young Master Lin, what exactly do you intend by glaring at me like that? He turns his head aside and spits contemptuously. From outside the courtyard, a woman's voice rings out. Lin Xiu, have you been so idle lately that you have time to visit Changchun Palace? I hear that thanks to you, the students at the Martial Arts Academy have been training far harder than before. He bows with a fawning smile. Your ladyship, please stop teasing your humble subject. I've come today to present a gift to your ladyship. Mingzhu displays a puzzled expression. You came all this way to deliver a gift personally. What fine treasure could it be? A polished professional smile is plastered across his face. Your ladyship, please have a look. The noble consort approaches with curiosity. Why is this bottle as clear as crystal? Where on earth did you find glass this transparent? Lin Xiu carefully steers Mingzhu back to the main point. Your ladyship, the bottle is not the main gift, you will see shortly. The cap is removed, and a rich, intoxicating fragrance rushes forth in waves. The noble consort leans close to the bottle. The scent is exquisite, far more fragrant than any sachet. Stop playing coy, tell this one at once what this is. He explains, Your ladyship, this is perfume crafted from flower essences and petals. It can replace any sachet. Simply dab a single drop onto your handkerchief and carry it with you. Mingzhu lavishes it with praise. Rich and intoxicating, yet not at all gaudy. You're quite thoughtful. Do you have any more of this perfume? This one wishes to gift a bottle to the Grand Empress Dowager. Lin Xiu declines with practiced grace. Your ladyship, this substance is exceedingly difficult to brew. It took me half a month to produce just 2 bottles sewn for my mother, and 1 for your ladyship. If your ladyship wishes to present one to the Grand Empress Dowager, I shall return and brew another. Where did Niu come from? Meow meow, this one wants some too. The noble consort turns to leave. If crafting this perfume is that troublesome, then forget it. The Grand Empress Dowager is advanced in age, has no use for such things. You should spend your time cultivating instead. Don't always pour your heart into matters like these. He bows respectfully. Your ladyship speaks wisely. This student shall return and resume his cultivation. Niu clings stubbornly to his sleeve. Meow meow meow, this young miss also wants that fragrant thing. Lin Xiu struggles to pry Niu off. Like hell you do, stay by her ladyship's side long enough and you'll smell fragrant naturally. Be grateful, authors would kill for even that, but the creature stubbornly refuses to let go. Meow meow meow, I don't care, I want it. As he walks, lost in thought, he realizes even in his previous life, women loved fragrances and cats are apparently no exception. He had only intended to give a gift, with no plans to profit. But now it seems he'll have to bring Ninger along to fleece the imperial family and nobility. After all, buying a house outside costs no small sum of money. Wait, is he even thinking like this? Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder. Minghe grabs Lin Xiu's arm. It seems I've caught you. Lin Xiu. He whirls around in shock. Your Highness, you said our debts were already settled. Minghe yanks him forward with brute force. Relax, this princess hasn't come to cause you trouble today, just follow me. Eastern Rui Paliseth at day, didn't you notice? When our bodies make contact, our bottlenecks experience breakthroughs. He forces a smile. I noticed. But so what? Minghe plants her hands on her hips. How dense can you be? It means the longer we cultivate together through this method each day, the faster our progress becomes. Isn't that right? Lin Xiu ponders. He had worried that ice and fire would be incompatible, but now it seems he was overthinking. Soon he could unlock the fire attribute. Extraordinary abilities is excellent. System notification replication progress 23%. Minghe threatens, if you dare grab me back, I'll beat you to death. Let's see how long this effect can last. He is already on the verge of tears. Fine, then don't let go, Your Highness. For the fire attribute extraordinary ability, I'll endure it. A quarter hour later, how can I keep holding on this long? The princess, seemingly oblivious that his replication has already succeeded, still refuses to let go. Full replication at 100%, the contact between ice and fire can only sustain 1/4 hour of cultivation. The princess speaks up, I have an idea. He rests his chin in thought. He now possesses both ice and fire abilities. Perhaps one person can do the work of two. First, let me go back and verify. Then we'll talk. Give me 2 days to think it over. Minghe fixes him with a piercing stare. What? This benefits us both. What is there to even think about? Lin Xiu averts his gaze. Men and women must maintain proper distance. I am a traditional man. I need time to accept this. The princess sighs in exasperation. Fine, you win. This princess shall give you time to think. 3 days from now. I'll be waiting for you at the Tianzi courtyard. Very well, Your Highness. In 3 days I'll give you my answer. Meanwhile, Chief Steward Li reports to the Emperor, Your Majesty. Lin Xiu had just left Changchun Palace when Her Highness Minghe dragged him into the Eastern Rui Palace. Emperor Xia asks for clarification. Lin Xiu entered the Eastern Rui Palace but not of his own volition. Her Highness Minghe hauled him in. The Emperor strokes his chin, musing. Could Minghe have taken an interest in Lin Xiu? Summon Minghe to my presence. The princess steps through the doors and asks, Imperial Father, you summon me. He says, you are no longer young. Your imperial father wishes to arrange a prince consort for you. Minghe frowns and refuses. I have no wish to marry yet. Emperor Xia raises a hand. Don't be hasty, hear me out first. The consort I've chosen for you is only 2 years your senior, with martial talent that reaches the pinnacle. Minghe has already hazarded a guess. I believe I know who imperial father speaks of. If you mean Lin Xiu, then drop it. Doesn't he already have a marriage pact with Xiao Lingjun? He waves his hand dismissively, and what of it? 1 word from you, and I shall issue an imperial decree to annul that engagemento, make him your prince consort. Lin Xiu Sni Somion must be talking about him. Truly miraculaustuo, extraordinary abilities of opposing elements, yet they can coexist within him. However, despite all his experimentation, he still cannot fuse the 2 abilities during solo cultivation. To double his cultivation speed, must he truly rely on Princess Minghe? At the Tianzi courtyard, golden autumn leaves drift on the breeze. Minghe sits lost in thought, chin propped on both hands. She hadn't expected her father's mention of her marriage to stir even a flicker of emotion, yet she barely knows Lin Xiu. And she has no habit of stealing another woman's fiancé. Better to let it go. Right at that moment, Lin Xiu appears. He waves with a grin. Your Highness, what are you pondering? I've made up my mind. Cultivation is still more important. Hearing this, Minghe speaks up. Spare me the sweet talk. Once you've made up your mind, come into my room. Inside the chamber, flames roar and dance without cease. Minghe and Lin Xiu sit facing each other atop a large stone slab. The princess issues her command, begin. A look of satisfaction spreads across Minghe's face as she offers a faint smile, her thoughts drifting. Here we go. The stagnant power within his body begins to stir once more. Catching the princess's expression, Lin Xiu cannot help but feel bewildered. What is this supposed to mean? She, on the other hand, looks perfectly at ease. Does she really think I'm just a cultivation tool? Thinking this, he proactively pulls his hand back. Cut off so abruptly, Minghe snaps in fury. What do you think you're doing? Lin Xiu replies in a low voice, Your Highness, you are far too selfish. You only care about your own cultivation. What about mine? The princess proposes, how about this, today I cultivate and tomorrow it's your turn. Is that acceptable? He responds, but I don't have a mystic ice bed. Even if it were my turn tomorrow, I still couldn't cultivate. There is a way. But I'm afraid you won't agree to it. At this, Minghe can no longer contain herself. She erupts in rage, shouting, This won't work, that won't work, just what do you want from me? Seeing her fury, he hastily waves his hands, rushing to calm her. Your Highness, don't panic, I have a solution, just wait a moment. Before long, Lingyin arrives at the Celestial Sovereign Academy. Was summoned out of nowhere to lend a hand. The instant she spots Lingyin, Minghe furrows her brow and turns to question him. This is the grand solution you came up with. Lin Xiu chuckles, though your Highness and Lingyin may not see eye to eye, you two don't have any real grudge between you. In all honesty, I think asking Lingyin for help won't cause any problems. Hearing this, Lingyin speaks in an icy tone, help you two cultivate. What exactly is going on here? After a painstaking round of explanations, she finally understands and asks. Water and fire can be cultivated in tandem to drastically accelerate one's progress. How did you two discover this? Lin Xiu answers glumly, a feud-turned clash with the princess led us to discover it. Hearing his answer, Lingyin furrows her brow and ponders. What kind of grudge could Lin Xiu possibly have with the princess? Could it be some kind of love debt? Suddenly Minghe speaks up, her tone tinged with provocation. Zhao Lingyin, why are you staring at me like that, looking for a contest? Lingyin refuses to yield, replying in a cold voice, Your Highness, what would you like to compete in? I shall always oblige. Lin Xiu immediately goes obedient and mutters softly, Fine, fine, I'll shut up. A moment later, all three have returned to the fire pool and begin circulating their cultivation. Lin Xiu sits in the middle and asks in confusion, Aren't we supposed to use the mystic ice bed? Why did you go ahead and do it on your own? Lingyin explains gently, the mystic ice bed doesn't produce the desired effect. It's better if I handle it myself. Minghe irritably cuts in, enough talk, focus on your cultivation. A quarter of an hour passes, and all three remain absorbed in their cultivation. Once the session concludes, Minghe seems to sense the abundant spiritual power surging through her body and exclaims with delight. The speed truly has doubled. Over on Lingyin's side, she cannot help but feel puzzled. Was that just my imagination? Just now, her own bottleneck trembled ever so slightly, but Lin Xiu clearly only possesses a yellow-grade extraordinary ability. Afterward, the princess turns to Lingyin and says, Later I'll go speak with the dean. Zhao Lingyin. You come along too, I'll split the credit with you. Minghe's words make Lin Xiu cry out inwardly. Why isn't the credit going to me? I'm the one at the Lin residence. Lin Xiu walks along, his face beaming as he fantasizes about embracing two beauties in his arms at once. If extreme yin and extreme yang can both cultivate this way, isn't being caught between Lingyin and Princess Minghe just double the fortune and double the joy? Isn't this just another form of the legendary dual heavens of ice and fire? Unfortunately, the fact that I possess two types of abilities can no longer be hidden. With 4 high-grade abilities plus dual cultivation, his cultivation speed is already 5 times that of the average prodigy. It isn't worth the risk for a single extra boost. Lin Xiu mutters a reminder to himself the best approach is to secretly replicate abilities. Next time, he must restrain himself from using fire attribute. Extraordinary abilities ever again. Unexpectedly, Lingyin's voice calls out from behind. Lin Xiu, wait a moment. Lin Xiu startles, stammering in a fluster, Lingyin, calm down. I only asked you to lend a hand. You're not going to silence me permanently, are you? Seeing his reaction, she replies with a baffled look, what nonsense are you spouting? I came to give you something. Your martial talent is outstanding, and your spearwork surpasses even my own. This spear was forged from meteorite iron. I cannot wield it effectively, so I wish to gift it to you. Still reeling in disbelief, he can only manage a single exclamation, clasping the spear in hand. He turns to Lingyin with a radiant smile. This is far too precious. She crosses her arms and frowns, her tone carrying a note of seriousness. Don't overthink it. I'm giving you this for a reason. My elder sister sent word that she must travel to the Grand Void Dynasty. She may not make it back before the new year, but she will definitely return before the Lantern Festival. Your talent and strength place you at the top of the martial arts academy. They will surely dispatch students for a field trial. Having a suitable weapon in hand will greatly improve your chances of survival. I do not wish to see my elder sister become a widow. Those Ling Yin's words strike Lin Xiu to the core. His eyes glisten as he chokes out, "Ling Yin, you're really going to make me cry myself to death." She waves goodbye and says, "Enough, I still have to head back and train. I can't let you pull too far ahead." Receiving Ling Yin's gift, Lin Xiu silently makes a vow, "Ling Yin, I will find an even more fitting weapon to gift you in return." A few days later, the razor-sharp spear plunges through a log and cleaves it clean in two. Instructor Wang stands nearby and announces, "Well done, Lin Xiu. Today's training has been completed ahead of schedule. Maintain your stamina and arrive at the drill grounds on time tomorrow. Several instructors will lead you all outside for a live combat trial. Do not be late." Hearing the instruction, Lin Xiu thunders his reply, "Understood." Inwardly he thinks, after being here this long, it's finally time to see some real blood. The following morning, everyone assembles at the drill grounds. An instructor steps forward and announces, "Now I shall brief you on the details of this excursion." Several days ago, a band of exceptionally vicious bandits appeared in the Yun Mountain region. They ambushed and plundered a merchant caravan passing through the foothills of Yun Mountain. They slaughtered every merchant and guard in the convoy, then fled deep into Yun Mountain and vanished without a trace. Your mission: locate the bandit lair and eliminate every last one of them. The bandit gang numbers roughly 10. Among them, 2 possess strength at the upper mysterious grade realm, the rest are lower mysterious grade or yellow grade. No extraordinary ability users have been detected. Standing below, Lin Xiu mulls silently. Today's excursion carries real danger. After all, he cannot contend with an Earth-grade powerhouse. If the Crown Prince wants him dead, today would be the perfect opportunity. However, the mission reward is just the chance to forge a fine spear for his little sister-in-law. Right at that moment, the system panel materializes. A notification flashes across the screen: mission: destroy the bandit lair. Reward 1 opportunity to forge a weapon from meteorite iron. The instructor's voice grows sterner. This field trial is nothing like beating practice dummies inside the academy. You must remain vigilant at all times. We will do our best to ensure your safety, but unforeseen incidents cannot always be prevented. Over the past 10 years, 2 students have died during missions of this nature. Therefore, you bear full responsibility for your own safety. The crowd below erupts. They shout in unison, "Understood." At this moment, they press deeper into the Yun Mountain region step by step. One of them speaks up, "According to intelligence, the bandits vanished somewhere around here." Another continues, "Then let's split up and search for tracks. Once we find them, we regroup and take them down together." A third voice chimes in, "Makes sense." Lin Xiu trails behind, but his mind races. Everyone is taking this so seriously, yet he wants to take the shortcut. Just as he's pondering, he happens to spot a woodpecker perched nearby. The bird cocks its head and stares at him with a bewildered look, utterly clueless about what's going on. Lin Xiu flashes a devious grin and snatches the woodpecker in one swift motion. "Brother bird, I need a little favor." The woodpecker immediately lets out a piercing shriek that echoes through the entire forest. A short while later, the woodpecker leads him to a destination and comes to a halt. Bird tongue techniquether, they are right ahead of you, no more guidance needed. Lin Xiu conceals himself behind the foliage, his gaze sharp and watchful as he observes the bandits from afar. One of them grumbles in frustration, "No salt, no spice, absolutely no flavor. When the hell can we get out of here?" The one sitting beside him gnaws on meat and says, "Endure a little longer. Once this job is done, the rest of our lives will be a paradise." At that very instant, Lin Xiu steps out right before the bandits. "I'm afraid you won't get that chance." Hearing his voice, they whip their heads around and bark a question. "Who's there?" A brown-haired brute sneers contemptuously and raises his chin in arrogance. "So it was just a pretty boy. This old man was sitting right here. And my arse has gone numb from the cold. I'll chop off your head and use it as a seat then." Before his words even fade, a razor-sharp spear tears through the wind and shoots forward. It pierces straight through the brown-haired man's throat before he can even react. Lin Xiu yanks the spear out coldly. What a waste of breath. Seeing their brother sent to meet his ancestors far too quickly, the other 2 scream in panic. "Sixth brother." One immediately stomps hard, gains momentum, and vanishes from where he stood. Ming charges toward them with spear in hand, and in the blink of an eye he cleanly dispatches both. The last one standing widens his eyes in shock. He swiftly swings his sword forward, barely blocking one of Lin Xiu's spear thrusts. The man snarls furiously, with only this much skill you dare try to kill me, you think I'm like those trash. Die brat, his blade cleaves downward. He blocks it but barely, utterly wretched. The crushing force of the blade drives his feet deep into the earth. Lin Xiu frowns and thinks, as expected, my earth-grade cultivation still can't handle this. The man's face darkens as he speaks in an icy tone, you've killed so many of my brother-san you think you can just leave. The instant the words leave his mouth, a foot appears out of nowhere and slams straight into his face. Under the force of the blow, he skids backward across the ground. The man grits his teeth and snorts coldly. When he lifts his head, the side of his face that was kicked is already grotesquely swollen. He's startled. This kind of power, the other person is also earth-grade. Then he stands and bursts into a bitter laugh. Seems like there's no leaving today. He seizes Lin Xiu by the shoulder and roars, brat, you ruined my plans, come die with me. Then he drags Lin Xiu with him and leaps off the cliff. The one who just arrived sees this and screams in alarm. Lin Xiu is dragged over the edge, his eyes and mouth gaping wide, still unable to process what just happened. In the end, only the bandit plummets to his death at the base of the cliff. Lin Xiu manages to snag a tree branch and survive a shanging in midair. He looks down and flashes a triumphant grin. Didn't expect that, did you? Tough guys can fly. From above, Nai calls down worriedly. Lin Xiu, are you all right? Lin Xiu calls up from below, not dead yet, but I've broken a few bones. Mind carrying me back later? Hearing this, Nai bursts out laughing. Carry you? Sure thing as long as you're okay, brat. Lin Xiu scolds, Nai, you can still laugh. If there weren't branches here for me to grab, I'd already be dead. Nai keeps giggling. Vajra indestructible body, it's almost within reach now. Lin Xiu furrows his brow slightly, his gaze deep in contemplation as if pondering something. Scene change. The Lin residence. Lin Xiu swings an axe at his own arm, which is coated in golden light. The axe blade chips instantly. It turns out he had just activated the Golden Body extraordinary ability. Lin Xiu is overjoyed and can't help but marvel. The defensive effect of this Golden Body extraordinary ability is superb. Stone body, ice armor, and the like pale in comparison, but this golden glow can be hidden. Yesterday he watched the old man fight while glowing like a lantern, quite the peculiar taste. Scene change to Zhao residence. Lingyan asks, what did you want to see me about? Lin Xiu smiles and replies, year's end is approaching, so I wanted to give you a gift. Last time I went out for field training, I received a reward from the academy. It happened to be a block of dark iron. I figured I'd forge a long spear suited for you. Joy blooms across her face. She replies, how thoughtful of you. New Year is coming soon, and the streets are packed with merchants and performers from all over flooding into the capital. Shall we go out and take a look? He agrees cheerfully, of course. I've been wanting to take a stroll myself. A short while later, the two of them arrive at the Green Tower. Lingyan wonders aloud, why does a stroll lead us here? He replies, the Green Tower in the city isn't anything special. Strolling here is perfectly normal. Suddenly from afar, Haydang waves and calls out cheerfully, young master. He extends his hand and says, Miss Haydang, it's been a long time. She asks in surprise, the young master still remembers me. He asks further, Miss Haydang, you still haven't redeemed your freedom. Haydang replies shyly, still short 200 taels of silver. But it won't be long now. Lin Xiu immediately pulls out a stack of silver and says with a smile, now it's enough. She hastily waves her hands, no, I can't take money from the young master. He shoves it firmly into her hands, take it. Redeem yourself sooner, I'm still waiting for that tofu shop of yours to open. Lin Xiu thinks to himself, come to think of it, where I am today is partly thanks to Miss Haydang's abilities. Calculating carefully, Miss Haydang is practically my benefactor. I hold office at the Qinglai Bureau. If you need anything, come find me there. Even if I'm not around, you can look for Liu Qingfeng, the supervising officer. Once your tofu shop prospers and you pay me back, it won't be too late. She is deeply moved. I'll remember your kindness, young master. I will work hard to earn the money and repay you. Also, my name isn't Haydang, it's Chen Yu. Haydang is the name they gave me. I don't like it. Lin Xiu turns to leave, waving goodbye without looking back. I'll remember that, Miss Chen Yu. After Chen Yu walks a distance away, Lingyan speaks up, "You really are generous to 100 taels of silver." Tossed away just like that to a woman from the pleasure quarters. Lin Xiu replies, "Don't forget that half a year ago, the entire Lin family couldn't scrape together that much money." She can't help but sigh with pity. Miss Chen Yu is a pitiful woman. A woman who sells her body to entertain men. What's pitiful about that? She's perfectly capable of sustaining herself with her own 2 hands, rather than relying on her body. Hearing Lingyan's words, Lin Xiu furrows his brow slightly, thinking to himself. Lingyan grew up in vastly different circumstances. Naturally, she wouldn't understand Chen Yu's hardships. They had no choice. 1 minute earlier at the Green Tower, Haidang places the stack of silver on the table here. "This is my redemption money." The madam is startled. "Weren't you still over 100 taels short? Already got enough that fast?" She doesn't answer, just urgently pushes, "Take the silver, hand over my indenture contract." The madam reluctantly agrees. Go ahead, leaving is good, it's for the best. While you still have some beauty left, find a decent man and marry him. Once your looks fade and the customers lose interest, it'll be too late. Take these 100 taels with you, open a small shop, make a living, at least you won't starve. Haidang bows her head gently in gratitude. "All these years, thank you for looking after me." The madam waves her off. "Go on, quickly before I change my mind." Outside, she spots a small bird taking flight and whispers softly, "Go, little bird. You're free now." It spreads its wings and soars beneath the blue sky. Haidang lifts her head, watching the little bird, and adds, "I'm free too. From this moment on, the name Haidang no longer belongs to me." Right then, a hand suddenly seizes her wrist. It's Zheng Jian, who flashes a sinister grin. Well, isn't this Miss Haidang? We were just looking for you. Today this young master wants to introduce you to an honored guest. Serve him well, and there'll be no lack of rewards for you." She stumbles back in panic. "I'm sorry, young Master Zheng, I don't work here anymore. Please find someone else." Haidang's refusal enrages Zheng Jian. He frowns and snaps, "What do you mean, don't work here anymore? A lowly courtesan dares to refuse. Serve this honored guest properly or I'll make you regret it." Haidang tries to explain, "I've already redeemed myself, I'm not a courtesan anymore." The men with him eye her like wolves, each one leering, "Now I'm getting more interested in you. Come along, or the rest of your life won't be pretty. A courtesan is a courtesan. Redeeming yourself is just so you can serve us better. What's with the act?" She refuses and violently wrenches her hand free from Zheng Jian's grip, screaming, No, I'm not a courtesan, I am Chen Yu." When Haidang suddenly spins around and lunges toward a nearby pillar, he blurts out in shock, "What are you doing?" Without the slightest hesitation, she smashes her head straight into the pillar. The next instant, her soft body crumples to the ground. The men not only don't help but casually turn and walk away. One grumbles irritably, "Damn it, how annoying, who knows what set that woman off." Zheng Jian waves it off, whatever, let's go. Tonight we'll cleanse our eyes at a different pleasure house." Seeing Haidang lying motionless, the passers-by murmur in alarm, "What happened here? Is she really dead?" Immediately after, a figure silently steps forward. His shadow falls over her body and in a flash, Haidang vanishes without a trace. Lin Xiu slams his fist down on the table in fury and snarls, "I'm asking you one last time, how did Chen Yu die?" "Where is her body?" Zheng Jian answers nonchalantly, "As I said, she smashed her own head into the pillar and died. Nobody forced her. As for the Bodino idea, could have been eaten by dogs for all I know. Anything else you'd like to ask? Hurry up and finish your questions. I still have to dine with young Master Huang later. I can't be late." His face darkens as he speaks in a frigid tone, "I'm afraid you won't have the chance to eat that meal." In the very next instant, a razor-sharp slash tears across Zheng Jian's throat. Blood erupts in all directions before he can even scream. He earns a one-way trip to meet his ancestors. Having finished the deed, the man immediately cries out, "Murder, murder, young Master Zheng has been murdered." Several days later, inside the imperial palace, Lin Xiu cradles a wooden box in one arm, his other hand resting lightly on his chin in contemplation. Sure enough, just as he predicted, Zheng Jian's demise stirred not a single shred of controversy. Would the heroine from his own household come seeking him out for trouble? Surely not. That female hero despises evil as her sworn enemy. Even if she did come, she would at most lecture him on some life philosophy. Now only Huang Thao of Duke Huang's household remains. That scoundrel caused Miss Chen's debt hand, even her corpse vanished without a trace. As long as he draws breath, this grudge remains unfinished. Just then a familiar voice rings out. Lin Xiu, you haven't visited the Eternal Spring Palace in days. The speaker turns out to be Mingzhu. Upon seeing the imperial consort, he hurriedly bows in greeting. Your subject greets your highness. This student has indeed been occupied these past days. I beg your highness's forgiveness. Mingzhu smiles gently. There's no blame to be had. If you have matters to attend to, go handle them. The little one has been quite well behaved lately. You needn't visit every day. 5 days at most. 3 days, no 2 days. This consort worries the little one won't adjust. She adds, even you can tell the little one is quite fond of you. Lin Xiu forces a smile. Then I'll come every 2 days. After all, your highness's spirit companion is of the utmost importance. The young woman. Standing beside them, she can only sigh helplessly. I you hate for you to say goes. She then presents the box of perfume. Speaking softly, during my days at home, this student felt deeply remorseful, and so crafted these bottles of perfume as a gift for your highness. Beyond these, there isn't a single noble lady in the imperial capital who doesn't envy your highness. The reputation of this perfume grows by the day. Your highness could even share in a portion of the profits. The moment she lays eyes on the box of perfume, the imperial consort's eyes light up. She cannot contain her excitement and exclaims, so many different scents in a single perfume. Lin Xiu, I truly love them. The little one is quite fond of this fragrance as well. It's rare that you think of me. I shall help you promote it. The stately dusk gradually settles over the horizon. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Xiu lets out a long sigh. Today was truly exhausting. Without warning, an ice-gold blade presses against him from behind. A frigid female voice speaks, quite the nerve. Killing someone and then pinning the blame on me. Lin Xiu hastily raises both hands. I'm guessing you're Chen Keth, one who slays petty villains and despises evil as her mortal enemy, correct? Hearing this, she counters, you're not afraid I'll kill you. He calmly turns to face her and replies, you won't, because we're both good people. In his heart, he silently assesses this woman's extraordinary ability is concealment. A most useful power indeed. Chen Qi nods in agreement. Indeed, I've had my eye on you for quite some time. You are a good person. First you stood up for that woman, then you slew that beast Zhang Jian. Even though you pinned the blame on me, even if you hadn't killed him, I would have done so sooner or later. What I find curious is clearly you're the one who killed him, yet they don't suspect you in the slightest. Lin Xiu continues, I used a water blade. They couldn't find the murder weapon, so suspicion never fell on me. She doesn't believe him. You're lying. Even if you used a water blade, it would still leave traces. But everyone has their secrets. If you don't wish to speak, I won't press. I have been watching you for a long time. Everything you've done proves you're a person of righteous heart who despises evil as your sworn enemy. Would you like to join our Heavenly Tao Alliance? Hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyes widen in shock. You're with the Heavenly Tao Alliance? No wonder. But I won't be joining you. I'll serve the common people in my own way. In his mind, he silently calculates the Heavenly Tao Alliance is a righteous organization that enforces heaven's will on earth, but it's also a rebel faction. No different from the Azure Lotus sect. Joining a rebel faction is tantamount to treason. That's a capital crime, confiscation of property and clan extermination. I cannot gamble my family's fate on this. Chen Qi crosses her arms and asks, so you won't join? Then you're not planning to turn me in for the bounty. Probably around 100,000 taels. Lin Xiu refuses without hesitation. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through honorable means. What's more, I'm not exactly short on money. Ever heard of the Red Mud Residence? I'm the one who opened it. It rakes in 100,000 taels of silver a month. Money is the last thing on my mind. She smiles with hidden meaning and speaks. The Red Mud Residence, you are telling the truth. Then you must have plenty of fine wine. He answers without a moment's hesitation, of course it's the truth. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see for yourself. As for drinks, I've got more than enough. Sure enough, the instant those words leave his mouth, he secretly thinks this female hero's extraordinary ability will be far easier to obtain now. The scene shifts to the Qinglai Bureau, where a man's furious shouts echo without end. Let us go this instant. We are the sons of Viscount Jianan. Let me tell Yao have people inside the Qinglai Bureau will report you for assaulting nobility without cause. Lin Xiu jabs a finger at them and snarls, you harass women on the streets and still have the audacity to run your mouths? Get inside, and you dare threaten me with your status. I'm on intimate terms with the female assassin of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Just mentioning her would scare you lot to death. Being acquainted with the female assassinate was just last night thanks to 2 bottles of wine that a friendship was struck. The brat still refuses to back down and bellows, "Call your director Wang here right now, I want to file a complaint against these people." Just then, Director Wang from above slams the wooden gavel down upon the desk with a sharp crack. Everyone only sees Lin Xiu seated in the judge's chair. He speaks in a cold, commanding voice, "Who among you dares file a complaint against this official?" At this, the 2 brats below fall dead silent, only daring to whisper, "We're finished. How is this man an official of the Qinglai Bureau? We've kicked an iron plate." Maintaining his stern composure, he declares in a booming voice, "Since you have no evidence to present, this official stands innocent. Today, the 2 of you harassed an innocent woman on the streets, a flagrant violation of the Great Xia's laws. You are sentenced to 30 strokes of the rod as a warning to all." Hearing this, both of them scream, "You dare." Just at that moment, Qin Wan appears and calls out, "Wait, Official Lin, could you spare my 2 elder brothers on my account?" He falls prey to her extraordinary ability and without a shred of hesitation, is about to agree. But in the very next instant, he snaps back to his senses. Lin Xiu leaps to his feet and slams his palm down on the desk in fury. "Like hell I will, Miss Qin. If everyone could just beg for mercy, then what use are the laws? Guards, carry out the sentence." His resolute actions leave Qin Wan wide-eyed, and she cannot help but gasp inwardly. This Lin Xiu's willpower is truly formidable. The next day, Lin Xiu chews on a straw as he strolls along, mulling over the events of yesterday. Qin Wan's ability yesterday was quite peculiar. I should ask Ninger about it, Lattershi's bound to know more. As he passes by a bounty notice board, a nearby servant calls out in greeting, "Good morning, Official Lin," but his eyes are immediately drawn to a face on the wanted poster. Isn't the person on this bounty notice somewhat familiar? On the wanted poster is none other than Chen Qi, who had been in close contact with consort Mingzhu not long ago. At the public hall, the moment Lin Xiu steps inside, he spots a corpse. He exclaims in surprise, "A corpse." Upon seeing the coroner, he speaks up. "Lin Xiu, you've come at just the right time. Quick, take a look at this corpse. Does it seem like it might be faking death?" The coroner's words leave him bewildered. "Coroner, sir, what do you mean by that? Could this corpse be a fake?" The coroner explains, "Lin Xiu, you don't frequent the Qinglai Bureau, so it's only natural you wouldn't know. Yesterday, that female assassin attempted to kill young Master Huang Thao of Duke Huang's household. She failed and was instead gravely wounded." King Feng, standing nearby, continues seizing the opportunity while the court seethes with rage. They recognize this as a golden chancing, thus issued orders to the outside. At the same time, a play unfolds. First, rumors spread that the second-rank Earl's son of Dangbo City beat a commoner to death on the road. But the Earl of Dangbo used his connections to have the Qinglai Bureau release his son. Then, cast the heavenly net wide within the Dangbo Earl's mansion. Given that female assassin's temperament, heaven, after failing to kill Huang Tao, wouldn't offing a scumbag like the second-rank Earl be child's play? Hearing this, he forces a bitter laugh and asks who came up with this scheme. As if the Ming Divine Martial Guard is that foolish. Last time that female assassin killed Zhang Jian and they still haven't found her. This time she'll just waltz right into the net. Yet deep inside, a cold dread creeps in. Chen Qi actually went to kill Huang Tao. Wasn't she supposed to wait for the right opportunity before striking? What now? Scene shifts to the gates of the Dangbo Earl's mansion. Dusk has already fallen, snow drifting down outside, when suddenly someone tumbles out through the mansion gates. Exactly as Than Fong predicted, Chen Qi has indeed come to assassinate the Dangbo Earl. A moment later, a man strides toward her and bellows, "You think hiding will save you now? You dare assassinate me despite the snow blanketing the ground? You truly thought your concealment made you invincible." He raises his sword high, his roar slicing through the snowy night. "Prepare to die." Just as that razor-sharp blade is about to cleave down upon Chen Qi, a shadow streaks in from nowhere, scooping her up and snatching her from the jaws of death. Enraged, the man wheels around and roars, "An accomplice!" The one who saved her is none other than Lin Xiu, disguised as someone else entirely. Blade in hand, the man gives furious chase. "Damn you, you think you can just waltz off with my 20,000 tael bounty that easily?" Suddenly, Lin Xiu halts mid-flight and lands on the ground. The man levels the tip of his sword at Lin Xiu and grins triumphantly. "Out of steam, are we? Where do you think you can run now, young man?" Lin Xiu speaks in a low, grave tone. "Those who deserve mercy should be shown mercy. Every soul she killed deserved their fate. let this matter rest. The man ignores him and swings his sword, bellowing, "Old fool, I can see you've gone senile. Fine, then first I'll kill you. Then I'll take this assassin's head to claim the bounty." Yet Lin Xiu catches the blade with his bare hands effortlessly. The sight sends a chill of terror through the man. What? He caught my full-powered strike with his bare hands. Killing intent erupting from every pore, Lin Xiu repeats through gritted teeth, "Young man, I told you those who deserve mercy should be shown mercy. Today I spare your life." Hearing this, the man sheathes his sword obediently, clasps his fists, and stammers, "This junior thanks senior for showing mercy." This one takes his leave. Inwardly, he trembles, life above all else. The next second, the man turns and flees. Yet blocking that single strike has left Lin Xiu's palms bleeding. It seems that brute forcing a blow from an earth-grade expert is still somewhat dangerous. Departing from the scene, he carries Chen Qi into a cave. He gently tilts her chin to examine her condition. Her injuries are severe, looks like he'll need to use origin stones. Then his gaze drifts downward, landing on her two rosy snow-white peaks. Lin Xiu's face flushes as he mutters, "Isn't this taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state? Forget a time saving a life here. Just how many wounds has this girl endured? Looks like my origin stones will be completely drained today." Lin Xiu activates his healing extraordinary ability. A system screen flickers to life with a notification activating healing extraordinary ability. Ability recovery 1%. The next morning, Zhu Ninger spots Lin Xiu and tilts her head in curiosity. "Young master, why are you here so early?" His face is gaunt and hollow with exhaustion as he answers, "Cracking that case last night wore me completely out. I'm just here to rest at your place for a bit." Hearing her voice, he thinks to himself, "Last night completely drained me dry, but at least I managed to save Chen Qi. Once she wakes, she should leave on her own." He leans back comfortably on the bench, savoring the sound of her singing, and drifts off to sleep before he even realizes it. Zhu Ninger glances over at him, smiles softly, whispers, "Young master," then leans in and gently plants a kiss on Lin Xiu's forehead. Night falls, Lin Xiu returns to the Lin residence. He touches his lips, puzzled, "Why are my lips so dry? Must be from that dream I just had." A dream that was soft and fragrant, its aftertaste lingering endlessly. Suddenly, a voice cuts in, "A dream that lingers endlessly. What were you dreaming about?" Spotting Chen Qi, he exclaims in shock, "Miss Chen Qi, why are you here?" The streets are plastered with wanted posters of her. Right, no, she can't just show her face freely. She crosses her arms and speaks, "Enough. Stop pretending. I know it was you who saved me last night." Lin Xiu's eyes dart to the side as he protests, "How would you know? Weren't you unconscious?" Chen Qi answers, "I simply couldn't speak, that's all. When you were fighting that Earth-grade expert, I saw everything, and you didn't just use one type of extraordinary ability." He clears his throat and presses for, "But yesterday I looked exactly like a beggar elder. How could you tell?" She answers immediately, "Scent. The people of our Heavenly Tao Alliance are extremely sensitive to scent. No matter how you alter your face, you cannot mask your own smell." Hearing this, Lin Xiu forces a laugh. "So everyone in the Heavenly Tao Alliance has a bloodhound's nose. Impressive. Then, Miss Chen, what brings you to my doorstep when you should be recovering?" He thinks to himself, "Next time I disguise myself, I'm definitely wearing perfume." Chen Qi's face suddenly turns as red as a ripe tomato. "Because yesterday, the healing ability you used on me can erase scars, so I want you to remove every scar on my body." Lin Xiu panics and waves his hands in frantic refusal. "But this kind of healing requires removing all your clothes. We're a man and a woman, this is improper." But she doesn't hesitate for a second and strips down without a care. "It's nothing. A woman of the martial world doesn't fuss over trivialities. Besides, last night you already saw everything there was to see, didn't you? Why are you embarrassed?" All right, go ahead and begin." The next second, blood gushes from his nose. He sighs inwardly, the healing extraordinary ability, truly magnificent. An hour later, once the treatment is complete, Chen Qi examines her wounds and gasps in astonishment. It actually worked, not a single scar remains. Her words make Lin Xiu groan internally. Obviously, he thinks, "I drained every last drop of my power, how could the results not be good? But I never expected Aka with and without her bindings to be two entirely different sizes. Truly, so full and so fair." Suddenly she frowns, whipping around to glare at him with eyes sharp enough to kill. "Have you seen enough? Why did you save me?" Lin Xiu raises his hands and explains, didn't I already tell you? You and I were both good people. Your injuries haven't fully healed, and the entire city is plastered with wanted posters for you. For the next few days stay here, I'll sleep on the floor, you take the bed. A short while later both settle in for the night. Genki murmurs from the bed, I can't fall asleep. Lin Xiu answers from the floor, neither can I. His mind keeps circling back to those rosy white peaks of her so full, so fairlying right there beside him. How is he supposed to sleep? He asks, Heavenly Tao Alliance, you have you all been up to recently? Chen Qi answers softly, not sure. For now, I'm the only one operating near the imperial capital. The others have probably gone home for the new year. Lin Xiu glances over and asks, then can you tell me why you harbor such hatred toward the crown prince? She closes her eyes and replies, there's nothing to say. Let's just sleep. Lin Xiu lies below, trying to force his eyes shut, thinking to himself, sleep, just sleep, this girl is far too trusting. The next morning, Lin Xiu jolts awake, crying out, Kuk Kitch, Lingyan, I wasn't looking at anything big and white, stop hitting me. Then he freezes, he slaps a hand to his forehead in utter resignation. Miss Chen Qi has been gone for days now, and I'm still dreaming about those big white moonlight. But today is the first day of the month, I can't just stay home forever, I need to go pay New Year's visits. Scene shifts to the Zhao residence. Lin Xiu bows courteously, Uncle, Auntie, the new year is upon us, so I've brought some gifts especially for you. What I hold is fine wine from the Red Mud residence, and what my attendant carries is perfume from the Ning fragrance house. The uncle beams with delight, what a thoughtful child. You're far too kind. Lingyan's younger brother jabs a finger at Lin Xiu's second sister. This Lin Xiu isn't worthy of big sister at all. Why haven't you driven him away yet? She promptly smacks him on the head, know your place, you brat. From now on when you see Lin Xiu, you address him as brother-in-law. Big sister will be able to return by the Lantern Festival. Then Lin Xiu can marry her, how wonderful. A moment later, Zhu Jin arrives and announces in a booming voice, Imperial decree arrives. Zhao Lingjun, daughter of the Marquis of one of the Zhao clan, her celestial talent is extraordinary, her beauty peerless, her character virtuous and gentle. By imperial decree, Lin Xiu, son of the Earl of Ping'an, his moral character is noble, his appearance exceptional. The two are a match forged by heaven, betrothed since childhood. Now is the time for their union. A beauty worth 1,000 cities, a marriage most extraordinary. The crown hereby bestows upon them a full estate in the East City, 20 servants, 20,000 taels of silver, and 100 bolts of silk. All ceremonial affairs shall be jointly overseen by the Ritual Division of the Celestial Observation Bureau. The grand wedding ceremony shall be held on the 9th day of the lunar month. Lin Xiu furrows his brow, irritated, cursing silently, bastard. This emperor is truly impatient. The person hasn't even returned yet and he's already arranging marriages. Zhu Jin adds, His Majesty asked me to relay to Marquis Wu, and His Majesty does not wish to wait for your family's prodigy to return to the capital. Finding an auspicious wedding date has proven quite difficult indeed. The Ministry of Rites preparations are time-consuming. When the wedding day arrives, His Majesty will personally bestow the ceremonial gifts. He immediately bows to receive the imperial edict, expressing gratitude on his daughter's behalf for His Majesty's gracious favor. Behind his back, he continues cursing the emperor in his heart. That dog of an emperor, damn his mother. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, beneath a white snowy sky, the silhouette of a young woman in pink robes emerges, and that woman is none other than Lingjun. She whispers softly, Imperial capital, I've returned. At Ningxiang studio, a box of perfume is set down. Lin Xiu speaks up, Brother Li, have you truly decided not to go home? Beijing fires back, what nonsense are you talking about, Brother Lin? I am sacrificing myself, dedicating my all to our enterprise, fleeing from my wife. How dare you say I'm not going home? He forces a smile, whatever you say, you're right. Ninger, are we done? Ninger raises her hand, forming a signal. Okay, done, hurry and open the door. I heard from the other sisters that they've already sent people to stake out our shop since the crack of dawn. Lin Xiu then swings the door open and declares in a booming voice, honored guests of Ningxiang studio are now open for business. The spectacle before her leaves Ninger stunned. What the hell, we are there so many people? The crowd surges forward screaming, shopkeeper, shopkeeper, sell to me first, sell to me first. Sell to me, who the hell just stepped on my foot? Boss, sell to me first. Jostled so hard he can barely stand, Lin Xiu raises his voice. Everyone, please stop pushing. Form an orderly line to make your purchase. There is enough for all. After some time hawking goods, all Beijing can see are money signs. His joy is boundless. Money, money, nothing but money. Sure enough, the chests are packed to the brim with gold and silver. He gleefully hugs Yang in excitement. Everything is money. Lin Xiu raises a hand from behind and says, Brother Li, from now on, this place is in your hands. Ninger and I simply can't handle it. These customers are buying like madmen. Ninger, sitting nearby, raises her hand in fervent agreement. Beijing turns with a brilliant smile. I've just finished the calculations. In a single day, we've earned 50,000 taels of silver. Lin Xiu sniffs proudly, chest puffed out. Naturally, don't you see who invented the perfume? Ninger speaks up. Lin Xiu, let's head back first. On the way, Beijing asks Lin Xiu, Brother Lin, your wedding day draws near, and yet here you are busy with Ningxiang's studio. If the lady from the Zhao family finds out, won't she be furious? Ninger crosses her arms. What nonsense are you spouting? After Emperor Xia bestowed the marriage, the bride and groom are forbidden from meeting before the wedding. How would Zhao Lingjun possibly know what Lin Xiu is doing? Suddenly, something ahead catches Ninger's eye, and she freezes mid-step. Up ahead, Lingyan walks alongside Lingjun, chatting away. Elder sister, you've just returned, so let me fill you in. That Lin Xiu not only awakened an ice-type extraordinary ability, but his martial talent is also absolutely exceptional. My archery skills improved so dramatically all thanks to his teaching. This man excels in every conceivable way. He's the type that makes women fall head over heels. If I hadn't been keeping a tight grip on him for you, Lin Xiu would have been betrothed to someone else long ago. Lin Xiu strokes his chin, thinking, how is this such a ridiculous coincidence? Should I go over and say hello? Forget it, let's head home first. With that thought, he shoves Ninger and Beijing in a different direction. Come on, let's go, let's go. Lingjun speaks up. All right, how do you understand him so well? Even the firearm in my courtyard was a gift from him, forged from meteorite, no less. Not bad at all. Lingyan replies cheerfully, of course. I've been protecting him for so long, and I even recommended him to the Extraordinary Arts Academy. I didn't take that gun for free, either. I gave him one in return, a good one for self-defense. Tomorrow is your grand wedding day, elder sister. I'm going to feast and drink until I can't move. Lingjun's voice softens, laced with affection. All right. Everything shall be as you wish. And so, the grand wedding day of Lin Xiu and Lingjun has finally arrived. On the 9th of the month, the entire estate is festooned with red ribbons and decorations. Black plumage hangs overhead as well. May all things proceed smoothly. A most auspicious day for the union of bride and groom. In the center of the great courtyard, the officiant's voice thunders, the auspicious hour has arrived, let the bride and groom enter. The groom steps over the fire basin. May prosperity blaze in his future. Beijing and Ninger, serving as the chief wedding attendants, press on with the ceremony. The auspicious hour is nigh. First bowed, O heaven and earth. Second bowed, O the honored elders. Husband and wife bow to each other and proceed to the bridal chamber. After Lingjun is escorted into the chamber, Marquis and places a hand on Lin Xiu's shoulder and says, Lingjun can be a bit willful at times. I hope you will be tolerant of her. Lin Xiu clasps his hands and responds, Father-in-law, rest assured, I shall. Beijing then approaches with a toast, Congratulations, brother. May you have a magnificent night ahead. Minghe chimes in from the side, Truly unbelievable that woman finally ended up in your hands. Lin Xiu lets out a long sigh. From now on, I'll have no choice but to listen to my wife. The princess frowns. Fine then, you little brat beauty before brotherhood. Now that you have a wife, you won't cultivate with us anymore. Lin Xiu forces a wry smile. What can I do? Heaven above, earth below, but the wife reigns supreme. Suddenly, Lingyan appears, visibly drunk, and delivers a low warning. What you just said had better be true. Seeing this, Lin Xiu asks in surprise, Lingyan, why are you drinking so much today? At that moment, fireworks burst across the sky outside. Beijing and Minghe rush out together to watch. The fireworks are starting. She steps closer, her voice a dangerous murmur, and another thing, don't you ever let me catch you chasing skirts again, or I will break your legs. Lin Xiu stammers, how could I? On the other side, Qin Wan watches the fireworks, a trace of quiet regret crossing her face. As long as the young master is happy, that is enough. The scene shifts to Ninger, her eyes brimming with unspoken thoughts. Ninger glances softly at the fireworks outside, a silent thought crossing her mind, the bride. isn't me. The crown prince's mood on the other side is no better. He clenches his jaw, seething. The person he despises most has married the woman he desires most. Lin Xiu, just you wait. In the bridal chamber, Lin Xiu stands before the door, heart pounding, unable to sit still a bit nervous. What is this feeling? He is about to enter the bridal chamber with someone whose back he has only glimpsed from afar. There is a hint of anticipation too. He gently pushes the door open and steps inside. The room is completely empty, not a soul in sight. Lin Xiu freezes in surprise. Lin Xiu forces a smile. Makes sense. How could Zhao Lingjun be someone so casual? He thinks to himself, what was I even hoping for? Then he leaps onto the bed, sprawling out comfortably. Not bad at all, having a bed this large all to himself. Comfortable. Ming. He stares at Lin Xiu with a frown. The princess speaks up. Lin Xiu, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be seeking out that woman today? He scratches his head sheepishly. I was just joking yesterday. Cultivation is absolutely the top priority. Let's start early. Spotting Lingyan behind her, Ming, he asks, Zhao Lingyan, you're here too, but why do you look so downcast? Lingyan crosses her arms. It's nothing, let's begin. An hour later, after the training session concludes, the princess waves them off with a bright smile. Lin Xiu, remember to come visit often from now on. I'll always be at the Tianshu Academy. Zhao Lingyan's face suddenly turns melancholic as she speaks softly. Lin Xiu, I'm sorry. He asks in confusion, what's wrong, Lingyan? What are you apologizing for? Sorrow is etched deep into Lingyan's eyes. Then she begins to recount yesterday's events. Lingyan walks over and asks Lingjun, elder sister, why are you here? Wasn't last night your wedding night? She takes a gentle sip from her cup and says, haven't you always wanted to sleep beside your big sister? I'll be sleeping here today. Lingyan's guilt deepens as she murmurs, last night was supposed to be the most important night for you and my sister. Yet she wasn't there. I understand now, this arranged marriage should never have existed. Inwardly, she wonders, why does my heart ache so? Suddenly, Lin Xiu places his hand on Lingyan's shoulder and lowers his voice. If it's about her, there's no need to apologize. Truth be told, I understand her quite well. A peerless beauty like Miss Jean, any nation on the continent, countless powers would fight to claim her. Marrying someone at only the second tier like me, I feel the injustice on her behalf. Don't worry, I understand. On the surface, he says as much. But in his heart he thinks the exact opposite. Injustice, what injustice? I actually feel far more at ease now. Finally, I can go back to wearing flashy clothes and strolling the streets again. He smirks to himself. To think he could rationalize it this way, what a great fool. Lingyan looks at him, her heart aching. Lin Xiu. A moment later, at the western chambers, Lin Xiu knocks on the door and calls out, Miss Zhao, are you in there? Lingjun answers from within, come in. He mutters under his breath, why is she still here? It seems Zhao Lingjun has no emotional attachment to this marriage whatsoever. Lingjun gestures with a smile, I'm terribly sorry about last night. If you have something to say, please sit down first. She uses her psychic force to lift a chair and set it right in front of Lin Xiu. He says solemnly, Miss Zhao, there's no need to apologize. In fact, I also have a few things to say to you. Inwardly, he thinks psychic forcean extraordinary ability. No wonder the old emperor fears Zhao Lingjun. Given enough time, she will inevitably become the most unmatched person under heaven. But as long as I'm around, little girl, you'll just have to settle for second place. He sits down and continues, although we've already gone through the ceremony and married, there are certain things best made clear. This marriage arrangement was not something either of us desired. You didn't want to marry, and I had no wish to wed in name. We are husband and wife, but in truth, we are not. I won't demand anything of you. I only hope you'll demand nothing of me in return. To put it plainly, if there's no matter to attend to, I won't trouble you, and I hope you'll extend the same courtesy. Lingjun steps forward to state her own position. Whatever you do is none of my concern. I only wish to focus on my cultivation. He nods, perfect. As long as we're in agreement, everything is clear. He laughs inwardlinver. Did he expect this arranged marriage to indirectly grant him the freedom of a bird soaring through the heavens and a fish swimming beneath the waves? That dog emperor, wait, what dog emperor? This is my dear, beloved emperor. On Lingjun's side, she thinks to herself, it seems Lin Xiu was equally reluctant to accept this marriage. That's actually for the best. After finishing his conversation with Lingjun, he steps outside in high spirits to breathe the fresh air. It's as though he hears the distant roar of the open ocean, can return to the deep forest once more. But I can't stay in this room. If word gets out that I abandoned the Zhao family's peerless beauty on our first night, people will laugh me to scorn. Still, property in the imperial capital is absurdly expensive. I can't afford to buy one even if I wanted to. If only someone would gift me a house. Scene shifts to the imperial garden. Zhu Jin stands nearby, reporting, Your Majesty, the Zhao family's peerless beauty did not spend the night in the bridal chamber with Lin Xiu. Today, Lin Xiu has left the estate to go out. He is currently on his way to the imperial palace. Hearing this, Emperor Xia remarks, How interesting, the bride flees on the wedding night and the groom bolts on the very first day of marriage. But what business does Lin Xiu have at the imperial palace at this hour? Could he be coming to lodge a complaint? Then I'll need to properly handle this martial path genius. Right on cue, Lin Xiu arrives. He bows respectfully. This subject greets Your Majesty. The emperor asks in a deep voice, You just had your grand wedding yesterday, yet instead of staying home with your wife you come here. What business do you have? He answers quietly, This subject humbly wishes to borrow some silver from Your Majesty to purchase a new residence. These words make Emperor Xia turn in irritation. You're short on silver. You and the Prince of Qin partnered to open 2 businesses. Could say gold coins are flowing in by the handful. So why are you coming to me for silver? Denied. Lin Xiu speaks up. If Your Majesty won't lend me the silver, then this subject can only remain in the bridal chamber with his wife, cultivating our bond and working toward producing an heir as swiftly as possible. Hearing this, Emperor Xia halts in his tracks. He clears his throat lightly. Zhu Jin, quickly take Lin Xiu to select a residence. Whatever he fancies, gift it to him, consider it his reward. Lin Xiu smiles faintly in gratitude. This subject humbly thanks Your Majesty for this sacred grace. Emperor Xia waves him off. Go, 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 go. He furrows his brow. He thinks to himself, cultivating their bond and producing heirs, that's precisely what a husband and wife ought to do. These two had best never consummate their marriage or bear children. That is what I truly wish to see. On the road back, Lin Xiu is in high spirits. This old man is in a wonderful mood today. Sweet. He silently calculates the housing problem is solved. All that's left is the happy life, but the new house still needs renovation tonight. He'll stay at the inn. The moment he steps through the inn's entrance, his gaze lands directly on Qin Wan. Both ask the exact same question in perfect unison. Miss Qin Wan, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at home? Isn't young Master Lin also here instead of being at home? The exact same question flashes through both their minds. Don't tell me this person is also here for a room. Both rush to the counter and shout in unison. Innkeeper own room. Between Lin Xiu and Qin Wan, murderous intent crackles through their gazes like lightning. The innkeeper stammers nervously, Honored guests, you see, we only have one room left. Perhaps the two of you could work it out. He frowns. How exactly are we supposed to work it out? Don't you have any ideas, innkeeper? Qin Wan doesn't yield an inch. She fires back immediately. Lin Xiu, just because you have money, does that mean you forget who arrived first? His tone drips with sarcasm. Then what do you suggest? This one didn't trudge all this way for nothing, exhausted, famished, with nowhere to rest. But Miss Qin Wan seems to have more pressing matters. Though it's not as if this situation is entirely unworkable. She asks, what solution are you proposing? A short while later, the two share the room, one on the top bunk, one on the bottom. Qin Wan glances over. This is the solution you came up with. He replies, Qin Wan, the daughter of an earl who won't go home and comes to me borrowing money. Compared to that, what's a little thing like this? Qin Wan retorts acidly, of course. Some people run off to sleep at an inn on the very first day of their grand wedding. Compared to that, this is nothing at all. Lin Xiu reminds her sternly, Miss Qin Wan, don't forget you still owe me silver. And besides, I'm the one paying for this room tonight. She turns away. Give me a few more days, I'll pay you back. He says softly, fine, fine, go to sleep. The night is cold, catch a chill and you'll be borrowing money from me again. A smile tugs at his lips as he wonders to himself, why is this woman always short on money? Forget it, tomorrow I need to go find Hongyi. After all this time I can finally express my feelings. At the physician's residence, she blushes shyly. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on your wedding yet. I saw the fireworks that night from the doorway. They were so beautiful, so very beautiful. He lounges comfortably on the physician's lap, teasing, the fireworks were beautiful but none compare to you. His words make her flush with embarrassment. I'm nothing more than common rouge. Please stop teasing me, young master. He laughs, but even modesty should have its limits. If you are mere rouge, then there are no beauties left in this world. The physician says, flustered fuel. Today, if the young master wishes to listen, let me prepare something. Lin Xiu replies with ease, as long as it's you singing, I love it all. Whatever song you want to sing, just sing it. She speaks up, when has a patron ever cared for us like this? If every guest were as easygoing as you, my friend, making silver would be effortless. How could I bear to part from you? If I don't dote on you, then who should I dote on? How about you stop performing on stage altogether, and sing only for me? The songstress whispers softly, if I don't perform, how would I ever feed myself? Hearing this, Lin Xiu bolts upright and declares without hesitation, I'll provide for you. I can buy out the Lihua garden. And then you sing when you want, stop when you don't. I can afford it. She smiles wryly and refuses, there's no need for that. You're already so good to Methi's songstress doesn't even know how she could ever repay you. Lin Xiu continues with a teasing grin, then repay me with your body. His words make her face flush crimson. The songstress, shy and bashful, whispers if that's what the young master wishes, this songstress wouldn't necessarily refuse. Outside, a light snow drifts down over the eaves. After leaving her place, Lin Xiu ponders as he walks. The housing problem is solved, but for the songstress's safety, he still needs to find Emperor Xia's Yang Mao. He recalls speaking to the troop master, these are the property deeds for the Lihua garden. I've already purchased the place. Next, I need to visit Ninger to tell her the news of my newfound freedom. This kind of happiness-seeking no longer needs to worry. Being ambushed turned out to be wonderful actually. At the Ningxiang studio, Ninger sits gazing out the window. She lets out a sigh. Lin Xiu appears beside her with a smile. Ninger, what are you thinking about? She looks up, dispirited. Why aren't you with that beauty? What are you doing here? He raises his hands to explain. Actually, Miss Zhao and I aren't what everyone thinks. We hold the title of husband and wife, but we're not truly husband and wife. She left on the night of the wedding. Hearing this, her eyes light up as she turns to confirm. The bride on your wedding night carried in an 8-bearer palanquin, bowing to heaven and earth, then fled during the wedding night. He adds, we've made things clear between us. We're only husband and wife in name without interfering in each other's lives. She can no longer contain her joy and throws herself into Lin Xiu's arms. It's fine, don't be sad. If she doesn't want you, I do. He gently pats Ninger on the head and scolds softly, can't you be a little more patient? Right at that moment, Beijing bursts through the door with a grin, shouting, Miss Zhu, today the air in the room instantly freezes solid. He thinks to himself in horror, I'm dead. I came at the worst possible time. Lin Xiu won't kill me to silence me, will he? I still have so much money left to make, Beijing stammers. Then he slaps both hands over his eyes and whips his head away. I didn't see a thing. You two carry on, don't worry, I won't say a word. You don't need to fear Miss Zhao finding out. Lin Xiu stands and says, I was never afraid of her finding out. Beijing narrows his eyes and retorts, you dare say that to her face. We're the same kind of person, you think I don't understand you. Stop pretending to be tough in front of me. Lin Xiu raises his hand and says casually, she agreed to it herself. Hearing this, Beijing is so stunned his jaw drops in shock. He stammers, agreed. Zhao Lingjun agreed. On what grounds did she agree? Lin Xiu replies calmly, on what grounds she just did. Ninger smiles faintly and says, let's go somewhere with no people around. I have so many things I want to say to you. Lin Xiu readily agrees. The sight of the two of them strolling side by side, love brimming in their eyes, leaves Beijing frozen in place, his heart in turmoil. He slumps and sighs, what's the point? What's the point of living? Lin Xiu carries Ninger and descends into the courtyard of the residence he just obtained from Emperor Xia. He gestures gently and says, Ninger, this is the home I negotiated with His Majesty. You can come here whenever you like. This courtyard is quite peaceful too. Her eyes widen in surprise. Really? I was actually thinking of asking father to buy a house outside the city. Lin Xiu turns to look at Ninger and adds, Ninger, you need to think this through carefully. The marriage between Miss Zhao and me was bestowed by His Majesty. Until the two of us gain enough strength to defy that decree, I have no way to give you a proper title. She nods understanding. I know. An amicable divorce between us would mean defying an imperial edict. I don't need any title. Marrying someone you don't love, even if you become empress, you won't be happy. Being with the one you love. With no title or status, what does it matter? I only need you by my side, everything else I don't care about. But this place feels a bit empty. Let's build a garden here, plant all kinds of flowers inside. When spring arrives, the courtyard will overflow. With the fragrance of blossoms, Lin Xiu's tone overflows with tenderness. Whatever you say. From now on, if you want to find me, you can come here. I'll be here most of the time. A spacious home, a garden within, land for growing vegetables, living with the person you love, cultivating extraordinary abilities together. Practicing the way of the sword, planting flowers and trees, cooking meals and washing dishes, watching the sun rise and set together. Watching flowers bloom and wither. This is the life he has longed for across 2 lifetimes. Stepping into the kitchen, Ninger asks curiously, why doesn't the kitchen have a single piece of cookware? Hearing this, he chuckles and asks, cooking. Ninger, you know how to cook? She answers shyly, I don't, but I can learn. Whatever dishes you like, I'll note them down and go home to have the madam teach me. Lin Xiu gently pulls Ninger into his arms and says softly, there's no rush. There are still many things in the house to arrange. Let's go sort them out. She continues, but if we keep walking together on the streets like this, it's easy to be misunderstood. If others find out, it won't end well. Why don't we call Li Beijing? After all, he wanted to stay at the Ningxiang studio last time. Let's go help him out. Ninger's suggestion earns Lin Xiu's full approval. Makes sense. However, Beijing flat out refuses. No way, you can reason with me all you want, I'm not going. Beat me to death and I still won't go. Zhu Ninger being lovey-dovey with you right in front of me is already bad enough. Now you want to twist the knife. Lin Xiu, don't push it. Seeing this, Lin Xiu throws an arm over his shoulder and whispers, Brother Li, don't refuse so quickly. Ninger still wants to introduce you to some of her close friends. The moment he hears close friends, Beijing's eyes fly wide open, but barely a second later he straightens up with a serious expression. Brother Lin, what did you just say? Even if the wife herself calls me back and beats me to death, how could I possibly refuse helping you two move house? And so, a short while later, he enthusiastically hoists an enormous bundle onto his back. Lin Xiu asks Brother Li, do you really not need my help? Beijing replies casually, we're all friends, thighs is only natural, let's go. Oh right, Miss Ninger, whenever it's convenient, do introduce them. I have no ulterior motive, just looking to make a few new friends. Ninger laughs and says, don't worry. Your Highness, they all know of your wise and mighty prowess by now. Outside, night has fallen. Lin Xiu's face beams as he recalls Ninger's parting words, be careful on your way back. I'll come see you tomorrow. He murmurs aloud, suddenly finding himself truly looking forward to tomorrow. After all, sleeping alone tonight in such a spacious room feels a bit unfamiliar. Then he catches sight of Qin Wan sitting outside his front door. He approaches and calls out to her. Spotting Lin Xiu, she startles in surprise. Lin Xiu, why is it you? He points toward his own front door and raises a brow. You're sitting in front of my house and asking me thaddies that even reasonable. Qin Wan asks in further surprise, isn't this house supposed to have no owner? Lin Xiu twirls the key in his hand and walks inside. It does now, come in with me. Were you planning to sit outside the door all night? She murmurs, how did you get this house? He answers, His Majesty bestowed it. Inwardly, he grins with satisfaction. Gaining freedom from Zhao Lingzhen's arrangement is truly wonderful at night. He can take in a few homeless young ladies without the slightest shred of guilt. Lin Xiu leads Qin Wan to a room and instructs, sleep here tonight. I've only just moved in myself, but everything here is brand new, don't worry. The silver you owe me still hasn't been repaid. Next time you have nowhere to stay, don't bother with inns, just come here. With that, he tosses her the key. No charge. Just remember, you can only come at night. Lin Xiu's suggestive remark makes Qin Wan's face flush scarlet. Then sleep early. She thinks to herself, Lin Xiu is so good to me. If this were a novel, the next part would be where the girl confesses those kinds of feelings. Wouldn't it? Having arranged her sleeping quarters, Lin Xiu quickly takes his leave. I need to go cultivate. Go ahead and sleep early. Don't worry about me. If you've got that much on your mind, how about paying me back first? Qin Wan watches his retreating back, murmuring softly. That man is truly strange. No sooner does he step out than his mind conjures up 2 pretty girls sewn in each arm. Du Fu harbored a grand ambition to build a sprawling mansion, making room for every poor soul under heaven. I only have one goal, to own a massive house and turn it into a shelter for homeless girls. A sudden presence snaps Lin Xiu to alertness. Who goes there? His eyes widen in shock. Misaki, we're back. She steps forward and replies, I just. Found you. Hearing this, Lin Xiu asks, why were you looking for me? Chen Qi retorts, I should be the one asking. You just had your grand wedding, aren't you at home? Instead, you're out here living alone. What happened? Lin Xiu sighs, it's not something I can explain in a minute or two. You came to find me, are you injured again? Come inside, we can talk there, my house is big enough. Having guessed correctly. Chen Qi is surprised, how did you know I was injured? Once inside, she removes her outer garments, revealing mottled bruises and fresh claw marks scored across her back. Lin Xiu applies his healing technique as he asks, how did you get hurt this badly? A few more inches and your arteries would have been severed entirely. Chen Qi answers, I killed a villain who was bullying men and women alike. In a moment of carelessness, he stabbed me gravely. He furrows his brow and continues, actually, women wearing gear that tight isn't good for you, why not wear a proper bodice? She explains, wearing these is more convenient for combat. Besides, if I wore a bodice, surely you know what that implies. Hearing this, the image of Chen Qi's snow-white peaks straining against a thin bodice floods unbidden into his mind. He flushes crimson and clears his throat. That's completely different, right now is time for rest. The words barely leave his mouth when Lin Xiu suddenly feels a wave of dizziness. He presses a hand to his forehead. Confused, he mutters, what's going on? Why do I feel so uneasy? Chen Qi seems to sense it too. She speaks in a low voice, someone in the city has broken through to the heaven-grade realm. And it's a fire-attributed extraordinary ability. Across the imperial palace, the miles of golden halls and jade pavilions are engulfed by a searing wave of fire-attributed energy. A pillar of flame roars skyward, blazing without end. Emperor Xia and Zhu Jin stand beneath the gilded eaves, witnessing it all. The emperor turns to Chief Steward Zhu, our great. Xia has gained yet another heaven-grade cultivator. Who is it? The steward ventures, Your Majesty, from the phenomena, the breakthrough's power is fire-attributed, and its origin lies at the Duke of Zhu's estate. It appears to be the Grand Duke of Zhu. Emperor Xia furrows his brow and issues his decree. The Grand Duke of Zhu has served with diligence and contributed greatly to our great Xia. Promote him to first-rank hereditary duke. Also, have the Internal Affairs Bureau prepare gifts for the Zhu estate. Zhu Jin bows his head to receive the decree. By Your Majesty's sacred will. Midair, like the furnaces of hell itself, Grand Duke Zhu stands firm in the void, arms spread wide, commanding his fire extraordinary ability with the fury of a raging tempest. Grand Duke Zhu speaks with deep satisfaction, the heaven-grade realm has come at last. All those years of bitter cultivation were not in vain. And know it is time to settle old debts. A fireball nearly the size of a meteorite engulfs his entire body. Grand Duke Zhu hurls the flames downward with a thunderous roar. You of the Song family, crawl out here before me. The Song family patriarch clenches his teeth, bewilderment and terror warring on his face. What is the meaning of this? The Song family and the Zhu family have never had any great dealings. Why is the Grand Duke of Zhu this furious the very moment he breaks into the heaven grade? The Song family members look up at a sky of raging fury like a wrathful sun descending to punish the mortal realm. Yu Kai jolts in terror, cold sweat drenching his body, his lips quivering wordlessly. Suddenly, a torrent of water magic surges forward to douse the flames. Two opposing forces, blue and red, collide head-on. A tidal wave smashes into the fireball, sending shockwaves rippling across the region. The servants below are battered by the violent winds of the aftermath. Some clinging to pillars, others clutching each other, screaming ceaselessly, heavens, heavens, heavens above, don't pull down my trousers. One of them breathes a sigh of relief. It's the ancestor. Thank the heavens the ancestor hasn't gone into seclusion yet. The man in green robes wipes his mouth after the brief shockwave. The vortex conjured by Grand Duke Zhu takes a majestic form, a water dragon coiling into a towering waterspout, clashing against the searing pressure from his opponent. He stands tall within the vortex, a measured smile on his face. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brother Zhu. However, though our Zhu and Song families have had little contact, there has never been any enmity between us. What brings you here tonight with such killing intent? In stark contrast to that voice as calm as still water, Grand Duke Zhu roars even louder with fury. No enmity, you say? Your Song family has always looked down on mine with contempt, and you dare claim there is no enmity. The elder maintains his composure, seeking to de-escalate. Please quell your anger, Brother Zhu. This old man has been in seclusion these past days and knows nothing of household affairs. Allow me to inquire. Yu Zhang, what is the meaning of this? You have offended the Grand Duke of Zhu. Yu Zhang calls up from below, Father, recently Yu Kai and the Grand Duke of Zhu's daughter had a slight misunderstanding. The Grand Duke only catches the last two words. His eyes blaze so fiercely that literal fire dances within them. He repeats through gritted teeth, a misunderstanding. Surrounding my Ninger at the palace gates with armed Mina, misunderstanding. Plotting against her during the Grand Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, also a misunderstanding. I see no need for further questions. Today I have come for blood. Song Elder, come outside the city walls, we fight first, then talk. The massive fireball unleashes several blazing arcs of fire that lunge toward the Song ancestor. The Song ancestor replies calmly, if Brother Zhu insists, then this Song can only comply. Afterwards, I will personally bring the offender and gifts to offer our apologies. Firebirds and water dragons fill the sky, their auras blazing as they sweep across the open expanse toward the outskirts of the city. Each combatant shakes heaven and earth in their own right. A private duel. Only now does the Song family patriarch roar in fury, lock Song Yu Kai in his room. He is forbidden from taking a single step outside for a whole year. Cursed wretch Yu Kai is dragged away by two maids pleading desperately, no. Please, patriarch. Gusts of wind howl across the ground. Dirt and rubble are swept up in the vortex of water magic conjured by Grand Duke Zhu. Two water dragons formed from pure spiritual power coil and surge into the air, radiating overwhelming pressure. Opposite them, the fire extraordinary ability blazes crimson, casting an infernal glow. Elder Song suggests coolly, Brother Zhu, words serve no purpose. Let me witness the strength you've gained after your breakthrough. Grand Duke Zhu responds with contempt, if that's your intention, I've been wanting to fight you for a long time now. Moreover, the two young ones hiding in the shadows had better scurry further away. If they get caught in the crossfire, this old man accepts no responsibility. He glances over and spots two figures who had been hiding poorly, jolting in shock behind a boulder. Lin Xiu and Chen Qi are crouched behind that very boulder. Lin Xiu gasps in awe, so this is the sensory awareness of a heaven-grade powerhouse. This is far too terrifying. She crawls closer and warns him, the disguise art only renders you invisible, it's not omnipotent. You should be more careful in the future. A chill sweeps through the air, lingering. Lin Xiu ducks low, urging her on, go, 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 if we get caught we'll be frozen solid. The fire technique bends flames into dragons of staggering power, as if channeling the wrath of celestial fire down upon the mortal realm. Opposing them, two water dragons intertwine and merge into a single undulating torrent like the heavens themselves pouring down to cleanse all evil. The two techniques collide head-on with devastating force, instantly shattering the earth and rock. The horrific shockwave hurls debris and sand dozens of feet into the air. The aftershocks leave no small devastation in their wake. Lin Xiu curls his fingers around his eyes, extending his visual range. In the distance, the orb of combined energy conjured by both elders swells to an enormous size. Chain explosions rock the heavens, leaving him utterly stunned. So this is a battle between heaven-grade powerhouses. One could truly say they are moving mountains and draining seas. But Chen Qi's question cuts in from an entirely different angle. Just how many extraordinary abilities do you actually have? The gesture of Lin Xiu curling his fingers around his eyes is his eye extraordinary ability. He replies with a teasing grin, just stick close to me and you'll find out soon enough. She frowns, putting on an annoyed face, you little brat. Forget it, I'm heading back first. Lin Xiu doesn't notice us, too busy cheering. Come on, fire guy, hit him. The water guy's water dragon looks like a giant snake. Heavens, heavens above. Chen Qi turns to leave, but her curiosity lingers. Just how many abilities does Lin Xiu intend to collect? Sometime later, deep into the night, the quiet courtyard is no longer filled with rustling leaves, but with the whooshing of a spear slicing east and west. Lin Xiu is training with deadly seriousness in the dead of night. Chen Qi shuffles out yawning and sees him practicing with sudden diligence. You brat, I already slept a whole round before you came back. Instead of sleeping, you're out here drilling spear forms. Lin Xiu's gaze is steady as he speaks plainly, the heaven grade is far too powerful. I need to strengthen myself as fast as possible. Hearing this, she raises an eyebrow with a curious smirk, I didn't expect you to have such ambition. Fine, I'll train with you. 1 hour later. She concedes once more, sweat streaming down like a river, panting heavily in defeat. How are you still not tired after all that? Lin Xiu grins playfully. That's my exclusive secret art. Care to give it a try? Think about it, what's wrong with that? Why do those words sound so suspicious? Without hesitation, Lin Xiu places his hand on Chen Qi's shoulder and channels a healing extraordinary ability. A radiant blue aura envelops her. Its glow mesmerizing to behold. Chen Qi's body still carries residual medicinal energy. She stares wide-eyed at the shimmering qi swirling around her and stammers. Let me think about it. Lin Xiu's tone is cheerful, tinged with unmistakable pride. Well, has all the pain and exhaustion vanished? Follow my training, and I guarantee you'll become the greatest assassin under heaven. Chen Qi is slightly puzzled. Lin Xiu is truly miraculous. If I stay with him, won't I improve day by day? It won't be long before I can break through to the Earth-grade realm. But the prerequisite is that I must remain by his side at all times. His household is so vast, surely there won't be any issues. The next morning, golden sunlight bathes the tiled rooftops. Lin Xiu carries a plate of steamed buns to the bedside and whispers, "Miss Aki, I've left breakfast here. Help yourself when you wake up." Truth be told, even in slumber Miss Aki is quite the beauty. Then a familiar voice rings out from outside. Lin Xiu, I'm here, where are you? Still not up yet. Her sudden arrival strikes Lin Xiu like a blow to the back. He lets out a sharp breath, face draining of color, eyes darting in sheer panic. Damn it, I was so engrossed watching the fights last night that I completely forgot Ninger was coming. Ninger reaches for the door from outside. Lin Xiu, can I come in? Fortunately, Lin Xiu wrenches the door open first, startling her. He snatches a feathered duster from somewhere, frantically pretending to tidy up. Ninger, why are you here so early? I just finished cleaning up. Ninger lowers her head, her cheeks flushing red. I wanted to come early to cook for you. He smoothly shuts the door behind her. Even for breakfast, why bring so many things? I'm not a pig, you know. Wait in the main hall, I'll cook for you. Don't let this delay your cultivation. Thankfully, she's ever the obedient one. You're right, cultivation comes first, otherwise I'll never be able to keep pace with you. Lin Xiu cracks eggs into a bowl, his movements expert and fluid, tossing the rice up and down as he stir-fries the egg-fried rice. A simple bowl of golden rice, accented with the colors of fresh meat and vegetables, transforms into a feast for the eyes. Of course, once it reaches Ninger's hands, she devours every last grain. One could say the bowl needs no washing. Lin Xiu waves goodbye. Ninger, train hard. Ninger turns back to bid farewell, her face still flushed pink. I will. He finally manages to buy himself an hour. Steamed buns and egg-fried rice for the first time. He eats his fill this early in the morning. Fortunately, nothing was discovered. Chen Qi has materialized behind him at some point, biting into an apple as she appraises him coolly. I didn't expect you to be such a smooth-talking deceiver of women. You men are all the same. Lin Xiu refuses to accept this and fires back. What deception? My feelings are genuine when it comes to men. Don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. Oh right, I haven't even asked why you're staying in the imperial capital. Surely not just to enjoy my scar healing services? She bites into her apple again, her expression suddenly turning grave. Kill someone, a person who has committed countless atrocities that the authorities couldn't care less about. Lin Xiu can only smile wryly. As expected of the female assassin of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, even her daily life is far from ordinary. Why is it that every woman around me is always talking about killing? Stay put in the house, I'll investigate first, then we decide on our course of action. I'll await your word. Lin Xiu strolls leisurely through the imperial capital. As he walks, he wonders whether the Qinglai Bureau has uncovered any new leads. Winter grips the city. Snow blankets the bare branches in pristine white layers, and the imperial capital shimmers under the cold sunlight. Suddenly, he spots a familiar figure and slows his pace. Oh, Lingyan, what are you doing here? Lingyan turns around. Her delicate features are fragile as snowflakes on the verge of melting. She calls out softly, Lin Xiu. Sensing something amiss, Lin Xiu asks gently, Lingyan, is something wrong? No, nothing. I came to find you for cultivation practice. I was worried that living alone out here you might have forgotten. He relaxes his gaze and observes her casually. Judging by his little sister-in-law's condition, cultivation won't be possible today. Then let's walk and talk. As it happens, I have business at the Qinglai Bureau myself. Lingyan agrees at once. All right. Oh, by the way, where have you been staying these past few days? Lin Xiu gestures behind him. Lingyan's gaze follows his indication. He tells her honestly he stayed at an inn at first, then negotiated with His Majesty for a house. That one right behind them is it. She lowers her eyes, every ounce of her sorrow laid bare for all to see. Lin Xiu alone on his wedding night without even a proper bridal chamber. The very next day, staying at an inn, her heart aches with pity for him. Lin Xiu freezes like a statue. Lingyan, is she feeling sorry for me? Lingyan, things aren't what you think. These past days have actually been quite good to me. Your sister and I have already talked things through. Though we are married, I won't meddle in her life from here on. And she won't interfere in mine. For me, that's actually a good thing. Lingyan asks in surprise. How is that a good thing? Lin Xiu puts on a shameless expression, utterly nonchalant. It means I'm free to live with other women now. Isn't that a wonderful thing? She erupts in fury, cursing him mid-sentence. How can you? Your sister, she'll just have to change eventually. He waves his hand dismissively and shrugs. Why should I be the one waiting around for her to change? Lingyan crosses her arms, lost in thought, then asks, could there really be no other way? Lin Xiu's expression turns cold as ice, sharp and decisive. Of course there is. Her eyes widen in surprise. The original marriage arrangement never specified who must marry whom. It only required a daughter of the Zhao family. Lingyan asks innocently, and then a warm smile blossoms across his face, gentle as peach blossoms blooming in the depths of winter. If I were to discuss an amicable divorce with your sister and marry you instead. Lingyan's face flushes scarlet, she whips her head away. What are you saying? Lin Xiu's eyes still brim with tender affection as he gently rests his hand on her shoulder. The truth is, the one I've always liked is you. Why won't you say anything? Could it be my little sister-in-law actually likes me? Lingyan's face darkens ominously, the air crackling with the promise of imminent violence. Sure enough, she hurls a punch straight into his face, sending him sprawling through the air. She screams, "You're courting death." Lin Xiu takes the blow square on, yet somehow feels as if he's reconnected with something familiar, the Lingyan of old. That's it, this is the real Lingyan after all. All that pitiful sorrow was nothing but an act. She stomps her foot furiously and storms off, shouting without looking back, "Don't you dare joke about our affairs ever again. I'm washing my hands of this." He watches her retreating figure, finally satisfied. This is better. I'd rather face a violent Lingyan any day than watch her drown in that suffocating melancholy. A slender porcelain white hand suddenly extends toward him, offering to help. Lin Xiu lies sprawled on the ground, face down. He looks up, a soft groan escaping his throat. Qin Wan kneels beside him, her voice gentle and measured. To love the younger sister yet marry the elder, fate truly has a cruel sense of humor. Lin Xiu doesn't take her hand, he slowly rises on his own. You actually believed that joke? Qin Wan smiles bitterly. In this world, how many words spoken from the heart truly exist? It's precisely through jests like these that people reveal their true feelings. Lin Xiu's pupils contract sharply, his brows furrow. This woman, I show her kindness by taking her in, and she repays me without the slightest mercy by tearing my mind to shreds. Say, Miss Xuaner, that silver you borrowed last time, surely it's about time you paid me back. No. Jinwan lifts a small money pouch in her hand. The young master guessed correctly. As it happens, I brought it with me. Without a word of hesitation, the moment she extends it, Lin Xiu snatches it clean. He grips the money pouch, glancing at Qinwan the way one might reluctantly indulge a stray that refuses to leave. I should still pay a visit to the Qinglai Bureau. If Miss Xuaner wants to tag along, then by all means, naturally, she does, cheerfully inserting herself into the affair. It so happens I have some matters at home. Let's go together. Young Master Lin. Lin Xiu walks with his mind racing, rubbing his chin as he recalls Ninger's parting words. That woman Qin Wan, her extraordinary ability is psychological manipulation. Keep your distance from her. But Qin Wan herself seems far more carefree than that. She pinches 5 taels between her fingertips, happily figuring that keeping 5 taels for meals will be more than enough. Lin Xiu finishes his thoughts and weighs them against realities. This woman truly following me, or should I keep my distance from her? Midway down the road, 2 students block their path. One speaks first, pressing down with an air of dominance. We've been looking for you for ages. So here you are. The other bares his teeth like a snarling beast, sneering at their debtor Qinwan. You got money from the academy, so pay us back. Now, Lin Xiu lets out a cold sneer, in broad daylight before he can even make his move. Qinwan already extends her hand to block, swiftly and neatly handing over the payment. There, money returned. The one in yellow snatches it away with a flick of his wrist, snorting in irritation. The blue-robed lackey beside him puts on an equally aggressive display. As the two creditors walk away, their figures not yet vanishing from sight. They turn back to jab a finger, and as for you, pretty boy, your business from last time isn't settled yet. Just you wait. Lin Xiu's gaze trails after them, his mind turning. These brats are hooked on divine mountain powder, yet they haven't forgotten about me. They really do hold grudges. She just keeps handing them money. They'll burn through it all on divine mountain powder and gambling again. Utterly futile. Qin Wan sighs with weary indifference. What they do has nothing to do with me. Divine mountain powder, even the emperor can't stamp it out, let alone us. As long as my 35,326 copper coins are still there, I'm free. Hearing that not insignificant sum, he freezes, bewildered. Who do you owe that much silver to? She confesses without a trace of shame. Father. He said he'd give me 12,000 taels of silver. Tohat was it, compensate for the kindness of raising me, that pittance. Lin Xiu offers, how about I lend it to you, you can pay me back whenever. Qin Wan flatly refuses, turning sharply to walk in another direction. Are you pitying me? My debts, I'll pay myself. I'm heading to the Extraordinary Arts Academy first. Without cultivating, there's no stipend from the academy. Lin Xiu arrives at the Qinglai Bureau, groaning and lamenting so miserably in his room that he startles even the servants outside. A criminal case committed by a high-ranking official, and the evidence vault holds a mere 3 sheets of paper. Are all these cases for me to handle? This won't do. Just as Miss Aki said, investigating on the basis of official credentials alone won't work, but neither she nor I can show our faces directly. That's right. I still have one of the 3 great forbidden arts at my disposal. After 3 awakenings, it can be applied to others. This time, going back to find Miss Aki, I'll also get to experience the sensation of being an assassin like her. Chen Qi endures as Lin Xiu molds her face with both hands, her cheeks flushed red as a bitter orange. Can this method really work? He says with absolute certainty. Relax. Being able to punish those criminals in someone else's guise isn't that a good thing. Don't move, I'm starting. The disguise art, an extraordinary ability. After swapping faces and stepping onto the street, it's as if everyone is struck by a bolt of love at first sight upon seeing Chen Qi. So handsome, how can there be such a beautiful woman? In Lin Xiu's godlike male features, her gently half-lidded gaze stirs the hearts of all who behold her. Beside her, Lin Xiu wears Chen Qi's feminine beauty, his soft features blooming like a delicate island flower. Together, they resemble a pair of celestial beings stepping through a spring landscape. Chen Qi strides with graceful poise, casting a single glance that leaves the crowd utterly breathless. Lin Xiu, donning those elegant feminine features, is no less striking. He waves a folding fan with a touch of refined charm that makes passers-by gasp in admiration. Meanwhile, Chen Qi has been obliviously pushing through the crowd this whole time. Only now does she blink at Lin Xiu in confusion. What's going on? Why is everyone staring at me? Has my face reverted back to normal? Chen Qi steers the conversation back to the matter at hand. He nods. Lin Xiu's instincts scream. A piercing alarm flashes through his senses. He freezes instantly, eyes bulging as though they might pop from their sockets. Mouth caught mid-gape, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. His expression looks like his brain just flagged an unknown signal. No. A familiar signal he desperately didn't want. Zhao Lingyan happens to pass by, glancing over with a thoughtful frown. That person looks strange, but feels oddly familiar. Seeing Lin Xiu's abnormal state, Chen Qi asks innocently, "What's wrong?" Completely ignoring her question, he doesn't dare turn his head to look back. His nerves are stretched taut. Sweat beading had assumed that with the disguise art, there was no way he'd run into anyone who knows him. This is far too dangerous. Snow falls silently before the curved yin-yang roof tiles, their greenish-gray hue blanketed by a cold mist. The elegant building stands solemn and refined, merging into a scene reminiscent of an inkwash painting amid the still winter sky. Chen Qi and Lin Xiu sit at the same table. She touches her own face, innocently bewildered. How come you're the only one who changed back? I didn't will it. Lin Xiu doesn't answer. He focuses on the mission. That Sulong is the local boss of this district. Though he has no powerful backers, his gang of over 20 men is enough to make everyone's blood run cold when dealing with him. Killing him directly would be too wasteful and far too easy. Just watch how I handle this. Come on out, little brat, watch the show. Chen Qi nods, waiting for his demonstration. All right, I'll study a few new assassination techniques while I'm at it. His gaze lands on Su Long, who strolls along muttering to himself, how come the goods inside that brothel aren't as fine as these? How can there be such a beautiful woman in the North District? The young woman before him wears a white cloak, her features as exquisite as the first snow of winter, leaving him momentarily stunned. But the next second he turns away, thinking better of it. What's the point of stirring up lustful thoughts? One look and you can tell these two are children of nobility. What would they be doing in the North District? Now this old man's good mood is completely ruined. Lin Xiu finally rises to his feet and calls out to him. Halt! Su Long whips around, his expression turning grave. This young master, are you calling me? He approaches with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor cool and indifferent. That gaze of yours, just know what exactly were you looking at? Su Long crosses his arms, raising an eyebrow. Looking at what? I wasn't looking at anything. He asks with strained patience. You dare deny this young master's words? Su Long stubbornly persists. I truly wasn't. Lin Xiu's fist erupts forward without warning, slamming square into Su Long's face. The punch is sudden, clean, and devastating. He rolls his knuckles, readying another blow. You really were looking. You dare ogle this young master's woman. You are courting death. Su Long clutches his face, raising his hands in surrender. I'm terribly sorry, young master. It was all this Su's fault. This Su apologizes to you. Please stop hitting me. A crowd of onlookers swiftly gathers to watch the spectacle. Lin Xiu grabs him by the collar and continues his high-handed assault. Someone in the crowd recognizes the victim and shouts, isn't that the boss? The boss is getting beaten. Hurry, help him. Su Long's eye swells shut, his cheek bruises purple and a tooth chips. He clasps his hands together earnestly. Big brother. It was just a single glance. Surely that's not worth beating me to death here. The crowd splits apart like water at the sound of that booming voice. All of you make way. Let me see who dares bully my brother Su. Lin Xiu's eyes gleam. Right in the heat of the moment, he gets a buy one get one free deal. One strike to squash two bugs at once. The constable puffs out his chest, striking a mighty pose. Was it you who bullied my brother Su Long? Come with me to the magistrate's office. Inside, the constable is secretly delighted. Su Long will owe me another favor for this. Then I can squeeze another fat sum out of him. He roars furiously into the constable's face. I am Lin Xiu, son of the Count of Ping'an and a director of the Qinglai Bureau. You dare openly accost young women on the street, then deliberately assault a court official? What crime does that warrant? He produces a golden command medallion, holding it high for all to see. The constable's face drains of color. He hurriedly clasps his fists and bows low. This lowly one has eyes but fails to see Mount Tai. Greetings. Lord Lin, if I may follow Lord Lin, we can finally eradicate the gangs terrorizing the North District. I humbly beg Lord Lin to allow me to escort these criminals to the Qinglai Bureau for processing. Lin Xiu raises an eyebrow. Constable Zhang's goodwill is truly appreciated. Not a single one of these men can be spared. The constable barks a single word in confirmation. Understood. Once the dust settles, Chen Qi follows behind Lin Xiu, a lingering question still weighing on her mind. That was handled brilliantly. But will they truly receive the punishment they deserve? Especially that head constable who turned out to be a government man. Lin Xiu says calmly, the wicked will naturally meet their reckoning. Evil will be punished. I'm draped in silk and brocade, and at the Qinglai Bureau I have a colleague who despises such wickedness. Not to mention that petty constable from the North District has several murder cases on his hands. 3 days at most they'll all be executed. Let's go back and wait. If anything comes up, come find me first. We'll devise a plan to root out the wicked and purge the evil. If I kill more nobles now, it may draw the attention of people from the earth realm, even the heavenly realm. I even fantasized about one day teaming up with you to experience what it feels like to be an assassin. Chen Qi is fed up. You talk too much. Besides, there's one more person I want to kill. He glances over and scratches his head. How can a woman like you be so headstrong? Forget it. Who do you want to kill? Her face hardens as she names Earl Zhangyang. Meanwhile, at the Crown Prince's estate, Qin Wu reports the figure. The Crown Prince is stunned at how much. 12,000 taels of gold to kill Lin Xiu. His servant reports, the assassin said the son of Earl Ping'an is only worth 100 taels, but the husband of Zhao Lingzhen is worth 12,000 taels. The Crown Prince seethes with rage, grinding his teeth. He holds his forces in check, silently waiting for the right moment. This 12,000 cannot be paid so easily. Lin Zi wants you're dead, not even the heavens can save you. Back to the two figures walking side by side up the steps. Chen Qi asks curiously, "Are you saying that beast Qin Rui was someone you tricked the crown prince into killing?" Lin Zi does not deny it. Back then, the crown prince appeared kind and honest, but in truth, his mind was dark and utterly twisted. Quite a few people who awakened ice attribute extraordinary abilities were killed by him. So I staged a performance to make the crown prince suspect Qin Rui of possessing an ice attribute extraordinary ability, a classic case of killing with a borrowed knife. She tugs at her chin, worry written across her face. You did this to rid the people of a scourge. But letting someone like the crown prince ascend the throne would truly be a disaster for the common folk. Lin Xiu laughs with a bold grin. That brat becoming emperor won't be so easy. The realm is yet undecided. Every emperor is a dark horse. He recalls that every time he went out with Ninger, he always called Li Beijing along as cover. I felt a bit disrespected, so I thought making him the emperor would make up for it. Chen Qi probes, about the assassin and Qin Wu, do you have a plan yet? Lin Xiu smirks confidently. Infiltrating directly would be the inferior approach. I already have my own plan, just cooperate with me a little. Towering among branches of roses in full bloom, draped in winter frost, stands the Tei Academy. Lin Xiu enters the inner courtyard, greeting with a warm smile. Miss Shuang, are you busy? Shuang is leaning against a table laden with trays of whole leaf herbs. Seeing a familiar face, she beams with joy. Brother Lin, it's been ages since you last visited the Tei Academy. He replies apologetically. I'm truly sorry, I've been terribly busy with cultivation lately. Once things settle down in a few days, I'll come visit you here more often. Miss Bai waves her hand quickly. I was only teasing, Brother Lin, you've just had your grand wedding, you should be with your new bride. Lin Xiu coughs guiltily. Well, that's only natural, but the reason I came today is to ask Miss Shuang, do you have any medicine for insomnia? The best would be one that puts you to sleep shortly after taking it, so that no matter what happens, you won't wake up. I've been desperately needing to catch up on sleep lately. Shuang says earnestly, insomnia, I can certainly help you with that, Brother Lin. All medicine is part poison. For your case, you won't even need any drugs. He replies sheepishly, then I'll be troubling you, Miss Shuang. Lin Xiu actually feels she's making too much of it, thinking to himself, all I really need is a dose of anesthetic. Why is Miss Shuang being so enthusiastic? Miss Bai carefully props up Lin Xiu's head. Brother Lin, close your eyes, let me help you. He relaxes comfortably, letting himself go. Soft bed, warm cushion. He drifts into unconsciousness within seconds. Sometime later, Lin Xiu leaves the Tei Academy, covering his mouth in a yawn. He's still groggy from what was essentially an animal-grade sedative. But he secretly praises Miss Shuang's massage technique is truly impeccable. But the important thing, Ish got what he came for. At Earl Zhangyang's manor, Qin Wu sits at the table, arms spread wide, shoveling food frantically into his mouth. I eat. I must nourish myself well so I can father a son quickly. Just as the food reaches his throat, he is struck from behind by surprise, completely unable to react. Qin Wu slumps face first onto the table, knocked out cold as if he had choked to death. Lin Xiu raises the ceramic vial in his hand with a sly grin. Leave the rest to me, just keep him hidden for 2 days. If he wakes up, dose him again. Chen Qi stands with her hands on her hips, eyeing Qin Wu. Relax. When the maid sweeping the yard sees the master walk out, she'll just greet him, my lord. Disguised as Qin Wu, Lin Xiu finally breathes easy. It seems his cover hasn't been blown. Lucky that Qin Wu's clothes fit him perfectly. The women swarm around him, vying for his attention. My lord, where are you going? We want to go too. That's right, we want to go too. Suddenly embraced by beauties, he blushes and grins lecherously. Your lord has important business to attend to, he declares, as one of them whispers honeyed words into his ear. What sort of business, my lord? Could it possibly be more important than us? He deflects. Why so many questions? Go back quickly, I'll come deal with all of you tonight. Whether he was method acting or seizing the chance to live out a fantasy, he even squeezes a woman's backside while he's at it. The woman coos, my lord is so wicked. Lin Xiu drools. Shameless lithe handfeel is truly exquisite. The women behind him call out sweetly, take care, my lord. He grins with satisfaction. Now it's time to visit the crown prince's estate. Guards, prepare a palanquin. Yes, my lord. A servant rushes into the crown prince's estate to report, "Your Highness, that assassin has lowered his price. You only need to pay 5,000 taels up front." He has also set conditions: the 5,000 taels must be paid up front. But he insists on first killing someone who possesses an ice attribute extraordinary ability. The servant suddenly remembers and adds, "By the way, Your Highness, about the ice attribute extraordinary ability based on our earlier investigation. It seems the Qin Rui we killed may have been the wrong target. The Qin family has no one who uses an ice attribute extraordinary ability. Moreover, Qin Tong's ability is earth attribute." He waves his hand dismissively. What does it matter? He's just the son of an earl, dead is dead. Let that assassin prepare himself. I recall there's someone in Bianshui who also possesses an ice attribute extraordinary ability. I originally stationed him to guard the border, but he's too far from the imperial capital, so I could only let him be. Now it seems he too must die. Prepare my palanquin. I wish to go out and enjoy the scenery. Find Lin Zhu a burial plot with fine feng shui. The servant accepts the command. As you wish. The palace pavilion is shrouded in mist. Snowflakes drift lazily on the wind, blanketing the landscape in white. The golden palanquin sways rhythmically down the road, heralded by one burst of clamor after another. The crown prince speaks through the palanquin window to the servant outside. Just bring back some food when you return. The magnificent palanquin makes the cold, desolate scenery seem like nothing more than its backdrop. Seated inside, a powerful sensation makes his heart skip a beat, surprise flickering across his face. The crown prince turns to peer behind him, his tone laced with vigilance and bewilderment. What's going on? My water attribute extraordinary ability is sensing something deeply unsettling. Investigate who is sitting inside that palanquin. The servant immediately answers. Your Highness, there's no need to investigate. That palanquin belongs to Earl Zhangyang Qinwu. He suppresses his fury, grinding his teeth, his eyes still glaring daggers at the palanquin trailing behind. Earl Zhangyang, who said their family had no one with that ability. It seems the last kill wasn't a mistake after all. Tell that assassin the test target is now Earl Zhangyang. The moment he's dead, 5,000 taels will be paid immediately. Seeing his plan come to fruition, Lin Zhu gazes at the bait already cast with satisfaction. All that remains is to wait for news of Qin Wu's death. Late that night at Earl Zhangyang's manor, the snow has yet to cease, but something far colder lurks within. Qin Wu is truly assassinated, eyes bulging, mouth agape, foam frothing at his lips as he breathes his last. The assassin has just struck, his face dark as ink. With terrifying eyes, he gives Qin Wu one final look, confirming the target has been eliminated. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace's Imperial Study, Emperor Xia sits enthroned, holding a memorial scroll. He asks Zhu Jin, the Qinglai Bureau has been investigating the death of Earl Zhangyang for over a day now. What are the results? Zhu Jin reports with measured calm, reporting to Your Majesty. The Qinglai Bureau concluded he died of overexertion, excessive indulgence, followed by a chill caught outside. He keeps his eyes on the memorial scroll and asks, what about that secret investigation chamber? Zhu Jin answers solemnly, Your Majesty, the secret investigation chamber examined Qin Yu's corpse and discovered his death was highly abnormal. The preliminary judgment is that Qin Yu did not die of natural causes, but was poisoned by a rare toxin, one that produced the appearance of sudden death. Emperor Xia finally turns his gaze to him, a judgment which is to say he was assassinated. Could it be that female assassin again? Zhu Jin hesitates. This old servant fears that is unlikely. This old servant believes there are many suspicions surrounding this affair. It requires deeper investigation. The findings revealed that the death of Qin Rong Qin Yu's son was also highly abnormal. Before his death, however, there were rumors that Qin Rong possessed an ice-type extraordinary ability. This old servant also discovered that over the past few years, every person in the imperial capital who awakened an ice-type extraordinary ability has been slaughtered. Only Lin Zhu and the two prodigies of the Zhao family remain alive, and both have survived multiple assassination attempts. This old servant believes the mastermind behind this possesses not only a water-type extraordinary ability but also wields immense influence. Emperor Xia slams the documents onto the desk in a burst of fury, rage crackling through the blow. He rises to his feet, his brow furrowed with gravity. Fine, you might as well have said the Crown Prince's name outright. But those who possess an ice-type extraordinary ability have tremendous growth potential. They are not so easily killed. Tell him what happened before, this emperor will turn a blind eye to, but if he dares act recklessly again, do not blame this emperor for showing him no courtesy. Zhu Jin bows his head. This old servant obeys. At the Crown Prince's manor in the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince rejoices at the news of Qin Yu's death. Very well, this time Baron Zhongyang is dead and the Qinglai Bureau's investigation led nowhere. It seems this assassin business has finally been resolved. Splendid. Oh, did he say when they plan to move against Lin Xiu? The servant replies, tonight, Your Highness. He nearly shouts in excitement before quickly lowering his voice. How wonderful, I've finished reviewing all these ledgers. Have someone bring the new ones over immediately, make it quick. Zhu Jin appears out of nowhere, looming into view without a sound. Your Highness has truly labored hard. If His Majesty knew, he would surely be most pleased. The Crown Prince quickly composes himself. Sharing our father's burdens is what this prince ought to do. But why has Grand Steward Zhu left our father's side to come all the way to the Eastern Palace? He smiles faintly. Naturally, to deliver His Majesty's imperial edict, I need to speak with you personally. All of you leave us first. Understood. The Crown Prince appears entirely at ease. What matter of such importance is this? Does it require even the left and right guards to withdraw? He still harbors a delusion, could it be that his father's health has deteriorated again, that he wishes to abdicate the throne to him. Without warning, a palm cracks across his face without the slightest restraint. The slap echoes through the chamber. The Crown Prince clutches his reddening cheek, reacting in fury. The old man delivers the message with impeccable courtesy, word for word. His Majesty commands this old servant to relay his words to the Crown Prince. What happened before, His Majesty will turn a blind eye to. But if you dare act recklessly again, targeting those who have awakened ice-type extraordinary abilities, especially Lin Xiu and the two young ladies of the Zhao family, do not blame His Majesty for showing no regard for your dignity. Your Highness, conduct yourself accordingly. Your Highness must not blame us, we are merely relaying His Majesty's will, including this slap. His Majesty ordered me to deliver it. The Crown Prince turns his back in a huff, refusing to look at him. This prince would never blame you. After all, it is our father's imperial decree. Grand Steward Zhu, if there is nothing else, you may return first. Zhu Jin observes proper etiquette without fail. This old servant takes his leave. The Crown Prince secretly seethes, pressing his hand against his stinging cheek to dull the pain. Old dog Zhu Jin, I will remember this slap. Once I ascend the throne, I will repay it 10,000-fold. Someone tell the assassin to strike immediately. Though our father said I must not act recklessly from now on, that does not mean what came before was forbidden. This assassin was commissioned long in advance. It doesn't count. Go, relay my orders. Night descends fully. A green parrot feather drifts down on the wind, landing on the stone steps. A parrot circles the vast imperial city, communicating in the language of beasts. Cuckoo, cuckoo, that brat is scheming evil again, hurry back. The language of beasts. The Crown Prince has ordered the assassin to strike tonight. They're already on their way, but not as fast as I can fly. Lin Xiu lets the parrot perch on his hand, grinning with satisfaction. That old emperor wasted no time issuing his orders. Genki. She cuts in from the side. You keep even a parrot? He answers casually. Consider it one of my helpers, but the issue isn't that serious. Now that Qin Yu is dead, where else can Miss Qi go? Why not stay here with me? Hearing this, she pauses to consider. Lin Xiu, putting on the airs of a refined scholar, speaks in flowery prose. It's nothing. A cup of wine beneath spring blossoms and peach trees. A decade of lamplight through rivers and lakes and night rain. The road ahead is long, the mountains high and rivers wide. If you ever grow weary of the world outside, my home will always be yours. A strange voice cuts through a killer, brimming with killing intent. Strides forward, a man and woman alone at night, not sleeping. What are you doing? Stargazing. Lin Xiu shows not a shred of fear. He taunts the assassin with a single line. You've finally arrived. We've been waiting quite a while. The assassin bares his teeth, eyes bulging. A suffocating, sinister aura blankets the surroundings. So what if you knew? You're nothing more than a boy with a bit of martial talent. If I want you dead, you cannot stop me. Chen Qi lunges, dagger in hand, closing the distance with sheer speed. Since you've come, then sit down. The assassin merely counts, utterly unperturbed. 3. He shows not the slightest hesitation, too. When he reaches one, Chen Qi convulses violently, her entire body shudders, her face draining of all color. The next instant, she stumbles. The word poison flashes through her mind, a heartbeat too late before she collapses to the ground, the blade flying from her grasp. He raises his hand, manipulating a current of toxic qi, gazing triumphantly at his prey trembling at his feet. Didn't see that coming, did you? From the moment I set foot in this place, the entire area has been saturated with my poison. Lin Xiu stands with his hands on his hips, completely unscathed by the poison, and taunts Chen Qi with a remark with skills like these. How do you expect to survive the Jianghu? How can I possibly rest easy? A satisfied, wicked smile plays across his features through the ethereal mist. I told Yao you've all been poisoned by me, you're as good as dead. What more is there to say? Lin Xiu's spear erupts with brilliant light in the darkness, hurtling forward to pierce straight through the assassin's chest. The tip slams into the wall behind. The radiance comes from a blazing blue flame technique, forming a spectacular display. He drives the spear home with a cold smirk. You call yourself an assassin, yet you talk this much, the assassin stammers. Yaoyaoi, aren't you affected? A gentle blue aura radiates from Lin Xiu's body. A healing type, extraordinary ability, he explains. His confidence absolute. Let me fill you in 1 second, I'm immune to all poisons. The next morning at the Imperial Palace, Lin Xiu's expression goes slightly blank. Qi has finally left, she has her own organization, her own ideals. In the end, the mortal world could never hold her down. Fortunately, he will soon see the imperial consort, which lifts his spirits somewhat. As for the crown prince, fretting over having no opportunity to make you despise him, isn't this just delivering himself to your doorstep? This one pays respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The shock on his face is unmistakable. He cannot hide the cold sweat. Lin Xiaoyi, are you here? He keeps reassuring himself internally, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Lin Xiu presses on without hesitation. I am on my way to Changchun Palace to pay respects to her ladyship the consort. Gradually regaining composure, the crown prince replies. This prince is also heading there to pay respects to our mother. Then let us go Tojdurth pillar of great Xia and I inside Changchun Palace. In a spacious chamber, consort Ming Zhu sits with elegant poise and opens the conversation. Why have you come so early today? Lin Xiu strokes the parrot on his shoulder and replies, today I had nothing pressing, so I came earlier. From now on, whenever I have nothing to do, I'll come by earlier. Oh right, your ladyship has Nai been behaving well lately. The consort hears this and quickly turns her head to hide her flushed face, stammering her reply, which only leaves him thoroughly puzzled. She has been quite well behaved. Lin Xiu, finally understanding something, says, that's good. But we still need to pay more attention to Nai's condition. Your ladyship's face is so regularly, it's from being cooped up in the palace too long. It seems I should find the right time to take her out for some fresh air. With her cheeks burning crimson, consort Ming Zhu thinks in mortification, good heavens, who could possibly understand? Why on earth did they give Nai a childhood name identical to my pet name? I'm going to die of embarrassment. Meanwhile, against a snowy sky, a blue talking bird flies in bearing news. Cuckoo, cuckoo, the crown prince is coming from Yangning Palace. It alights nimbly on the table, making the consort laugh until her eyes crinkle. This little bird has been appearing in the inner palace quite often lately. It's so adorable. Lin Xiu, what do you think? He rises and bows deeply. If your ladyship finds it adorable, then adorable it is. This student shall not intrude upon your ladyship's leisure any further. I shall return to my cultivation. The scene shifts to a corridor where the crown prince grits his teeth in bitter rage, cursing under his breath. That wretched Lin Xiu, couldn't last night's assassin kill him? Could it be that he took my money and fled? He suddenly whirls around in alarm to look at the person who just spoke. Your Highness the Crown Prince, what a coincidence meeting you again. How about we leave the palace together? He hastily whirls around and leaves his brother behind. This prince just recalled something he hasn't told father. I'll head over first. Pretending he heard nothing, he cheerfully replies, take care, Your Highness the Crown Prince. But in his heart, he sneers coldly, you sent people to kill me several times. Is it really so unfair that I despise you twice as much? We still have plenty of time to play, Your Highness the Crown Prince. A moment later, he flips 2 gold coins into the air. Lin Xiu strolls leisurely down the street, glancing around and muttering to himself, Miss A Key has already left. And I'm the only one in the house now, I should go pick up De Huang. But before A Key left, she mentioned a tofu shop. Might as well go check it out. Outside the city walls, there's nothing but narrow alleys. Where does one even buy tofu around here? An old man passing by overhears and cheerfully points the way. Good sir, young master, if you want to eat tofu, just follow this road to the very end. Niu's shop is right there at the end of the lane. Their tofu is famous across the entire outer city, only 2 coins apiece. He gratefully clasps his hands. Many thanks for the directions, brother. With one hand parting the curtain, he steps inside and orders coolly, "Boss, 1 piece of tofu, please." The person inside responds briskly, "Coming, coming." The figure behind the curtain quickly walks out, revealing a familiar face. The moment their eyes meet, both are stunned and exclaim in unison. "Haideng Miss Chen Yu, young master." Chen Yu immediately turns her head away, avoiding his gaze. "Young master, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm neither Haideng nor Chen Yu." Lin Xiu speaks up, "My apologies, seems I've indeed mistaken you for someone else." "Then add a bowl of tofu pudding, I'll eat here." A flash of speculation darts through his mind. Chen Yu, is she here? Many people witnessed her die from a collapsing ceiling. No, eat the corpse. Lin Xiu suddenly looks up in shock and asks the man who has just emerged. "You, what's wrong? Why haven't you brought the tofu to the customer?" Standing protectively before the bashful Chen Yu, the man smiles warmly and addresses Lin Xiu. "My apologies, young master. My wife hasn't been feeling well today. I'll bring your order myself. Would you prefer it savory or sweet?" Watching the loving couple before him, a bitter ache twists in his chest. Meeting an old flame again, only to be force-fed a mouthful of dog food. He counters with a question, "May I ask, is there a spicy option?" The man finds this odd and suggests, "Adding Sichuan pepper will ruin the taste. Are you certain you want it spicy?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu stubbornly refuses to budge. "I don't like sweet and I don't like savory, I only like it spicy. Add some Sichuan pepper." The man across from him grows suspicious and covers his face, turning to whisper to Chen Yu, "This kid doesn't seem right in the head. Give him a bigger portion once he's full, he'll probably snap out of it." Hearing his words, she stifles a laugh and reassures him, "Don't worry, this young master doesn't seem like a bad person." A short while later, once the dish is prepared, Chen Yu carries the tray over to him. "Young master, your spicy tofu is here." Before the moment slips away, Lin Xiu seizes the opportunity to ask, "Miss, how did you end up here?" She replies that a certain female heroine brought her here. "Young master, what brings you to the outer city to eat tofu?" With his eyes half closed, he answers, "I was also directed here by a certain female heroine to buy tofu." Chen Yu immediately counters, "Young master, you know her too." Lin Xiu laughs heartily, "Of course I know her." After she departs, he sets down his chopsticks beside the tofu and muses to himself, to think the worry that has plagued me for so long was unraveled by a key. Next time I get the chance, I'll ask her what exactly is going on. The silent night shrouds everything, and the whispered conversations throughout the town grow only louder in its wake. Although Miss Chen Yu will need to keep a low profile for some time. Once I break free of Huang Tao's grasp, she can use my secret culinary recipe to sell tofu and earn a living. Then I'll charge a nominal fee and use extraordinary ability healing to cure the scars on her face. My savior is safe now, I can rest easy. I can finally rest easy. A pair of sharp purple eyes gradually manifests in the darkness. Next, his voice bursts out in shock. "Lingyan!" Zhao Lingyan demands furiously. "Lin Xiu, what were you just laughing about? And another thing, who is this woman in your room?" Lin Xiu pouts his lips like a duck and desperately tries to dodge the question. "I wasn't laughing, I was just recalling some amusing memories." "And what woman are you talking about?" His eyes fly wide open as he stares at the girl walking toward him, Zhao Lingyan. "Just a moment ago you were calling her Qin Wan, and now you're pretending you don't know her." The words sting. Lingyan whips her head around and interrogates him. "You still dare say there's no woman? Then who is she?" Sensing the danger, Lin Xiu grows terrified and quickly clamps a hand over his mouth to avoid making things worse. "I feel like I shouldn't speak right now." Standing between the two girls, he hastily opens his mouth to explain. "Miss Qin Wan has nowhere to stay, so I offered her a place to rest. You know my greatest quality, it's my kind heart." Lingyan crosses her arms and glares furiously at Qin Wan. "I don't care, I'm moving in here, she can't stay." You're a man with a woman living under his roof. If word gets out, it'll be scandalous. Jinwan refuses to take it, lying down, and fires back. Isn't a sister-in-law living in her brother-in-law's house even worse? If that news gets out, it'll be the laughingstock of every noble house in the capital. The two girls quickly lock gazes, their confrontation blazing with intensity right before Lin Xiu's eyes. Lingyan declares loudly, I couldn't care less about gossip. I'm not afraid of rumors. I'm sleeping here tonight and that's final. Jinwan refuses to yield and shouts back, what a coincidence, so am I. I'm staying here too. The two glare at each other with blazing fury, their eyes practically shooting sparks. Watching the spectacle unfold, Lin Xiu stands to the side, frowning and clearing his throat. Since you're both staying, let's all go inside and sort it out. Making a scene out here won't look good to the neighbors. Both girls retort in unison, forcing nearby onlookers to laugh awkwardly in agreement. What neighbors? You don't have any neighbors. After a grueling stretch of mediation, he breaks into a sweat and collapses with a groan. Exhausting, I've finally settled those two. He lifts his head and spots the familiar green bird soaring across the sky, delivering a message. According to the Beast Whisperer, Duke Huang's residence recently acquired 2 new guardsmen who commands Earth, another who fights with fists. Upon hearing this, a delighted grin spreads across his face in the snowy night air. I was just about to rest, and you won't even let me, will you, Huang Tao? Your bodyguards should at least be at the Earth realm. Let me be generous and say this: I reach the upper mysterious realm, you're dead. The early morning of the next day, Lingyan asks while yawning wearily, Lin Xiu, you're cultivating again. Did you not sleep at all last night? Stuffing a large steamed bun into his mouth with one hand and holding a candle in the other, he replies calmly, when strength is lacking, one must train harder. Lin Xiu speaks between bites, holding out a bun with his other hand. Here, Miss Chin Wan made these. They taste great, try one. This makes Lingyan's voice turn sharp with irritation. Don't mention her again. From the moment I woke up until I stepped outside, she was bustling about everywhere, but she still takes the bun. She asks, is she turning herself into a maid or what? He replies nonchalantly, everyone has their own hardships. Miss Chin Wan is my guest. She has no money. All that busyness is her way of paying rent. Hearing this, she flies into a fury. You really are a kind soul. Well then, I also want to stay here long-term to protect your safety. Lin Xiu turns his head and retorts, then I suppose I should thank you. Tell Princess Minghe. I have business at noon. We'll continue training this afternoon. He turns away. Along the long palace corridor, Lin Xiu's conversation with the imperial consort gradually comes into focus. Your ladyship, I've noticed that Nai Nai's condition has been unstable these past few days. It's time to send her out of the palace. Is that so? This child is even more clear-headed than I am. Mingzhu turns her gaze toward the one who is speaking. This is merely symbolic. If her ladyship does not believe it, she is free to examine it more closely. Lin Xiu, cradling the little furball in his arms, muses inwardly, if the noble consort stays cooped up like this, she's bound to suffocate. The creature beneath his hand gradually grows weary and begins to whine. Meow meow meow, I'm so tired. The little creature silently curses the human race. Humans are such a nuisance. Mingzhu nods in agreement and says, I will have Zhu Qin make the arrangements for leaving the palace. The scene transitions to the imperial study, where a eunuch steps forward and reports with utmost reverence, Your Majesty. The noble consort wishes to leave the palace. Does Your Majesty require this old servant to issue a reminder this time? Emperor Xia waves his hand with imposing authority. Let her go, her spirit pet is rather fragile from now on. Allow her to leave the palace once every half-month. That way she will at least stop parading before us and making a fuss. But inwardly, cold sweat breaks across his brow. The real problem is that whenever this imperial sister of mine throws a tantrum, she runs straight to the Empress Dowager to tattle. I am the sovereign of a nation. I cannot afford to have my backside paddled again. On the streets of the town, Mingzhu's voice grows ever louder, her face beaming with excitement as she shops. I want this one, and this one too. This one isn't bad either. Behind her, Lin Xiu trails along, both arms laden with bags, packages stuffed under his chin, grinning from ear to ear. As long as your ladyship is happy. The little creature sprawls lazily atop one of the large bags, letting out a soft meow. A maid trailing behind announces that the attending physician has arrived for the usual checkup. At the same time, Mingzhu suddenly turns around and asks with a hint of a smile, let's go. We've been strolling for so long I'm exhausted. Lin Xiu, why don't we go listen to some music like last time? Hearing this, his eyes light up with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful, the healer maiden has learned a new song since then, finally, a chance to rest. Shopping is truly a nightmare. A while later, upon arriving at the appointed place, a woman's singing voice rises like a clear mountain stream, accompanied by the melodious notes of a pipa. She sings of Jiangnan shrouded in misty rain, of solitary exile at Jishan Pass in the distant north. Mingzhu sits in her chair, nodding with satisfaction as she offers her opinion. Lin Xiu, why don't I bring the healer into the palace? I can guarantee she will live in peace and luxury for the rest of her days. Lin Xiu objects at once, your ladyship, I'm afraid that simply won't do. The healer, she belongs to me. Realizing something, Mingzhu covers her mouth and gazes at him, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Oh, so she's yours. Then I shan't separate you two. Lin Xiu answers respectfully. I thank your ladyship for her gracious understanding. However, this pear blossom pavilion has grown rather dull. Let us move on to another place. Since you say that, I've just thought of a splendid place. They arrive at the gate of Lin Xiu's new residence. The noble consort strides in ahead with confident poise, glancing around curiously. Your house is quite tidy, isn't it? Does someone clean it regularly? He follows behind, looking rather sheepish. No, I only drop by here from time to time. His mind races with calculations. I can't let too many people find out that Zhao Linglong and I are living separately. At that very instant, Qin Wan's head pops out from the doorway, shouting so loudly his eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. Lin Xiu, I've finished moving all my things. Othis is, Mingzhu. He quickly steps in to explain their identities to both parties. She's a friend of mine who's had some trouble at home and has nowhere to stay, so I've rented her a room. This is the noble consort, Kamepe, your respects. Qin Wan bows deeply and greets the noble consort with utmost respect. Mingzhu responds with a slight nod. Rise. The noble consort turns and smiles softly. Wait, surely there aren't any more. He waves his hands frantically, drenched in cold sweat. No more. No more. No sooner had the words left his lips than a woman barges through the door with fierce determination, shouting, Lin Xiu, I've come to discuss something even more important than cultivation. Ming, he exclaims in surprise. She and Zhao Lingyan both bow deeply, greeting the noble consort with utmost respect. Mingzhu stifles a laugh, while he silently prays, surely that's the last of them. Just at that moment, Ninger's voice rings out unexpectedly. Lin Xiu, I can finally come out now. Lin Xiu's heart lurches in shock. Heavens above, I completely forgot about Zhu Ninger. Half an hour later, everyone sits around the dining table in suffocating silence, not a single word spoken. Ninger's voice breaks the heavy silence as she picks up food and places it gently on his plate. Lin Xiu, why aren't you eating? Miss Qin Wan's cooking is quite excellent, and there are also the flour cakes the noble consort made with her own hands. Lin Xiu forces a polite smile. Lingyan is here to protect me. She feels it's unsafe for me to live alone and worries I might encounter assassins. Princess Ming, he came along with her. As for Qin Wan, her reasons are rather complicated, but our relationship is not what you think. If I had to put it simply, she is merely my tenant. You already know about the healer and the noble consort. Upon hearing this, her brows furrow slightly while her cheeks flush red with sympathy. I understand. I cannot always be by your side, nor did I ever think I could have you all to myself. Ever since grandfather ascended to the celestial realm, he has insisted on personally overseeing my cultivation. I'm afraid I won't be able to visit you every day like before. As she speaks, she clasps his hand with deep affection, like a pair of lovers being torn apart by fate. But I will strive with everything I have so that we may stand together openly, without shame. He mirrors her deep affection with feigned sincerity, thinking to himself, Ninger is far too easy to appease, so easily moved. Meanwhile, Ming, he can no longer sit still. She furrows her brows and turns to the other woman. You aren't going to say anything? Lingyan suppresses her irritation and retorts, I have no right to. On a certain day of the month at spring, thunder falls, a desolate expanse of towering peaks and howling mountain winds. A massive bolt of lightning strikes the cliff face without warning. Lin Xiu sits cross-legged beneath the crackling storm, grinding his teeth and enduring through sheer willpower. I've waited for these spring thunderbolts long and not here, powerful indeed, though the pain grows worse. My martial path cultivation and the lightning tempering technique are both experiencing tremendous improvements. After a full hour, he snaps his eyes open, violet energy swirling within his gaze as he looks upward. By now, purple lightning coils around Lin Xiu in a vast ring of overwhelming pressure, powerful enough to topple every tree within its radius. He rises to his feet in one swift motion, gazing at the arc of violet lightning crackling across his palm with undisguised delight. With this kind of power, even an Earth-grade martial artist would find it anything but pleasant to take a direct hit. He clenches his fist, a sly grin spreading across his face as he silently gauges his current strength. Let me go check what Zhao Lingjun is up to over there. She probably won't detect me. No sooner are the words spoken than he launches into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His entire body is gradually enveloped in a distinctive azure aura as he ascends. Extraordinary ability concealment, extraordinary ability aerial flight. He arrives outside the residence in moments. Two massive, round boulders are lifted effortlessly into the air by an invisible extraordinary force. Lingjun sits with intense focus beneath the shade of a tree, sweat pouring down her brow as she channels her internal energy to levitate the stones. The spectacle of her psychic force cultivation is rather impressive, but it pales in comparison to his own lightning tempering training. Sensing something amiss, her sharp eyes snap open with suspicion. She channels her power and rockets straight toward Lin Xiu's concealed position, causing his eyes to nearly pop out of his skull. He clamps his hand over his mouth, watching as Lingjun draws close to where he hides, scanning for the intruder. He thinks, can her psychic force really be so sensitive as to detect me from that far away? Still, she is nominally my wife. Once I find a chance for normal physical contact, her psychic force will be nothing more than something already in my grasp. Lin Xiu swiftly covers his mouth and freezes in place. After enduring those thunderbolts for so long, my martial path cultivation has reached the upper mysterious grade even faster than my extraordinary ability advancement. It seems that to accelerate extraordinary ability cultivation, I'll need to rely on origin stones. A short while later, his furious voice echoes throughout the house. Just who is this shameless scoundrel? They've gone and bought up every single 4th-grade origin stone in the entire imperial capital. Lin Xiu slams his fist on the table, teeth clenched. I return home to liquidate my funds, only to find there's nowhere left to spend them. Might as well wait and bring Big Yellow home. At the same time, a blue messenger bird flutters in through the window. The bird chirps, "Boss, boss, there's new movement at the Crown Prince's residence. Someone delivered a massive shipment of dazzling origin stones to the Crown Prince." His eyes blaze with excitement. Eyes gleaming, he rushes over to the messenger bird and urges, "Origin stones, tell me everything in detail." The bird flaps its wings obediently and begins its report. The bird chirps, "Inside the Crown Prince's chamber there's a flower vase. Give it a turn and a secret passage appears. I saw the Crown Prince carrying a case of origin stones and walking right into it." His eyes gleam even brighter. Lin Xiu exclaims with unbridled glee, "A secret passage. We've struck it rich, and there's definitely more than just origin stones down there." He quickly scoops up a bowl of steaming white rice as a reward. "Zio Lan, excellent work. This is your reward. Keep hustling with your boss. 3 days, 10 meals, that's the deal." The blue bird stares at the bowl of white rice, its eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Thank you, boss." No sooner are the words out than it dips its head to peck at the large bowl. "Oh right, the Crown Prince also mentioned wanting to attend some banquet tonight." That's what the person who gifted the origin stones said. Hearing its words, his heart grows even darker. Lin Xiu sneers to himself, "To think I've been hunting for origin stones all this time, only to find the Crown Prince bought them all. Well then, don't blame me for collecting a little interest in advance." A moment later, a commanding voice suddenly rings out within the residence. "Son Dolly, tell the kitchen to roast 2 more chickens. Your young master is in high spirits today." Dolly responds from outside, "Yes, young master." Outside, the sky quickly washes itself in hues of Orangeth's signature color of dusk. Lin Xiu crouches in hiding, spying on 2 figures walking and chatting ahead. "The Crown Prince has summoned us and the clan head is already waiting. Let's hurry, don't keep them waiting long." He rises on tiptoe, revealing half a face wrapped in white cloth. Watching the 2 depart, he mulls it over silently. It seems the one who gifted the Crown Prince the origin stones is Duke Donghua for the sake of the throne. That man has been a steadfast backer indeed. A moment later, Lin Xiu leaps through the window into the display room. He swiftly locks onto the jade green vase directly ahead and rushes over to touch it. Placed in such an obvious spot, the Crown Prince plays the most dangerous place is the safest game. I see right through it. Crown Prince, what a pity you crossed paths with me. He reaches out and twists the vase. Immediately his head snaps up as the hidden chamber gradually grinds open. Lin Xiu peers down into the secret chamber, thinking Zhao Lan's intel was spot on. There really is a hidden passage. After quickly descending to the bottom, his eyes blaze bright at the pile of treasures. I've struck it rich. Truly struck it rich. Everything the Crown Prince owns is now mini very last scrap into my pockets. Lin Xiu approaches a container brimming with blue crystals, pulling out 2 pieces to examine closely. There are even 5th grade origin stones. 2 good earth grade is within reach now. Suddenly he throws his head back in laughter at the heap of gold. Strip it all clean, don't leave a single coin for the Crown Prince. Night swiftly descends. The figure of the Crown Prince comes into view, staggering drunkenly, one hand braced against the wall. He quickly recalls the scowling face and sharp voice of Marquis Ping. Keep the 5th grade origin stone for yourself to advance to earth grade. The lower grade stones are more than enough to push you to the upper realm of mysterious grade. Go back and cultivate immediate Lido, not waste my good intentions. The memory fills him with rage. He clenches his teeth and mutters, that old man, his face was nothing but contempt. If you weren't my uncle, I would have killed you long ago. After stewing in his fury, he arrives at the front of his residence, ready to step inside. But right now, the most important thing is to cultivate with the origin stones. That's why I'm here. He freezes in shock, staring at the secret chamber stripped absolutely bare. The Crown Prince stands paralyzed, eyes bulging as he watches his fortune vanished without a trace, his heart clenching tight. Mine. In the very next second, his agonized scream tears through the entire residence. Where did it all go? The next morning, in a forest near treacherous cliff faces, a flash of light gradually pierces through the dense, verdant canopy. An earth-shattering explosion erupts in its wake. Lin Xiu's voice bursts out, so this is the upper realm of mysterious grade. The 4th awakening's extraordinary ability power is indeed double Taiji. After absorbing the 4th grade origin stones and breaking through to the upper realm of mysterious grade, each of his hands now bears a diametrically opposing element. With his back turned to the battlefield he just created, Lin Xiu exclaims with excitement, I wonder if I can defeat Zhao Lingjun now. Forget it, no point thinking about it. After the 4th awakening, I can now copy 4 extraordinary abilities. With such great news, my mood is soaring. Let me go find the physician and listen to some music first. Scene change in a pink-hued bedchamber. The physician leans close and asks him, young master, what's troubling you? Lin Xiu holds her hand and explains sweetly, I was thinking about when I can negotiate with Miss Zhao and give you a proper status. That way, I can stand by your side openly and honorably. His honeyed words sink straight into her heart, making the physician's cheeks flush red as she presses even closer. Hearing these words from her young master, the physician feels she has everything she could ever need. The physician asks for no status. She only hopes the young master will never cast her aside. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rings out, copying progress 73-62%. It jolts him from his romantic reverie, had completely forgotten about his copying extraordinary ability. It's not something I control manually anyway. Sooner or later it'll finish, just let it run. At this moment, Lin Xiu abandons all stray thoughts, leaning even closer to the physician and speaking words of deep affection. What are you saying? I want to grow old together with you. She looks up, her face crimson, and stammers, young master, I want. He snaps awake just in time, gazing at the girl beneath him, and advises gently, physician, this concerns a lifetime. Let us save it for the wedding night. She smiles radiantly, nestling gracefully in his arms. The physician will obey the young master in all things. Suddenly, a strange sound unexpectedly reaches his ears. Lin Xiu searches in confusion for the source of that strange noise. What is this? Why am I hearing so many sounds? In the next second, he is stunned, clamping his hands over his ears as the sounds continue reverberating in an otherworldly manner. Could it be that after the 4th awakening, the copying extraordinary ability has also entered an awakened state? The 4th awakening. This sound-based extraordinary ability has evolved to heaven grade. I can now convert all surrounding sounds into raw power for my own use. Linziu furrows his brow, pondering deeply. I still have 3 empty slots. I need to get Zhao Lingjun's psychic force ability as one of them. The other 2 should ideally be offensive abilities. That way I'll have more tools to deal with my enemies. A realization suddenly dawns on him. His eyes widen as he thinks that's it. Lingyan once assessed Qin Wan's extraordinary ability as dangerous. It must be a formidable power. I'll find another opportunity. Meanwhile, Lingyan crosses her arms, glances at Qin Wan and asks, Miss Xuener, do you plan to be a shopkeeper your entire life? Her hands skillfully knead the dough as she furrows her brow in rebuttal. Zhao Lingyan, did you come here just to pick a fight? But all she receives is a half smirk from Lingyan. Not at all, I was merely making conversation. This earns an irritated glance and a sharp reminder, worry about your own affairs. Mine are none of your concern. In the next moment, both girls startle as Lin Xiu suddenly appears at the doorway, waving his hand. Miss Xuener, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Jinwan replies at once. All right, let me tidy up a bit and I'll be right there. Upon hearing this, Lingyan blurts out to herself, why does Lin Xiu's voice suddenly sound so pleasant? A teasing smile unexpectedly blooms on Qin Wan's face as she asks, so concerned about the changes in Lin Xiu, are we? What's this? Do you like Lin Xiu? This sends Lingyan's face ablaze as she stammers loudly. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Wan counters with a smirk, oh, getting angry. With that she turns and walks away, laughing. Why such an intense reaction? I was just asking offhandedly, she adds, leaving Lingyan red-faced and clenching her fists in frustration. Qin Wan quickly arrives before him. What business do you have with me that you needed to call me over specially? He waves his hand and cuts straight to the point. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask what exactly is your extraordinary ability? She asks back in suspicion, my extraordinary ability. Lin Xiu smiles without denying it, while silently thinking this girl isn't easy to fool, she's too guarded. I can only find the right opening slowly. Jinwan tilts her head, staring intently at the person before her. What is it? Want to try it? He replies with bashful certainty, I'd just like to admire it, broaden my horizons a little. Hearing his earnest request, Qin Wan unexpectedly opens her eyes wide and activates her ability, causing Lin Xiu's gaze to involuntarily lock onto hers. Falling under hypnosis, he is swiftly dragged into a spring dream illusion, believing beautiful women are surrounding him, his body swaying toward them. An illusion technique, since when? Understanding his predicament, Lin Xiu's face gradually flushes crimson as he watches 2 beauties closing in every sensation, and even their fragrance feels utterly real. This illusion technique is terrifyingly powerful. The next instant he squeezes his eyes shut. The eye extraordinary ability activates. His golden eyes snap open, shattering the illusion. The dream illusion crumbles into nothingness behind him, and he immediately finds Qin Wan staring back at him, asking, well, how was it? Want to try again? Lin Xiu flinches and whips his face away, waving his hands frantically. No need, Miss Qin Wan, please go rest first. Long filled with dread, that illusion technique is terrifying. Fortunately, my eye extraordinary ability awakened during the 4th awakening. Shattered the illusion, otherwise I would have been trapped. Right at that moment, the green bird returns with its companion in tow to report, boss. The crown prince suddenly fell gravely ill today and can't get out of bed. He remains perfectly calm, sipping his tea. He speaks, causing even the companion bird to nod in sympathy. No wonder he's sick. The fortune he spent a lifetime hoarding suddenly vanished overnight. Not going mad is already a blessing. But don't misunderstand, I'm not pitying the crown prince. Against someone like that, no matter how ruthless and shameless the methods. The companion bird turns to the green bird. Do you have any news, Little Six? Little Six. The green bird flaps its wings in agreement and recounts through beast tongue. Wang Tao has been acting strange today. He says he's bored stiff at home and wants to hear some opera performer who possesses an extraordinary ability sing. Lin Xiu leaps to his feet in disbelief. What? On the bustling streets, the man dressed in green tea attire suddenly materializes. Wait a moment, let's see if that opera performer can liven things up. Understand. A bodyguard behind him bows respectfully and accepts the order. Your subordinate understands. However, I must ask the second young master not to stray beyond 5 steps of our perimeter. The assassin from last time still hasn't been caught. The words barely leave his mouth before Huang Tao snaps his fan shut, grinding his teeth in fury. Don't even mention that woman. Infuriating. So what if she knows an extraordinary ability? Once we catch her, this young master will make her beg for a life she cannot live and a death she cannot find. The man behind him quickly apologizes. Young master, please calm your anger. He is instantly struck by love at first sight, his face flushing crimson as he stares in astonishment at the person across the way. How can this world possibly harbor a woman with such an ethereal, fairy-like aura? Lin Xiu, disguised as a woman, stands beneath a canopy of purple blossoms, smiling gently at a small bird perched on his hand, appearing before the man like a celestial fairy. Huang Tao's dark desires surface in an instant. He stares, grinning wickedly. I must have her. He swiftly dons a dignified facade and approaches with a pleasant smile. Excuse me, Miss Shave, you encountered some difficulty. Is there anything this one can assist with? Lin Xiu, feigning outrage, spins on his heel to leave. No need, sir. The way you young people try to make conversation reeks of ulterior motives. Scram. Very well, very well. Huang Tao maintains his grin as the fake woman agrees. If the lady tells me to scram, then scram I shall. Behind her back, he begins issuing orders to the two men behind him. A beauty like this, I want her in my room within half an hour. The two men accept the order without hesitation. Within moments, they shadow the disguised Lin Xiu from the shadows. In a flash, they close in from behind and slam a vicious strike into the back of his neck, aiming to knock him unconscious. Lin Xiu cooperates, playing dead. He lets the two burly men hoist him over their shoulders. Don't keep the second young master waiting. Earth element replication at 23%. He cracks open one eye, glancing at the men carrying him. His thoughts remain utterly calm. And earth element extraordinary ability as a bonus. Not bad at all. At the Duke Huang Manor, within the sprawling estate, earth element extraordinary ability replication completes. Huang Tao grins from ear to ear, drool practically dripping from his mouth as he saunters closer. My beauty, there's no one around anymore. Come, let us enjoy a magnificent night together. But instead, he is met with a question from a deep, masculine voice. He suddenly realizes this is no beautiful woman. His face contorts in shock and confusion. Lin Xiu reaches out and draws a sword from thin air, flashing a triumphant grin as he answers. The two guards stationed outside are startled, whipping around toward the source of a familiar scream. The two rush over, kick down the door and bellow, the second young master is dead, the woman has vanished. They split up to search the broad streets, quickly give chase. The culprit is definitely that woman. She can't have gotten far. Before long, they spot a familiar silhouette and charge toward it. Found you, let's see where you run now. They suddenly clamp a hand down on the woman's shoulder. The woman turns around with a baffled expression, causing the two men to freeze in shock. What do you think you're doing? One of them lunges forward and delivers a vicious kick square to the woman's backside. Ugly as sin, and she dares wear a white dress. Get lost. The woman stumbles away in shock, both offended and bewildered at being kicked and insulted. Why would you call someone ugly like that? The two men storm off in frustration, infuriating. Let's search somewhere else. But they fail to notice the triumphant smile spreading across the woman's face. Lin Xiu, still in disguise, muses inwardly. The disguise art after the fourth awakening is flawless, apart from a faint unfamiliarity in the mind. It is essentially the perfect skill for robbery and murder. He immediately changes out of his disguise, but Lingyan blocks his path and asks, Lin Xiu, have you seen my skirt anywhere? Lin Xiu immediately feigns ignorance. A skirt, how would I know? But she eyes him suspiciously, studying his figure. You're absolutely sure you didn't take my skirt? Lin Xiu turns away, waving his hands dismissively as he fabricates an excuse. Absolutely not. What would a grown man like me want with your skirt? Also, go freshen up a bit. In a while, we're heading out to visit your elder sister. Lingyan is pleasantly surprised. Why do you suddenly want to see my sister? Long's eyes light up with excitement. I'm so moved, everyone. Lin Xiu finally remembered he has a wife, but Lin Xiu waves him off dismissively. It's been a while since I brought your sister home to visit the parents, hasn't it? If suspicions arise, it won't end well. Hurry up and go. She abandons her budding fantasy and nods in reluctant acceptance. This brat, fine, I'll go get ready. Meanwhile, inside Lin Xiu's heart, he is overjoyed, staring at his own hands with a secret grin. Today I dealt with that Huang Tao calamity, acquired the psychic force extraordinary ability, and stumbled upon the earth element extraordinary ability. And soon, I'll be able to obtain the psychic force ability as well. 3 joys at the gate. A few hours later, Lin Xiu stands before his in-laws, bowing deeply. This son-in-law greets father and mother. The two elders immediately come forward. Lingzhen Zier, you two are coming home, we all the formality. Sit down, I've already had the kitchen prepare a full table of delicacies. Pingyan warmly steps forward, asking with concern. Zier, Lingzhen has a cold temperament. Has she not made you suffer these past days? Lin Xiu picks up, not at all. Lingzhen has always been accommodating. If anything, she's the one bearing hardship. This causes Lingzhen, standing behind him, to stifle a laugh. My husband is joking again. Meanwhile, Lingyan stands between them, watching their affectionate display, and silently thinks, these two are absolute actors. Outside the manor, heavy snow falls in great waves, blanketing the trees in white. The elder's stern voice suddenly rings out. Zier, it's getting late, rest here for the night. Visiting the other relatives tomorrow won't be too late. Lin Xiu hesitates behind him, but he hears Lingzhen's subtle nudge wrapped in her father's words. If father says to rest here, then staying is for the best. What is there to hesitate about, husband? He immediately obeys. This child accepts the command. Suddenly, Lingyan rushes over and clings to Lingzhen's arm, laughing. Father, elder sister and brother-in-law are together day and night. I haven't slept beside my sister in ages. Tonight, I want to sleep with her. Father frowns and scolds. You mischievous girl, you've been sleeping with your sister since you were little, and after all this time, you still want to compete? How will you ever marry someone in the future? Go sleep by yourself. And he breaks into a cold sweat, glancing at Lingyan's beaming face. Listen to father, little sister. When I have time later, I'll spend it with you. Lingyan readily agrees. Fine then. She then glances at him and thinks, Lin Xiu, I can only help you this far. Meanwhile, Lingzhen has already rushed over and clings to his arm, cooing softly, husband, let's go back to our room. Replication in progress. Lin Xiu smiles brightly and plays along. Of course. In a moment, I'll massage my dear wife's back. You've worked hard these past few days. The elder's eyes widen in disbelief. While Pingyan blushes and covers her mouth, Zier and Lingzhen have such wonderful affection, even knows how to rub her back. Not like someone I know. The elder immediately clears his throat, testing the waters, which leaves her momentarily stunned. How about, when we return to our room, I help you too? As for Lingyan, she crosses her arms, thinking, I absolutely cannot take this anymore. The scene shifts. The system displays a notification: extraordinary ability replication at 988%. Replication interrupted. Lingzhen casually waves her hand and says, you sleep on the bed tonight, I'll go cultivate, don't mind me. He clenches his fists in frustration. Damn it, so close. Suddenly Lin Xiu speaks up. Actually, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. She looks at him, puzzled. What is it? He scratches his cheek awkwardly and speaks. My mother is perceptive and meticulous. Seeing the way we've been acting, she may have already noticed something. Tomorrow, when we arrive at the Lin residence, we should act a bit more intimate. That way, she won't grow suspicious. Lingzhen glares and fires back, more intimate. How so? Replication at 99.99%. Psychic force extraordinary ability replication successful. He is somewhat surprised and pensive. He hadn't expected Zhao Lingzhen to face so many people and remain so utterly composed, truly worthy of being called a heaven's pride. But more importantly, he has finally obtained the psychic force extraordinary ability he has been yearning for with all his heart. The two figures gradually vanish from the streets and slip into the residence. Upon seeing the two return, his father speaks up. You two are back. Why didn't you say a word? There's only this much food. He steps forward to reassure him. It's fine, father. This is enough to eat. The old man smiles and nods. Good then. Beside them, Lin Xiu's mother angrily pinches his father's ear. Good, my foot, hurry up and tell the kitchen to prepare some proper food. He pales and stammers. Right. Son Dolly, hurry to the kitchen and give the order. Dolly, standing nearby, responds with a booming voice, yes, master. She turns to the two and asks warmly, Zier Lingzhen, is there anything else you'd like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. He politely declines. No need, mother, this is more than enough. Lin Xiu sighs inwardly. Mother's smile seems to carry a deeper meaning. Could she have seen through something? After a brief chat, he and Lingzhen take their leave. Father, mother, Lingzhen and I won't trouble you any further. We still need to return and cultivate. She happily sees them off, then go on ahead. Cultivation is important, just come home to visit once in a while. After their farewell, the two find themselves outside the residence. Lin Xiu calls out to Miss Zhao, but she immediately warns him, don't. Your household guards are still behind us. He immediately understands and speaks affectionately, Lingjun, let me take you to pick out some jewelry later. She replies softly, whatever my husband wishes. Dolly, having eavesdropped, returns to report after the young master and young madam returned. I secretly lingered behind for a while. I found nothing unusual. The young master even said he would take the young madam to pick out jewelry. Lin Xiu's mother finally relaxes. It seems I was overthinking. As long as the two of them get along harmoniously, that's all that matters. His father stands to the side and says, I say you're just worrying over nothing. Upon hearing this, she erupts into a furious tirade. What would a big clueless oaf like you know? I feel that back when Lingyan was by Xiu's side, it was much happier than it is now. The scene shifts. Qin Wan is seething with anger. I already gave you 50 taels earlier and now you're asking for more. Her two brothers sneer, we lost it all, hand it over, we know you're shacking up with that Lin fellow now. What you've got is money. That's right, don't you dare say you don't have any. We've already investigated everything. That surnamed Lin is absolutely loaded with money. The two of them chatter on endlessly. Do you have any idea how much this house is worth? 200,000 taels. 200,000 taels. All you have to do is perform well in his bed and squeeze a few dozen or a few hundred taels out of him. Would he really refuse? Qin Wan trembles with rage. I've told you already, you are not that kind of relationship. They sneer back, how could we not tease you? Why are you still playing coy? You're already living together and you say it's not like that? Sure. Suddenly, Lin Xiu appears behind the two brothers, grinning brightly. My dear brothers-in-law, those are rather harsh words. How much would you like to borrow? I'll lend it to you. He produces a banknote and explains, this is 10,000 taels. Consider it a loan from your dear brother-in-law. Their eyes light up with glee. Quick, our wonderful brother-in-law, hand over the banknote. Zud. Denly, Lin Xiu's expression turns serious. However, even between blood brothers, accounts must be settled clearly, since this is a loan. Naturally, there must be conditions. How much is borrowed, the repayment period. This isn't unreasonable, is it? Their eyes are practically glowing gold at the sight of money. Not unreasonable at all, not unreasonable at all. Quick, let us sign and stamp it. After obtaining the money, they leave while whispering amongst themselves. What a stupid, easy-to-fleece pig, 10,000 taels just like that. Our sister is already living with him. We're all family. Spending a bit of family money, how can you call it a loan? Next time we'll come back for even more. Qin Wan fumes, you didn't need to bail me out today. You just handed them money like that. They'll gamble it all away again. When that happens, don't expect to get a single coin back. Lin Xiu smiles calmly, you don't need to worry about this. Go back and cultivate. He smirks deviously, scheming in his mind, a debt must be repaid, that's only natural. They should have gone around asking what kind of person Lin Xiu really is. If they can't pay up within 3 days, they can sell that house or use their sister as collateral. They get to pick one. But as for the debt collection work, brothers, leave that to me. The scene shifts, strange sounds emanate from within a building. Damn it, lost again, can't stop. Lin Xiu, disguised as someone else, strides into the establishment. A cacophony of voices fills the air. 1, 2, 3, small no big. He walks in boldly and asks, what's the most exciting game in this place? The manager clasps his hands with a smile, young master, to tell you the truth. The most thrilling game in the casino is big or small. Everything else is too complicated and isn't even set up here. The manager is secretly overjoyed. Today the casino has fleeced yet another fine haul. Qin Wan's two brothers nearby whisper to each other, strange face. That kid looks like he's dripping with money. A newcomer I can smell prey a mile away. Inside a small bowl, the dice tumble and reveal their numbers. The manager grins, I win. Lin Xiu, having lost, curses in frustration. Every single time you roll, it comes up small. I'm done playing. Meanwhile, Qin Wan's two brothers move in to lure Lin Xiu. Young master, how about we teach you a trick or two? Play again, you'll definitely win this time. Their minds are scheming, every roll comes up small. This fat lamb clearly doesn't know how to play, we need to keep him hooked. Lin Xiu narrows his eyes and replies, all right. Fine then, I'll follow you two for one more round. And so, the dice are cast once more into the bowl below. He exclaims with joy, I won, I finally won. Qin Wan's brother claps and laughs, congratulations, young master, while your luck is hot, let's go another round. Lin Xiu feigns excitement, clutching his stack of betting money, all right, this young master is putting down 1,000 taels this time. I'm going to win back double what I lost. The man laughs cheerfully, the young master is truly generous, how could we possibly keep up? But secretly he gloats, he's taken the bait. The dice continue to tumble into the small bowl. Lin Xiu, having lost again, grows furious. What the hell is going on today? The man chuckles, easy there, brother. This time luck landed on 13 points. He shouts in frustration, I refuse to believe I can't win today. Do you dare bet 5,000 with me? The man grows nervous, young master, how could we possibly? We've already won quite a bit. Betting even more might not sit right. Lin Xiu taunts, scared, if you don't have the money, don't sit here betting with me, someone else come take his place. The crowd behind him roars in agreement, that's right, no money, no bet, step aside and let us take over. Stop hogging the table, you pieces of trash, no money, then get lost. He reluctantly concedes, fine, we'll gamble with the young master again. Lin Xiu slams his hand on the table, enough talk. Let's begin. His hands begin tossing the small dice. The dice slowly tumble beneath the small cup. He gapes at the result beneath. Done for. It's over, we're done for. Qinhuan's brother chuckles to himself, young master, don't worry, the heavens haven't decided yet, we're all dark horses here. Then with a sinister grin, he tosses the dice down again. Suddenly, an eerie red gleam flashes through Lin Xiu's eyes. He locks his gaze onto the dice and subtly adjusts their trajectory. After a sleight of hand so deft it borders on invisible, the dice clatter down. This time it is he who gapes in utter shock. How is this possible? Lin Xiu, on the other hand, looks up with a triumphant grin. Victory! He loses all composure and roars, this is impossible. You scoundrel, didn't you cheat? Lin Xiu flies into a rage, seizing the man by the collar. Say that one more time, I dare you. When you win, it's a fair victory. But when I win, it's cheating. What kind of logic is that? Everyone here saw it with their own eyes. I didn't even touch the table. The man cowers and begs, I'm sorry, boss, we played and we accept the loss. The brother beside him puffs up with arrogance. Dare you gamble with us one more time? Lin Xiu sneers dismissively, I'm done playing. That was pure luck, I have no skill at this game. Play again and you'll only lose everything you have left. The man coaxes, fine, forget the dice. Let's go to the second floor. Cricket fighting, what kind of man wins money and just walks away? Lin Xiu narrows his eyes in thought. That sounds interesting, let's go take a look. Seeing him agree, the man's eyes gleam with greed. Playing these games against Mason, that just a fool gifting money. Moments later, the rooster Lin Xiu selected sends the man's bird flying across the arena. Lin Xiu smirks, his grin dripping with cunning. This young master knows the beast, tongue-bribing a couple of roosters is child's play. Playing against you, I'm not even breaking a sweat. The man trembles with fury, his voice shaking as he curses. I don't believe it. Let's play cricket fighting. Instead, Lin Xiu agrees immediately. Sure. And so two crickets face off inside a small basin. But once again, Lin Xiu's cricket crushes the opposition. The Qin brothers depart with ashen faces, returning home empty-handed after a single night of devastating losses. The scene shifts to the Jian and Earl's manor. Qinhuan frowns in puzzlement. Lin Xiu, why did you bring me here? He replies with a cryptic smile, you'll find out soon enough. He throws the doors open with full swagger and bellows, Qin brothers, get out here this instant. The Qin family patriarch asks in bewilderment, who are you people? What business do you have at the Qin residence? The two Qin brothers step forward as well. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? Please sit down. But Lin Xiu's tone cuts like a blade. Who's your brother-in-law? The 3-day deadline has arrived. Pay up. The patriarch is baffled. Pay what? Lin Xiu produces a debt note. Your 2 sons owe me 10,000 taels of silver. I've come to collect. Black ink on white paper. The terms are written in plain sight. 3 days ago you borrowed 10,000 taels from me. Today is the repayment date. The Qin patriarch nearly spits out his tea upon hearing this. What? 10,000 taels? Madam Qin erupts, impossible, you dragged this wretched Qinhuan along, you two are clearly in cahoots, how could anyone borrow such an outrageous sum? Lin Xiu responds coolly, I couldn't care less what you think is possible, the evidence is right here, if you can't pay in silver, collateral will suffice. The patriarch grits his teeth, what exactly do you want? Let me be clear, this house of yours isn't worth that much. Lin Xiu flashes a warm smile and glances at Qinhuan. Who wants your house? Your daughter has some beauty to her, happens to be worth just about 10,000 taels. The patriarch seethes inwardly, those 2 wretched sons. He had been hoping to auction off Qinhuan for a handsome price. And they just handed her away like that. What a catastrophic loss. He grinds his teeth and forces out, fine, fine. Lin Xiu leads her away with a satisfied grin. From this day forward, Qinhuan belongs to me. You have no further connection to her whatsoever. Jinwan asks him, "Why are you helping me?" Lin Xiu answers, "You can call it pity if you like. My greatest flaw, you see, is that I simply can't help meddling in other people's affairs." She blushes and scolds him, "I think your greatest flaw isn't meddling. It's being a lecher." He immediately twists black into white in his defense. "I don't think being a lecher is a flaw at all. Who in this world doesn't love beauty? His Majesty has over 20 concubines. Would you dare call the Emperor a lecher?" Lin Xiu winks, utterly shameless. "Of course, I won't deny that part of me also hopes to win your favor through this. After all, for any normal red-blooded man alive, who wouldn't want to have Qinwan?" Qinwan plays along, thrusting her snow-white bosom forward. "I'm yours now, aren't I? So, don't you want to do whatever you wish with me?" She lightly tugs at her garment, lowering it to reveal the rolling hills beneath. His eyes widen in alarm, his mind racing at breakneck speed. Wait, this is a trap. Just as he suspects, a fiery silhouette stands behind them, glaring daggers at the pair. Zhao Lingyan narrows her eyes, her voice sharp as a whip. "Lin Xiu, what do you think you're doing in broad daylight?" Qinwan slips away without hesitation. "If you don't want to, I'll head back to my room first." He curses inwardly. I knew it. Qinwan never has good intentions. Lin Xiu scrambles to explain. "Lingyan, there's something I need to discuss with you. Could you move back to the Zhao residence? I feel it's a bit inconvenient for you to stay here." She sees right through him. "What's inconvenient about it? Do whatever you want. I'm not in your way. I'm only here to protect you." Lingyan turns on her heel and leaves, dropping only one parting remark. "Just pretend I don't exist." She wonders silently to herself why her chest feels so tight. Lin Xiu spins around and hurries after Qinwan, attempting to smooth things over. "Qinwan, wait, don't misunderstand. I was only joking just now. I see you purely as a friend. 10,000 taels is nothing to me. How about this? You stay here and sweep and cook for me every day. I'll pay you 100 taels a month." She smirks coldly. Even a wealthy household in the imperial capital pays their maidservants 100 taels a month. You're not hiring a maid, you are trying to buy a person. Make it 2 taels at market rate. Lin Xiu continues to haggle. 10 taels then. At 2 taels you'd need 400 years to pay it off. At 10, it'll only take 90. Qinwan furrows her brow, displeased. "You want me to repay you for an entire lifetime?" Suddenly she raises her hand with a deliberate gesture. "But I do have another way to repay you. 10 taels per session and I can cast you into an illusion where you're with Zhao Lingyan." He blurts out, "Why not with you?" Hearing this unexpected remark, Qinwan's face flushes scarlet. She stammers, If you want, it can also be," before she can finish. He suddenly pulls her into his arms. "All right, you don't have to be strong anymore. If you want to cry, then cry." He speaks softly, coaxing her gently. "I know you're in pain right now, being abandoned by your own family. You can lean on me." She weeps as though a dam has burst within her heart. The system flashes extraordinary ability replication 16%. The scene shifts to the imperial study. Emperor Xia calls out in a booming voice, "Zhu Jin, come see what this book means." Lin Xiu actually knows how to play this game, leveraging his position to coerce people. This is the exact tactic noble brats use to oppress the common folk, yet he dared use it against the Duke of Jianan. He has thoroughly mastered the dirty tricks of the imperial capital. HMPH, his lustfulness I can understand. Even a gentleman may admire beauty, but he must go about it properly. Using underhanded tactics like these inevitably breeds misunderstandings. Zhu Jin adds, "Your Majesty, there are hidden circumstances behind all of this. Though the Duke of Jianan's daughter is born of nobility, her background is truly wretched. Her birth mother was merely a concubine who perished during childbirth." He recounts with a faint smile. From childhood she was beaten and cursed, often cast out of the house to wander the streets. Were it not for her lowly status, suitors would have come knocking in droves. It was only a few years ago that she awakened her ability, prompting the extraordinary arts academy to make a special exception and recruit her. Emperor Xia raises an eyebrow in question. Is she truly formidable enough to warrant a special exception? Zhu Jin explains her power is merely at the mysterious grade, but her talent is not bad. Perhaps one day she may break through to even greater heights. The Extraordinary Arts Academy made the exception because her ability is unique. Though she cannot fight 1 against 100 in many situations, her power proves invaluable. He conveys to Emperor Xia. The Intelligence Bureau has sought her assistance multiple times for overseas investigations. Moreover, in the wars between nations to come, she may very well achieve the impossible. Having heard Zhu Jin's words, Emperor Xia rises and departs. The wars between nations are indeed something worthy of great care. Since that is the case, let the young ones handle their own affairs. No need for me to oversee the extraordinary arts academy. They will surely take good care of these special talents. Now that affairs of state are settled, it's time for a stroll outside. Zhu Jin bows respectfully, complying with utmost sincerity. Still that same bun shop, he inquires as they exit the palace. Emperor Xia responds impatiently, cease your prattling, this emperor is famished. The scene shifts to a bustling street lined with food stalls. At this moment, Lin Xiu and Qin Wan stroll together. He narrows his eyes suspiciously. Why are there so many secret agents around this bun shop? She looks at him curiously. You can tell something's off. Lin Xiu glances at a figure nearby and says, I've seen this kid before. His disguise skills have improved quite a bit. Suddenly, a deliberate cough draws their attention. Zhu Jin makes a subtle hand signal. Young master, are you here for some buns? What a pity the afternoon buns have all been eaten by my master. He lowers his voice in warning. Lin Xiu, if you're wise, leave immediately. In the next instant, Lin Xiu's gaze falls upon Emperor Xia standing alongside a beautiful woman. Lin Xiu is utterly floored. He thinks, what in the... I run into the old emperor courting a widow even here. Truly cursed with rotten luck. He hurries Qin Wan away. Forget the food, forget the food. Enjoy your meal, your majesty. Miss Tiener, let's go. Emperor Xia suddenly spots Lin Xiu and calls out, young man, wait, this one has a question for you. The scene jumps forward several days. Lin Xiu is now instructing others in the art of making fried pastries. See that? Making fried cakes demands speed and precision. Only then will you produce a perfect pastry. Watch closely. You try it now. If it doesn't taste good, don't bother continuing. I'm off to make my rounds. The others study attentively, determined to complete their task. He departs alongside. He muses, as expected, that dog emperor is nothing but trouble. He even roped me into being a cheap bodyguard for his mistress. Lin Xiu strides confidently through the streets, scrutinizing everything carefully. Anyone caught breaking the law will be the first to be arrested. My mood is foul today. Don't let me catch any bullies on these streets. The guard answers respectfully, understood, sir. Suddenly, an angry voice erupts, old man, do you have eyes when you walk? King Feng steps forward to block the way. Enough, xianxia, you bumped into someone first and now you're beating an old man in broad daylight in the middle of the street. If you don't stop this instant, don't blame me for showing no courtesy. Zhang Hua hears this and immediately taunts him. So it's you, the brat dumped by his own fiancée. Come on then, you want to hit me. Right here, go ahead, strike. If I flinch, I'm not surnamed Zhang. King Feng grits his teeth, his face darkening. He reminds himself, stay calm, Liu King Feng. Don't give this brat grounds to report you. Lose your official post and you're nothing. Lin Xiu storms in from behind, his voice erupting with fury, you insolent wretch. Bullying the Qinglai Bureau as if we have no one to stand against you. Under the emperor's very nose, you dare commit brazen acts of violence on a public street and insult an official of the Qinglai Bureau. Do you truly think our bureau is a soft persimmon you can crush at will? Zhang Huai screams at him, his face twisted with rage. Who the hell are you? You dare lay hands on me? My father is the Duke of Anhua. Another one, Lin Xiu eyes him with contempt and snaps. My father is the Duke of Ping'an. Hurling your father's name at me won't work. Men seize him. Zhang Hui is dragged away, still bellowing at the top of his lungs. Take me then, I want to see if the Liu Langzhang of the Qinglai Bureau has the nerve to punish me. King Feng glances at Lin Xiu and explains cautiously, Lord Lin, this man is truly of noble blood and he has ties to the Duke of State's household. It would be unwise to act rashly. Lin Xiu responds calmly, Lord Liu, your caution is understandable, but evil must be met with a heavy hand. Simply stand back and watch. The scene shifts to the Qinglai Bureau. Lin Xiu slams the official seal down upon the desk. Zhang Hui, son of the Duke of Anhua. You harassed an elderly man on a public street and obstructed an officer of the Qinglai Bureau in the execution of his duties. He declares bluntly, this director sentences you to 30 strokes of the rod, 15 days in prison and a fine of 10 taels of silver. Do you have any objections? Zhang Hua shouts in disbelief, how can a brat like you be an official of the Qinglai Bureau? I refuse to accept this. You have no authority to punish me. Lin Xiu sneers, a sinister grin spreading across his face. On what grounds do you deny my authority? You openly trample the law under the emperor's very nose. Where do you place his majesty? Where do you place the empire? Guards, carry out the sentence. Zhang Hua stands there with a defiant expression, sneering. I'd like to see which of you dares lay a hand on me. A subordinate hesitates and asks Lord Lin, this is, but Lin Xiu cuts him off without hesitation, it's fine. Seeing Zhang Huai's detestable face, Lin Xiu's fury blazes anew. Fellow colleagues, please take your leave, I will handle this personally. Zhang Huai stumbles backward in terror, his voice stuttering, you dare. What follows is a blood-curdling scream so savage that birds scatter from the treetops. After a thorough session of punishment, Lin Xiu returns home, another day of delivering justice for the common folk. Qin Wan looks at him, puzzled, why are you home for lunch today? Haven't you been working near the bun shop lately? He grins, let me eat first, I've been swamped all morning, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, the bowl of rice she was holding vanishes in the blink of an eye. Qin Wan demands irritably, if you want to eat, can't you wait for me to cook for you? Why did you steal mine? Lin Xiu ignores her and continues devouring the food. What am I supposed to eat now? I have a VIP card at the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. I've already ordered a meal to be delivered here, just wait a bit. She watches his ravenous state and swallows her complaints. Fine then. The scene shifts to half an hour later. A spread of exquisite dishes now covers the table. Lin Xiu rests his chin on his hand with a smile, watching Qin Wan eat. Well, isn't this far better than noodles? Don't be shy, it's all my treat. She whispers softly, tha. NKS. Qin Wan's cheeks flush pink as she asks, with all these mountain delicacies and ocean treasures, it must have cost a fortune. Let me pay you back a little. Lin Xiu gazes at Qin Wan with a smile, asking meaningfully, what money? Immediately after that question, the color of his eyes shifts and transforms. Lin Xiu stares in bewilderment as Ling Yin collapses straight into his arms. Ling Yin. His face turns crimson, he quickly regains his composure. Nothis is the illusion realm. The Ling Yin within the illusion presses Lin Xiu flat against the ground and demands, what illusion realm? This is the real me. Meanwhile, in the outside world, he lies sprawled on the bed, laughing and flailing his hands in strange gestures through the air. The real Ling Yin watches Lin Xiu with a perplexed expression. What in the world is this brat doing? Qin Wan smiles softly and turns away. He's probably just dreaming. The scene shifts. Zhang Huai's subordinate reports in, having clearly gathered his intelligence. That Lin Xiu has been frequenting the bun shop of a beautiful widow for days now, he declares loudly. That widow is definitely the woman Lin Xiu keeps on the city, otherwise why would he be there every single day, always fretting over her business? A sinister smile creeps across Zhang Huai's face as he schemes. Lin Xiu, I'll make sure you can neither live nor die in peace. Send word to the third young master of the Dingguo Duke's Manor. Tell him I'll be presenting him with an exquisite beauty tomorrow. The scene shifts again. A small bird with a tag around its neck soars through the air. The bird speaks in beast tongue to deliver its report. Boss. Zhang Huai has set his sights on the widow who sells buns. Hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyebrow twitches. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? I wasn't digging a pit for that dog emperor this time. Ling Yin suddenly hollers, what are you still standing around for? Get to your cultivation. Lin Xiu scrambles to respond. Coming. He walks along, lost in thought. All he can do is wait. If he goes to explain now, there's no way to account for how he obtained this intelligence. Ling Yin follows beside him and asks, Lin Xiu, it's been quite a while since you brought this big sister back home, hasn't it? How about in the next few days? He hastily protests, let's wait a couple more days and see. It's not that he doesn't want to. The Qinglai office has simply been swamped with work lately. Inwardly, he sighs, thinking he can dispatch the eagles to keep watch for now. If something happens to the pretty widow, would that dog emperor fly into a rage? Wen Yuan suddenly bursts in, his voice urgent. Lord Lin, it's terrible, the owner of the bun shop is in trouble. Lin Xiu jolts, what? She grows curious. What happened? He dashes out, racing after Wen Yuan. He instructs Ling Yin as he runs, go cultivate first, don't wait for me, I have urgent matters to attend to. He berates them while sprinting. What kind of surveillance is this? You can't even watch over one person. Wen Yuan tries to explain. Lord Lin, you never told us that widow was someone important. What does that matter? We were only stationed outside. Who could have imagined that right under the sun of heaven's nose? A gang of men in horse-drawn carriages would storm in and snatch her away. Lin Xiu's face darkens with fury. It's all because of that dog emperor's paranoia. If only he'd dispatched secret agents to protect her. He roars, give chase, we absolutely cannot let those scoundrels escape. Rage simmers in his chest. They moved the instant he obtained the intel. Zhang Hui, that Bratho, is he so cunning? When they arrive at the scene, Qing Feng reports, Lord Lin, our men tracked them to the Anhua Count's son's manor. The situation inside remains unknown. Lin Ziu snarls, what are you still standing around for? Break down the door and rescue her. Everyone inside except the pretty widow, bind them all. Wen Yuan ventures a question. Lord Lin, what exactly is this widow to you? Is all this effort truly necessary? Lin Ziu cuts him off with a warning, don't ask what you shouldn't. Arrest them first, we'll sort it out later, no matter who stands before you. Seize them all. If anything happens to that widow, both our heads will roll. Wen Yuan swallows hard and nods. Understood. Meanwhile, Zhang Huai fawns over the young lord. Third young master, I'm not one to boast. But this beauty is gentle and graceful beyond measurably just the type you fancy. Zhang Jing breaks into a pleased grin. You truly know my tastes. He appraises her with satisfaction. A beauty of this caliber, I'm very pleased. Zhang Huai beams, as long as the third young master is satisfied. A spring night is worth 1,000 gold thighs, humble one shall not disturb you further. He calculates silently. Lin Ziu, I may not be able to touch you myself, but there are certainly others who can. So what if you're Zhao Lingzhen's husband? Can you hold a candle to the Duke's manor? Without a word of warning, the chamber door bursts open and flies off its hinges. Zhang Hua roars in fury. Who dares? Don't you know the third young master is handling important business? Zhang Jing speaks up calmly. Wait, I'd like to see this for myself. What can a petty clerk from the Qinglai office possibly do to me? Qing Feng leans close and whispers into Lin Ziu's ear. Lord Lin, we cannot arrest this one. He is the young master of the Dingguo Duke's manor. The crown prince is his cousin, Her Majesty the Empress is his blood aunt. The Qinglai office cannot touch him. Lin Ziu replies with perfect composure. As the head of the Qinglai office, I stand against evil without compromise, no matter what status you hold. You will not stop me. Lin Ziu speaks, his voice steady as steel. Third Master Zhang, come with me. He laughs inwardly, knowing what he knows about that dog emperor. Don't even mention Zhang. Even if the Dingguo Duke himself descended or the King of Heaven showed his face, he would still enforce the law today. Zhang Jing asks with an arrogant sneer, how amusing, and if I do come with you then what? Lin Ziu replies coolly, that saves me the trouble of having to act. After you. Third Master Zhang, the Qinglai office cannot touch him. The Ministry of Justice will turn a blind eye as well. As for the rest, bring them back and hold them under strict guard. Qing Feng says with admiration, young Master Lin's principles are unwavering, I cannot fall behind. Let us go together. Wen Yuan nods in agreement, we're the same. He thinks to himself, either way, it's my head on the block. Might as well lose it with a clean reputation. The onlookers watch as Lin Ziu escorts the third young master away, murmuring amongst themselves. That's Lin Ziu. Not long ago he arrested the Anhua Count's son, and today he dares arrest Zhang Jing too. This young man is too hot-blooded for his own good. This is trouble. The Zhang family's power is not something just anyone can trifle with. Someone whispers, isn't that Lin Ziu? Why is he arresting Zhang Jing? Quickly go report to Ninger at once. Zhang Jing regards Lin Ziu with calm indifference. I've already told Yaovan the Ministry of Justice cannot lay a hand on me. You are merely a petty clerk at the Qinglai office. I can't be bothered to settle accounts with you. Return my people to me at once and I'll let this matter slide. Lin Ziu meets his gaze, his expression utterly serene. What if I refuse to pay? You dare defy royal law beneath the emperor's very feet. He loses all patience and barks his order. Enough talk. My patience has run out. Teach him a proper lesson, then bring that woman back. The subordinates clasp their fists. Understood. He silently worries, does this brat truly fear nothing? Why haven't the imperial guards arrived yet? Those two are both at the peak of the earth realm. Several subordinates approach Lin Ziu, cracking their knuckles. We'll have to offend you. Suddenly, a sword hurtles through the air and plunges into the ground, startling the pair. Ninger leaps down to shield Lin Ziu. Who dares touch him? Take one more step and don't blame me for being discourteous. He asks in shock, Ninger, why are you here? Zhang Jing continues to order, you two strike, ignore her. Suddenly, a strange voice rings out and the two feel a crushing, invisible pressure descend upon them. Bullying others is one thing, but now you dare bully my husband. Have you lost all regard for anyone in your eyes? The two subordinates are slammed flat against the ground by an unseen force. Zhao Lingzhen steps forward and declares, bullying other sand, now bullying my husband. Have you lost all regard for anyone in your eyes? Lin Ziu calls out in surprise, Lingzhen. Zhang Jing grows wary. Miss Zhao, don't presume you alone can stand against the Zhang family. Have Lin Xiu apologize to me at once. She replies coolly, my husband upholds justice and defends the righteous should he apologize. If you're not convinced, try stepping forward. At that moment Zhou Jin arrives and speaks. Everyone calm yourselves. His Majesty has decreed that all involved in this disturbance be brought to the palace for a personal audience. Third young master please come with me. Lingjun smiles gently as she watches him leave. Then I'll wait at home for my husband's return. Lin Xiu worries internally, is Zhao Lingjun suddenly treating me so well? But if I were in her shoes I'd do the same. The one I truly pity is Ninger. I wonder if that little girl will overthink things. After he departs she turns her gaze to Ninger. About Lin Xiu's situation, I'm truly sorry. Ninger averts her eyes. There's no need to apologize, my strength was simply insufficient. The scene shifts to the imperial palace. The imperial uncle, patriarch of the Duke's manor. The crown prince's uncle bows his head. Your Majesty, this subject arrived late. I beg your Majesty to punish me. The Xia emperor says flatly. What brings the imperial uncle here in person? Rice, there is no need for such formality. Please have a seat. He trembles with humility. That unruly son of mine committed such an act and disturbed your Majesty. Once I bring him back to the manor, I will discipline him severely. The Xia emperor waves his hand. Young men make mistakes, it is only natural, a lesson will suffice, the imperial uncle need not be too harsh. He breathes a sigh of relief. Then I shall take this rebellious son home and trouble your Majesty no further. The emperor speaks loudly, send my regards to the Donghua Duke. Lin Xiu watches the imperial uncle leave in peace, questioning his very reality. Wait, what? This dog emperor just lets him off like that. The Xia emperor bellows, Lin Xiu, do you acknowledge your crime? He answers cautiously, Your Majesty, this subject acknowledges his crime. I am merely the son of a count. I should not have offended a duke's son by overstepping my rank. He forced himself upon a common woman, and I should have turned a blind eye. He then bows deeply. I humbly beg your Majesty to forgive official Wu and official Liu. They were merely following orders, absolutely loyal to the court and to your Majesty. The emperor glances at Qing Feng and Wen Yuan. Oh, do you two have anything to say? Qing Feng responds, Your Majesty, this subject participated willingly and accepts any punishment. Wen Yuan also bows his head. This subject likewise accepts punishment. The emperor rests his chin on his hand and ponders for a long while. The Xia emperor delivers his verdict. What crime did these two commit by carrying out the law justly? Zhou Jin drafts the decree. Eastern City Warden Wu Wenyuan refused to bow before tyrannical power and fulfilled his duties admirably. He is hereby promoted to Capital Warden, responsible for the livelihoods of the people across all 4 districts. Additionally, he is awarded 3 ranks of the Zhongyang Baron title. By imperial decree, Qinglai Office Director Qing Feng, who acted in accordance with just law, is promoted to Deputy Minister of the Qinglai Office and elevated by 3 ranks in the Anhua Count title. The two accept their orders with joy, kneeling to express their gratitude for His Majesty's grace. Beside them, Zhang Hui breaks into a cold sweat. Did His Majesty get it wrong? My father is the Anhua Count, that's his noble title. How is it being duplicated? The scene shifts to outside the Xia Emperor's chambers. The Emperor walks ahead and asks, Were you behind all of this? Lin Xiu smiles in reply, Your Majesty's words terrify this subject. The Zhang family is one of the great clans of our great Xia. My father holds but a minor position and I was at my wit's end before I dared confront them. Was it not all to save a future imperial consort? The Xia Emperor's eyes go wide, his brows nearly colliding. Lin Xiu keeps his eyes closed, wearing his trademark impenetrable smile. The Emperor sighs and walks ahead. It seems we have wronged you. You have rendered a service this time, but we can only grant your father 3 ranks of Marquis. As for the other noble titles, you will have to earn them yourself. Lin Xiu asks in surprise, earn them how? The Xia Emperor explains calmly, first through your own strength, second, by ranking on the heavenly prodigy ranking in the competition between nations. Hey, warn seriously. If you can place in the top 10 so that our great Xia boasts more than just Zhao Lingjun alone, we will grant your family the Duke title. What say you? Lin Xiu speaks cautiously, Your Majesty, this time I offended the Zhang family on Your Majesty's behalf. Won't they seek revenge, poison, assassination, or covert attacks against my family? The Xia Emperor sneers, set your heart at ease, from this day forward no one dares lay a hand on you or your family. Your little wife proved formidable enough tonight. I imagine quite a few people will lose sleep over it. He waves him away. Go cultivate. Don't disturb this sovereign unless there's something worth troubling over. Lin Xiu bows. This subject obeys. After he departs, Zhou Jin reports, Your Majesty, the lady has been properly settled. That brat Zhang Hua and all his lawbreaking associates have been arrested. How shall the rest be handled? The Xia Emperor orders coldly, arrest the rest and execute them immediately. Exile the remainder to Lingnan. After all, we are no tyrant. They shall be given a path to survival. Zhou Jin bows and adds, Your Majesty is magnanimous. There is also another matter. This old servant has uncovered certain intelligence. That member of the Zhao family has truly reached the peak of the Earth Realm. The Emperor mutters under his breath, peak of the Earth Realm at 19. And then there's that master of hers. This time, no one in all of Great Xia will dare touch the Zhao or Lin families. Lin Xiu exits the imperial palace, stroking his chin in thought. Zhao Lingjun is certainly powerful, but the Zhang family has someone at the peak of the heaven realm. Why would they fear her so? Could this wife of mine have an even sturdier backing? His expression suddenly turns grim. Wait a moment. Does this mean I've really been freeloading off my wife all along? Ling Yin approaches and asks, How is it, Lin Xiu? Are you all right? He smiles back, I'm fine. Is Ling Yin worried about me? She nods, then points behind her. Glad you're all right. These two are young masters from the Zhu Duke's manor. They say they've come looking for you. He stares blankly at the empty space behind Ling Yin. Young masters of the Zhu Duke's manor. The two have somehow already appeared behind him. Lin Xiu grins, Here we are. Ninger caused a whole ruckus outside for your sake. You owe the Zhu manor an explanation. He nods meekly, I intended as much. The scene shifts to the courtyard of the Zhu Duke's manor. Elder Zhu Ninger's Unklebums, I can't believe this brat actually dares show his face. He dared deceive even the daughter of the Zhu family. Today you'll stand outside and wait your turn. Lin Xiu bows deeply, all of this stems from my actions. Whatever punishment Patriarch Zhu decrees I accept in full. Elder Zhu snorts coldly. At least you have some backbone. Don't say the Zhu family never gave you a chance. Before you lies the first gate. Break through them all. And we'll speak further. Then he adds in a low voice, or you may leave now and swear never to see Ninger again. As for everything that happened before, he is the head of the Zhu family and Ninger's uncle. I can let the matter rest on the family's behalf. Having said this, Elder Zhu departs. Zhu Lei steps forward with a grin. Brat, with your little tricks, I'm Ninger's third brother. Defeat me and you pass the first gate. He fixes Lin Xiu with an ominous stare. Grandfather said if this brat passes the first gate, we should give Ninger some face. I'll have to hold back a little later on. Zhu Lei shouts, Come! The moment those words leave his mouth, Lin Xiu surges forward with astonishing force. Third brother, forgive me. He strikes Zhu Lei's abdomen with lightning speed, then twists and pinches lightly. With just those few subtle movements, Zhu Lei's entire body is sent flying backward. Everyone's jaws drop in disbelief. No way, third brother lost just like that. Zhu Lei's world spins from Lin Xiu's blow, his very reality shaken. He questions himself in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Lin Xiu strolls calmly into the courtyard, saying softly, Third brother, I appreciate you holding back. As he pushes the door open, another figure blocks his path and bellows. I'll admit you have some measure of strength. I didn't expect you to clear the first gate so quickly. He stands guard at the second gate with full confidence. But my flames are merciless. Turn back while you can. Internally he ponders, how did that brat Zhu Lei fall so quickly? Let me warm up my bones a bit first. Lin Xiu ignores the fight entirely, flickering directly behind the young man. He concedes. When the youth registers Lin Xiu's voice behind him, his eyes widen in shock. He stares blankly, only to find himself already encased in ice. This brat is hiding his true strength. He's at the upper stage of the mysterious realm. Now only the final Gadeth third Gada remains. If he can pass this one, he will see Ninger. Zhu Li stands waiting in the courtyard. Brat, not bad at all. I am Ninger's fourth uncle and I've been an Earth Realm cultivator for many years. Are you still certain you wish to continue? Lin Xiu conjures a sword from his palm, his expression turning dead serious. "Fourth uncle, forgive me for the offense." Inside the zoo estate, Ninger is crying out in frustration. "Grandfather, stop making things difficult for him." The zoo elder snorts coldly. "If he wishes to leave, he may do so at any time." Ninger's eyes brim with tears as she pleads he won't leave. The old man lets out a long sigh. "Silly girl, a man's mouth is the devil's instrument. You cannot trust those sweet lies of his." Ninger continues to vouch for Lin Xiu. "But even if it's a trial, there's no need to have fourth uncle test him personally. Fourth uncle advanced to the Earth realm many years ago. Lin Xiu has barely cultivated for a year. How could he possibly be a match?" The zoo elder is resolute. "This old man has already spoken. If he wishes to leave, he may go at any time, but if he chooses to stay, then he has no one to blame but himself." Ninger stamps her foot, tears glistening in her eyes, seething with indignation. This is nothing but bullying. Meanwhile, Zhu Li is already swinging his blade toward Lin Xiu. The sword in Lin Xiu's hand is cleaved clean in two. The old man presses his assault, relentless. "Hiding your strength, are you? Hold nothing back, or you may very well die." Lin Xiu grits his teeth against the relentless onslaught from Zhu Li. "Too strong." Zhu Li twirls his sword and raises an eyebrow. "You've severely underestimated an Earth Realm cultivator." The blade tears through Lin Xiu's ice defense in an instant. Lin Xiu barely twists aside in time. A moment slower and he would have been skewered through. Zhu Li presses his blade against Lin Xiu's chest. "Give up, you know full well you are no match for me. Surrender now and spare yourself the grief." He tries to reason with him. "You're already beaten to this state and you still won't yield." Zhu Li sighs inward. Lin wonder Ninger is so fixated on him. His willpower is truly something else. He recalls the zoo elder's words and ponders. As long as the boy's resolve doesn't waver, if that's the case, Ninger will make a fuss that turns the heavens upside down. Lin Xiu suddenly smiles. He pushes the blade away with his hand and says, "Fourth uncle, how can you lose focus in the middle of a fight?" Instantly, his hand closes around the sword. Ice begins creeping up the blade. The frigid chi races along the blade at blinding speed toward Zhu Li. Zhu Li reacts instantly, hurls the sword forward and leaps back. Zhu Li stares at his trembling palm, the lingering cold still biting at his skin. The ice special ability truly is formidable. "I've genuinely underestimated you." Lin Xiu retracts his frigid aura with a pleased smile, then respectfully returns the elder's sword. "Fourth uncle flatters me." "It is only because fourth uncle was holding back." Zhu Li sighs. Suddenly, the zoo elder appears from behind and smacks the back of Zhu Li's head. "Fighting a junior for so long, have you no shame?" Zhu Li turns around, aggrieved, and cries out, "Father." He bows deeply. "Father, this son has lost." The zoo elder erupts in fury. "You lost to a 19-year-old brat. Do you truly take this old man for a doddering fool?" Lin Xiu watches this father and son exchange, brimming with familial warmth, and can't help but feel moved. Truly, one who has awakened the fire special ability is as volatile as the flames themselves. Zhu Li mutters under his breath, "Father, didn't you signal me to hold back?" The old man blinks, baffled. Zhu Li presses on in a whisper, "Didn't you secretly tell me that as long as his resolve doesn't waver, that's enough?" This breathes, practically throwing his life away just to see Ninger. While the two are still exchanging hushed words, Ninger has already rushed out to check on Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, are you all right?" He smiles gently at her. "Don't cry, I'm fine." The zoo elder storms over, bellowing, "Lin family brat, release our Ninger this instant. You already have a wife. Yet you dare seduce my granddaughter. Do you think our zoo family is so easily bullied?" Ninger stamps her foot indignantly. "Grandfather, when I fell for him, he wasn't even married yet." The old man's face darkens as he thinks to himself, truly, once a daughter grows up, she can no longer be kept. Try as one might, it only becomes a headache. This old man just built up that perfect atmosphere of tension, and she went and ruined it. The zoo elder glares at Lin Xiu. "This old man has no interest in your bedroom affairs. Though you've made it this far, this old man is still a duke of the imperial court. You are neither the emperor nor a heavenly prodigy. What qualifications do you have to make the granddaughter this old man cherishes become your concubine?" Lin Xiu meets his gaze without flinching. "If I become the top-ranked prodigy on the heavenly prodigy ranking, will your grace consent to let Ninger marry me?" The zoo elder's eyes bore into him. "This world is vast and boundless. Across all the nations, geniuses like you are as numerous as grains of sand. With this meager talent of yours, what do you think you are? Don't speak of topping the heavenly prodigy ranking. if you can even break into the top 10, then this old man will no longer obstruct the matter between you and Ninger. Lin Xiu's eyes light up the moment he hears this, a grin spreading across his face. Is that true? The old man declares bluntly, this old man's word is worth 9 tripods. Once spoken, it shall not be reversed. This old man is quite curious. Had I refused to bless the two of you, what would you have done? Lin Xiu answers without a shred of fear. When I have amassed enough strength, I will come to the Zhu estate and persuade your grace. I will keep persuading until you agree, and if words fail, then I'll beat you into agreement. Ninger sees Lin Xiu's injuries and cuts and loudly, grandfather, I'm taking him to get treated. The Zhu elder watches this scene unfold and lets out a long sigh. A grown woman cannot be kept, truly she cannot be kept. But perhaps that's for the best, it proves his sincerity toward Ninger. His eyes grow distant, drifting back to the days of his youth. In my younger years I too was just as reckless. With such composure and cunning, he surpasses the useless sons of our Zhu family by far. The scene shifts, Lin Xiu's tattered clothes have been hung out to dry elsewhere. Ninger watches Lin Xiu changing into fresh clothes and asks with concern, are you really all right? He reassures her gently, don't worry, they're just minor wounds. She then leads him away. Grandfather wants us to come to him. He says there's something he still needs to tell you. Lin Xiu answers readily, let's go, it's time to face this head-on. Ninger leads Lin Xiu to where the Zhu elder rests. Grandfather, she greets him first. Lin Xiu, this old man has agreed to give you a chance. That does not mean I approve of the relationship between you two. Until you accomplish what you've promised me, keep your distance from Ninger. Lin Xiu asks, his face full of reluctance, even if I maintain my distance from Ninger. Before the heavenly prodigy ranking is reassessed within this coming year, can we not at least meet? The Zhu elder closes his eyes, visibly annoyed. Don't waste this old man's breath. If you wish to see Ninger, you must come to the Zhu estate to visit her. This old man won't stop you on those days. I only fear your cultivation will suffer for it. Ninger grips Lin Xiu's hand with worry. You must focus on your cultivation, don't bother coming to see me, it's only 1 year I can wait. He pats her hand with a smile, don't worry, I have a plan. The Zhu elder watches this sickeningly sweet display and nearly gags. This old man has said his piece, if you still won't leave. Do you plan to stay for dinner at the Zhu estate? Lin Xiu bows obediently. Your grace, this one takes his leave. Suddenly the old man calls out to Ninger, stay, there is something your grandfather wishes to say to you. The Zhu elder begins to speak with Ninger. Ninger, you wish to be with the one you love. Your grandfather does not oppose it, but have you considered this, when people speak of him in the future, they will only think of his wife. Zhao Lingjinat you Zhu Ninger. Can you truly accept that? Ninger's eyes cloud with sorrow as she averts her gaze. The old man closes his eyes and sighs. Your grandfather is also unwilling to let his granddaughter spend her whole life as a mere secondary wife beneath another. The Zhu elder steps forward and gently strokes her head. Your grandfather. Your grandfather wants to help you one last time. After this, you must rely on yourself. Ninger looks up at him stunned. Grandfather. The Zhu elder continues, you are my pride and the future of the Zhu family. For your sake there is nothing this old man would not do. Ninger's tears spill down her cheeks, her voice choked with sorrow. Grandfather, no, if you do this, you'll never be able to advance your cultivation another step in your lifetime. But the old man ignores her plea and begins channeling his cultivation power to her. The scene shifts to the front gates of the Zhu estate. Ling Yin asks with concern, they didn't give you too hard a time, did they? Lin Xiu answers calmly, no, I passed the Zhu family's trial, they won't cause me any trouble. She glances at him with a teasing look. I told you not to go around flirting with women outside, you didn't listen. And now their whole family has come knocking to settle the score. You don't believe me. She turns to remind him, don't think that just because you're a big shot at the martial arts academy you can afford to be smug. You still can't even crack the top 11 of the heavenly prodigy ranking. Everyone in the top 100 is at least at the Earth realm, or has competed in the multinational tournament and earned their place on the ranking. He trails behind her like a lost puppy. Since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Ling Yin opens her eyes and asks Lin Xiu curiously, a bet on what? He scratches his cheek and says, if, in the next multinational competition, I can break into the top 10 of the heavenly prodigy ranking, you have to give me a kiss. Ling Yin's face flushes scarlet the moment she hears Lin Xiu's words. She shouts, what did you just say? You are my brother-in-law. He calmly twists the truth without batting an eye. My relationship with your sister is purer than yours with her. We'll end up divorcing sooner or later anyway. Don't you think a single kiss is worth the price of cracking the top 10 of the heavenly prodigy ranking? She asks irritably, and if you lose? He probes, what do you want? Ling Yin blushes and replies, I haven't thought that far ahead. If I win, you must agree to 3 conditions of mine. Lin Xiu agrees generously, deal, but 3 conditions is far too few if it is. He squints, deeming it insufficient. Does she think they're haggling at a vegetable market? 5 conditions tops. Ling Yin is temporarily satisfied. Then 5 it is. He suddenly adds 1 kiss for the top 10 of the heavenly prodigy ranking, but if I rank first, then what about 1 step further? Lin Xiu's lecherous eyes drift toward Ling Yin as he strokes his chin in thought. Would that call for something more? This is a rare opportunity after all. He calls out to Ling Yin, who currently holds first place on the heavenly prodigy ranking. She immediately replies, isn't it my sister? He grins and says, then never mind. Lin Xiu and Ling Yin stroll down the road together, the people around them chattering noisily. Kai kai cha. She glances sideways in confusion. Strange Yuhi, are all these people back so early? He finds it puzzling as well, their language is quite strange. What kind of people are they? Ling Yin explains, by the sound of it, their language belongs to the Wuji nation. To compete in the multinational tournament, one must first enter and win the smaller qualifying bouts to earn eligibility. But the qualifying tournaments haven't even started yet. Lin Xiu narrows his eyes, brimming with curiosity. So that's how it is, this truly doesn't add up. Ling Yin educates him among the nations of the continent. Only the 5 great dynasties possess the authority to host the smaller qualifying tournaments. The minor nations surrounding the 5 great dynasties must travel to their territories half a year before the main competition begins to compete in the qualifying events. Only then do they earn the right to participate in the grand tournament. The minor nations surrounding Great Xia include the western regions, southern Vietnam and Nanjiao, obedient and submissive. Then there are Wuji and Fusing, outwardly bowing their heads, yet secretly harboring sinister ambitions. She teases with a smile, so don't even think about next year's competition. What matters most right now is how to shine in the qualifying tournaments a few months from now and earn your spot in the grand tournament. Lin Xiu waves his hand dismissively. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The scene shifts. Ling Yin and Lin Xiu arrive at a residence. He steps inside and praises aloud. Wanner's craftsmanship grows more exquisite by the day. She says bluntly, it can get even better, but it'll cost you extra. While savoring the delicious meal, Zhou Jin rushes in and calls out urgently, Lin Xiu, His Majesty summons you to the palace. Stop eating, we are heading back to the capital tomorrow, and so he has no choice but to pick himself up and dash off. The Xia Emperor addresses him the moment he arrives. Lin Xiu, this sovereign has a task for you. Lin Xiu cannot very well refuse and replies, please command, your majesty. The emperor recounts through gritted teeth, a small, insignificant nation called Wuji has produced a brazen martial prodigy who dares to challenge Great Xia. Tomorrow you will go to the martial arts academy and put them in their place. Demonstrate the might of our Great Xia. Lin Xiu says helplessly, the Imperial Academy is brimming with talent. Why does your majesty insist on sending only me? The Xia Emperor clenches his fist in frustration and curses loudly. Those good-for-nothings aren't worth a single damn. Lin Xiu averts his gaze slightly. He forces himself to sound dutiful. Whatever your majesty commands. This subject shall devote his full strength and showcase the might of Great Xia. However, this subject has one humble request that your majesty may grant. The emperor fixes him with a suspicious glare. You dare haggle with this sovereign, Lin Xiu quickly clarifies. This subject wishes for your majesty to issue an imperial decree, a betrothal. The Xia Emperor is puzzled. A betrothal? Who do you want to marry now? That young lady from the Zhu family is absolutely out of the question. Seeing room for negotiation, Lin Xiu beams. It's not Ningaret's, the imperial physician. The emperor cuts him off. Win this competition and I will grant your request. Lin Xiu's face contorts with joy as he bows deeply. This subject thanks your majesty. The scene transitions. The next day at the martial arena, Kim San deftly dodges a flurry of attacks. His entire body moves like a swallow in flight, graceful, fluid, evading every strike with ease. Kim San's eyes narrow as he sneers coldly. Too slow, far too slow. He lashes out with lightning speed, his legs snapping forward in a vicious kick. The spear-wielding opponent is sent flying clean off the arena platform. The spectators below grow anxious, their hearts pounding with dread. The vice principal furrows his brow, deep in troubled thought. A challenge from some insignificant nation and not a single person dares to step forward. Has great Xia truly lost all face today? The headmaster of a neighboring nation smiles and says, "We came here to learn. We wonder if your esteemed academy has any talented students worth sparring with. We humbly seek your guidance." The vice principal grows visibly uncomfortable. "Of course we do, it's just that at the moment." Suddenly, Lin Xiu strides forward and sweeps the spear off the ground with his foot. He grips the spear firmly and declares, "Leave it to me, headmaster." The vice principal calls out in surprise, "Lin Xiu." Cold sweat beads on the old man's forehead. Give that boy another year and perhaps he'd stand a chance, but right now, Lin Xiu is likely no match for that opponent. Kim San raises his hand in a martial salute. "I humbly seek your guidance." Lin Xiu returns the courtesy. Lin Xiu likewise seeks your esteemed instruction. Then comes a long, thundering drum roll signaling the start of the match. Kim San moves with blinding speed, his entire figure vanishing from where he stood. Kim San raises the wooden sword high above his head, poised to cleave down upon Lin Xiu. But Lin Xiu merely draws a calm, deep breath. From that breath, he exhales an enormous blast of frigid qi that freezes the air and halts his opponent in his tracks. Kim San's face twists in shock, his words stumbling out in disbelief. "What?" In that instant, Kim San's entire body is encased in Lin Xiu's frigid frozen solid, utterly immobilized. The two other observers are equally stunned by the sight. "What?" He froze the entire arena in the blink of an eye. That requires a fourth awakening ice special ability. His special ability realm has already reached the upper echelon of the mysterious realm. Lin Xiu gazes calmly at his frozen opponent and speaks. "I held back." Ling Yin watches from the stands, her eyes wide with shock and contemplation. "He's only cultivated for such a short time, yet he's already caught up to 10 years of my training. I fear from here on, he'll only pull further and further ahead." The crowd below erupts in thunderous cheers. We won, we won. Brilliant, Lin Xiu. You surnamed Kim crawl back to the Wuji nation where you came from." The Wuji delegation cries out in disbelief. This is blatant cheating. This was supposed to be a martial arts exchange. Did he use a special ability? The crowd below rolls their eyes in contempt. "What nonsense, don't tell us your people didn't use special abilities. Without special abilities, who among you could even put up a fight? So only you are allowed to use them. But we're not, do you people even have the face to say that?" The dean from the Wuji kingdom frowned in confusion. Lin Xiu had already undergone his fourth awakening, while Kim San had only completed his third. This was hardly a fair contest. The vice dean refused to yield, retorting without a shred of courtesy, "Fairness in your Wuji kingdom simply means only you are allowed to win." Lin Xiu descended to the floor and instructed, "Vice Dean Chen, it's fine, that round doesn't count. I won't use my special ability, I'll fight him bare, surely that satisfies him." Kim San narrowed his eyes and restated the terms, "If you won't use your special ability, then neither will I. We compete on equal footing." Lin Xiu grinned with effortless confidence. "You should go ahead and use it, otherwise this will end far too quickly." Kim San was genuinely infuriated to the point of fury by that remark. Kim San raised his sword and lunged with vicious intent, determined to strike him down for daring to look at him like that, but to his dismay, the blade only sank into the ground. Lin Xiu had already circled behind him and unleashed a devastating blow. Kim San hoisted his sword to block, but dust and debris exploded in all directions. Lin Xiu appeared before him in an instant, spear leveled at his throat. "I told Yao you may use your special ability." From the sidelines, Ming Ha fixed Ling Yin with a strange, probing gaze. "You already knew his true strength, didn't you?" Ling Yin cursed under her breath. "Knew, like hell I knew. If I had, I never would have made that bet with him. If he truly broke into the top 10 of the Heavenly Prodigy ranking, then." Kim San gritted his teeth in bitter frustration. "You are far too arrogant." From that point on, Kim San evaded Lin Xiu's subsequent strikes with casual ease. Suddenly, his expression turned vigilant as he fixed his eyes forward. Kim San was unleashing his ultimate sword technique, a killing blow hurtling straight toward Lin Xiu. A towering spectral silhouette erupted from Lin Xiu's body, snapping Kim San's sword clean in two. Lin Xiu's spear locked onto its target. The Adam's apple and surged forward before stopping dead in its tracks. Kim San stared at the spear tip hovering before his throat and muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Kim San's face darkened as he spoke in a somber voice. I've lost. Lin Xiu offered a courteous critique. You are truly fast, but you rely too heavily on speed. Know this when absolute power stands before you. No amount of speed matters. Kim San said nothing further and simply replied, I thank you for the lesson. Lin Xiu placed a hand on Kim San's shoulder in reassurance. You're no slouch yourself, your raw strength is formidable. At that moment, the system's notification rang out, replication in progress. Lin Xiu was startled to discover that Kim San's strength could be replicated. Oh, his expression shifted into one of deep contemplation. How could this be? The replication power within his body stirred. After his last breakthrough, he had clearly already replicated 4 strengths. But before he could dwell on it, a roar erupted from the audience. Senior brother Lin is incredible. He cultivates both special abilities and martial arts. Next year's competition will definitely crack the Heavenly Prodigy ranking. Is there even any doubt? Who knows this time, the top 10 of the Heavenly Prodigy ranking. Our great Xia might have not 1 but 2 representatives. Now I finally understand why Miss Zhao agreed to marry senior brother Lin. Besides senior brother Lin, who else in this world is worthy of her? Zhou Jin's voice rang out announcing, His Majesty summons you. From within the hall came the Xia Emperor's voice, brimming with satisfaction. Excellent, a mere Wuji kingdom dares to bully our great Xia, how laughable. He praised warmly, good lady, you've done splendidly. Lin Xiu replied humbly, Your Majesty, about the matter you previously agreed to. The Xia Emperor waved his hand without stinginess. This Emperor's promise to you shall be honored, but do not spend every waking moment chasing after matters of romantic love. This Emperor still hopes you can bring glory to our nation in next year's competition. Lin Xiu beamed as though a festival had arrived. Your subject shall attend to them all diligently, neglecting not a single one. The scene shifts. Under the glow of a full moon, 2 guards patrol the streets, lanterns in hand. One guard, weary from the long watch, yawns repeatedly. Suddenly, an eerie gust of wind sweeps past the 2 guards. They turn to look puzzled. Who did something just pass by? Your eyes are playing tricks on you. It was just the wind. Nothing moves that fast. The scene shifts again. Lin Xiu pushes open a door and startles. Imperial Physician Mei, what are you doing here? Don't tell me the old emperor arranged this for me. She rises to greet him. Young Master Lingjun stands nearby and explains, I brought her back. The physician recounts her ordeal. The young master of the Donghua Duke's manor forced me to perform at his pleasure manor. Miss Zhao rescued me, but in doing so, we've offended the Donghua Duke's household. Lingjun waves her hand dismissively. I once owed you a wedding night, consider this my repayment, from this day forth we are even. Lin Xiu chuckles awkwardly, thank you. He gently takes the physician's hand in his. Today at the Pear Blossom Garden it was some young master from the Donghua Duke's manor. The physician recounts, I heard the servants call him third young master. Lin Xiu narrows his eyes, fury simmering within. xianxia agonies, he courting death. The scene leaps forward. Lin Xiu vaults onto the rooftops of the Donghua Duke's manor, scanning the interior and observing the movements of a departing guard. Inside, Zhang Jing gnaws on an apple, seething. He stabs a fruit knife into the table and snarls. Never mind, Zhao Lingjunevan, the head of the pleasure house, dares defy me. Once my guards bring back her head, I'll turn it into. The candle flickers in a bizarre, unnatural manner. Zhang Jing's eyes glaze over and his pupils shift to an eerie, ghostly violet. He loses consciousness and raises the fruit knife high above himself. Moments later, blood spills across the floor in a long, spreading stain. Dies without a single sound. The scene shifts to the Lihua pleasure house. An older woman murmurs, getting out of that place wasn't so simple. Why hunt someone to the bitter end like this? A masked figure warns, blame yourself for offending the wrong person. The older woman hears this and lets out a cold laugh. Oh, really? An instant later, a clean, razor-thin cut appears across the masked figure's throat. She gazes up at the moon overhead and murmurs with a faint smile. After tonight, the imperial capital shall know peace no more. The scene advances to the next morning. Lin Xiu is still yawning from the assassination the previous night when Zhou Jin approaches and asks, Miss Zhao, forgive my boldness, where were you last night? Lingjun steps calmly outside and replies with composure, I was in my chamber the entire night cultivating. He presses, is there anyone who can vouch for that? She nods, the maidservants in the manor can all confirm it. Lin Xiu steps forward and inquires, Chief Steward Zhou, has something happened? Zhou Jin announces, the third young master of the Zhang family was assassinated last night. I act under His Majesty's orders to investigate all those who came into contact with him over the past few days. I do not suspect Miss Zhao, I merely ask for your understanding and cooperation. Lin Xiu feigns shock, Zhang San is dead. Lin Xiu volunteers eagerly, if we're talking about conflicts, Zhang San and I have crossed swords before as well. Last night Zhou Jin cuts him off hastily. I do not suspect young Master Lin, there is no need for you to provide an alibi, I must return to the palace to report, until we meet again. Lin Xiu waves his hand in farewell. Chief Steward Zhou about the imperial marriage decree. Zhou Jin departs without so much as a backward glance, go ask the Ministry of Rights. At that moment, Lin Xiu's mother enters, visibly anxious. Lingjun, I heard Xiu'er intends to take a concubine. Rest assured I haven't given my blessing and no one sets foot through the doors of the Lin family without my approval. Lingjun explains gently, Mother, you misunderstand. I am usually too busy cultivating to spend time with my husband. It was I who arranged a concubine for him Somyeon to care for him in my stead. Suddenly the physician emerges from the kitchen carrying a bowl cheerfully. Sister Zhao, I made some congee. Lin Xiu rushes to make introductions. Father, Mother This is the imperial physician. She bows her head in a flustered curtsy. This humble one greets uncle and auntie. The moment Lin Xiu's mother catches sight of the physician's beauty, her eyes light up instantly. She seizes the young woman's hands warmly. Our first meeting and I haven't prepared any gifts. This bracelet, you take it, from now on we are family. Lin Xiu stares at his mother, utterly exasperated. Weren't you supposed to come here and scold her? How did it end with you giving away jewelry? But then again, it was hardly surprising. With the physician's gentle temperament and elegant grace, it would be difficult for any elder not to take a liking to her. His mother glances sidelong at Lin Xiu and says, the affairs of you young people I, as an elder, won't interfere too much. As long as you're all happy and well, your father and I can rest easy. The scene shifts to the Zhang family's morning hall. The imperial uncle strides in and demands answers. How exactly did the young master die? A servant stammers in terror, it had nothing to do with us. At the time the young master was alone in his room. The door was still locked tight. When we entered, the young master had already taken his own life. The imperial uncle's face twists with rage as he barks his order. Drag them out and deal with them. The servants wail, spare us, spare our lives. The long-bearded man had devised a scheme capable of killing the young master without a single guard detecting a thing. The strength of this assassin is at least the upper stage of Earthrealm, perhaps even higher. Could it be the work of the Tiandao Alliance? He denied it. Perhaps there is someone else. I suspect it is merely an ordinary xianxia son of the Anhu account who was murdered. The scene shifts to the Ministry of Rights. An official inside advises Lord Lin Xiu there are rules governing the taking of a concubine. The sedan chair may not enter through the main gate. And the bridal attire cannot be red, nor may she bow to heaven and earth. Parents, he waves his hand in annoyance. Spare me these rules. The sedan enters through the main gate. The bridal gown must be red, and she will bow to heaven, earth, and her parents, all of them. The officials of the Ministry of Rights grow a headache, but Lord Lin Xiu's residence sits outside their jurisdiction. Peach blossom petals flutter and dance through the air. A procession along the street carries a red sedan toward Lin Xiu's estate. The crowd erupts in chatter. How is this brat's luck so heaven-defying? He's already married Miss Zhao, and now he's taking a concubine too. They say the concubine is a great beauty as well. The man truly has extraordinary fortunate as a noble young lord. He still steps forward for the common folk. When the Wuxia kingdom came to challenge us, he was the one who turned the tide and preserved the Xia dynasty's face. Some onlookers watch the bride step out, burning with envy, truly feeling she is not worthy of Miss Zhao. If I could marry a wife like that, I wouldn't spare another glance at any other woman for the rest of my life. How can he not cherish her? Marry Miss Zhao as if someone like you is worthy. By now, lanterns glow within the bridal chamber. Lin Xiu gazes intently into the imperial physician's eyes and tells her she is too beautiful. She calls out softly, my lord, it is time to extinguish the candles." Ling Jun passes by the chamber door and catches the sounds from within. Her face flushes scarlet as she quickly turns away. And so from that night, the darkness yields to the dawn of the next day. A small bowl of rich, nourishing porridge sits upon the table. Lin Xiu carries the bowl over and says she is awake. "You tumbled about so late last night, aren't you exhausted?" The physician's eyes glisten as she looks at him and answers, "It is my fault, I slept far too late. I still haven't paid respects to father and mother-in-law, nor served tea to my elder sister." Lin Xiu gently feeds her, urging, "Eat something first." Ling Jun had gone out the night before and has only just returned. After she finishes eating, the physician goes to pay her respects to Ling Jun. Ling Jun accepts the silver teacup. "There's no need to be so formal, from now on you needn't serve tea to me." The physician smiles gently and replies, "These are the rules, this humble one must observe them." Ling Jun suddenly sets the teacup down on the table. "I intend to return to my parents' estate for a few days." Lin Xiu walks beside her and says, "I will escort you. Along the way, I shall bring some fine wine for father-in-law and a few bottles of the latest perfume for mother-in-law. Stay with them for a few days, spend more time by their side. In truth, I can breathe easier this way. I can fully devote myself to the world of two." In truth, Ling Jun's face has already turned completely crimson. After last night's tremendous commotion, who could possibly remain here? The scene shifts once more. Nightfall the following day. The physician and Lin Xiu lean close together. He asks her, "Are you tired today?" The physician laughs and says the joy far outweighs any weariness. Lin Xiu suddenly assumes a lecherous expression. "Then allow this husband to relieve your fatigue for you." The physician blushes and reminds Lin Xiu, "My lord, extinguish the candles first." Another night passes and the sky brightens once more. Lin Xiu's face is slightly haggard as he watches the physician sleeping soundly, lost in thought. The Xia emperor spoke true. He cannot drown himself in matters of love. He still has a competition to attend, and with his current strength, breaking into the top 10 of the heavenly prodigy ranking remains a distant dream. Resolve flashes in his eyes. He must uncover the reason his replication power has shifted so drastically. This will determine how many hidden aces he holds. He needs to find someone who has awakened the gold element's special ability to verify his theory. The scene shifts to the nation's special ability academy. The academy dean strokes his beard and laughs heartily. Who would have thought this old man's eyes were so blind? "From this day forth, you are a student of my Tianzi Academy." Lin Xiu clasps his fist and bows. "Many thanks, Dean." The dean gives him a meaningful look and adds, "In a few days there will be an opportunity to train at the extreme north. That place harbors a vast trove of ice element special abilities, concealing the chance for an Earth realm breakthrough. Which of you two wishes to go?" Lin Xiu points at Ling Yin, while Ling Yin points right back at Lin Xiu. He offers a ready excuse, "I've only just married. I haven't enjoyed it nearly long enough. If someone wants to go, let her." She grows irritated and taunts him, "And this is how you think you'll crack the top 10 of the heavenly prodigy ranking?" Ming He narrows his eyes in exasperation. "Are you truly this foolish or merely pretending? Something so simple and you still cannot grasp it." Ling Yin asks, "Grasp what?" The princess winks. "If he didn't put it that way, how could he openly and legitimately yield this opportunity to you? Truly, I cannot fathom why the two of you weren't the ones who married each other in the first place." Ling Yin's face turns scarlet as she stammers, "You two even practice ice-fire dual cultivation. We haven't you married?" Bai Zhang steps forward and calls out, "Little thief, you hide yourself well. Your talent is not bad either." Lin Xiu, bored, asks, "Do you know if anyone in our Special Ability Academy has awakened the gold element special ability?" "Curious are we? Why are you asking about that?" The boy still wears his bored expression. "Just tell me." He points at someone nearby. "See that girl sleeping on the table over there? The daughter of ancient Count." Following Bai Zhang's outstretched finger, Lin Xiu lays eyes upon a beauty lost in deep slumber. Lin Xiu approaches and reaches out with an invisible hand to touch the girl. The system flashes a notification: replication in progress. He falls into deep contemplation. His guess was indeed correct. Flight and psychic power belong to the same power system. The golden body and gold element special ability likewise share the same system. Yet replication cannot work within the same system, which is precisely why he was only able to replicate the concealment speed ability. Lin Xiu departs, leaving behind a bewildered Bai Zhang. Fortunately, he is not some clueless fool chasing after folk games otherwise. Who knows how many innocent women would have fallen prey. The scene shifts to nightfall once more. Ling Yin's voice rings out. In a few days I must travel to a rather distant place. It may be months before I return. She asks Qin Wan with curiosity. Ling Junjai once said when a man treats a woman exceptionally well and gives her every good thing. What does it mean? Qin Wan explains, it means that man has feelings for her. Ling Yin confides, but he already has a wife. Qin Wan responds bluntly, so what? Ling Yin leans forward slightly and asks again, what if the woman doesn't like him back? Qin Wan hears this and turns to stare at her in surprise. Qin Wan speaks up with a question of her own, do you truly not have feelings for him? Ling Yin's face flushes crimson with guilt as she stammers, I never said it was me. Suddenly, Lin Xiu appears out of nowhere, remarking, the moon tonight is truly beautiful. The moment Ling Yin spots him, she turns on her heel and walks away without the slightest hesitation. He narrows his eyes in confusion. What's wrong with her? Qin Wan smirks, why don't you try guessing? The two of them stare together at the door Ling Yin has just slammed shut. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the royal capital. The Pinyin Countess admonishes her daughter, when you are out there alone, you must take good care of yourself, the cold there is severe. Dress warmly, Ling Yin sighs softly. Mother has forgotten the colder a place is, the more I love it. I will take good care of myself, please set your mind at ease. Ling Yin then adds, father and mother must also take care of yourselves. She shoots a sharp glance toward Lin Xiu, a silent warning. My room, you had better keep it for me. Lin Xiu scratches his cheek with an awkward grin. I'll tidy up regularly for you, I promise. The old woman bows respectfully and announces, Miss Zhao, we must take our leave. Upon hearing this, she channels her cultivation power alongside the old woman and soars into the sky. Lin Xiu watches the scene in silence, a strange emptiness settling in his heart. The scene shifts to the Lin estate. He mutters as he walks, Ling Yin has left. Ming He and Li Beijing have also departed the imperial capital, heading to Fire Mountain to cultivate alongside Fu Sangguo and Lei Du of the Zhou kingdom. He sighs inwardly. So many people leaving at once leaves an inexplicable sense of loss gnawing at his heart. At that very moment, a familiar lock of long hair drifts past Lin Xiu. His eyes widen as he watches the familiar strand flutter by. Ling Yin's figure materializes before him, and Lin Xiu calls out in a daze. Ling Yin, he shouts joyfully. Ling Yin, why haven't you left yet? Lin Xiu reaches out in excitement, desperate to touch her. Yet the moment his hand makes contact, the figure dissolves into thin air. His eyes widen in shock as he swiftly realizes it was nothing but an illusion. Lin Xiu blinks in confusion and turns to hunt down the culprit. Spotting Qin Wan, he heaves a sigh. I knew it was you, she giggles and asks, how about it? Feeling any better now? Pay extra and I offer other services too. Qin Wan transforms into Ling Yin's likeness and names her price 10 taels of silver per touch. She winks. Interested? She quickly adds a caveat, only the face is allowed. Lin Xiu, amused despite himself, teases back, you might as well become a highway robber. Qin Wan replies brightly, the choice is in your hands. If you ever want to see Zhao Lingyin, you can find me anytime. Suddenly, a sharp, unbearable pain twists through her lower abdomen. Qin Wan doubles over in agony, clutching her stomach right in front of Lin Xiu. He drops his shameless demeanor at once and rushes to support her with concern. That time of the month, Lin Xiu gently takes Qin Wan's hand and guides her along. Back to my room, I'll give you a massage. After the massage, she sighs out a wistful wish. In the next life, I pray I'm never born a woman again. Lin Xiu chuckles warmly as he continues rubbing. If those few days every month are too unbearable, I have a method that can free you from the pain entirely. The treatment's effect lasts at least 10 months. Qin Wan raises an eyebrow with a suggestive smile. Then why don't you do it for me? He delights inward. Lithas is a golden opportunity to take liberties. Who else but me could shoulder such a grueling task? Qin Wan begins to tease. Want me to transform into a shape you like? His face stiffens instantly. No need. He sighs to himself. This woman is on a completely different level. After the massage, Lin Xiu prepares a warm bowl of noodles for everyone to eat. Lin Xiu asks curiously, Imperial physician, how did you know I was here? She smiles and replies, you didn't come home last night, so I guessed you must be here. I made breakfast and brought it along. Qin Wan praises, the Imperial physician's culinary skills are truly excellent. The Imperial physician smiles politely. You flatter me. Lin Xiu is eating heartily when something catches his eye, making hin pause. She asks curiously, Chief Steward Zhou, what brings you here? Does His Majesty have business with me again? Zhou Jin announces this servant has come today for Miss Qin. Qin Wan's face freezes in bewilderment upon hearing she is sought. He explains these are all essence crystals from the mysterious realm. This humble one hopes Miss Qin will cultivate diligently and break through to the Earth realm before the competition. His Majesty holds great expectations for you. Lin Xiu's eyebrows shoot up in disbelief. That dog emperor is actually this generous. Is this competition truly so important to the empire? Zhou Jin glances at him and says, Young Master Lin, His Majesty also asked me to relay a message. Please do not waste your time. Focus on your cultivation. Lin Xiu's expression shifts instantly to a cheerful grin as he rubs his hands together. Please reassure His Majesty I train diligently every single day. Does His Majesty happen to have any gifts for me as well? This display makes Zhou Jin pause to assess him. Young Master Lin, please restrain yourself. After seeing Chief Steward Zhou off, Lin Xiu rests his chin on his hand and ponders. Ling Yin, Ming He, and Li Beizheng all have their own fortuitous encounters. Qin Wan even has that dog emperor throwing his full support behind her. It seems I need to take cultivation seriously now. If I can't even secure a spot in the top 10 of the Heavenly Prodigy ranking, it'll be utterly humiliating. Lin Xiu speaks up. Do you happen to know if there are any metallic mineral veins around our territory? Qin Wan looks puzzled. Why are you asking about that? He bluffs casually. I have a friend who possesses a metal element special ability, just asking on their behalf. She explains to Lin Xiu, all the mineral veins within the Great Xia Empire have already been excavated. Jiangnan does have one mineral vein with a large reserve of metals, but it belongs to the Zhang family. His eyes suddenly light up at the mention of Jiangnan. He rolls his eyes in realization. Could this be mere coincidence? The imperial physician hails from Jiangnan. Lin Xiu composes himself and continues probing. Imperial physician, you've been away from home for so many years. Do you miss it? We haven't had our honeymoon trip yet. Why not visit your hometown? She responds softly, My lord, you're so good to me. He gazes up at the heavens and muses. Cultivating a metal element special ability relies entirely on metallic resources. If one could train within a mineral vein rich in metals, the chances of success would naturally soar. The scene shifts to a bustling district. This is Jiangnan. Rows of wooden houses line the riverbank, presenting a picture of utter tranquility. A plate of pastries has somehow appeared on the table. The imperial physician stands before a shop and sighs with nostalgia. This store is still here. When I was little, I loved their osmanthus cakes the most, but we only got half a piece each during New Year. Lin Xiu pats her hand gently. If you like them, I'll come buy them for you whenever you want. He is already scheming using this trip to escort the imperial physician home to visit family as a pretext for coming to Jiangnan. Once night falls and the imperial physician falls asleep, he will sneak over to the Zhang family's mineral vein to survey the situation. The two of them leave the shop and enter a narrow alley. She stands before a doorway and asks tentatively, Excuse me, is this the Gu residence? A young man steps outside and calls out in astonishment, Sis, your second sister. Lin Xiu narrows his eyes, observing the reunion. The imperial physician had told him she has 4 siblings. Eldest sister became a maidservant for a wealthy household. She herself joined a theater troupe. Third sister was given away as a child bride. The one before you must be fourth brother. Her brother's eyes brim with tears as he stammers, Second sister, where have you been all these years? When mother and father were on their deathbed, they kept mentioning you. Upon hearing this, the imperial physician's own tears overflow. Father and mother have. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu is coaxing the 2 children nearby, handing them coins. Here, go buy some candied hawthorn. He waves goodbye to the children. Go quickly and come back soon. Suddenly, one of the children stumbles and bumps into someone's leg. The child looks up nervously to see who it is. Upon seeing Boss Huang towering over them with a murderous expression, the children scatter in terror, desperate to flee. The imperial physician's brother hurries over to greet him. Boss Huang, didn't we already pay this month's protection fee? The man bellows, Today you're wearing yellow, clashing with this great lord's outfit. That demands punishment. The young man asks nervously, Boss Huang, aren't you wearing red today? The question stuns him for a few seconds and his underlings stifle their laughter behind him. Boss Huang roars in fury, I wore yellow yesterday and I might wear it again tomorrow. Lin Xiu suddenly produces a banknote from his sleeve and declares confidently to Boss Huang, I'll pay their protection fees for an entire year in advance. Hearing this, Boss Huang beams and reaches out eagerly to take the money. Now that's more like it. A cunning smirk suddenly spreads across Lin Xiu's face. You actually dare to take it. Just as Boss Huang's fingers reach for the banknote, Lin Xiu seizes the man instantly, unleashing his special ability. A bone-chilling cold engulfs the hand and the man lets out a blood-curdling scream. Young master, spare my life. Lin Xiu does not spare his words of warning. Have your little brother summon the constable. Return tenfold every coin you've stolen. Or keep it and wait for your family to burn it down to you in the afterlife. Boss Huang answers with trembling terror, why yes, sir. Seeing the matter resolved, Lin Xiu takes his leave. You stay here, I'll take a stroll on my own. The physician smiles warmly and bows, many thanks, sir. The scene shifts to a stone bridge arching gracefully over a river. Lin Xiu picks up a handcrafted teacup, lost in contemplation. The noble consort hails from Jiangnan as well, bringing these pastries back with us. She's sure to adore them. Suddenly, the heavy rumble of cart wheels echoes through the air. 3 iron cages, each imprisoning a person, are hauled down the street. The crowd erupts in murmurs. What crimes have these people committed? Why are they being dragged away like this? I heard they're rebels from the Tiandao Alliance. They attempted to assassinate the prefecture lord's son and failed, so they were captured. They're being carted to the execution grounds for public beheading. I also heard they killed the young master of the Zhang family in the imperial capital. In just a few months, the Zhang clan has launched a sweeping purge to hunt down every last member of the Tiandao Alliance. One spectator remarks with an amused grin that this entire affair was a trap laid specifically for them who knew they'd actually catch a few. Lin Xiu sees the innocent dragged into the consequences of his actions. His brow furrows deeply. Not good, I've implicated my comrades. Zhang Jing was killed by me. The Zhang family could not find the real culprit, so they pinned the blame squarely on the Tiandao Alliance. By now, the 3 Tiandao Alliance members have been bound and dragged onto the execution grounds. The presiding judge declares in a booming voice, 3 rebels, have you any last words? The Tiandao Alliance member spits back with equal fury, dog officials, kill me and 10,000 more will rise to take my place. Righteous heroes fill this land, you cannot exterminate them all. Even if we die today, sooner or later someone will avenge us. Dog officials, we shall await you in the Yellow Springs. Enraged by the defiance, the judge hurls the execution token down onto the platform. The executioner hears the command and raises his great blade high. At that razor-thin instant between life and death, figures burst out from every alleyway and shadow. Move! The bound Tiandao Alliance member shouts a desperate warning, run, don't worry about use, it's a trap. The instant the words leave his lips, a massive slab of rock erupts from the earth, blocking the rescuer's path. The duo and his companions stare at the towering wall of stone before them, jaws dropping in disbelief. What? Suddenly, crimson sparks erupt from beneath the boulder in furious bursts. A figure stands atop the peak of the rock, gazing down upon them with cold authority. This is the one who commands the earth element special ability. I never imagined you rebels would actually dare show your faces at the execution grounds. He shouts down at the officials below. What are you gawking at? Continue the execution, leave these few rebels to us. The executioner obeys and raises the blade once more, bringing it down toward the condemned man's neck. But the very instant the blade nears the prisoner's neck, an invisible force seizes control of it. No matter how the executioner strains, his muscles corded with effort, he cannot move the blade an inch. Then, as if rebelling against its wielder, the blade rips itself free from the executioner's grip. It hurtles straight toward the judge standing behind. In a flash, Zhu Long lunges forward, shielding the judge with his body. He draws the blade at his waist in one fluid motion, the edge gleams with an ominous sheen. The moment it clears the scabbard, a torrent of devastating strikes rains down. The iron sword shatters into countless fragments, scattering across the ground like broken glass. Zhu Long narrows his eyes, every sense on high alert. A metal element special ability user-own who manipulates metal itself. A body tough as forged steel, this turtle-shelled brat is the worst type of opponent to face. He shouts his challenge into the shadows, skulking in the darkness. Where's the skill in that? If you've got the guts, step into the light, face me head-on like a man. Zhu Long's eyes suddenly bulge as he catches movement to one side. A blade swings down from behind him, sharp reflexes save him, and he twists aside just in time. Then a second attacker draws a sword and lunges at Zhu Long. The battlefield has shifted a 2-against-1 melee. Zhu Long roars in fury, "Have you lost your minds? You dare commit treason?" But as he looks at the two who just attacked him, their eyes are hollow and eerily vacant as if puppeted by some unseen hand. Zhu Long's expression softens slightly. He quickly grasps the truth: these men are being controlled. Zhu Long falls silent, standing on guard as the two close in step by step. The Tiandao Alliance members behind whisper, "Branch Master, is this the expert you summoned?" De Duo squints and answers, "I've no idea who's intervening either. Save the people first, we'll sort everything else later." Suddenly, Zhu Long's eyes snap wide as he whips his head to one side. The condemned prisoners have already cut their bonds and vanished without a trace. He bellows, "The rebels have escaped." The crowd surges into a frenzy. Zhu Long commands after them, "Now." Flames erupt without warning, roaring upward into a blazing wall of fire. The inferno blocks any pursuit. They stand helpless, watching the blaze spread ever wider. Zhu Long's fury boils over. Metal element special ability, puppet control, fire manipulation, and even a spiritual consciousness powerful enough to influence the minds of others. Since when did the Tiandao Alliance harbor someone this powerful? The scene shifts to a cave hidden in the forest beyond the city. De Duo clasps his fists and bows in solemn greeting. "This humble one is Zheng Li, branch master of the Tiandao Alliance's Jiangnan branch. I thank you, honored friend, for your timely rescue. My gratitude knows no bounds." Lin Xiu raises a hand and speaks gently, "There is no need for courtesy among heroes. I have long admired those who stand against tyranny for the sake of justice. Coming upon this situation, I could hardly stand idle while good men perish at the hands of dog officials. I remain in the shadows because certain female companions of mine find it inconvenient to reveal themselves. I hope you understand." De Duo waves such concerns aside. "Such trifles matter not. I thank all you heroes for your life-saving intervention. Should you ever have need of us in the future, even if it means scaling a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of fire, I shall not refuse." Lin Xiu smiles and speaks openly, hiding nothing. "Lady Aki of your esteemed alliance is a dear friend of mine. For her sake alone I could not stand by and watch lives be snuffed out." The man exclaims in surprise, "Hero, you know Miss Chen?" Lin Xiu recalls her form and thinks to himself, "Know her, her figure, her waist, every last mole on her body. I know them all far too intimately." He asks with a grin, "May I ask where Lady Aki resides these days?" De Duo answers honestly, "Miss Chen's whereabouts are unpredictable. Even I do not know her exact location, but I know that in 1 month's time she will most certainly appear at—" Lin Xiu presses where. De Duo lowers his head and replies, "My deepest apologies. This is a matter of the highest secrecy within the Tiandao Alliance. It concerns the lives and deaths of countless brothers. Zheng cannot reveal it. Unless the hero joins our Tiandao Alliance." Lin Xiu agrees without hesitation, "I'll join, in truth. We've already slain corrupt nobles who oppressed the common folk. In a sense, we are already comrades." De Duo's eyes light up. Lin Xiu suddenly turns aside, flashing a signal, "Everyone, wait here a moment. I'll fetch the proof of our induction." A short while later, Lin Xiu drags several unconscious men before the Tiandao Alliance members. The moment they see, they erupt in excitement. The entire Zhang household from Jiangnan, the Jiangnan prefecture lord himself and his son. Every Tiandao Alliance member present drops to their knees in unison. Lin Xiu says hastily, "Is this really necessary?" They explain through trembling voices, "My parents were beaten to death by the Jiangnan prefecture Lord San on his orders. Hero, you avenged them for me, I must kneel. My sister was dishonored by the Zhang clan, she threw herself to her death. I went to the Yamen to report the crime. But they beat me half to death and threw me into prison. If not for the branch master's intervention, that dog official would have had my head." De Duo suddenly speaks up, "I still don't know the hero's honored name." Lin Xiu waves his hand and produces a spur-of-the-moment alias Li Xiaojiao. De Duo says with deep gratitude, "Junior brother Xiaojiao, welcome to the Tiandao Alliance." Lin Xiu asks curiously, "By the way, what do you intend to do with these men?" De Duo answers firmly, "We shall let the common folk of Jiangnan decide their fate." Lin Xiu replies with satisfaction, "Good. "These men are yours then, I have other matters to attend to, I'll take my leave first." The scene shifts to the grand estate of the Murong family in Jiangnan. Old Master Murong sets down his tea and asks what's all that commotion outside. The attendant at his side reports, "Father, the Zhang family's son went missing yesterday and the Wang father and son were discovered dead on the road. That's what has the city in an uproar." He picks up his teacup, eyes glinting with curiosity. Was it the Tiandao Alliance's doing? The middle-aged man supporting Old Master Murong replies, "No. I heard they were alive at first, but as more and more onlookers gathered. By the time the Zhang family arrived, all four were already dead." He lets out a soft chuckle. "They brought this upon themselves." Old Master Murong inquires, "How is Yuer's cultivation progressing?" The middle-aged man answers, "She has made great strides these past few days, but she remains a ways off from the Earth realm." The old man's eyes grow sharp and cold as he murmurs to himself, "The world is vast. The girl should not be confined to this petty corner of Jiangnan her entire life. This minor competition ahead, let her go and test herself." In the silent stillness of night, a streak of azure light weaves through the sky. A pair of ethereal feet touches the earth, light as a drifting feather. Lin Xiu gazes around with leisurely, nostalgic eyes. He wishes to engrave every room, every tree, every rock garden into the deepest chambers of his heart. "When I return to the imperial capital, I shall present the imperial consort a surprising gift." But his visit had already been discovered by Murong Yu. She was currently using her long sword to interrogate someone. Nevertheless, Lin Xiu's razor-sharp gaze still left her somewhat wary, a truly terrifying sensation. Win's special ability. Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, Murong Yu repeated coldly, "Who are you?" To ease the tense atmosphere, he flashed a friendly smile and reassured her, "Don't be tense. Just passing through." But she had already vaguely guessed someone from the Tiandao Alliance. Perhaps that was why Murong Yu relaxed her guard. "Was it you people who struck against the Zhang father and son and the Jiangnan governor's residence?" She then placed her hand on a jug of wine that had been set on the table beforehand. Just moments ago she had threatened him with a sword, and now she casually extended an invitation. "Want a drink? This jug costs 200 taels of silver, and even with money, you can't buy it." Though Murong Yu was being quite hospitable, Lin Xiu regretfully declined. "I don't drink." Because there was a truth he couldn't bear to reveal, this was actually Hongni-dwelling wine. This grade sells in the imperial capital for only 30 to 40 taels of silver. You've been swindled by the middleman. If he himself became a profiteer earning 170 taels per jug, 100 jugs. Lin Xiu suddenly recalled something important. "What's your name?" She calmly poured the wine. "Murong Yu, and you?" He began to act mysterious. "My name is not important. Let me ask you something. What is the imperial consort to you?" Since Lin Xiu refused to answer, she used the same approach to reply, "Cannot say." But Murong Yu froze immediately when he pulled out a bribe. She changed her question, "Tell me the imperial consort's name. And this jug of wine is yours, how about it?" She was truly a drunkard, her eyes lit up like lanterns. After a few polite coughs, she answered without hesitation. "The imperial consort's name is Murong Mingzhu." The moment those words left her lips, Murong Yu grew puzzled. "But why are you asking about this?" To her surprise, only silence remained before her. He was gone. The rustling night wind could not quell Murong Yu's curiosity. Why would someone from the Tiandao Alliance take such interest in my aunt's affairs? On the other hand, at the Zhang family's mining district, the sounds of hammering echoed without cease through the night. The clashing of picks against rock was deafening. While the miners toiled away, a dazzling golden glimmer appeared out of nowhere. It turned out to be the spiritual energy radiating from the metal ore they had just mined. And that surge of energy converged toward the spot where Lin Xiu stood. His current state could only be described as riding on cloud nine, utterly blissful. Simply by approaching the mine, the metal's special ability within his body stirred to life. At that very moment, someone bellowed and hurled a weapon straight at Lin Xiu. What lowly wretch dares steal ore here? With formidable martial prowess, he simply tilted his body back to evade the lethal strike. But wariness instantly surged within him. Not good a peak, Earthrealm expert. After delivering his warning strike, the expert surged forward with ferocious momentum. "Where do you think you're running?" Lin Xiu had no reason to engage head-on. He immediately activated his concealment special ability. The expert swiftly thrust his spear through the air at wind-shredding speed, but his strike found no target, only silence in all four directions. The expert's eyes snapped wide open as he scanned the surroundings. The target had vanished. He could only grind his teeth in bitter frustration. While Lin Xiu lounged nearby, the mischief in his blood surged once more. I am a transmigrator who has read the art of war. Let me show you what the enemy advances, I retreat means. The enemy retreats, I advance. The enemy tires, I harass. Lin Xiu deliberately revealed himself and taunted the expert into chasing. Despicable coward, if you have any guts, stop running. On the second day, Lin Xiu continued the same game of cat and mouse, driving the expert to the brink of madness. Thieving scoundrels. On the third day, the expert was still several steps behind him. Coward. On the fourth and fifth days, only the expert's desperate, agonized cries could be heard. Don't run, you coward. After 10 days, the expert had exhausted every last ounce of his strength. Coward, stop running, all you know is hiding and skulking. If you have any guts, come out and face me in a proper fight. No matter how the expert screamed with every fiber of his being, come out here. Lin Xiu remained calmly concealed behind the rocks. Though his strength had its limits, his cunning was boundless. He could not best the man in combat, but he could certainly drive him to ruin. In stark contrast to the chaos here, the Changchun Palace in the imperial capital was more tranquil than ever. A maidservant respectfully presented a small bowl. Your ladyship, please have some refreshments. But Mingzhu did not spare at a glance, languidly stroking her beloved cat's head instead. I am not hungry. Not far away, several ladies whispered among themselves. Her ladyship has always eaten little, but never this little. Could her ladyship have developed anorexia? That would be troublesome indeed. Just then, Lin Xiu returned to a warm welcome from Qinwan and Song Song. Brother Lin Xiu, you're back. If you'd taken any longer, it would have been rather unreasonable. The moment she heard his name, Mingzhu sprang to her feet, craning her neck in anticipation. Lin Xiu stepped in with a wide grin. Your ladyship, I've brought you some pastries and fresh fruits. Do give them a try. His actions unwittingly set the imperial consort's heart aflutter, so much so that she didn't even hear his call. Your ladyship. Mingzhu's reaction left him utterly bewildered. After a jolt, the imperial consort finally snapped back to awareness. She awkwardly turned her face away. Even as her hand reached forward, this palace happens to be hungry. Let me see them. Mingzhu delicately sampled the treat, her fingers still pinching the ruby-red morsel. Before long, the imperial consort's spirits visibly brightened. The flavor of this osmanthus cake is identical to the bakery in front of my old home. Lin Xiu wore a cheerful smile on the surface, but in truth he had calculated beforehand the bakery in front of her home. Having successfully won her favor, he put on a mysterious expression. I also have one more gift I wish to present to your ladyship. Your ladyship, please close your eyes. Mingzhu was somewhat surprised. A gift, but she obediently shut her eyes tight. What kind of gift requires me to close my eyes? Lin Xiu shot Qinwan a meaningful glance. You may begin. She quickly entered a state of deep focus. As Qinwan opened her eyes, her illusion's special ability activated. The surroundings instantly transformed into a lush, verdant paradise of trees and grass. Mingzhu's eyes flew open the moment she sensed the sudden change. The imperial consort looks around in bewilderment, hazily piecing things together. This is Jiangnan. Within the dream realm, Mingzhu stands alone on the bow of a boat drifting through an empty, mist-shrouded landscape. Back in reality, Lin Xiu catches Qinwan's arm as she nearly collapses. That was quite the ordeal. Seizing the opportunity, Qinwan casually negotiates. Seeing the effort she has put in, he generously agrees to add more to her fee. Since that's the case, she tacks on another 100 taels to her price. Lin Xiu agrees without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Mingzhu is gradually regaining consciousness after her journey through the dream realm. He notices and immediately asks, Your ladyship, you've awakened. But the imperial consort cares only about one thing. How did you manage to do this? Lin Xiu is quick to explain. This is Miss Qinwan's special ability. I invited her to craft an illusion realm for your ladyship. She has never been to Jiangnan. If there are any inaccuracies, I humbly beg your ladyship's forgiveness. Mingzhu shows no reproach whatsoever. She is thoroughly delighted. Thank you, this is the finest gift this one has ever received. The two of them grow closer than ever in no time. Their cheerful conversation does not escape a certain pair of watchful eyes. With a woman's sixth sense, Bai swiftly picks up on the air of intimacy between them. Could it be that the imperial consort has fallen for Big Brother Lin? Before long, a voice rings out through the Special Ability Academy. There is a mission that requires your attention. The dean sits upright on the platform and lays out the details. Originally, this mission would not have required everyone's involvement. However, the court's manpower has been stretched thin, and most of the academy's talented members are away training in the field, so they have no choice but to trouble the rest of them. Lin Xiu, however, finds no bother in it at all. The dean is far too modest. This is simply what we ought to do, not knowing the specifics of the mission. He maintains a calm composure as the dean recounts the situation. The court has received intelligence that the rebels of the Tiandao Alliance have been holding secret gatherings in recent days. The court intends to seize this opportunity to crush them in one sweep. The news, however, catches him somewhat off guard. Such a thing, can the intelligence even be trusted? But the dean quickly reassures them both. It came from our spy embedded within the Tiandao Alliance. You need not worry, author. Powerful cultivators will accompany you. With that, Lin Xiu agrees on the spot. Of course I'm willing, it's a perfect chance to train. He has already assessed the gravity of this mission if anyone else were sent. He fears not a single person from the Tiandao Alliance would be left alive. Having secured one volunteer, the dean turns to ask Qin Wan. And what about you, Miss Qin? She answers while pointing at Lin Xiu. If he goes, I go. That is all the dean needs to hear. He swiftly issues the order. There must be no delay. The two of you depart at once. Time passes and the two of them eventually stop at an inn in Ningxin Prefecture. Facing the innkeeper, he firmly requests 2 premium rooms, but Qin Wan stops him. Don't spend money recklessly, 1 room will do. Seeing the two at odds, the innkeeper patiently confirms once more, will it be 1 room or 2? This time Lin Xiu decides to yield to her wishes. 1 room then, the innkeeper assures them with a knowing smile. Very well, rest easy, 1 room with a large bed. But curiously enough, the room comes prepared with an abundance of scented candles. The large bed is arranged like a wedding chamber, complete with leather whips and bottles of essential oil. Without a word, Qin Wan flops face first onto the bed. She buries her face in the blankets with a look of utter bliss. This bed is so soft. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu is so flustered by the scene before him that he hastily turns away. To make matters worse, Qin Wan strikes an alluring pose and teases him. Don't you want to come lie down for a bit? He immediately waves her off. No, that won't be necessary. But she is not one to let him off so easily. Are you scared perhaps? Planning to sleep on the floor tonight? Little does she expect that a single taunt is all it takes. Lin Xiu lunges onto the bed. What is there to fear? The tables turn. Now it is his turn to flirt and tease. Why is your face turning so red? Qin Wan blushes and turns away, her gaze growing hazy and dreamlike in an instant. She recalls the gentle smile he once showed her, and only now does she acknowledge the emotions stirring within her heart. She has fallen for him. Through all of Lin Xiu's actions, Qin Wan has come to feel something she never has before. The first person to ever treat her this well. The sensation of being shielded and cherished by him only cements one truth in her heart. Being by his side brings a profound sense of safety. Things having come this far, Qin Wan has no reason to refuse. Do whatever you wish. But Lin Xiu clings to a sliver of rationality. If he surrenders to temptation now, he loses. At that critical moment, a torrent of dark qi strikes from the ceiling above. With his keen instincts, he detects the attack in an instant. It crashes straight down toward the two of them. The shockwave has yet to settle. Fortunately, they have already dodged out of harm's way. The moment she lays eyes on it, Qin Wan recognizes it at onset dark qi. Without warning, the stream of dark qi lunges onto the bed, catching her completely off guard. This time it launches a direct assault at Qin Wan, but she throws herself backward just in time to dodge. The dark qi slams into the wall behind her. Having evaded the first strike, Qin Wan discovers a second one already hurtling toward her. Thankfully, Lin Xiu reacts with lightning speed, freezes the sinister dark qi solid. His hand seizes the source of the stream, and the ice races from its tip all the way to its root before shattering it into fragments of every size. Only then does the mastermind behind the attack reveal themselves. The assassin begins to find this battle far more entertaining than expected. I didn't expect you to possess such abilities. It seems the bounty was set far too low. From the clues at hand, Qin Wan can only surmise that the intruder is an assassin. Lin Xiu, as always, is more blunt whether assassin or not. They will capture the wretch and ask the questions themselves. While the two are still conferring, the assassin launches another attack. He refuses to yield. With a sweep of his arm, he conjures a ring of spiritual energy that encases his body. The dark chi is halted by Lin Xiu's barrier, but only momentarily. Its corrosive force is steadily piercing through the shield. Seeing that Qin Wan behind him is also circulating her energy, Lin Xiu is mildly surprised. The instant she opens her eyes, her illusion's special ability erupts with devastating power. The assassin is struck dead on by this formidable technique. Her entire body freezes in place, her mind reeling with shock. I never expected this little girl to be an Earthrealm special ability user. With the assassin immobilized, Lin Xiu can now interrogate at leisure. Speak, who sent? You hear? With no way out, the assassin has no choice but to reveal everything. Someone has paid 10,000 taels of silver for the head of Lin Xiu, son of the Pinyin Marquis. The figure leaves him mildly disappointed. Is my life really worth no more than that? Only 10,000 taels. Qin Wan stares at him in disbelief. Hey, your priorities are seriously misplaced. Outside, the moon has already risen high. Lin Xiu finally steers the conversation back on track. Forget it, we'll talk later. Let me take this assassin outside and deal with them. Sometime later, he and Qin Wan are once again lying comfortably on the bed, chatting. You know, you could just admit defeat. In Lin Xiu's vocabulary, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. The problem is, she refuses to carry on the conversation in a normal manner. Oh, I forgot to mention I know quite a lot about such things. Things like the phantom cicada technique, the butterfly scroll, the swallow's heart incense, the mandarin duck bond. I know every single one. A vision of celestial Pinglai paradise materializes before his eyes, and Lin Xiu hastily turns away. There's work to be done tomorrow, I'm going to sleep first. His reaction makes Qin Wan chuckle softly. What a pity. Before long, morning arrives and the clear, crisp weather only makes the scenery more enchanting. At the Ningxin County Yamen, a man in green robes personally receives the two of them. The other officials assigned to this mission arrived 2 days prior. The magistrate introduces them to the 4 figures standing in wait. Esteemed lords, these 2 are young Master Lin and Miss Qin, arriving from the capital. The 4 introduce themselves in turn: Jin Tai, Lu Feng, Huang Jin, and Wei Jinggal with solemn gravitas. Wasting no time, Lin Xiu cut straight to the chase. What is the current situation in the city? Zhuang Yan stepped forward to report on behalf of the group. The Tiandao Alliance rebels gathering is scheduled 3 nights from now. We can storm their meeting point and annihilate them all. Huang Jin stood nearby, visibly displeased. You'd all do well to keep your mouths shut these next few days. The Tiandao Alliance rebels are extremely cautious. If they catch wind of anything amiss, the losses could be catastrophic. When that happens, none of you will be able to shoulder the blame. While the 2 exchanged words, he silently assessed their strength. This man's cultivation base had nearly reached the peak of the lower Earth realm. He was roughly one of the 5 strongest in the alliance. He needed to find a way to warn the Tiandao Alliance members. Back to the matter at hand, young Master Lin, a few words of instruction. Zhuang Yan continued before coming here. Elder Duke Zhu gave orders for me to look after you. During this operation, you and Miss Qin must exercise the utmost caution. It would be best to stay behind us at all times. Do not venture too close. Lin Xiu offered his thanks with perfunctory gratitude. My thanks. 3 days later, on a moonless, starless night, 2 figures stood before a manor. Whitebeard greeted them and inquired about the situation. I heard something happened at the Jiangnan branch a month ago. What went wrong? Were the consequences severe? De recounted the events honestly. We nearly got wiped out to the last man. Fortunately, a brother by the name of Li Xiaojiao came to our rescue. Unfortunately, the Jiangnan branch's contact point was betrayed by a traitor. I can no longer reach Brother Xiaojiao either. No sooner had he finished speaking than a round of bickering erupted among the alliance members. Old Zun, you still haven't kicked the bucket. You're several years my senior. If anyone's dying first, it should be you. Sister Wu, you seem to have gained even more weight since last year, only 10 jin heavier, and even you can tell. Dede turned to greet the woman standing with her arms folded nearby. Miss Chen, it is a relief to finally see you. Can you locate Brother Xiaojiao? Chen Qi answered in bewilderment. What Brother Xiaojiao? I don't know anyone by that name. This only deepened his curiosity. How could you not know him? He claimed to be a close friend of yours and originally wanted to go with me to meet you, but because a traitor betrayed me, I lost contact with him. Hearing this, she vaguely thought of Lin Xiu. Could it be? She quickly changed her answer. Oh, I remember now. Yes, we are very good friends. Right at that moment, a messenger bird arrived in haste, bearing a coded note. The gathering was cancelled. Just in time. Hey, a messenger bird just arrived in a hurry. There's a coded note the gathering is cancelled. A quarter hour after receiving the intelligence, the manor gates swung open. Out poured the group of operatives who had previously been assigned a mission by Lin Xiu. Huang Jin stared at the desolate, empty scene before him, seething with frustration. Where are the people? Where did everyone go? Amidst the chaos, Zhuang Yan dropped a bombshell. Someone leaked the information. Among the 7 of us, there is a spy planted by the Tiandao Alliance. The moment those words left his mouth, the remaining members exchanged wary, suspicious glances. Qinhuan and Lin Xiu were no exception. To avoid suspicion, he calmly offered his assessment. Perhaps the information was not leaked tonight. Every word Lin Xiu uttered rang with conviction. Before the gathering, the Tiandao Alliance members were scattered across the city. Only when the gathering convened and everyone assembled could this information have been shared with all of them. Wei Jing unwittingly chimed in to corroborate. Young Master Lin's reasoning is sound. The intelligence may have been leaked beforehand, but then the scope of suspects becomes far too broad. Everyone who knew about this operation is a suspect. Zhuang Yan wasted no more deliberation and barked his orders. Send men to guard all 4 city gates at once, do not let a single rebel escape. The operation having failed, they decided to withdraw. It grows late, the 2 of you may return and rest first. Should we discover any trace of the rebels, we will send word to you at once. Then we shall take our leave. If your excellency has need of our assistance, you need only ask. Though Lin Xiu departed, his gaze still covertly swept across the scene within. Behind a great stone pillar, Chen Qi had reemerged. Only after confirming everything was safe did she finally let out a sigh of relief. They're gone at last. The moment Sister Wu appeared, she was already boiling with rage. If this old woman finds out who the spy is, I'll crush his bloody eggs. Meanwhile, Whitebeard examined the situation warily. If that bird hadn't warned us, we would have fallen into the court's hands tonight. The more he pondered, the deeper his curiosity gnawed. I wonder who saved using a bird to relay a message no less, truly unheard of. On the other hand, the sharp-eyed young woman in the group noticed Chen Qi's remarkably calm demeanor. Sister Ake, do you already know who saved us? Just when they thought the storm had passed, frantic knocking echoed from outside. She and Whitebeard whipped around toward the sound in alarm. The knocking ceased, replaced by a familiar voice. Open the door, it is me. Dede recognized the voice at once. That voice, Brother Xiaojiao, the one who had arrived, was none other than Lin Xiu. Is everyone all right? Only then did it dawn on Whitebeard. So it was Brother Xiaojiao who saved us all along. Chen Qi on the other side stiffened slightly as Dede made the introduction. This is the Brother Xiaojiao I've told you all about. He is now one of our Tiandao Alliance members. Yet the branch leader remained wary and pressed further. How did you know the location of our gathering? And how did you know the court had learned of it as well? Having come this far, he had no choice but to reveal the full truth. I will hold nothing back. There is a covert agent of ours embedded within the court. The agent reported a mole within the Tiandao Alliance will relay the gathering's location and time to the court so they can use this meeting to net all of you in one sweep. After a prolonged silence, Chen Qi finally spoke in measured tones. Stand down, I vouch for Lin Xiu. He poses no threat, I will stake my life on it. From the interaction between the 2 alone, the 3 behind them had already drawn their own conclusions. Brother Xiaojiao and Miss Chen don't seem to be mere friends. What a stupid thing to say. Can a man and a woman ever be just friends? If they were only friends, would he have risked his life to save us like that? No wonder Sister Ake has been so absent-minded these past few months. Beneath the bright moonlight, he kindly offered, this place is no longer safe. Let me escort you all out of the city first. Hearing this, they were deeply grateful. Then we are in your debt. Not long after, outside the city gates, the night was more silent than ever before. The clear sky above held only wisps of cloud and a scattering of twinkling stars. Atop the manor's roof, Lin Xiu and Chen Qi seized the moment to talk privately. These past few months, why didn't you come find me? I did look for Yao on the day you took a concubine. Though they hadn't met in ages, he still remembered her reckless nature all too well. Were you injured during these past few months? She sat hugging her knees, replying in a soft, coquettish voice. I was. Hearing this, he hurriedly leaned down to check on her. Where are you hurt? Chen Qi naturally raised her arm and pulled aside her sleeve to show him. When I assassinated an Earth Realm general, I couldn't dodge one of his strikes. While healing her wound, Lin Xiu couldn't help but chide. Why weren't you more careful? Thanks to his power, Chen Qi was able to fully recover her condition. When the treatment was done, Lin Xiu gently advised, "If you ever face another dangerous mission like this, come find me in the royal capital. We'll go together," but she turned her face away in a huff. "It's better if we don't meet again from now on." These words left him wide-eyed and utterly dumbfounded. Why, it turned out Chen Ka was merely concerned for the other party's safety. You just enjoy your noble status. Stop concerning yourself with the affairs of the Tiandao alliance. If your identity is exposed, those around you will be implicated. But Lin Xiu, ever so innocently, pointed straight at his own face after transforming. The Tiandao alliance's traitor is Li Xiaojiu. What does that have to do with me, Lin Xiu? When he returned to the inn, the night was already deep, but the lamp inside still burned. Lin Xiu had to ease the door open with careful, silent steps. The scene in the room made him freeze for a full 5 seconds. It turned out Qin Wan had been lying there waiting for him all this time. Why had he been out so long today? He hastily averted his gaze, stammering an excuse about taking a longer stroll today, but she had already lunged forward, sniffing him thoroughly after catching a suspicious scent. Sure enough, she had uncovered a clue. "There is the scent of a woman on you." Lin Xiu kept denying it flatly, but Qin Wan merely flaunted her alluring curves while pouting coquettishly. "Am I not beautiful enough, or is my body not good enough? I finished bathing and waited for you in the room, yet you went out to find another woman." Even a hero finds it hard to resist a beauty's siege. The spring scenery before his eyes left Lin Xiu stupefied on the spot. He bashfully turned his face away, yet still managed to explain clearly, "It's just going to meet a friend, someone like you and me, a purely platonic friend." Even so, she paid no heed to his explanation and began to tease him. Feeling restless, "Do you need me to help you?" Hearing this, his eyes could barely conceal his delight. "How exactly would you help me?" That night, all one could hear echoing through the halls were Lin Xiu's panic screams. Wait a moment. The next day, a group of people gathered in the bamboo grove south of Ningxin Prefecture City to confer. "Last night, before we moved out, someone named Li Xiaojiu sent word to the Tiandao Alliance rebels. Wei Jing recounted everything that had transpired the previous day. They fled first. That Li Xiaojiu possesses a flight special ability and spirited everyone out of the city." From this information, Lin Xiu drew his conclusion. Mole was indeed one of those present at the Tiandao Alliance hideout last night. But he had not expected that the Tiandao Alliance's Mole was also an agent of the imperial court. The man seemed utterly resolute. Tade's operation was kept secret from the Ningxin Prefecture Yamen. "Too many loose lips, only our small group will know." The Tiandao Alliance rebels numbered only a handful, 3 at the Earth Realm and the rest at the Mysterious Realm. Lu Feng raised a cautionary word, "Hold Innocent, our spy, also among those 9. We must not end up harming our own man." Wei Jing provided several key identifying details. The spy is about the same height as Zhuang Yan, and just as lean as Lu Feng. Once they caught up with the rebels, the spy would immediately cry out, "Don't hurt him." That would be the moment Lin Xiu unmasked the Maliso. It was that surnamed Yang whom he had questioned yesterday. The instant this information registered, he subtly signaled with his eyes to a pair of birds perched on a nearby branch. Once more the messenger bird took flight, hastily bearing the news toward the Tiandao Alliance. Meanwhile, a pair of feet treaded softly across the grass-covered ground. Chen Ka's group was currently gathered in the bamboo grove, and the young girl among them had once again caught the gossip bug. "Sister A Ka, how long have you two known each other? How did you meet? Will you two get married someday?" Right at that moment, the messenger bird arrived and pointed out the guilty party. Station Chief Yang is the spy. His cover is blown free at once. Hearing this, every one of them was stunned. Station Chief Yang, pinned by their collective stares, jolted in shock before putting on an innocent face. "Bruh, we have stood together for so long, and just because of a bird's words you suspect me of being a spy." Whitebeard began regarding him with a guarded gaze. "Do not forget this very bird saved us from disaster last night." Dada, still reeling with shock, stepped forward. "Old Yang, was it truly you who leaked our gathering? Was it you who reported our whereabouts to the court?" On the surface, the station chief desperately tried to clear his name while unconsciously stepping backward. "I have worked alongside all of you for years. So could it possibly be me? Moreover, these are nothing but one-sided claims from Li Xiaojiu, yet you believe him so readily." But inwardly, his mind was in utter turmoil. "Damn it, was I exposed? No matter what he said, he could not shake their suspicion. Dada issued an ultimatum. Whether it is one-sided or not, we will know once Brother Li Xiaoyao arrives to confront you. But from this moment forward, you will not leave our sight. His guilty conscience gnawed at him, sweat beading across his forehead. If he was detained now, he would never escape. After careful deliberation, the station chief hurled 3 smoke bombs to cover his escape. This act instantly confirmed their suspicions. Damn Ives the spy sees him. He thought he would make a clean escape, but unfortunately, Chen Ka had already cut him off. By the time he sensed her presence, it was far too late. He could only stand rooted to the spot, watching Chen Ka launch a kick straight at his head. A devastating kick slammed down, nearly popping the station chief's eyes from their sockets. Before he could even put up a fight, his consciousness was already slipping away. At this moment, Whitebeard could only seethe with fury. I truly want to send this traitor to his grave with a single palm strike. Dada hastily intervened. Calm yourself, we still don't know if the Tiandao Alliance has other spies planted elsewhere. After the station chief's betrayal, Chen Ka immediately revised their plans. This place is far too dangerous. We are no match for the court's forces. We must find a safe haven to lay low first. A short while later, horse hooves suddenly halted upon the verdant grass. Zhuang Yan stared at the mirror in his hand with a puzzled expression. Why is there no reaction? Lu Feng immediately inquired, what's wrong? Could we have pursued the wrong direction? He was still studying it. Intent. Lithe tracking had stopped dead at this very spot. Off to the side, Lin Xiu did not join the discussion. He silently assessed the situation. So there existed a special ability that could determine distance through a mirror. Through the mirror's special ability, Zhuang Yan received the grim news: the spy I planted among them has been eliminated. It must be the mole within the court who tipped them off. I will find that rat and hack him into 1,000 pieces. Staring at the now useless artifact in his hand, he finally had to change tactics. It seemed they would have to find another way. Continuing like this would yield nothing. The first thing Zhuang Yan did was advise Lin Xiu, perhaps the two of you should return to the royal capital first. I hear you still need to prepare for the competition. Lin Xiu feigned embarrassment. I'm terribly sorry, I haven't been of much help these past days. Before long, the tranquil scenery of the manor in the royal capital came into view. Lin Xiu stretched his chest and let out a long yawn. We're finally back. Qin Wan, standing beside him, immediately cut him with a sharp glare. Oh, does spending time outside with me make you that uncomfortable? The next instant, she transformed into Ling Yin's guise to tease him. Do you need me to help you relieve some tension? But this time, Lin Xiu would not fall for it so easily. Trying to manipulate my money again, I won't take the bait. He strode away with heroic composure, leaving her to pout and trail behind him. Don't go, I know so much more. A few days later, a pair of slender hands were laying out a sheet of pink silk over the clothesline. The real Ling Yin hummed a cheerful melody as she hung the laundry to dry. Her luscious peaches swayed gently with every movement she made. Lin Xiu appeared out of nowhere and playfully delivered a resounding smack to her rear. Ling Yin's cheeks flushed crimson as she whipped around to glare at the culprit. He hadn't even realized his mistake yet. Change back. By my reckoning, the real Ling Yin should be back soon. And you're still stubbornly pinching her cheeks. If she sees this, you'll be in real trouble. As for pretending, she had already pulled this same trick last time. Lin Xiu continued squeezing away without a care, completely ignoring the storm gathering on Ling Yin's face. The illusion art from last time carried this exact same feeling. The moment he sees Qin Wan walk innocently through the door, he freezes solid for several seconds, then desperately scrambles for a reason to convince himself. Qin Wan, since when do you know clone techniques? But she immediately dashes a bucket of ice-cold water over his hopes. I don't know. Only then does Lin Xiu sneak a glance at the person across from him and is immediately interrogated by Ling Yin. What do you mean change back? What do you mean it'll be trouble if I see? He had successfully triggered her furious shrew mode, and on top of that, he dared to claim she had used this trick before. Lin Xiu finds himself utterly unable to explain this one. A few seconds later, sounds that make one's entire body ache just from hearing them echo through the house. Ling Yin stands with her head held high, her foot planted firmly on Lin Xiu as she lists his crimes. Haven't seen you in a few days and your gall has certainly grown. All you can do is whimper and make excuses. I was wrong, he meekly replies. Qin Wan unwittingly adds fuel to the fire. You were gone for 2 months, and Lin Xiu missed you terribly. I transformed into your appearance so he could catch a glimpse, but he probably thought the real you was just another of my illusions. She whips around to scold her sharply. Who gave you permission to transform into me? But Qin Wan continues nonchalantly. After you left for so long, someone refused to eat, refused to drink, and spent all day in your room staring at your belongings and pining for you. I couldn't bear to watch anymore, I had to comfort him. These words strike deep into Ling Yin's heart. She retracts her furious demeanor and glances downward with sudden tenderness. The foot resting on Lin Xiu's head shifts ever so slightly. Does he truly miss me that much? Ling Yin shakes her head vigorously in denial. No, that's not right. It seems she still retains some semblance of reason. If I let him turn me into Qin Wan, wouldn't that just be flattering her? Ling Yin turns to interrogate Qin Wan. Are the two of you hiding something from me? She hurriedly averts her gaze. No, you're overthinking it. This only deepens Ling Yin's suspicion. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu finally manages to get back on his feet. He immediately steers the conversation elsewhere. Right, Ling Yin, was your cultivation journey smooth this time? Have you broken through to the Earth realm yet? She drops the interrogation and answers his question. Not yet. Though I've cultivated to the bottleneck, I still haven't been able to break through. This gives Lin Xiu the perfect opening to bribe her. I have a few 5-realm special attribute essence crystals here, take them and use them first. Remember, don't tell a soul. Ling Yin is visibly taken aback. Where did you get 5-realm essence crystals? But even that fails to quell her lingering anger. I don't need them, use them yourself. He suddenly reveals a sly, cunning expression. Have you truly thought this through? Once I reach the Earth realm, breaking into the top 10 of the Heavenly Prodigy ranking would be as easy as flipping my hand, wouldn't it? Struck at her sore spot, Ling Yin's face flushes crimson with embarrassment. In the end, she reluctantly snatches the precious item from Lin Xiu's hand. Fine, I'll take one. Before leaving, she adds, if I can't break through, I'll just wait for fate. Keep the rest for yourself. He cheerfully waves goodbye, wishing her success. At this moment, Qin Wan sighs softly beside him. Zhao Lingyan is back, our affair will have to remain secret. Lin Xiu offers a suggestion she could simply confess, then there would be no need to sneak around. But she proves far more cunning, landing a single devastating counter that makes him blush to his ears. Actually, I prefer it this way, sneaking around. Under the broad light of day, Qin Wan once again reveals a suggestive, ambiguous expression. If one seeks thrills, one must see them through to the very end. Just when things heat up, a sudden shout freezes them both in place. The scenery at the estate is incredibly peaceful and refreshing to the eye. On the corridor, Lin Xiu converses with the imperial physician. My lord, the troop leader is getting on in years. She can no longer perform on stage. I wish to bring her here to live by our side. As for Xia and Yun, if they agree, bring them along as well. The people in this household are a bit too few. Suddenly a cold gust sweeps through, causing her to shiver. At a single glance, he recognizes it immediately. Ling Yin's cold attribute qi has broken through. The heavy wooden door of the cultivation chamber groans open. The moment he sees Ling Yin, Lin Xiu praises her, just one essence crystal, truly the royal Aowang physique. She answers calmly, thank you. He immediately sets her straight, we're family, why be so formal? If we ever cross paths in the grand tournament, just go easy on me. These words leave Ling Yin slightly embarrassed. Right at that moment, someone calls for Madame Lingjun. A servant reports respectfully, my lady, there is a young woman outside asking for you. She says her name is something like Yi Zai. She cannot hide her surprise. Yi Zai, Chiba, show her in. A pair of delicate feet clad in jade green shoes step slowly into view. Chiba Rin greets her coolly, Jun, it's been a long time. Hearing this, Lingjun can't help but praise her. Rin, your Dazia language has improved significantly compared to 2 years ago. Ling Yin takes the opportunity to introduce from behind Chiba Rin, ranked 9th on the Heavenly Prodigy ranking of the Fusang Nation. Lin Xiu strokes his chin in disbelief. This adorable young lady is actually a top 10 powerhouse. But Ling Yin immediately takes a jab at him. Look at yourself, the moment you see a beautiful woman, your eyes can't even stay open. I am, in fact, a man of utmost virtue. I've seen plenty of Fusang women already, all of them without clothes, no less. I've long since become desensitized. On the other side, Chiba Rin makes her determined proposal. Jun, the reason I came to visit this time is to challenge you to a duel. Lingjun graciously accepts the invitation. Chiba Rin rests her hand on the hilt of her sword and declares firmly, be careful. With a single flick of her wrist, a sword blast erupts with devastating force. Yet Lingjun sidesteps it with effortless grace, as easy as flipping her hand. But Chiba Rin refuses to yield. This time she switches to close quarters combat. Lingjun narrows her eyes to see what trick her opponent has up her sleeve. Chiba Rin unleashes a barrage of fierce sword strikes. Yet no matter how violent they are, Lingjun dodges them all with fluid elegance. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Xiu can't help but wonder, so this is what the top 10 of the Heavenly Prodigy ranking looks like. After unleashing her fury, Chiba Rin rockets straight toward Lingjun. But midway she halts as if calculating something, then with a look of triumph she teleports behind her opponent. This special ability broadens his horizon's spatial manipulation. However, Lingjun is no pushover. She intercepts the attack cleanly, leaving Chiba Rin frozen in stunned disbelief for several seconds. On the contrary, she now wears a supremely smug smile. Seeing this, Chiba Rin sheathes her sword of her own accord. "You are far stronger than 2 years ago." Lingjun returns the compliment graciously. "As are you." Chiba Rin accepts neither the praise nor lingers. She simply turns and walks away. "I take my leave." But Lin Xiu grins and offers, "A friend has traveled from afar, why not stay for a meal before you go?" As it turns out, he already has his own schemes brewing. Though her spatial ability is of a higher tier, it's still fundamentally on par with my own. Surely I can replicate it. Hearing this, even mid-stride, she glances back. Then she flatly refuses. "I'd rather not trouble you all." Only now does Ling Yin voice her doubt. She's only ranked 9th on the Heavenly Prodigy ranking. Zhao Lingjun nodded and explained, "Last time half of the top 10 on the Heavenly Prodigy ranking were over 25. They can no longer compete. Chiba has also improved tremendously since then. Perhaps this time she could break into the top 5. The words had barely left her lips before she turned and fired back at Lin Xiu. "See that?" she declared. "This is the true strength of the top 10 on the Prodigy ranking." But he only uttered one final line, "Just wait and see." Because in his heart, Lin Xiu already had a new plan, the enhanced version of the spatial special ability. There would be no escape. Not long after, in a town of densely packed houses, Chiba Rin found herself surrounded by a gang of thugs. "You're the lady from Fuso, aren't you? Can you speak the great Xia tongue? Come, let us share a meal together. The finest restaurant in the capital is just ahead. Please grant me the chance to show you our hospitality, miss." Before she could even react, Lin Xiu was already upon them. "What do you lot think you're doing?" Two of them flinched instantly. "It's that guy surnamed Lin. Why the hell is he here?" They knew their place and beat a hasty retreat. "The Plague Lord is here, run." "And are you all right, miss?" "Jiba-chan." Jiba Rin was utterly astonished. The young master can speak the Fuso language. Lin Xiu put on an air of modesty. "Just a smattering. Jiba-chan, may I escort you to the inn?" Despite his kindness, she was reluctant. "I thank the young master for his generosity, but I can manage on my own." In his heart, Lin Xiu found her quite intriguing. Her guard was impressive, yet there lingered a hint of goodwill. Perhaps, in time, things might change for the better. Time slipped by, and the bright moon cast its silver glow upon two familiar pairs of jade-green eyes. Gravely wounded, Chiba Rin leaned against the wall beside her. Behind her, upon a nearby rooftop, a shadowed figure kept watch. That figure was none other than Lin Xiu. "Isn't that Chiba-chan? She appears to be in trouble." Down below, the powerful cultivator had already discovered Chiba Rin. "You won't run anymore. Chiba-chan was it?" he declared with utter arrogance. "You stand no chance of victory against me." With her current level of strength, she could only grit her teeth in helpless fury. "The wind's special ability is truly trash. No matter what I try, I can't escape." The next second, her eyes flew wide open as though something had suddenly changed. Across the way, Lin Xiu had materialized behind the powerful cultivator at some unseen moment. Insolent brute daring to commit violence in the imperial capital. The man instantly retreated to a distance, not forgetting to leave a parting attack in his wake. Fortunately, Lin Xiu dodged in time, though his mouth unleashed a torrent of profanity. "Damn it all." The powerful cultivator continued to unleash several waves of sword chi. Lin Xiu swiftly conjured a barrier of ice to defend. The two forces collided, erupting into a massive explosion. The man then landed to assess the situation. The scene before him left the powerful cultivator utterly stunned. The person had vanished entirely, only scattered chunks of stone littered the ground. Beneath the brilliant moonlight, something darted nimbly across the rooftop tiles. Being carried in Lin Xiu's arms, Chiba Rin blushed with embarrassment. "Why is the young master here?" He asked only what mattered. Chiba-chan, who was that man? Why was he trying to hunt you down? Without waiting for an answer, Lin Xiu offered his suggestion. We should leave this place first. If that assassin gives chase, it will be troublesome. Chiba Rin had lowered her guard at last. I apologize for the trouble I've caused the young master. The system chimed instantly. Energy restoration progress 3%. His heart swelled with delight. Hongfan, I truly covet her ability. Only then did she come to her senses. Where is the young master taking me? Lin Xiu spoke cryptically. Almost there, I'm bringing you somewhere absolutely safe. The late night sank into silence, with only the gentle breeze whispering through the leaves. Meanwhile, Song Song employed healing arts to treat Chiba Rin's injuries under the watchful gazes of two people standing nearby. Ling Yin's eyes brimmed with doubt. She couldn't help but ask what a coincidence that was. Someone wanted her dead and you just happened to stroll by. He met her gaze, his expression unruffled. Believe it or not, that's the truth. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. That's when I stumbled upon the situation. Miss Bai couldn't contain her joy, a faint smile gracing her lips as she stepped toward Lin Xiu and spoke. Her wounds. I've already treated them with healing arts. She just needs time to recuperate and she'll be fine. He smiled gently and offered, you two have endured much hardship. It's quite late now, why not stay the night? I'll see you off come morning. You're not staying at the government-appointed inn. And you were pursued by assassins on top of that. She looked flustered, her eyes flickering with hesitation as she declined his offer. I'm staying at a temporary in the one over there. He warned her firmly, you'd best not go back there. Tomorrow morning I'll send someone to retrieve your belongings. For the next few days, just rest and recuperate in peace. Chiba Rin bowed her head slightly, her gaze evasive, her words thick with guilt. I'm truly sorry for causing trouble for all of you once again. Lin Xiu grinned slyly, silently applauding himself. I truly am a kind-hearted soul, taking in so many women into my subspace home. He lifted his gaze to the mystical starlit sky and pondered. Indeed, Chiba's vanishing act was not a matter of concealing herself from sight. Rather, she tore open spatial rifts and slipped through them. The subspace had been grafted onto real space and the subspace was rejecting him. Instantly, the space around him warped and twisted, yanking Lin Xiu back to reality. He felt a pang of frustration and silently questioned himself. I was only inside for a dozen seconds before being expelled. However, after being ejected, he could re-enter immediately. The limitation was that he could only operate within for just over 10 seconds. The sky had begun to brighten, the first rays of dawn filtering through the canopy of leaves. Within the chamber, he conversed with his subordinate. No more 5th grade essence crystals. Minghe is still a short distance from the Earth realm. The man immediately analyzed the situation and suggested handing the remaining 2 crystals to Miss Chen. The noble families of the capital likely have 1 or 2 in their possession. But whether they would bring them out was another matter entirely. Just then, an attendant stepped in from outside to report, Your Majesty. Lin Xiu requests an audience. The Xia Emperor couldn't help but wonder, wasn't this fellow supposed to be preparing for the competition with the Zhou Kingdom? Why does he keep running to the Imperial Palace? Let him in. Lin Xiu stepped inside and bowed before the Emperor. Your servant greets Your Majesty. The Emperor glanced at him and asked with curiosity, What brings you to see me again? Lin Xiu did not beat around the bush and stated his reason plainly. Reporting to Your Majesty last night while taking a stroll. This subject happened upon the heavenly prodigy of the Fuso Kingdom being hunted by an assassin. This subject rescued her. Given that this matter may bear upon the relations between our 2 nations, I believe the Bureau of Secret Affairs should investigate. The Xia Emperor issued his decree. Zhou Jin, relay my command to the Bureau of Secret Affairs. Investigate this matter at once. As Your Majesty commands. He then turned to Lin Xiu. Where is the Fuso heavenly prodigy staying at present? Lin Xiu laughed and answered swiftly. She did not wish to stay at the government-appointed inn. The inns outside are unsafe, so this subject arranged lodging for her at my own residence. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the Xia Emperor's mind. He stroked his chin lightly and asked, Is she beautiful? Lin Xiu answered with a skeptical tone, eyes full of doubt. Very beautiful. Just a bit short. Why does he have such an ominous premonition about this? The Xia Emperor slowly rose to his feet. I need you to do something for me. Lin Xiu forced a strained smile and replied hesitantly, Please speak, Your Majesty. Here it comes. Surely he can't be that dense. The Emperor placed a hand on his shoulder and issued his command. I'm giving you half a year. Find a way to marry the heavenly prodigy of the Fuso kingdom and make her a woman of great Xia. When the time comes, I myself shall bestow the marriage upon you." Lin Xiu's eyes flew wide open, bewilderment written plainly across his face. He has absolutely no idea what is happening. Lin Xiu stammers in protest, "Your Majesty, this cannot defies is truly impossible." The Xia Emperor claps a hand on his shoulder, his voice slow yet brimming with resolve. "Why is it impossible? Life is full of unpredictability. Even as Emperor of a nation, we must compromise with such matters. For the glory of the nation, we entrust this duty to you. We believe in your strength." Lin Xiu's mind spirals into chaos, a torrent of tangled thoughts surging one after another. "I still have Zhu Ninger yet to wed, and Qin Wan is also in line. How do I have the leisure to marry some noble lady from Fusang? Wouldn't that be an utter mess? Even if I'm willing, Ninger won't be. Even if Ninger is willing, Grand Duke Zhu won't be." The Grand Steward speaks up to offer his judgment. "Your Majesty, this time the assassin targeted Fusang's prodigy. It is very likely the handiwork of people from Fusang themselves." The Emperor gnashes his teeth in fury, each word hammered out with crushing weight. "They didn't strike in Fusang, yet ran all the way to Great Xia to murder Summoner. They trying to pin the blame on us. Shameless scum, they want us to shoulder every dirty pot they throw." His face betrays his bewilderment, and he cannot help but speak up. "Your Majesty, what is it?" The Xia Emperor explains with measured calm. "Fusang has 4 great clans. The sudden emergence of a new prodigy would shatter the balance among them. Fusang cannot accommodate this prodigy, but our great Xia can. We place our hopes upon you. Do not disappoint us. Go back and strive well." Ling Yin steps forward, her voice brimming with challenge. "Hey, didn't you say yesterday you wanted to spar with me?" He accepts the challenge without hesitation. "Come let me see whether it's your body that's grown stronger or your skills that have improved. This is perfect. Let me test what it feels like to face someone whose essence power surpasses an entire major realman opponent with a similar ability." A voice rings out, "Begin." The instant the command sounds, Lin Xiu blitzes toward her like lightning. His fist rises, radiant circles of magical light swirling around it, surging straight at Ling Yin. In a mere heartbeat, a violent explosion erupts. She extends her hand with fluid grace, catching Lin Xiu's fist in a vice grip. Ling Yin glares at him. The ground where they stand suddenly turns frigid, as if an invisible glacier has materialized around them. He retracts his hand, his gaze heavy with thought. How can it be this cold? The chill seeps from the outside in, penetrating straight into the bone marrow. Is this the suppression of a higher realm? Her voice drifts through the airlight yet razor sharp. "Not convinced." Lin Xiu answers honestly, "I'm convinced." In a more serious situation, even without deploying his trump cards, he could likely still defeat Ling Yin. Ling Yin turns to leave, not forgetting to remind him, "Remember to register at the Special Ability Bureau later. All participants must sign up 1 month in advance." She speaks softly, her concern showing. "Go back to your room first, get into bed and bundle up. I'll brew you a bowl of ginger soup to warm your body." Ling Yin, standing far off, overhears the two of them talking, and thinks bitterly, "I won, yet it feels as though I've lost all over again." Li Beijing from the Special Ability Bureau rushes over with questions. "Brother Lin, I hear one of the 3 great beauties of the Heavenly Prodigy ranking is staying at your place. Is that true?" Lin Xiu asks back in confusion. "What 3 great beauties?" The youth replies, "Last time the top 10 of the Heavenly Prodigy ranking had 3 women, all first-class beauties. Your wife is not only the foremost ice queen, but there's also..." Lin Xiu stares blankly at the crowd and asks curiously, "With so many participants, how do they determine the rankings?" Li Beijing explains the rules in detail. The preliminary bouts use a double elimination format for the first 2 rounds. A single loss means immediate elimination. But the Special Ability Bureau arranges the matchups beforehand at the very least. They'll ensure Earthrealm cultivators aren't pitted against Earthrealm cultivators in the first round. He speaks with a tone full of curiosity. "What's your cultivation base now?" The youth answers with utter confidence. A girl at the Earth Realm appears out of nowhere, throwing her arms around Lin Xiu and calling his name. "Lin Xiu." He startles in surprise. Qin Wan Zhu Ninger has also come to participate. Her face flushes crimson, a soft laugh accompanying her reply. "I've already reached Earth Realm." The youth beside them watches the scene unfold and cannot help but lament inwardly, "Damn, is this what they call peach blossom fate? So jealous, I want one of those too." Ninger gently opens a small box. Inside rests a stone radiating brilliant golden light. She speaks, "This 5th grade essence crystal is a family heirloom. I'm entrusting it to you. Grandfather bids you strive hard and not let my heart down." Lin Xiu responds courteously, "This is far too valuable. Please convey my gratitude to Grand Duke Zhu on my behalf." Li Beijing watches silently from the side, a quiet resolve hardening within his heart. Ling Yin, Xuan'er, Ninger, and Li Beijing have all reached the Earth realm. At least the first 2 rounds should be relatively safe for them. It seems I need to break through to Earth realm as soon as possible. Can't risk any unexpected mishaps. His gaze sweeps casually across the crowd, then freezes when it lands on the princess standing there. Lin Xiu approaches Princess Minghe, his voice warm and gentle as he speaks. "Minghe, I'm preparing to leave for a month to train elsewhere. If you'd like to dual cultivate with Ling Yin, speak with her before I go. I'll let her know." Before Lin Xiu can utter another word, the princess turns away, her voice dripping with petulance. "I don't want to cultivate with her. How did they all break through to Earth realm so quickly?" He turns his back and strides away with decisive resolve, leaving behind only a single terse remark. "I feel like dual cultivation doesn't really help with breaking through realms, so I want to go out and try my luck. I'm heading off. I still have many others to bid farewell to." Off the coast of the island nation, thunder and lightning rage without cease, bolts of electricity lacing the entire sky. Lin Xiu raises his head to gaze at the lightning descending upon this place, a thought stirring faintly in his heart. It's said this island nation endures lightning strikes for more than 300 days a year. It truly lives up to the rumors. Without a moment's hesitation, he channels his strength and leaps skyward, his figure soaring into a sky ablaze with countless furious bolts of lightning. A heartbeat later, his silhouette fades and vanishes into the thundering, lightning-streaked heavens. 25 days pass, meanwhile. At the manor, a small red bean sits motionless at the bottom of a bowl, not budging an inch. Ling Yin rests her hand lightly on the table, her eyes distant and melancholy, her heart brimming with unspoken worry. It's only a few days until it begins. How has he still not returned? Lin Xiu's voice suddenly rings out. "What's wrong?" "It's only been a little over half a month. Have you missed me already?" Upon seeing him return, she springs to her feet and calls out his name in surprise. Lin Xiu suddenly notices something. Ling Yin cannot help but furrow her brow, her expression turning grave. She cannot suppress her irritation and confronts Qin Wan directly. "Having fun, are we?" "Qin Wan," she asks right back. "Don't you like it? I saw you missing him and just wanted to help you out a little. If you're not grateful, then forget it." Ling Yin's face burns scarlet. A murmured complaint escapes her lips. "If you want to turn into him, then be my guest." Qin Wan replies, "That costs money." Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Yin asks bluntly, "How much?" Qin Wan smiles and replies softly, meeting face to face on tail. "If you want me to take the initiative to hold your hand or embrace you 5 tails." A kiss and tails, transforming into his appearance more than 10 tails. Lin Xiu walks in, his face full of bewilderment. "You're all here." Ling Yin is convinced that the Lin Xiu before her is one of Qin Wan's tricks. So she says flatly, "I didn't ask you to transform. You did that on your own. I'm not giving you 10 taels of silver." Watching Ling Yin gently touch his chin while muttering strange words, he cannot help but ask, "Why are you touching me?" Qin Wan smiles and explains gently, "You two really are alike who have mistaken the wrong person." Lin Xiu's face flushes red. He gazes at Ling Yin, stammering to find his words. Ling Yin, overcome with embarrassment and at a complete loss, reflexively punches him square in the face and screams, "Shut your mouth." The 2 girls devote themselves to the gyukin and the blood flute, painting a scene as gorgeous as a masterpiece from the Palace of Eternal Spring. Lin Xiu beams with a radiant smile, lavishing endless praise upon their sublime artistry. "Such melodies belong only to the heavens above. Your playing is truly sublime, my lady." Murong Mingzhu's gaze drifts toward him as she speaks softly, "It's been so long since I last played. I'm still a little rusty." Lin Xiu replies, "Your ladyship is far too humble. Such a melody could only belong to the heavens. I have a gift for your ladyship, but it will be a short while yet before you can see it. Your ladyship will surely love it." Lin Xiu speaks calmly. "I still have matters to attend to. Please excuse my early departure." Imperial physician, stay with her ladyship for a while. I trouble you with this. Imperial physician, do stay with her ladyship for a moment. He strolls away, his bearing calm and unhurried. Out of nowhere, Ming seizes Lin Xiu by the arm. He looks at the princess in surprise. Your Highness, what are you doing here? Every word from Ming carries genuine sincerity. I'm sorry the way I treated you before. Lin Xiu smiles faintly. Just a bit of luck, that's all. The princess lowers her gaze, musing to herself, no, there is only me left. Lin Xiu hands her a box containing stones that shimmer with a green luster. His voice rings with earnest respect. This is for you. Minghe stares at the object in Lin Xiu's hands, her face clearly marked with confusion. He promptly replies, Duke Zhu gave them to me, I have no use for them, so they happen to be perfect for you. The princess takes the box from Lin Xiu's hands. Minghe declares firmly, I will not take this for free. This essence crystal is worth 120,000 taels of silver. Once I have the money, I will pay you back. Then help her to the very end. I bought these on the black market for myself. Give it another try. The princess grips the essence crystal tight, her aura blazing with fierce determination. Her words ring out resolute, this time I must succeed. Immediately after, the essence crystal trembles faintly, and a gentle radiance begins to emanate. The light flickers to life, but before Minghe can even dare to hope, the essence crystal sputters and dies. The princess's face darkens. She utters in a heavy, despairing voice, failed again. Lin Xiu chuckles, a good-natured expression on his face as he offers an idea. I bought 2 on the black market and this is truly the last one. If it still doesn't work, then absorb mine instead. Her eyes brimming with tears, Ming chokes out her words. Lin Xiu, I'm sorry, the way I treated you before. He waves his hand and unexpectedly asks, I heard you've already broken through. Several hours later, after countless failed attempts, the princess's tears stream down her face. Choked words spill from her lips, all failures. He approaches Ming and offers the princess words of encouragement. It's fine, at most your breakthrough will simply be delayed a while. With your strength, as long as you don't face an Earth Realm cultivator in the first 2 rounds, you can easily secure your qualification. This unlucky child. Minghe bursts out, her voice heavy with despair. Not only did I fail to break through, I've wasted 3 5th-grade essence crystalsa debt of 360,000 taels of silver. Lin Xiu encourages her, don't be upset. As long as you break through before the competition, it won't be too late. Meet me at the palace tomorrow. We'll go draw lots together. The official announces, please you two draw your lots. He raises his lot card, his gaze sweeping over it before a thoughtful smile touches his lips. A total of 800 contestants, higher one's number, the stronger the opponent. Zhao Lingjun is number 1, Chiba Rin is number 2. As long as Qin Wan, Ling Yin and Ninger don't draw the same lot as those monsters, they should be fine. The princess studies the inscription on her lot card carefully. Minghe determines that number 9 is an Earth Realm contestant. Lin Xiu leans in slightly, whispering to the official. Can we redraw? The official doesn't hesitate, flatly refusing. Once drawn, there are no redraws. The princess quietly poses another question, hoping for clarification. Then do you happen to know who number 9 is? The man promptly replies, reporting to your highness, number 9 is the 5th young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xin. Ming exclaims in shock, her voice brimming with disbelief. Someone with a special ability like Zhang Xin is still only at the Earth Realm. He suddenly recalls something and questions, besides, you drew for me and I drew for Yao, have you forgotten? Beads of sweat roll down the official's forehead. He stammers, young Master Lin, I'm afraid that simply won't do. Lin Xiu counters, why not? I just saw someone drawing on behalf of another. Can't we help each other out? Not far away, 2 figures huddle together, discussing something with cautious expressions. Give him 50 taels, let's swap. In a hushed voice, a pleasant cooperation then. In a low murmur, the official finally relents. Very well, allow this humble official to make the record. Lin Xiu number 9, the princess number 109. The princess's cheeks flush red, her words carrying a hint of bashful shyness. Thank you. The referee's voice rings out across the arena. In this first round of matches, contestants are forbidden from taking their opponent's life. Matches continue until the point threshold is reached. Violation will result in immediate disqualification. Let the matches begin. Before long, the victors of each bout begin to emerge. Number 4 takes the stage, Zhang Ren of the Zhang family. Number 7 enters the arena, Chibai of Fusing. Number 2 steps up, Song Yuzheng, eldest young master of the Song family. Yuzheng, his handsome face adorned with a gentle smile, waving a jade fan that sets countless girls swooning. "O handsome one, young master song. This humble maiden wants to bear your children. Yu Zhang, dear brother, I love you," witnessing the spectacle. Bai Zhang feels a twinge of jealousy stir in his chest, yet his expression remains indifferent. He merely remarks with casual disdain, "Waving some tattered fan and putting on such airs if I couldn't do the same if I stepped up there," the referee calls out. The next match, Lin Xiu of the Great Xia Empire versus Zhang Xin of the Great Xia Empire. Lin Xiu shows no surprise, he speaks calmly, "My turn already." The spectators begin to murmur, their gazes darting toward him. Isn't he Miss Zhao's husband? Is his luck really that terrible? Drawing an Earth Realm opponent again, he'll likely be eliminated in the very first round. Standing before his opponent, he speaks solemnly, "I humbly request your guidance." Zhang Xin sneers contemptuously, "I'll gladly give you some guidance." He draws his bowstring taut and looses an arrow with decisive, unwavering force. The shaft hurtles straight toward Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu raises his crossbow ever so slightly. His hands move like lightning, swinging the crossbow body horizontal, deflecting each arrow that streaks in from every angle. Zhang Xin's arrow sweeps low, coiling tightly around Lin Xiu's legs. He looks down, his gaze cold as tempered steel, staring intently at his legs bound tight. Lin Xiu stands tall and unyielding, his face darkening, his eyes hardening as if to incinerate everything before him. With a mighty surge of strength, he hoists the crossbow high overhead. The crossbow sweeps down, slamming into the arrow with terrifying force, instantly freezing it solid. Around Lin Xiu, enormous pillars of ice erupt from the ground one after another. Sensing a momentary opening, Zhang Xin seizes the chance, attempting a sneak attack from behind. Yet with a single glance, Lin Xiu has already detected his covert intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiu swings his crossbow and lunges straight at Zhang Xin like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air. Both sides plunge into a fierce chase, one attacking like a raging tempest, the other dodging with fluid agility. The crossbow in his hand flashes in an instant, its tip driving straight and true into the very spot where Zhang Xin hides. As expected, that devastating thrust pierces clean through Zhang Xin's defense. He clenches his teeth and endures, mustering every last shred of strength to resist the crossbow tip bearing down on him. Where the crossbow tip strikes, the layers of ice begin to splinter, hairline fractures spread like threads across the surface. Moments later, the ice can endure no more, it shatters into hundreds of razor-sharp shards. With the crossbow tip pressed against his throat, he can only stand frozen, his eyes burning with unwillingness to accept defeat. Lin Xiu regards him with a piercing gaze, a faint smile on his lips, but deep within it lies an unyielding resolve not to relent. With no way out, Zhang Xin is forced to surrender. "I've lost, I admit defeat." The spectators who witness the battle's conclusion cannot help but gasp in astonishment. They erupt into fervent discussion, eyes overflowing with disbelief. What just happened? An Earth Realm cultivator actually lost to someone from the mysterious realm. What would you even know about it? This is all due to the special abilities countering effect. Truly unfair for that member of the Zhang family. Zhang Ren speaks up to console him. "This time it was merely bad luck, don't take it to heart, you still have one more chance to compete." He lowers his head, his voice low yet filled with sincerity. Losing to Zhao Lingjun's husband due to a countering ability isn't too embarrassing. Zhang Xin, Zhang Yi, Zhang Ren, besides, 2 members from the Zhang family should be enough. Suddenly from afar, Changping steps forward, a faint smile playing in his eyes as he casually remarks, "What a pity out of so many contestants. You just had to run into Lin Xiu, who happens to counter your ability." Zhang Yi calls out in surprise, "Changping Commandery Prince." He slowly reveals a secret, his voice laden with hidden meaning. "According to my investigation, Lin Xiu's original draw wasn't you, it was Princess Ming." Lin Xiu and Ming swap their cards. The 3 of them immediately turn to stare at Changping, their eyes filled with suspicion and wariness. He wonders to himself, could the imperial family have designs on the Zhang family? Meanwhile, turning toward Lin Xiu, Ling Yin suggests, "The next match holds no meaning for us, let's head back." He replies, "Let's go." After advancing to Earthrealm, there are new skills one must absolutely obtain: water, wood, wind. What should I choose for the last one though? That person quickly reassures her, "Your Highness, rest easy. Of the 18 Earthrealm contestants, 14 have already been drawn by others." Lin Xiu glances at Ming's card, his expression crestfallen. another tough one. The princess slowly scans the characters printed on the card, her gaze pensive. Number 13, Jiangning Commandery Prince Earthrealm again. His voice trails off as his hand swiftly draws a new card. Wait a moment, let me swap with you. Am I seeing things? There seems to be something off about this person. Lin Xiu freezes, his eyes glued to the card he just drew. Minghe lets out a disappointed sigh. Number 12, Changping Commandery Prince. No matter how we swap, I'm done for. He silently speculates. I just sensed a trace of spatial fluctuation. Sure enough, someone has been secretly pulling strings behind the scenes. Even the worst luck has to run out eventually. I reckon all your bad luck must have been used up by now. I still have my very last essence crystal, you know. The princess immediately channels her power to absorb the essence crystal. The essence crystal dissolves into her body, and brilliant streams of light instantly burst forth around Minghe. The princess's eyes blaze with radiance. An enormous golden vortex erupts moments later. Minghe gently descends back to the ground. The princess gazes at her own body, her eyes gleaming with joy, and exclaims, I did it, I've reached Earthrealm. I've finally reached Earthrealm, this is wonderful. The princess suddenly realizes how compromising her actions just were, causing both their faces to flush crimson with embarrassment. The two hastily turn their backs to each other. Minghe stammers bashfully, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now, I'll pay back the debt slowly. Lin Xiu forces an awkward laugh, scratching his cheek, his face visibly flushed as he replies, no rush. It's not like I'm short on a few silver coins. As she walks away, the princess softly says, I'm going to find Imperial Father and tell him about this. Imperial Father, I've advanced to Earthrealm. The Xia Emperor's eyes light up. Is that so? That is wonderful news. With sincere eyes, Minghe makes a heartfelt request. It was thanks to Lin Xiu lending me several 5th-grade essence crystals, Imperial Father. Could you help me repay him? He nods slightly in agreement. However much silver it took to help you reach Earthrealm, your father will repay it on your behalf. With a beaming face, the princess cheerfully holds up her fingers and announces 40,000 taels. Hearing Minghe name such a sky-high price, the Xia Emperor, who had been calmly sipping tea, chokes violently and spits out a mouthful in utter shock. He pauses for a moment, then changes his mind. The budget has been tight these past few months. That brat Lin Xiu doesn't lack for silver anyway, just have her pay it back gradually. Not lingering by the Xia Emperor's side any longer, the princess turns to leave, her gentle voice trailing behind. Thank you, Imperial Father. My next opponent is the Jiangning Commandery Prince. I shall go prepare. The Grand Steward standing nearby softly inquires, Your Majesty, should we separate the Jiangning Commandery Prince and the princess? He immediately rebuts, no, once such a precedent is set, all future competitions will lose their credibility entirely. It would also leave a weakness for other nations to exploit. But this matter is rather suspicious, go investigate. 1 hour later, the Grand Steward gently reports, Your Majesty, this old servant has thoroughly investigated. The matter with Her Highness the Princess was merely a coincidence, but there is one issue that is not. Lin Xiu's second-round opponent was the Changping Commandery Prince. Someone bribed officials at the Special Ability Office to secretly tamper with the draw. He cannot hide his bewilderment. The Xia Emperor slowly asks, to get revenge on Lin Xiu. The Grand Steward quickly responds, Your Majesty, this was orchestrated by the Changping Commandery Prince. He was among those who went to the Zhao residence to propose. The Changping Commandery Prince was the most determined of them all. It is likely a bitter grudge from having his intended bride snatched away, a refusal to accept defeat. For the next match, the referee stands at the center of the martial arena, his booming voice echoing across the grounds. First match, Zhao Lingjun of Great Xia against Fang Ying of Nanzhou. All those in the crowd, upon seeing her, cannot help but call out in admiration, Miss Zhao. Miss Zhao has finally arrived. Where is she? Fang Ying, clutching a notebook in hand, speaks up with heartfelt admiration. Miss Zhao, I've finally met you. I'm such a huge fan. Could you write a few words for me? Anything will do. Lingjun smiles gently and graciously agrees. Of course. With a beaming face, the girl waves at the referee and declares, Referee, I forfeit. In a clear, resonant voice, the referee announces the next two contestants. Next match, Lin Xiu of Great Xia versus Changping Commandery Prince Li Xuan of Great Xia. The crowd instantly erupts into murmurs and whispers. Miss Zhao's husband drew an Earthrealm opponent again. This time, his ability won't be able to counter the opponent anymore. How is he supposed to defeat an Earth Realm cultivator? Losing right in front of his wife, that's truly pathetic. She'll never let him hear the end of it. The two stand facing each other in silence. Changping clenches his jaw, fury and hidden determination flickering in his eyes. Zhao Lingjun, I will make you watch with your own eyes as your husband kneels before me and begs for mercy. I'll strip him of every last shred of dignity. I'll show you that the man you chose is nothing. The referee's command rings out across the arena. The match begins. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathers his technique in the palm of his hand. The shockwave Changping unleashes shatters the earth and stone to pieces, yet what stuns everyone is that Lin Xiu remains standing, utterly calm and unscathed. The shards of rock coalesce, forming a solid sphere that encases Lin Xiu within. Changping makes no effort to hide his contempt, his voice dripping with disdain as he sneers trash. Seeing the stone encasing Lin Xiu without him moving an inch, looks of disappointment spread across many faces and murmurs echo without end. Heavens, is it over already? How pathetic. Wait, hold on, it doesn't seem to be over yet. A flash of blue light suddenly erupts, swiftly engulfing the entire stone sphere. The sphere shudders violently, as if something is stirring from within. Cracks begin to splinter across the stone. Changping clenches his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he stares straight ahead. Lin Xiu rockets out from within the stone sphere, a bone-chilling blue aura of killing intent erupting from his entire body. He drives a devastating fist straight into Changping's gut. His face burning with rage, Changping raises his arms to guard. Isn't his special ability ice-based? Then why is his martial prowess so powerful? Damn it! Lin Xiu lashes out with a thunderous kick, sending Changping hurtling through the air. Changping gasps for breath, forcing out his words so fast Lin Xiu vaults into the air, raising his leg to strike. Changping is helpless to resist as Lin Xiu's fist plunges straight into his gut. Lin Xiu unleashes a barrage of thunderous blows. His speed is so blinding that only fleeting streaks of light remain in the eye's wake. The spectators stand frozen, every jaw dropped in utter disbelief. What? The Changping commandery prince couldn't even fight back. So fast me eyes couldn't track a thing. Can someone tell me, is this truly just the mysterious realm? Is there really a mysterious realm cultivator this powerful? Though Zhang Ren harbors no fondness for Lin Xiu, he still has to admit the truth. With both special abilities and martial prowess at the Earth Realm, Fifth Brother's defeat is well deserved. Song Yuzheng picks up the thread, his voice brimming with admiration. He didn't even unleash his special abilities. Martial arts alone was enough to leave Li Xuan completely helpless. Such strength would easily rank him among the top 2 on the Heavenly Prodigy ranking. He speaks in a stern, commanding tone. Changping commandery prince, do you admit defeat? Collapsed on the ground, Changping chokes out his answer through searing agony. I admit defeat. Lin Xiu sneers with contempt, his thoughts running deep. This match is for old Duke Zhu to witness and for everyone else as well. I want everyone to remember not just as Zhao Lingjun's husband, but as Lin Xiu. Lingjun's gaze settles upon him as she speaks. Martial prowess and special abilities, both at the Earth Realm. The referee's voice echoes across the arena, delivering the announcement. Lin Xiu wins. I now invite Princess Ming and the Jiangning commandery prince to the stage. A twisted grin spreads across Jiangning's face. He warns Ming, imperial sister. You had better surrender, I'd hate to accidentally hurt you. The princess fires back without hesitation, her words dripping with sarcasm. It seems you don't have the skill for that either. Jiangning strikes at once, streams of verdant qi coiling around his body. He doesn't forget to taunt her with a parting jab. Imperial sister, do be careful. As the qi surges toward her, the princess stands perfectly still, utterly unmoving. Minghe's expression darkens in an instant, her eyes blazing crimson like fire. Phoenix-like wings erupt from the princess's form, incinerating every thread of killing intent Jiangning sends her way. He stands there, eyes wide with shock, unable to conceal the astonishment in his voice. You've reached the Earth Realm too. The princess's face is ice cold, her sharp gaze radiating dense killing intent. She answers with calm composure, before I reached the Earth Realm, my flames could never burn through your vines, but now my power can suppress you. In the next instant, Minghe channels every ounce of her strength, unleashing a devastating explosion that shakes the surrounding space. She looks down at him, calmly lies sprawled on the ground, completely motionless with no sign of resistance. Standing not far away, both of them watch the battle unfold. Lingyan asks curiously, when did she break through? he answers without hesitation. I gave her a few essence crystals yesterday. Her eyes go wide with surprise, and she immediately turns to stare at Lin Xiu. You gave her all those essence crystals? He begins to explain everything to Ling Yin. It's not exactly a gift. Each essence crystal is charged to her at 1,000 or 2 taels of silver. She currently owes me 48,000 taels of silver. She thinks helplessly. Qinhuan owes him 10,000 taels and Minghe owes over 40,000. In the imperial study, the chief eunuch bows respectfully before your majesty, relaying the latest tidings. A report from the arena. Your highness, the princess has defeated the Jiangning commandery prince and secured qualification for the grand tournament. Before the princess's talent, the Xia emperor cannot conceal his admiration. Minghe's talent surpasses that of every prince and princess. I wonder if these old eyes of mine shall live to see her step into the heaven realm. The chief eunuch continues softly. There is one more matter. Lin Xiu has eliminated the Changping commandery prince and also secured qualification for the grand tournament. The emperor lifts his head slightly, curiosity glinting unmistakably in his eyes. Imperial decree, summon him before me. Before long, Lin Xiu arrives. He steps forward, performs a deep and reverent bow, and greets formally. Your subject pays his respects to your majesty. The emperor fixes Lin Xiu with a stern gaze, suspicion unconcealed, and demands, I hear you have reached the Earth realm. Why did you not report this sooner? Had you revealed it earlier, our great Xia prodigies would not have clashed with one another. He chuckles softly and begins to explain, Your Majesty, this subject cannot be blamed. I was merely fortunate enough to break through 2 days ago. Despite his composure, the Xia emperor's face still betrays a flicker of anger. His voice turns iron-hard as he commands, I do not care. You are the one who eliminated him. You have inflicted a tremendous loss upon the court. I shall grant you one chance to atone for your offense. If you cannot secure a top rank on the Heavenly Prodigy ranking in this grand tournament, do not bother returning to face me. The smile on his lips is forced, yet he patiently voices his proposal. Your Majesty, should this subject enter the top 10, would your Majesty grant 2 annulments of engagement? And should this subject claim second place in the grand tournament, this subject humbly requests 3 annulments. The Xia emperor's gaze sharpens. Do you have the confidence to claim second place? Lin Xiu answers without a moment's hesitation. A man must always dream. What if those dreams come true? Having heard this, the emperor has no choice but to relent. I agree to your terms. If you claim second place in the grand tournament, I shall grant you 3 annulments. His face lights up as he proposes, would your majesty be willing to put this in writing? Once the matter is settled, Lin Xiu cheerfully strides out of the estate, humming a tune as he walks. The Xia emperor looks stern yet oddly listless. He strokes his chin and muses. Should I establish a dedicated bureau within the Ministry of Rites just to handle this brat's marriage affairs? Elsewhere, Lin Xiu steps into a room. My lady, I've come to pay you a visit. Mingzhu cannot conceal her worry and urges him for help. Lin Xiu, you've come at just the right time. Please take a look at what's wrong with the little one. Lin Xiu slowly steps forward, bending down to observe with care. He studies the creature and deduces, judging by its appearance, it seems to be undergoing a breakthrough. A breakthrough. Lin Xiu looks straight at her, his expression solemn, and reassures, my lady, Resty Zithas is perfectly normal. Just feed it some essence stones and it will recover. The spirit beast suddenly takes flight, its entire body blazing with an ethereal azure glow laced with glittering arcs of lightning. Its eyes bulge wide, whites rolled back with pupils vanished, mouth agape. The spirit beast hovers and spins in midair, each revolution gathering more wondrous light. Meanwhile, Mingzhu can only stand frozen, her bewildered gaze betraying total confusion. He reassures her, my lady, there is no need to fear. It is merely awakening its innate talent. This is entirely normal. At last it slowly descends to the ground. Its demeanor is calm, its expression exuding an extraordinary air of composure. Lin Xiu delivers his verdict, it appears to have broken through. The door bursts open without warning. The Xia emperor strides in, confusion in his voice. What just happened? What was all that commotion? Before his sudden arrival, both freeze in shock and call out in unison, Your Majesty. The servant quickly presents a detailed account. Your Majesty, this spirit beast just vomited lightning. It is extremely dangerous. For the safety of the noble consort and the other consorts, it can no longer remain in the imperial harem. The noble consort witnesses this, worry etched plainly across her face. She speaks softly, where is the little one? This consort is right here. The Xia emperor furrows his brow, his gaze contemplative. He slowly strokes his chin in thought. After a long moment of deliberation, the Xia Emperor speaks in a measured tone. Noble consort, your health is frail. I hereby grant you special permission to leave the palace for a period of recuperation. Mingzhu does not argue. Instead, she responds gently. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Xiu gently lifts the physician into his arms, his gaze brimming with tenderness. He whispers softly, Are you tired? Today I spent the entire day helping the noble consort tidy the royal villa. She slowly parts her eyes, her gaze bashful, her voice drifting out in a hush. My lord. Half an hour later, the physician's body trembles weakly. She lets out a soft whimper. My lord, I have no strength left. He gently places his hand upon the physician's thigh, his deep, warm voice sounding. Let me help you recover a little, then we go for round 2. The physician's eyes fly open. She sits up in a daze, her gaze hazy, and murmurs, My lord, I feel my strength has returned. With a puzzled expression, Lin Xiu furrows his brow, his mind swimming with questions. That can't be right. I barely just started. How could she recover her stamina so quickly? His eyes widen as a thought strikes him. Could it be? Lin Xiu produces an iron bottle and holds it forward. Try and see if you can bend this. The physician finds it strange, speaking with a note of surprise. My lord Gestio, could I possibly possess such strength? Yet with a single light squeeze, the iron bottle crumples like paper. Both of them freeze in stunned silence. The physician stares at the deformed bottle, her face a portrait of bewilderment. Since when did I have such monstrous strength? Delete. Lin Xiu knits his brow, plunging deep into thought. He had just copied a special ability's power into the physician. Could it be that after breaking through to the Earth realm, his copying ability itself had undergone an evolution? He speaks even as his mind drifts back to the passionate scenes from moments ago. Physician, I have a theory. Shall we test it? After an entire night of passionate exertion, he still could not copy a second ability into the physician's body. Was his cultivation base simply insufficient? Or perhaps within a short window, he could only copy once. He would need to find someone else to verify this. On the arena grounds, a minor competition hurtles toward its climax. Blade slashes crisscross through the void, raining down relentless attacks upon the opponent and leaving him no avenue of escape. I concede. Murongyu calmly retracts her power. The arena erupts into a cacophony of noise. Lin Xiu strolls over, a genial grin plastered across his face. Miss Murong, would you have time to share a meal later? She brushes past him without breaking stride. Sorry, no time. Lin Xiu shrugs, releasing a sigh laden with regret. What a pity. Red Pear Pavilion just perfected a new wine recipe. I suppose I'll have to find someone else to appreciate it with. Murong Yu halts instantly. See you later. Under the shade of a tree, a young man steps forward and speaks. My name is Su Luo. I cultivate the martial path. I have always held Brother Lin in the highest esteem. It is my great honor to spar with Yao. Might Brother Lin offer a pointer or two? Lin Xiu waves a hand without hesitation. Forget pointer, sparring is simply mutual exchange. Su Luo draws his blade, his eyes sharpening with resolve. I humbly request your instruction. He lunges forward, trailing arcs of blazing slashes. Lin Xiu meets him head-on without missing a beat. Lin Xiu pivots, gliding out of the blade's reach with fluid grace. Su Luo leaps skyward and brings a vertical cleave crashing down from above, only for Lin Xiu to block it with effortless ease. Two of Lin Xiu's fingers clamp down on the flat of the blade like an iron vice. His face radiates unmistakable confidence. The surrounding crowd erupts into pandemonium. Not just the women, but even the men are beside themselves. Truly incredible. He's even more commanding than young Master Song. I'm absolutely smitten with him. What a pity he's already a married man. Others lament, the heavens are truly unfair. How is it that every good thing falls into Zhao Lingjun's lap? Lin Xiu gently lifts the blade high above his head. Your techniques are many, but not a single one has been honed to perfection. Su Luo bows deeply, filled with admiration. I still humbly seek Brother Lin's guidance. Lin Xiu's expression turns solemn. He raises the blade high. Watch closely. He grips the weapon with iron strength and unleashes a powerful horizontal slash that sweeps cleanly past Su Luo's body. The young man stands rooted to the spot, utterly speechless, cold sweat streaming down his face. Lin Xiu smiles and returns the blade. When you practice a single technique 100,000 times, you will naturally come to understand. Su Luo is thoroughly humbled. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your guidance. At the star-plucking tower, Murong Yu sits across from him at a wine table. She cuts straight to the point. All right, what do you want from me? Lin Xiu makes no attempt to beat around the bush. I wish to ask about matters concerning the noble consort. Murong Yu maintains her composure, raising the wine cup to her lips. My apologies, there is nothing to tell. Lin Xiu offers a gentle smile. Please don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. The reason I ask is because the noble consort has always carried a hidden sorrow. He continues in a warm, measured tone. I fear that if this persists, she will fall ill. Murong Yu's distant facade gradually crumbles. She sighs, a faint sadness flickering in her gaze. After all these years, Her Highness still refuses to forgive the Murong family. Back then, the Zhang family forced a marriage proposal. The Murong family was left with no room to negotiate. My aunt, refusing to wed into the Zhang household, was coerced into entering the palace as noble consort. From that day forward, she severed all ties with the clan. Lin Xiu presses further. You've already come to the royal capital, we not go see the noble consort. Murong Yu falters, the wine cup pausing midair. My aunt does not wish to see anyone from the Murong family. I fear that a meeting would only worsen her spirits. Lin Xiu grins and turns his head, drawing Murong Yu's gaze toward the figure who has just appeared behind him. The noble consort wouldn't object, would she? Murong Mingzhu glides into the room. Her attire is modest, yet she exudes a gentle elegance reminiscent of pale peonies in full bloom. She immediately offers a graceful curtsy. Murong Yu pays her respects to her aunt. It has been 17 years. The noble consort regards her with a warm, lingering gaze. I still remember the old days. When I left home, you were still wrapped in swaddling clothes. In the blink of an eye, you've grown into such a fine woman. Murong Mingzhu's voice overflows with maternal affection. 17 years, little Yuer is all grown up now. Come let your aunt get a proper look at you. He slips away quietly, leaving the two of them their private reunion. A silent smile graces his lips. The next morning at the sparring arena, the noble consort turns to Murong Yu. Can you win today? She shakes her head with a sigh. I'm not confident. My opponent is at the Earth realm. I can only give it my all. Lin Xiu arrives, and trailing behind him is Princess Ming. In Lin Xiu's hand gleams a single essence crystal. This is the only one I have left. Give it a try. Princess Ming furrows her brow, visibly irritated. Last time, Lin Xiu told me that was his very last one. Who is this girl? Why is he so generous with her? Who exactly is she? He tilts his head and offers an explanation. Murong Yu's noble consort's niece. By relation, she's probably your elder cousin. The princess scoffs. One essence crystal. If she fails to break through, she'll owe someone 150,000 taels of silver. She might as well cultivate on her own. The grand competition is still half a year away. Meanwhile, Murong Yu stares in astonishment at the radiant light enveloping her body. I've broken through. The noble consort shows no surprise whatsoever. How wonderful! Princess Minghe is left utterly agape by the spectacle before her. The princess cannot accept what she's seeing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can someone break through with just a single essence crystal? Lin Xiu explains calmly. Some are blessed with fortune, others are not. This is perfectly normal. When Ling Yin first broke through, she also used only one. Princess Minghe's eyes well up with tears of frustration. Stop talking. Stepping onto the arena, Murong Yu speaks with polished courtesy. Murong Yu, please instruct me. Wei Yun returns the gesture with equal respect. Wei Yun, please instruct me. The words barely fade before Wei Yun immediately launches into his technique. He hurls the fireballs toward his opponent at blinding speed, but Murong Yu cleaves them in two in an instant. They explode midair before they can even graze her. Wei Yun refuses to yield. He still brims with energy. When the torrent swells beyond what his body can contain, he unleashes it all at once. Murong Yu does not hesitate. She surges forward in a single decisive charge. The colossal fireball is split clean in two and ultimately dissipates into smoke and ash. Wei Yun seizes the moment while the smoke and dust have yet to clear. He leaps skyward and hurls fireballs at Murong Yu in rapid succession. She reacts in an instant, swinging her sword with devastating force. Arcs of blade light erupt outward, engulfing the incoming flames. Wei Yun is sent hurtling through the air. He crosses his arms to brace against the impact. Wei Yun drops to his knees, bowing his head in acceptance of defeat. I have lost. How humiliating. What good is this wretched ability? Defeated by ice. Defeated by ice and even by wind. I clearly broke through first, yet I still cannot beat her. Lin Xiu offers a gentle smile to console him. don't be discouraged, you're only 17, still a bit younger than the rest of them. By my count, you can still participate in 2 more grand competitions. Your future prospects surpass most others. Vice Dean Chen announces with satisfaction that only 25 of the original 800 contestants remain. Starting from the next round, Zhao Lingjun, who sits atop the heavenly prodigy ranking, receives a bye. She will wait as the remaining 24 contestants battle to determine who is worthy of challenging her for the top spot. He continues, the remaining 24 shall be divided into 6 groups. Each group will compete in a round-robin format and 2 from each will advance. The Vice Dean holds a red slip of paper. First group: Lin Xiu, Zhu Ninger, Song Yuling, and Chen Qing. Ninger nudges Lin Xiu with a playful grin. We're in the same group, so go easy on me, all right? That way we can both advance together. The surrounding spectators buzz with excitement. Miss Zhu's strength is no trifling matter. She even forced young Master Lin to draw his weapon. It seems today we may witness a few moves of his swordplay. Hopefully, it will benefit our own understanding of the sword Dao. Another onlooker chimes in, Miss Zhu's special ability is telekinesis. I wonder how young Master Lin will counter it. This should prove a spectacular match. Elder Duke Zhu feels a knot of unease tighten in his chest. Why does he harbor such a dreadful premonition? Lin Xiu initiates the duel. He strolls forward with a nonchalant air, sword in hand. Ninger, here I come. 2 swords meet with a gentle ring, and a hush falls over the space between them. Lin Xiu flashes Ninger a subtle signal. She catches his meaning instantly. Ninger immediately feigns being struck and collapses to the ground, not forgetting to heap praise from her lips. Lin Xiu is truly formidable. Duke Zhu and the surrounding spectators can only stare in helpless disbelief. What utterly clumsy acting. A chorus of furious shouts erupts from the crowd. Rigged match, shameless, refund our tickets. The guards sigh helplessly and hastily announce. Lin Xiu wins. Next up, Song Yuling versus Chen Qing. Moments later, another announcement rings out as the match concludes. Song Yuling wins. Next match, Zhu Ninger versus Song Yuling. The battle proves exceptionally fierce. The sounds of thuds, cracks, and slaps ring out without pause, followed by someone's pained groans. And soon the match ends. Result: Zhu Ninger wins. Song Yuling's face is a mess of bruises, one cheek swollen grotesquely. He raises his hand. For the next match, I forfeit. Chen Qing is equally exhausted. For the next 2 matches, I forfeit as well. Lin Xiu materializes behind Chen Qing out of thin air and begins to lecture. In truth, life demands relentless effort. Only by staking everything can one claim victory, but since you've made your choice, I have nothing more to say. He heaves a dejected sigh. He had imagined tormenting this one the way he tormented the Changping prince, but alas, it was not to be. Next, everyone is informed of the results. Advancing: Lin Xiu, Zhu Ninger. Eliminated: Song Yuling, Chen Qing. On another arena, Murong Yu advances, Chibo Rin advances, Zhang Ren advances, Zhao Lingyan advances, Princess Minghe advances, Zhang Yi advances. Qin Wan advances, Li Beijing advances. Zhou Jin is visibly elated. Not counting Zhao Lingyan, 10 of the top 12 this time hail from our great Xia. Your Majesty will surely be overjoyed to hear this news. After an enthralling morning, today's competition draws to a close. Lin Xiu returns to his residence. After the meal, a woman gently reminds them, you two have been married for quite some time now. Perhaps it's time you had a child. Ling Yin clings to her elder sister and pipes up, I want to sleep with big sister tonight. Tomorrow's competition is crucial. I wish to consult her on several matters regarding my cultivation. Lin Xiu forces a smile and offers his excuse. I plan to cultivate tonight as well. The force of my training will be considerable. I wouldn't want to disturb anyone. I'll head to the Xin residence. The azure sky stretches clear, casting the silhouettes of swaying trees below. Ling Yin walks alongside Lingjun and asks, Big sister, will you come watch our matches tomorrow? She replies, with me there, perhaps, though after today's showing I likely won't advance tomorrow. Ling Yin suddenly grows somber. Big sister, is it true that you've never really valued brother-in-law? She answers coolly, no. Ling Yin presses, but that's how he feels. You don't know how hard he's worked to earn your approval. He cultivates through the entire night. Some evenings he sleeps less than an hour. Big sister, don't you feel what you've done is wrong? Lingjun falls silent. Perhaps she simply doesn't know what answer to give. Night gradually descends. A massive wooden pillar absorbs blow after relentless blow. Lin Xiu raises his leg and drives a devastating kick skyward. his expression carved in stone. A figure approaches from behind. Lin Xiu turns. "Why did you come back?" Ling Yin's face is tinged with melancholy. She lowers her gaze. "I couldn't sleep. I came to cultivate alongside you. I should properly strengthen my martial Dao. When a martial artist closes in on me, I don't even have a shred of strength to resist." She sits down near the spot where Lin Xiu trains. Ling Yin asks, "Aren't you tired?" He clenches his fist tight, poised to strike the wooden pillar. "Tired?" he echoes her question. "Tired, yet you push yourself this hard." But Lin Xiu immediately rebuts, "Does being tired mean one must stop fighting? Every person has something to pursue, a resolve that drives them forward. We are all of the same age. On what grounds should I be weaker than anyone else?" Ling Yin's sadness only deepens. She thinks to herself, the others he speaks of, that's big sister, isn't it? A man so proud, how could he truly not care about what happened back then? Silence begins to settle over the space. Ling Yin sits upright, watching Lin Xiu train with unwavering dedication. Ling Zhen stands at a height, gazing down. She wonders, is he training this grueling pace to prove something? That night, did I truly hurt him that deeply? The next morning, the spectator stands are already packed to capacity. The familiar voice of the announcer rings out once more. This round shall be redivided into 3 groups. The top 2 from each group will advance to the final 6. Ling Yin appears with a rather displeased expression, while the young man beside her grins with evident delight. The referee's voice booms across the arena. First match of the day, Zhao Lingyan versus Song Yuzheng. A thunderous boom erupts. The instant Ling Yin sweeps her hand forward, countless razor-sharp ice shards materialize in the air. They coalesce into lethal clusters, but Yuzheng is no pushover. He sweeps the folding fan in his hand through several elegant arcs. The massive block of ice cracks and fractures into hundreds of shards. Yuzheng speaks with calm composure, gazing at the blanket of white. From afar, one would never guess it is snow, merely the stuff that shatters hearts. "Miss Zhao, why must you trouble the dreams of others?" Yuzheng grips his fan tightly and darts through the air at blinding speed, evading every razor-sharp ice shard entirely. He uses his fan to shatter each fragment that draws near. Ling Yin stands below, her hands weaving spell after spell. She conjures a colossal wall of ice, but Yuzheng's power proves formidable. He soars higher still and sweeps his fan in a devastating arc. The massive ice barrier cracks clean in two under the impact, sending shards scattering in all directions. Ling Yin refuses to yield. She plants her feet firmly on the arena floor and channels her spiritual power. Tendrils of ice coil around her legs. Ling Yin spreads her arms wide. A pair of enormous ice wings unfurls behind her. Her eyes undergo a terrifying transformation. Only the whites remain. She unleashes another devastating ice strike, soaring high into the air while gripping a sword forged entirely of ice. He responds with unhurried grace. Yuzheng shows not a flicker of unease. A sudden gale erupts without warning, sweeping away the scattered petals of ice. "Ms. Zhao, watch yourself." He unleashes a relentless barrage of lethal strikes. Another slab of ice shatters apart. She cannot react in time. She tumbles backward, her face painted with alarm. The sound of smaller ice fragments clattering to the ground rings clear. Yuzheng raises his hand, his fan snaps shut. "Forgive the offense, Miss Zhao. I'm afraid I cannot hold back for the sake of sparing beauty." He launches a continuous, unrelenting assault, each strike aimed directly at Ling Yin. She freezes in shock, a ring of azure light erupting around Ling Yin. Ling Zhen darts forward, shielding Ling Yin with her own body. Lin Xiu surges in as well, catching her in his arms. Thanks to them, Ling Yin does not fall. A luminous barrier envelops all three, rendering the surging torrent of fire unable to draw near. He holds her in his arms and lands safely on the ground. She too descends gracefully to the earth. Everyone present gasps in astonishment. Zhao Lingzhen actually made her move. How formidable! From such a distance, she still managed to intercept Song Yuzheng's attack. Just how powerful is she? A man furrows his brow, thinking to himself. Lin Xiu made his move too a moment ago. No one could even track his movements, yet he was already before Miss Zhao. His speed truly lives up to its reputation. Some are even moved to tears. Actually used his own body to shield her. How touching. If someone treated me like that, I would give myself willingly. The person beside her finds it unbearable and walks away. Someone risked their life to save you, yet you repay kindness with resentment. They've you no shame. The announcer's voice echoes across the entire capital. This match goes to Song Yuzheng. Next bout, Lin Xiu versus Murong Yu. Ling Yin wraps her arms around Lin Xiu's arm. what were you rushing over for? At most, I would have suffered a minor injury. He sighs in exasperation. You're already hurt and you still want to trouble Miss Song Song. Lingjun turns her head to regard the two of them. She had deployed her spiritual sense from the very start to shield the girl's spiritual sense is extraordinarily swift, yet in the blink of an eye. He was even faster. This proves his protectiveness of Ling Yin stems from pure instinct. Murong Yu speaks up, referee, I concede this match. Begin the next one directly. The referee startles, very well. The spectators below begin to stir with discontent. This young lady's choice is clearly paving the way for someone else so that Lin Xiu can drain Song Yuzheng's stamina. There must be something between her and Lin Xiu. How many has it been now? Is her special ability just fishing for hearts? The announcer's voice rings out once more. Next bout, Song Yuzheng versus Murong Yuun wielding a wind-type ability, the other commanding flames. The clash immediately. She launches a flurry of strikes in sharp contrast to Murong Yu's recklessness. Yuzheng remains composed. Waving the fan in his hand with calm elegance, the announcer's voice resounds, heralding the end of the match. Fight! This match goes to Song Yuzheng. Next bout, Lin Xiu versus Zhao Lingyin. Lingyin raises her hand high. I forfeit. He stands beside her, puzzled. You won't fight, she explains. I am no match for you. There is no need to waste time. Mingzhu turns to little Yuer and asks, which of them is stronger? She immediately answers, I'm not sure either. But Song Yuzheng controls wind. Even if Lin Xiu can condense ice wings, they won't be nimble enough. Murong Yu watches from the stands, sees him about to face Lin Xiu and comments, I have a feeling Miss Zhao's husband-to-be will lose this time. Song Yuzheng nearly broke into the top 10 in the last grand competition. This time, every one of his opponents was directly suppressed. Lingyin turns to Lingjun and says, Elder sister, if he's in danger later, you must step in to save him. She smiles and replies, he won't necessarily lose. The announcement resounds. The match begins. The moment the announcement ends, a thunderous explosion erupts. Boom! Yuzheng raises his hand high, spiritual power surging inward. The mighty technique myriad roaring gale takes shape. Her eyes widen in alarm. When he fought her, he truly hadn't used his full power. Yuzheng strikes. Sheer force makes the arena erupt as if in explosion. Yet Lin Xiu stands motionless in his spot, utterly unaffected. His expression growing dark and somber. He hovers above, continuing to sweep his fan, sending razor-sharp wind blades hurtling toward his opponent. This time, Lin Xiu seizes the moment to counterattack. He channels his strength, winds up, and hurls the spear in his hand with all his might. The spear rockets forward, hurtling at a terrifying speed. It grazes Yuzheng's cheek, leaving a trail of bone-chilling wind. A fraction closer and it would have pierced straight through his skull. Yuzheng is stunned, eyes wide, too fast, utterly impossible to react. One more fraction of that speed and the spear would have buried itself in his head. Lin Xiu calls out his challenge, do you still wish to continue? He still hovers above, his gaze calm as if already accepting his fate. Thank you, Brother Lin, for holding back. This one concedes defeat. The referee then declares in a booming voice, this match goes to Lin Xiu. The one advancing this round is Song Yuzheng. Song Yuzheng turns and walks away, the same smile as ever still gracing his face. Brother Lin, I hope you'll put on an even more spectacular show in the finals. The referee continues his announcement. Tomorrow, Chen Wan, Song Yuzheng, and Chiba Rin form Group 1. Lin Xiu, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Ren form Group 2. The top performer of each group advances to the finals. The victor shall then contend for the championship against Zhao Lingjun. That night, Lin Xiu lies beside Qin Wan, holding her close. Seeing her restlessness, he asks softly, can't sleep. In your own bed and still can't sleep? Lin Xiu nuzzles into her hair. Are you confident about tomorrow's match? She sighs, no, if I can't suppress my opponent, I'll forfeit immediately. What about you? Are you certain you can defeat Zhang Ren? Lin Xiu answers with full confidence. Shouldn't be a problem, but his performance fails to deceive Qin Wan's keen, perceptive eyes. Is there something you're hiding from me? Lin Xiu dodges the question and teases her instead. Once you marry me, you'll find out. Qin Wan plays coy. I haven't even agreed to marry you yet. Hearing this, he answers leisurely, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Too late? His Majesty has already agreed. As long as I secure the second-place position, he will bestow his imperial blessing upon our marriage. When that time comes, whether you wish to marry or not, you will. To refuse would be defying an imperial decree. Hearing this, she jolts upright in shock. His Majesty will bestow his blessing upon our marriage. Lin Xiu remains nonchalant. He agreed with his own words and even put it in writing. Would you like to see? Before he even finishes speaking, Qin Wan throws herself at him, seizing Lin Xiu in her arms and planting a passionate kiss on his lips. I surrender. In an instant, Lin Xiu is shoved onto the bed, and Qin Wan pins him beneath her. Seeing this, he hastily protests, actually, we can wait until we're properly married. Before Lin Xiu can finish his sentence, she takes the initiative of shedding her garments to reveal her soft, burning hot body. I can't wait any longer. His face flushes red, blazing crimson, his hands reaching out tentatively like a blushing virgin. Wait, but no matter what Lin Xiu says, it falls on deaf ears. Qin Wan's hands begin to wander across his body. I know you never wanted to force me, but this time, it is my own willing choice. What I want to ask is if you could choose all over again, what would you pick? This time, Lin Xiu drops all pretense and reveals his true nature, his voice dripping with roguish charm. I'd pick that, of course. The next morning, Ling Yin stares at him with eyes that seem to pierce through all the vanities of the mortal world. Lin Xiu can only force an awkward smile to mask his guilt. Though she has already guessed what transpired, she chooses to look the other way. Did you hurt your waist during the match? Do you need Miss Song Song to massage your acupressure points for you? He clutches his waist and looks away, his voice evasive. No need, it was probably an injury from cultivation training. Afterward, the two of them leave together. Today's competition is about to begin. On the other side, Qin Wan holds an essence crystal in her hand, murmuring a gentle scold at Lingjun. Zhao Lingjun excels in everything, only her eye for judging people is off the mark. At the arena, several officials are leisurely enjoying the opening dance performed by beautiful dancers, their movements exquisitely graceful and artful. Lin Xiu's expression is one of quiet judgment. He thinks to himself, the aristocracy of the great Xia truly knows how to indulge in pleasure. Dancers and courtesans like these every great household surely keeps a troupe of them, entertaining themselves on idle days with graceful performances and song. Listening to their singing is supremely relaxing. At that moment she appears behind him, her voice soft and playful. Do I look beautiful? If you like it, I'll learn the dance and perform it for you. Lin Xiu suddenly reaches behind, his hand resting on her soft, supple curves, and replies with a flattering grin, how could any of them compare to you? The referee announces, according to the draw results, Chiba Rin receives a bye this round. First match, Da Zia's Qin Wan versus Da Zia's Song Yuzheng. The victor shall face Chiba Rin. Qin Wan and Yuzheng stand facing each other upon the arena. Both are peerless beauties, 1,000 autumns of unmatched splendor. Miss Qin is truly deserving of her reputation. She accepts his compliment with a slight nod. Even if young Master Song praises me, I will not show mercy. After all, my opponent is still a woman. He puts on a gallant airs and invites her to strike first. After you. Qin Wan activates her special ability. Her eyes widen, radiating a faint violet light that pierces straight into her opponent's gaze. In an instant, Yuzheng's eyes glaze over, vacant and soulless, as though he has fallen completely under her control. Yuzheng clutches his head in realization. The illusion realm Miss Qin conjured is truly formidable. This humble scholar nearly fell into it entirely. Against a beauty such as Miss Qin, this one finds it truly difficult to strike. If you have no other tricks, then admit defeat. A terrifying surge of power rockets forward at breakneck speed. He points his sword straight at Qin Wan in a gesture of apology. Miss Qin, forgive me. Qin Wan's gaze locks onto Yuzheng, blazing with killing intent. The sword in Song Yuzheng's hand is mere inches from her when it suddenly bends back on itself. Yuzheng loses his momentum and nearly plows face first into the ground, his entire body flipping head over heels. Fortunately, Yuzheng manages to roll several times and barely avoids crashing down. He stares ahead in shock, trying to assess what just happened. The Xia Emperor witnesses this and stiffens in bewilderment. What just happened? The chief attendant beside him immediately offers a hypothesis. Could it be, after awakening the illusion's special ability 5 times, she gained the power to manipulate objects much like telekinesis? He hesitates. After 5 awakenings of the illusion's special ability, such control becomes possible. The surrounding spectators burst into exclamations. urgently asking one another what kind of power this could be. I've never seen her use anything like that before. Can an illusion's special ability past the Earth realm really achieve something like this? Lin Xiu stands nearby and witnesses the entire spectacle. A quiet smirk crosses his face. Seems last night's diligent training was well worth the effort. Qin Wan abilities: illusion special ability, telekinetic special ability. She extends her hand forward, conjuring a surge of power and speaks, "Young Master Song, please forgive my offense." Yuzheng slams his foot into the ground so hard that the earth cracks beneath him. His face twists with fury and unwillingness as he stares downward. Suddenly, two slabs of stone, one in front, one behind, slam into place, blocking Yuzheng's path from all four sides. Stone panels encase him completely. Yuzheng looks up in a daze, his bewildered gaze settling on the stone slab that now seals overhead, completely shutting off any escape. His entire body is trapped within a stone prison, unable to break free. Qin Wan stands outside and asks calmly, "Young Master Song, do you wish to continue?" But from within, he has already begun to beg. "Miss Qin, this one concedes defeat." A wave of shocked murmurs ripples across the arena floor. No one can believe that Song Yuzheng has actually lost. Miss Qin's abilities are truly extraordinary. She can defend, attack, and control objects at will. She's practically invincible. The moment Qin Wan steps down from the arena, several figures appear in the distance, hurrying over with a request. "Miss Qin, we have some questions regarding your abilities. After the competition concludes, would you be willing to visit the Special Ability Academy?" Lin Xiu, standing nearby, steps forward with a knowing smile and a silent calculation. Fortunately, she is the only one who has cultivated the illusion's special ability to the Earth realm, giving her the final word on interpretation. She claimed that after 5 awakenings, the illusion's special ability would evolve into telekinesis. Now, it has become undeniable truth. The announcer's voice booms across the arena, calling out his name. Next, Lin Xiu versus Zhang Yi. Hearing the call, both fighters immediately step onto the arena, ready for battle. The crowd below erupts into another wave of excited chatter. Both of them choose to fight barehanded, no weapons. Zhang Yi's special ability is strength. Lin Xiu's special ability is ice. Comparing the two, Lin Xiu appears to be at a disadvantage. Not necessarily. His previous direct confrontation with Song Yuzheng proved his strength cannot be underestimated. Just watch until the end and we'll see. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi rockets toward Lin Xiu, a torrent of green energy swirling around his body like a raging cyclone. Zhang Yi's fist hurtles straight at Lin Xiu's face, but Lin Xiu dodges just in time. Zhang Yi glares at him with furious eyes, jaw clenched tight, veins pulsing with rage. Zhang Yi lunges again, launching another devastating blow at Lin Xiu, who once more evades by a hair's breadth. Lin Xiu lets out a cold sneer, his voice dripping with mockery. "The only reason you refuse to admit defeat is to wear down my stamina for the next match, isn't it?" Zhang Yi hears this and fury erupts within him. His face hardens with rage, blue veins throbbing visibly across his temples. "Shut your mouth." Zhang Yi swings his fist wreathed in blazing anger, charging straight at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu refuses to yield. He clenches his own fist and surges forward, determined to go all out against him. The two fists collide head-on in a dramatic, earth-shaking impact. The surrounding space trembles violently as the two clash. Dust and debris explode outward, shards of rock scattering in every direction. Zhang Yi presses the assault, his strikes blazing with fiery radiance. In response, Lin Xiu counters with fists wreathed in freezing ice. Two elemental attacks from opposite directions slam into each other head-on, then both fighters miss again, their arms gliding past one another. The thunderous sounds of fists colliding grow ever more intense. Red and blue light from their strikes interweaves, radiating outward in dazzling flashes. Lin Xiu clenches his fist tight, summoning an ice vortex that spirals around his wrist. Zhang Yi refuses to be outdone. He conjures a fire vortex of his own. Zhang Yi's attack tears through the space where Lin Xiu stands, but Lin Xiu dodges just in time. In return, Lin Xiu delivers an identical strike straight back at Zhang Yi. Lin Xiu charges in and drives a devastating punch into Zhang Yi, sending him staggering off balance. The blow lands like divine judgment, hurling Zhang Yi several meters through the air. An enormous explosion erupts in the aftermath, accompanied by a blinding blue radiance that blasts rock and earth skyward. Zhang Yi's entire body is battered and bruised, his eyes glazed and vacant, his crumpled form lying motionless on the ground. Immediately after, the referee declares Lin Xiu the victor. Lin Xiu stands tall and proud, his expression calm without a trace of fear. The crowd below erupts in admiration, every spectator exclaiming, "Now that's how real men fight," exhilarating. Zhang Xin glances sideways at Zhang Ren and warns cautiously, "Brother, he is far stronger than we imagined. Don't underestimate him later." Lin Xiu steps down from the arena and passes by Chiba Rin. "Go easy on her later, will you?" She walks past and replies, "Young Lord Lin, rest assured, Miss Qin and I have already spoken plainly." Moments later, Chiba Rin ascends the arena. The referee raises his hand high and declares, "De Zia's Qin Wan versus Fuji's Chiba Rin." The match begins. Qin Wan sweeps her sleeves and tilts her body with an icy aura, standing unmoved even as a volley of swords hurtles toward her. At the same moment, the swords streak across the arena and slam into the ground like a steel rain. No one notices the exact moment, but Chiba Rin has silently materialized behind her. Qinwan lets out a soft laugh and speaks gently, "I concede." The watching crowd is unsurprised. They exchange quiet remarks. She surrendered just like that. As expected of Fuji's Miss Chiba, she truly is more formidable. Well, of course, she ranked in the top 10 of the last Heavenly Prodigy ranking, after all. Her talent is perhaps second only to Miss Zhao. If only she were a citizen of our great Xia. The referee announces the start of the next match. Zhang Ren versus Lin Xiu. Zhang Ren stands facing him squarely and thanks him for holding back against his younger brother earlier. Lin Xiu waves off the courtesy. "No need for such formality." He strokes his chin thoughtfully. "I've heard the medal's special ability is renowned for its unmatched defense. Would you care to give me a demonstration?" Zhang Ren laughs and replies, "I'll stand right here. If you can so much as touch a single hair on my body, consider it your victory." He extends his hand, condensing a spear of ice, and issues a warning. "You said it, don't come crying regret." Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Xiu hurls the ice spear straight at Zhang Ren. Zhang Ren sneers and charges forward contemptuously. "That move is useless against me." But mere seconds later, an explosion wreathed in white smoke erupts right before Zhang Ren's eyes. He sneers, conjuring a barrier of power around his body, and mocks, "Is that all the strength you possess?" The crowd below erupts in odd exclamations. So this is the Earth Realm Metal special ability. Lin Xiu, whose defense was peerless among those of the same realm, has finally met his match, unable to break through Zhang Ren's guard. His journey likely ends here. What a shame, I was hoping to see the husband and wife clash. The Xia Emperor furrows his brow in deep thought, silently hoping. "Lin Xiu, I hope you can surprise us." At that very instant, Lin Xiu rockets forward at a breathtaking speed. Wherever he passes, trails of blue light linger in the air, alongside Zhang Ren's arrogant boasts. "I'm standing right here letting you hit me out of it." A spark of fury ignites in Lin Xiu's eyes. The metal special ability's defense is indeed formidable, yet simultaneously. Countless streaks of blue light pierce clean through Zhang Ren's body. His latest assault forces Zhang Ren to buckle under the pressure. He can only frown, glancing down at his own chest. Then he grits his teeth and calculates furiously, "Not good. We does this bastard keep targeting the exact same spot?" Just seconds later, a massive mouthful of blood erupts from his lips. Zhang Ren collapses backward, while Lin Xiu readies his stance for another strike. The spectators gape in shock, screaming in disbelief, but Zhang Ren already lies crumpled on the ground, unconscious. At last the match draws to a close. The referee once again declares Lin Xiu wins. In the center of the vast arena, the referee announces Zhang Ren has lost. The spectacle leaves everyone gasping in astonishment. Heavens, does anyone even know how many punches he threw? Among all martial arts under heaven, only speed is truly unbreakable. Indeed, it is the ultimate truth. The Xia Emperor observes the scene and remarks, "This brat is formidable indeed. He defeated Zhang Ren with ease. And he still hasn't shown his full strength." It seems Dean Chen spoke true. His talent is nearly on par with his wife's. The vice dean steps forward, stroking his beard, and declares, by relentlessly striking a single point, he shattered the armor. Lin Xiu's comprehension of the martial Tao is truly extraordinary. Those words hit Ling Yin like a thunderbolt. She thinks to herself, a month ago, he couldn't even beat me, could it be? He was holding back all along. Sister, based on his current strength in the grand tournament, does he have a chance to enter the top 10? She crosses her arms and delivers her judgment. If the four nations produce no unexpected prodigies, then he can break into the top 5. Top 5. Ling Yin's face flushes crimson. She recalls Lin Xiu's playful declaration, "If I make it into the top 10 of the heavenly prodigy ranking, you owe me a kiss." Seeing her face turn as red as a ripe tomato, Ling Jun asks with concern, "What's wrong, little sister?" But Ling Yin stubbornly avoids the question, answering vaguely, "It's nothing." Old Duke Zhu, his white hair a bird's nest of tangles, laughs with unrestrained confidence. "Look at that, now that is the eye of this old man." Those standing behind him grumble. "In the beginning, it was your excellency who refused to let him through the gates of our Zhu family, and even laid out 3 trials that nearly cost him his life." He roars in fury, "Look at him. At 19 he's already fighting for the top 3. And look at the lot of Yao over 20 years old and you can't even qualify for the grand tournament. None of you are eating tonight. Go back to your rooms and reflect, every last one of you." For the next match, 2 opponents stand face to face as the announcement rings out. Next match, Lin Xiu versus Chiba. They stand across from each other. He speaks half joking, half serious. "Chiba Rin, I humbly request your guidance." She replies with equal enthusiasm, "Lord Lin, in this match I will fight with everything I have. Please be on your guard." After a few words of challenge, the referee raises his hand high and declares the match begins. A small vortex suddenly materializes on the ground. The crowd watches with bated breath. There it is, that move again. With her power under that single blade strike, no one besides Zhang Ren could hope to withstand it. Not even Miss Zhao. Lin Xiu closes his eyes, sensing the incoming waves of attack. Every motion, each time, Rin raises her sword high, unfolds vividly in his mind. Her blade flashes, slicing through the darkness. To everyone's shock, Lin Xiu extends 3 fingers and gently catches the blade mid-swing. Rin freezes, her eyes widening as she stares at him in utter disbelief. He then turns his back and walks away, while she still holds her fighting stance at the ready. Rin bows slightly puzzled. "Lord Lin, can you see through my movements?" Lin Xiu clasps his hands behind his back, gazing down at her with a smile. "No, but before you attack I get a faint sensation, call it intuition." Rin responds respectfully, "If that is the case, then I shall face Lord Lin head-on." She grits her teeth, a confident edge sharpening her voice. "Lord Lin, careful." In the next instant, Rin raises her sword above her head, poised for battle. Lin Xiu looks up, eyes round with genuine surprise at her attack. As the blade nearly reaches him, he tilts his body and dodges with fluid grace. Rin swings her sword in relentless, sweeping arcs from every direction, impossibly fluid. Her sword trails crisscross in brilliant streaks, blazing against the darkness of night. Lin Xiu weaves through her attacks with effortless elegance. He stares straight ahead, analyzing. She exploits spatial folds to extend her attack range. Meanwhile, she continues to send her blade hurtling forward at blistering speed. Lin Xiu grows increasingly fascinated. He realizes spatial power can be wielded in such a manner. Lin Xiu's left hand sweeps out, deflecting one blade strike. His right hand catches another blade just in time. Then, sweeping his hand behind him, he conjures a massive block of ice. He hurls it straight ahead at a terrifying speed. The colossal ice block hurtles toward Rin, who stands frozen, unable to react in time. Rin is sent skidding backward by the ice. Her mind race actually exploited her own spatial rifts. Her eyes widen to their limit, utterly incredulous. The ice wall slams to a halt before Rin, cutting off any chance of attack. Lin Xiu steps forward through the white mist swirling at his feet. "Chiba Rin, yield." Rin stubbornly replies, "I still have one more move. This is a technique I just comprehended. I had been saving it for Zhao Lingjun. If this move cannot defeat you, I will surrender." Lin Xiu responds with a smirk. "Then by all means show me." She draws an emerald green sword from her person. A barrier crackling with lightning forms around Rin. Both of them stand within the barrier, completely cut off from the outside world. Lin Xiu's eyes widen. He calculates silently. This is the fusion of martial Dao and spatial power. At that moment, her eyes bulge open and her face flushes an unnatural shade of crimson. A dark object suddenly materializes before Rin. Lin Xiu stands frozen, his expression blank for several seconds as he sees that object materialize before him. Meanwhile, Ling Yin and Ming He both scream his name in panic. The image of Lin Xiu wreathed in dark clouds, his face ashen and grim, flashes through Chiba Rin's mind, a substitution technique. Lin Xiu emerges from behind her, his sword pressed against her throat. "Surrender," he demands. Chiba Rin lets out a mocking laugh before reluctantly conceding. "I admit defeat." The surrounding crowd erupts in disbelief. Chiba Rin lost. Wasn't she supposed to have a shot at the top 5 in this grand competition? One onlooker jests, why didn't Lin Xiu compete in the grand competitions before? With strength like that, we'd already have 2 people in the top 10 of the heavenly prodigy ranking. An elder strokes his beard and muses, the Lin family is certain to rise to prominence. If one could establish ties with them at the very least, it would guarantee 50 years of family glory. Another man cuts in, he always has a flock of women surrounding him, he's undoubtedly a lecher. I'll send a marriage proposal first thing tomorrow. Even as a concubine would be fine. After all, the legitimate wife is Zhao Lingjun, having a daughter serve as his concubine wouldn't be shameful in the least. He turns his face away, pursing his lips as silent calculations churn within. From the very beginning, there has been only one true opponent gazing at the young woman before him. A single name rises to the surface of Lin Xiu's mind, Zhao Lingjun. That night beneath the pale moonlight, a question hangs in the air. I heard quite a few people came to your home this afternoon to propose marriage. Did your father and mother fancy any of them? Ling Yin sits atop the rooftop, sharing quiet words with Lin Xiu. Men will only slow down my cultivation speed. By the next grand competition, I intend to break into the top 10 as well. Until then, I won't even consider marriage. Oh, right, you've had no shortage of suitors yourself. Have you really refused every noble family's daughter? He glances at her, his tone laced with indignation. Do I seem like that kind of person to you? Seeing his expression, Ling Yin fires back with a smirk. Aren't you? He sighs, then launches into a philosophical treatise. Affection must be accumulated over time, just like Ninger and me. Or Zioner and the imperial physician. It all grew from long companionship. Having never even seen their faces, how could I possibly marry them? No matter how passionate a man may be, I'm not someone who accepts whoever walks through the door. The Song family even wants to make Song Yuzhai my concubine. Who could possibly bear that? Ling Yin hugs her knees and asks Lin Xiu, have you finished preparing for? Hearing this, he furrows his brow. Prepared what? She elaborates, tomorrow. Tomorrow's match against your sister. He answers calmly, I'll simply do my best. Who wouldn't want to claim the top of the heavenly prodigy ranking? A worried frown settles on Ling Yin's face. She thinks to herself he wants to defeat her sister, but it's certainly not for fame. Otherwise, he would never have hidden his true talent for so long. The following morning, a horse-drawn carriage halts before a grand residence. Murmurs and excited chatter spill from within. They're here, good heavens, a match of talent and beauty, truly a union blessed by the heavens. What a wonderful bond between husband and wife. From boarding the carriage to stepping off, they held hands the entire way. Lin Xiu assists Lingjun down from the carriage as the murmuring continues. I wonder what the match will look like later. The referee steps forward and announces the next bout, the finals between Fusang's Chiba Rin and Great Xia's Zhang Ren. The two stand facing each other across the arena. She offers a courteous opening. Chiba Rin of Fusang, I humbly seek your guidance. He returns the courtesy. Zhang Ren, I humbly seek your guidance. With that, the match officially begins as the first sword strike cleaves through the air. A single stroke sends Zhang Ren crashing to the ground, a gaping wound torn across his chest. Chiba Rin claims victory. The next match is the one every eye has been waiting for, the finals between Zhao Lingjun and Lin Xiu. The two step onto the stage. The crowd erupts in another wave of fervent discussion. Who do you reckon will win? Who else? Obviously Miss Zhao, a grown man, defeated by his own wife in front of this many people. Where would he even show his face after that? Is face more important, or is domestic harmony? Win the match and you might be sleeping in the study for half a month. Can you afford that debt? A full minute passes in silence. Lingjun eyes him with puzzlement. Why won't you make a move? Lin Xiu responds flatly, you haven't made a move either. You strike first and then I'll follow. But he grows even more stubborn in his refusal. You strike first, then I'll strike. Lin Xiu smirks and explains, if I strike first, people will say I have no grace in hitting my own wife, so you hit me first. Lingjun falls silent for several seconds before finally speaking. Do you truly wish to defeat me? He bursts into laughter. I do, but don't you dare hold back. There will come a day when I defeat you fair and square. She glances around and whispers, being watched by so many people, it's quite uncomfortable. He nods in agreement, same here, so what do we do? Both stride forward side by side, continuing their quiet conversation. Then let's just go, what about the match? Who cares about the match? The spectacle drives the crowd into an uproar. They're just walking away like that. They're not even going to fight. I bought a ticket specifically to watch this husband and wife duke it out. Can someone refund my money? Zhou Jin stands behind, speaking in puzzlement. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? The Xia Emperor waves his hand dismissively. Even if they draw, they are still husband and wife. Who takes first or last? Who sits above or below? It makes no difference whatsoever. The officials declare the match a draw. This bout between Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingjun ends in a tie. Both share first place. The crowd roars in protest. We came to watch a proper spousal showdown, not to get drowned in their PDA. Outside, in a secluded and eerily quiet courtyard, Lingjun hastily pulls Lin Xiu into a corner. She lowers her head and speaks softly. There are two things that I have always wanted to say to you. He regards her with curiosity. What things? Lingjun averts her gaze, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I have never truly looked at you before, and also about that night, I'm sorry. Lin Xiu plants his hands on his hips. Who exactly are you? Have you been body snatched? Sensing something off in his tone, she widens her eyes. What do you mean? He strokes his chin. The Zhao Lingjun I know doesn't know how to say 3 words, I am sorry. She crosses her arms, shooting him a sideways glance. And the Lin Xiu I know is nothing like the man standing before me now. Those words plunge Lin Xiu into deep contemplation. The Lin Xiu she once knew, according to Sun Dali's accounts, from childhood to adulthood, aside from the marriage contract. Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingjun shared no bond whatsoever. He asks honestly, then what was the me you knew like? Lingjun answers listlessly, no friends. He rarely left the house, never awakened a special ability, never cultivated martial arts. Then, over a year ago, after being struck down by the meteorite, you became a completely different person. He breaks into a knowing smile. So Zhao Lingjun had always been watching over her future husband. Lin Xiu speaks calmly. Your innate talent is already terrifying enough. If I had been as proud and aloof as you since childhood, at least one of the two of us wouldn't have survived to this day. Suddenly Ling Yin arrives, cutting their conversation short. You two are absolutely reckless. So many people were watching and you just up and left. He turns to her. Did something happen back there? She replies, after you two left, His Majesty had no choice but to declare the match a draw. Both share first place. The moment he spots Zhou Jin, Lin Xiu startles in surprise. Zhou Jin, why are you here as well? The old man beams. We have come to offer our congratulations to young Master Lin. His Majesty has just issued an imperial decree, elevating Ping'an Marquis Lin Ting to second-rank Ping'an Marquis. At the Jingdu gambling house, a voice shouts out, did you go watch the match? What was the result? Who won between those two, husband and wife? If I'd had the money for a ticket, I would have gone to watch in person. They didn't even fight, the two of them walked right off the stage. Good thing I didn't go, otherwise my money would have been completely wasted. What? Lin Xiu's father has been promoted again. In your opinions, apart from Lin Xiu and his wife, which contestant delivered the most outstanding performance? That would definitely be Chiba Rin. The spatial power was absolutely overwhelming. I love Song Yuzhong, though I feel Zhang Ren wasn't bad either. When the golden body manifests, who wouldn't fall head over heels? I believe Miss Qin Wan possesses the most formidable abilities, can attack, defend, and control all at once. Qin Wan's mother curses in fury. I never imagined that little wretch was so formidable. If she were still with the Qin family, the master's status would likely have risen by a whole tier. It could even have been 2 tiers. Qin Wan's father hangs his head and says worriedly, what good are such words now? You were the one who drove Wanner away. How blind was I back then to have married you? She gnashes her teeth and snarls, you still have the nerve to blame me. When we sold her off, didn't you agree to it as well? Immediately after, a sharp slap cracks across her face. He roars with fury, wretched woman. Let's see you spout more nonsense. Outside Lin Xiu's residence, a voice suddenly rings out with an apology. Wanner, everything before was our fault. But no matter what, the blood of the Qin family still flows in your veins. Blood ties are not something that can be severed. Qin Wan hesitates, a question forming on her lips. My apologies, everyone. Qin Wan's father gnashes his teeth and bellows. Rebellious girl, what did you just say? Lin Xiu stands with arms folded across his chest. He speaks up to shield her. Have you all forgot? Wanner is no longer a member of your Qin family. The contract, black ink on white paper, is still in my hands. Do you dare deny it? Qin Wan's father jabs a finger and thunders, she is my daughter, the debt I owe you I will find a way to repay. But lending money and then seizing another man's child to collect, thou, are you any different from those tyrannical lords who force women into their concubine chambers? Lin Xiu pulls Qin Wan close, embracing her with unmistakable possessiveness. I won't pretend to be a saint. but Wanner is my woman now. If any of you dare show your faces before her again, I guarantee your entire family will vanish from the imperial capital. Those threats leave them trembling and stammering. We understand. Lin Xiu and Qin Wan step outside. He deliberately teases her. We still have a banquet to attend tonight. Don't let them sour your mood. Think of something pleasant instead. Can't think of anything pleasant? Then how about we head back to our room and make our own fun? She tries to stop him. I'm afraid we won't make it to the banquet in time. But he still replies shamelessly, I don't think it'll take long. That night, dark silhouettes gather on the plaza outside the imperial palace. He clasps Qin Wan's hand firmly. A subordinate announces in a clear voice, Lin Xiu and his wife have arrived. Ling Yin watches their retreating figures, a quiet sorrow and wistful longing welling in her heart. If only the one by his side were me. Though sister and he appear deeply affectionate, it's all just an act. Meanwhile, Ming gnaws on a chicken drumstick, lost in deep thought. If I had told father back then that I wanted him as my prince consort, wouldn't both his wealth and his person belong to me? And a silent question stirs in her heart. Zhao Lingjun, do you even know what you did wrong? The Xia Emperor raises his goblet and declares, I wish you all the finest results in the grand competition ahead. All the officials bow their heads reverently. We thank your majesty. He finds an excuse to withdraw while the revelry continues unabated. This emperor still has some affairs of state to attend to. Continue the music, continue the dancing. The officials nearby begin exchanging toasts. Lin Xiu speaks first. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are the heir to the throne. Allow me to offer you a toast. The Crown Prince replies with a courteous laugh, Brother Lin is far too modest. You are the future pillar of Great Xia. It should be this prince toasting you. That cunning fox concealed his true strength and made my life miserable. No wonder all those assassins failed. At the same moment, Qin Wan turns her head, stealing a glance toward Lin Xiu's residence. Warm lamplight glows from within, along with a whispered question. What is it? Qin Wan presses, you don't know. Lin Xiu, still bewildered, asks in return. Know what? She begins to explain. Every assassination attempt against you was orchestrated by the Crown Prince. His eyes darken, a calculating gleam surfacing within. Had he not planted spies in the Eastern Palace, the mastermind would remain hidden to this day. How did she find out? Qin Wan steps forward, casting a sharp, cold glance at Lin Xiu. Back when Ling Yin was targeted by those repeated assassination attempts, I conducted a secret investigation and eventually traced it to the Eastern Palace. Lin Xiu regards her and asks flatly, what exactly are you after? Qin Wan counters, what's your plan? He has tried to assassinate you time and again. Knowing your temperament, I doubt you'll let it slide easily. He sinks back into contemplation after those words. Is she calling him petty? Hinting that he still harbors a grudge over their wedding night, always scheming to best her. She raises a hand skyward with an eager expression. Actually, I have a plan of my own. Lin Xiu makes his proposal. Since we share the same target, the Crown Prince, we not join forces. Qin Wan's resolve is ironclad. I will not forgive anyone who harms Ling Yin. A scheming smile flickers in his eyes. This was expected after all. This is Zhao Lingjun he is dealing with. He has accelerated his plans tenfold, yet still cannot overtake Zhao Lingjun in the short term. Ling Yin approaches, puzzled. You two were in there for so long, what did you discuss? Lin Xiu startles slightly upon recognizing her. Ling Yin steps closer and presses, you all. You're definitely hiding something from me. But he glosses over it dismissively. It was nothing, just exchanging some cultivation experience. If you don't believe me, go ask your sister. Ling Yin lowers her head shyly and asks, why do you always leave me out of your discussions? Under the eaves, a whispered voice drifts through the night air. Fine, fine. Lin Xiu leans close to Ling Yin's ear and whispers, do you still remember the assassination attempts after you awakened your ability? The one behind the attempts on your life is the Crown Prince? She still asks innocently, why would it be the Crown Prince? I have no enmity or grudge against him whatsoever. He explains bluntly, this world has its share of madmen, their twisted logic defies all reason. She hesitates, then asks, the matter you two were discussing in that room. Lin Xiu winks and replies, how to dethrone the Crown Prince and avenge you, of course. Ling Yin tries to dissuade him, maybe you should just let it go. He's the Crown Prince, behind him stand the Imperial family and the Zhang family. How can we possibly fight the Crown Prince? Besides, he surely wouldn't dare make a move now. But he remains stubbornly unyielding, even setting aside your case. He sent assassins after me 3 times. She presses on, what exactly are you planning to do? But Lin Xiu refuses to reveal more to Ling Yan. You don't need to worry about the details, just know that your sister and I will avenge you. The head steward approaches and speaks, young Master Lin, why have you returned so early? Our household has been searching high and low for you. Lin Xiu turns to him, Zhou Jin, what brings you looking for me? He replies, Your Majesty awaits you, he wishes to speak with you privately. In the imperial study, the Xia Emperor stands with his back turned and asks, the matter I tasked you with, how does it fare? Lin Xiu is puzzled. Which matter does your majesty refer to? The emperor replies calmly, Fusang Tianqiao, of course. It has been quite some time no have you dealt with her yet. Lin Xiu begins his report, Your Majesty, the women of Fu Tang and the women of Great Xia are vastly different. Winning her heart will be no simple task. The Xia Emperor smiles faintly and places a hand on Lin Xiu's shoulder in a gesture of trust. No simple task for others, perhaps, but for you what could possibly be difficult? Her strength alone could carry her effortlessly into the top 10 of the competition. The eyes fixed upon her belong not only to Great Xia, but to every great nation. Do not squander this opportunity. But Lin Xiu merely smirks in reply, a pity she departs for Fu Tang tomorrow. This humble one is truly powerless in this matter. The emperor flashes him a knowing wink, is there not still tonight? Lin Xiu curses inwardly, utterly exasperated, you couldn't even handle the one at the Qin household. Could the one from the Fu Tang embassy possibly be more difficult than her? Who does this dog of an emperor think he is? He retorts, it was I who settled things with Qin Wan. It was Qin Wan who settled me. The Xia Emperor's voice drops low as he offers a suggestion, I have a fine idea. Did she not encounter an assassin last time? This is the perfect opportunity for you to escort Chiba-chan home. Lin Xiu tries to object, Your Majesty. That would hardly be appropriate, but the Emperor remains unyielding. It's decided. I shall draft a secret decree for you shortly. Outside the imperial capital, a group of people stands at the city gate. A voice echoes through the air. Chiba-chan, seeing us off here is enough. Ling Yin bids farewell with a gentle smile. Chiba agrees to reconvene in De La half a year from now. Rin also bows her head in respectful farewell. Ling Yin lingers for a moment. Meanwhile, Qin Wan whispers, you won't. But Lin Xiu cuts her off. This is already trying to win a woman's favor by measuring her with a gentleman's heart. The morning sky is clear and blue, tree canopies stretch wide, shielding a portion of the heavens. She walks behind him and speaks up, Lin Jun, I've caused you trouble. But Lin Xiu merely places his hands on his hips and replies, Chiba-chan, no need for such courtesy. We are all acquainted after all. That night the moonlight shines golden and brilliant. Beneath a great tree, everyone places the grilled fish over the crackling campfire. Lin Xiu asks curiously, Chiba-chan, did the investigation into the assassination attempt on you last time turn up anything? Rin shakes her head and straightforwardly denies it. No, but I believe it is likely connected to the three great families of Fu Tang. He picks up his fish and reminds her their last assassination attempt failed. They probably won't give up so easily. On this stretch of road we should remain vigilant, she suggests. Then tonight let me take turns standing watch with Lin Jun. Rin glances over and questions him. Aren't Lin Jun and Miss Zhao truly husband and wife? Lin Xiu asks while chewing his fish. Why would you say that? She merely feels that Lin Jun and Miss Qin seem more like lovers. His gaze lingers briefly. He freezes for a few seconds. Then Lin Xiu shoves her aside with startling speed. Rin's entire body slams hard into the ground, her face contorting in pain. Improper thoughts flash through Rin's mind. Could Lin Jun possibly want to, even though he saved my life I cannot, but Lin Xiu's voice rings out just in time, severing those wandering thoughts. Assassins! A male figure steps forward and speaks, Chiba-chan, you must not return to Fu Tang. A man clad in strange attire and radiating an unusual aura of power emerges from the darkness. She flushes crimson with embarrassment. Lin Jun, could you get off me now? His gaze flickers toward Rin, then Lin Xiu springs to his feet. He says sheepishly, my apologies. From every direction, figures in bizarre attire continue to materialize. She assesses the situation and proposes, we're surrounded. Lin Jun, we are no match for them. I can hold them off for a few moments, flee while you can. But he merely smirks, forgive me, but I don't have the habit of abandoning a woman to run for my life. Rin is left speechless, but Lin Xiu extends his hand, channeling power and dividing the workload. Chiba-chan, the earth attribute 1 is yours, leave the other 3 to me. A massive block of ice materializes the instant Lin Xiu activates his ice special ability. The assassins witness the spectacle yet remain rooted in place, utterly unresponsive. The lead assassin stares blankly at the raging tempest before his eyes, frozen for several seconds. He does not realize that Lin Xiu is preparing to strike from behind. The assassin suddenly glances back in alarm, but it is already too late. A long shard of ice pierces clean through his body. His eyes bulge wide in disbelief. Another assassin witnesses the scene and gapes in shock. A second block of ice hurtles toward the remaining assassins. Lin Xiu grips the ice shard tight and drives it straight into the assassin's left chest. The assassin's hand claws desperately into Lin Xiu's shoulder, forcing him to clench his teeth and endure. The assassin wrenches the ice shard from his own chest and lunges at Lin Xiu, declaring, "Even in death, I will drag you down with me." Lin Xiu and the assassin lock in a fierce embrace, electricity crackling and sparks shooting outward. He grips the assassin firmly and smirks, "Push harder. Don't you dare stop," but the assassin cannot believe it, screaming, "How is this possible?" When the struggle ends, Lin Xiu releases the assassin. Not a single breath of life remains in the man's body. He glances toward another nearby figure and curls his lips into a cold sneer, "You're next." The man grits his teeth in terror and bolts for his life, but before he can get far, a sword streaks through the air and severs his every hope of escape. Rin furrows her brows, channeling every ounce of her fury into each vicious swing of her blade. The assassin flees while glancing back frantically, dodging wave after wave of her relentless attacks. An explosion erupts. Rin refuses to relent, striking the empty air again and again, unleashing emerald green sword arcs. Those sword slashes streak straight ahead without pause. The assassin gapes in abject terror as the attacks close in. In the end, every last one of them is felled. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Xiu places his hands on his hips and muses, "Seems we forgot to leave one alive." She stands beside him and observes, judging by their appearance, these assassins resemble operatives from De Yu. She adds softly, "Lin Jun, you've saved me once again," but he merely responds calmly, "Chiba-chan, there is no need for such courtesy. This is simply my duty." She gathers her courage and makes a request. "Lin Jun, might I ask you to help me with something?" He smiles and agrees, "Go ahead. We are all close friends. As long as it is within my power, I will not refuse." Rin blushes deeply, unable to meet Lin Xiu's eyes. "Lin Jun, could you marry me?" The moment he hears this proposal, he nearly jumps out of his skin. Seeing Lin Xiu's reaction, she hurriedly tries to explain. "Lin Jun, please don't misunderstand. What I mean is, could you pretend to marry me? Just like how you and Miss Zhao did it." A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. Lin Xiu casts his gaze downward. He wonders why. Rin tries to explain. "Because if I do not marry, the Chiba house will face crushing pressure from the 5 great dynasties." He looks at her intently and advises, "Chiba-chan, you must think this through carefully. Even though it is a false marriage, the impact on your reputation will be immense. Could it be that you do not care about such things?" Chiba Rin looked at him and answered honestly, "I have thought it through carefully. Miss Zhao does not mind, so neither do I. Lin Jun is a good person. Marrying some prince of the 5 great dynasties would not compare to marrying you." He had been slapped with the good person label. Lin Xiu suddenly realized, did that not sound like a compliment? The next morning, the Jiangnan estate by the seaport. Lin Xiu saw Chiba Rin off, approaching the ship to offer a parting prophecy. "Chiba-chan, this ship sails straight to Fusang. I believe there should be no more assassins at sea." She expressed her deep gratitude for Lin Xiu's tremendous efforts over the past days. "Thank you, Lin Jun." Lin Xiu made a promise to Chiba Rin. "Chiba-chan, wait for me to return to the imperial capital and settle a few matters, then I will come to Fusang to propose. Since I'm already here, it would be a waste not to pay the Zhang family's mines a visit." The Zhang family's mines. The man charged over with a massive staff on his shoulder, bellowing all the way. "Where did this rat crawl out from? Dare to trespass on this mining vein?" He thought in exasperation. "Can't you even change up your lines?" The man frowned and cursed, "Take this, rat." He gripped his staff tight and thrust it straight ahead. Seizing the opening, Lin Xiu darted behind the man, readying his attack. Then he struck from behind in a silent ambush, catching the man off guard before he could react. But the blow made Lin Xiu's brows furrow tight. So hard. The man was channeling a metal element special ability, a steel shield technique. But he refused to yield. He continued swinging his fists, exclaiming, "Worthy indeed of a metal element special ability user at the peak of the Earth realm." Lin Xiu maintained his momentum from the start, continuing to beat the man senseless while roaring, "Fight!" The man's face darkened with fury, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he attacked Aging, but Lin Xiu kept dodging, prompting the man to snarl, "Why are you as slippery as a loach? Forget it, it's just a bit of ore, isn't it? Take it if you want." He smiled brightly and thanked his opponent. "Many thanks for Senior's generosity." But behind his back, his fists clenched tight, no longer could feel a thing. This was the result of fighting while simultaneously healing, otherwise, his bones would have shattered. The man suddenly switched to a warm demeanor and offered, "Brother, how about a couple of drinks? What do you say?" Upon receiving the invitation, he smiled so wide his eyes nearly disappeared. "Respectfully, this one dare not refuse." After a few cups, the man began to sing his praises. "So the young brother is called Hu Hansen, so young yet already so formidable." Lin Xiu merely replied with modest courtesy, "Not at all, I still could not break through Big Brother's defense." The man finally extended an invitation. "In the future, Brother Hansen is welcome to come train here anytime. As it happens, I also have a companion." Meanwhile, in the capital, the Xia Emperor paced back and forth in worry. 8 days now. Does he even have the matter I assigned him in his heart? The head steward entered and reported with deference, "Your Majesty, Lin Xiu has returned. He awaits your decree outside the hall." Hearing this, the emperor joyfully ordered him to be let in. The moment Lin Xiu stepped in, he performed a full bow. "This subject pays his respects to your Majesty." The Xia Emperor waved him to rise and immediately demanded, "Did you deliver her?" Lin Xiu reported honestly, "Your subject personally escorted her onto the ship. However, on the way we were ambushed by assassins, for in total, all at the Earth realm. Miss Chiba and I fought with everything we had before we could slay them all." Hearing this, the emperor frowned and declared in anger, "If they cannot have it, they destroy it. That is their usual trick. Striking within Great Xia also makes it convenient to frame us. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By the way, has the affection between you two improved? You saved her twice. It would be strange if she did not repay you with her very self." He bowed his head and continued his report. "Has your subject not fulfilled the mission?" The Xia Emperor asked with delight. "Fulfilled it? What do you mean?" "You succeeded." He explained with a hint of bashfulness. "Miss Chiba said she wishes to marry me." Hearing this, the emperor burst into praise. "Excellent. This sovereign knew you would not disappoint. Oh, that's right, Daluo still has an unmarried princess. Would you like to challenge yourself a little more?" But Lin Xiu flatly refused. "No." "Does this dog emperor take him for what, a breeding stallion?" "Your Majesty, the matter of the imperial marriage grant we discussed before, could it be handled first? After all, if Miss Chiba marries in now and takes precedence over Ninger and Xuan'er, I would never be able to explain it to them." The Xia Emperor, standing across from him, happily declared, "As long as the Zhu family has no objections, this sovereign can grant the marriage for you right away." He struggled to explain, "Miss Chiba also wishes to marry in that case, the wedding estate your Majesty granted before seems like it will no longer suffice." The Emperor continued to offer, "This sovereign shall grant you the Shanglin Garden." Enough. At this point, Lin Xiu could no longer keep refusing. He cupped his fists. "This subject thanks your Majesty." After he left, the head steward whispered in objection, "Your Majesty, do you truly wish to grant him the Shanglin Garden? That estate is worth over 1,000,000 taels." But the emperor merely waved his hand dismissively and strode away. Who told him to help this sovereign save face? Fusang produces only one heavenly prodigy once every 100 years. How many people across the 5 great dynasties wanted to marry her, yet our great Xia snatched her first. Go summon some people from the Ministry of Rites and tell them to prepare Lin Xiu's wedding with haste. At the Zhu estate, Lin Xiu respectfully requested an audience. "Elder Zhu, there is a matter this one wishes to discuss." Old Duke Zhu lifted a cup of tea to his nose, took a long sniff, and got straight to the point. "What is it? Speak." He shyly put forth his proposal. "Could Ninger and I be permitted to marry first? Surely you can see as well. Placing in the top 10 of the tournament is no difficult task for me." He took a sip of tea and affirmed, "Even Zhang Ren, who placed second in last year's trials, has yet to break into the top 10 of the tournament." Only then did Lin Xiu reveal his true purpose. "But His Majesty wishes me to go to Fusang for a diplomatic marriage with Miss Chiba. This must be done before the tournament. I will not have Ninger ranked behind her." Upon hearing these words, old Duke Zhu spat out a mouthful of tea and bellowed, "What? His Majesty wants you to form a marriage alliance with Fusang's heavenly prodigy. Would the one from Fusang even agree to such a thing?" He laughed sheepishly, scratching his cheek, and replied bashfully, "She already agreed." The old duke lowered his head, reminiscing, then sighed to think of Ninger. at least you have the heart for it. This old man has only one demand: whatever others have, my Ninger must have as well. You must have His Majesty grant the marriage. So that Ninger enters your Lin family's gates in full glory. Hearing these words, Lin Xiu beamed like a child. I promise I will do my utmost for this. This time he had truly won big, not only bringing home a beautiful woman, but also gaining a free estate on top of it. Ninger came out to the gate and clung to him, asking, why are you back so late? Did you escort her home? Lin Xiu explained wearily, the journey was never short. 10 days round trip is perfectly normal. There is good news and bad news. Which do you ladies want to hear first? Ling Yin immediately cut in, let's hear the bad news first. He smiled and said, His Majesty has arranged a marriage alliance with the Chiba family. She will likely be marrying in very soon. At the latest, before the tournament. She faltered, her words trailing off mid-sentence. Why haven't I yet? Meanwhile, Qin Wan and Ling Yin question in unison, weren't you just going to see her off? How does seeing someone off turn into becoming family? Lin Xiu calmly explains to everyone present. It is merely a false marriage. The purpose of the alliance is to make her a representative of Great Xia for the competition between nations, not a real wedding. Yet Ling Yin still protests dejectedly. A political marriage is just a political marriage. Why not choose someone else? You just had to pick him, wasn't it, because you were flirting with her in the first place? Ninger, however, ignores all of that and cuts in with her own question. So what's the good news? He turns to her with a gentle gaze and announces, His Majesty has agreed to grant us a marriage edict. And the Zhu family has given their consent as well. That means we no longer have to wait until after the competition. We can be together now. Ninger's eyes light up the moment she hears this, and she eagerly asks again to confirm. Really? On the contrary, Qin Wan's expression turns puzzled as she latches onto a single word, we. Lin Xiu points at her, catching her slightly off guard. Including you, he says. Ling Yin starts, eagerly hoping for Lin Xiu's confirmation regarding the word we. But his answer is simply, what are you thinking? Not including you. Hearing this, she flies into a rage, spins on her heel and storms off. Who cares? She shouts. Ninger, even more excited now, chirps. I'm going to find Grandpa to confirm. After both have left, the slam of a door echoes through the courtyard, drawing both Qin Wan's and Lin Xiu's gazes in that direction. She gently nudges him, go coax her. Inside the room, Lin Xiu steps in softly and calls out. Are you angry? Ling Yin puffs out her cheeks sullenly, sulking in return. Who's angry? Marry whoever you want. Why should I be angry? On what grounds would I be angry? What right do I even have to be angry? Lin Xiu scratches his cheek and says casually. You weren't actually hoping His Majesty would grant marriage to all three of us, were you? Having struck a nerve, hitting exactly what she had secretly hoped for, Ling Yin flushes crimson, turns away, and denies it. How could that be? Who you marry is your own business. I don't care, and don't drag me into it. I just wanted to see where you'd put them all when you brought them home. He glances sideways and explains. His Majesty has just rewarded me with a much larger estate. We're about to move. Hearing this, the fury in her heart rages like wildfire, yet she forces herself to reply as if nothing were amiss. Then move for all I care. From now on, when Qin Wan sneaks into your room, she won't need to hide, won't need to worry about me seeing. Hearing those words spill from Ling Yin's lips, Lin Xiu is stunned. You saw everything, she responds, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Do you truly take me for a blind woman? He sits down beside her, beginning to flatter and pamper her, massaging her hands and feet to soothe her anger. Don't be angry. When we move, you can choose your courtyard first. Will that do? Don't push your luck. I'm nothing to Yao. On what basis should I live in your house? Lin Xiu scrambles to smooth things over. You are my wife's younger sister, and you've been my guide on the path of cultivation. At the very least, you're a close friend. His flattery makes Ling Yin blush scarlet. At Shanglin Garden, a stone lion stands guard before the entrance. Zhou Jin leads Lin Xiu on a tour of Shanglin Garden, introducing as they walk. Young Master Lin, allow me to show you your new residence. Lin Xiu replies courteously, I trouble you, Steward Zhou. Zhou Jin continues his introduction. The main hall of the estate faces the imperial grounds. Behind it lies a sprawling garden. Hearing this, Lin Xiu cuts in with an observation. This garden is far too extravagant. Zhou Jin counters with a sigh. Only now do you realize how gracious His Majesty has been to you. Both the Crown Prince and the Prince of Qi had their eyes on this garden, yet His Majesty refused them both. And now it falls right into your lap. Zhou Jin continues, the furnishings here are all of the finest quality. Young Master Lin, you may move in at once. I shall trouble you no further. Lin Xiu waves happily, bidding him farewell. Many thanks, Steward Zhou, take care on your way. The main hall he reserves for Zhao Lingzhen, one compound for Ling Yin and one for Ninger. Qin Wan, Taiyi, and Chiba return to the old residence. Minghe stands with her hands on her hips, demanding angrily, "Why didn't you tell me you were moving? Yesterday I came looking for you at your place several times and couldn't find you anywhere." Lin Xiu stands frozen for a few seconds, then asks, "Did you have something urgent to discuss?" The princess lays the blame squarely on him. "I told you I was going to focus on my cultivation, but since I couldn't find you, my training has been delayed entirely." Minghe points to the courtyard on the left and declares, "This courtyard is mine. It'll be far more convenient for me to find you for cultivation sessions." Lin Xiu wavers, half agreeing and half hesitating. Fine, but can you actually stay outside the palace?" The princess, ever self-assured, replies, "It's for the sake of cultivation after all. Just mention it to Father Emperor and it'll be settled." At that moment, Zhou Jin arrives bearing an imperial decree. "Young Master Lin, I bring you joyful tidings. His Majesty's marriage edict has arrived. Your wedding with Miss Zhu and Miss Qin shall be held in half a month's time. All arrangements shall be handled by the Ministry of Rites." Lin Xiu bows deeply, expressing his gratitude for the imperial grace. "I thank His Majesty," but Zhou Jin cuts him off, continuing, "Furthermore, His Majesty has already dispatched envoys to negotiate the marriage alliance with the Chiba clan. Make your preparations." Lin Xiu receives the imperial edict with a bow and replies, "Your subject obeys the decree." Minghe, standing behind, asks curiously, "You're going to marry a Chiba?" He lifts his head with a smug expression and replies, "It's merely a political marriage. There are times when, in the face of national interests, one must inevitably make personal sacrifices." Ling Yin turns her face away and begins to needle him. "And with Zhu Ninger and Qin Wanni's that also a political marriage. One after another, every beauty who possesses a special ability, you're about to marry them all." Lin Xiu holds the imperial edict in his hand, his face flushing red with embarrassment as he laughs. "It's not as exaggerated as all that, it's only half of them." Ling Yin continues her taunting. "Only half? Half is still quite a lot. Don't tell me you also intend to marry Princess Minghe." The princess cries out, "What do you mean by that? Why can't it be you? After all, your Zhao family owes him a proper wife, don't they?" In the end, Lin Xiu can only watch helplessly as the two of them scream at each other, neither willing to back down. "What did you just say? You speak first." The moment the people spot the official notice being posted, murmurs erupt throughout the crowd. "Hey, what does that notice say up front? Has something major happened?" Bustling chatter and heated discussion echo through the city gates. Another marriage decree for the Ping'an Marquis, young Master Lin Xiu. 3 marriage decrees in a single year-end organized by the Ministry of Rites, no less. Has the Ministry of Rites nothing better to do this year besides prepare Lin Xiu's weddings? Am I reading this right? The granddaughter of the Duke of Zhu and the daughter of the Count of Jianan will brides at once. They're both renowned beauties of the imperial capital. A man gnawing on a bun mutters his verdict, truly a case of too many men and not enough to go around. Meanwhile, Zhang Xin curses silently in his heart, damn it, do all these women really fall for pretty boys. The crown prince, seated in his horse-drawn carriage, grinds his teeth in frustration. I petitioned Father Emperor for that estate for so long, and he still refused to grant it. The women I desire have never even spared me a glance. Why does he get everything so effortlessly? Inside the Murong estate within the imperial capital, Lin Xiu gazes with delight at the gifts he has painstakingly assembled. After all this time, the gift I prepared for the noble consort is finally complete. Wait, that's not right. The elm tree at the Murong estate has grown far too lush. I need to find a larger one in the city to replace it. Right, there's also the swing. Lin Xiu mutters to himself, I'll have to make this one by hand. This rockery isn't right either, it doesn't resemble the one at the Murong estate in the slightest. It would be such a shame if the noble consort's joy upon receiving her gift were diminished by such petty details. I've got it. A while later, after wrestling endlessly with his own ideas, he finally completes everything. This time it is perfect. At the same time, a man walks over to examine the miniature landscape carefully. Another 1,001 questions flood his mind. The real Murong Manor. He gazes at the mountain he painstakingly crafted, unable to help but wonder. This rockery just feels off, it seems different from the usual. Having completed his heartfelt gift, Lin Xiu rushes to deliver the news to the imperial consort. The southern city, the imperial consort's private villa. Lin Xiu speaks with deference. "Your ladyship, the gift I once promised has been prepared." The consort's eyes light up with delight. "Where is it? Quickly let this one see what you have been preparing for so long." "What gift is it?" he answers cautiously. "The gift cannot be brought here. Your ladyship must kindly accompany me to see it." Mingzhu replies with a smile. "Very well, little Yuer Song Linglongal of you. Come with me." The imperial consort's voice trembles with excitement and curiosity. "Why all this mystery, and why must I be blindfolded?" He responds, "All right, your ladyship, you may open your eyes now." Beholding the scene before her, Mingzhu cannot contain her joy and exclaims. Seeing the consort's delight, Lin Xiu explains, "I purchased this place and renovated it to look exactly like the Murong Manor." Mingzhu cannot contain her happiness. "After all these years, I have finally come home." Murong Yu watches puzzled. "You have been to my home." Lin Xiu answers, "Twice." Finding this strange, she presses, "Then why have I never seen you?" He replies patiently, "I went when no one was around." The consort cherishes every corner of this place, gazing around with a beaming smile. This rockery looks exactly like the one she once secretly carved into with a knife when she was a mischievous child. The consort asks in amazement, "How did you manage this?" Lin Xiu speaks with pride, "When I visited the Murong Manor, I recorded the layout of every room. When I returned, I drew blueprints and hired craftsmen to build a replica." He thinks to himself, this rockery is actually the very one from her home. The consort continues excitedly, "You must have put in a tremendous amount of effort, didn't you?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu answers modestly, "As long as your ladyship is pleased, that is all that matters." Murong Yu watches the two of them, unable to suppress the thoughts swirling in her mind. He is far too good to her aunt, and her aunt is far too close to him. A maid behind them suddenly bursts into tears. "I miss home too. If someone treated me this well, I would repay them with my life." The maid beside her hears this and awkwardly covers her mouth. "Don't talk nonsense." At the new Lin residence in Shanglin Garden, Lin Xiu stretches his weary body. With the imperial consort's gift completed, only one thing remains, waiting for the wedding. Jinwan approaches from afar. "I owe you money. I have come to pay you back." Minga asks in surprise, You owe him money too? How exactly do you earn the money to pay him back?" She thinks for a moment, then answers with glee, "Washing clothes, cooking meals, massaging his shoulders and feet. All for a little hugging and kissing. All of these can replace money. If I still can't pay him back in the end, I will just have to marry him." The princess hears her answer and is utterly exasperated. "Forget I ever asked." A voice echoes in the imperial study. "Your Majesty, a marital alliance with Fusang is indeed auspicious. But the selection of the bride cannot be made so casually." The Zhang family patriarch, displeased with the decision, speaks first. "For the once-in-a-century female prodigy of Fusang to serve as a mere concubine is far too inappropriate." The Xia emperor cast him a probing glance. "What do you mean?" Noticing the emperor's displeasure, the Zhang family patriarch hastily clarifies. "She should be wed to the crown prince as his consort. That would demonstrate the sincerity of our great Xia." Immediately, the Song family patriarch's voice cuts in. "Your Majesty," Brother Zhang speaks out of turn. "The crown prince already has one primary consort and two secondary consorts. Does he keep rambling about? Wed her to whom?" Lin Xiu is no different. It is just that the Prince of Qi has yet to take a secondary consort. Hearing this, the Zhang patriarch grows agitated and argues loudly. "The crown prince is the heir of the nation. To become his consort is a position of supreme honor." The Song patriarch is no pushover either, mocking in return. "Then why did that lady of the Zhao and Zhu families refuse to become the crown princess and willingly marry the son of a mere marquis?" The two men treat the imperial study as if it were an empty room, bickering openly. The emperor's fury erupts. "Enough, you both misunderstand one thing. That Fusang prodigy does not wish to marry into Great Xiaosh, wishes to marry Lin Xiu. What use is your bickering here? If you have the means, then go and bring one back yourselves. Bring a prodigy of your own to offer to Great Xia. There is no more to discuss, all of you withdraw." With no other choice, both obey the imperial decree. "Yes, your Majesty." The 11th year of the Xuan Yuan era, the 10th day of the 10th month. Red lanterns blaze high in the night. The Duke speaks with gravity. From this day forth this old man entrusts Ninger to you, I pray you do not disappoint me. Those behind grow impatient and cheer, brother-in-law drink up. The Duke snaps irritably, drink your head, if you want a drink go home and drink. Then, as if suddenly realizing his own delay might keep the bride waiting, the Duke whispers, Lin Xiu, go quickly. Don't keep Ninger waiting too long. The bride and groom lock lips in a passionate kiss. Qin Wan suddenly pushes him away. All right, consider our wedding night done. Go to her now. He calls out softly, Wanner. She blushes, am I really that selfish? Tonight I yield to Zhu Ninger, but tomorrow night you are not allowed to go anywhere. Lin Xiu holds her tightly. That is not what I meant. If I had met you 10 years earlier you would never have had to suffer so much. Qin Wan urges him on. I know, now go, you cannot bear to leave, then hug me a little longer. She teases, don't tell me you want both of us at the same time. Lin Xiu answers with a mischievous grin, how about I go ask her? She pushes him toward the door. Nice try, now go, don't keep Ninger waiting. The scene shifts to another room. A man and woman entwined together. Ninger, you are so beautiful. My lord, this servant isn't dreaming, is she? I have truly married you. Silly girl, how about I pinch you to see if it hurts? Ninger giggles happily. Go ahead, my lord, pinch me. Lin Xiu grins cunningly. She lets out a soft coy moan. My lords, you pinched me right there. What are you doing, my lord? My lord, you're so naughty. Scene change. The lovers gaze at each other, lost in intoxication. Ling Yin, we're finally married. She lowers her head shyly. I have waited for you for so long. He leans in and kisses her. My wife, my husband. The voices echo softly. Ling Yin, Ling Yin. Ling Jin holds her back. Ling Yin, wake up. What were you dreaming about? Ling Yin's face flushes with embarrassment. It's nothing. She smiles. Is that so? She explains, I dreamed of when we were little. Back then, I loved clinging to you, sister. Lingjun recalls how back then her little sister loved to hug and kiss her, leaving her face covered in drool. Lingyan asks shyly, did I not talk in my sleep just now? Lingjun chuckles softly, no, you just kept hugging and kissing me non-stop. The curtain parts and a slender hand lifts a wooden box. Lingjun takes out a hairpin. Here, take this and wear it. She hastily refuses. This belongs to you, sister, I can't take it. She pins it into Lingyan's hair. This pin suits you better than me. Lingyan glances up at the hairpin atop her head, meanwhile at Ninger's side. She holds a pill furnace suspended in midair, emanating a green glow. Ninger, try out the ability I just gave you. Ninger still cannot tear her eyes away from the cauldron. He instructs Ninger not to speak of this to anyone for the time being, not even Elder Zhu. She replies, this concubine understands, I won't tell a soul. Is this the reason why Qin Wan is so formidable? Among the recent bouts, Lin Xiu nods. Zhu Ninger asks Lin Xiu, you're not going to her place tonight? He explains earnestly, it was she who asked me to come. She pushes him along, urging, then hurry over to her place. It's not as if tonight is just my night alone, he teases. Oh. Or we could go find her together. Zhu Ninger's face flushes crimson. No, absolutely not. He strokes his chin with a sly grin. Where exactly is your mind wandering to? We'd just be sleeping together, that's all, nothing more than that. Realizing she had walked straight into his trap, her expression goes utterly blank. As for Qin Wan, she lies slumped over the table in melancholy when a noise outside catches her attention. She opens the door and is taken aback. Zhu Ninger, Lin Xiu, why are you two here? Qin Wan eyes Lin Xiu with suspicion. You didn't actually convince her, did you? He flicks her lightly on the forehead. Lin Xiu says helplessly, what are you thinking? I was simply worried you'd be lonely, so I brought her to keep you company. Zhu Ninger lifts her chin with a proud air. Although I didn't like you before and you didn't like me either, we're family now, so let's make peace. Qin Wan replies with a gentle smile. Very well, from now on we're all good sisters. How could I hold a grudge against a younger sister? She stubbornly retorts, what gives you the right to be the elder sister? Qin Wan asks without a care, are you older than me? Ninger immediately shouts, who says the older one gets to be the elder sister? Qin Wan places her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest in challenge. Oh, in other areas you're not bigger than me either. Sensing the rising tension, Lin Xiu speaks up. All right, you're both my wings. Why bother splitting into elder and younger? In the imperial palace, a servant bows his head and whispers, Your Majesty, Lin Xiu has arrived. He steps forward and kneels to pay his respects to the emperor. The Xia emperor leans forward slightly, gazing down. Lin Xiu, I summoned you to the palace to bestow upon you a new official title. For someone of your caliber, to remain a mere clerk at the Qinglai office is truly a great waste of talent. Such abilities squandered on trivial duties. The Marquis of Amping bows his head. Your Majesty, this subject risks his life to remonstrate. In just 1 year, the Marquis of Amping has been promoted 4 consecutive times, vaulting to the rank of second-class marquis, an unprecedented feat. This is truly excessive favor toward the Lin family. The patriarch of the Zhang family chimes in. Your Majesty, this subject too risks his life to remonstrate. You rewarded Lin Xiu with an imperial forest estate, and even issued an imperial decree to bless his taking of concubines. Even having the Ministry of Rites officiate his wedding ceremony, this is truly a bit too much. The emperor roars in bewilderment. Today you share a common enemy, so you've united splendidly. Both of them speak in unison. Your subjects risk our lives to remonstrate only for the sake of Great Xia's sovereignty. Suddenly, a guard rushes in and drops to one knee. Your Majesty, terrible news last night. Another genius from southern Vietnam whom we sought to recruit has been murdered. The southern Vietnamese delegation is seething with fury and demands the court provide an explanation. The Xia emperor slams his hand down on the dragon throne. What? First it was the western regions, then northern Mang, and now southern Vietnam. 3 killed in 3 days. Where is the culprit? The guard lowers his head, his voice heavy. The culprit left behind no clues whatsoever. Several officials huddle close together, whispering in hushed tones, their voices laden with unease and dread. If word spreads that those geniuses who refused Great Xia's recruitment are being killed one after another in our imperial capital, it will devastate our reputation. Indeed, other nations will surely claim that Great Xia, humiliated beyond measure, resorted to murder when recruitment failed. If we cannot uncover the culprit, Great Xia will have to bear this black stain. If we provoke enmity with all 3 western regions, northern Mang and southern Vietnam, other great powers will seize the opening. The borders will know no peace. The emperor's expression turns severe as he fixes his gaze on the 2 investigators. His voice cuts like a blade. In these past 2 days, how have you 2 progressed in investigating this case? Both lower their heads. Your sons have yet to uncover any leads for the time being. Grant us a few more days, and we will surely unearth something. The Xia emperor sweeps his gaze across the assembled ministers. Is there anyone among you willing to shoulder this burden and investigate this case on my behalf? The entire hall falls deathly silent. Not a single voice answers. In the suffocating silence, Chief Steward Zhou suddenly speaks. The envoys from the western regions, southern Vietnam, and northern Mang request an audience outside the hall. The emperor's expression grows sullen. Truly, one storm has not yet passed before the next arrives. Is there no one who can share my burden? Lin Xiu lowers his head and accepts the task. Your Majesty, this subject is willing to share your Majesty's burden. The Xia emperor nods with satisfaction. Good, he bows and sets a deadline. Please wait here for a few moments, Your Majesty. I shall leave and return shortly. The emperor is surprised, a hint of bewilderment crossing his face. Leave and return. Lin Xiu departs from the imperial palace and seeks out the person responsible for investigating the southern Vietnamese genius murder case. Liu Feng clasps his hands in greeting. Lord Lin. It has been far too long. Lin Xiu cuts straight to the point. I won't mince words with you. You're the one responsible for investigating the murder of the southern Vietnamese genius, correct? Liu Feng looks puzzled. Yes, why do you ask? Lin Xiu makes his request. Take me there. At an inn in the western city, a shadow falls across the ground. The key evidence in the case is none other than the victim's companion sword. He brings the sword out for the dog to pick up the scent. Xiao Hai comes sniff the murder weapon. The dog barks twice as if in agreement. Liu Feng is baffled. How is it that the dog he has raised for half a year obeys Lord Lin so readily? After it finishes sniffing, Lin Xiu asks, well, Xiao Hai, can you track down the culprit through this scent? The dog barks once, then shakes its head. Liu Feng thinks in astonishment, how is this possible? I can't even communicate with it like that. He asks Lin Xiu probingly, Lord Lin, do you have any leads? He strokes his chin in thought. Glancing out the window, he spots a sparrow and an idea flashes through his mind. Lin Xiu murmurs in his heart, there's a way. After awakening his beast speech ability for the 5th time, he can now peer into the memories of animals from their own perspective. He gazes into the sparrow's eyes for a long while, gradually delving deeper until the bird's memories unfold before him. That night, a figure entirely shrouded in black leaps down from a window. The silhouette is utterly indistinct, barely discernible. The figure darts away with swift agility. The masked figure forces open a door and vanishes. Lin Xiu's eyes turn ice cold. A smirk curls at his lips. We have a lead. Outside, Lin Xiu and Qing Feng knock on a door calling for someone. The person who steps out goes wide-eyed with shock upon seeing them. Brother Lin, seeing this man. Lin Xiu falls into brief contemplation. He seems to recall meeting this individual at the minor martial arts tournament. If memory serves, this man is also a competitor from southern Vietnam. The man seems to have guessed Lin Xiu's purpose. He waves his hand dismissively in refusal. Apologies. Even with Brother Lin's persuasion, it proved futile. Contrary to expectations, he cuts straight to the interrogation. Why did you kill one of our own southern Vietnamese and frame Great Xia? Caught completely off guard, the man stammers, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do such a thing? That very reaction betrays him. Lin Xiu exposes him without hesitation. Your composure is pathetic. Flustered speech, shifty eyes, a tense expression, all of it gives you away. I'd wager the Great Yu dynasty made you some sort of promise, didn't they? But the man forces out a stiff, awkward smile and denies it. Brother Lin, that's enough. How could I possibly? Qing Feng, unable to contain himself any longer, charges forward to seize the man. Whether you're joking or not, a trip with us will settle that. The man no longer holds back. He strikes directly. A vicious kick slams into Qing Feng's stomach before he can even raise a defense. Having dealt with one, he pivots to deliver a crushing fist toward Lin Xiu. These actions alone leave no doubt is the culprit. Lin Xiu speaks with calm composure. Didn't even need to beat it out of Yao. You confessed on your own. Within the imperial court, the envoys clamor amongst themselves over the urgent matter. We believe Great Xia would never do such a thing, but we still demand a deadline. Within that time, the culprit must be handed over. Southern Vietnam may be a small nation, but we have our dignity. A prodigy of our country was assassinated on Great Xia soil. If the court of your esteemed nation cannot provide us with a satisfactory explanation, then one must wonder, did the Southern Vietnamese envoy leave Great Xia, and when recruitment failed, assassins were sent instead? Is this truly the conduct of a celestial empire? To pacify them, Emperor Xia must make a guarantee. Rest assured, the court will exhaust every effort to resolve this case at the earliest possible moment and provide everyone with a satisfactory answer. One among them presses for specifics. How soon is the earliest possible? We hope the court of Great Xia can give us a concrete timeframe. He has no choice but to set the deadline at 1 month. But even this fails to satisfy them. The southern Vietnamese envoy steps forward in protest. 1 month is far too long, 3 days at most. Within 3 days, if the culprit is not handed over, we shall lodge a formal complaint with the Alliance of Nations. Before they can finish their deliberations, Lin Xiu arrives dragging the culprit he has just captured into the hall. Reporting to your majesty, the assassin who killed the southern Vietnamese prodigy has been apprehended. Hearing this, every envoy turns to look, curiosity blazing in their eyes. The southern Vietnamese envoy recognizes the man as one of their own and flies into a rage. This is the culprit Great Xia has captured. You've already claimed one of our prodigies, do you intend to slaughter the rest of us as well? But Lin Xiu stands firm whether it's him or not. An interrogation will reveal the truth. When I questioned him moments ago, he even attempted to attack me. If he weren't guilty, why would he resort to such desperate measures? If he refuses to confess honestly, I shall hand him over to the Secret Intelligence Bureau. The methods of the Secret Intelligence Bureau are endlessly fascinating. The moment Lin Xiu mentions that punishment, the culprit's terror shatters his last shred of composure. Don't send me there, I'll talk. It was the people of Great Yu who came to Methy told me to do it. They promised that once the deed was done, I would be granted entry into Great Yu and enjoy limitless cultivation resources. Seeing his own man break down and confess everything, the southern Vietnamese envoy is left speechless with rage. Now that the truth is laid bare, Emperor Xia swiftly delivers his verdict. Since this is a matter internal to southern Vietnam, the culprit shall be handed over for you to deal with as you see fit. I suspect the other 2 cases likewise have a hidden mastermind pulling the strings. Return for now, this one will ensure you receive an answer swiftly. After the envoys depart, Emperor Xia's mood visibly brightens. He approaches Lin Xiu and asks, so, you managed to unmask the culprit that quickly? Lin Xiu holds nothing back and reports everything. Your Majesty, I will conceal nothing. Lord Liu of the Bureau of Punishments keeps a trained hound skilled at tracking clues through scent. I had it smell the weapon used in the crime. The dog led me to a dwelling not far from the crime scene. The culprit was living right there. Satisfied with Lin Xiu's answer, Emperor Xia turns and lashes out at his officials. What does it mean to be professional? This is what it means to be professional. Should we favor those who actually get results? Or should we fawn over idle parasites who do nothing but consume the nation's grain? He is unworthy of a promotion. Then are any of you worthy? Go back and reflect on yourselves properly. Off to the side, the princess who had been hiding and eavesdropping all this time is spotted by the emperor. Minghe, stop hiding, come in and sit down. At that moment, an attendant enters to report, Your Majesty, the Dean of the Extraordinary Ability Academy requests an audience. Emperor Xia issues his command. Summon him. By imperial order, the dean enters and pays his respects to the throne. The visit is clearly unexpected, and the emperor finds it somewhat puzzling. The dean rarely comes to see us of his own accord, unless something significant has occurred. The dean wastes no time concealing his purpose. Reporting to Your Majesty, an expert from the De Luo dynasty, an upper-stage Earth-grade cultivator with an ice attribute, has recently broken through to the Heaven grade. His method of breakthrough was unlike anything we have seen before. Emperor Xia presses for details. Unlike in what way? The dean elaborates. His wife is a fire-attributed cultivator. The couple practices dual cultivation of ice and fire. The results are doubled. And it even aids in realm breakthroughs. He married less than a month ago and has already ascended to Heaven grade. Minghe overhears this and innocently wonders aloud. Why does becoming husband and wife make cultivation faster? Could it be that performing the wedding ceremony actually boosts one's cultivation speed? Could that really be? The dean, however, bows respectfully and cuts straight to the point. Your Majesty, this discovery originally came from Lin Xiu and the princess. However, our research into ice-fire dual cultivation is now lagging behind the De Luo Empire. I humbly advise Your Majesty, when selecting candidates, it would be wisest to choose someone who possesses an ice-attributed extraordinary ability. At the Bureau of Punishments, scrolls and case files are arranged neatly across the desk. Lin Xiu stares intently at the documents, analyzing every detail. Bureau of Punishment's own victim had their meridians crushed by raw internal energy. The other was killed by a blade to the throat. Both died instantly. Beside him, Qing Feng probes cautiously. Lord Lin, have you found anything? Lin Xiu ignores the question, rises swiftly and declares, take me to the crime scene. You only suffer losses when you can't understand the language of the birds. This demonstrates the vital importance of learning foreign languages. At the Western Region's diplomatic lodge, Qing Feng leads him down the corridor, briefing him on the details along the way. Lord Lin, the Western Region's prodigy, was killed inside his own room at this very lodge. Passing a cage, Lin Xiu halts abruptly, notices a bird inside, chirping drunkenly, seeing his gaze fixed upon it. The lodge's warden sidles up with a flattering smile. If the esteemed lord fancies this bird, it is yours as a gift. Touched by the gesture, Lin Xiu asks curiously, you raise it yourself? Moments later, Lin Xiu and the bird close their eyes in unison, executes the consciousness transfer technique. The bird's eyes snap open, his consciousness has taken root within. Within its hazy memories, he sees the warden furtively wiping bloodstains from his hands. The lodge warden's expression betrays a flicker of unease. Cross-referencing the scene with the man now groveling before him, Lin Xiu realizes the truth. It was the warden all along. But arresting him here and now would be too abrupt. Better to play along for now. Lead the way, let us examine the room. The warden maintains his respectful facade and invites the lord inside. But what the man never anticipates is this: the moment he steps into the room, Lin Xiu drives a devastating kick into his side. The warden crashes to the ground. Lin Xiu immediately orders his arrest, leaving the subordinates bewildered. What does the lord mean by this? The man is dragged before Lin Xiu by his subordinates. Lin Xiu plants his hands on his hips with absolute certainty and declares, my eyes are the measure. There is only one truth: you are the culprit. The warden refuses to admit it, scrambling to defend himself. Do great Xia officials always investigate cases with such reckless assumptions? You cannot simply brand me the killer based on mere conjecture. Lin Xiu simply turns his back and leaves him with a few final words. Whether it was you or not, you know the truth better than anyone. The Secret Intelligence Bureau has ways of making you talk. Qing Feng, let us proceed to the next crime scene. At the Northern Mang Diplomatic Lodge, upon arrival, Lin Xiu finds himself in a difficult position. Why does no one here keep any animals? Qing Feng, I can discern nothing here. However, the likelihood of this being an inside job remains exceptionally high. The next task falls to you, yet Qing Feng actually thought Lin Xiu was giving him a golden opportunity. I understand, Lord Lin didn't reveal the answer directly, it must be to temper me through experience. Hearing this reply, Lin Xiu praises him with a note of pride. Impressive, you've learned to conquer challenges on your own. Inside the palace, Ming He downs the cup of water in her hand in one gulp, cheeks puffed with fury. Emperor Xia cannot help but intervene. Ming He, drink a little less. But Ming He pours out every grievance in her heart. No need to repay silver, cultivation speed multiplied several times over. The prince consort doting on her, what good is any of it? I couldn't care less about any of it. At that moment, Zhu Jin arrives and kneels in report, Your Majesty. Lin Xiu has uncovered that the assassin of the Western region's prodigy was an envoy from the Western region itself. The Northern Mang delegation is also implicated, with ties to Great Yu. They say he merely cast a single glance around the Western region's embassy and found the culprit. The spies of the Secret Intelligence Bureau all say Lin Xiu's eyes are sharp as a blade. The emperor is somewhat taken aback, so swift. He hadn't expected Lin Xiu to be truly accomplished in both letters and arms. If only I had been more forceful back then and made him my son-in-law. At the Zhao residence, the academy dean is boasting enthusiastically, your talent is already exceptional. If you can find a husband who possesses a fire element extraordinary ability, your cultivation speed will surely rival your elder sister's. Our academy has no shortage of fire element extraordinary abilities. Before he can finish, Lin Xiu drags him away. I have a matter regarding cultivation. I wish to seek the dean's guidance. Let us speak over there. The dean protests vigorously. I haven't finished speaking with Ling Yin, only to have his words utterly shut down. You are not Ling Yin's parent. I advise you not to meddle in so many affairs. Inside a quiet room, a family gathers to discuss the marriage of their children. Over the past 2 days, people from the Wei family have visited several times. They seem quite sincere. There are several other families, though none rival the Wei household. Their standings are respectable. You still refuse to marry, at your age. You should be considering such matters. Mrs. Zhao, her expression gentle and kind, tries her best to persuade her daughter. I just heard what the dean said. Wouldn't an early marriage benefit your cultivation? But Ling Yin has no intention of heeding her mother's words. She turns away sharply, making her unwillingness crystal clear. Then I don't want to marry someone I don't like. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhao probes with a hint of surprise. You have someone you like? Ling Yin merely lowers her eyes and denies it. No. To prevent the tension from escalating further, Lingjun steps in to rescue her younger sister. Mother, let Ling Yin decide this for herself. She has her own mind. Mrs. Zhao can only relent very well. No one realizes that someone has been hiding outside, eavesdropping the entire time, none other than Lin Xiu. The dean, standing nearby, asks in bewilderment, what exactly do you want to consult me about? Yet Lin Xiu, who had just dragged him here, now sends him away. I've already figured it out. Dean, please attend to your own affairs. Hearing this, the dean's eyes roll back in fury. Am I even allowed to curse right now? In the room, Lingjun looks Lin Xiu straight in the eye and declares, Lin Xiu, once that matter is concluded, let us divorce. He stands opposite her and agrees without hesitation. Very well. Ling Yin looks at Lingjun, worry evident in her gaze. She pleads in a gentle voice, the two of you must think this through. What will father and mother think? What will the people say? Lingjun responds calmly, we have already thought it through. This marriage should never have existed in the first place. Better to yield the position to someone more suitable sooner rather than later. Surprise and worry flood Ling Yin's face. She lowers her head, eyes heavy with contemplation, her expression marked by sorrow and loss. The three sit at the dining table, but the atmosphere no longer holds any warmth. Lingjun asks with concern, why aren't you even eating dinner? Do you have something weighing on your mind? Lin Xiu, sitting across from her, also voices his care. Is dinner not to your liking? Shall I make you some noodles? Ling Yin merely bows her head in silence, drowning in her own melancholy, and whispers, I'm not hungry. Her eyes are resolute as she speaks with finality. Tomorrow, I want to move back home. Lingjun asks softly, worry threading her voice, is this place not familiar enough for you? Lingyan closes her eyes, as if straining to suppress the agony and torment within. She murmurs to herself, it's just, sooner or later I have to move out. Staying longer won't make it easier. If I grow too accustomed to this place, leaving will only hurt more. Once my sister and him divorce, I'll have no right to stay here, no reason to remain by his side. He, with a head full of questions, asks immediately, why must you move out sooner or later? Lingyan's voice erupts with barely contained fury. If my sister and brother-in-law divorce, and the younger sister continues living in the brother-in-law's home, what kind of decorum is that? Her face flushes crimson, her brows furrowed. Taich looks utterly wronged. The two sit facing each other. She too advises Linziu, well, on second thought, don't divorce after all. Otherwise, father and mother will be heartbroken and the people will gossip. Let things stay as they are. He readily agrees with that sentiment. I feel the same way. Linziu arrives at the imperial chamber. Your subject greets your majesty. Emperor Xia cannot help but praise him. Linziu, you handled the assassination case splendidly. Those 3 minor kingdoms have now signed an agreement with Great Xia. Henceforth, their prodigies will be sent here for training and will compete on behalf of Great Xia. After the age of 25, they may choose whether to stay or leave. Additionally, regarding the marriage alliance with the Shiba house, you will need to travel to Fudang personally. Linziu asks with puzzlement, didn't your majesty already dispatch envoys to Fudang a few days ago? The emperor closes his eyes, his expression tinged with worry and gravity. A problem has arisen. The situation in Fudang is peculiar. Fudang is fractured among rival clans with no unified central government. Behind every clan, large or small, looms the shadow of the 5 great dynasties. The largest clan is backed by Great Yu. Once the other nations learned that Great Xia sought a marriage alliance with the Shiba house, they too began proposing their own alliances, using the clans they control to pressure the Shiba house into submission. His brows knit tightly as he asks, the Shiba house can hardly withstand such pressure, can they? Emperor Xia replies with a calculating expression, the Shiba house dares not offend anyone. So they have decided to hold a martial tournament to select a son-in-law. The 5 great dynasties will compete on pure merit. Regardless of who wins or loses, none can blame the Shiba clan. Linziu's face grows contemplative as he muses. The Shiba house has managed to toss away this burning hot potato. But what do they consider Shiba Dian to be exactly? The emperor places a hand on Linziu's shoulder, speaking with earnest expectation. As long as you win, Shiba Yin will no longer have to be a political pawn or a war machine. The age limit for this tournament is under 30. Each of the 5 great dynasties receives 3 slots. The other kingdoms may very well send prodigies ranked on the prodigy ranking of the upper realm. He lowers his head, both fists clenched tight against his chest. Linziu affirms with conviction, your subject will give his utmost. Emperor Xia continues, I will select 2 assistants for you. Go pack your belongings, you must bring Shiba Yin back to Great Xia. The Crown Prince and Prince Qi always complain that I never give them opportunities. Soho among you is willing to represent the court of Great Xia and travel to Fudang to compete in the martial tournament for the bride. The 2 hear this and immediately deflect to each other. Prince Qi has always wanted that Fudang beauty as his concubine. Let him go. No, not that. Fudang prodigy's status is far too noble. Only the Crown Prince is a worthy match for her. He waves them away in exasperation. Leave. I give you boys an opportunity and you waste it. The 2 speak in unison, your sons take our leave. Emperor Xia walks away slowly, issuing a decree summon Zhang Ren of the Zhang family and Song Yuzheng of the Song family to audience. In accordance with the decree, crowds gather before the city gates, staring intently at the imperial notice. Discussions erupt without cease. Whoever wins the hand of that Fudang prodigy shall be the hero of our Great Xia. A voice from the crowd speaks with dissatisfaction. Why Linziu? Didn't he just marry 2 women? Can't you give the rest of us a chance? Do you even have the strength to back that up? Break into the top 10 of the minor tournament first, then talk. Can't you see the 3 selected, all ranked by the minor tournament standings? You think just anyone can represent Great Xia? The notice reads clearly, Proclamation Song Yuzheng Zhang Ren Linziu of the Lin estate. At the Lin residence, Linziu explains everything to his family. Father, mother, it isn't that I wish to take a concubine. His Majesty hopes the Fudang prodigy will remain in Great Xia, so that our prodigy ranking gains another slot and Great Xia secures more resources. She expresses only one hope, that her son won't discard the old for the new and grow cold toward Lingzhen. He gently lifts a grape near her lips, whispering sweet nothings to her. My dear wife, have a grape. These are tributes from the western region bestowed by His Majesty, plump and sweet. Lingzhen with graceful elegance bites the grape and murmurs, thank you, my husband. The girl beside her lowers her head slightly, her voice soft and plaintive, as if seeking comfort. Husband, I want one too. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiu replies with doting warmth, of course, there's enough for everyone. Can you restrain yourself a little? Thank you, my husband. She watches the warm, happy scene and cannot hide the joyful smile spreading across her lips. Emperor Xia entrusts them solemnly. This airship is only used when this emperor visits foreign nations. I hope you all return in triumph. Do not disappoint me. Lin Xiu bows slightly, his voice resolute. Your Majesty, we shall give our utmost. The airship hurtles forward at breakneck speed, soaring high into the boundless sky. He stands at the prow, his gaze sweeping watchfully across everything ahead. With focused eyes, Lin Xiu calculates carefully at this speed, they can reach Fusang before dinner. Several hours later, the airship pilot announces, young masters, please remain seated, we are about to land. A breathtaking scene unfolds before their ice-classical houses, radiating elegance and grandeur. Yi Lin cannot conceal her displeasure. She steps forward with firm resolve and speaks bluntly. I will not marry anyone from Dayu. Her father responds helplessly, rebuking her. This is the clan's decision, you have no right to choose. Ignoring the words around her, she turns gracefully and strides straight into her chamber. Just as Yi Lin is about to call out his name, Lin Xiu swiftly reaches out and covers her mouth. Lin Xiu gently places a hand over Yi Lin's lips, signaling with his eyes for her to keep her voice low. She murmurs softly, her voice barely a whisper, Lord Lin. Why are you here? Why have you come to my home? He answers at once, I just arrived in Fusang today and came to see you, Chiba Yan. Why have you grown so thin? With tears brimming in her eyes, Yi Lin confesses sorrowfully, Lord Lin, I may not be able to marry you. Lin Xiu cannot contain his curiosity and asks, why, was it not agreed there would be a martial arts marriage tournament? She answers hesitantly, the clan has already struck some secret accord with Dayu. The outcome of the tournament has already been decided. He smiles with unwavering confidence and declares, Chiba Yan, you must have faith in your future husband, no matter what tricks they employ. I will take you away. From outside, frantic knocking erupts, abruptly cutting short their conversation. She gently pushes Lin Xiu away and whispers, someone is here. Lord Lin, hide for a moment. Yi Lin addresses the two figures, father, mother. She silently voices the feelings long harbored in her heart, her voice laced with helplessness. Forgive us, your father and I cannot overturn the clan's decision. She replies gently, I understand, I do not blame father or mother. With a worried gaze, she speaks cautiously, offering a suggestion. Yanner, run as far as you can, do not return to Fusang. Yi Lin whispers, I believe in him. Her mother frowns, leans in closer and asks in confusion, what was that? Nothing more to say. She answers vaguely, it's nothing. After Chiba Yan's parents depart, Lin Xiu steps out from the chamber, his expression solemn. Lin Xiu speaks with deliberate care, Chiba Yan, it grows late, I must take my leave. Do not worry, I will bring you home. His Majesty has bestowed upon me a grand estate. I have left a token there for you. Yi Lin's words overflow with deep gratitude. Lord Lin, you have saved me twice already. Now you must go to such lengths to take me as your wife. I truly do not know how I could ever repay you. He waves his hand dismissively, do not be so formal with a friend. I never had many friends to begin with. Given the bond between us, this is nothing at all. She speaks without hesitation, tearing apart Lin Xiu's words. Lord Lin has no shortage of friends, Ninger has even already, well, you know. He scratches his cheek sheepishly and stammers, well that. Things are different now, next time you meet them, you can call them your elder sisters. At the embassy, Lin Xiu eyes them with puzzlement and slowly asks, have you still not gone out for a stroll? Song Yuzheng answers, we don't understand the Fusang language either. Stroll with stroll. His eyes widen in surprise as he cannot help but ask, you understand the Fusang language? Lin Xiu raises a finger, indicating he knows a little. Song Yuzheng puts his keen nose to work, sniffing hard with a grave expression. He cautiously deduces that a woman's scent clings to Lin Ziyu, and an incredibly strong one at that. Based on his experience, there is only one possible explanation for such a scent. Lin Ziyu has already rolled in the sheets with Chiba Yan. Zhang Ren furiously hurls the object in his hand to the ground, his voice dripping with envy. Back in the imperial capital, you already had Zhao Lingjun, Qin Wan, and Zhu Ningriat. Even in Fusang, you won't rest. Song Yuzheng watches the cherry blossom petals dance in the wind, sighing wistfully. Mandarin ducks and lovebirds fly in pairs while he can only stand aside and envy Lin Ziyu's daily conquests. The volcanic mountain range of Fusang. Lin Ziyu stands tall and imposing atop the peak of a volcano erupting with tremendous fury. From his lofty vantage point, his gaze falls upon a man sitting calmly far below. Looking to the other side, Lin Ziyu spots a white-haired figure also seated on a boat. He says nothing, but a silent conclusion forms in his mind. Ming he must have cultivated here in the past. The fire-attributed power within his body still fluctuates even from this great distance. What a pity they arrived too late. The great volcano has already been claimed. It seems they can only cultivate at the smaller ones. Lin Ziyu descends at an unhurried pace, his feet touching the ground with a soft, steady grace. He chuckles lightly, his voice brimming with cheer and optimism. This place doesn't seem bad at all. There are still 3 days until the martial arts marriage tournament. I can come here to cultivate each evening. 3 days later, an extinct volcano. The organizer steps forward and announces esteemed guests. As Chiba City lacks a proper arenon to avoid disturbing the residents and surrounding structures, we have chosen this location for the competition. We humbly ask for your understanding. Lin Ziyu surveys his surroundings with a discerning eye and draws his conclusion. Though this volcano is dormant, the surrounding peaks remain very much active. Ice attribute abilities will be heavily suppressed here. They truly had ulterior motives in choosing this place. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. The delegations from Dali, Daying, and Dala have arrived. Natasha walks forward slowly, her expression cold as frost. A stout figure from Dala waddles forward, his round physique and radiant smile lending a lighter air to the tense atmosphere. Dali. Zhang Ren surveys the crowd with sharp eyes and speaks his analysis in measured tones. Rome Vito, Maginol of them ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Talent rankings 6 years ago. Song Yuzheng chimes in, I hear the rules for this competition call for 3-on-3 bouts, not 1-on-1. Brother Lin, we can only try to hold the enemies at bay, for Yao cannot guarantee victory. Lin Ziyu replies, thank you. Columns of white chi spiral outward as Otto and 2 others touch down upon the ground. The 4th Prince of Dayu, Zhang Ren clenches his jaw, unable to conceal his shock. Why have they come as well? Seeing Zhang Ren's reaction, Lin Ziyu cannot help but wonder. He asks, you know them? Zhang Ren answers with a grave expression. The young one is the 4th Prince of Dayu, ranked 4th in the previous Heavenly Talent rankings. The 2 flanking him are ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. Even if all 3 of us joined forces, we could not defeat any single one of them, let alone all 3. The crowd, upon spotting Otto, immediately bows in unison, respectfully welcoming the 4th Prince. From behind Natasha, a voice dripping with contempt rings out, spitting scorn upon these so-called rivals. Lin Ziyu observes her carefully, musing that although her disguise technique does not surpass his own, it is nonetheless exceedingly masterful. The organizer steps forward holding a box and announces, representatives of Daxia and Dala, please draw your lots. First round Dayu receives a bye, Daxia faces Dali, Dala faces Daying. Lin Ziyu stares intently at the characters inscribed on the drawn lot. Lin Ziyu thinks to himself with a mocking gaze, as expected, the draw is rigged as well. Let me see just how shameless this competition can get. First match, Dala versus Daying. Both sides stand face to face, eyes razor sharp, their fighting spirit surging to the heavens. The princess commands her 2 subordinates sternly, you need not intervene. The crowd, hearing such arrogant provocation, cannot contain their outrage, too presumptuous. Daying has at least one who once ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Talent rankings. Let's just hope he doesn't end up face-slapped and begging his teammates for rescue. The 3 charge forward in unison, their voices brimming with menace. You will pay for your arrogance. Natasha's eyes flare open as she instantly unleashes her technique. Ice special ability. In the blink of an eye, a colossal bear materializes behind the princess. Ice bear. Before this spectacle, the three men gape in stunned disbelief. The ice bear's claw hurtles forward at breakneck speed, lunging with a ferocious snarl, its eyes burning crimson. The green-haired one takes a devastating blow immediately after. The black-haired one suffers an equally crushing punch. The ice bear roars thunderously and locks its iron grip around the opposing team. He can no longer counterattack. Cries of surrender echo across the arena. "We surrender, tell your bear to let go." Our man is about to be crushed to death. The surrounding crowd gapes in astonishment, then bursts into fervent discussion. Good heavens, that is far too powerful. Alex of De Luo has been a prodigy since the day he appeared. He placed in the top 10 at the smaller tournament De Luo hosted not long ago. Before that, his name was unknown, yet his strength in the grand tournament could already secure him a spot in the top 10. Yet he didn't even participate in the smaller tournament. The referee steps forward to announce the results. Second match, Great Xia and De Luo, three fighters prepare to face Roman's team. With a smirk, Roman strokes his chin and declares, "You must be Zhao Lingjun's husband." He then explains the background of the man standing before them. His name is Roman, and his ability is Earth. "Leave him to you, brother. We'll do our best to hold off the other two." Ander stands in the distance, asking curiously whether Roman can defeat him. Colin replies calmly, "Even if he can beat Roman, there's still the De Luo hurdle in the next round." Otto speaks up, "I want to see what qualifications this man has to be Zhao Lingjun's husband." Roman immediately summons the stones toward himself. The stones instantly fuse together, forming a colossal fist that moves in sync with his every gesture. Zhao Lingjun's husband, prepare to die. The massive fist hurtles straight toward Lin Xiu. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he slowly speaks, "First, my name is not Zhao Lingjun's husband. Second, my name is Lin Xiu." Roman's face darkens. The fist swings forward, surging straight ahead. So fast the two collide at blistering speed, leaving trails of haze in their wake. Roman has already repositioned himself, ready to launch his next strike. Lin Xiu shows no sign of disadvantage, quickly shifting into a ready stance. The violent impact sends both fighters hurtling backward. Unsurprised by the evenly matched exchange, he grits his teeth and mutters, "As expected, not simple at all." Then, stone arrows sharp as lances rocket toward the opponent. They surge toward Lin Xiu in unison, spawning a thick haze that blankets the surrounding area. He barely escapes the encirclement of the razor-sharp arrows. Roman raises his hand, clenching his fist tight. The stones automatically fuse together, enveloping his entire body in stone armor. He rockets forward, his head encased in a hardened shell of stone. The spectators gape, murmuring in admiration. That is Roman's signature techniquance unleashed. Its momentum is unstoppable. Roman's eyes turn ghostly white as he channels his secret technique. He brings both hands together, slowly beginning to execute his technique. In unstoppable force, Roman charges straight toward where Lin Xiu is trapped. Zhang Ren and Song Yuzheng see this and cry out in alarm, shouting Lin Xiu's name in unison. Lin Xiu seems to have sensed the incoming attack. He suppresses his fury, his expression darkening, his eyes blazing wide open. In an instant, a violent explosion erupts. As the smoke slowly dissipates, the only image that remains is Lin Xiu gripping Roman's head in a vice-like hold. The crowd beholds the spectacle. Very souls struck dumb with shock, utter silence. Ander stammers in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. "What? How is this possible?" Lin Xiu's grip tightens, a current of jade-green qi radiating outward. He stands tall and imposing, his gaze sharp as a blade. The crowd erupts in hushed whispers. Roman lost, could he be at the Earth-grade upper stage? Is this truly the strength of Zhao Lingjun's husband? He already told Yaohai's name is Lin Xiu. Heavens above, Great Xia actually has two cultivators at the Earth-grade upper stage under the age of 20. Yilin's eyes shimmer with emotion as she softly smiles and calls his name. Lin Xiu. Roman's two subordinates cannot comprehend what just happened. How is this possible? Roman fell just like that without any hesitation. Lin Xiu appears before them in a flash. "Where do you think you're looking?" Immediately after, a thunderous explosion erupts. The two collapse, their eyes wide as if they never even grasped what happened. All three of De Luo's fighters have fallen. With a sharp gaze, Colin begins to analyze. "This kid's strength is likely no weaker than ours." Ander seems to agree. "His power and speed demand extreme caution. Evan, the fourth prince, cannot afford to let his guard down." He approaches the draw area and announces with a hint of implication, "This time, Great Yu draws first." Colin glances at the lot in his hand and lets out a quiet, mocking laugh. As the official begins to announce, the next match Great Yu draws the bye, Great Xia faces De Luo. He silently ponders the feuding envoy appears to be affiliated with the third house. The third house and Great Yu are of the same cloth. The others express their dissatisfaction with the draw results. Stepping forward to protest, why does Great Yu draw the bye twice in a row? This reeks of foul play, you've rigged everything from the start. He feigns complete innocence, his eyes brimming with smugness and mockery. It's merely Great Yu's good fortune. Would it only be fair if you drew the bye instead? Does our luck automatically spell foul play? Natasha suddenly speaks up, startling everyone. In the next match, De Luo forfeits. De Luo forfeits. Hearing this, the crowd erupts in bewildered murmurs, eyes full of questions. Why are they forfeiting? I was hoping to see who's stronger, De Luo prodigy or Lin Xiu. The clam and the crane fight while the fisherman profits. De Luo refuses to let Great Yu sit back and reap the rewards for nothing. The referee formally announces that due to De Luo's forfeit, the next match will be Great Xia versus Great Yu. Zhang Ren speaks gravely this time. We'll have to rely on you. Song Yuzheng responds without much expectation. I probably won't last long either. Lin Xiu and Otto exchange glances but say nothing. She presses her hand to her chest, her eyes brimming with worry, and silently prays, Lin Xiu, you must win. The referee's proclamation thunders across the air and eighth match begins. Instantly he launches into the air, confronting Colin head-on. While trading blows with Zhang Ren, Ander still flashes a smile. You're not bad. A pity you're no match for me. Surely you've realized the vast gulf between us, yet you still resist, despite the pain. Zhang Ren forces out his words, I am of the Zhang family, Zhang Ren of Great Xia. Meanwhile, on Song Yuzheng's side, Colin presses in relentlessly. His voice dripping with derision, give up. The gap between us is far too great. He's pinned to the ground, cursing without pause, utterly crude and graceless. I fight in the name of Great Xia. Compared to personal image, I believe the nation's image matters more. With an expression full of self-satisfaction, he sneers, I've already shown you considerable mercy by not striking your face. If you wish to die, then I shall oblige. Flames erupt behind Otto. A demonic visage materializes, his voice brimming with contempt. So this is all Zhao Lingzhen's husband amounts to. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. Watching from outside, she can't help but express her indignation. Choosing a volcanic crater as the arena is incredibly advantageous for fire attribute abilities, and it suppresses ice attribute powers entirely. Feuding has truly cast aside all shame for the sake of their alliance with Great Yu. The situation heavily favors Great Yu now. The gap in strength is too vast in the field. A 3 versus 1 scenario is about to materialize. Seeing Zhang Ren collapse motionless, Ander can't hide his disappointment. A waste of my time. Colin looks at Song Yuzheng slumped on the ground and offers a rare word of praise. I didn't expect you to be this troublesome. Don't worry, you haven't embarrassed yourself. A blinding streak of cyan light rockets across the sky. Lin Xiu encases himself in ice, his eyes tracking the flames swirling around Otto. He silently analyzed the suppression of origin power and the volcanic environment render his ice attribute ability completely useless. Is there no choice but to reveal another ability? The ice fragments suddenly shatter into countless tiny shards. Lin Xiu stares ahead, his eyes overflowing with shock. Otto lunges forward without warning, his fist raised high, hurtling straight at him. The punch lands like a war hammer, sending Lin Xiu hurtling backward. A cloud of dust erupts as his feet skid across the ground, arrested only by the fierce friction. Facing the ever-growing inferno, Lin Xiu wonders to himself, have Zhang Ren and Song Yuzheng already fallen? Now it begins on against 3. She deduces that Great Yu has studied his methods with meticulous precision. Every aspect of this match is designed to counter him. If he doesn't surrender soon, he could be crippled for life. Down there, Yilin calls out, her face etched with worry. Lin Xiu, please forfeit. Lin Xiu's face is dotted with countless minor wounds. Yanyi issues his command. No more pretenses. Time to show our cards. I've already revealed mine. Come at me, all of you. Seeing Lin Xiu's arrogant display, he sneers. You really know how to crack a joke. And chimes in with a quip. Don't tell me his brain got scrambled from all those beatings. You can't even scratch my defense. Instantly, a thunderous explosion erupts. Lin Xiu hurls a devastating punch straight into Endu's gut. The boy's eyes bulge in shock. No chance to resist. The blow sends him hurtling through the air. Goran sees his teammate attacked and charges forward in fury. You brat. But Lin Xiu instantly seizes him by the head and slams him into the ground. The onlookers gape in astonishment, unable to hold back their exclamations. He actually has hidden moves this powerful. Is that a martial technique he created himself? Great Yu is in danger. Otto stands amidst the raging sea of flames, his heart brimming with fear. An and Jin are defeated in an instant. Feudal, your weapons can't even pierce through my sea of fire. With a casual flick of his finger, Lin Xiu summons shards of ice that swirl around him. He deduces maintaining such a vast sea of fire must drain your origin power enormously, correct? How long can you hold out? The ice shards streak forward, grazing Otto's face and carving a gash across his cheek. Otto's thoughts race. How is this possible? Stop firing, I surrender. Watching his wretched defeat, Natasha cannot conceal her mockery. The fourth prince of Great Yu, ranked fourth on the previous prodigy ranking, defeated by a nobody. So this is her man. Her face flushes crimson as she hesitantly calls out his name, Lord Lin. Thunderous applause and praise erupt from the surrounding crowd. These are the prodigies of Great U3 against one, and they still lost this badly, even under disadvantageous conditions. Even with his abilities restrained, he truly lives up to being the husband of Xiao Lingjun. Lin Xiu's mind swirls with thoughts. No matter how I perform, whether 1 against 2 or 1 against 3, I still can't use my own name. Must I defeat Xiao Lingjun before anyone will call me by my real name? The organizer steps forward to congratulate him. Congratulations to Great Xia. We shall arrange our finest extraordinary ability healers for you. This match was conducted entirely per Great Yu's own demands, yet you still lost. You cannot blame the host nation, only your own incompetence. Feuding Embassy. Lin Xiu slowly removes each layer of his clothing. Outside the door, Yi Lin anxiously asks about his condition. Lord Lin, your wounds. Lin Xiu immediately replies, it's nothing, they're all just surface wounds. They'll heal quickly. She hesitates, guilt filling her eyes. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me you wouldn't have been hurt, Lord Lin. He says without a moment's hesitation, I told you I would bring you back to Great Xia, and I always keep my word. An unexpected voice cuts through, interrupting their conversation. From the shadows, Natasha interrogates him sternly. You already have women, do you really want more? Lin Xiu looks her straight in the eye and replies honestly, isn't De Luo also trying to claim Jin Chan as your own? Otherwise, Her Majesty the Ice Queen wouldn't have personally come all the way to Feudang. Am I wrong? Princess Natasha realizes he has seen through her disguise. She slowly reaches up to touch her hair, her gaze sharp as a blade. Then she gradually peels off the false skin masking her face. With a curious expression, she softly asks, how did you see through it? Yilin's eyes widen as she exclaims in disbelief, Natasha, why are you here? Natasha gently lifts her chin, her voice soft and tender. It's been too long, little Yi. I've come to rescue Yao. How could I stand by and watch you be married off to someone else? Watching Natasha's flirtatious demeanor, Lin Xiu furrows his brow slightly, his guard rising. She claims to fancy Xiao Lingjun yet still pines after others. What kind of woman is she? Better stay on guard, can't let her corrupt Lingjun and the others. Feuding airstrip. Natasha wraps her arms around Yilin, her voice brimming with concern. If life in Great Xia isn't treating you well, come find me in De Luo. De Luo will always welcome you. He casually pulls her into an embrace and quips, you're hugging Jun and I'm hugging Yao. Doesn't that technically count as me hugging her too? Such a pitithe, most intimate thing Xiao Lingjun and I have ever done is hold hands. She stands on the ship's deck, her voice echoing down from above. When you see Jun, tell her I miss her. He turns back to look at her and says, let's go too. The ship's wings ignite, and it soars straight into the sky. Lin Xiu places a hand on Yi Lin's shoulder, his voice gentle and comforting. Is it hard, leaving your homeland behind? If you want to cry, you can borrow my shoulder. His gaze drifts to the two others nearby, eyes full of judgment. Song Yuzheng and Zhang Ren shout indignantly, don't push it. This ship is huge. Where exactly are we supposed to go? Jump off, our wounds haven't even healed yet. Outside the royal capital, they gather and chat animatedly. In the clash against Great Yu, when has Great Xia ever won so decisively? I heard Lin Xiu fought 3-on-1 and turned the tide single-handedly. No wonder so many people admire him. If I were a woman, I'd want to marry a man like that too. The ship glides gracefully toward the ground, landing with feather-soft precision. They've arrived. Lin Xiu steps down from the ship. Lin Xiu. The crowd roars his name in unison, their voices brimming with admiration. Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu. The head steward approaches and speaks respectfully, Your Highness, we have been waiting. I shall arrange for Princess Tianai to be escorted to Lin Manor to rest. Lin Xiu enters the hall with the two and bows deeply. Your Majesty. Emperor Xia laughs heartily and slaps him firmly on the shoulder. Good, good, we knew Itiyu would never disappoint us. 3 days from now, we shall hold the wedding. Lin Xiu asks in surprise, that soon. The emperor's face flushes red. The sooner the ceremony, the sooner the consummation avoids trouble brewing in the long night, the emperor declares. Lin Xiu scratches his face awkwardly. What this subject means is with such tight timing, can the rights department manage it? Emperor Xia waves his hand dismissively. Rest easy, from now on if you wish to marry anyone just tell us 1 day in advance. And the rights department will have everything ready the next day. After all, they've had plenty of practice. He turns to smile at Zhang Ren and Song Yuzheng standing nearby. You two have worked hard as well, we shall reward you handsomely. Both reply in unison, we thank your majesty, New Lin Manor. Mingzhu calls out softly, Lin Xiu, this palace heard you were injured so I brought a healer to examine you. Lin Xiu replies with deep gratitude. Thank you, your grace. The imperial consort puffs her cheeks in annoyance. Her eyes burn with frustration and reproach. Imperial brother really is something every single time he turns to you. Is there no one else in this empire? Meanwhile, she calmly proceeds with healing Lin Xiu's wounds. The wounds across Lin Xiu's body rapidly fade away. Bai reports cheerfully all Donier wounds have fully recovered. Mingzhu turns to leave but pauses at the door. I'll have someone bring the medicinal broth over shortly, make sure you drink it. Late into the night, he gently pushes the door open. Curiosity coloring his voice. I wonder how Qin Wan and Zhu Ninger are doing. The two wear alluring outfits, their stunning beauty turning Lin Xiu's face beetroodontal blood starts gushing from his nose. Qin Wan gently lifts his chin and whispers in a honeyed voice. They say a short absence outshines even a wedding night. Tell me, my lord, are you satisfied with me and little sister? Ninger stands beside her, blushing furiously as she hides her face in embarrassment. Lin Xiu grips both their shoulders firmly, his eyes blazing with fervor. Then what are we waiting for? Extinguish the lamp. The candle flickers and dies, plunging the room into darkness. Within the great Yu Empire, two figures are exchanging words in hushed tones. You're saying his strength surpasses even the combined might of all three of you. Colin answers without hesitation that brat is indeed hiding his strength, but it likely doesn't surpass the first or second prince. His expression grows grave as he continues, furthermore, Yi Lin has also returned to Great Xia. If that's the case, then at the grand tournament in a few months, won't Great Xia have 3 representatives among the 5? This absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. The two stroll leisurely through the bustling streets. Lin Xiu leans in and makes a suggestion to Yi Lin. Kai Ba Chan, your courtyard is bare. Let me take you to buy some cherry blossom seeds. Then I'll petition His Majesty for a wood element cultivator to accelerate their growth. That way, you can admire cherry blossoms in your courtyard come afternoon. All right, she beams and asks with delight. Really? The old man smiles warmly and gently refuses. Young master, you are the hero of our great Xia. I cannot take your silver. Any flowers or plants here, just tell me which ones catch your eye. Say the word, and I'll have them delivered to your estate immediately. He speaks softly. Lin Xiu smiles and replies politely. It's no small feat getting the Ministry of Works to make a visit. After they finish laying the floor tiles, I'll have them dig a hot spring pool right here. By then, everyone can come soak in the hot springs. Not far away, the voices of Ming He and Ling Yin drift over in conversation. Have you noticed that Qin Wan and Zhu Ninger have improved tremendously as of late? I feel their cultivation speed far outpaces ours. He silently thinks both of them possess extraordinary ability. Could their cultivation not be swift? The princess spots the two approaching and calls out, when you were in Fudang, did you ever encounter anyone from Deluo? How formidable are they? Lin Xiu answers curtly. Yes. He looks at her with an encouraging gaze. Keep cultivating diligently for a while longer and you will surpass her. Ling Yin pouts, her voice laced with exasperation. I knew you'd say that. 2 days later, Yi Lin is draped in a resplendent wedding gown. Lin Xiu gently lifts the veil from her head, his words tender. The ceremony is over, there's no need to be so nervous. From now on, this is your home, whatever you need just tell me, here is 10,000 taels of silver, take it for now, buy whatever you wish. If it isn't enough, come to me. Yi Lin hesitates, her expression uneasy, and gently refuses. I can't possibly take this silver. Mother already gave me several dozen tales when I arrived. He explains patiently, you've already forgotten what you just promised. Don't treat yourself as a guest, you are the mistress of this household. Tomorrow I'll take you to choose 2 feuding maids that way. You'll always have someone to talk to. He speaks through choked sobs. There's no need, Lin Jun, you've already been more than kind to me. I can manage on my own. Hearing this, Lin Xiu gently rises, preparing to leave. He advises then rest early Kai Ba Chan, I won't trouble you any further. Yi Lin's face flushes crimson as she stammers out a bashful plea. Lin Jun, can't you stay here tonight? Lin Xiu asks back flustered. Isn't this a sham marriage? She immediately explains in Futang, if the husband and wife do not share a bed on their wedding night, their life together will be cursed with misfortune. I don't want to bring ill fortune upon Lin Jun, so I beg you please stay tonight. Please. He lets out a sigh of understanding. It's fine, this isn't our first time anyway. If misfortune were going to strike, it would have done so long ago. Yi Lin gazes at him with a pitiful expression. Lin Jun, please. She brings forth a basin of water and begins to explain the customs of her homeland. In Futang, on the wedding night, the wife must wash the husband's feet, symbolizing the cleansing of all misfortune and the stepping into a new life together. Lin Xiu offers, let me do it myself. Yi Lin immediately refuses. No, it must be the wife who washes for the husband. He silently reflects on her character. Kai Ba Chan may appear small and endearing, obedient, sensible and understanding, but she is remarkably stubborn. Once she sets her mind on something, no amount of persuasion can sway her. Why is it that Futang's custom has the wife washing the husband's feet? Logically, since both are stepping into a new life together, shouldn't both wash each other's feet? Yi Lin answers promptly. Originally, yes, but I know men of great Xia could never bring themselves to do such a thing for their wives, so it's not necessary. Lin Xiu refuses to let her bear any grievance. If it's the custom of Futang, then we must fulfill all of it, otherwise, wouldn't all your washing have been for nothing? Let me wash yours as well. Her cheeks flush scarlet as she calls his name. Lin Jun. Lin Xiu gently removes Yi Lin's shoes. He says with a bright, mischievous grin, I've seen in many Futang plays how Futang women use their feet. It's getting late. Let us rest. She averts her gaze from Lin Xiu and answers softly. Yes. The faint candlelight flickers out and the room sinks into silence. Lin Xiu drifts into a deep slumber, but Yi Lin remains restless, her heart aflutter, unable to find sleep. Her cheeks glow with a rosy hue and her heart beats faster of its own accord. 1 month later, Emperor Xia roars in fury, shameless, utterly shameless. The head eunuch at his side hastily offers a soothing plea. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. He issues his command in a voice brimming with imperial authority. Summon the Dean of the Extraordinary Ability Academy, the Dean of the Martial Path Academy, and Lin Xiu to me at once. The head eunuch bows his head, as you decree. Before long, the 3 summoned individuals appear within the imperial hall. Emperor Xia sits upon his throne regarding the 3. Beside him stands Chief Steward Zhu. Lin Xiu probes gently, Your Majesty, what has happened? Zhu Jin answers on Emperor Xia's behalf, resolving his query. Great Yu, De Luo and De Ying, these 3 nations have formed an alliance. His expression is irate, his words laced with biting sarcasm. Protecting each other's prodigies on the tournament grounds. Barring the talents of smaller kingdoms from recruitment, isn't that the very sort of underhanded tactic Great Yu has always pulled? They've even shifted the blame onto martial practitioners themselves. Weisstein Chen's expression turns grave. He speaks in a low, somber tone. Forcing warriors to use wooden weapons will drastically diminish their combat prowess. Naturally, they cannot hope to achieve superior results. The daily training and diligent cultivation of every student in the Martial Path Academy would all become meaningless. In the future, who would even bother cultivating the martial path? Lin Xiu strokes his chin in thought for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, I believe this rule is specifically aimed at Kai Ba Chan. Her strength is half extraordinary ability, half martial path. If she cannot wield her great bladeth, one capable of channeling all her true Kai, her combat strength will plummet drastically. Weisstein Chen quickly continues, with their sheer numbers and brazenness. Lin Xiu bows deeply, clasping his hands toward Emperor Xia, and makes a bold pledge. Your Majesty, rest assured. No matter what petty tricks they employ, this subject will secure a top 2 finish in the tournament. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Xia is overjoyed, his fury subsiding considerably. He praises in a booming voice, excellent, when that time comes. Even if you wish to take 10 wives, This emperor shall personally grant you the marriage decree. Rain hammers down outside. Lin Xiu walks toward the end of Wang Duan Street and spots a figure sitting by the roadside, a conical hat with a veil concealing the face. Somewhat surprised, he asks, "Have you been waiting long?" Chen Qi, the woman beneath the hat, answers, "Not long." Lin Xiu places his hand on her shoulder and opens an umbrella, shielding them both. He says calmly, "Follow me." She agrees without hesitation. All right. Inside a small noodle shop, Lin Xiu and Chen Qi sit at a wooden table and chairs tucked into the corner of the room. He looks at her and speaks, "Why did you come so late?" A waiter cheerfully approaches their table, a wooden tray in hand bearing 2 steaming bowls of noodles. He announces with a grin, "Honored guests, your noodles are served." Chen Qi's side veils have been folded up onto the brim of her hat. She stirs the noodles in her bowl with her chopsticks while answering his question. After the previous incident, a great many spies were exposed within the Ming. These past few days, I've been hunting down those moles. Lin Xiu, mid-bite, freezes the instant he hears this. He raises his head and asks, "Were you hurt?" She says nothing, only nods. Seeing this, understanding dawns on his face. "Then I'll heal you shortly." Chen Qi gives a single murmur of acknowledgement and the two fall silent, focusing on their noodles. Suddenly, Lin Xiu picks up half a boiled egg from his bowl and transfers it to hers, then speaks unhurriedly. "His Majesty has bestowed upon me a new estate. I've set aside a courtyard for you." Chen Qi doesn't quite agree, brushing aside his suggestion. "You've married 2 noble-born women and there's also the prodigy of feuding, all bestowed by imperial decree. I should stay at the old estate." He reassures her gently, "Don't worry, they won't mind." After finishing their meal, the two return to the new Lin estate. Lin Xiu walks ahead, guiding Chen Qi along. He points to the courtyard on his left and says, "From now on, you'll live here. I've already prepared all your daily necessities." She suddenly produces a blue-green jade pendant carved with strange, unfamiliar patterns, startling him. She says calmly, "Take this." He blinks in bewilderment. "Don't tell me they're promoting me to Hall Master in the Ming." Chen Qi gently explains the hierarchy of the Azure Dragon Hall. "From now on, I'll have to address you as Hall Master Lin of the Azure Dragon Hall. Below the Alliance leader sit the left and right Dharma protectors." She continues down the chain of command. Then to the 4 great hall masters: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. Chen Qi recalls the rank structure and elaborates: below the hall masters are the branch masters of each prefecture, followed by ordinary members. Lin Xiu turns the jade pendant over in his hand, mulling for a moment before asking curiously, "What happened to the previous hall master of the Azure Dragon Hall?" She answers unhurriedly, 2 years ago, Hall Master Sun sacrificed his life during a mission. The position of Azure Dragon Hall Master has remained vacant ever since. Because you've rendered great merit on 2 occasions, the Ming has made a special exception to promote you to Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Hall." After absorbing all the information, he carefully stows the jade pendant away, then points to the room ahead and says, "Let's go heal your wounds first." Chen Qi steps into the room, slowly smiles, and lets the purple cloak slide from her shoulders. The cloak pools at her feet, revealing pale, porcelain shoulders marred by vivid bruises of purple and red. Her chest is wrapped tightly in white bandages. She unwraps each layer with trembling slowness, her face gradually flushing crimson. Shyly, she whispers, "Begin." Lin Xiu channels his technique. A stream of emerald light erupts from his palm. Chen Qi's brows furrow slightly. He softens his voice and comforts her, "Bear with it for a moment." She nods at once. The space falls into a gradual silence as he continues to heal her. Outside the courtyard, 3 heads peek from behind the wall. All 3 girls peer into the courtyard, whispering among themselves. Ming He speaks first. "Do you 2 know who owns that courtyard?" Ninger replies, "I'm not sure. My husband set this courtyard aside from the very beginning, but no one has ever moved in." A moment later, the 2 figures inside the courtyard step out. Lin Xiu walks forward. He gestures to Chen Qi and introduces her. "Everyone, this is Miss Chen Qi, a friend of mine." The princess can't help but mutter under her breath, "You have friends." Lin Xiu shoots a glance at Ming He and fires back without missing a beat. "You're not," the princess starts to retort but bites her tongue. Qinwan rests her chin on her hand, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. "So it's her." Ninger immediately asks, "You know her?" "How come I didn't know?" Qinwan doesn't feel like explaining. She simply hums and lets it pass. "There are plenty of things you don't know." Everyone gradually disperses, leaving only Lin Xiu and Chen Qi eating together. he still voices the doubt gnawing at his heart. Who inflicted those wounds on your chest? She replies flatly, an Earth-grade martial artist from the Grand Prefecture. He relied on the Zhang family's backing and ran roughshod through the Grand Prefecture, committing countless heinous crimes. I tried to kill him several times and failed every time. Hearing this, he can no longer contain his fury. His fist clenches white-knuckled before his chest. He declares in a steely voice, once we finish eating, you and I pay a visit to the Grand Prefecture. I'll avenge you. At the Grand Prefecture, the young master lounges on a vast bed draped in crimson silk, surrounded by 4 exquisite beauties all in varying states of undress. One woman feeds him a grape while another presses her body against his chest. At that moment, a servant enters, bowing low to report the corpses of those Heavenly Tao Alliance rebels have been hung from the city walls, sir. It's believed they won't dare set their sights on the Tai estate again. He asks dismissively, what about the woman who escaped? The subordinate replies cautiously, we haven't been able to track her down yet. The young master's face darkens with displeasure. He waves at the women on the bed and jerks his chin. All of you out. The 4 women dare not linger and hastily retreat. Yes, my lord. He straightens his belt and speaks in a frigid tone, since you've already arrived, stop hiding, show yourselves. 2 figures drop from the ceiling beam. Lin Xiu stares straight at the man and confirms once more with Chen Qi, he's the one who hurt you. She nods without hesitation. The moment the young master lays eyes on Lin Xiu, a sneer twists across his face. You think bringing some pretty boy is enough to kill me? Since you've come, don't even dream of leaving. I'll grind your little pretty boy into meat paste, then have my way with you right in front of him. A shard of glacial ice materializes in an instant. Before the man can recover from his shock, Lin Xiu unleashes a thunderous roar. Icefire domain, crimson flames and azure radiance erupt simultaneously, engulfing the man on all sides. His brows knit together, the young master gapes stunned. How do you possess so many abilities? Lin Xiu replies with icy indifference, I have no obligation to answer a dead man's questions. Those converging torrents of power rip his body to shreds in an instant. He lets out a terrified scream and drops dead on the spot. Chen Qi surveys the lavish furnishings of the Grand Prefecture and says, the wealth of the Tai estate was all plundered from the common folk. Meant to be offered up to the Zhang family, we should take it and use it to aid the people. He agrees gently. As you say. Back at the New Lin estate, Ninger and Chen Qi hold a martial exchange session. Minghe and Qinwan simply stand to the side and watch. The bout concludes. Ninger wipes the sweat from her face with a white towel and extends an invitation. Miss Chen Qi, come bathe with us, there's a hot spring in our courtyard. Chen Qi is reluctant and declines. You all go ahead, I want to cultivate a bit more. Qinwan chimes in, bathing alone is dreadfully boring. The princess quickly echoes the sentiment. Come with us, that's right, let's all go together, we're all women here anyway, it's nothing. Unable to decline any further, Chen Qi reluctantly follows them to the hot spring. Chen Qi wraps only a white towel around herself, her voluptuous figure barely concealed. The moment the other 3 see this, they instinctively stumble backward. Ninger panics, stammering, I almost just took a bath. Qinwan nods in sympathy. Same here. Meanwhile, Minghe's eyes go wide. No way. The princess's dignity shatters on the spot. She bursts into tears and flees outside. No way, absolutely no way. Lingyan stands outside and asks in surprise, what happened? Was the water not hot enough? When they peer into the spring pool and spot Chen Qi soaking inside, both feel a wave of awkwardness. Lingyan clears her throat. Perhaps I'll take a bath later. Yilin blurts out, whoa, those are huge. Chen Qi's cheeks flush crimson, her voluptuous figure playfully submerged beneath the warm, steaming water. When she steps outside and runs into Lin Xiu, she wears a puzzled expression. Why didn't any of them come in? He shrugs, they didn't want to compete in size with you. She pays it no mind, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Tonight, she resolves, she will make her move once more. On the streets of Yingshan Prefecture, the silhouettes of Lin Xiu and Chen Qi materialize in midair. Below them, scattered coins rain down amid thunderous cheers. The Heavenly Tao Alliance couple has arrived. Someone asks curiously, who are the Heavenly Tao Alliance couple? A passerby immediately scoffs, you don't even know about the Heavenly Tao Alliance couple. Recently, this couple appears every night at a different manor, selects a corrupt official or local tyrant for execution, then distributes the plundered wealth to the commoners. They say many corrupt officials, upon merely hearing of their approach, flee in the dead of night without even bothering to return home. Later, in a small, dimly lit forest, Lin Xiu and Chen Qi sit atop a tree. He silently calculates at this pace. His promotion to Dharma Guardian shouldn't be far off. She nods in agreement. Indeed, advancement within the Heavenly Tao Alliance doesn't depend on seniority only on merit. He suddenly turns. What kind of person is the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Have you ever seen him? Chen Qi fiddles with the hat in her hands and shakes her head. I've only ever met the left and right Dharma Guardians, and I'm not the only one. Practically everyone in the Heavenly Tao Alliance, even the left and right Dharma Guardians themselves, never once met the Alliance Master. At the start of each year, the Alliance Master dispatches a holy envoy to deliver the kill list for corrupt officials across every prefecture of Great Xia. This is also the mission the Heavenly Tao Alliance must complete within that year. Lin Xiu calculates the time in his head and continues the conversation. Come to think of it, the new year is almost upon them. How did you spend last New Year's Eve? Chen Qi holds nothing back and tells him everything. Sometimes on the road, sometimes in the middle of a mission. On New Year's Eve, most targets let their guard down, making them easier to assassinate. Hearing this, he invites her warmly celebrate New Year's Eve with everyone from now on. She gently agrees. He asks again, do you have a New Year's wish? Chen Qi whispers softly, my wish is that the common people can live and work in peace, free from oppression by the powerful, without ever having to fear the nobility. And you? Lin Xiu speaks with a tender smile. My wish is to make your wish come true. The two gradually lean closer together. She murmurs, does this count as a confession? If that day comes true, then I'll agree to be with you. He asks, agree to what? Her face flushes red. Agree to marry you. Chen Qi lowers her face slightly, her cheeks burning crimson. She asks shyly, don't you like me? He speaks without hesitation. I do. Lin Xiu and Chen Qi arrive at the entrance of the royal capital's main boulevard. He leans close to her ear and whispers, isn't this the signal of the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Chen Qi's gaze drifts toward the capital ahead, where a symbol has been etched at the street corner. Those being summoned are likely you and me. The shopkeeper spots customers arriving and warmly calls out, welcome, honored guests. She steps in and gets straight to the point. How much for a pair of candles? He quotes a price. 3 wen per pair, 10 wen for 3 pairs. Chen Qi counters with a number. What if I want 2 pairs? The shopkeeper promptly rattles off the price. 2 pairs for 5 wen. The price settled, she agrees to 2 pairs for 5 wen and he immediately hurries off to fetch the goods. Please wait a moment, honored customer. When the shopkeeper brings out the candles, Chen Qi pays on the spot. Lin Xiu asks curiously, what's written on the paper inside? She examines the information and explains, this is the assassination target list and operational funds. The details within are listed with meticulous precision. He's rather surprised after reviewing the paper's contents. I once worked as a clerk at the clearing tribunal for a very legal judgment of Great Xia. Recorded in this ledger is spot on. Chen Qi suddenly grows indignant. The greatest bandits of all are the officials themselves. If the Great Xia court were willing to purge these vermin, far fewer commoners would suffer such hardship. Lin Xiu sees it differently. He shakes his head, it's not that simple. The 21 prefectures of Great Xia have long been controlled by powerful, shadowy nobles. Even the emperor's hand cannot reach that far. Moving against these local officials is tantamount to striking at the nobles of the royal capital itself. Pull one thread, and the whole web trembles. Time flows on. 2 months later, inside Emperor Xia's study, an official erupts in fury. This is sheer audacity. In these 2 months, over 20 men have died at the hands of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, including 1 imperial official. Your Majesty, we cannot allow this to continue. These rebels must be exterminated. Emperor Xia finishes reading and feels nothing but disgust. This man, Kaizong, has taken 18 concubines, warms his wine with a maiden's breath, and heats his bed with a beauty's bosom. Damn it, Eleven, we have never been so extravagant. You should be grateful we haven't stripped the flesh from your bones. The official stammers in bewilderment. The emperor, meanwhile, finds the matter troublesome. The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance move like ghosts. Their movements are impossible to track. The court must also prepare for the tournament 2 months hence. We shall discuss this matter another time. Emperor Xia waves his hand dismissively. Withdraw. The official obeys and can only take his leave. As your Majesty commands. He notices Lin Xiu's arrival and asks curiously, what brings you here? Lin Xiu gets straight to the point. Your subject wishes to borrow a wood attribute guardian from your Majesty. Emperor Xia didn't expect him to make such a request. We shall grant you a token. In the future, trivial matters such as this need not trouble us. Go directly to the Guardian Bureau yourself. Zhu Jin steps forward and presents the token to Lin Xiu. This is the token of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. From this moment forth, you serve as Bureau Director of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. You answer to no court ministry, you report only to His Majesty. Lin Xiu accepts the token at once, bowing with deep reverence. This subject thanks your majesty. A short while later, in the imperial palace corridor, a eunuch totters forward carrying a mountain-high stack of memorials. He carelessly bumps into Lin Xiu. After the collision, the eunuch panics, clutching his head. My apologies, this lowly one wasn't paying attention. Lin Xiu helps him pick up the memorial scroll. It's nothing. The eunuch gathers the documents with deep gratitude. Thank you, Lord Lin. Thank you, Lord Lin. As the items are gathered, a single sheet of paper seizes Lin Xiu's attention. He recognizes it at once. Isn't this the assassination list that the Heavenly Tao Alliance's leader gave him and Agu? Why would this list appear among Emperor Xia's memorials? Walking along, Lin Xiu's mind races. Could the Heavenly Tao Alliance harbor a spy? Impossible. The capital's stronghold is personally held by the Alliance leader. A cascade of possibilities flashes through his mind. Could the Heavenly Tao Alliance leader himself be the spy? What if Emperor Xia himself is the Heavenly Tao Alliance leader? That would explain so many things. Why does the Alliance leader possess an intelligence network spanning all 21 prefectures of Great Xia? Why is he so fabulously wealthy? Why does he know Great Xia's laws better than Lin Xiu himself? The more Lin Xiu ponders it, the more convinced he becomes that his deduction is the truth. Indeed, when it comes to intelligence capabilities, no one surpasses the Secret Intelligence Bureau. When it comes to wealth, 100 of him wouldn't match Emperor Xia. And the reason behind it all could not be clearer. As emperor, he has no way to move against the powerful nobles. But as the leader of a rebellious faction, he can kill whomever he pleases. The people are killed by the Heavenly Tao Alliance leader. What does that have to do with the Emperor of Great Xia? Meanwhile, in the study, Chief Steward Zhu is reporting to His Majesty. News has arrived from 2 more prefectures, 2 officials from the Huang and Wei families. Emperor Xia finds it perplexing. So fast, even just running between 2 prefectures shouldn't be that quick. Zhu Jin reasons that under normal circumstances it would be impossible. But if an extraordinary ability related to speed were involved, then perhaps not. He suddenly recalls, wasn't Li Xiaojiao's extraordinary ability flight? He leans close to Emperor Xia's ear. As this old servant is aware, he still has several companions by his side and their strength is formidable. Below the upper stage of Earth grade, they likely have no equals. Over the past half-year, he has repeatedly achieved extraordinary feats of merit. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have acquired another razor-sharp blade. Those words remind him, but their original purpose was to rebel against us, Zhu Jin interjects. If they knew Your Majesty's true hardships, they would surely understand. Emperor Xia raises the matter he previously entrusted. Have replacements been selected for those corrupt officials? He presents a list. It has been prepared. He gestures to have it delivered to the mission delegation. Zhu Jin bows and obeys the decree. At the Xinlin residence, Chen Qi is pulled along by Lin Xiu and asks with puzzlement, "What's going on?" He is utterly urgent. "I need to ask you something." Once inside the room, Lin Xiu's expression turns grave. "Do you still remember which officials were assassinated last year?" She answers based on intelligence she once gathered. "From what I recall, there was a county magistrate from Daming Prefecture and a county deputy from Anxi Prefecture. At Feng County, Anxi Prefecture, a young attendant pours water for him. Magistrate Liu was a truly good official. After he took office, the corrupt Yamen runners vanished. Thugs across the region no longer dared to show their faces. Our lives improved quite a bit because of it. We truly hope he can hold that position forever." He continues recounting. County Deputy Zhang was also a fair and upright man. Impartial and selfless, nothing like the previous greedy officials who took bribes and flouted the law. Those with money and power did as they pleased, those without could only swallow their broken teeth. Lin Xiu sips his tea with idle composure. The corrupt officials who died are all people of the capital's powerful nobles. The upright officials who took office were all personally promoted by Emperor Xia. The Heavenly Tao Alliance leader shoulders all the blame. Who could ever suspect the emperor of rebelling against himself? At the Xinlin residence, the estate of Kai Bai, he watches Yi Lin's retreating figure with curiosity. The tournament is still over 2 months away. Princess Ming He has primarily gone to Fudang for cultivation. Does Yi Lin wish to accompany her to Fudang? Wait for her to finish cultivating, then return together. She turns to him with suspicion. Is that truly all right? What about Lin Jun? Lin Xiu speaks his intentions plainly. I want to take a trip to Jiangnan. Ling Yin tries to hold him back. You truly don't want to come with me to De Luo. He sighs with mild dejection. No matter how I cultivate, my progress barely budges. You should go train for another month. Besides, I already promised them I'd take them on a trip to Jiangnan. Lin Xiu leans close to coax her. Next time I'll definitely go with you. For now, you should think about whether you'll keep your promise when I place in the top ranks of the tournament. She flushes red and blurts out, go if you want, don't go if you don't. Ling Yin watches his retreating figure and refuses to yield. You think you can definitely crack the top 10. Wait until I finish cultivating, I could beat 100 of you. Lin Xiu strolls away without a care. I wish you success. Ling Jun had just walked over and grew curious. What were you two talking about? What promise? She presses against him and nuzzles coquettishly. It doesn't matter. Sister, let's go admire the cherry blossoms. In the Imperial Palace's Imperial Garden, Emperor Xia watches Ming Zhu paint. She is utterly absorbed, her brush dancing across the silk to create magnificent strokes. The next moment Lin Xiu appears and pays his respects. Your Majesty, noble consort. Ming Zhu glances at him. You've come at just the right time. Come tell me what you think of this painting. After studying it, he raises his thumb in admiration. Your brushwork has improved immensely, noble consort. Emperor Xia shares Lin Xiu's assessment. Ming Zhu's landscape paintings are noticeably finer than before. He does not beat around the bush and goes straight to the point. Noble consort, tomorrow I wish to travel to Jiangnan with the imperial physicians. During those days I will be unable to visit you and Nai Nai. She hears this and remains perfectly composed. Oh, understood. Suddenly Emperor Xia proposes, Ming Zhu, would you like to return to Jiangnan for a few days? I shall have the servants escort you there. Half a day's journey and you will arrive. Ming Zhu refuses at once. No need. The noble consort then notices Lin Xiu clear his throat lightly and suggest, noble consort, recently little Nai Nai has been rather listless. The environment of Jiangnan differs from the capital. Taking her there for a change of scenery could be beneficial. In the end, she is persuaded. If that is the case, this consort shall bring Nai Nai to Jiangnan for a few days. Xiao Yu or Ling Long. Pack your belongings and accompany this consort. In the distance, mountains loom ethereally behind veils of mist. The vessel surges forward at breathtaking speed. Lin Xiu gazes at the vessel with fascination. This thing is far more convenient than a carriage. With it, one needs no inns while traveling. Once he returns to the capital, he'll demand one from Emperor Xia. He turns around. Miss Murong, as it happens, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. They arrive swiftly. The air here is crisp and pure, the trees lush and verdant. In the distance stretches the picturesque scenery of Jiangnan emerald mountains and sapphire waters, a landscape worthy of poetry. The imperial physician gazes around excitedly and exclaims, the flowers of Jiangnan are so beautiful. At this moment, Rong Yu asks cautiously, Auntie, would you like to visit home? Ming Zhu answers without the slightest hesitation, this place is no longer my home. Suddenly she asks Lin Xiu, where shall we stay tonight? He holds up 3 fingers and explains, noble consort, the last time I came to Jiangnan I purchased a small estate. It's quite modest, only 3 rooms. Ming Zhu shows not the slightest displeasure. It is fine, we shall stay at your estate tonight. In the largest room, Lin Xiu sleeps on the floor while Rong Yu, Ming Zhu and Zhu Ninger squeeze together on the large bed. She murmurs softly, Murong Yu, don't disappoint me tomorrow. Time passes until the next day. A knock echoes from outside the door. Rong Yu hurries to open the gate. Coming, coming. Ming Zhu walks out of her room with a puzzled expression. Xiao Yu, who is knocking? The old nanny looks at her, tears of emotion streaming down her face. Young miss, I never imagined that before I die I would be able to see you again. Seeing her, Ming Zhu freezes in shock. Nanny. The nanny grasps Ming Zhu's hands tightly. In the blink of an eye, young miss has grown so much. Young miss, come home. Ming Zhu's father steps forward and acknowledges his wrongs. Ming Zhu, back then your father wronged you, come home. She stares at him in astonishment. Why has father come here? Ming Zhu then hesitates. I've long since put that year's matter behind me. Scene transition, the Murong residence. Ming Zhu strolls through the grounds with the others, gazing at everything around her. She exclaims in surprise, this tree, this pavilion, this water feature, they look exactly like the ones in the capital. She spots something different, this rockery, it doesn't look the way it used to. Lin Xiu is somewhat helpless. Your Highness left the Murong residence over 10 years ago. In 10-odd years, a rockery battered by wind and rain, scorched by sun and frosted by dew. Some changes are only natural. Mingzhu hears this and finds it reasonable. Indeed, this palace has been gone for so long. Some changes in the household are perfectly normal, don't you think? Xiao Yuer. Deng Yuzhou sits and weighs the matter. Probably. At this point, the old nanny speaks with a troubled expression. Miss, that isn't it, a few days ago. Some bored thief stole our rockery in the dead of night and replaced it with one that looked quite similar, nearly fooled the master himself. What do you suppose that thief was thinking? He didn't steal money or valuables, yet he carried off a rockery that massive without minding the effort. What on earth did he want? She pays the matter little mind. Perhaps he simply fancied that rockery. Let's not dwell on this, let's go see the other grounds. Very quickly, they arrive on the streets of Jiangnan Prefecture. Inside a shop, Qin Wan is browsing through garments. This one is truly beautiful and this one as well. Meanwhile, Mingzhu presses from outside. That rockery was enormous. How on earth did you move it? He scratches his head, utterly embarrassed. He had originally intended to craft one himself, but no matter how he tried, it never looked right. He could only resort to this last-ditch scheme. Your Highness, please do not blame me. Before Lin Xiu can finish, she cuts him off. Today's little affair, you arranged it with Xiao Yuer beforehand, didn't you? He never expected to be exposed so quickly. These petty schemes simply cannot be hidden from Her Highness. Mingzhu remains composed upon hearing this. Thank you. Lin Xiu immediately responds with utmost sincerity. Your Highness, please don't say such things. If not for your Highness's protection back then, I would possess none of what I have today. All I did was a trivial thing, hardly worth mentioning. As long as your Highness is happy, that is more than enough. The sunlight fades and darkness descends. Inside a small chamber, a candle burns brightly. Within the room, Ninger is squabbling with two others. Tonight my husband must sleep with me. The imperial physician immediately pouts. Did you even ask the husband first? Just then, Qin Wan suddenly gets an idea. How about we play rock, paper, scissors to decide? Very quickly, all three throw their hands. Qin Wan plays scissors, while the other two play paper. While the two losers cry out in despair, Ninger cheerfully runs her fingers through her hair. It seems tonight, my husband won't be able to keep you two company after all. Late at night at the residence, Qin Wan pushes open a door and calls out, "Little sister." Ninger whips around and demands, "Have you come to gloat?" Qin Wan immediately puts on a sorrowful expression. "I came here with the kindness to help you, yet you misunderstand me so." Fine then, the woman's attitude shifts. Help me with what? Qin Wan walks over and lifts Ninger's chin. I know you bought two beautiful outfits. New clothes that sit unworn for days lose all their charm. Those undergarments, don't you want to wear them for him to see tonight? The woman is somewhat skeptical. You'd really be that generous? Qin Wan speaks with hidden meaning. Actually, I wouldn't mind being with you together. Ninger turns scarlet with embarrassment. No way, a wicked woman like you don't even think about leading me astray. She waves her off. I'm just teasing you. Here, I'll trade rooms with you. Go to mine. Ninger suddenly asks, why would you give way for me? Qin Wan speaks with utmost composure. An elder sister yielding to her younger sister, isn't that how it should be? Very quickly, the woman gathers her clothes to change, not forgetting to express her gratitude. Thank you, big sister. No one knows she is secretly scheming in her heart. Converting Zhu Ninger's cultivation is far too difficult. It seems completing this gambit will require switching to a different target. A moment later, Qin Wan enters the imperial physician's room. The physician is somewhat surprised. Qin Wan, why have you come here? Isn't the husband in your room right now? Qin Wan proactively suggests, today let Ninger stay with our husband. She bought new clothes today, she definitely can't wait any longer. I don't want to sleep alone tonight, can we share a bed? The imperial physician readily agrees. Of course, let me fetch an extra blanket. Who would have expected Qin Wan to suddenly throw herself into her arms? No need for the trouble, one blanket between us is more than enough. Meanwhile, in Lin Xiu's room, Ninger steps inside and calls out in a honeyed voice, my husband. Seeing this, he is quite surprised and lets out an exclamation. She wears a breathtakingly seductive outfit. Today, I swapped rooms with big sister Qin Wan. Through this, Lin Xiu can tell at once it seems Qin Wan's plan has failed. A month prior, while Qin Wan lay nestled in his embrace, she cooed softly, "My husband, do you believe I can make your dream come true?" He is quite taken aback. She says she will get Ninger or the physician to join them. She props herself up and winks, "Let's make a bet. If I can pull it off," Lin Xiu readily agrees. "I'll grant you one wish." Back to the present. Ninger slips off her outer robe. "My husband, is it beautiful?" Lin Xiu stares at her, utterly dazed. "Ninger, you are truly beautiful." Under the veil of night, the candle inside the room quietly extinguishes. He speaks gently, "Ninger, I will temporarily convert your mind force into lightning. This is the fastest cultivation ability, and it can conveniently advance your martial path as well." Ninger gazes happily at the tiny bolt of lightning dancing in her palm. "My husband, look, it's so beautiful." Lin Xiu gazes at her while secretly mulling things over. "Once we return to the royal capital, I must invite some Jiangnan designers. Their aesthetic sense perfectly suits my taste." On the vast sea, lightning blankets the entire sky. Nu excitedly crawls out from his sleeve. Meow. Instantly, a bolt of lightning strikes toward it. It thoroughly revels in absorbing that powerful surge of electricity. Meow. At the coastal Ludeng County, Qin Wan happily strokes Nu's fur. Noticing that the little one has grown considerably, its coat now shimmers with a radiant luster. Lin Xiu stands at the doorway, turns back and instructs, "Once all of you have fully refined the power within your bodies and converted the lightning's force into origin power, I will take you out to sea to hunt for thunderclouds. Cultivate first. I'm going to take a stroll through town." On a bridge, countless people have gathered. Everyone around stares in alarm at Lin Xiu standing squarely in the middle of the road. At the same time, a voice rings out. "Make way, make way." A man yanks him aside and warns, "You're from out of town, aren't you? Daring to block his path, you'd better be careful, or you'll get a beating." Very quickly, Pang Yu arrives before them, a beautiful woman draped in each arm. He struts over with an arrogant air. Seeing this young master approach, "You dare not scram." Lin Xiu lets out a soft exclamation of surprise. "Huh?" Pang Yu leans in close and says through gritted teeth, "You there." Lin Xiu remains utterly calm, continuing to eat his food. "And who are you?" Enraged, Pang Yu raises his hand and bellows, "Guards, throw him into the river for me." The two subordinates immediately stepped forward. Yes, in the blink of an eye, they charged toward Lin Xiu only for him to kick one squarely in the face. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood and toppled backward. The two subordinates crashed down on top of Pang Yu as the onlookers stared in stunned disbelief. He kicked his subordinates and cursed them a bunch of good-for-nothings who couldn't even catch one man. When Pang Yu saw Lin Xiu raise his hand, he froze. "You, what are you doing?" Lin Xiu remained utterly calm. "Wasn't it you who wanted to throw me into the river?" The next instant, Pang Yu was sent hurtling into the river. Pang Yu surfaced from the water, howling, "You bastard, don't you dare run. If I don't lock you up for the rest of your life, my name isn't Pang." Lin Xiu cast his gaze downward. From the water below, Pang Yu snarled, "Fine, I'll be waiting for you." An old man standing nearby anxiously tugged at his sleeve and warned, "Young master, you must flee. Once the yamen arrives, there will be no escape." Lin Xiu showed not a trace of fear. His men struck first. Self-defense is no crime. The young man behind him hurriedly explained, "That may be true, but he is the brother-in-law of the county magistrate. The county magistrate has connections to the great noble houses of the imperial capital. Last year, someone spat on his foot and was thrown into the county dungeon. He's still locked up to this day. You threw him into the river. He'll imprison you for 18 years. After grasping the situation, Lin Xiu calculated silently. It seemed the corrupt officials of Jiangnan and these spoiled brats needed someone to teach them a lesson. While the crowd was still buzzing with discussion, members of the yamen appeared. Make way, the yamen officials are here." The middle-aged man pointed and gave his orders. "You lead 2 men and pull young master Pang out of the water." The subordinate obeyed. "Yes, sir." The man then stepped forward and declared, "I am the head constable of the county yamen. You would be wise to surrender and come with us to the county office. Anyone who resists with force will be killed on the spot." Lin Xiu remained perfectly composed. "What are you standing around for? Where is the county office?" As he was led away, Pang Yu, now being dragged from the water, snarled, "Kid, let's see how long you can keep up that arrogance. Once we reach the yamen, don't expect to walk out in one piece." At the county magistrate's office, Pang Yu jabbed a finger at Lin Xiu with a domineering air. "In a moment, I'll kick you straight into the dungeon." Lin Xiu remained composed while the man he had struck clutched his face and wailed, "He's beating people. Is there no law left?" Pang Yu erupted in fury. "Brother-in-law, you must avenge me. I was walking down the street when this brute suddenly ran up and threw me into the river, then beat my guards. Lock him up." 10 years, no 20 years. The county magistrate slammed his desk in frustration. "This is outrageous, 30 strokes of the rod. Then throw him in the dungeon, we'll decide after a month." Lin Xiu stared at the man without a trace of fear. "You are the county magistrate." The magistrate confirmed at once, "That's right, I am." Having received his answer, Lin Xiu opened his mouth. His voice carried not a single trace of warmth. "From this moment on you are not." The man was struck as if by lightning and bellowed, "Insolent, what did you say?" Lin Xiu produced his authority token. "This official is the vice director of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. Where is the county deputy?" The county deputy appeared at once. "Your subordinate serves as the county deputy. What are your orders, my lord?" Lin Xiu commanded coldly. "This official has learned that the county magistrate has governed unjustly, abused his authority for personal gain, and acted in violation of the law. Remove his official hat immediately. This official will investigate further before rendering judgment." The deputy obeyed. "Your subordinate receives the order." The restrained county magistrate howled, "What do you think you're doing?" Lin Xiu then turned his gaze to the furious Pang Yu. "Arrest him as well. I've heard the Pang clan has been covering the sky with one hand here, even the local yamen gives them face. This official wants to see just how lawless they truly are." The citizens who witnessed the scene began murmuring, "Heavens, he's taken on the county magistrate and now the Pang clan too. The prefectural office is about to be shaken to its foundations." If that's really the case, it would be a blessing, but he'd have to take down the Pang clan first. At this moment, the county deputy grew uneasy. "My lord, the Pang clan has ties to the duke's residence in the imperial capital. Might you wish to reconsider?" Pang Yu still acted as though the heavens were beneath his feet. He declared brazenly, "Let me tell you something. My aunt was married into the duke's residence as a concubine. If you dare touch us, the imperial family won't let you off." Lin Xiu heard this, stroked his chin, and sighed. "So they're connected to the imperial family." Pang Yu mistook his composure for fear and began prattling. "Scared now, are you? Release me right now, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened." He then saw Lin Xiu declare with absolute confidence, "A concubine of the imperial family, what is there to be arrogant about? I thought your backers might be the Zhang family and the Song family." Forget the imperial family. Even if it were the Zhang or Song families, today they would still owe this official an explanation. He never expected Lin Xiu to say such a thing. What? Given the circumstances, the county deputy realized that even knowing the Pang clan's backing, this man showed not the slightest fear. It seemed the Pang clan had provoked someone they absolutely should not have. Fearful of being implicated, the deputy ordered, "Arrest him. Throw all of these people into the dungeon first." Then Lin Xiu began issuing orders. "Go. Within 1 hour, I want every piece of evidence documenting the Pang clan's oppression of the common people." The deputy obeyed. "Yes, my lord." 1 hour later, a mountain-high stack of documents was presented before him. Lin Xiu read through the contents and commanded, "Bullying citizens, tax evasion, defrauding the court. The Pang clan's crimes are truly piled sky-high. Men, proceed to the Pang residence immediately. Arrest every member of the Pang clan. Await further interrogation and confiscate all of the Pang family's assets." Shocking and lamentable. Right at that moment, someone strode into the yamen. The old man peered inside and snorted coldly. "I'd like to see who dares defy the imperial family." But the moment he caught sight of Lin Xiu, his face drained of color. Lin Xiu was taken aback by the old man's reaction. "Who are you? Do you know me?" The old man trembled and bowed low. "Who in the imperial capital does not know Lord Lin? I am a servant of the imperial family, stationed here to protect the Pang clan." Lin Xiu spoke sternly. "The Pang clan's crimes are piled to the heavens. I am confiscating their entire estate. Do you have any objections?" The old man denied it in terror. None whatsoever, none whatsoever." At this moment he was utterly terrified. That wretch Pang Yu provoking anyone else would have been one thing, but why did he have to provoke him? Wasn't this practically summoning the king of hell upon the Pang family? This time it was truly disastrous. The imperial family's business here was about to suffer catastrophic losses, and the county magistrate they had painstakingly cultivated would likely lose his position as well. Meanwhile, back in the imperial capital, Zhu Jin reported the matter as it was brought before the throne. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Jiangnan. Emperor Xia listened and frowned. What happened in Jiangnan? Zhu Jin began his account. Your Majesty, did not Lin Xiu take his wives on a pleasure trip to Jiangnan? While passing through a county in Jiangnan, he clashed with a local wastrel. The emperor recalled something. A county, if I remember correctly, that falls within the imperial family's sphere of influence. The salt trade of that county, the profits are immense. Zhu Jin continued, but the wastrel who clashed with Lin Xiu was from the Pang clan, the very clan the imperial family supports in that county. Lin Xiu, enraged, revealed his identity, stripped the county magistrate of his office, confiscated the Pang estate, uncovered nearly 1 million taels in illicit assets, and announced they would be surrendered to the national treasury. Emperor Xia, seeing how things had unfolded, immediately commanded, go to the Ministry of Personnel at once. Arrange for our people to fill the county magistrate's position, seize control of that county and reform the salt trade. I have waited for this day for far too long. Chief Steward Zhu obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty. At that moment the emperor muttered to himself, don't blame me for this. That wastrel shouldn't have provoked him in the first place. The old man slammed the table in frustration. Damn it all, why did they have to provoke him? 10 years of planning ruined in a single afternoon. The patriarch of the Song family issued a decree: all Song clan descendants are to stay far away from anyone surnamed Lin. The patriarch of the Zhang family took similar action, warning every local force under the Zhang family's patronage, do not provoke anyone from the Lin family. The scene shifts to Ping County. Seeing silk and satin displayed prominently for sale everywhere, Lin Xiu grew curious. Why does Ping County have so many silk shops? His attendant explained, Sir, this is the famous silk homeland of Daxia. The silk produced here not only supplies the imperial palace but is also exported to other nations. It is highly sought after in the surrounding countries of Daxia and even in Dala and Dayu. Suddenly, the son of the Ping County magistrate strolls through the marketplace when he lets out a startled exclamation. His eyes rake over Ninger as he appraises her. To think Pinghe still harbors such an exquisite beauty, Lin Xiu immediately rushes forward, blocking the magistrate's son from leering. What are you looking at? The man speaks with aggressive contempt. So what if I looked? Lin Xiu's brow furrows in anger. Try looking again. The Ping County magistrate's son casts another glance at Ninger, then raises his hand with a lewd grin. Not only will I look again, I want to touch. He sneers, what can you do to me? What can you possibly do to me? The next instant, Lin Xiu's fist crashes into the man's face with explosive force. His retainers rush forward to catch their fallen master. How dare you strike our young master? Do you have any idea who he is? You are dead. Lin Xiu casually wipes his hands with a handkerchief, his expression utterly indifferent. Is that so? I don't believe it. At that moment, members of the government office arrive and bark their orders, come with us. Seeing this, Lin Xiu mutters to himself, it seems I'll have to unleash a bloodbath once more. Back in the imperial capital, Zhu Jin reports once more, Your Majesty, the Ping County magistrate has been dealt with by Lin Xiu. All of the Ping County magistrate's properties and holdings in the county have been seized and confiscated. Emperor Xia is somewhat taken aback. The Ping County magistrate offended him as well. He rummages through his memoirs, seems to have some vague recollection. He had heard that this county magistrate had a particular fondness for other men's wives. Ming he had even been preparing to arrange an assassination through the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Chief Steward Zhu reports the full situation. I hear his son harassed Zhu Ninger. Both father and son, the Ping County magistrate and his boy have been dealt with by Lin Xiu. All their crimes have been thoroughly investigated and verified. They now await the court's judgment behind bars. Emperor Xia turns with a pleased expression and issues his orders, dispatch our men and arrange for them to head there immediately. Oh, and don't forget to relay this news to the Zhu family. At the Duke of Jin's manor, Duke Jin clenches the paper in his hand until it crumples. Curse it all, he is absolutely livid, harassing the granddaughter of Duke Zhu. They've truly brought honor to the Jin family. Even the direct lineage of the Jin clan in the capital wouldn't dare pull such a stunt. Yet some collateral branch in Jiangnan had the audacity. Just then, a subordinate rushes in breathless. Terrible news. The Zhu family has sent over a dozen burly men to block the main gate, demanding an explanation. Duke Jin blurts out in alarm, "This look at all these people making an enormous racket outside. You of the Jin family, what is the meaning of this? Do you think the Zhu family has no one to stand for them?" The red-haired man clenches his fists tight. This matter is far from settled today. Duke Jin hurries to admit fault. "My deepest apologies, this Jin has failed to discipline his household. I implore you all to quell your anger. Tomorrow, I shall personally go to Duke Zhu's manor and offer my sincerest apologies." Meanwhile, in a certain county in Jiangnan, a chest is brought out, its contents gleaming with gold, silver, and precious jewels. Lin Xiu instructs the government officials, "Don't leave behind a single tainted item," because he knows full well every last piece represents the sweat and tears of the common people plundered by corrupt officials. With that, Lin Xiu remarks to himself with satisfaction, "This is the 5th house in 10 days. The feeling of openly arresting criminals and raiding their estates truly exhilarating." The common folk are overjoyed at the sight. "Your lordship is truly wise. They should have been punished long ago. If only your lordship had come to Jiangnan sooner, heavens above." Deep within the mountain wilderness of Batingan, a young man on horseback murmurs urgently to himself, "I must hurry and warn the Zheng family's collateral branch. They need to keep their heads down these days. Don't provoke those who shouldn't be provoked, especially that man surnamed Lin." When he arrives, he asks a passerby, "Elder, could you tell me how to reach the Zheng family?" The old man looks puzzled. "Which Zheng family?" The young man hastily explains, "The most prominent Zheng family in Huiguan County." The passerby shakes his head, "You're too late, the Zheng family is no more." Those words leave him completely stunned. They're gone. In a secret chamber within the capital, the patriarch of the Zhang family analyzes the situation. One household is coincidence. Two, perhaps still coincidence, but 3 or 4, that can no longer be dismissed as happenstance. The curly-haired man nods in agreement. "Indeed, I already sent word beforehand, telling them to keep their tails between their legs and not provoke anyone surnamed Lin. And yet they still offended Lin Xiu." The long-bearded elder speaks, "Which proves it wasn't our people who provoked Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu came for our people." The patriarch of the Song family furrows his brow, perplexed. Why would Lin Xiu suddenly rush to Jiangnan? Going there is one thing, but repeatedly eliminating the forces we painstakingly cultivated. The long-bearded elder is equally baffled. What benefit does any of this bring him? The Lin family has no holdings in Jiangnan, no conflicts of interest with us. Is he so idle that he'd pick fights with half the nobles in the capital? Is that it? The patriarch of the Song family's eyes sharpen, realizes this brings no benefit to Lin Xiu whatsoever, yet it benefits someone else immensely. The patriarch of the Zhang family frowns. "You mean?" In the imperial study, Emperor Xia rubs his temples after reading the memorials. "Those nobles won't think that Lin Xiu's actions were secretly ordered by us, will they?" Just then, Zhu Jin enters and reports, "Your Majesty, several important ministers of the court request an audience." Emperor Xia sighs heavily. It seems he will bear the blame even though he did nothing. A moment later, a senior minister speaks up, "Your Majesty, you really need to rein him in." Another official speaks cautiously, "Your Majesty, if this continues, Lin Xiu will turn all of Jiangnan upside down." Emperor Xia finds himself in a difficult position. This matter is equally vexing for us. Lin Xiu is a prodigy of great Xia. It was your people who provoked him first. Besides, he has only been acting within the bounds of the law. If we were to punish him, wouldn't that send a message that the future pillars of Great Xia can be trampled upon? Another official points out the potential consequences. "Your Majesty, but this will also cause the hearts of the noble families to grow cold." Faced with this tangled situation, Emperor Xia devises a compromise. "Here is what we shall do, we can order him to stop. But you lot should go back and contemplate what your people have been doing in Jiangnan over the years. If you still fail to rein in your behavior afterward, we will not stand idly by." Later, in the secret chamber of the capital, the patriarch of the Zhang family slams the table in fury. As expected, the emperor is using Lin Xiu to beat the mountain and startle the tiger. The curly-haired man grinds his teeth. "What if we send powerful experts to deal with Lin Xiu in secret?" The patriarch of the Song family frowns and analyzes coldly. Who would dare lay a finger on him who could? Who would even dare? Given old Duke Zhu's temperamentation who dares touch his son-in-law, what family in the capital would even entertain such a thought? The long-bearded elder suddenly recalls something. There are also Zhao Lingjun, Yi Lin, Qin Wan, and Zhu Ninger to consider. Those brats possess no special abilities of their own. They're nothing but hangers-on. I'm afraid none of them have the capability to pull this off. He grinds his teeth in frustration. Are you telling me we can only swallow our anger? This old man is out of ideas too. If you can't endure it, then what exactly can you do? In the rear garden of the Murong estate in Jiangnan, flowers bloom in magnificent splendor. At this moment, Mingzhu strolls through the garden cradling Niu in her arms. Lin Xiu hides behind a boulder, watching. Could it be that I've been influenced by that wretched emperor? In the past, I only had eyes for young maidens and imperial consorts, but now why do I find women past 30 to hold such a peculiar charm? Suddenly, Zhu Jin appears and pats him on the shoulder. Young Master Lin. Lin Xiu startles in fright. Chief Steward Zhou, what brings you here? Zhu Jin explains. I need to speak with you about something. You've arrested a great many people and raided numerous estates across Jiangnan. All those noble houses have banded together and gone straight to His Majesty. The Emperor has sent me personally to find you. Lin Xiu feels a flicker of anticipation. What did His Majesty say? Zhu Jin begins to relay the Emperor's message. His Majesty commands you to halt. If you continue arresting people, the royal capital will descend into chaos. However, the families of those nobles have also pledged to reign in these clans in Jiangnan. Consider it a mutual step back. Lin Xiu strokes his chin and replies, I understand. Then Chief Steward Zhu Jin continues with relish. His Majesty also bade this old servant relay these words to you. He says you performed splendidly on this trip. The praise fills Lin Xiu with joy, and he offers his heartfelt gratitude to the Emperor. Then Zhu Jin turns toward the imperial consort and reports, Your Highness, His Majesty also has words he wishes this old servant to convey to you. His Majesty says that if Your Highness wishes to remain in Jiangnan, there is no need to return to the royal capital. This old servant will arrange everything for Your Highness. Ming He hears this and smiles faintly. From this exchange, Lin Xiu muses, that dog of an emperor may be lecherous, but he does possess a measure of kindness. It seems those who understand the ways of the boudoir are rarely truly wicked, but she declines straightforwardly. There is no need, this seat finds the royal capital quite agreeable as it is now. Zhu Jin clasps his hands respectfully. Then this old servant shall return to the royal capital and report back to His Majesty. He then bows and offers, Your Highness, please allow this old servant to accompany you on a stroll through the streets. Ming He agrees at once. Very well. Lin Xiu and Ming He swiftly make their way to the bustling streets of Jiangnan. A handsome man and a beautiful woman walking side by side, truly a picture-perfect sight. Nearby, a young man with ash-gray hair stares at the two of them in stunned disbelief. He suddenly recalls his father's stern instructions. From this day forward, if you spot this man from his portrait, you hide immediately. If you cannot avoid him, do not even glance at him. And whatever you do, do not look at the woman beside him. He recognizes him at once. Isn't that the very man in the portrait? The young man's eyes dart around in a panic. What do I do? The family head had warned him just moments ago, if you offend that man, the only recourse left is to take your own life to atone. He also said the man was supremely meddlesome, the slightest misstep, and he would have you arrested and your entire household ransacked. Just then he spots an elderly woman nearby. The young man immediately hoists the old lady onto his back. Good grandmother, please allow this humble one to carry you across the bridge. He flashes an awkward grin. No need for thanks, you are elder. Lithas is simply what any decent person should do. Everyone who witnesses this scene is utterly bewildered. Isn't that the notorious bully who only knows how to harass women and throw his weight around? He once strolled down the road and a dog barked at him twice, had the mutt seized and slapped silly. Ever since, every dog in the city prefecture scarpers the moment it sees him. Has the sun risen from the west today? That scoundrel is actually being kind enough to carry an old lady across a bridge. Ming He observes the scene and remarks, It seems I have been away from Jiangnan for too long. The folk customs here appear to have become far more wholesome. Meanwhile, a beggar woman by the roadside bows deeply. Thank you, kind sir. The man smiles warmly. It is nothing, no thanks necessary. In the distance, a man is savagely beating a woman in broad daylight. Ever since I married a money-losing wretch like you, I have never won a single bet. You have cursed my luck. I will beat the uselessness out of you. A young nobleman with brown hair witnesses the scene and steps in with righteous fury. Release that woman at once, you cur. The man looks at the nobleman in terror. Young Master Kyan, the debt I owe you have I not already repaid it all. The nobleman snaps irritably, shut your mouth, men thrash him. What this young master despises most are the beasts who beat their own wives. The man is beaten black and blue and begs desperately for mercy. Young master, spare me, I will never beat her again, I swear it, never again. The sight leaves Ming He astonished. The folkways of Jiangnan have truly become remarkably virtuous. Lin Xiu beams with a radiant smile. I believe they will remain this virtuous from now on. The moon climbs high. Within the estate, the voices of two women drift from behind closed doors. Sister, what do you think? This does not seem quite right, does it? It is Qin Wan and the imperial physician sitting together on the bed. Qin Wan maintains her composure. What is not right about it? This way, within 3 days, the two of us get to spend 2 nights with our husband. Ninger only gets 1. Qin Wan continues her gentle persuasion. Do you not understand our husband? He simply does not wish to impose upon us. Do you truly believe that is what his heart desires? The imperial physician blushes and gives a faint murmur of agreement. Night deepens and the two women enter the main bedchamber together. Husband. Lin Xiu looks up, eyes widening in pleasant surprise. Oh, he stares at the two of them, momentarily stunned. Then Qin Wan and the imperial physician shed their outer robes, their every movement radiating temptation. He is overwhelmed with excitement. Blood immediately streams from his nose. Dawn eventually breaks, and the first rays of morning sunlight spill into the chamber. Qin Wan coos softly, husband, do you still want more? He smiles at her. You still have the energy for it. She lets out a soft whimper of affirmation. The imperial physician also volunteers. Your concubine wants the same. Out in the courtyard, Zhu Ninger stretches during her morning exercises and mutters in frustration. How infuriating. 2 more days and a night before it is my turn to be with our husband. At that very moment, the door to Lin Xiu's chamber swings open. He strides out with the imperial physician and Qin Wan in his arms. Ninger greets them with a nod. Good morning, little sister. Zhu Ninger's eyes fly wide open in disbelief. Yao, you too, this is unfair. It was supposed to be 1 day each, now within 3 days. You two get 2 days while I only get 1. Qin Wan covers her mouth and giggles. What is unfair about that? I already offered you the chance, you were the one who refused. If you find it unfair, you are welcome to join the imperial physician or join me. Zhu Ninger flushes with indignation. In your dreams, even if I were to join the imperial physician, I would never join you. Qin Wan replies with perfect poise, if you wish to pair up with the imperial physician next time, she has already agreed to be with me tonight. Ninger's eyes brim with tears. You sisters are bullying me. Qin Wan then magnanimously concedes, fine, for the sake of sisterly affection I will yield once. Tonight you may be with the imperial physician. Zhu Ninger sniffs through her tears. Really? Then next time when it is my turn, I will let you join too. The words leave her mouth, and she suddenly feels something is strange. Why does this arrangement seem off somehow? She shakes her head, forget it. An extra day with her husband is a good thing. At an abandoned temple in Jiangnan, a man speaks up. That Li family from Feng County, utter misers who would not spare a single coin yesterday. They actually donated 5,000 taels of silver to repair the roads. Another chimes in, I nearly thought I had misheard. A third adds, the youngest son that the Qinghe County magistrate dotes on the most the other day, all he did was grope a girl's face on the street. You know what happened? The Qinghe County magistrate ordered the Yamen runners to drag the boy outside the county office and snapped his arm right there in front of the common folk. Dada is thunderstruck. Since when did they start doing the Heavenly Tao Alliance's work for us? Does that not leave us with nothing to do? He then presses, have you investigated the cause? The young man before him reports swiftly, we have. A spy planted among the Wei household servants uncovered that a major figure has arrived in Jiangnan. Word has come from the royal capital warning them to act with humility and not offend this person. Dada's eyes narrow as he pieces it together. Could it be that person? Of course, only that man could make the noble houses of Jiangnan tremble with such fear. A pity brother Xiao Jiao is not here. If he were, they would surely become fast friends. Night descends once more, draping the heavens in darkness. In Lin Xiu's chamber, the imperial physician calls out in a honeyed voice. "My lord," Ninger also murmurs tenderly, "husband." He gazes at the two of them with barely contained excitement. "Tai Ninger." A moment later, Lin Xiu blushes to himself with a flirting machine like Qin Wan around. He wouldn't trade her for even an emperor's throne. Out over the sea, thunder and lightning blanket the entire sky. Tai Yi's voice comes soft and faint. "My lord, this humble one can no longer absorb anymore." Ninger and Qin Wan share the very same sensation. "Husband, we have also reached our limits." He gently reassures them it's nothing. Cultivation must proceed step by step, rest by the side for now. Niu Niu, cradled in Lin Xiu's palm, stretches its body and lets out a soft cry. Under the bombardment of lightning, its body gradually begins to transform. He watches with growing curiosity, wondering just what this little creature will ultimately become. Suddenly, something streaks across the surface of the sea, piquing Lin Xiu's curiosity. It doesn't take long for him to realize that the sentient races on this planet are not limited to humanity alone. Other species coexist as well. For instance, the barbarian tribe that roams the desolate northwestern wildlands, the sea tribe dwelling in the ocean depths, and the enigmatic spirit tribe. Above the waves, Anna desperately flees from the creatures pursuing her. The sea tribe member conjures a swirling vortex of water and hurls it straight at her. "Don't even dream of escaping." The water vortex engulfs Anna, freezing her body rigid. She struggles to break free from the ring of water, but it is futile. The sea tribe creature sneers at the sight. "Let's see where you run now." A lewd expression surfaces on his face. "Quite the fine beauty, aren't you? I bet you taste absolutely divine." Disgust is etched across Anna's face. "I would rather hurl myself onto the jagged reefs and die than let any of you lay hands on me." The sea tribe brute pays her words no mind. "That's not for you to decide." A powerful force suddenly plunges straight down into the water's surface. The sea tribe members freeze in shock. What's going on? It is Lin Xiu. He shatters the vortex of water encasing Anna and plants himself firmly before her. The sea tribe creature, enraged by the interference, charges forward. "A puny insect of a human dares stand in my way." Lin Xiu quietly judges him in his mind. "So ugly." He casually raises his hand and catches the creature's vicious bite mid-lunge. Anna gasps in horror, her hands flying to her mouth. She is certain Lin Xiu will suffer grievous wounds. Yet he remains utterly unscathed. Instead, every single one of the creature's teeth shatters like glass. He wrenches away in agony. My teeth, my teeth." Lin Xiu's expression remains emotionless. He sneers inwardly. Those teeth aren't even as hard as Ninger's fingernails. They couldn't so much as leave a scratch on his body. In one swift motion, he drives his fist straight into the sea tribe creature's face. The brute is sent hurtling backward, crashing into the arms of his companions. Lin Xiu's expression turns deadly serious. He conjures a spear of crystal and ice. "Every year, countless fishermen and commoners of Great Xia perish at the hands of your sea tribe. Now, let you taste the flavor of despair for yourselves." The moment the words leave his lips, he hurls the ice spear at the cluster of sea tribe creatures. The spear pierces through every last one of them before they can even react. Lin Xiu and Anna watch in silence as their bodies sink slowly into the ocean depths. She has witnessed his heroic rescue from start to finish. She speaks up timidly. "Incredible, are you of the human race?" Lin Xiu does not answer right away. He strokes his chin, musing silently. "Could it be that she isn't human? I've heard that within the sea tribe, there exists a sea spirit tribe whose appearance is identical to humans. Certain depraved nobles keep sea spirit tribesmen as playthings. Could those four have been trying to capture her for the black market?" He offers a well-meaning warning. "Go home quickly. Don't wander around outside without good reason." Anna's eyes widen in astonishment. "You can speak our language. Are you one of our people too?" He gives her a half-lidded, dismissive look. "Not only can I speak your language, I can even speak fish." Anna clasps her hands together. "Great Sea God, you must be the almighty Sea God himself." "Thank you, Great Sea God, for saving me. I will definitely catch more fish and offer them as sacrifice to you." Faced with her ceaseless rambling, Lin Xiu is utterly speechless. Sea God, Sea King would be more accurate, and she's still on her knees worshipping. He doesn't know how long she intends to keep worshipping. Anna gazes at him with unabashed reverence, reluctantly seeing off her Great Sea God as though she can't bear to let him go. Lin Xiu follows her as she swims down toward the ocean floor, his heart uneasy. Save a person, save them to the end, he thinks. This exotic girl doesn't seem to have the sharpest mind, he'd better make sure she doesn't run into any more danger. He silently trails behind her, undetected, until she reaches a crevice in the reef. Seeing her daughter return, Anna's mother scolds her anxiously, telling her to stop wandering off. What if you had been captured, what then? Anna, on the contrary, is overjoyed and excitedly tells her mother the news. I even met the great sea god. Her mother immediately reprimands her. What great sea god? There's no such thing. This time you got lucky, from now on you are not to go anywhere. Even her father chimes in. The existence of the great sea god is nothing but legend. Anna, you must have mistaken someone for the great sea god. I say we move to a new home. If other sea tribe members discover us, the consequences would be disastrous. Disappointment flashes across Anna's face. He wasn't the great sea god. Seeing that Anna is safe and sound, Lin Xiu quietly takes his leave. Beyond the sea tribe, this vast continent is also home to other highly intelligent races. In the northwestern wildlands, the barbarian tribe hunts for survival and can shapeshift into savage beasts. Deep within the forests resides the spirit tribe, where every single member is a prodigy of extraordinary abilities. Yet their numbers are exceedingly few, and they have virtually no contact with the outside world. As dusk falls, Lin Xiu pulls Qin Wan into the bedchamber. Tai Yi and Ninger are already waiting inside. He tells them to seize the moment. Tomorrow they return to the royal capital, and tonight he must push all three of their abilities to the next level. Qin Wan asks in confusion, "Darling, are you really up to the task?" He gently slips off her outer robe, revealing her fair, delicate shoulders. "Starting with you, shall I show you whether I'm up to it?" Hearing this, a faint blush blooms across her cheeks. Tai Yi and Ninger, meanwhile, are already as red as ripe tomatoes. The following morning, at the noble consort's residence, Mingzhu asks Lin Xiu with concern, "Are you all right? You look rather haggard." He stands there with dark circles under his eyes from his strenuous efforts through the night. His voice weak as he replies, "This subject is fine." Qin Wan stands by the window and suddenly speaks up. That farewell banquet the Jiangnan nobles organized, it was quite the grand affair. The noble consort nods in agreement. Indeed. Several of the nobles were even in tears. You were only there for 2 months. How on earth did you forge such deep bonds with them? Before the noble consort's question, Lin Xiu grows visibly flustered. Well, perhaps it's simply the charm of my personality. In the imperial study of the royal capital, Lin Xiu bows respectfully. Your Majesty, this subject has returned. Emperor Xia's voice is stern. Your name has reached our ears more than a few times these past days. He lowers his head in contrition. This subject is guilty. My conduct in Jiangnan during this period must have caused your Majesty no small measure of difficulty. Yet the emperor shows no anger whatsoever, quite the opposite. He praises Lin Xiu without reservation. There are no outsiders here, so we shall speak plainly. What you did pleases us greatly. Granting you the token of the Secret Intelligence Bureau was clearly the right decision. But tell us, do you not fear retaliation from those nobles? Lin Xiu answers without the slightest trace of fear. When one walks the path of righteousness and integrity, there is nothing to fear. Suddenly the emperor leans in close to him. Emperor Xia raises an eyebrow and asks, "You haven't joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, have you? Everything you've done seems more Heavenly Tao Alliance than the Heavenly Tao Alliance itself. Your subject is loyal only to your Majesty. Heaven and earth bear witness. How could this one join a band of rebels?" Emperor Xia has already passed his judgment inwardly. Whether you've joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, this emperor naturally knows full well. He turns his back, waves his hand, and says to Lin Xiu, "You've rendered great merit for this emperor. What reward do you wish?" Without any pretense, Lin Xiu states his desire outright. Your subject wants the painted pleasure botan Princess Minghe. Emperor Xia's tone drips with amusement. As long as Minghe consents, this emperor has no objections. But she is a princess, cannot be made a concubine. If she marries you, she must hold equal status with your current wife. Lin Xiu is stunned. He quickly explains, your subject means that Princess Minghe owes your subject several 100,000 taels of silver. Could your Majesty repay the debt on the princess's behalf? Emperor Xia, mortified, rushes to save face. Well, although this emperor is the sovereign, he cannot simply dip into the national treasury at will. Besides, you're not short on money. Let's discuss it another time. Outside, Minghe stealthily presses her ear against the door, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. Father Emperor, keep talking. You got to the topic of my marriage. At that moment, Lin Xiu steps out. he gently places his hand on the princess's shoulder. The princess of a great nation, when she's not climbing trees, she's eavesdropping at doors. Ming-He, startled out of her wits, shrieks, "You scare me to death." Embarrassed into rage, the princess screams, "Mind your own business." Lin Xiu doesn't bother arguing with her. He waves his hand and turns to leave. "Then keep listening, I'm off." Ming-He calls after him, "Wait, I want to spar with Yao so you can see the progress I've made training and feuding." He quickly agrees to the challenge. "Very well, princess, you set the terms for fairness. We'll only use extraordinary abilities, no martial path." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu scoffs. "Do you even know the martial path?" At the training grounds of the Extraordinary Ability Academy, Ming-He and Lin Xiu stand facing each other. Ming-He conjures a ring of fire. "If you can't withstand it, surrender quickly. If you get burned, don't blame me." Lin Xiu too conjures a mass of frigid ice. "Same goes for you, princess, careful not to freeze." Both unleash their techniques at each other. Fire and ice collide in an explosive instant. Seeing the situation isn't in her favor, Ming-He struggles to resist while insisting defiantly. "How is this possible? I trained at the Fire Spirit Grounds for 2 months, while he took Zhu Ninger and Qin Wan on a leisure trip to Jiangnan. How could his origin power grow faster than mine?" In the end, the princess's flames are suppressed by Lin Xiu's ice. A wave of bone-chilling cold radiates outward, and Ming-He hugs herself, shivering uncontrollably. How are you this fast?" Lin Xiu answers calmly, "Perhaps this is simply talent." Ming-He, now draped in a thick cotton coat, continues to shiver despite the layers. Her expression is one of aggrieved frustration. "Do you have some secret cultivation manual that I don't know about?" Lin Xiu casually picks at his ear and gives a dismissive reply. "Perhaps the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan pleases the heart. When the mood is good, cultivation comes easier." Ming-He puffs her cheeks and turns away. "I'm done arguing with you. When is the next trip to Jiangnan? Take me with you." Ling Yin arrives from somewhere unexpected. "I want to go too. I've never been to Jiangnan either." Lin Xiu quickly agrees. "Very well. As it happens, His Majesty is about to bestow upon me a painted pleasure boat with over a dozen rooms." Hearing this, the princess leans close to Ling Yin and whispers, "His current origin power, I can't explain it. I knew he just got back. And I already challenged him to train with me." As soon as she finishes, the crown prince and the crown princess appear without warning. The moment they arrive, the woman spews venomous words. "Seeing the crown prince in this seat, and you still don't know to bow. Ming-He grew up without a mother to teach her manners. Are you all the same?" The princess, who was bold and spirited just moments ago, trembles with fear at the sight of the crown princess. Ming-He pays her respects. Lin Xiu strikes immediately, delivering a resounding slap. "Impudence, where did this palace maid come from? How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner?" Ling Yin and Ming-He are stunned by his sudden action. Even the crown prince standing beside them wears the same dumbfounded expression. The crown princess clutches her slapped cheek, disbelief written across her face. I said this seat, not this seat maid." Lin Xiu scratches his head and laughs awkwardly. "Oh really? My apologies, I misheard." The crown princess, tears glistening in her eyes, screams in fury. Kill him for me." The palace maids and eunuchs following her immediately collapse to the ground. One eunuch groans, a sudden stomachache. A palace maid clutches her leg. "This servant suddenly remembered she broke her leg this morning. This servant needs a crutch." Another eunuch starts convulsing with his tongue lolling out. "This lowly servant has suffered a stroke." In the imperial garden, a guard rushes to report. "Your Majesty." Lin Xiu slapped the crown princess. Emperor Xia cannot believe it. "What did you say?" The empress, standing beside him, furrows her brow, showing displeasure. "How outrageous, Your Majesty, this Lin Xiu has gone too far. If he isn't severely punished this time, who knows how arrogant and tyrannical he'll become in the future." Consort Song Xian, more composed, speaks in a soft voice. "Your Majesty, this concubine doesn't believe Lin Xiu is the arrogant sort. Perhaps there is more to this matter than meets the eye. Your Majesty should go see for yourself." The three quickly make their way to Lin Xiu's group. Emperor Xia demands, "What is going on here?" He commands sternly, "Lin Xiu, why did you strike the crown princess?" Lin Xiu answers with deep respect, "Reporting to Your Majesty at first. Your subject had no idea this was the crown princess. Believing she was a palace maid slandering the late consort de. Your subject stepped in to discipline her." Emperor Xia presses further, unconvinced. "Slandering consort de, explain yourself in full." Lin Xiu recounts the entire affair in detail. It happened like this, Your Majesty. Your subject, Princess Minghe and Ling Yin, were having a conversation. When we encountered the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess before we could even both Crown Princess slandered Princess Minghe and the late consort de. Your subject thought such a disrespectful palace maid needed to be taught the proper order of precedence, despite knowing the reason. The Empress has no intention of letting him off. Clever with your tongue, aren't you, even if the Crown Princess was in the wrong? Since when is it a mere courtier's place to discipline members of the imperial family? Lin Xiu does not yield an inch. He speaks up in his own defense. Reporting to the Empress, your subject and Princess Minghe are the closest of friends. The late consort Du was an elder of this subject. Your subject will not allow anyone to slander her sacred memory. I humbly accept whatever punishment Your Majesty and the Empress deem fitting. Emperor Xia's voice breaks the tense atmosphere. The Crown Princess fails to guard her tongue. For slandering consort De, she is confined to the Eastern Palace for 3 days. Though Lin Xiu did not act with malice, striking the Crown Princess is an established fact. He shall be detained within the palace for 1 day of reflection. Hearing his decision, the Empress is taken aback. Your Majesty, he explains, confining her for 3 days is already showing the Empress leniency. Consort Du was someone this emperor loved dearly. He then sweet-talks the Empress with honeyed words. The Empress is the same. If anyone dares speak disrespectfully of you, this emperor will surely take their head. The Empress blushes and calls softly, Your Majesty. The two walk hand in hand, leaving Lin Xiu behind with a look of utter contempt. This charmer really won't let a single opportunity to flirt pass him by. The older the ginger, the spicier indeed. The incident quietly spreads through the palace. In the corridor, 2 palace maids walk and gossip. Did you hear? The son of Marquis Ping'an, Lin Xiu, mistook the crown princess for someone else and slapped her by accident. The palace maids don't believe Ithao could he possibly mistake her identity. Our attire and accessories are all strictly regulated. The crown princess's garments alone clearly mark her as a person of noble standing. It was obviously deliberate disguised as a mistake. The green-eyed palace maid seemed to relish the news. The crown princess was the legitimate daughter of the Zhang family. Over the years, she had leveraged her family's power to bully Princess Minghe countless times. At last, someone had avenged the princess. The red-eyed maid asked with wide-eyed innocence. But by trampling the dignity of the Zhang family and the crown prince underfoot like this, won't young Master Lin face their retaliation? Neither of them realized the eunuch had been standing right behind them the entire time. Since when, the eunuch demands, don't you two have anything better to do? Standing here flapping your tongues, do you want me to teach you a lesson? The 2 palace maids panic instantly. Spare us, chief eunuch. In the imperial study, Emperor Xia sits behind his desk. Mingzhu stands before him. You've come to plead on his behalf. You want us to spare him? The noble consort nods slightly. He lets out a helpless sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remains that he struck the crown princess. On the matter of the Empress and the Zhang family, we must provide an answer. To prevent the Empress from pursuing the matter further, we have even agreed to spend the next 3 nights in her chambers. The noble consort turns to leave. Then this humble concubine shall go visit him. Zhu Jin, standing behind her, speaks respectfully. My lady. My lady, this servant shall escort you to the Hall of Reflection. In the Hall of Reflection, Lin Xiu sits cross-legged in the empty room. He sighs inwardly. No cultivation tade, at least I can give myself a proper rest, but not being fed is a bit hard to bear. The door suddenly creaks open. He looks up in surprise. Your Highness, why have you come here? The noble consort replies calmly. This palace heard that you struck the crown princess and have been imprisoned by His Majesty, so we came to visit. She then reaches into her sleeve, fumbling for something. Mingzhu hands Lin Xiu a pastry wrapped in wax paper that she had prepared beforehand. He asks, Your Highness, what is? The noble consort raises a finger to her lips. Hush. When you're confined, they don't feed you. There are some pastries in here that you like. Hide them in your sleeve. Eat them when you're hungry. Meanwhile, over at Emperor Xia's quarters, he asks Chief Steward Zhu, did Mingzhu deliver the pastries to him? The steward replies, Indeed, Your Majesty. Her ladyship visited the imperial study, selected a few pastries and hid them in her sleeves. Emperor Xia sighs. After all these years, she still hasn't changed. When my father punished me with confinement in the Hall of Reflection all those years ago, she secretly brought me pastries to eat as well. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Father Emperor, it is Minghe. The moment Emperor Xia sees the princess, he already guesses the reason for her visit. Don't even think about pleading, we have already been more than merciful. The princess declares boldly, your daughter is not here to plead for him. This entire incident happened because of me. I bear responsibility as well. Father Emperor, punish me to confine me for a day. I want to be locked up alongside him. Emperor Xia is at a loss for words. He waves his hand wearily. We already have enough headaches. Stop causing us more trouble. You were not the one who struck. Why would we imprison you? Minghe puffs her cheeks in a pout. If I can't save him, then I'd rather share his punishment. The door swings open once more, and a voice rings out. Lin Xiu startles and whips his head around, crumbs from the half-eaten pastry still clinging to his lips. Minghe strides in, her face beaming with radiance. I'm here. He asks you. The princess sits down cross-legged beside him and proudly proclaims. Of course I can't just leave my friend to suffer here alone. So I slap the crown princess too. She recalls that moment, the crown princess clutching her slapped cheek, gnashing her teeth and cursing that damned Lin Xiu. When I return home, I will make him pay. The crown prince stood nearby, silently observing. Getting slapped isn't necessarily a bad thing, he muses, at the very least. It will push the Zhang family to make a move against Lin Xiu. Seeing the princess approach, the crown princess grew overconfident. Minghe, what do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you're here to beg on Lin Xiu's behalf. Contrary to the crown princess's expectations, the princess delivers a resounding slap to her other cheek. Minghe blazes with fury. Don't you dare insult my friend. Then the princess turns to the emperor and declares, Father Emperor, now you can imprison me. I just slapped the crown princess. Emperor Xia grumbles inwardly, can't the two of you at least pick on someone other than the same person? Minghe recounts the entire sequence of events to Lin Xiu. So that's what happened. He hands the princess a piece of pastry, have a bite. The princess is astonished. You actually dare to eat food in the Hall of Reflection, she points. Give me the red one, it looks more appetizing. Minghe gnaws on the pastry contentedly, glancing sideways. You really didn't know she was the crown princess? He replies indignantly. Even the crown princess can't go around cursing people at will. Does she have some grudge against you? The princess falls into thought. I wouldn't exactly call it a grudge. My birth mother passed away early. When I was young, studying in the palace academy, she bullied me constantly. He is surprised. She bullied you. Couldn't you bully her back? Honestly, even my extraordinary ability would have been useless against her. Minghe puts on a mature expression. The Zhang family's power reaches the heavens. I don't want to cause trouble for Father Emperor. Besides, she isn't the only one who bullied me. I can't fight back against them all. Suddenly, Lin Xiu shifts the topic to ease the atmosphere. Want to have a drink? The princess reminds him, this is the Hall of Reflection, you know. He winks playfully. They didn't allow us to eat, yet we ate anyway, didn't we? Let's sneak to the imperial kitchen and grab some midnight snacks. He gently pushes the door ajar and sends droplets of water through the crack. Those water droplets coil around one guard's neck. He feels as though it has been frozen solid. The other guard meets the same fate, unable to even turn his head. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiu grabs Minghe's wrist and pulls her outside. The princess feels his hand clasping hers, and her face flushes crimson. The next day, an imperial chef rushes in to report, Chief Steward Zhu. The imperial kitchen was robbed last night. 2 jars of fine wine are missing, along with some rolled meat and several small dishes. Zhu Jin waves his hand dismissively. Enough, go about your duties, there's no need to mention this to anyone. He then makes his way to where the two are confined. He instructs the guards at the door to open up and release them. Oh, by the way, did those two leave the room at all last night? The 2 guards answer in unison, no sir. Chief Steward Zhu steps into the room. What greets his eyes is Princess Minghe, her clothes disheveled, clinging to Lin Xiu while Lin Xiu himself clings to a wine jar. He clears his throat with a few deliberate coughs to wake them. The princess stirs awake at the noise, her face still tinged pink from the lingering warmth of wine. Me so warm. The princess rubs her eyes and sits up, only then discovering that Lin Xiu is lying asleep right beside her. 1,000 questions flood the princess's mind. Who am I? Where am I? Why was I sleeping while hugging Lin Xiu? Minghe glances down and turns crimson without even realizing it. Only then does the princess get a clear look at her own state. The princess shrieks Lin. Xi awake up. Minghe screams repeatedly, Lin Xiu, wake up right now. He squints open one eye ever so slightly. I've been awake for a while now, but if Princess Minghe catches me looking at her in that state, she might just burn this entire room down. He then feigns just waking up, letting out a theatrical yawn. After that, the princess beside him, her face now red as a tomato, clothes hastily straightened, pounds his back with a barrage of punches. Chief Steward Zhu, his face utterly emotionless, announces, "His Majesty says you two may leave now." Lin Xiu replies nonchalantly, "Great, finally out." He takes the opportunity to stretch his body with several satisfying twists. The floor of the Hall of Reflection is naturally far less comfortable than his bed at home. And being hugged by the princess isn't quite as comfortable as being hugged by Ninger. Next time, if I ever end up here again, I'll submit a suggestion to Emperor Xia. At least put a bed in there. The princess trails behind, pressing both hands against her temples. My head is killing me. Last night, eating hot pot with Lin Xiu in the imperial kitchen, didn't we only drink a little? She recalls the scene of the two of them sneaking into the imperial kitchen, wine jars scattered all around, with a steaming hot pot right in the center. The drunken princess raises her cup high. "Come, another cup." The princess realizes that 4 or 5 jars of wine have already been drained empty. Something was wrong. Minghe freezes in shock, not a little, but a great deal. She remembers every last detail from after she got drunk. Back then, emboldened by the wine, the princess had seized Lin Xiu's collar with one hand. "Hey, you surnamed Lin, why didn't you agree to marry me when Father Emperor proposed it?" The princess places both hands on her own chest. "Is it because you only like them big? Hers are clearly the same as mine. What exactly about me displeases you?" Recalling those mortifying memories, Minghe wishes she could dig a hole and bury herself alive. It's over, it's over. After getting drunk, I actually blurted out every thought in my heart. How could I have done something so embarrassing? The princess cautiously probes Lin Xiu. "Last night after I got drunk, did I say anything I shouldn't have?" He shrugs, feigning ignorance. "You already know my tolerance for alcohol, princess. I don't remember what happened after we drank last night either." He asks again with a teasing edge in his voice. Unless the princess has remembered something. Minghe averts her gaze. "No, I drank far too much yesterday. I've even forgotten how I got back." Lin Xiu chimes in. "I reckon I must have carried you back." The princess stammers in agreement. I suppose so as well, thank you." Having said that, he turns and walks away. "No need for thanks, you weren't heavy after all." The princess freezes upon hearing those words. His words probably mean I'm light, so why can't I feel happy about it? The princess thinks of Lin Xiu's buxom beauties, a burning jealousy rising within her. "Truthfully, I'd rather weigh as much as Qin Wan and Miss A Qi," she says, words hard to put into mouth. But Minghe immediately understands such a wish is futile. The problem is, she simply cannot. The princess shoots Lin Xiu a concealed glare. He senses the killing intent radiating from her and feels a flicker of unease. As his cultivation base rises, so too does his alcohol tolerance now. Even the strongest spirits go down like water. He wonders whether the princess wants to repay that 400,000 taels or get a peek at his dual cultivation's secret techniques. He sighs softly. Without question, the precious and pure friendship between us seems to have slightly curdled. He silently prays, "For the sake of all sea kings across the realm, I must prove that pure friendship between a man and a woman can exist." "Miss Xiangshuang, please stop falling into pits already." In the inner courtyard of Shanglin Garden, his mother asks with worried concern. "After hearing you struck the crown princess, we were all terribly worried. The emperor shielded you this time, but don't be so reckless again." But Lin Xiu replies without hesitation, "If she dares do it again, I won't mind being locked up for a few more days." His mother can only throw up her hands at his stubbornness. This child. Suddenly, a procession of eunuchs carrying baskets of fruit approaches and bows respectfully. His Majesty bestows upon the Duke of Pinyin several crimson melons, tributary gifts from the western regions. They slice open the bestowed melons. The whole family gathers together to savor the tribute. As long as nothing happens, all is well. The Duke of Pinyin breathes a sigh of relief. The emperor's heart clearly leans toward Lin Xiu. He praises aloud, "Whether in looks, talent, or character, search the entire royal capital and you will find no one who surpasses him." True, the boy took concubines before a sore point, but that he stood up to the crown princess for his mother's sake. Such a fine son-in-law is truly hard to come by. The Duchess of Pinyin gently pats Lin Xiu's head. "You've had it rough these past days." He is taken aback. Lin Xiu asks his mother-in-law why she would say such a thing. She dabs her tears with her sleeve. Lingjun is stubborn and taciturn. She doesn't understand how to deal with people, let alone be a good wife. Lingyan is willful, ignorant of propriety, has no sense of rules, doesn't know her place, and always pushes her luck. The two young children freeze at their mother's words. He silently agrees, listening to his mother-in-law's account. It does sound rather exhausting indeed. Meanwhile, at the Zhang estate, a servant reports Master Lin Xiu has returned to his residence. His Majesty even had crimson melons from the western regions delivered to the Lin estate. The crown princess's mother bristles with displeasure. Master, His Majesty is clearly showing favoritism. Had it been anyone else, this would be a capital crime. She refuses to accept it. His Majesty merely locked him up for a single day, and the moment he returned, he rewarded him. On the surface it is imperial favor, but look deeper, His Majesty is suppressing our Zhang family. The crown princess piles on from the side. In the incident in Jiangnan last time, His Majesty was surely behind that as well, and before that. Third brother was dragged off to the magistrate's office by him, shaming the entire family. This isn't just my affair alone. He humiliates our Zhang family every single time. If father still does nothing, how will others view the Zhang family? The crown princess's father furrows his brows and asks, "Then what do you want?" Her eyes blaze with malice, wishing she could take Lin Xiu's life this very instant. "I want the arm he used to strike me." Though he is the patriarch of the Zhang family, he is utterly powerless. Do you have any idea who he is? Do you have any idea who his wife Xiao Lingjun is? Don't talk about slapping you. Even if he struck the crown prince himself, no one in this world could demand a single arm from him right now. Deep down, he has long been cowed. Xiao Lingjun has always been the sole pride of the Great Xia dynasty. With her, Great Xia can hold its head high among the 5 great dynasties. Under such circumstances, taking Lin Xiu's arm is absolutely impossible. Even if His Majesty wanted to punish him severely, it would be a pipe dream. Even if the emperor agreed, the court officials and other powerful nobles never would. The Zhang patriarch massages the bridge of his nose. "I will have him apologize to you before the entire court." The crown princess refuses to yield. "He slapped me. Is a mere apology supposed to be enough?" Hearing this, his body trembles, whether from rage or the helpless realization that he can do nothing to Lin Xiu. His vision darkens and he roars. "If you had the strength of his wife, if the crown prince had his abilities, then you too could be as arrogant. You don't, so shut your mouth. It is not your place to speak here." Later, during a court session in the imperial palace, the Zhang patriarch presents himself before His Majesty. "Your Majesty, Lin Xiu struck the crown princess in broad daylight. The crown princess is a member of the imperial family, even if she misspoke. It is not the place of a mere second-rank marquis's son like him to discipline her. This subject of the Zhang family makes no excessive demands. We only ask that Lin Xiu apologize to the crown princess before the court, to restore a measure of justice for my daughter." Several officials below begin whispering among themselves. Indeed, the matter of Lin Xiu slapping the crown princess would not end so simply. Everyone is curious how this affair will be resolved. No one knows which way it will go. Even the patriarch of the Song family steps forward to voice his grievance. Lord Zhang speaks with reason. She is, after all, the crown princess. To demand an apology after being slapped, that is not unreasonable, is it? Seeing the patriarchs of the great families speak up, the others chime in as well. Indeed, indeed. Emperor Xia grows uneasy under the combined pressure of his officials and ministers. Lin Xiu's trip to Jiangnan, through his own actions alone, had nearly offended every top noble in the royal capital. Now all the great families converge to pressure him. He waves his hand, dismissing the assembly. "I shall send someone to persuade Lin Xiu. If there is nothing else of importance, you may withdraw." At Lin Xiu's home, Chief Steward Zhu earnestly urges him. "It is merely an apology, you lose nothing." This time everyone stands with the Zhang family. "Even His Majesty cannot shield you." He turns and counters. "Chief Steward Zhu, tell me, why do you think I cultivate with my life on the line?" Zhu Jin is puzzled. "Why?" Lin Xiu places a hand over his heart. He declares with conviction, "So that I can stand tall and never be bullied. If someone insults my mother, if someone torments my friends, am I supposed to turn around and apologize? Then what use is all my cultivation? What would all these years of cultivation be for?" Chief Steward Zhu breaks into a cold sweat. "It's just an apology, surely it's not that serious." He refuses to yield. The crown princess refuses to let go. Then don't blame Lin Xiu for showing his teeth. He calls out to Chief Steward Zhu, "Please relay a message to His Majesty for me." Zhu Jin startles, "What message?" As though he has already devised a countermeasure against those troublesome people, he says, "My entire family is going on a trip to Jiangnan. We won't be able to attend court and naturally I cannot apologize to the crown princess." Several days later, Emperor Xia sits sternly upon the dragon throne. "What matters require my attention today?" Below, the Zhang patriarch bows respectfully. "Your Majesty, Lin Xiu has yet to apologize to the crown princess to this day." The emperor presses his forehead in exhaustion and orders Zhu Jin to summon Lin Xiu. Chief Steward Zhu gently reminds him, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten?" "Forgotten what?" The steward reminds him once more. "He took his entire family on a trip to Jiangnan." Emperor Xia finally remembers. Right, the tournament is fast approaching and this brat has run off to Jiangnan again. Who went with him this time? Zhu Jin reports to the court Lin Xiu, his wives and concubines, his sister-in-law, the younger sister of his wife, and even Princess Ming Heal of them had departed, the two clan patriarchs standing nearby gape in shock. Every minister and official standing below clearly hears the information Chief Steward Zhu just reported. Emperor Xia's heart is in turmoil, his mind a tangled mess of threads. These people occupy the top two ranks in the grand tournament of Great Xia. Zhao Lingjun and Lin Xiu are even tied for first place. If they all refuse to participate in the grand tournament, Great Xia will have no one in the top 10 of the prodigy ranking this year. The entire nation will become a laughingstock. He cannot help but admire this move. Lin Xiu, you truly know how to play your cards. He points down at the cluster of officials and roars in fury, "Look at the mess you've made." Setting aside the fact that Zhao Lingjun ranks first on the prodigy ranking, even Lin Xiu now possesses strength worthy of the top 5. Before the grand tournament, the crown princess insults someone's mother and commits the offense first. And then you people coerce a prodigy of his caliber into apologizing to her. What were you all thinking? Every word he speaks drains the color from the face of the Zhang family patriarch. Do you have any idea how many nations are coveting them? The moment they give the word, Great Yu, De Luo, De Ying, and De Lu will all scramble to invite them. Would you rather drive Great Xia's prodigies away? Would that make you happy? Even the Song family patriarch who had previously sided with the crown princess falls silent before Emperor Xia's words. Wonderful, isn't it? They've all gone to Jiangnan. Which of you can replace them in the grand tournament, the Zhang family or the Song family? The other officials gradually grasp the severity of the situation. He is right this time, things have spiraled out of control. Those are the top-ranked prodigies of the grand tournament. They whisper among themselves. The Lin family is now the true premier clan of Great Xia. Of the top 10 in the tournament, 6 belong to their house. Without them, both this grand tournament and the next will turn Great Xia into the butt of every joke. Their entire family could even hold the nation itself hostage. One astute official speaks up. Your Majesty speaks truly. The crown princess was at fault first. Given the current circumstances, the grand tournament must take priority. He turns toward the Zhang family patriarch. Perhaps offering an apology is for the best, but the old man is caught in an impossible bind. What? This subject failed to discipline his child properly. Upon returning, he will most certainly rectify this. The grand tournament is of utmost importance. Your Majesty, please send for them at once. A short while later in Jiangnan, Zhu Jin appears before Lin Xiu, who is quite surprised by the visit. Chief Steward Zhu has come to Jiangnan for a stroll, Lin Xiu asks with a hint of amusement. Lord Lin, please spare this old servant the jest. His Majesty has dispatched a painted vessel to escort everyone back. We should set sail for the royal capital without delay. But Lin Xiu replies with complete nonchalance as if nothing of consequence has happened. We've barely been here 2 days. Lingjun and the others have never visited Jiangnan before. I plan to take them around for 2 months before heading back. Chief Steward Zhu sighs at a loss. Lord Lin, what would it take for you to agree to return? Lin Xiu adopts a casual tone. Very simple. Doesn't the crown princess want an apology? Tell her to come to Jiangnan and apologize to the princess herself. Then this matter will be considered as if it never happened. Hearing this, Chief Steward Zhu grows anxious on his behalf. My lord, this will completely sever any chance of reconciliation with the Zhang family. Lin Xiu could not care less. If we don't do this, is reconciliation even possible? The steward listens and finds his reasoning sound. It seems there truly is no other way. Lin Xiu's expression darkens, his tone turning ice cold. If that's the case, then why shouldn't I demand she come to Jiangnan to apologize? If she refuses, we will not return to participate in the grand tournament. The following day, during the morning court session, Emperor Xia unleashes a torrent of fury. A bunch of brainless fools. The crown princess insulted the mothers of Zhao Lingjun, Yi Lin, Qin Wan, and Zhu Ninger. With every word he utters, the officials dare not meet his gaze. They risk their lives fighting for the empire's honor on the front lines. Seizing cultivation resources for your children and grandchildren, yet all you know is how to plunge a knife into their backs. If it were me, I'd refuse to attend the grand tournament entirely. A senior official speaks up cautiously. Your Majesty, the delegation is about to depart. The most pressing matter now is to invite them back. Emperor Xia's fury only intensifies. You created this mess, clean it up yourselves. Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingjun have made their stance clear. They demand the crown princess travel to Jiangnan personally to apologize. Otherwise, they will not participate in the grand tournament. Handle it yourselves. The Zhang family patriarch never imagined Lin Xiu would push things this far. He curses viciously in his heart. Lin Xiu, don't go too far. All his resentment remains unspoken. Do you intend to trample the last shred of dignity the Zhang family and the crown prince possess underfoot? The officials rush to intervene. Lord Zhang, you must consider the bigger picture. When it comes to the tournament, the Zhang family is actually the clan that stands to gain the most. Even the Song family patriarch relents. Besides, the crown princess was clearly in the wrong from the start. Her going to apologize is only natural. He never expected that even his closest allies would prove powerless. The Song family patriarch cuts him off. Lin Xiu, Lord Zhang, let it go this time. In the end, though consumed by unwillingness, he has no recourse. His body trembles with the effort of restraint as he kneels. Your Majesty, this subject shall send his daughter to Jiangnan immediately to apologize to Princess Minghe. In the Eastern Palace, the crown princess is stunned when her father relays the news. She screams in protest. You want me to go to Jiangnan and apologize to that wretch? Never, they struck me, and now you want me to apologize to them. How will I ever show my face in the royal capital again? The Zhang family patriarch calmly turns the question back on his daughter. Do you think the Zhang family has any face left in the royal capital as things stand? He speaks in a low, menacing tone, forcing his daughter to comply. If you don't go, not even great Xia's dignity can be preserved. The crown princess hears his words and falls silent, unable to utter another protest. The Zhang family patriarch turns to leave, delivering one final blow. Don't overestimate your own importance. The Zhang family does not have only one daughter. Whoever holds the title of crown princess makes no difference to us. Her father's words strike directly at her position. Terror washes over her face, turning it deathly pale. Her lips quiver, but no words come out. Her entire body collapses onto the floor. By the time he reaches the door, she has surrendered. I'll go. Is going not enough for you? The following morning, at the Lin estate in Jiangnan, Zhu Jin walks ahead, followed by the slender figure of a young woman. He gestures respectfully. Just proceed ahead from here, this old servant will wait. Inside, two figures sit engrossed in a game of Go. Minghe exclaims in frustration, why can't I ever beat you? Lin Xiu replies with a gentle smile, you still need more practice. At that moment, the crown princess enters. Lin Xiu notices her arrival and raises an eyebrow with a soft "oh." Her lips move, forming barely audible words. Her expression one of utmost reluctance. I'm sorry, this one was wrong. Only when the crown princess speaks does Minghe notice her presence and turn to look. Lin Xiu, upon hearing the apology, cannot resist taunting. What did you just say? Your voice is far too soft, I couldn't hear a thing. The crown princess trembles with rage, but the title of crown princess demands her submission, forcing herself into a courteous bow. She raises her voice and repeats, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I was wrong. Lin Xiu watches the scene unfold and can only manage a weary sigh. The crown princess finishes and spins on her heel to leave, muttering under her breath as she goes. She was clearly the one in the wrong, yet it looks as if we're the ones bullying her. What a master of playing the victim. Minghe stares as if she has just fallen from the heavens, a ghost stone still clutched in her hand. The princess is astonished by the crown princess's act of bowing in apology. The crown princess, that arrogant, self-important woman, actually lowered her head to apologize. Julia first. Lin Xiu, standing by the table, notices Minghe's delight at his words, her cheeks flushing red. If it pleases you, I can have her come apologize to you on a regular basis. The princess turns her face away, unable to meet Lin Xiu's gaze. Her cheeks flush crimson as she murmurs softly in reply, "Thank you." But this oblivious straight man fails to read the maiden's heart. He chuckles and responds, "What's there to thank? We're friends. When it comes to friends, I always give my whole heart." Minghe pouts at the word friends, just friends. Afterward, they make their arrangements and board the painted vessel to return to the capital. Upon their return, Emperor Xia and consort Shu summon Lin Xiu for a meeting in the imperial rear garden. The emperor drains the teacup in his hand, his mood exceptionally bright today. "Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. What a pity you weren't in the court." Hallyu have no idea how liberating it was to scold them. Lin Xiu lifts his tea and shares his reflections on the affairs of the world. Those people stand at the heights of power, feasting on delicacies and draped in silk. Drowning in wealth and glory, yet all they know is to scramble for power and position, showing not an ounce of compassion for the common folk. They deserve every lash. Emperor Xia sets his cup down upon the table and responds with a broader view of the realm. For a man standing at such heights to still think of the common people, that is no easy feat. Lin Xiu probes further, his gaze fixed intently on Emperor Xia, studying his reaction. "Your Majesty, this subject forced the crown princess to travel to Jiangnan personally to apologize a slight against the imperial family's dignity. Your Majesty won't be angered by this, will you?" Emperor Xia waves his hand magnanimously, granting Lin Xiu his forgiveness. "This is not your fault, she brought it upon herself. Regarding the crown prince, you needn't worry. Even the Zhang family cannot touch you, let alone the crown prince." He blinks in delight as his teacup is refilled, then bows his head in gratitude to Emperor Xia. Then the subject is at ease. Hearing those words, a judgment forms in the depths of Lin Xiu's mind. It seems this crown prince was merely installed under pressure from the Zhang family. The emperor harbors another choice in his heart. If the Zhang family can be uprooted entirely, the current crown prince can be deposed. At last, he raises the teacup to his lips and drains it in one gulp. Your subject empties his cup first. His mind, however, remains consumed by a storm of calculations. Depose the crown prince. The one with the greatest claim to inherit the throne is none other than the Prince of Qin. Whether this particular brother of mine can ascend to the dragon throne will depend entirely on the methods of his mother, consort Shu. Consort Shu remains silent, her gaze locked onto Lin Xiu as she listens intently to every thought forming within his mind. Her extraordinary ability is telepathy. With the matter settled, Lin Xiu returns to his own residence. No sooner does he reach the gates of the Lin estate than he spots Chen Qi. He calls out in a loud voice, "Aki!" The moment Chen Qi hears Lin Xiu call her name, she springs to her feet, seizes his hands warmly and pours out a flood of words. "I heard you went to Jiangnan and put those pompous nobles in their place. 2 days ago I ran into Station Master Zheng He told me everything you did in Jiangnan. Those corrupt officials, those profligate wastrels and profiteers in Jiangnan, they have all mended their ways. The common folk are finally living better lives." In response to her words, Lin Xiu offers a gentle smile, his gaze softer and more tender than usual. "That the common people may live in peace and prosper, free from the tyranny of the powerful, this is the promise I swore to fulfill for you." He clasps Chen Qi's hand and pulls her into his embrace. The gesture sends a flush of shyness across her face. She turns crimson, unable to meet his eyes. "Jiangnan was only the beginning, not the end. When I return from De Luo, I shall take you to every prefecture of Great Xia. Those petty nobles will tremble at the mere sound of our names." Chen Qi presses her hand over Lin Xiu's mouth and whispers softly, "Close your eyes." She rises on tiptoe and plants a gentle kiss upon his lips. He cooperates without hesitation, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Now let me claim my reward too." The tender scene between the two inadvertently falls into Minghe's line of sight. The princess hurriedly ducks behind a distant wall, but her fiery temperament proves impossible to contain. She simply cannot bear to witness this. The princess storms out from hiding and charges straight at Lin Xiu, unleashing a torrent of accusations. "Aren't the two of you supposed to be just friends? How can you do such a thing? He dares not meet her gaze. Scratching his head sheepishly, he scrambles for an excuse. Actually, this is just a foreign custom you'll understand once you visit Deluo. Among their people, close friends greet and bid farewell with a kiss upon parting and reunion. Minghe's brows furrow tightly. The princess eyes him with unmistakable suspicion. They kiss on the lips too. Linziu replies, well, not exactly. He raises his hand and gestures in an escalating motion as if to say things progress gradually, step by step. All right, I'll admit at first we truly were just friends. But when friends spend enough time together, the bond naturally evolves. It's the same with Ninger and Kyanar. At first we were merely friends. But Minghe is no fool who would blindly accept his words. The princess jabs a finger straight at his face and shouts, that's all nonsense, you simply like big breasts. Lin Xiu doesn't back down. Far from being embarrassed, he raises his voice even louder than the princess herself, spilling his entire romantic history until the young woman's face burns scarlet and she falls utterly speechless. Between men and women, prolonged proximity breeds affection. A friendship evolving into something more recent that perfectly common. There are people who initially can't stand each other, who bicker and criticize at every turn, but after spending enough time together, they gradually discover each other's virtues. And then they fall in love, perfectly natural. Minghe buries her burning red face in her hands and flees, her flustered voice trailing behind her. What nonsense are you spouting? A twinge of worry stirs in Lin Xiu's chest. He instinctively narrows one eye, watching the princess's retreating figure. It seems our friendship really has evolved. No sooner does one depart than another arrives. The noble consort sweeps in the very moment Minghe disappears from sight. Lin Xiu immediately drops into a respectful bow. Your ladyship, the noble consort. She regards him with a hint of surprise. Lin Xiu, aren't you supposed to be making preparations for Deluo? In truth, Lin Xiu had long since made arrangements for Taiye. He explains to Mingzhu. This trip to Deluo will last at least a month. That means an entire month without seeing your ladyship. Murongyu and Songsong are also heading to Deluo. So leaving Tai Yi behind in the royal capital will give her the chance to keep your ladyship company. The noble consort takes Tai Yi's hand and turns to him with a question. You thought of me, yet why didn't you bring Tai Yi along to Deluo? He replies, the grand tournament will be hectic. This subject fears he cannot properly look after Tai Yi amidst it all. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu sweeps Tai Yi into his embrace, displaying his affection right before Mingzhu's eyes, leaving the noble consort no choice but to watch the two of them with a helpless gaze. My family's Tai Yi is so beautiful, what if some Deluo brute harasses her? True to form, she nestles into his arms with a coy pout. How embarrassing, the noble consort is still watching. As court robes are cast aside and evening descends within the private chambers of the Lin estate, Tai Yi has been nestled in Lin Xiu's arms for some time. She leans against his chest and lets out a wistful sigh. Over a month without seeing my lord Tai, you will miss you terribly. He refuses to let her sincerity go unanswered. Tonight, I stay by your side. But Tai Yi is an understanding woman. She asks with a hint of reluctance, but isn't today supposed to be Ninger's turn? He knows this full well, yet his heart aches to stay with Tai Yi. Without another word, he scoops her into his arms. His next words make her blush involuntarily. An entire month without her, absolutely must spend tonight at her side. Afterward, the two disappear into the master bedroom. He knows Ninger's temperament all too well. Ninger is an understanding girl, she would agree without protest. Though that little vixen would likely demand he make it up to her tenfold once they reach Deluo. Over verdant waters and emerald hills, the following day dawns at Great Xia's Grand Harbor. Emperor Xia stands at the pier, gazing down upon the bustling throngs below. The fate of Great Xia in this grand tournament rests upon your shoulders. A pair of familiar footsteps comes to a halt. Dark circles ring Lin Xiu's eyes was kept up all night, yet his expression burns with iron resolve for the battle ahead. The grand tournament is finally upon them. Wasting no time, Lin Xiu and the others stride aboard the great ship. Emperor Xia catches sight of his figure and beckons with a wave. Lin Xiu, come here a moment. Lin Xiu blinks in bewilderment, his feet instinctively changing direction. Yes, your majesty. Once at Emperor Xia's side, the emperor leans in and delivers a private instruction regarding matters of the heart, winking as he does so. I hear Deluo has a princess. Put in some effort, won't you? Lin Xiu can only manage a wry smile. That doesn't seem entirely appropriate. On the other side, Zhang Ren and Zhang Yi leap aboard the ship in a manner no one else would dare. The crowd buzzes with excitement. They're here. At the sight of these two, the people erupt as though a new beacon of hope has appeared. It's Zhang Ren and Zhang Yi of the Zhang family. The crowd chatters among themselves, recounting the illustrious records the two Zhang scions had achieved in past tournaments. In the previous tournament, one ranked 4th, the other 7th. The Zhang family truly remains the Zhang family. Next, Yu Zhang and Bai Zhang make their entrance together. That's the eldest young master of the Song family. I want to bear his children. And there's the Prince of Qin, the only prince to rank within the top 10. A graceful, enchanting silhouette appears, instantly captivating the hearts of countless men below. That's Qin Wan. Ninger and Lingjun arrive together, yet the crowd remembers only the most radiant name of all, Zhao Lingjun. Zhao Lingjun, the men below are her devoted admirers. Some wave banners emblazoned with her name, screaming and cheering without restraint. Zhao Lingjun, Zhao Lingjun. Ninger pouts bitterly, all the glory was stolen by her. Jinwan covers her mouth, laughing softly. Beneath Zhao Lingjun, all beings are equal after all. She is ranked first on the prodigy ranking. Even Emperor Xia could not tear his eyes from Lingjun, yet he did not forget to praise Lin Xiu standing at his side. With a legitimate wife like that, Lin Xiu, the pressure on you must be tremendous. He remained silent, casting half a glance at the old man. That wretched emperor was unfazed, remarking, "The crowd below has begun debating who the man that won Lingjun's heart might be. If I recall correctly, Zhao Lingjun has a husband. Why isn't he here?" The fellow beside him stares intently at the ship. The first person to board that must be him. He tells himself, Lin Xiu, oh Lin Xiu, if you cannot carve out a name for yourself in this grand tournament, you will forever be known only as Zhao Lingjun's husband, a man with no legacy of his own. With that, the ship set their sails and prepared to depart. But only when Emperor Xia gave the command could the vessels take flight. The ship soars skyward one after another, departing amid the proud cheers of the people, flying toward a land blanketed in endless white snow. De Luoth, land of extreme cold. The ship is enveloped in a blue radiance, utterly unaffected by the raging blizzard. Old Duke Zhu stands performing a ritual alongside a white-haired elder. He sighs with a weary expression, as though he has not slept for many nights. So boring, I miss my granddaughter so much. The white-haired elder beside him urges, cheer up, Duke Zhu. On our shoulders rests the duty of protecting these prodigies. Everyone on the ship braces against the blizzard. The snowfall is immense. The one in black beside him is far more curious about one thing: what delicacies does De Luo have to offer? Before the ship arrives, Lin Xiu carefully warns his women, remember when we reach De Luo, if you encounter someone called Natasha, do not let your guard down simply because she is a woman. It is best to keep your distance from her. A young eunuch approaches and reports respectfully, Lord Lin. The court has compiled this for you, all intelligence on the prodigies from every nation participating in the grand tournament. Hearing this, he takes the document and studies it intently. The other contestants on the ship also gather around Lin Xiu to observe. He stares at the document and remarks, it seems rather troublesome. Zhu Yi stands in the crowd and asks, how so? The names on this document are the top-ranked elites on the prodigy ranking. Where is Zhao Lingjun? Extremely dangerous. Colin is extremely dangerous. As for Otto and Natasha, Lin Xiu is already well acquainted with them. He recounts what he has heard before. From the previous tournament's top 5, excluding Zhao Lingjun, only the true strength of Great Yu's first prince and second prince remains unknown. The first person Lin Xiu places on his most difficult to handle list is Du. First Prince Du. Second Prince Colin is hailed as the Gemini star of Great Yu. He doesn't seem easy to deal with. He truly possesses real skill. What are First Prince Du's abilities? He is known for the Dark Extraordinary ability. The Dark Extraordinary ability can conjure a darkness that devours all things. The next one is Colin. Second Prince Colin possesses the Light Extraordinary ability. The Light Extraordinary ability grants extraordinary speed and devastating destructive power. Zhang Ren seethes with indignation at Great Yu's despicable tactics. In every grand tournament, whenever a prodigy from a smaller nation breaks into the top 10, Great Yu threatens, entices, and coerces them into joining. Utterly shameless. Song Yuzheng and another young nobleman both glance at Lin Xiu, as if wanting to remind him of something. Speaking of shameless, there's someone even more shameless right here. That prodigy from feuding, she's his wife now. He furrows his brow at the two of them. What are you looking at? Lingyan looks troubled and turns to ask her sister. Sister, you fought all of these people before. How strong are they? Drawing on her experience as a past champion, Lingyan advises everyone if they encounter Natasha, the fourth prince of Great Yu, or other opponents, they must fight with everything they have. But conversely, if they face Great Yu's Gemini star, she advises them to surrender. Do not engage. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu is mulling over an entirely different matter, looking rather troubled. The ship's cabins are quite small tonight. 2 people must share a room. Though all 4 are my wives, propriety forces my hand. In front of others, I must room with the very one I'd least prefer. What truly gives him a headache is the matter of his wives and concubines. Reluctantly, Lin Xiu must apologize. Only Qin Wan accepts the arrangement cheerfully. Ninger, on the other hand, is childish about it and openly expresses her displeasure. Then this concubine and Ninger shall share a room. With that, she returns to her quarters. Even with Lingyan in his embrace, Lin Xiu's heart still lingers on the matters from this morning. In name, Zhao Lingyan is his legitimate wife. Before outsiders, there is no reason to be cold toward one's own wedded spouse. Favoring concubines over her was out of the question. Lingyan settles into a chair first, and Lin Xiu lovingly pours her a full cup of tea. Presenting it with both hands, she holds the teacup but does not drink. Instead, she begins analyzing the first prince's strength. The first prince of Great Yu far surpasses the fourth prince. 3 years ago, the second prince was slightly stronger than him. As for no, it's hard to say. Lin Xiu seems far more relaxed than she is. He flops onto the bed first and with one eye lazily closed, asks his wife, "How does my strength compare to those 2? Lingyan raises the teacup, a faint smile gracing her lips, and answers his question. You should know the answer to that better than I do. Your strength isn't limited to what you showed in the small tournament, is it? He shoots back just as quickly. Didn't you also hide your true talent? Say any more and we'll both end up sulking. Both look away, the atmosphere falling silent to the point of awkwardness. The ship soars through the raging blizzard, surrounded on all sides by mountains of stone blanketed in white. Lingyan, wrapped in a fur cloak, gazes out the window and realizes they have arrived in the Deluo kingdom. Beyond the endless stretches of rocky peaks, they finally spot settlements. Looking down at the architecture from above, the navigator marks the ship's arrival. Deluo's capital, 2 ships settle onto the lake below. Everyone on the ship gazes at the scenery, each face beaming with excitement as they take in the sights. The landscape is completely different from Great Xia, truly a rare and wondrous sight. Lin Xiu has also donned a fur cloak. He silently surveys the landscape of this foreign land. Just as 2 of his wives descend the stairs together, someone shouts loudly, "Lingyan, little Yi, over here." The one calling out to them is none other than Natasha. Lin Xiu immediately senses something amiss and shoots a glance at her. Just as he suspected, not wrong in the slightest. The moment Natasha spots the beauties, her eyes light up brilliantly. So many beautiful big sisters. She approaches Ninger to greet her. Ninger doesn't understand what's happening and feels a bit embarrassed. Before this big sister can even react, Lin Xiu sweeps in, pulling Ninger into his arms to stake his claim. Sorry about that, this one is my wife. Natasha covers her mouth. She feigns great surprise at his harem. Besides Lingyan and little Yi, you still have other wives. Finding this target difficult, she shifts her sights to Qin Wan and strikes up a conversation. Then this big sister here, excuse me. But Lin Xiu darts over to block her path once more. Qin Wan can only smile awkwardly. This one is also my wife. Natasha then points toward 3 women standing elsewhere, Lingyan, Donghua, and Minghe. So the remaining 3 are the same. Only then does Lin Xiu wave his hand in denial. Those ones know they're not. Something suddenly catches Lin Xiu and Natasha's attention. A looming shadow falls over them. A massive ship emblazoned with a hawk emblem soars overhead. Natasha furrows her brow, her expression twisting with irritation at their arrival. Those detestable wretches have come. Every time they show up, they have to make such a grand spectacle. The fourth prince descends from the vessel alongside his 2 subordinates. Everyone from Great Xia grows visibly wary at this sudden appearance. Some manage to piece things together. The 2 figures trailing behind the fourth prince themselves look stunned by another's arrival. Indeed, someone recognizes the 2 behind the fourth prince. They are the Gemini stars of Great Yu. Lin Xiu glances at them and sneers inwardly. He's already certain only one copyable slot remains for his extraordinary ability. Light or shadow, which to choose? What a headache. Gu Lin seems to recognize Lin Xiu. He turns to Otto and asks, was that man the husband of Lingjun and Lin? That said, even he must concede Lin Xiu's strength. He does look formidable, but surely not so powerful that even you and Jin Eniao joining forces can't defeat him. Otto stands beside him, growing increasingly irritated as the boy prattles on endlessly in his ear. Can you ever let this go? The fourth prince's mind races with calculations about the upcoming match, weighing his own skills against the prospect of facing Lin Xiu. My fire ability is a natural counter to Lin Xiu's ice ability. Yet even with the volcanic terrain of Fudeng amplifying my flames, that brat still emerged victorious. He not only made me a laughingstock before countless people, but also cost me a fortune in cultivation resources. The fourth prince of Great Yu, ranked fourth on the previous season's prodigy ranking, still seethes with bitter resentment at his defeat. And worse still, at the hands of a nobody. He turns to Colin and speaks. His greatest strength isn't his extraordinary ability, it's his martial prowess. Even Windy, despite all her caution, fell to his hands. Gu Lin places a hand on the fourth prince's shoulder and reminds him, I am not you. He radiates absolute confidence that he can defeat Lin Xiu, so much so that even the prince is taken aback. The white-haired man deliberately whispers into the fourth prince's ear, the face you lost for Great Yu, I shall personally reclaim it. Having said his piece, Gu Lin turns and departs with the haughty air of one who has already won the battle. The fourth prince watches his retreating figure, thinking bitterly, if not for that defeat, how would I have ended up being suppressed by the likes of you, Gu Lin? He clenches his teeth in fury at the mere thought of Lin Xiu. A silent resolve crystallizes in his heart. Lin Xiu, this time, I will crush you before everyone's eyes and wash away my humiliation. Du makes him a promise, if you can defeat Lin Xiu in this match and cleanse your shame, I will petition the Elder Council to grant you superior cultivation resources. Otto turns and clasps his fist solemnly, making his vow. Rest assured, big brother, I've made thorough preparations. I've prepared a grand gift for Lin Xiu, though the match has yet to begin. Otto is already brimming with excitement, as if victory is already his. He sneers, I can't wait to see the wretched look on Lin Xiu's face. They arrive at the Imperial Palace once the blizzard has subsided. The Imperial Palace of De Luo. They gaze upon two rows of statues flanking the main thoroughfare. Those who know their history recognize them as the three great emperors from the annals of the De Luo dynasty, for not every emperor of De Luo earns the right to be called Great Emperor. Every great emperor of De Luo is a heaven-grade powerhouse whose monumental contributions to the dynasty can never be erased. Natasha runs her fingers across one of the statues. It reminds her of the dynasty's glorious heyday. The De Luo dynasty was once the mightiest nation in the world. All of the western lands bowed at their feet. Even present-day Great Yu cannot match the supremacy De Luo once commanded. But the De Luo of old has long since faded like a setting sun. Lin Xiu also studies the statue before him intently, his mind wandering to deeper contemplation. No nation can remain powerful forever. If De Luo truly sought to restore its former glory, he falls deep into thought, utterly absorbed in these reflections. The other great powers would never sit idly and allow De Luo to rise again. Inside the Imperial Palace, two long banquet tables laden with fine dishes await the arriving dignitaries. De Luo's evening banquet follows Western tradition rather than the reserved customs of the East. Couples link arms and waltz to the gentle strains of music. Two men clad in great Zio attire stand on the far side, savoring glasses of red wine. Several Western women in plunging gowns display their bountiful charms with little restraint. Bai Zhang cannot escape a man's base nature. He raises his wine to drink, yet his eyes betray him, wandering to that very place, his cheeks flushing involuntarily. My, this wine is certainly smooth, and this fragrance is simply intoxicating. Lin Xiu stands beside him and frowns. We've already left Great Xia, even if your wife keeps you on a tight leash. Her reach doesn't extend all the way here. Lin Xiu grins triumphantly, but Bai Zhang suddenly grabs his collar with a teary-eyed expression. A man like you could never understand. You think there aren't her eyes and ears watching me even here. Right at that moment, a woman approaches and calls out, "Excuse me. Young sir," the golden-haired maiden over there extends her hand and asks if you would honor her with a dance. Lin Xiu watches the scene from the side, silently laughing to himself. This brother of mine has the heart of a sea king, but not the fate of one. Bai Zhang's face turns pale as a sheet. He hastily declines, my deepest apologies, but I'm already a married man. Seeing his brother so timid, Lin Xiu kindly steps in to add, terrifying the poor man even further, it's just a single dance. I'm sure your wife won't mind. But all it takes is one thought of his wife's furious face and his whole body starts trembling. She absolutely will mind. The wounded soul seeks to wound others. Bai Zhang places both hands on Lin Xiu's shoulders. He grinds his teeth, laughing until tears stream down his face. Lin Xiu can only manage a sheepish grin in return. My wife isn't as magnanimous as Zhao Lingjun, you know. Yours would tolerate you taking concubines. Mine won't even let me glance at another woman on the street. Seeing these two men behave this way, the golden-haired maiden can't help but admit great Xia men are truly devoted to their wives. Not yet dissuaded, she turns to Lin Xiu. And you, young sir, surely you won't refuse me too, before he can even answer. He senses killing intent radiating from Lingyan and Ninger behind him. In the room, Lin Xiu lies on the bed with both Tei and Qin Wan nestled in his arms. The two of them seem to be having a wonderful time, laughing and playing with him. The streets grow even more lively at night. Lanterns drape the entire avenue for the Kixi festival. Lingyan walks ahead, a stick of candied hawthorns in hand. She gazes around with bright, excited eyes. It's so bustling today. Lin Xiu follows behind and cheerfully suggests, how about we hold hands? But Lingyan whirls around and pouts at him. Do you even know what day today is? Stop wasting your time on me, go back to your other wives. He retorts, it's precisely because I know what day it is that I came to spend it with you. Right at that moment, De Huang rushes over and bumps Lingyan straight into Lin Xiu's arms. He flashes a discreet thumbs up at De Huang while Lingyan is still cradled in his embrace, silently promising, well done, De Huang. Extra chicken leg tonight. De Huang looks up at the bird perched on its head. The other team should be leaving the theater soon. The green bird chirps in reply, our team's job is done too, we're free now. Along the streets, crowds sit in neat rows watching shadow puppets perform with rapt attention, showering the puppeteers with praise. Brilliant. Lin Xiu walks with Ninger to watch the shadow puppet show, lovingly stroking her head. Ninger is utterly absorbed in the performance. Her cheeks flush red as she says to him, my lord, today you're only spending time with me. The other sisters won't be angry, will they? Lin Xiu comforts her, gently patting her head. Don't overthink it, I'm right here. Before long, Lin Xiu finds himself at the Zhao family estate. His in-laws press him eagerly, Lin Xiu. You and Lingjun have been married for quite some time now. When are you two going to give us a grandchild? He lets out a few awkward laughs, a touch of embarrassment in his voice. That matter is. De Huang, standing not far away, also witnesses and overhears this entire conversation. The dog tilts its head in confusion, wondering how there came to be three identical masters. One day before the Kixi festival, Lin Xiu drapes his arms around his two wives. He asks them, what do you two think of my proposal? Jin Wan responds to his question. I have no objections, I wonder what Tei thinks. Tei asks cautiously, my lord, you want us to use our extraordinary ability to transform into copies of you and go to the Kixi festival with Ninger and the others. Why must we do it this way? Wouldn't it be better if everyone cultivated together? Lin Xiu lays out a concrete goal. He asks, not everyone thinks like the imperial physician. If we don't want to meet a tragic end tomorrow, we need a concrete plan. I only want to make everyone happy. The imperial physician will help me fulfill that wish, won't she? Hearing Lin Xiu's reasonable words, the imperial physician agrees without hesitation. Jin Wan leans against him on his right, her hand tracing along his chin. Then how do you plan to make it up to me? He turns to look at her. The night after tomorrow we'll. Lin Xiu rises to his feet. Whatever those two women have seen, they look utterly excited, their faces flushed crimson. With that, tonight's plan has been finalized. Lin Xiu tells the two of them, first, let me bestow upon you the extraordinary abilities of beast tongue and disguise. Then I'll walk you through the specifics of the plan. Someone outside shouts, why is there a stray dog running around in here? Lin Xiu rubs Ninger's head. Sorry Ninger, I need to step out for a moment. And naturally, even this was part of the plan arranged well in advance. Jinwan and Ninger will go watch the shadow puppet show. I'll take Lingyan for a walk. After the show, once the first prince's voice is heard, I'll switch to accompanying Ninger, then send Lingyan back to her completing the swap. While walking with Ninger, he points toward the side. Right ahead stands a shadow puppet theater. I'll go see if I can borrow the lavatory. Ninger composes herself. There's no need to announce it so loudly. In truth, going to the lavatory is merely an excuse. Lin Xiu has calculated that he would seize this opportunity to swap in his body double to accompany Ninger. Both share an identical appearance. Ninger sees him return and points regretfully at the stage. Lin Xiu, you've missed the climactic scene. Not only the face but every mannerism mirrors Lin Xiu perfectly. He comforts her, guiding her hand to his face. As long as I don't miss time with Ninger, that's all that matters. Ninger's cheeks flush. She thinks to herself that the uneasy feeling from before has vanished. On this end, Lin Xiu has likely finished his business. He slips out through the window. Lingzhen watches his departing figure, a trace of sorrow welling in her heart. Today he's forgotten again. Now Lin Xiu must rush to the next location. According to the plan, the next destination is where the imperial physician finishes dealing with Lingzhen's parents and heads home. I've already arranged to meet Yi Lin. I want to show her the customs of the Kixi festival in Great Xia. Hopefully I can be of some help. Wait a moment, I'll use the excuse of going back to my room to fetch something and separate from Ninger. At that point the imperial physician will appear and accompany Ninger in my place. Along the way, they unexpectedly run into Chen Qi and Ming He attending the festival together. There are so many couples on the road tonight. Chen Qi replies, well, it is the Kixi festival after all. Outwardly composed, but inwardly Ming He feels utterly flustered. So embarrassing she has no idea what to say, but it just so happens they're heading toward Lin Xiu's residence. Ming He blushes, unable to meet Chen Qi's gaze. The princess can't help but ask, by the way, what brings you to find Lin Xiu today? He must be busy going on dates with his wives. Chen Qi replies, he's the one who invited me. Then what brings you to Lin Xiu's place? Ming He stammers her explanation, I'm going to find Yi Lin to keep her company. Lin Xiu probably won't be able to spare time for her today. At the same moment, both of them spot two Lin Xius and both shout his name at the top of their lungs. By the time the moon dips behind the mountains, Lin Xiu escorts Ninger back to the residence. She alone has sabotaged his entire plan. Ninger clings far too closely, there's absolutely no way to slip away. Fortunately, I already had the first prince rush over to relay the backup plan. There shouldn't be any problems. By now, only Yi Lin should be left at home. Right as the two of them walk back hand in hand, they encounter the others. Lin Xiu knows he's finished. Ninger looks up at him. She's figured everything out. So that's how it is. No wonder something felt off the entire time. Lin Xiu grows so anxious that cold sweat beads across his forehead. Ninger, I can explain. Could you let go of me first? Before Lin Xiu can even begin to explain, Chen Qi and Ling Yan storm over and punch him square in the face. His face swells up like a pig's head. What a tragic waste of his sincere heart. He only wanted to make everyone happy. Emily, witnessing the scene, can't help but admit that Great Xia's men are truly devoted. Even so, she doesn't back down. Turning to Lin Xiu with a question, young sir, surely you wouldn't reject me. In the distance, Lingzhen and Lingyan have witnessed the entire scene. While Lingzhen remains calm, Lingyan is cracking her knuckles as if ready for battle. That shameless fox spirit, that outfit of hers is no different from wearing nothing at all. Truly has no sense of decency. Zhao Lingzhen explains, in countries like Great Yu, it's perfectly normal for women to dress that way. Emily saunters close to Lin Xiu and introduces herself. Allow me, name is Emily. My room is on the 7th floor of the right tower. Later tonight. You may come find me, then it will be just the two of us. Lin Xiu doesn't rush to refuse. He simply gestures toward his two wives on the other side, letting her draw her own conclusions. Forgive me, but I already have wives. They're right over there. Emily glances at the two of them and offers a sincere remark. I see your wives are truly beautiful. With that, she has no choice but to retreat. No wonder you have no interest in me. I was being presumptuous. Her words say one thing, but her actions prove another entirely. Emily deliberately twists her ankle, conveniently catching hold of Lin Xiu's hand right then and there. She stands on her own, makes some subtle gesture and says, "Thank you, young sir." Then Emily takes her leave. Lin Xiu silently watches her departing figure. She walks over to a man dressed in Great Yu's national attire. He asks, "How did it go?" Emily replies with confidence, "When have I ever failed?" But Lin Xiu, having followed her from behind, catches sight of this very scene. He hides behind a nearby wall. I should have known it's Otto. He still can't rest easy. However, Emily furrows her brow. Having met Lin Xiu in person, she realizes he doesn't match the rumors at all. The intelligence was flawed. Who said he was practically insatiable and easy to ensnare? I seduced him that aggressively, yet he didn't waver in the slightest. Otto, however, thinks with crude simplicity, maybe you're just not his type. His expression turns sinister. He imagines Lin Xiu's reaction upon realization stripped of his extraordinary ability, his martial path suppressed. Let's see how you handle this, Lin Xiu. Furthermore, Emily delivers a crucial piece of intelligence to Otto. His strength is greater than you described. He may recover ahead of our projected timeline. Moreover, my origin power is completely depleted. I must return and rest. Otherwise, I won't be able to compete tomorrow. Hearing this, Otto shows no sign of concerningly supreme confidence. Even so, he'll still need to survive the first few rounds. His palm slams down upon the stone. The aged Duke Zhu and the white-haired elder, upon hearing the news, are absolutely livid. Shameless, utterly shameless, unable to win through honorable means, they resort to such despicable tricks. It turns out Lin Xiu had already told them about Emily's scheme. He reports the details just as she was about to leave. She deliberately stumbled and had to grab onto me to steady herself. And after she left, the extraordinary ability energy within my body completely vanished. Please pass this along to the other prodigies of Great Xia. Stay far away from that great Yu woman. Don't let those despicable scoundrels pull any tricks. The old duke, upon hearing the news, racked his brain for a solution, his head splitting with worry. What was he to do? Old Duke Zhu placed a hand on Lin Xiu's shoulder and reassured him, "Go rest first, I will relay the message." Lin Xiu obeyed and returned to his own quarters. In his room, he gazes down at both his hands, spiritual energy flickering faintly across them. That woman's ability strips, it doesn't steal. She probably wanted to strip my extraordinary ability entirely, but she never expected to only strip the psychic force from 20 of my abilities. The psychic force vanishes, but simply holding Zhao Lingzhen's hand brings it all back. The spiritual energy shifts to a darker hue. Lin Xiu gazes down at it, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. These stripped abilities, through contact, I can acquire them all over again. Right now, I can discard what I no longer need or those abilities with painfully slow cultivation speeds, freeing up slots for far more powerful heaven-grade extraordinary abilities. This realization fills Lin Xiu with an indescribable surge of resolve. He ponders, Great Yu truly has handed me a grand gift. To obtain both light and dark at anciently, a child would choose one. I want them all. Suddenly, a knock sounds from outside. Lin Xiu walks over and opens the door, only to find Ling Yan standing there. "What brings you here?" he asks. "It's so late, aren't you asleep?" She replies coldly, "I'm sleeping here tonight." Hearing this, Lin Xiu doesn't agree right away. He pinches her cheek and says, "Zioner, stop joking around." Ling Yan furrows her brows sternly, touching her own cheek. "At a time like this, and you still have the nerve to joke." Lin Xiu breaks into a cold sweat and dares not utter another word. "That's Zhao Lingyan for you." She explains, "I've heard about your abilities disappearing. If I stay close to you, my cold energy can stimulate your body. Perhaps your abilities can recover a bit faster." Lin Xiu scratches his face and asks, "Will that really work?" His ice ability hasn't actually vanished. Though he could tell Ling Yan he possesses many abilities no matter how much he wants to refuse. Ling Yan has already walked into his room, and can the host refuse his guest? "From now on, I sleep on the bed, you sleep on the floor." Lin Xiu watches her retreating figure and smiles gently. He thinks to himself, better not tell her for now. The two tie a rope around their wrists, binding them together. Though one sleeps above and one below, their hands remain clasped, never letting go. While Ling Yan has already fallen into deep slumber, only Lin Xiu remains awake. He rests his arm across his forehead and thinks, without my abilities, my sister-in-law worries even more than I do. Although his ice ability hasn't actually vanished, he cannot help but pretend it has. Otherwise, Great Yu would realize something is amiss. He recalls earlier, when Ling Yan tied the rope binding their wrists together. "Ling Yan, what are you planning?" She explains, "By tying our wrists together with a rope, my cold energy can flow through our hands. I'll channel it to you, who knows, it might help you recover your abilities faster." Lin Xiu can't help but burst into soft laughter at her words. Ling Yan snaps angrily, "At a time like this and you still have the mood to laugh." In response, Lin Xiu only grins wider. "What's done is done, no amount of sorrow will change it. Why not enjoy the moment?" Lingyan's cheeks flush crimson, she angrily turns her face away. HMPH, so optimistic on the contrary. Lin Xiu smiles with narrowed eyes, but deep down he thinks, though there's a small setback. Securing a top 10 finish in the tournament they promise I made to Lingyan is still well within my grasp. Lingyan climbs into bed but still doesn't forget to remind him, rest early, there are more matches tomorrow. The next day, snow blankets the withered branches as the second day dawns. Lingyan asks about Lin Xiu's condition with a worried expression. How is it, have your abilities recovered? He clenches his fist and replies, not yet. She sighs in disappointment, rubbing her own wrists. She asks once more, not even a little effect. His conscience stirs. Seeing Lingyan like this, Lin Xiu decides to stop teasing. He takes her hand and says, it seems to be recovering a bit faster than when I'm alone. He thinks to himself, Great Yu believes my abilities are gone. I might as well play along than hit them with a surprise when the time comes. She jolts in surprise, her face flushing red when he suddenly grasps her hand. Really? Hearing that Lin Xiu's condition has improved, Lingyan beams with joy. As long as it works, then I'll come again tonight. Lin Xiu stays silent at these words. He looks away, thinking to himself, I certainly have no objections, but poor Ningersha's probably about to cry. I'll make time to be with Ninger when I can. Several men have already gathered outside at the arena square. The official who had been chatting with Lin Xiu and Lingyan has gathered the latest intelligence. Your opponent is a fire attribute prodigy from Great Yu. He deliberately swapped lots with someone else clearly. Great Yu is targeting you. Is that so? What? Lingyan asks him with concern. Do you have confidence? Why do you ask? Lin Xiu turns to ask her in return. Afraid I'll lose. Moments later, Otto's entourage approaches. Lingyan spots Emily walking alongside Otto and frowns. She says to Lin Xiu, see that? Beautiful women are nothing but trouble. If you had kept your distance from her yesterday, your abilities wouldn't have been stripped. He lowers his voice to explain, she came to me on her own yesterday. I was her target. No matter where I went, she would have found me. Otto strides straight toward Lin Xiu, radiating confidence. Lin Xiu clenches his fists and asks sharply, what do you want? Otto tilts his chin upward. His subordinate speaks on his behalf with absolute confidence. We hope you don't get eliminated in the very first round. I very much look forward to meeting you again, then defeating you in a proper head-on battle. Lin Xiu doesn't even bother entertaining him. He furrows his brows. Great Yu, do you people even understand what head-on means? Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Otto doesn't take offense. He walks past him. Win your first match before you talk. Lin Xiu's first opponent has stepped onto the arena. The man is an Earth-grade fire attribute extraordinary ability user from the Great Yu Empire. Lin Xiu and the man stand on the stage, exchanging a few words before sharing a chuckle. He remarks, so it's a fire-type extraordinary ability after all. Luca is equally curious, wonders whether the rumor of Lin Xiu's abilities disappearing is actually true. Otto's group watches the match from above. Emily, her cheeks flushed, stares intently at Lin Xiu. Is Luca even a match for him? He responds impassively, watch and find out. Otto is in high spirits today, visibly hopeful that Luca will emerge victorious. The gap between Luca and Lin Xiu is not insignificant, but in the eyes of the Great Yu delegation, Luca is by no means weak. Roughly speaking, the odds of Luca defeating Lin Xiu are slim, but this match could serve well to gauge Lin Xiu's current strength. The referee raises his hand and bellows, begin. Luca grits his teeth and unleashes his full power, conjuring a ring of fire that engulfs the entire arena. He unleashes his technique Scorched Earth. Lin Xiu grips a wooden sword. Even as his opponent launches his attack, he remains perfectly calm, calculating no matter how sturdy a wooden weapon may be, it will be devoured by flame. This man's ice ability can no longer be used. As long as I don't let him close the distance, I can gradually wear him down, consume him with fire. This match is mine. Luca grins broadly, brimming with confidence in his own strength. The advantage is mine. Luca strides through the flames, completely unharmed, advancing steadily. Fire engulfs Luca's body. Even his robes have been transformed by the blaze. This will be the match that makes my name. Smoke and fire begin to swirl around Lin Xiu. He doesn't rush to attack, knowing exactly what must be done. A wooden weapon limits his martial prowess. Fire counters ice. His opponent has chosen a wooden weapon to deal with someone who has supposedly lost their abilities. The fiery vortex from Luca's technique closes in on Lin Xiu. He glances down at the sword in his hand. On the surface, Luca appears utterly dangerous, yet his mind is as simple as a child's. This is merely an ordinary wooden sword. No matter how much true chi is poured into it to make it incredibly sturdy, it is still just wood meet fire. And it burns. Only then does Lin Xiu charge forward with his wooden sword. Great you show no martial virtue, do not blame me for being ruthless. He hurls the sword with full momentum, a torrent of spiritual energy enveloping the blade as it soars. What appears to be nothing more than a wooden sword tears through the air with such fury that surrounding rocks and earth are swept up in its wake. It cleaves clean through Luca's arm before the man can even react. What? By now the sword's tip has sustained considerable damage, yet it continues its trajectory and embeds itself into the rock face on the far side. Only now does Luca feel the pain. He lets out several agonized screams of pure terror. A single strike from Lin Xiu forces Luca to concede defeat. He can barely stand, clutching his gushing shoulder stump. Bitter as it is, I concede. Lin Xiu steps forward, planting his foot on the severed arm. His expression is dark and menacing as he stares down at Luca. The young spectators below are stunned by Lin Xiu's display a single sword strike to defeat an Earth-grade fighter. Is this the true strength of Great Xia's top contender? Even Otto, who had been all bravado moments ago, is left gaping in shock. Earth-grade upper stage in the martial path? Impossibly, absolutely impossible. Extraordinary abilities may offer shortcuts, but the martial path has no such shortcuts. A martial cultivator at the Earth-grade upper stage is rarer even than a Heaven-grade extraordinary ability user. The white-haired man standing beside him is hardly surprised. He had long since deduced it wasn't truly the upper stage but at the absolute peak of the lower stage. It's no wonder the three of you couldn't even be his match. Otto, having once fought Lin Xiu himself, turns to rebut he wasn't that strong back then. In half a year he's grown far more formidable. Two organizers arrive, bringing a stretcher to where Luca lies. Lin Xiu glances at the fallen man. Ultimately, he cannot be blamed if your great Yu hadn't resorted to such underhanded tactics. He would never have met such an end. The first round concludes. The referee's voice booms across the arena. Great Xia's Lin Xia victor. The two medics bandage Luca's wounds and lift him onto the stretcher. Lin Xiu walks over to offer an apology. My apologies. He says so, but that dark expression on his face shows not a shred of remorse. I didn't mean Ta's sword chi was simply too fast. If only your extraordinary ability hadn't faded, things would have been fine. After losing an arm to Lin Xiu, all the fighting spirit Luca had shown before has completely vanished. Now facing Lin Xiu, he feels only terror. You. The moment Lin Xiu turns to leave, Luca's shame ignites into fury and he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Lin Xiu's life motto is simple: if you strike a man down, you must crush his spirit as well. Zhao Lingyan grabs Lin Xiu's hand as he passes by, utterly heedless of Zhu Ninger standing over there seething with jealousy. You've reached the Earth-grade upper stage in martial path, she exclaims. He replies modestly, it's not that easy, I'm still a bit short. Lin Xiu smirks, glancing toward the spectator stands. My martial path is still far from the Earth-grade upper stage. What I did earlier was merely combining martial path with spatial ability. Unless one is a Heaven-grade master of spatial power, no one else could possibly detect the difference. Zhang Ren stares at Lin Xiu in astonishment, his lips quivering. Just a bit short. Cultivating the martial path is far more difficult than cultivating extraordinary abilities. Reaching the Earth-grade upper stage in martial path is even harder than achieving Heaven-grade in extraordinary abilities. The white-haired elder looks at him with a satisfied smile, sensing boundless potential in this young man, not yet 20. And his martial path cultivation has already reached such a realm unprecedented in all of history. The Duke of Zhu looks on, marveling what kind of fortune must one be blessed with to gain such a grandson-in-law. The old Duke of Zhu laughs heartily whenever Lin Xiu's name is mentioned. Lin Xiu entered this grand tournament precisely to prove to me that he has the strength worthy of marrying Ninger. The white-haired elder recalls that Lin Xiu's principal consort is none other than the supremely talented Zhao Lingzhen, who only recently became his wife as well. Previously, His Majesty had seen Lin Xiu as talentless and offered Zhao Lingzhen to him as a means of restraint. Looking at it now, this is clearly a match ordained by the heavens. Witnessing Lin Xiu's earlier display, the men in attendance finally gain a new perspective on this blessed union. Lord Lin and Lady Lin are truly a match made by Havina household of twin prodigies. In this grand tournament, Great Xia can finally hold its head high. Yet the most miserable one is Ninger. She stands among the spectators, her cheeks puffed in sulky indignation. She had been holding back earlier for the imperial physician's sake, only for Zhao Lingyan to steal her spot. Now she must watch as Zhao Lingjun monopolizes Lin Xiu's absolutely livid. Even those other fighters are left trembling before Lin Xiu's display. This is the first time blood has been drawn in the tournament. It's far too brutal. He's not doing this deliberately to get back at us, is he? Otto recalls the dark look Lin Xiu had given him, and a chill of fear begins to creep into his heart. Lin Xiu's current strength is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the next round has already been decided as one fighter crumbles to the ground. The crowd erupts in all manner of cheers and roars. Great Xia's Zhang Ren wins another loss for De Luo. The matches coming up next will feature those Great Xia women. The gap in strength between us and them is simply too vast. Lin Xiu also watches intently. Suddenly, he feels he may have gone a bit overboard earlier. In the upcoming matches between Great Yu and Great Xia, won't many of them simply be too afraid to compete? Zhang Ren steps down from the arena platform and walks straight to Lin Xiu. His body bears no few wounds. Brother Lin, that single strike of yours was truly a painful lesson for Great Yu. He clenches his fist, convinced that Lin Xiu is truly formidable. Now, whenever De Luo's fighters encounter a Great Xia prodigy, they dodge away. But Lin Xiu humbly dismisses such praise. He replies with a cheerful laugh, "Not at all, not at all, Brother Zhang Ren. Your fierce battle was the key factor that truly struck fear into Great Yu's hearts." On the arena platform, Zhang Ren launches his flame techniques at the green-robed man. The green-robed fighter is utterly shocked when Zhang Ren vanishes right before his eyes. Before he can react, Zhang Ren has already appeared behind him, locking him in a crushing grip. What? Zhang Ren slams the green-robed man headfirst into the ground. He recounts everything that happened in the arena to Lin Xiu. He clenches his fists tight, thoroughly satisfied with his own performance. Great Yu has been pushing us around for far too long. It's high time they were taught a lesson. Otherwise, they'll keep thinking the people of Great Xia are easy to bully. Zhang Ren unconsciously glances toward the other side. He realizes, however, that not everyone can strike fear into those Great Yu fighters. The two opponents for the next match step into the arena. The referee's voice thunders, "Next match, Great Xia's Zhu Ninger versus Great Yu's Han." She furrows her brow, gazing up at the towering Han standing before her. Zhang Ren sees this matchup and feels there's little hope. Miss Zhu only recently broke through to Earth grade. The Great Yu fighter possesses Earth-grade extraordinary abilities, same as me. Whether in extraordinary ability combat or martial path, Miss Zhu holds no advantage whatsoever. Lin Xiu understands Ninger better than anyone. He eagerly awaits her performance. "I wouldn't be so sure," he murmurs. Down in the arena, Ninger recalls the old Duke of Zhu's words, "If your opponent is too strong, simply concede." There is no shame in admitting defeat during the grand tournament. Yet she feels something about those words isn't quite right. How could there be no shame in it? Zhao Lingjun, Zhao Lingyan, and Qin Wan's opponents all conceded outright. Now they want me to admit defeat too. How would I ever be able to hold my head up in front of them again? Han looks at her and sneers, brimming with confidence in his inevitable victory. "Little beauty, you'd best concede quickly. I have no desire to hurt you." Ninger fixes him with a dark expression. She was already seething with frustration and looking for somewhere to vent. "You look like you can take quite a beating." A glow of light engulfs Han's body and lifts him clean off the ground. Even Han himself is startled. "Huh? What is this? My body, it won't obey me." Ninger lowers her hand. Her power dissipates, sending Han crashing headfirst into the solid brick floor. His entire body trembles violently, hasn't even launched a single attack, and already he's covered in injuries. In his mind, one thought screams, "This is no weakling who just broke through to Earth grade. Her strength far surpasses mine." Ninger conjures water that lifts Han's entire body high into the air. He realizes in horror that he's about to be buried, that he might die. He has to surrender. She anticipates Han's next move and uses her water technique to seal his mouth shut. He can only manage a few muffled grunts. Speech is impossible. Han's eyes go wide as he stares down at his own hands. he can only let out a few desperate, strained cries. Tears streaming from the effort, but his hands refuse to budge. Ninger still hasn't released him. She channels her power once more. I haven't even finished venting yet. Zhang Ren, who had been underestimating Ninger just moments ago, now finds himself gaping in utter shock. The white-haired elder and the old Duke of Zhu are both astonished at this. Is truly a ferocious confrontation. Ninger's water technique vanishes, leaving Han to experience for the first time in his life the sensation of flying without wings. He freefalls toward the ground. A thunderous impact accompanied by a blinding flash foam spills from his mouth as he lies amid shattered bricks. Whether he's dead or alive remains unclear. The referee's voice booms, "Great Zia's Zhu Ningerth Victor." Lin Ziu murmurs to himself, "It seems I've kept Ninger pent up for far too long." The men in the stands shout among themselves, "This great Xia girl is absolutely terrifying." Once the match ends, Ninger transforms back into her innocent, rabbit-like self. She blushes and waves her hands frantically in explanation. "Please don't misunderstand, I'm actually very gentle normally." The spectators erupt into heated discussion. Truly, you cannot judge a book by its cover. A lady so fair and delicate, yet so utterly savage. Her opponent was tormented without being able to utter a single cry. That great Yu prodigy truly proved himself a man of iron will. By now, Han has regained consciousness. His entire body is wrapped in bandages. Only by gritting his teeth against the agony can he manage to sit up. Ha Run looks around the room, his mind drifting back to the battle from moments ago. That overwhelming power, I couldn't resist it at all. I couldn't even open my mouth. Which damned fool gathered this intelligence, claiming she had only entered the Earth grade for a year my ass. The woman in green robes approaches his bed, admiration gleaming in her eyes. "Harun, you truly surprised me, beaten to that extent and yet you didn't cry out once." The two elders also approach. Though defeated, they still praise Harun's fighting spirit. "Well done, though you have lost, you have upheld the dignity of great Yu." They smile gently at him, saying that once they return, they will report his merits to the Elder Council. Their endless praise makes even a man like Ha Run blush crimson with embarrassment. A warrior of great Yu who would rather die than surrender well said, "You are truly worthy of your name." Lin Xiu stands with Ling Yin watching the next match. She hadn't expected this just 2 months ago. Their strength was equal, yet in that brief span, that woman's power has already far surpassed her own. Ming He's cheeks flush red. This surprises even the princess. Dual cultivation can boost one's cultivation so rapidly. Lin Xiu turns to look at another stone tablet behind him, where large characters are inscribed. The previous rounds of competition can only be considered appetizers. The true show begins with the battles among the 100 fighters on the prodigy ranking, the main event of the grand tournament. The 100 fighters are divided into 10 groups. The 5 groups with the highest cumulative scores will advance to the next round. Looking at the final line, his turn comes. Great Yu's Otto against Lin Xiu of Great Xia. Lin Xiu smiles faintly. One can only say fate works in narrow ways. On the second day, Ling Yin still comes to Lin Xiu's room to sleep. Before she even climbs out of bed, she asks about his condition. "Has your extraordinary ability recovered?" He sits up and replies, "Let me try." Several rays of light encircle Lin Xiu. Ling Yin is overjoyed at the sight. "Your ability has returned." Lin Xiu knows exactly how to charm a woman. He smiles warmly, gazing at her fondly, and says, "It's all thanks to you sleeping beside me these past few days." Ling Yin pouts, "Is just thanks enough? If you win, you must agree to 5 things for me." 5 things it is. Ling Yin is taken aback by his easy agreement. Lin Xiu instructs her to keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone, for no, let it be a surprise when the time comes. Back on the viewing platform, the spectators begin commenting on Lin Xiu once more. Without his extraordinary ability, Lin Xiu facing the 4th prince of Great Yuhai's prospects look grim. Otto stands across from him. "I didn't expect you to actually dare challenge me of your own accord." He strikes first, raising his hands to the heavens as a torrent of fire surges forth like a dragon. Otto declares loudly, "This time, I will wash away the humiliation from feuding." The inferno engulfs the sky above the arena, blanketing even the spectators below. Lin Xiu looks up, noting that Otto's power is even more magnificent than before. It seems he has improved as well. The torrent of fire suddenly rains down upon the ground. Otto is supremely confident in his current strength. "You are no match for me now, will you not surrender?" Yet Lin Xiu remains unscathed within the infernally. His wooden sword has been half burned away. Indeed, at this stage, relying on the martial path alone offers no chance of victory. Lin Xiu grits his teeth and stares straight at him. If he hadn't used the wooden sword to block the flames from the start, the fire would have consumed his body. The thought barely forms before Lin Xiu charges forward. Otto shouts, "If you seek death, then don't blame me." The fire suddenly turns against its master, morphing into a ring of flame, spinning straight toward Otto's position. Even Otto, its very creator, is stunned. How is this possible? Lin Xiu surges forward, wreathed in a torrent of water. He slams his fist downward and the water freezes solid, encasing Otto's position in ice. But Otto manages to dodge just in time. This strike from Lin Xiu leaves Otto's face deathly pale with fear. In an instant, Lin Xiu appears before him, shocking Otto to his core. Lin Xiu seizes his jaw without warning, flashes a brilliant smile, and delivers a devastating kick to his body. Lin Xiu slams Otto's head into the stone floor. The referee announces loudly, "Lin Xiu of Great Xia wins." Two organizers rush over and escort Otto away. Lin Xiu returns to his seat as the battle concludes. His mind races with thoughts. The current bracket has already separated the top talents of each nation, so there's no need to worry too much about others failing to make the top 50. For now, the only ones who can truly threaten him are Great Yu's first prince and second prince. He wonders whether those two will actually fight in this group stage. On the arena, the next match begins before a single blow is exchanged. The man concedes, "I surrender." Lin Xiu turns his gaze toward the person beside him. Zhao Lingzhen and Great Yu's first prince, both of them, are concealing their true strength. In the seventh group, Great Yu's second prince was originally going to test his opponent's tricks, but without exception, his opponents all surrender. Only Zhang Ren remains hesitating. Zhang Ren springs to his feet and says, "I'll go probe his strength. If you face him later, at least you'll be prepared." Colin looks down into the arena, frowning. "I didn't expect someone to actually dare challenge me." He descends into the arena, on wings sprouting from his back. Colin lands with a sneer. "Ready?" Lin Xiu wipes his face with his hand. That light, extraordinary ability is truly formidable. Colin's opponent assumes a fighting stance. "I humbly ask for your guidance." Colin flicks a single finger, unleashing a golden beam of light that pierces straight through his opponent before Zhang Ren can even react. Flames erupt violently. The moment the opponent collapses, the referee declares, "Colin of Great Yu wins." Zhang Ren curses inwardly. Damn it, I couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Lin Xiu observes the match intently. That light, extraordinary ability is truly troublesome. What's more, that strike wasn't even the second prince's full power. His origin power likely surpasses mine. The next match begins. Dust and smoke billow upward as the spectators below shout, "As expected of Princess Minghe, Princess Minghe's victory is assured." Minghe descends to the arena, determination blazing in the princess's eyes. "My extraordinary ability is slightly stronger, but not by much. Since we both wield fire-type abilities, I can't truly harm him. Fortunately, these past days of grueling martial path training alongside Lin Xiu. If my extraordinary ability alone cannot secure victory." The man in red cheerfully offers a few words of greeting. Minghe throws a punch, channeling the martial path's raw force into a single devastating blow. But the man in red uses something to block the strike. Minghe is stunned, finding it nearly impossible to believe. How is this possible? How can someone possess two extraordinary abilities at once? The princess's hand gradually turns to stone. "This is bad." The man in red grins triumphantly. His hand, spinning like a drill, thrusts toward Minghe's body. The man in red swings his spiraling fist at Minghe. The princess leaps backward to evade, knowing full well she has lost. "I've lost." The spectators below are utterly astonished. This prodigy actually possesses two extraordinary abilities. Since ancient times, each person can only awaken one extraordinary ability. Never has anyone possessed two simultaneously. Lin Xiu watches closely, equally astonished at this is the first time he has seen someone else wield two extraordinary abilities. The second abilities of Ninger and Qin Wan were given by me, so that doesn't count. Though I don't know the situation behind that Great Yu prodigy's case, if such a phenomenon has existed before, then a second person appearing with this ability isn't so strange after all. After a moment of calculation, a pleased realization dawns on him. One could say, I don't need to pretend anymore. The two old judges on the platform exchange glances and whisper to each other, could Great Yu be cheating? Someone must be secretly assisting him. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess two extraordinary abilities? Suddenly, someone walked over and told the two of them they were like frogs sitting at the bottom of a well. The old man in green robes approached and began to interrogate them. Just because you've never seen something, does that mean it doesn't exist? Minghe felt she was having a streak of abysmal luck. You'd have to be spectacularly unlucky to stumble into misfortune like this. How can someone possess two types of extraordinary abilities, and I keep running into him every single time? Lin Xiu stood nearby, listening to the princess's complaints. He gently patted her head to console her, causing both her cheeks to flush crimson. Don't be discouraged, you were simply careless just now. Fight seriously and he is no match for you. After Lin Xiu's comforting touch, Minghe's spirits lifted immediately. Indeed, had she known he was hiding a second extraordinary ability, she certainly wouldn't have charged in so recklessly. But possessing two extraordinary abilities was truly remarkable. Who knew perhaps the speed of one's cultivation would be far greater? Lin Xiu listened to the princess's words and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just then, a figure approached them. Naturally, this was the very first person to wield two extraordinary abilities. Of course, his cultivation speed would be double that of others. The old man in green told him that Xiao En's second extraordinary ability originated from his twin brother, who had died in the womb. Lin Xiu looked at the old man, a pensive expression crossing his face. Could such a thing really be spoken of so openly? The old man declared that the first dual ability prodigy of Great Yu hailed from neither Donghua nor Great Xia. For Great Yu, that fact alone was more than enough. Over on the other side, the crowd of spectators erupted into a commotion. On the adjacent battlefield, Emily turned around and saw Otto approaching, his body still covered in wounds. You lost. His expression darkened with fury as he shot back. Oh, I should be the one asking you. You said his ability would vanish for at least half a month only, a few days have passed. But at that moment, Emily waved her hand dismissively. I told you his strength is formidable, I couldn't guarantee anything. Besides, it's not as if you don't know these past few days. A woman sharing the same ability as his has been following him like a shadow. That alone may have accelerated his recovery. Otto's voice turned accusatory. If you hadn't told me his ability would be gone for a long time, I at least wouldn't have been so careless. Emily refused to accept any blame on her part. If it were the first prince or the second prince, they wouldn't care at all whether his ability had recovered or not. He stared at her in shock. What do you mean? She replied with cool indifference. I'm merely stating the facts. Arguing with her was utterly pointless. Otto turned and left, gritting his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. If he hadn't lost to Lin Xiu in feuding and been cast aside by the Elder Council, the gap between them would never have been this vast. These people had no idea how truly powerful Lin Xiu was. All they knew was how to blame him for his failure. But Otto had found a way to console himself. He sneered coldly, his gaze drifting up toward his two elder brothers. If even the eldest brother and Colin fell to Lin Xiu, then it would prove the problem lay not with him. Lin Xiu was simply too powerful. What shame was there in losing to someone that even Dao Mu could not defeat? 3 days later, Otto and Qin Wan stood upon the arena. Despite the wounds still marring his body, he readied his techniques. But before anything else, he needed a victory. Qin Wan faced him with perfect composure. The referee announced the match between Great Yu's Otto and Great Xia's Qin Wanbajin. Right before Otto's eyes, a purple chi coalesced into the shape of a skeletal phantom. Otto's illusory form burst forth from the purple chi. Qin Wan soared into the air, ripping a massive slab of earth along with her. Otto below stared upward in astonishment. Damn it, though, is she this powerful? She smiled softly and flicked her sleeve. The slab of earth that had risen with Qin Wan now plummeted straight toward Otto. He was already channeling his power below. Otto's fist shattered the slab of earth in a single blow, his momentum surging as he sent the debris flying. This level of power could never defeat him. Suddenly, Otto's entire body slipped downward. Huh? Qin Wan waved her hand. The ground beneath Otto's feet collapsed and several streaks of light spiraled around him, rendering him unable to stand. Damn it! How could this be? He looked up, something in Qin Wan's gaze leaving Otto utterly stunned. Rocks and earth erupted into the air all around him. This was the moment he was forced to admit defeat with his own lips. In truth, it was the stone fragments under Qin Wan's control that had Otto completely surrounded. On the surface he conceded, but in his heart there was not a shred of submission. I didn't just lose to Lin Xiu, I lost to his woman as well. At this point, Great Xia's Qinhuan had achieved 8 consecutive victories. With one conceded match, she advanced to second place in her group. Qinhuan descended to the ground and responded humbly, "You were too kind." Moving on to the next match, the curly-haired man found Yi Lin's sword pressed against his neck. He hastily declared, "I forfeit." Yi Lin turned and left without a word, leaving the curly-haired man trembling as he touched his neck in lingering fear. Great Xia's Yi Lin wins. Congratulations to Yi Lin, 9 consecutive victories, advancing to first place in her group. When Lin Xiu's women returned to their seats, the men in the spectator stands watched them and began to whisper among themselves. Qin Wan, Zhu Ninger, Yi Lin, and even Zhao Lingjun, marrying even one of them would be enough to make others green with envy. Yet Lin Xiu had married all four of them. The other man replied, "Who told him to be so formidable? He was even grouped with last tournament's 4th-place finisher and still won 9 straight matches." Ming He glanced at the two of them, memories of their past surfacing in her mind. Half a year ago, Qin Wan had been no match for Zhang Ren. Half a year ago, Zhu Ninger's strength was among the weakest in her entire group. But now, the princess was deeply puzzled, her mind spinning with all manner of speculation. Both of them had become this powerful in just half a year. Could there be some exclusive cultivation technique at work? Ninger glanced at Qin Wan standing beside her, and even she herself felt the strangeness of it all. Over the past half year, her cultivation speed had been growing faster and faster. Faster and faster, Qin Wan speculated. Could it be because she married Lin Xiu? Ming He wondered aloud. Marrying Lin Xiu. Right at that moment, the man of the hour himself arrived. Lin Xiu asked them with an innocent expression, "What are you all discussing?" Ninger seemed to realize something the moment he appeared. She blurted out, "That's right, thighs only started after marrying Lin Xiu." Lin Xiu grew uneasy, unsure what they were talking about, especially with those looks in their eyes. "What happened?" Qin Wan, the most composed among them, answered Lin Xiu's question. "They're asking why Ninger and I improved so quickly. Then I said it might be because of marrying you." Ming He's eyes lit up with excitement the moment she heard this. "I've got it. Lin Xiu must have bought a great many high-grade origin essence stones." Ling Yin glanced at the princess. "That's why Ninger and Qin Wan broke through so quickly." But then she turned to question the matter of Yi Lin. "If that's the case, then why doesn't Yi Lin share the same experience?" Ming He innocently blurted out, "What kind of thing can only be done between husband and wife?" Yi Lin's face turned completely scarlet at her words. "No, it's not that." Ling Yin explained, "Don't let your mind wander. If it were really that, then why doesn't Yi Lin feel her cultivation speed increasing at all?" The mention of that topic only deepened her embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson. We haven't done it yet, Lin Xiu and I still haven't." Both Ming He and Ling Yin stared at her. The same thought ran through both their minds, could it really be that? But why? Could it be that within Lin Xiu's body lurked some mysterious power that merely doing that with him was enough to amplify one's innate extraordinary ability? Lin Xiu listened to them gossiping about these male-female matters and clutched his head in frustration. "Whether or not that is truly the reason, I myself am not certain, but I hope everyone can keep this a secret." Naturally, he couldn't tell everyone the truth, since they had all jumped to the same conclusion. It was simplest to just go along with their speculation and confirm it. The more Ming He listened, the more awestruck she became, her eyes glistening with tears, the princess's hands waving about in wild excitement. She had heard Lin Xiu mention before that they possessed some manner of dual cultivation method. She never imagined such a method could accelerate cultivation even faster than in the blessed lands of Fudang. And that traveling scenic waters could even enhance one's innate talent, truly enviable beyond words. Ling Yin stood off to the side, watching Lin Xiu alongside his 2 wives, and thought to herself, "This is the first I'm hearing of any of this." Her expression turned utterly dejected. Even Ling Yin herself could not decipher her own emotions. What was this sense of loss she felt? After taking Ninger and Qin Wan, does Lin Xiu no longer share his secrets with me? Yi Lin walked up behind him and tugged at his sleeve, stammering as she called out, "Lin Jun." When Lin Xiu turned around, Yi Lin's face flushed completely red. She waved her hands awkwardly. No, it's nothing, get a grip, Yi Lin. You two are only husband and wife in name. Lin Jun has no feelings for you." Qin Wan took one glance and understood the situation at once. The next morning, at the Great Yu Manor, the purple-robed elder sat at the center of the table deliberating with the others. The Tournament of Rion has heard by now. It seems our great U intelligence agents provided some inaccurate information. The white-haired elder picked up a sheet of paper and reported, "The detailed profiles of the top 10 from Great Xia are all here. The assessments of Qin Wan and Zhu Ninger's strength contain severe discrepancies. We have gravely underestimated their power." The other two elders were visibly shaken by these words. The long-bearded elder analyzed the situation. If they had merely concealed their strength, that would be manageable. But if Great Xia had obtained a method capable of rapidly elevating young prodigies' power in a short period, then things would become troublesome indeed. After all, such a method isn't exclusive to us Great Yu, the purple-robed elder said, realization dawning on his face. You mean? His eyes widened. They possess it as well. The long-bearded elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. He recounted a matter from the past. Half a year ago, Lin Xiu's performance in Fudang caused the Elders' Council to sense a grave threat, leading them to unseal that artifact and begin carefully researching it. What worried him most was whether the first and second prince's current strength was also a gift bestowed by that very artifact. Unfortunately, the time had been too short. None of them had broken through to the Earth-grade upper stage. The situation of those two Great Xia girls wasn't far behind theirs. The white-haired elder shot to his feet. Over a year ago, a meteor shower had also occurred in the Great Xia capital. He could not rule out the possibility that Great Xia had obtained the same artifact. It was precisely around that time that Zhao Lingjun broke through to the Earth-grade upper stage. The old man recalled the matches involving Great Xia's representatives. If Great Xia truly possessed that artifact, it would surely prioritize its use on the imperial family. Yet the two Great Xia royals in this tournament showed no particularly outstanding performance. Only two individuals truly gave him cause for grave concern. Only Lin Xiu and his two wives possessed strength that left everyone utterly stunned. The white-haired elder speculated, could it all be because of Lin Xiu? The purple-robed elder calculated the timeline. Those two women's power had begun its rapid ascent only after marrying him. The long-bearded elder spoke up. One thing is certain, secrets abound on his person. His face darkened as he spoke, and a scheme quickly formed in his mind. Should they arrange for a beauty to quietly approach him? If she could become his wife, she would surely be able to uncover all his secrets. The bird perched on the windowsill ruffled its feathers. The purple-robed elder nodded in agreement. Very well, it is decided. The moment the meeting concluded, the white bird took flight. It soared back and alighted upon Lin Xiu's shoulder. He told it, "You've worked hard." The bird chirped several times. Goo-goo. He was not the least bit surprised by this. It only served to confirm what he already suspected. Indeed, Ninger and Kainer's strength had surged so rapidly that even the people of Great Xia had noticed something amiss. How could Great Yu not grow suspicious? His eyes narrowed with intensity, practically gleaming. Lin Xiu desperately wanted to know what exactly they suspected he possessed. What kind of artifact could dramatically accelerate cultivation speed, even elevating an extraordinary ability practitioner from the Earth-grade lower stage to the Earth-grade upper stage in such a short time? The following morning at the Great Yu Manor, 3 days later, Lin Xiu spread Great Xia's scrolls across the table and analyzed the situation. Of the 50 advancing contestants, Great Yu held 13, Great Xia 12, De Luo 8, De Sheng 3, De Lu 2, and the final 2 hailed from minor nations. The battles for ranking would only grow fiercer from here. Although Great Xia's results were promising, the situation was far from optimistic. Great Yu possessed secret arts capable of rapidly elevating one's cultivation base. He pushed open the door and stepped out of his room. Lin Xiu needed to deliberate carefully before the next round of battles. Du and Colin had likely already reached the Earth-grade upper stage. Relying solely on his extraordinary abilities would make victory exceedingly difficult. He needed to consider which second ability would be best to deploy. He had barely taken a few steps when he spotted Lingyan standing in the corridor. Lingyan. Lin Xiu's silent approach startled her. Lin Xiu, how did you just appear out of nowhere? Without a word, he activated his power and both of them rose into the air, floating upon the clouds. This is Big Sister's psychic power ability. What on earth is happening? Lin Xiu flashed a grin. Impressive, isn't it? He stepped closer, his face drawing near to hers. Lingyan, there are some secrets I wish to share with you. Snow falls upon the spectator stands. The tournament grounds. Lin Xiu strolled in leisurely, his mood visibly excellent. Ninger, Qin Wan, and Tian Yifei had all successfully advanced into the top 20. Ling Yin had also honored their agreement. Truly, a double blessing descends upon the Lin household. Two men passing by caught sight of Lin Xiu and immediately shared the same thought. Being grouped with Lin Xiu meant first place was impossible. They might as well honestly compete for second. A familiar figure approached and called out, "Young master, I'll need you to hold back later." Lin Xiu turned and asked, "You're not going to forfeit?" Emily proposed a clever alternative. Directly conceding is far too embarrassing. How about we put on a little performance first? And then I gracefully surrender. What do you think? She maintained a calm exterior. But as she turned away, she gritted her teeth in fury. Those words are better kept buried in my heart. I want to forfeit. Truly, but I have no choice. I cannot let you win so easily. At the very least, I must try to drain your abilities once more. Even if it meant severe injury, completing this mission would make everything worthwhile. Lin Xiu chuckled to himself as he watched her retreating figure. If he could have his revenge today as well, that would make it a triple blessing upon the Lin household. Moments later, both ascended the arena. Emily of Great Yu versus Lin Xiu of Great Xia. The match began. Lin Xiu surveyed Emily. Her martial path cultivation was respectable. Unfortunately for her, facing him would prove anything but easy. She charged forward wielding two wooden sabers, but before she could even launch her attack, a blizzard swept across the field and swallowed her vision whole. The spectators below erupted into heated discussion as the arena vanished beneath a blanket of white. Everything's completely blocked from view. What are we even supposed to watch? They grumbled bitterly, some even shouting in protest. Any match involving Lin Xiu ended in either a one-hit kill or a concession. It was meaningless to begin with, and now they couldn't even see a thing. The swirling snow buffeted Emily as she gnashed her teeth and cursed, "Coward, do you dare face me head-on?" Walls of snow pressed in from all sides, threatening to crush her. When that familiar voice echoed through the tempest, "You think I don't know what you're really after?" A surge of elation shot through Emily's heart. She thrust out her wooden saber. A single graze would be enough to justify her surrender. But the snow lashed past with razor-sharp speed, slicing behind her back. Fortunately, it held no intent to truly harm her. The snow whipped past, sharp as a blade, lashing across her back. Fortunately, it bore no lethal intent toward Emily. She collapsed within the swirling cocoon of white. Damn it! Emily could see nothing. She could only swing her sabers wildly, cursing all the while. "You coward. Face me head-on if you've got the guts." The blizzard surged against her face once more. In a deliberately provocative manner, the wind and snow swiped across, striking her rear. The next lash struck the exact same spot. Useless, useless, useless. Her body reacted on instinct, cheeks flushed crimson, drenched in sweat as though she had just endured a grueling bout. "I forfeit." Emily knew Lin Xiu all too well. This man wanted to humiliate her as payback for the loss of his power. Emily could bear it no longer. She shot to her feet and shouted, "Where is the referee's voice? Where is the declaration that the match is over? Didn't I already say I forfeit?" Lin Xiu's voice echoed all around her. "Ice bone can absorb sound. Scream all you want. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, not a soul will hear you." Outside, the snow blankets the arena so completely that not a soul in the audience can see a thing. The spectators begin to chatter among themselves. Why is it dragging on so long this time? Is this Emily person really that strong? Not quite. The bearded elder stands up and declares in a booming voice that Emily Lai has conceded defeat. By then, the white snow of her bone technique begins to dissipate. Lin Xiu brushes off his hands and walks away, leaving Emily lying on the ground behind him. Great Xia. Lin Xiu wins. She lies trembling on the ground, her flushed cheeks unable to hold back the tears that well in her eyes. He descends from the arena. Zhu Ninger is already approaching. The spectators chatter once more. Lin Xiu is truly merciless, showing no shred of restraint even against a woman. Poor Emily. The bearded elder warns the two of them, "You cannot deliberately torment Great Yu's competitors simply because of a grudge. The Great Yu delegation is already protesting to have your qualifications revoked. Consider this a warning. There will be no next time." Hearing the reprimand, both of them shrink back obediently. Indeed, the palace grounds are likewise blanketed in white snow. The two of them stand in the corridor, gazing out. "Lin Xiu, you seem rather distracted. What's wrong?" Lin Xiu explains. Ninger, if I were to take another wife, he wipes his sweat and turns to ask her, would you be angry? Ninger pouts and replies, then the time you spend with me would be even less, of course I'd be angry. She catches his drift and presses, out with it, who caught your eye this time? Don't tell me you've actually taken a fancy to that great you girl whose bottom you spanked. Lin Xiu scratches his face in embarrassment, having been struck right at the heart of the matter. How could that be? But at that very moment, a woman arrives calling his name. Lin Xiu, he turns around. Zhao Lingjun approaches and says to Lin Xiu, I have something to discuss with you. She furrows her brows and questions him after Ling Yin takes her leave. What exactly did you do to Ling Yin? Lin Xiu scratches his head awkwardly. Ling Yin, what could I possibly have done to Ling Yin? Zhao Lingjun recalls her sister's behavior ever since meeting Lin Xiu. After someone had sought Ling Yin out alone. Ling Yin had seemed burdened with a secret, her expression extremely flustered. You, what did you say to her? Lin Xiu squirms, peering at Lingjun's expression with one eye open and one eye shut after hearing his response. I merely made an agreement with Ling Yin, if I claim first place in the tournament, she will consent to marry me. She is somewhat taken aback. Returning to the topic of Ling Yin, with Lin Xiu practically floating on cloud nine-ish, asks, this was recent. What is all this about? He clasps her hand and answers, it's a long story, let me explain everything from the beginning. The two of them enter a room. Ling Yin suddenly senses a fire extraordinary ability. The windows slam shut, the main door seals closed as well. Ling Yin whips her head toward the door in alarm. Big sister's psychic forces isn't the wind extraordinary ability. Lin Xiu explains, this is my secret, I can master multiple extraordinary abilities simultaneously. Lin Xiu then compares himself to the renowned twin ability genius of Great Yu, who is even more formidable than that. But that is only the surface. My true ability, he grips Ling Yin's hand. Through physical contact with another person, I can replicate their extraordinary ability. As his cultivation base rises, the number of abilities he can replicate increases as well. For instance, the ice ability I've been using all along was replicated from you. She stares at Lin Xiu, her face flushed crimson, eyes locked on him as she stammers in embarrassment. Does anyone else know about this? Lin Xiu still holds Ling Yin's hand, gazing at her with absolute sincerity. Ninger and Xuaner know. Miss Aki discovered it on her own. She worries, does big sister know? Lin Xiu replies, she doesn't. Ling Yin asks again, and Princess Ming He patiently answers, she doesn't know either. She wants to be certain no one else knows about them. What about the imperial consort? Lin Xiu is bewildered. Why would the imperial consort need to know? Ling Yin seems to have noticed something about this long ago. Now that the chance arises, she speaks up, her tone thick with grievance. Don't you fancy the imperial consort quite a lot? You had an entire mansion built for her, and even moved the decorative rocks from her home in Jiangnan all the way to the royal capital. Lin Xiu sees things differently. Fewer people who know, the better. Am I supposed to broadcast it to the entire world? Ling Yin presses further, then why did you tell me? She glances at him. Explain. Lin Xiu looks down at his own hands, reminiscing about those earliest days when he had nothing at all. From the very beginning, it was Miss Haitang's beast speech extraordinary ability that saved me time and again. Then came your ice ability, Ling Yin. You gave me the chance to enter the palace and serve the imperial family. That's how I became acquainted with the imperial consort and Miss Xianxia. By cultivating multiple abilities simultaneously, I was able to showcase my skills in this tournament. Ling Yin jabs a finger into his chest. In other words, all your previous philandering was actually just to harvest extraordinary abilities. Lin Xiu denies it, not entirely. She presses, is there anything else beyond what you've told me? Seeing Ling Yin so curious, he uses his ability to transform into her likeness, while his other hand conjures a stream of flowing water. I can do this and even this. She lets out an astonished gasp, like a child seeing something marvelous for the very first time. Ling Yin's eyes go wide and sparkling. She seizes Lin Xiu's hands and exclaims, then the light and darkness abilities of Great Yu's twin stars, couldn't you? Can you replicate those too? He answers, of course, I've already set my sights on them. There is one more thing Zhao Lingyan is most curious about today: what exactly happened with Zhu Ninger and Qin Wan. How did they suddenly improve so drastically? Could it really be because of dual cultivation? Lin Xiu explains, after my ability awakened for the 5th time, I became capable of bestowing a new ability upon my partners through dual cultivation. Cultivating 2 abilities at once naturally accelerates the process. Hearing his words, Lingyan lets out a long sigh. What a pity, I had hoped that if I possessed the fire ability too, my cultivation speed would triple. Then I could definitely catch up to Qin Wan and Zhu Ninger. Lin Xiu looks at her in slight surprise. Lingyan, joyful, he suddenly seizes both of her hands. I've been thinking about our agreement. If I take first place in the tournament, you will marry me. Proposed to by Lin Xiu. Though a surge of happiness fills her heart, the sense of bashfulness still dominates. Lingyan's cheeks flush crimson as she scolds him loudly. Yao Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Even if your cultivation advances quickly, my sister is an entire realm above you. Right now, you simply cannot defeat her. This joke is not funny at all. But Lin Xiu's gaze burns with absolute resolve, is dead set on making Lingyan his wife. It's only a matter of time before I catch up to your sister, if not this tournament then the next, and if that still won't do, then have your sister yield first place to me. The second day. At the tournament grounds, despite the relentless snowfall, the matches press on. The referee announces in a booming voice 50 competitors will be divided into 5 groups. Each group features a top 10 prodigy ranking contender. In other words, upon hearing this, the spectators erupt with wild anticipation, cheering and roaring in every direction. Indeed, among the top 10 of the prodigy ranking this time, Great Xia claims roughly 5. The white-haired elder strokes his beard, revealing only a portion of the results, deliberately omitting the top 10 of the prodigy ranking. This time, Great Xia had pushed 20 entries into the rankings, surpassing Great Yu for the first time. Unfortunately, only Princess Ming He had managed to crack the top 20. If Ming He could marry the sole man among the top 10 of the prodigy ranking, Lin Xiu, the imperial family's leverage over those noble houses would only grow greater. Standing beside Lin Xiu, Ming He suddenly felt a chill and sneezed. He was genuinely puzzled. Could someone with a fire-type extraordinary ability actually catch a cold? The princess rubbed the tip of her nose, thinking someone must be talking about her. At that moment, Ninger walked over and grabbed Lin Xiu's hand. So, who is this girl you say wants to get married? You still haven't told me. He turned to reply, first, she's someone you know. Second, she's also participating in this tournament. Lin Xiu gazed at her with a squinting smile. Specifically who? You'll have to wait until I secure first place before I can tell you. Ninger found his words hard to believe. So mysterious, no wonder Ming He's eavesdropping right beside us too. The 3 judges up above all rise to their feet. They had amended the tournament rules, forced Emily to expose her extraordinary ability prematurely, and still failed to stop Lin Xiu. All their previous efforts had been for naught. Worse still, their persecution of Lin Xiu had bred deep resentment among the other geniuses of Great Xia. Every last one of them had been enthusiastically crippling Great Yu's prodigies with savage glee, sending medical costs soaring tenfold. The 3 from Great Yu sat in their seats across the way. Next came the customary challenge phase for the top 10 of the prodigy ranking. Though the rankings had been set by group stage results, naturally some would remain dissatisfied. Lin Xiu also took his seat among them, for he too held a top position, first place in his group. Not necessarily stronger than me. They could choose any one of the top 10 to challenge. He understood the rules of this tournament well. If the challenger won, they would seize the opponent's position. Each person only had one chance to issue a challenge. Lingzhen, also among the top ranks, was seated here as well, but her complexion looked rather pale. Lin Xiu then turned his gaze toward Yuan, the challenger who had stepped forward from the very beginning. The identity of this person was none other than Yuan, Prince of Deluo. By his estimation, Yuan appeared to be the weakest among the 10. Yuan immediately pointed at Lei Meng seated above him. I choose this one. He stood high, his hands already channeling power before his seat had even warmed. The 2 faced each other on the arena floor. Otto, sitting beside him, asked, Lin Xiu, who do you think will win? Lin Xiu watched the match intently and replied. Otto recalled the records from Deluo. Lei Meng had ranked 5th in the last tournament. Yuan had only placed 16th, and 3 years had passed since then. Otto was supremely confident that Lei Meng would win this bout and proposed a wager. You say he'll lose, shall we place a bet? Lin Xiu turned to him. Bet on what? Otto crossed 2 fingers in a gesture. He proposed, if Lei Meng wins, you hand over 10 grade 5 origin essence stones. If Lei Meng loses, I'll give you 10. Do you dare? He showed no hesitation in accepting the deal. Then let's bet. The two returned their attention to the ongoing match. Otto pondered the strength of both fighters. In his eyes, even he would have to be wary of Lei Meng now. As for Yi Wan of De Liu, he simply wasn't worth a second glance. Though he didn't actually possess 10 grade 5 origin essence stones, he was willing to place his faith in Lei Meng. If Lin Xiu refused to honor the bet, everyone would know that Zhao Lingjun's husband was a petty man whose word was worthless. Lin Xiu, however, held a different view. The ice Yi Wan condensed through his extraordinary ability was extraordinarily purate, served as a perfect electrical insulator. Anything that could block electricity would naturally counter lightning. Lei Meng was indeed stronger than Yi Wan, but not strong enough to overcome the elemental disadvantage. Ninger watched the two of them and found the scene oddly familiar. Regardless of borders, men would always make pointless wagers. At that moment, the referee bellowed, "Begin." Lei Meng activated his lightning technique. My ranking was above yours last time. 3 years have passed. I can only be stronger than before. On the other side, Yi Wan activated his power, forming an ice barrier before him. But you are without question the weakest of the 10. His entire body was encased in solid ice. He strode forward fearlessly even as Lei Meng's lightning struck out. Yi Wan thrust both hands forward, sending shards of ice flying. Moreover, 3 years have passed. Did you think I never studied your power? Lei Meng merely needed his lightning bolts to shatter those ice fragments. Then let me see exactly what you've researched. Yi Wan soared into the air. It's time to settle this with you. Lei Meng unleashed every ounce of his skill, his entire body wreathed in arcs of thunder. Who settles who is far from certain. Thunderbolts raced across the ground. Yi Wan twisted his entire ice-clad body and threw a devastating punch. The spectators below erupted with even greater fervor. Yes, 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 this is exactly what I wanted to see. Absolutely magnificent. I declare this the finest match since the tournament began. The battle for the top 10 truly delivers. Yi Wan shattered the thunderbolt with his fist, his punch cratering the arena floor beneath. He delivered a thunderous kick that sent his opponent flying out of the arena. Lei Meng sailed across to the far side, crashing into the ground with enough force to crater the earth. His body covered in wounds, he lay there unconscious. Otto shot to his feet in disbelief, straining to see clearly. How is this possible? Lei Meng had lost. The first thing he did was turn to Lin Xiu. That was just a joke earlier. Lin Xiu replied calmly, I didn't take it seriously either. Everyone knows people of great Yu never keep their word. Their promises aren't worth a fart. Lin Xiu's words struck Otto's pride. Having just broken his promise, he turned argumentative. Who says people of great Yu don't keep their word? Just you wait, I'll give you those 10 origin essence stones. At this point, all he could think about was settling the debt. Grade 5 origin essence stones. With my status, I might beg for 1 or 2, but 10, the old dean absolutely won't agree. At worst, I'll go hunt exotic beasts. The spectators on the far side erupted in jubilant cheers. The top 10 of the prodigy ranking De Luo now has 1 more. Magnificent. Prince Yi Wan. The purple-robed elder descended to console Lei Meng. He could barely stand. As long as you defeat one of the top 10, you still have a chance to reclaim your seat. You only have 1 chance. Whether or not you earn the old dean's favor depends entirely on you. He began his calculations. Zhao Lingjun, the first prince, the second prince, the queen of De Luo, and Can Deepfiu of Fudangal were clearly beyond his league based on the last tournament. That left only 4 targets. Lin Xiu, his 2 wives, and Otto. Lin Xiu and his wives were untouchable. Great Yu only treated those who still had a chance to continue competing. I don't want to lose a limb or end up like Emily, bedridden. In the end, despite his injuries, Lei Meng raised a trembling finger. I choose Prince Otto. Otto rose to accept the challenge. His eyes widened menacingly. Well, Lei Meng. You not only cost me 10 grade 5 origin essence stones, but now you dare try to steal my position. I will absolutely not forgive you. Otto descended onto the arena floor on wings of blazing phoenix fire. The moment he landed, the referee announced, the second match for the top 10, Lei Meng of Great Yu versus the 4th Prince, Otto. Fight. Otto wore a grin that practically begged for a beating. What's wrong, Lei Meng? Come at me, aren't you going to take a top 10 spot? He activated his power, manifesting a colossal beast with its maw wide open, spewing torrents of flame that made Lei Meng flinch. "Why haven't you started yet?" The flames grew ever larger, while Lei Meng looked increasingly small and insignificant. He trembled from head to toe at the sight. "The fourth prince has gone mad. This is a tournament, not a slaughter. I only want a top 10 spot. The fourth prince wants my life." Otto advanced with murderous intent, forcing him to surrender. "If you don't surrender, are you truly courting death?" Before Lei Meng could even voice his decision, Otto's ring of fire had already engulfed his body. Damn this body of his. Fortunately, he hadn't gone all out in this fight. Lei Meng surrendered without even launching a single attack. "I admit defeat." Otto turns and leaves, leaving him sitting dazed on the ground. "Don't think my anger has subsided. After the tournament ends, you'll have it coming." The crowd erupts into an even louder commotion as the subsequent matches commence. The competition for the top 10 grows fierce. No one holds back any longer. "If we don't reveal our true strength now, when will we ever get the chance?" Everyone watches intently as the fierce battles unfold below. Next up is Zhang Ren's Machi Wan's ice fist hurtles toward his face. Zhang Ren suddenly realized, damn, my origin power is depleted. Fortunately, his opponent doesn't press the attack. The match ends with both sides exchanging smiles. Zhang Ren concedes defeat wholeheartedly. His opponent praises him. "You are quite formidable. If this tournament were held in the volcanic lands of Fudeng, you might have won." Next up is the match between Song Yuzheng and the fourth prince of Great Yu, Otto. The latter charges in with his fire, technically reckless. Song Yuzheng doesn't even launch an attack, he simply uses his fan to blow away Otto's ring of fire. But the flames continue to grow as Otto channels even more origin power into them, making them only fiercer. Song Yuzheng smiles brightly despite his body already bearing several burn wounds. "The princes of Great Yu do indeed possess real strength. I admit defeat." Zhao Lingyan and Ming He stand together. She speaks first. "I wish to challenge the second prince of Great Yu, Colin." Then Ming He makes her decision. "I wish to challenge the first prince of Great Yu, Du." Lin Xiu watches them from above, his understanding crystal clear. Both could have chosen Yuan or the fourth prince and secured victory. Yet they chose the two Great Yu princes whose strength far surpasses them. The gap is far too great. Lingyan wants to show me something. The clash of light and ice, while Ming He wants to force Du to reveal his extraordinary ability so that the sacrifices of the other two won't be in vain. Let me observe carefully how the two princes of Great Yu fight. Colin and Du have already taken the stage. Zhao Lingjun only wants to warn them, don't go too far, don't harm her sister. Both of them look toward her. That dark expression on her face makes Colin feel it is neither a request nor a threat, it is absolute. He begins to break out in a cold sweat. If they dare injure Zhao Lingjun's sister, she will never forgive them. The first match is between Zhao Lingyan and the second prince, Colin. Several sharp ice spikes sprout from Colin's body while Lingyan conjures a massive block of ice. The two begin their clash of ice arts. Lingyan hadn't expected the gap to be this vast. Colin, too, remains very cautious, doesn't dare strike too hard, surely because he's been warned not to touch Zhao Lingjun's sister. Is this enough? Before Lingyan can unleash a second technique, she raises her hand. "I admit defeat." The next match, Princess Ming He against the first Prince Du. He furrows his brows and asks Ming He, "You passed up the chance to use your fire extraordinary ability to challenge Yuanwei. Would you do something so foolish? Do you truly believe that once Lin Xiu learns of my abilities, he'll find a way to defeat me?" The princess channels her fire technique and answers, "I trust him." Ming He tells herself, "Hold nothing back, go all out." The moment the referee shouts for the match to begin, Ming He charges forward, the duel ignites. Du, however, simply raises his hand with calm composure and unleashes his Techniquia ring of dark purple, like nether fire, materializes at the center of the arena. The spectators gasp in shock as they recognize Ithai's is the dark extraordinary ability. It looks nothing like ordinary darkness, something monstrous seems to lurk within it like a bottomless abyss. This dark power completely devours Ming He's flames. The princess exclaims in shock. "What?" His darkness continues to surge higher and higher. "My flames have been swallowed by his dark extraordinary ability." Ming He flies back to evade the encroaching darkness, but it doesn't stop. The princess draws her sword and lunges at Du, but the darkness wraps around him like a shield. Du warns, "You've come too close." Those words snap the princess back to her senses. Ming He retreats once more. The princess looks down at her trembling hands. A terrifying thought crosses her mind. If her hand had touched the first prince's body just now, would she herself have been devoured? Ming-He glances up anxiously toward Lin Xiu's position. Lin Xiu, just how exactly are you going to defeat him? The long-bearded elder declares that Princess Ming-He has conceded defeat. There is no need to continue the match. Lin Xiu strokes his chin, mulling over the two opponents he just witnessed. Both are extraordinarily powerful. The speed of Colin's light extraordinary ability is impossible to dodge. Even if I were faster, I cannot outrun the speed of light. He then turns his gaze to Colin, calculating in his mind, but it's not truly unavoidable. The speed of light is blindingly fast, but Colin's reaction speed has its limits. The speed at which he raises his hand is enough to give me ample time to predict. He then looks down at Du's dark arts. Du. The truly troublesome part is the devouring power of the darkness, far too difficult to deal with. The dark extraordinary ability can devour all things, including origin power, vital energy, tangible and intangible objects alike. Long-range attacks are useless. Close combat is even more suicidal. It is completely invincible. The more Lin Xiu ponders, the more uneasy he feels. He whispers to Zhao Lingjun beside him, "How did you manage to defeat Du?" She replies, "His cultivation base is inferior to mine. Once his origin power ran out, he conceded defeat." Lin Xiu is quite surprised. "That simple?" Zhao Lingjun frowns. "What else did you expect?" A figure wrapped entirely in gauze veils walks up. The referee announces the last challenger hails from the Basha kingdom. This person is none other than the genius of Basha Osat. Osat points directly. "Otto, I challenge the fourth prince of Great Yu." Otto snorts coldly in displeasure and descends on wings of phoenix fire. "Finally, someone from a tiny country I've never even heard of dares to challenge me. It seems I'll need to teach this one a painful lesson." As the two draw closer, Lin Xiu observes and thinks to himself, both the Great Xia and Great Yu delegations have members with healing abilities or techniques to recover from injuries, but for the majority of small nation geniuses, the injuries sustained in each match only accumulate. It's nearly impossible for a genius from a small country to break into the top 20 of this tournament. The referee shouts. The duel begins. While Otto is channeling his technique, Osat suddenly drops to her knees, shocking him. "What are you doing?" The crowd begins murmuring in confusion. "What's going on? Why did she suddenly kneel?" Osat begs tearfully, "Please save us." When she lifts her head, tears already glisten in her eyes. "My name is Osat and I come from the Basha kingdom. Please, everyone, save our homeland." She speaks in the Great Yu tongue. Those who don't understand Great Yu's language ask what she is saying. Lin Xiu steps in as the interpreter. This small nation genius speaks the Great Yu language. She says her homeland has fallen into chaos. Massive numbers of people have been displaced, wandering everywhere. The common folk suffer greatly in exile. She begs all nations to lend their aid. The delegates from other nations all listen intently to Osat's words. "My name is Osat and I am from the Basha envoy. Please save our country." The old referee elder rises and makes his declaration. Utterly devoid of compassion, this match shall be declared a victory for the fourth prince. This person has disrupted the order of the tournament. Her qualification to continue competing is hereby revoked. Osat remains kneeling there. "Please, save our country." The judges and referee turn and leave without a backward glance, ignoring her pleas. Several spectators also begin to leave, casting sideways glances and muttering, "What the hell was that?" The tournament isn't some rescue mission. I thought she was some dark horse who could pull off a miracle. Turns out that's all it was. Osat remains on her knees, sobbing uncontrollably as she begs them. "Our country has fallen into chaos. Countless people are forced to abandon their homeland. The common folk suffer in misery, praying desperately for aid from other nations." Lin Xiu watches this scene in silence. That chosen one from the small nation probably fought his way to the top 20 in the tournament just to stand on the grandest stage. What a pity, everyone only cares about the matches. No one spares a thought for a small nation whose name they have never even heard. He approaches a man in official robes and asks, "Wait, do you know what happened to that country called Basa?" The man rubs the bridge of his nose and explains Basa was originally a small, independent nation that no other country ever bothered to notice. But a year ago, an immensely rich mineral vein was discovered within Basa, though not a gold or silver mine. It yields an exceedingly rare metallone incredibly useful for the cultivation of mystic arts. His expression grows solemn. the common folk are innocent, it is the jade that invites the crime. The Dayu dynasty, upon learning of this, found it inconvenient to openly plunder the resources. After being refused, they secretly backed several factions within Basa, splitting the mineral veins apart. The once whole nation crumbled, and its people scattered to the winds. Lin Xiu realizes that this small nation's current fate is the karma wrought by the three great dynasties. Having heard the man's words, he turns and departs. Another day passes. The participants begin to gather once more, Lin Xiu among them. He has thought it through thoroughly. What happened to that chosen one from the small nation may be tragic, but there is nothing he can do about it. The rules of this world are set by the strong. The big fish devour the small, no reason needed. This is the unbreakable law of the world. Between people it is so, between nations it is no different. Lin Xiu clenches the fabric over his left chest. Even a chosen one like Chiba Rin, born in Fusang, cannot decide her own fate. For these small nations it goes without saying. So why can't he convince himself to accept it? His bleeding heart is acting up again. White snow blankets the magnificent royal palace. Several people sit together around the table. Every time a tournament is held, whenever a chosen one from a small nation earns a decent ranking, Dayu coerces and cajoles them into joining. The old man urges wuxia, but she shakes her head. Then that is your choice. He adjusts his spectacles, explaining that Dayu's resources can help her ascend to far greater realms, that she would surpass all the insignificant flies from small nations by a twofold margin. Stand tall. Once you join Dayu, I am confident we can cultivate you into a chosen one, surpassing even the top 10. Wuxia furrows her brow. If I agree, I would never forgive myself. I cannot bear to watch my nation suffer while I live in luxury. If your noble nation could provide aid to my homeland, I would be willing to join Dayu and compete in the next tournament. The old man rises to his feet, stunned that she would dare reject such an offer. You haven't even clarified your own standing. You are in no position to negotiate terms with Dayu. If you don't join, there are plenty who will. It is not we who lose a genius, it is you who lose the chance to ascend to greater heights. He strides out with his two subordinates. Lin Xiu is already waiting outside. Let's go. He watches their departing silhouettes and thinks to himself, making a ruthless move against Dayu's men appears to have been the right decision. Her compatriot speaks to wuxia. Wuxia, your sacrifice is too great. They even offered to bring your family to Dayu, saying that staying here would only waste your talent. Wuxia smiles brightly and replies, it's fine. I entered this tournament to save my nation, not because I wanted to cultivate special abilities. I will try to speak privately with someone from Dezia. De Luo. Just then, someone knocks on the door. Lin Xiu enters, greeting them with a bright smile. Greetings. They all rise to their feet in astonishment. Someone from Dezia. Wuxia's eyes widen. Honored guest of Dezia, you've come Heritos. This mean Dezia is willing to extend a helping hand to Basa. He scratches his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I am merely a minor chosen one. I cannot make decisions on behalf of a nation. I come as an individual. I came to find you. Lin Xiu and wuxia sit together on a bed, the bedding slightly rumpled. Her cheeks flush faintly as she lowers her head, hiding half her face beneath her cloak. His eyes are covered by a white cloth tied around his head. I apologize, I mistook your gender. Forgive my rudeness. These words make wuxia's face burn even redder with embarrassment. She lowers her head and whispers softly, it is not the young lord's fault. I deliberately concealed my gender. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu ponders, without my mystic art eyes, I truly would not have seen through her disguise. Her body is covered in far more wounds than he ever expected. He wonders why go to such lengths to hide it. If others knew you were a woman, they might have shown mercy. You wouldn't have sustained so many injuries. Her face instantly turns crimson. She raises her hands defensively over her chest in alarm. Young lord, you can see. Lin Xiu scratches his head in embarrassment, then averts his gaze. When I was treating your injuries, I could only roughly estimate the extent of your wounds based on how much origin force was consumed. Wuxia whispers softly, revealing her secret. If I hadn't disguised myself as a man, I would not have been able to represent my nation in the grand tournament. Aside from my brother and uncle, no one else knows this secret of mine. He is even more astonished. Then why did you tell me this secret? She carefully adjusts her clothing while smiling, because you, young lord, are the only one who makes me feel that my efforts are not in vain. Young lord, I do not wish to refuse your kindness. Since your healing arts require you to treat my body, my gender would sooner or later be revealed. Better to be upfront about it. She raises her face to look at him and makes her request. I will help the young lord conceal the secret of your abilities. I only ask that the young lord help me keep this secret as well. He responds at once, I promise you. When he steps out of the room, Lin Xiu removes the cloth blindfold and finds two men standing outside, glaring at him. Based on their attire and demeanor, he deduces these two must be Wu Sa's brother and uncle. One of them snorts coldly at the sight of him. Lin Xiu can easily guess the reason for such hostility. Wu Sa's secret is of such critical importance. It is no wonder these two are so wary of him. Perhaps they think it's a misunderstanding that he would use the secret as leverage to coerce Wu Sa into joining Dazia. In midair, a streak of azure light flashes. The spectators below the arena watch two graceful figures clashing in the sky, buzzing with discussion. Why doesn't this feel tense at all? Natasha has unleashed her ocean. Two beautiful women are clearly fighting, yet no matter how you look at it, they seem to be merely playing. Lin Xiu arrives just in time to see this spectacle, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Is this really the top 10 tournament of the Grand Sword Arena? This is far too harmonious. Qin Wan hears his voice and turns to ask, where were you just now? He scratches his head awkwardly. I stepped out to help a friend with some healing. She lets out a nonchalant oh. In her heart, she secretly sighs. Pretty women, talented female chosen ones at the tournament. There is no shortage of them. A playboy husband like him is hardly likely to be faithful. Perhaps he has found himself a new little plaything. Lin Xiu seems to read her thoughts and quickly changes the subject. Let's set that aside for now. Did I miss any exciting matches? Qin Wan glances toward the arena and remarks, the 3 matches weren't particularly intense. The first match was Zhao Lingjun against the eldest prince. He forfeited before even stepping onto the stage. Against a peak Earth stage telekinesis user, there was no chance worth mentioning. She recalls her own opponent, her expression growing serious as she warns Lin Xiu. In the second match, I faced the eldest prince of Deyu. He can devour even illusory power and invisible telekinesis. If you face him, you must be careful. Upon hearing this, he immediately drops down to sit beside her, placing his hand over hers and gently asks, did he hurt you? Qin Wan shakes her head. I only probed him briefly before conceding. I wasn't injured. She doesn't stop there and continues describing the other opponents. Rin's spatial special ability still couldn't outpace the second prince of Dayu's light special ability. Don't worry, the match stopped at the right moment, and Rin wasn't injured either. She recalls how a single beam of light from the fingertip of Dayu's second prince, Colin, had sliced clean through the wooden staff in Chiba Rin's hands. The two figures on the arena have also come to a halt. Zhu Ninger flashes a brilliant smile. A thorough face-slapping for Natasha. I concede, she says. He gazes at Natasha and ponders. She is the #1 genius of Deluo. Someone who cultivates at the polar extremes through all 4 seasons. Her strength far surpasses Wanner's. It's good that neither of them was injured. The golden-haired referee bellowed, the next match shall be the third bout. 2 contestants decide the outcome. The referee's next words make Otto's heart jolt. The 5th match of the top 10, Lin Xiu of Dazia faces Otto of Dayu. The moment the pairing is announced, a grin of pure delight spreads across Lin Xiu's face. It seems I share a rather peculiar fate with the purple prince of Dayu. Noticing Otto's expression growing worse by the moment, a servant creeps close and whispers into his ear. Does your highness the 4th prince wish to forfeit? The servant reasons silently. The 4th prince had his ribs shattered by Lin Xiu just days ago. If he accepts this challenge, another humiliating defeat seems all but certain. Otto leaps up as if a dog whose tail has been stepped on and roars war. Rears of Dayu may fall in battle, but they never forfeit. And what of Lin Xiu? You think I fear him? Even if I am no match for him, I will absolutely never surrender. The thunderous cheers behind him surge like a wave of raw courage. The 4th prince truly lives up to his reputation as one of the most dazzling chosen ones on the continent. Such unyielding national pride is not something just anyone can possess. The 4th prince has already proven himself a worthy warrior of Dayu. As the two clasp hands to signal the start, Otto hastily whispers, earlier with all those people around I was out of line. I apologize. Go easy on me out there and I'll give you a 5th grade origin crystal. Lin Xiu silently evaluates the depths of Otto's coffers. I truly underestimated this prince. He gazes at Otto's face already twisted with fear and anxiety, his own heart utterly indifferent. However, the fourth prince underestimates me far too much. Trying to buy me off with a single origin crystal, do I look like I'm lacking for one? Lin Xiu turns away and shrugs, making his rejection crystal clear. I ask you, Prince Atotha's is a duel upon which the fate of nations hangs, and you dare test the chosen one of Da Xia with a mere 5th grade origin crystal. The Da Xia spectators are waiting for me to crush you. You're making this difficult for me. Otto freezes, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Xiu glances back, his meaning abundantly clear. The price just went up. Without hesitation, Otto raises the offered origin crystals. He grits his teeth and weighs the cost. 2 more on top of his existing debt of 12 origin stones to Lin Xiu, but this is the top 10. Face matters more than fortune. Nearly 10,000 people fill these arena stands, all watching. I am the 4th prince of Da Yu. If I suffer the same humiliation as Emily, I might as well be dead. Only then does Lin Xiu seal the deal. 2 origin crystals, plus you tell me the weaknesses of Du and Colin. Otto immediately rebuffs the demand. He shouts in refusal, knows all too well that revealing Colin and Du's weaknesses would be no different from betraying his nation. Yet Lin Xiu remains unmoved, his unyielding threat hanging in the air. I don't need those 2 origin crystals. Out of respect for you, I will fight at full power. Your Highness, brace yourself. The scales between personal honor and national glory teeter violently in Otto's mind. Otto's face contorts as though he swallowed bile. He calculates furiously. Who asked you to respect me? Respect or lack thereof is trivial. I've already lost enough face in this tournament. One more humiliation, and there won't be a shred of opportunity left. If I'm branded a total disgrace, the Elder Council will strip me from the priority cultivation roster entirely. Then catching up to Colin and Du will become utterly impossible. The scales in his heart tip decisively toward self-preservation. He begins to sell out his teammates. Du's shadow mystic art consumes enormous amounts of origin force. If you can withstand his opening barrage and drag the fight out, he won't be your match. Having received the answer he desired, Lin Xiu's face breaks into a brilliant smile. In Colin, Otto opens his mouth. Even if I tell you, just trapping him and restricting his speed would leave him nowhere to run. But your ice is tangible, you simply cannot cage him. Recalling what he knows, he continues, unless you wield something intangible, fire, lightning. Telekinesis, your ice special ability alone stands no chance of defeating him. Lin Xiu is thoroughly pleased. He even flashes a conspiratorial wink and promises, very well, I'll hold back. Murmurs ripple through the stands. Why is the exchange between Lin Xiu and the 4th prince taking so long? Has it not started yet? What's going on? The 2 combatants finally engage. Razor-sharp shards of ice materialize around Lin Xiu while Otto's body erupts in blazing flames. A massive fireball hurtles toward Lin Xiu. The fireball detonates against the arena floor with a thunderous roar, superheated air blasting outward in all directions. Yet as the flames dissipate, Lin Xiu stands encased in a shell of ice, completely unscathed. Completely effortless. The deal is struck. He will grant this honor-bound 4th prince a defeat that, while a loss, will still carry dignity. Lin Xiu conjures several ice blades and launches them at Otto, who swiftly raises a blazing shield of fire. The ice blades slam into the fire shield, unleashing deafening explosions. Otto can't help but feel a surge of pride. He is convinced his decision was the right one. Lin Xiu is truly a man of honor. Every attack is all flourish and no bite, perfectly suited for me to put on a show. The spectators are already on their feet, electrified by the battle, roaring their approval. Bravo, magnificent, this is a battle worthy of the top 10. One onlooker exclaims, this is what a real competition looks like. This is the true competition. Otto glances toward the stands, listening to the cheers as a smirk crosses his face. He concludes that the 2 5th-grade origin crystals were worth every coin. Both combatants read the flow of battle and reached the same conclusion: time is running short. 2 torrents of ice and fire collide. Lin Xiu and Otto abandon their positions, surging toward each other and closing the distance in an instant. Razor shards of ice plunge straight into the heart of the inferno. When the flames recede, the tip of Lin Xiu's ice blade rests against Otto's throat, freezing him in place. Otto lets out a resigned sigh. I've lost. Otto's attendants are already cheering. Wildlife clash of ice and fire was simply too magnificent. The 4th prince truly has backbone. A red-haired man standing nearby ponders aloud. Given Lin Xiu's true strength, defeating the fourth prince shouldn't have taken that long. Is he deliberately hiding his hand to conserve his cards for the stronger opponents ahead? The red-haired man lowers his head in contemplation. That must be it. The stakes grow ever larger with each round. Concealing one's true abilities is essential. Reveal everything too early, and your opponents will devise counters. These people understand nothing about real competition. Genuine bouts are often decided in the blink of an eye. When the enemy attacks, you defend. When the enemy defends, you strike. That wasn't a real match, it was more like a performance. The crowd in the stands erupts in fervent praise for Otto. The fourth prince's divine courage is unmatched. His fearlessness before a powerful foe is simply too magnificent. The fourth prince soars on wings of praise, the adulation lifting him to the heavens. He now feels brimming with newfound strength. Reality crashes down swiftly as the referee's voice rings out for the next match. The second round of the top 10 ranking battles begins. Otto of Dayu versus Natasha of Deluo. In moments, Natasha pins him against the wall with pillars of ice. The referee declares Natasha wins. Colin gazes down at Otto from above, his contempt undisguised as the prince sits slumped on the ground. Don't take it too hard, little brother. The gap between us is simply that vast. Du envelops Otto with a wave of raw power, then turns and walks away, leaving only a single sentence. Otto, stop wasting your energy on pointless things. The moment Otto rises to his feet, the next challenge announcement freezes him in place. The next match, the challenger to Zhao Lingjun of De Xia, is the indomitable warrior who falls only to rise again. Prince Otto. Colin is both astonished and furious. He can scarcely believe his ears. Have you lost your mind? Lin Xiu is equally stunned. Is this real or a joke? Otto strides toward the arena floor amid the referee's booming announcement, his tattered cloak trailing behind him in a pitiful state. The second round of the top 10 ranking battles begins. He faces the girl in the pink dress as the arena erupts in commotion. Heavens, the fourth prince faces Zhao Lingjun and doesn't forfeit. The number one chosen one on the rankings is finally going to make her move. In a mere instant, Otto is struck. Gossamer thin streams of purple-pink energy slam into him, driving him to his knees on the arena floor. Across from him, Zhao Lingjun maintains her composure utterly unruffled. She waves her hand and the earth beneath Otto's feet shatters, plunging his body into the ground. She glances down with undisguised contempt. The referee announces Zhao Lingjun of De Xia wins. Otto's face is ghastly pale. He scowls in agony yet can do absolutely nothing. Lin Xiu claps slowly, his expression frozen, caught between admiration and something he cannot quite put into words. He thinks to himself, this fellow is braver than me. Fourth Prince of Dayu, you have earned my respect. A new match swiftly begins. The referee's voice rings out once more as two beauties step onto the arena floor. The next match pits Natasha of Deluo against Rin of De Xia. Rin has already fallen into a combat stance, her hand poised on the hilt of her sword. She speaks, Your Excellency Natasha, I humbly seek your guidance. Natasha exhales a breath of frost. The surrounding air turns bitterly cold. She replies, Please enlighten me, Lady Rin. A massive wall of thick ice surges up before Natasha, blocking Rin's incoming strike. As expected of Lady Rin, decisive from start to finish, Natasha praises. My apologies, Lady Rin. The rules of this tournament are simply far too unfair to you. This is not something I have the power to decide. Rin lifts her gaze and returns the compliment. That ice barrier of yours, even solidified into true form, might still prove impossible to cut through. Rin shows no sign of discouragement. On the contrary, confidence radiates from her. She shifts her techniqueons specifically designed to shatter your ice barrier. I deliberately researched and developed this move for exactly this purpose. Natasha's eyes widen in surprise. The force from that last strike pushes Natasha backward. She shifts her demeanor. It seems I must take this seriously. Around Rin, shards of ice sprout from the ground. They gradually engulf her small frame. The spectators gasp in awe. She's exploiting the environmental advantage. Heavens, that level of origin for Seth's is the true strength of Deluo's Ice Queen. Natasha hovers in midair, her cloak and hair billowing in the wind. Her lips move silently. Though the weapon restrictions have been addressed, the unfairness I speak of goes beyond mere wooden swords. Deluo's domain of ice and snow provides an enormous boost to my special ability. Below, Rin swings her sword relentlessly, leaping and dodging the barrage of ice shards hurtling toward her. Natasha continues unleashing wave after wave of attacks. Renewed, she announces, if you can't hold out, remember to surrender gracefully. I have no desire to harm Lady Rin. Rin grits her teeth and fights on. The faint green glow of her wooden sword is utterly insignificant against the vast expanse of Natasha's ice and snow. Lin Xiu observes the entire match in deep thought. In a pure ice ability duel, he cannot defeat Natasha if she can't finish this quickly. This match is as good as Natasha's victory. Rin suddenly halts and offers her praise. As expected of De Luo's Ice Queen, your origin force far exceeds mine. Rin raises her hand in acknowledgement. I concede defeat. Natasha touches her own cheek, looking bashful. Lady Rin, please don't call me by that embarrassing name. Lin Xiu stands atop the high wall, gazing down at the arena. He surmises the top 5 are essentially decided. Next up are Chiba Rin, Qin Wan, Zhu Ninger, Otto, and Prince Yuan competing for the 6th through 10th positions. Night descends, snow blankets the ground in white and the castle stands in silence. Beneath the corner of the wall, a few spectators huddle together and chat. Lin Xiu's match tomorrow will be just as dull. 2 young men stand idly talking. The brown-haired one speaks up. Their families have definitely arranged the order behind the scenes. Showing up at the arena is just going through the motions. The blue-haired one nods in agreement. The brown-haired one continues his prediction tomorrow is the top 5. The only match worth watching is our Ice Queen going up against Lin Xiu of De Xia. They quietly compare Natasha and Lin Xiu. One bold spectator makes his call. I'm betting Lin Xiu of De Xia wins that decisive clash. Half a year ago, he took on 3 opponents alone, a stunning record. He hasn't lost a single match this time either. In the corridor, Natasha spots Lin Xiu and immediately greets him. Greetings, Lingzhen's husband. He stops his guard immediately up. What business does De Luo's Ice Queen have with her next opponent? She lowers her head shyly. Please don't call me that, will you? I came here to wager with you on the results of tomorrow's written examination. Lin Xiu immediately crosses his arms in front of his chest in an X shape. I refuse. She blinks in confusion. You'll wager against the 4th Prince of Dayu, but not with me. Natasha refuses to back down and steps closer aggressively. I haven't even told you what the stakes are. He lays bare her true intentions without hesitation. Perhaps you've got your eye on Ninger and the others. Exposed, she no longer bothers to hide it and speaks frankly. I didn't expect you to see through me so quickly. How stingy, you already have so many wives. He states plainly, they are not my possessions. How could I possibly wager them away? Lin Xiu's expression hardens, his voice brimming with resolve. Furthermore, tomorrow's victor will be me. Wager or no wager, the outcome remains the same. Natasha shows no fear and teases, declaring certain victory before a match is just courting a face slapping. The next day, at the tournament arena, the referee's voice thunders across the field. Water versus ice. De Luo's Frost special ability clash. Ice upon ice enough to freeze a man dead. The spectators erupt in passionate cheers. Come on, De Luo's Ice Queen. The fans scream and chant wildly. Fight, Gloria Beval. Natasha hovers in midair, surrounded by layers upon layers of thick, dense ice walls. She warns, young Master Lin, be careful. Lin Xiu shows no fear and responds in kind. De Luo's Ice Queen strikes. A spear of ice erupts from the ground, racing toward his position. He dodges while assessing the situation. Relying on ice alone won't be enough to defeat Natasha. By the time the ice shards reach Lin Xiu, he remains utterly composed. This level doesn't even require a second special ability. His toes shatter the ice encasing his feet. He launches into the air, charging straight into the barrage of razor-sharp ice. A faint golden glow emanates from his palm. Lin Xiu punches through the incoming ice shards, obliterating them. Natasha continues generating ice shards while calculating her strategy. Lin Xiu's martial arts are unfathomable. Unless one possesses a unique counter-ability, there is simply no way to defeat him. Ice mystic arts below peak Earth stage cannot hold him back. She stands atop the ice cliff she herself created, relentlessly attacking Lin Xiu below. He shows no fear and charges straight toward her. In the blink of an eye, he appears before her. The sudden frontal assault leaves Natasha frozen in place, unable to react in time. His fist halts mere inches from her face. As I said, I am the victor, he declares smugly. Natasha raises her hand. In all honesty, I concede. In her heart, she silently sighs. If I weren't a friend of Lingzhen's fire garden, I would have suffered a crushing defeat at his hands long ago. A bald, white-bearded man panics. Her Highness Natasha actually lost. The golden brown-haired man beside him is equally shaken. His martial arts are terrifying, possessing speed and strength simultaneously. Natasha glances at Lin Xiu and offers her praise without reservation, as expected of Lingjun's husband, on his very first tournament appearance. He's already claimed the 4th spot on the Chosen One's rankings. It seems I'll settle for 5th. Lin Xiu rebuts with confidence, who says I'll stop at 4th. There are still 3 more opponents I haven't faced. She startles and turns to him. You mean you intend to challenge the twin stars? He answers calmly, I haven't even shown my true abilities yet. Why would I give up now? Natasha turns and leaves, seemingly having reached her own decision. I originally planned to surrender in my next match against Colin, but after hearing your words, I've changed my mind. Appearing in the arena this time are Colin and Natasha. He declares arrogantly, surely the last match made you aware of the gap between us. Be smart this time, concede defeat directly. She responds with composure, my strength may have grown since then. But what if you're still standing in the same place? Giving up just like that would be such a waste, wouldn't it? Colin grins with newfound interest. Then kamesho me. Lin Xiu stands to the side, observing the two. He recalls Natasha's earlier words, I'll challenge Colin so you can witness a clash between ice and light special abilities firsthand. That instant kill against Ling Yin held no reference value whatsoever. Ling Yin, standing nearby, hears herself mentioned and sneezes. Sensing his earlier question, Natasha explains, you asked why I'm helping you. Naturally, it's because the people of Dayu disgust me. Lin Xiu quietly notes, this level of origin force is indeed far superior to Ling Yin's. Ling Yin, mentioned once again, keeps muttering to herself. She wonders aloud what's going on, am I catching a cold? With her full power, Natasha launches razor-sharp blocks of ice toward Colin while simultaneously forming layers of ice around the projectiles. After successfully forming the ice layers, she quickly retreats from the area. Natasha exerts every ounce of her strength to restrain him. Seeing the massive ice gradually encasing him, Colin realizes, trying to cage me. The moment the thought crosses his mind, she has already succeeded. Colin is sealed within a colossal sphere of ice. He shows no concern from within, even offering praise, you've truly improved since last time, but ordinary transparent ice cannot contain me. Without breaking a sweat, he pierces straight through the thick layers of ice. The shards of ice and all of Natasha's efforts shatter in an instant. Colin soars high above, gazing down at her with a taunting look. Well, still want to keep competing? Lin Xiu glances at Otto, his thoughts turning inward. Just as Otto had said, ice truly cannot contain Colin. His light mystic art harnesses an immense reservoir of energy, capable of shattering solid matter with ease. Physical restraints could never hope to hold him. Natasha doesn't even bother arguing, no need for a continued match, I concede. The surrounding spectators erupt into murmurs. Seems Lin Xiu has been colluding with the Ice Queen of De Luo, a nearby spectator remarks. Others chime in, truly worthy of him. Seeing her face bloom like a fresh flower, Colin asks curiously, you clearly lost, yet you look quite happy. Natasha's gaze and smile remain unchanged as she replies, last time I placed 5th. This time, still 5th. I haven't fallen behind her, I allowed to smile. The referee's voice thunders across the arena. Next match, Lin Xiu of De Zia challenges Colin of Dayu. Lin Xiu's expression darkens the moment he hears the announcement. And he even used the word challenge. They underestimate me far too much. An unknown figure approaches to offer a warning. Lord Lin, the second prince of Dayu's light mystic art, is not something your ice mystic art can contend with. The second prince's ability is exceptionally lethal. Even in a non-lethal spar, injuries are highly likely should any unforeseen incident occur. But Lin Xiu merely waves his hand. No need to worry, who wins and who loses is far from certain. The spectators in the stands also eagerly anticipate this bout. It's finally here, even I have to admit I feel a bit nervous. Colin stands before him with a cheerful grin, boasting openly. It's finally our turn, young Master Lin. War drums thunder, signaling the start of the battle. Neither side exposes an opening. They lunge at each other in an instant. Lin Xiu nimbly evades Colin's attack. Colin is no less impressive, shifting his body to dodge Lin Xiu's counterstrike. The crowd watching grows even more electrified. So fast, could it be that after dodging each other's attacks, they've already returned to their starting positions? Colin's expression tightens slightly. He points a finger at Lin Xiu, sneering with undisguised contempt. I never imagined someone could match my speed. Keeping his finger trained on Lin Xiu, he rockets straight toward him. Then let me be just a fraction faster than you. Lin Xiu sidesteps it with effortless grace, catching Colin completely off guard. Impossible. The attack detonates with a thunderous explosion behind Lin Xiu's back. It blasts a massive hole through the wall beneath the spectator stands. The atmosphere grows increasingly heated as the spectators buzz with excitement. He's actually faster than light. An attack from the light mystic art was actually dodged. Is this really nothing to worry about? If that attack had veered just slightly off course, wouldn't we have? A red-haired man observes the match, speaking with calm composure. He isn't faster than light, has faster than Colin. As long as he outpaces Colin's movements, he can evade the attacks. Lightning flickers within Lin Xiu's eyes. His eye mystic art has elevated his martial perception to new heights, and his spatial mystic art strips away all concealment. Now he need only wait for the decisive moment to arrive. Lin Xiu continuously dodges Colin's attacks, and this very act drives the latter into a fury. Damn you, do you only know how to dodge, brat? Each of those strikes sends shockwaves rippling through the surrounding spectators. An elderly man wearing spectacles grows concerned for the audience. I request permission to activate the protective barrier for the spectators. Is this how De Luo ensures the safety of its audience? In stark contrast to his worry, a white-bearded man responds with perfect calm. Isn't this? No one getting hurt. When the time is right, I will naturally intervene. And as for you De Yu lot, he is, after all, a heaven stage powerhouse of De Luo's ice mystic arts. He turns his gaze toward the bespectacled elder, a challenge glinting in his eyes. Do you doubt my strength? Otto watches from his seat, a delighted smirk spreading across his face as he savors the spectacle. Oh Colin, aren't you supposed to be quite formidable? Yet you can't even handle Lin Xiu. If he defeats you, let's see how you'll still be able to smile. Down in the arena, Colin unleashes a relentless barrage of techniques, while Lin Xiu focuses entirely on evasion. He begins to lose patience with Lin Xiu. This guy wants to see who runs out of stamina first, doesn't he? Gu Lin soars high into the air, shouting before Lin Xiu. Then have a taste of this move. His face twists into a ferocious snarl as he unleashes a massive surge of power at Lin Xiu. But for some inexplicable reason, the attack veers straight toward the spectators. Fortunately, the white-bearded elder intercepts the blow. As long as this old man draws breath, no harm shall. Not a single spectator is harmed. He encases the entire arena within a sphere of ice. After sealing them within the enclosed space, he begins to gloat. Heaven stage ice claws Venue Gu Lin cannot shatter these. Within this sealed space, let us see how you plan to escape. The spectators are utterly stunned by his ability. How can he possibly be this fast? Even the second prince cannot easily defeat him. No wonder the fourth prince fell to him 3 times, Otto declares, his voice brimming with excitement. Only now do you understand how formidable Lin Xiu truly is and the hardships this prince has endured. You have no idea how much this prince has sacrificed for De Yu, he continues, his tone laced with remorse. My apologies, I misunderstood you before. To be able to stand against Lin Xiu for so long it is no easy feat. Otto watches their match with a gleeful expression. Thanks to that mysterious artifact, Colin's strength had skyrocketed, yet he still lost to Lin Xiu. So what if this prince lost a few matches? Besides, if that artifact had been used on me, I would have crushed Lin Xiu long ago. Those blind old fools can choke on their regrets. Inside the ice sphere, Gu Lin begins to panic. Moving at the speed of light drains origin force far too rapidly. And these ice claws constrict the space. If this consumption continues, he will not last. While he is lost in thought, Lin Xiu has already closed in. This single strike will decide the victor. Though confined, he still refuses to abandon his arrogance. These ice claws don't just restrict Methai's time, let's see how he dodges. His attack is blocked as well, and in his mind he formulates his own strategy. This guy is rushing to settle the score, must be unable to endure the attrition any longer. The ice block gradually shatters before Colin's might, his face slowly relaxes. It's finally over. From within the smoke, a voice echoes out. Indeed, Lin Xiu stands with flames dancing in his palm, smiling at Colin. It's time to end this. He had barely exhaled a sigh of relief before Lin Xiu's appearance jolts him back into anxiety. Where did that flame come from? He begins to engulf his opponent in flames, sending Gu Lin into a frenzy of panic. This is bad. The spectators erupt into a frenzy at what they witness. How is this possible? Yet another ability user who possesses dual power sand, one who commands both ice and fire special abilities simultaneously. The bespectacled elder appears equally astonished. Donghua also has a dual system ability user. How can this be? From allies to rivals, even Lin Xiu's two adversaries are left stunned by his abilities. Old Duke Zhu sees the crowd murmuring and speaks up. What is there to be so surprised about? A genius can never have too many abilities. Do you think only Dayu can produce such talent? And Donghua is not permitted to have one. What kind of logic is that? The bespectacled elder is left so bewildered he can barely find words. It's over. The second prince has been cornered. Lin Xiu stands wreathed in blazing crimson flames. Even Otto is left dumbstruck before him. Lin Xiu is actually a dual ability user, had been concealing his true strength all along. First, he used Origin Force to drain Colin, then capitalized on his intelligence to unleash fire and encircle Colin completely. Du is no less bewildered than the rest. The man can actually wield two mystic arts. In this manner, it seems Colin is in danger. Ming He is among the many whom he has left utterly astonished. A deceptive special ability. Lin Xiu used a fire mystic art. We have known each other for so long, how did I never know? The princess turns to observe the others, her mind already racing with analysis. Jiba Rin appears as though she had no idea either. As for Qin Wan and Zhu Ninger, they have clearly known about this for a long time. Ming He turns to ask Ling Yin. You already knew as well. Ling Yin gently averts her gaze from the princess before answering, of course he is my brother-in-law after all. A wave of desolation suddenly washes over Ming He's heart, and the gloom is plainly written across her face. They are family. Knowing Lin Xiu's secrets is only natural. The sensation of being shut out gnaws at her terribly. She once had the chance to become part of Lin Xiu's family. Back then the opportunity was right there in her hands. On the arena floor, Colin remains engulfed in a sea of flames, drenched in sweat from the searing heat. Lin Xiu is exactly like that man. Both are dual ability users. He has fallen right into Lin Xiu's trap. Yet what shakes him to the core is that this man's second ability happens to be the very flames he dreads most. Though he is clearly at a disadvantage, he shows no intention of surrendering. Has that Otto even used his ability yet? He knows this match is already lost, but if he surrenders first, wouldn't that mean he's not even as good as Otto? Lin Xiu stands outside, gazing at his wall of fire while Colin's furious roar cuts through the blaze. Damn it, how can I possibly lose like this? Colin peers outward, desperately racking his mind for a way to shatter the wall of fire. His light ability cannot breach the invisible wall of flames. The only option is shockwave impact. At best, I can only temporarily blow away a portion of the flames. His origin force is nowhere near enough to blast away the entire wall. The only choice is to kill Lin Xiu first. The instant the thought forms, he hurls his technique straight toward Lin Xiu. Outside, the spectators watch as a chunk of the ice sphere shatters apart. Lin Xiu bears not a single wound on his body. He speaks with calm indifference. Had I trapped you in fire from the very beginning, you might have found a way to escape. If you don't want to be burned alive, then surrender. Colin's fury erupts at those words. He curses through gritted teeth, you wretch. In the end, Colin seals it all with a single sentence, I surrender. The wall of fire gradually dissipates at the same moment. His clothes are scorched with several small burn marks and his face is twisted in bitter frustration. I lost. I actually surrendered to someone like him. The spectators are left stunned by what they have just witnessed. The referee composure announces the result, his voice carrying across the arena with unhurried authority. Lin Xiu listens happily as the official voice rings out his name. Lin Xiu of Donghua victory. Du's expression gradually turns bleak. Lin Xiu fixes him with a blade-sharp gaze. One more down, then it's your turn. The moment he settles into his seat, Natasha turns to him. Did you awaken your abilities since childhood? He calmly recounts the origin of his second ability. Not at all. One day, a shower of meteorites rained from the sky. One struck my home, nearly hit me. After that, for reasons I still can't explain, I awakened a second ability. Hearing his story, she is visibly surprised. Meteorites? Du, who has been listening in, suddenly senses something. Meteorites, the very substance capable of greatly amplifying one's power. And Lin Xiu, too, awakened his second mystic art through a meteorite. Thanks to the meteorites, Dayu's conclusion is not wrong. Meteorites from beyond the heavens indeed harbor a mysterious force. Lin Xiu turns to glance behind him. Zhao Lingjun maintains her usual calm composure as always her thoughts are impossible to read. She shows no surprise whatsoever at his defeat of Colin or his possession of dual abilities. After that, he ponders for a moment, then his attention drifts to the performing beasts below. You people of Deluo still keep beasts that understand human nature. Natasha happily chats with him. If you like, I can gift you a small bear cub to take back to Dazia. Colin's mood is utterly dismal after that crushing defeat. Du's expression has also turned ice cold. The referee's voice rings out. Next match Colin challenges Du. The starting signal rings out. Du twin stars duel begin. Colin thrusts his finger toward Du. Elder brother, forgive the offense. Du does not dodge, he stands his ground and retaliates with his own power. Streams of purple-black vital energy swirl and gradually veil his face. In an instant, Colin raises his hand to surrender. This scene has played out countless times in Du unless one can instantly break through to the peak Earth stage. There is simply no way to defeat Du. I surrender. After that swift, decisive match, the signal rings out once more. Next match, second Prince of Du versus Zhao Lingjun of Dazia. Gazing at the two figures below the arena, Otto seethes with resentment. While Du also watches, murmuring about the copying ability to himself. Since childhood, Colin and Otto have never once been willing to yield to one another. Colin charges forward with burning zeal, launching his attack at Lingjun. Take this. A blazing ring of fire engulfs a 20-meter radius. She merely raises one hand and everything freezes in place. Stop. He is stunned by the power behind her ability. What? 3 years ago, she couldn't possibly have done this. In the blink of an eye, Lingjun lands a devastating blow. Colin drops to one knee, coughing violently. His clothes are torn to shreds, blood splattered across the arena floor. The announcement rings out. Du ultimately secures 4th place on the Chosen One rankings. The spectacle sets the crowd buzzing with fervent discussion. Terrifying talent combined with ever-growing power. Before long, none of us will be her match. Someone as strong as Colin is like a helpless child before her. That night, inside a magnificent palace, everyone gathers to feast around a long banquet table. Lin Xiu scratches his cheek awkwardly. Everyone's reaction is a bit over the top, don't you think? Back when the Du dual ability user first appeared, he wasn't scrutinized this intensely. Lingjun gently dabs her mouth and explains apart from the dual abilities, he also defeated Colin, one of Du's twin stars. Her words make Ling Yin blush with embarrassment. To fulfill your promise, Du is next. How do you plan to win? He suddenly realizes something, turns to her and whispers, are you worried about me? I have my own way. She grows displeased and taunts, then have you thought of a way to beat me? Lin Xiu refuses to yield and fires back. Can't we just pull a repeat of that exam and tie for 1st place? Ling Yin feels utterly awkward, caught between Lingjun and him. I've changed my mind. Qin Wan watches the two bicker like children and lets out a soft laugh. Ming He meanwhile is left with a giant question mark over her head, completely lost as to what they are talking about. In a small temple deep within the forest, a long-bearded man furrows his brow in doubt. You're saying his ability came from a meteorite? Colin gives a slight nod and responds. I heard it with my own ears. He told Natasha he was not born with the fire mystic art, the meteorite bestowed it upon him. The old man's eyes narrow with suspicion. Meteorites, so it's the meteorites again. A bespectacled elder strokes his white beard and interjects. Ever since discovering that substance, for 2 years our research into meteorites has never once ceased. We even went so far as to collect them on a massive scale. The specimens previously excavated from Du, the vast majority of the crystals turned out to be ordinary stone. Only a handful could be forged into weapons. He shared his knowledge openly. As for certain rare and terrifying powers, anyone who came into contact with them would perish unexpectedly within a short span of time. The green-haired person turned to the one beside them in conversation, uncertain whether this humble one had discovered something. It seemed that after this grand tournament, he would need to exchange some information with them. Returning to the arena, everyone had already departed. Gu Lion spotted Lin Xiu approaching her and immediately grew annoyed. What do you want? Come to gloat. He gently extended his hand and spoke in the Du tongue. Prince Colin, you are truly formidable. This time I was fortunate enough to win. I hope we will have the opportunity to cross swords again. Seeing the opponent approach him with such cheer, Colin thought to himself in surprise, hadn't expected Lin Xiu's De to be so fluent. After winning the match, instead of mocking his opponent, Lin Xiu used proper De etiquette and set aside their grudge to offer a handshake. Showing respect for your opponent, you are formidable as well. Next time we meet, I will be far more cautious than this time. He spoke in the De language, then Lin Xiu also carefully turned to shake his hand. Speaking in De, I have long heard of the first prince's renown. I have always wished to experience the might of the dark mystic art. In the next match I will hold nothing back. He replied courteously in his native De tongue, this prince shall also hold nothing back. Lin Xiu smiled at them. Very good. Inside he was even more excited. Your turn now. Otto also eagerly extended his hand toward him. Where's mine? Lin Xiu turned and walked away, completely ignoring him. If it weren't for obtaining the light-dark special ability, who would bother shaking hands with those two? Otto followed behind and whispered softly, one more crystal. The moment he heard those words, Lin Xiu immediately changed his attitude, turning to extend his hand in a handshake. Prince Otto, you are also an opponent worthy of respect. Your spirit of never giving up is something we should all learn from. Having seemingly achieved his goal, Otto happily grasped his hand. You are one of the strongest opponents I have ever faced. If you ever have the chance to visit Dayu, this prince will receive you with the utmost grandeur. After the handshake, he sat back leisurely in his chair. Nothing could compare to being acknowledged by a powerful opponent. It proved one's strength. After dealing with Lin Xiu so many times, there was nothing that one origin crystal couldn't solve. If one wasn't enough, then two. Then he reflected on the other geniuses, supreme chosen ones of this continent. Apart from their extraordinary talent, they still possessed magnanimous hearts. They had not yet been tainted by power, completely unlike those petty officials who cared for nothing but profit. At this moment, there was no distinction between nations, no discrimination, only respect for opponents and fair competition. This was the original meaning of the martial arts tournament. The man with long silver hair looked at them and was secretly delighted. No one knew when the martial arts tournament had become nothing more than a tool for nations to vie for interests. Yet these chosen ones could still maintain their pure hearts. Truly commendable. Once the handshakes were done, Lin Xiu took his leave. Thank you both for gifting me your abilities. The light-dark special ability will allow me to cultivate and recover origin force rapidly under any circumstances. This time when facing Du's origin force, victory is all but assured. After he departed, both of them praised him in secret. Zhao Lingzhen's husband is truly a man of great courtesy. He doesn't lose his temper over unfair rules, knows to respect his opponents. And his words and actions all carry the warmth of a spring breeze brushing against one's face. One can't help but feel pity for him. Having Zhao Lingzhen as a wife is truly a loss for Lin Xiu. Gu Lion asked curiously after hearing him, Big brother, didn't you used to have feelings for Zhao Lingzhen? He replied gently, that's all in the past. Ling Yin approached, gazing at him with curiosity. Did you get it? He answered them softly. The dark mystic art seems to absorb power from some kind of alternate dimension. I got both. Ming He was utterly bewildered. Got what? Lin Xiu replied playfully to the princess. It's a secret. That's exactly what annoys me. You have far too many secrets, don't you? Natasha looked toward the entrance. That is Father Emperor. The Emperor of De Luo strode forward, his imposing aura radiating in all directions. He was the reigning emperor of the De Luo dynasty, a heaven stage special ability master known as the Great Emperor of the current era. Lin Xiu recalled the three sovereigns and pondered. Come to think of it, among the three most powerful dynasties on the continent, only the Xia Emperor possessed no special ability. This was precisely one of the reasons the De Xia nobility acted with such brazen tyranny, showing no regard for imperial authority. Lin Xiu was deeply immersed in thought. That was why the Xia Emperor had no choice but to secretly support the Tiandao alliance to suppress the De Xia nobility. If the Xia Emperor were also a powerful heaven stage master, even if the patriarch of the Zhang family had 10 times the courage, he would not dare parade Zhang Jing before him. Everyone greeted him with deep reverence. We pay our respects to your majesty, the Emperor of De Luo. Voices and cheers echoed throughout the arena. Everyone was overjoyed at his presence. The Emperor of De Luo stepped forward and ruffled Natasha's hair. The title of Great Emperor of the current era was forged by his own hands. Lin Xiu recalled the glorious exploits of old. The North Snow exotic beasts had always threatened De Luo and many nations near the polar regions. Several years ago, he ventured alone deep into the polar wastelands and slew several beast kings. He slaughtered them so thoroughly that to this day, those beasts dared not encroach. A single battle had cemented his illustrious prestige. In the hearts of all who possessed the same special ability, he was in existence rivaling the divine. Lin Xiu continued to ponder. This great emperor was also quite masterful in his political maneuvering. The De Luo nobility had once been far more rampant than those of De Xia. You could place a bear on the throne. With the masses beneath, those nobles even murmured that so long as they gave their approval, they could make a bear the emperor of De Luo. But ever since the emperor of De Luo rose to power under this great emperor's iron-fisted methods, those nobles were hanged one by one, some executed. Some surrendering, they no longer held the swagger of days past. The emperor of De Luo sat upon his throne and cheerfully addressed the people in the De Luo tongue. Rise, you are dismissed from formalities. After the intermission, the announcement rang out once more. Next match, Lin Xiu of De Xia versus Du of De Yu. Du stared at Lin Xiu with grave seriousness. The drums thundered once more, heralding the start of the match. He conjured a thick, sharp ice lance in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the ice lance shot toward Du like a bolt of lightning. The spectators erupted in excitement. What tremendous power! The emperor of De Luo watched with rapt attention. That young one called Lin Xiu's strike carries the same bearing I had in my youth. Yuan, you brat, learn a thing or two from him. Yuan smiled awkwardly and replied with deference. Yes, your majesty. Du stood ready to receive the attack. Apart from Zhao Lingjun, Colin and myself, I'm afraid no one else could withstand this spear. Lin Xiu followed up by launching a fire spirit beast, but Du merely watched it with calm composure. Fire next, is it? Both enormous sources of power began to collide. Within the heart of that clash, two spirit beasts battled with ferocious might. Bai Zhang remarked, the dark mystic art allows the first prince to continuously absorb dark energy and convert it into his own origin force. Du asked with leisurely calm, you've tried ice, you've used fire, young Master Lin, are you still not willing to concede? Standing amidst the sea of flames, Lin Xiu answered nonchalantly. Why would I ever concede? Your shadow mystic art is useless against me. He shows no courtesy and provocation. Don't think you can use the same tricks you used against Colin on me. Once the dark bone aura spreads across the entire arena, there will be nowhere left for you to run. His power steadily advances toward Lin Xiu, yet he never once says he will flee. The two mystic arts collide head-on, neither side willing to yield. Lin Xiu shows not a shred of worry. Then let us see who can hold out until the very end. Du asks in bewilderment, does he really want to compare origin force reserves? The purple-haired man on the stands believes Du's shadow mystic art allows the first prince to continuously absorb dark energy and convert it into his own origin force. Though Lin Xiu possesses dual abilities, this is a battle arena, not an ice plain or a volcanic mountain. His origin force depletes a little with every use. His reserves running dry is merely a matter of time. Du below grows even more focused on the battle, pulling back his power. The two sources of energy crash into each other, evenly matched. As the fight drags on, it only grows fiercer. He senses the unfavorable situation and immediately devises a new strategy. Though he possesses four mystic arts, earth, space, light and shadow, that can recover origin force, the recovery speed still cannot keep pace with the consumption. Between himself and Du, there exists a gap in cultivation realm. If this continues, who will fall first, himself or Du? Seeing Lin Xiu's power still growing ever stronger, he wonders why Lin Xiu's origin force hasn't been exhausted. Could it be that he has also stepped into the Earth stage peak? From the stands, it is clear that Lin Xiu holds the advantage. The crowd murmurs in discussion. Has the first prince fallen behind? He seems to be struggling within the battle. Gu Lin begins to fidget with anxiety. What is going on? Big Brother's origin force is actually inferior to Lin Xiu's. Otto's expression also begins to darken with gloom. If even Du can't defeat Lin Xiu, then wouldn't I? Why? Wan grows incredibly excited. Keep going. Zhao Lingjun, Chiba Rin, Qin Wan, Ninger's husband and Na all cheer with fierce determination. Give Du a proper lesson. Minghe and Rin watch the match with bated breath, tense and focused. Come on, Lin Xiu, in this. All eyes turn toward the arena. Lin Xiu, they're cheering for you with such fervor. Keep it up, Lin Xiu. A wisp of smoke rises from the flames engulfing Du's origin force. Within the arena, someone cries out about the shadow mystic art. Lin Xiu gradually relaxes his body. Indeed, it's all thanks to your mystic art. At last, the power of both combatants dissipates from the arena. The referee looks at them, growing bewildered. He clasps his hands together and bows toward Dua gesture of gratitude for the match. You yielded to me. The Emperor of Deluo joyfully issues his decree. The victor has been decided. It is time to announce the results. After the declaration of victory rings out, he breaks into a satisfied smile. Ling Yin feels a spark of joy, as if a flower has blossomed in her heart. Lin Xiu not only secured a spot in the top 10 of the tournament but also ascended to second place on the Chosen One rankings. Did he truly fight for me and my sister? Lin Xiu carefully returns to his seat beside Lingjun. She immediately begins to tease him playfully. Judging by your battle with Du just now, I'm afraid you won't be able to claim first place in this tournament. Despite her concern, he remains utterly confident in his own abilities. I still have plenty of special trump cards saved just for you. His bold words provoke her. I won't lose. Du drops to one knee. The match ends swiftly. The referee's voice rings out. Zhao Lingjun of Dazia versus Du of Dayu. Zhao Lingjun wins. The red-haired man is thoroughly awed by this woman. Indeed, the only one who can truly be called a monster is Zhao Lingjun. The bespectacled old man is immensely excited for the next match. This upcoming husband and wife duel is truly fascinating. No matter who wins, we'll get to see the Lin family of Dazia humiliated either way. Quite the consolation. A few onlookers have sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding this particular bout. I have a bad feeling about this. Something tells me this grand martial tournament won't be like the last one. The referee's voice rises as Lin Xiu steps onto the stage. Next up is the decisive mid-tournament match of this grand competition. Who would have thought it's a husband and wife showdown? Zhao Lingjun of Dazia versus Lin Xiu of Dazia. She strides onto the arena with a powerful yet graceful bearing. Bai Zhang offers his thoughts. I don't think so. This is a formal tournament. Surely they wouldn't dare disrespect the Emperor of Deluo, would they? The Emperor of Deluo and Natasha watch with keen interest. Suddenly, Lingjun poses a question. Do you have the confidence to defeat me? Lin Xiu answers in a cryptic tone, not here. She gently reminds him, do you want them to watch a farce? She takes his hand and he softly responds no. With that, she makes her decision, then let us change the venue. Bai Zhang feels like crying because of the two of them. Sure enough, it's the same as last time. Seeing the two of them soar into the sky, the crowd grows confused. The match has already begun. Where are they going? They're not going to fight. Who on earth will take first place? This is the grand tournament, the final decisive battle. How can they just leave like that? The silver-haired elder can only sigh in exasperation. These two are far too willful. Old Duke Zhu merely laughs heartily and claps him on the shoulder. I knew it would end up like this. The Emperor of Deluo is thoroughly entertained. How delightful. Natasha cannot help but look forward to what comes next. Truly worthy of the title. The tournament organizers begin to deliberate. Should they simply declare them co-champions? A frigid wasteland. The extreme cold lands. Lin Xiu questions in surprise. The extreme cold lands of Delu. Wouldn't this be even more advantageous for someone with an ice special ability like me? Lingjun, however, is unconcerned. It doesn't matter to me. She reminds him there is no one else here. You don't need to hold anything back. Lin Xiu gazes at her power and cannot help but marvel inwardly. This power is absolutely staggering. She bluntly warned him. To be frank, you are far too promiscuous. Though Lin Yin harbors feelings for you as well, I do not approve of the two of you becoming husband and wife. Therefore, I will make no concessions. Looking down at the crimson sphere she had conjured, his heart seemed to skip a beat. If I can't escape its attack range in time, I'll be killed instantly. Lin Xiu swiftly hurled a massive block of ice toward her. Behind her was the very block of ice he had just launched. Lingjun turned around, casting a quick glance over her shoulder. He attacked her with all his might, drawing upon every ounce of experience he possessed. Telekinesis truly is a convenient ability. He unleashed a stream of energy identical to Du's. While attacking, he carefully observed every shift in the situation. The dark attribute mystic art could devour everything in its path. Though attacks at this level couldn't break through Zhao Lingjun's defenses, if they could just force her to reveal an opening. If he could just touch her, he would be able to use Emily's ability and end the match. She was shielded within the sphere. She gazed at him with composure. Du's dark attribute ability. Before that, it was Chiba Rin's spatial ability. it seems your secret is the power to copy others. The copied abilities Lin Xiu wielded came with their own drawbacks. The dark attribute mystic art consumed a considerable amount of origin force. With a full major realm separating them, it was indeed extremely taxing. Lingjun asked, have you also copied Emily de Yu's ability to plunder others' special abilities? He calmly laid out his strategy before her. He had already copied it and was waiting for her to show an opening so he could plunder her ability and seize victory. Hearing his answer, she found him even more unfathomable than before. If that's the case, why not use it right away? Wouldn't that guarantee victory? Why insist on waiting until I was fully prepared? Lin Xiu's eyes burned with resolve as he declared firmly if he couldn't defeat her fair and square, how could he speak of marrying Lin Yin? A pitch-black void surrounded him, his thoughts hazy and indistinct. Indeed, defeating Zhao Lingjun was anything but simple. Even with multiple abilities working in tandem as blurred visions gradually surfaced, he knew he couldn't hold on for much longer. Lingjun glared at him irritably. You're awake, then get up already. Lin Xiu nimbly leapt off her lap. What is going on here? Are you really Zhao Lingjun? She explained gently, we are husband and wife after all. Is letting you use my lap as a pillow really so strange? You lost, so regarding the matter of marrying Lin Yin. He cut her off, I know, but I won't give up. Next time we duel, I will definitely defeat you. Yet it seemed Lingjun had already changed her mind. I acknowledge your feelings for Lin Yin. I no longer oppose the two of you becoming husband and wife. Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? She refused to meet his gaze and seemed particularly displeased with him. It's just that Lin Yin cannot marry you yet. Neither you nor I possess the absolute power to protect her. Lingjun shared her burden as long as the crown prince remained the crown prince. He posed a grave threat to both the Lin family and the Zhao family. Once we both break through to the heaven stage and depose the crown prince, we will dissolve our marriage. Then you may marry Lin Yin. She will not refuse you, since her own elder sister was your wife. Lin Xiu nodded in agreement. Very well, what you say makes sense. At your current cultivation speed, how long will it take to break through to the heaven stage? She picked up the ice fragments scattered across the floor. About 5 years. Noticing her arranging something, he grew curious. What are you doing? Lingjun answered him. Pretend that this duel of ours ended in a draw. Ming He watched Lin Yin's cheerful demeanor and a wave of melancholy washed over her. She probably knows many of Lin Xiu's secrets. Sure enough, Lin Xiu hides nothing from her. Their bond truly runs deep. When he mentioned taking a concubine before, it must have been referring to Lin Yin, right? While lost in pleasant thoughts, she suddenly jolted. Wait, though they were both ranked first, they were still first-place finishers of the martial tournament. Do I really have to marry Lin Xiu? But sister, a voice rang out, drawing every gaze in one direction. Look, Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingjun have returned. The crowd erupted into murmurs upon seeing the dirt-stained clothing of the two. Are those marks from a fight? Could it be that they moved elsewhere to conduct their duel? After all, scenes of domestic violence were hardly fit for public viewing. Du and the others clenched their jaws in shock. Zhao Lingjun in that state, how is that even possible? Did Lin Xiu actually injure her? The referee approached and inquired, may I ask about the result of your duel? Both answered in unison, a draw. He hesitated slightly and asked again, then shall we declare the two of you co-champions of this martial tournament? Lingjun agreed with that proposal. Very well. Within the vast imperial court of the Dezia Palace, a messenger arrived with a report. Among the top 10 of the Chosen One tournament, Dezia claimed 5 spots, surpassing Deyu once more after so many years. Securing the dominant position in the martial tournament of the southern continent, the Emperor of Dezia was overjoyed and offered lavish praise. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful, another official echoed. Our Dezia has finally risen to glory. Yet what truly piqued the emperor's curiosity lay elsewhere. Excellent, excellent. What place did Lin Xiu and his lawful wife take? Zhou Jin reported respectfully, Your Majesty, the two of them jointly claimed first place on the Chosen One rankings. The patriarch of the Zhang family crept about as timidly as a thief, drenched in anxious sweat. Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingjun tied for first on the Chosen One rankings. With the emperor himself making a point to mention them, the Zhang family's future after turning against the Lin family was looking grim indeed. At the De Luo Palace where Lin Xiu currently resided, Old Master Zhu, the matter I once promised you, I have fulfilled it. Duke Zhu the elder reminded him, you've been married to Ninger for quite some time now. Addressing this old man so formally that a bit too distant. He scratched his head and called out warmly. Grandfather, the old man beamed with delight. Now that's more like it. The silver-haired elder watched them from afar. A heaven stage expert of the Xia royal family, he brooded with a quiet longing, silently harboring a wish. First, second, sixth, seventh, eighth. 5 of them hailed from Xia. With rankings like these for the next 3 years, Xia would monopolize more than half of the continent's cultivation resources. All of this was thanks to Lin Xiu's household. If only he would also call me grandfather, how wonderful that would be. Everyone had gathered merrily in the spectator hall. He cheerfully made his way over to Anjay. I am Lin Xiu, let's get acquainted. The young man hesitated before clasping his hand. Lin Xiu, the first-ranked chosen one, is actually taking the initiative to speak with me. My name is Andy, it is a great honor to meet you. Every handshake carried a hidden intention of his own. After elevating his realm, he had gained additional empty slots to copy special abilities. This celebration banquet is the perfect opportunity to collect special abilities. Right now, I'm copying the enlarging and shrinking ability. Throughout the entire banquet, he goes around shaking hands with every single person. Your special ability can now enlarge and shrink your body, enhancing your physical constitution. When combined with martial arts, a special ability has countless uses. I recall there's someone who possesses an immobilization special ability, one that also erases the victim's memory of being frozen in place. Lin Xiu puts on a lecherous expression and begins rambling about how he's seen plenty of films featuring this kind of immobilization ability journey. To the west and the like. Emily approaches him. Lin Xiu, what are you doing over here? He glances over and replies dismissively, don't flatter yourself, I'm not here for you. She spots him and immediately calls out his name, Lin Xiu. She looks at him and cheerfully declares, I will come find you for revenge. Prepared. Du also expresses his hospitality. 3 years from now, you are welcome to visit Dayu. On the surface, he responds with warm friendliness, graciously accepting the invitation, but inside he is utterly displeased. How long do you plan to keep holding my hand? I still need to go collect new special abilities. Otto rushes over and seizes his hand. Don't forget, when it comes to seeking revenge, count me in as well. That handshake was merely an exchange, Otto passing along certain items. This is all I have for now. The rest will be delivered to you within 3 years at the latest. Lin Xiu chuckles softly, harboring thoughts of his own. This 4th prince is quite the man of his word. Natasha stands before the group of beautiful girls and bids them farewell. Tomorrow you all must leave. Who knows when we'll meet again. Jin Tian warmly takes her hand, inviting her to come home with them. I can't bear to part with Natasha either. Of course you can come back with Yuz absolutely. My home is spacious with several empty rooms. I'll have my husband reserve one for you. You can visit any time you like. She asks joyfully, really, I can. Her eyes seem to carry a hint of deeper meaning. Of course you could also just stay at our home and never leave. Lingjun. She stands near the balcony when Lin Xiu approaches. You really are something else, you know that. She understands his meaning and replies, I can't handle crowded places like this. Aside from acquaintances, no one is willing to talk to me, but more to the point, instead of going to find your wives. Why did you deliberately come looking for me? He suddenly says something that makes her face flush crimson. You're my wife too, what's wrong with me coming to find you? But then he becomes childish and mischievous all over again. Set all that aside for now, I just acquired several new special abilities, let's find a place to spar. Her expression grows cold as she refuses irritably, I don't want to. Since when did you become so clingy? Ling Yin strolls leisurely along the corridor. Lin Xiu explains his reason for wanting to sparial combat can enhance one's strength. It practically counts as cultivation. Lingjun says little, merely uttering a single word, fine. Can't you look around and see where we are? As she speaks, she turns and leaves, abandoning him alone. With all that energy, why don't you go keep someone else company? The girls who fancy you are lining up and waiting. Ling Yin appears from seemingly nowhere behind him. It seems I just heard my sister's voice. Lin Xiu sighs to her. Your sister is truly unpredictable. She gently steps closer and places a hand on his shoulder. So the result of your private duel with my sister. But Lin Xiu plays dumb, pretending not to understand what private duel she's talking about. What do you mean, I don't understand? He shyly punches his chest. Wasn't it agreed that if you beat my sister and won first place, you would marry me? Tying for first place in the tournament doesn't count, by the way. Ming He stands behind the wall, eavesdropping on the two of them. What? Lin Xiu wants to marry Ling Yin. In the bustling plaza, Otto once again provokes Lin Xiu. It won't be long before I break through to the Earth stage peak. When that day comes, I will personally come to challenge you. He responds with equal excitement, eyes blazing with anticipation. I'll be waiting. Natasha expresses her joy to those beside her. This is my first time visiting Dazia. Taiyi cheerfully introduces, you will absolutely love Dazia, just you wait. Bai Zhang gazes at the woman trailing behind them and wonders aloud. What's going on? Why does the Ice Queen of Deluo want to follow us back to Dazia? Yu Zhang speaks up. Lin Xiu has already won over the Ice Queen of Deluo. Surely he wants the Emperor of Dazia to grant the marriage. He jolts in surprise upon hearing this. This guy really works fast. Standing atop the great ship, Lin Xiu gazes out at everything he has just endured. The grand tournament has ended. I have fulfilled my promise to Elder Zhu and the Emperor of Dazia. The next grand tournament is still 3 years away. What must be done in this brief span of time is to raise his cultivation base to the Earth stage peak. Where Lin Xiu lives in the imperial capital of Daziath, neighborhoods buzz with excitement, celebrating the hero's return. They're back, our chosen ones have returned. The chosen ones who won glory for Dazia have returned. In the sky, flying vessels soar over the heads of the cheering populace. It is them, they have returned, joyously returned. The people pour out to greet them. Welcome back, you have all worked hard. He bows respectfully. For the glory of Dazia, we would not decline any hardship. The crowd erupts in cheers, electrifying the atmosphere. Lin Xiu, Xiaolingzhen, Xiaolingzhen. Lin Xiu strolls through the compound. 2 hours later, he begins to grumble. Who knew the welcome ceremony and awards would take so long? He thought he'd be able to see Taiyi right away. He peeks into the room, spots a familiar figure, and swiftly sweeps Ming Zhu into a tight embrace. Taiyi, I'm back. Did you miss me? The noble consort suddenly calls out Lin Xiu's name. Realizing he has mistaken her for someone else, his face pales instantly. Forgive me, Your Highness, I didn't know it was you. Taiyi went out to look for you. She should be back shortly. At that very moment, Taiyi steps in through the door. Husband, you're back. He turns and calls her name. Taiyi. She nimbly leaps onto him. You're finally back. Taiyi, missed you so much. Lin Xiu happily embraces Taiyi. I missed you too. Taiyi. Natasha walks in and is immediately struck with surprise. Lin Xiu's estate is truly massive. Does each of his wives live in their own separate house? Qin Wan joins the conversation. You could put it that way, but there are also empty rooms reserved for guests. She murmurs helplessly under her breath, though there's one guest who won't remain just a guest for long. Natasha cheerfully waves. Lin Xiu, is this adorable little lady beside you also your wife? Hearing those words, Taiyi immediately turns and pouts. My lord, are you flirting again? Qin Wan introduces her. This is the imperial physician, the second madam of the Lin family. Lin Xiu awkwardly tries to smooth things over. I sincerely apologize, Princess Natasha. Physician, you've misunderstood. This is Princess Natasha of Deluo, a close friend of Lingjun and Chiba Rin. She cheerfully lets it slide. It's fine. If anyone is to blame, it's my husband for being such a flirt. Ming He gracefully steps forward to greet her. I never expected a princess of Deluo to grace our Dazia. Dazia welcomes your highness. I hope you enjoy your time here. Natasha's eyes glitter with curiosity as she gazes at the noble consort. This beautiful big sister isn't also one of Lin Xiu's wives, is she? He hastily shouts to cut her off. What nonsense are you spouting? This is the noble consort. The noble consort. Do you understand? She looks flustered and bewildered. The noble consort. Lin Xiu steps into the role of educator and explains it to her. It means the imperial consort, the equivalent of Deluo's own Empress Dowager. Only after hearing his explanation does Natasha realize the gravity of her blunder. What? Oh no, I spoke so disrespectfully to another nation's imperial consort. This won't turn into a diplomatic incident, will it? Watching her reaction, Qin Wan finds it strange. Wait, is this for real? Everyone standing outside chatters away, stirring up a lively commotion. During the day, the Lin mansion in the imperial capital swarms with visitors, crowds thick as ants upon ants. Ming He gazes softly toward the tide of people. After the tournament, the number of people seeking to curry favor with Lin Xiu has only multiplied. A great procession moves together as one. A sea of people engulfs Lin Xiu's residence, everyone conversing with bright smiles and merry laughter. In the courtyard of the Lin mansion, a somewhat elderly woman clasps Lingjun's hand, chattering away without pause. Lingjun, the tournament is over now. When do you and Lin Xiu plan to have children? His mother chimes in eagerly. That's right, Xiao too. Both in-laws and I are dying to hold a grandchild. Seeing the awkward situation, he swiftly changes the subject. I hear father's noble title has been promoted, yet another rank he's now a first-class marquis. She catches on and plays along to help steer the conversation away. Indeed, he's now on equal footing with my own father. His promotion was even faster than your father's rise back in the day. She fixes them both with a stern look. Don't even think about changing the subject. Suddenly someone comes sprinting and shouts, "Report." A flood of people from outside pours in, shattering the tranquil scene. The Donghua Duke's residence congratulates Lord Lin and Lady Lin for ranking first on the Chosen One leaderboard. The Chengguo Duke's residence sends its congratulations. The Ningguo Duke's residence sends congratulatory gifts to Marquis Yangping. The gifts they bestow upon him pile up like mountains, leaving even Lin Xiu somewhat helpless. Every powerful and influential house in the royal capital, the Zhang family, the Song family, the imperial family, the Zhao family, even the Eastern Palace crown prince dispatches people bearing gifts. This is the treatment reserved for the tournament's champion. He gently unrolls a scroll painting and silently admires it. The value of these gifts is by no means low, and there's even a work from a retired master painter. After admiring it for a moment, Lin Xiu turns to everyone with a smile. Everyone, pick something you fancy from these gifts. The rest can be temporarily stored in the treasury. Qin Wan notices his fascination with the scroll in his hands and asks curiously, "Since when did you develop an interest in calligraphy and painting?" He glances at her gently. "It's not for me. The noble consort is very fond of this artist's work. When I visit her tomorrow, I'll gift it to her then. I also need to thank the noble consort for taking care of the physician." Wicked thoughts flash through her mind. You're currying favor with the noble consort to that extent. Lin Xiu, how terrifying. Moonlight washes across the palace courtyard. Deep into the night, the imperial palace. The Emperor of Dezia speaks. Dezia's outstanding performance in this tournament is thanks to the efforts of all my beloved ministers. Tonight's banquet, I hope all my beloved ministers will enjoy themselves thoroughly. Suddenly he calls out Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu respectfully steps forward and addresses the throne. "Does your majesty have a command?" The emperor looks toward Lingjun, who is feeding Natasha, and grows curious. "Who is that woman over there? She looks somewhat familiar, yet she doesn't resemble the women of our Dezia. Is she a foreign woman you've brought back?" Lin Xiu answers honestly, "Reporting to your majesty, that is Princess Natasha of De Luo." The emperor coughs lightly, regaining his composure. "As I thought, no wonder she looks so familiar. Truly, a girl changes greatly as she grows. 3 years have passed, so I failed to recognize her for a moment." He glances at Lin Xiu, whose cheeks are flushed red. The emperor teases with a grin, "When do you plan to marry?" "I already told the Ministry of Rites to prepare. I never imagined you'd actually take my little joke to heart." Lin Xiu immediately steps forward to explain to the Emperor of Dezia. "Your Majesty misunderstands. We are merely friends. She is only staying at the Lin mansion temporarily. She will return before long." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the emperor remains half believing, half doubting. "Last time with that girl from the Chiba family, you said the same thing. No rush, there are still 3 years. I believe it won't be long before the De Luo Ice Queen falls right into your lap." His expression gradually turns apprehensive. "Your Majesty is truly humorous." He thinks to himself that Dog Emperor is truly insatiable. He already has 5 women among the top chosen ones, yet that's still not enough. Now he even wants to set his sights on Natasha. A flying vessel hovers above the royal capital of Deyu. A dignified man sits upon a throne. The Emperor of Deyu questions his subordinates. "Why did this tournament produce such results? Have you managed to analyze the cause?" An elderly man wearing spectacles steps forward. He begins his analysis. "Every chosen one-level expert that DU dispatched this time was our absolute strongest without exception. This tournament's failure is not because DU grew weaker, it is because Dezia grew stronger." He then begins to speak of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu is not merely an earth-stage martial artist, he is also a dual special ability user with no side effects whatsoever. The speed at which his wives advance in strength far surpasses anything normal. According to our intelligence, he awakened his second special ability through a meteorite. Dezia also possesses that very item. The Emperor of Deyu furrows his brows and states his intention. "It seems we have no choice but to investigate Dezia. Have they uncovered any secrets within the meteorite?" On Lin Xiu's side, he is also plotting something. Regarding what Deyu possesses, this must be investigated without delay. Deyu obtained a miraculous artifact from within a meteorite, one capable of accelerating a person's cultivation speed. He flies away swiftly, once outside the palace. A thought strikes him: perhaps the meteorite that fell on De Xia also harbors the same treasure Deyu possesses. A moment later, before the gates of the Imperial Observatory, Lin Xiu descends upon the steps. Normally, all fallen meteorites are managed by the observatory. The gatekeeper sees him and asks curiously, "Lord Lin, it's already this late, is there something you need? Take me to see the meteorites that have fallen upon the De Xia continent." The attendant leads him to the meteorites. "Lord Lin, this is the collection of every meteorite that has fallen on De Xia over the past several years." The next morning, in the imperial capital of De Xia, two vessels of distinctly different designs soar across the sky. Lin Xiu looks up. He seems to already know who they are. The diplomatic delegations of De Yu and De Luo arrive at the gates of Lin Mansion. Zhou Jin and Lin Xiu converse. Zhou Jin delivers the summons. "Lord Lin, His Majesty requests your presence at the palace to negotiate the distribution of resources with the envoys of both nations." Hearing this, Lin Xiu responds, "Understood, Chief Steward Zhou." He set out and entered the palace, only to find a large crowd already gathered in Spotted Otto among them. The ice special ability was awakened in De Luo's eastern islands. "We of De Luo will never relinquish the sacred cultivation grounds in our polar territories." Since fire-type special ability users comprise the majority of De Yu, naturally they demand the resources of the Tang Huo Mountains. The Deyu envoy respectfully addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty the Emperor, we have come this time bearing a humble request." The Xia emperor politely gestured for him to proceed. "Please speak, envoy." The envoy began to lay out his request. "Our emperor has a passion for collecting meteorites. We have heard that De Xia frequently experiences meteor showers, and thus we humbly request a few meteorites from your esteemed nation. We pray your Majesty will consent." Lin Xiu's eyes sharpened the moment he heard this. So the meteorites were their true target all along. The resource negotiation was merely a convenient excuse. Meteorites within De Xia's borders were the real prize they sought. The Deyu envoy beamed with warmth. "To demonstrate our sincerity, our emperor has specially gifted your Majesty several exquisite beauties." At the mention of beauties, the emperor's eyes lit up with unmistakable excitement. The envoy smiled. "They await outside." The emperor's face flushed crimson. Yet he fought to maintain his regal composure and ordered them to be brought in. One by one, they entered on his command. 4 graceful slender maidens. Every kind of beauty was represented, each possessed her own unique and intoxicating charm. Lin Xiu could only stare helplessly at the Xia emperor. That lecherous dog emperor's reputation for coveting beauties had spread all the way to Deyu. A masterful prescription, indeed, hitting the ailment dead on. The emperor nodded slightly, undisguised delight spreading across his face. "Beauties hold no importance to us, nor is we a man of base desires. After all, they are merely a handful of stones. If the emperor of Deyu desires them so." Lin Xiu spoke up swiftly, hoping to pull the Xia emperor back from the brink of his decision. "Your Majesty, wait." Lin Xiu's sudden interjection caused the Deyu envoy's face to darken with fury. The Xia emperor turned to him, visibly perplexed. "Minister Lin, what are your thoughts?" The Deyu envoy cursed Lin Xiu under his breath. 4 beauties, that was all it should have taken to secure the meteorites on De Xia's territory. Yet at the critical moment, this wretched Lin Xiu had to barge in. "Damn it." Lin Xiu explained to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this subject's second ability was obtained through a meteorite. This subject believes those celestial stones may harbor mysterious powers. How can we simply trade them away for 4 beauties?" He cast a sharp glance toward the Deyu envoy and swiftly put forward several demands of his own. However, De Xia is a nation of propriety. Seizing what others covet is not the conduct of a gentleman. If the emperor of Deyu truly treasures his meteorite collection, then let us exchange them for items of equal worth. The envoy's expression soured as he demanded, "What items?" Lin Xiu furrowed his brow with a scheming air. "I've heard that Deyu possesses a mineral vein in Ba Sa." At those words, the envoy began to break out in a cold sweat. "What does a mineral vein in Ba Sa have to do with Deyu?" Seeing the envoy play dumb, Lin Xiu delivered the killing blow. "If Deyu lacks sincerity, then there is nothing further to discuss. Seeing the situation turn dire, a long-bearded elder from the Deyu delegation spoke up. The mineral vein in Ba Sa concede it to you. But we want every last meteorite that De Xia possesses. The Xia Emperor agreed wholeheartedly and sealed the deal. Then, the De Luo envoy stepped forward. The De Luo envoy also has a matter to request. Your Majesty, the Emperor of De Xia, De Luo too, has a matter we wish to bring forth. The Emperor responded politely. De Xia and De Luo are allied nations. Please, envoy, speak freely. The young envoy spoke of a matter that left every person in the room stunned. We bear our great emperor's decree, requesting the hand of Princess Ming He of your esteemed nation for our crown prince. The crowd erupted in hushed murmurs. Doesn't Princess Ming He already have feelings for Lin Xiu? Surely His Majesty will consider the princess's happiness. If the imperial family joins forces with De Luo's experts, noble families like ours may face dire consequences. This is a serious complication. With De Yu's envoy also in play, if De Luo and De Xia form a marriage alliance, their bonds would grow unbreakable. Wouldn't that amount to a united front against De Yu? The long-bearded elder from De Yu's delegation whispered urgently to his colleague, we absolutely cannot let De Luo achieve their goal. The De Luo envoy continued addressing the Xia Emperor. Princess Ming He of your esteemed nation has awakened the fire mystic art. Naturally, she must be paired with a chosen one of the ice mystic art for dual cultivation. To our knowledge, there exists no unmarried chosen one of the ice mystic art whose talent and status could rival the princess's. The Zhang family patriarch rose and declared the De Luo envoy's words are mistaken. Although De Xia currently has no unmarried ice mystic art user, there is a 20-year-old genius who has already advanced to the peak of the Earth stage and claimed first place in the Chosen One rankings. In both talent and ability, he is more than worthy of the princess. All eyes in the hall turned toward Lin Xiu. They're all staring at me. The Xia Emperor stroked his beard and sighed, alas, just as Minister Zhang has said, we had already long decided to betroth Ming He to Lin Xiu. The De Luo envoy has come too late. Lin Xiu asked in stunned disbelief, What? Me? The De Luo envoy was taken aback, but doesn't he already have multiple wives? Your Majesty still wishes to marry the princess off to him. A veritable harem of women clustered around Lin Xiu. Hi. The Xia Emperor laughed heartily, a true man who stands between heaven and earth. Having a few more wives and concubines is perfectly normal. With his talent and ability, his future blazes bright and boundless. He is more than worthy of our daughter. The emperor then made a counter-proposal. If we recall correctly, Princess Natasha of De Luo is also unmarried. It seems De Luo has no chosen one who has awakened the fire mystic art. Why not form a marriage alliance with De Xia? She could cultivate here while simultaneously strengthening the diplomatic relations between our two nations. 3 years from now, Princess Natasha could also participate in the tournament under the identity of a De Xia princess. Hearing the emperor's counteroffer, the De Luo envoy grew visibly flustered. This humble one cannot make such a decision on his own. Everyone stood gathered before the Xia Emperor within the imperial study. Facing the emperor, Lin Xiu harbored calculations of his own. The resource allocation negotiations are truly dragging on. It seems the delegations will have to remain in De Xia for several more days. Lin Xiu opened his mouth to speak, Your Majesty, about this matter. But the emperor cut him off. You heard it yourself. De Luo has shown great sincerity this time. If we refuse outright, it may provoke discord with De Luo. The continent's situation is volatile. For now, we can only ask you and Ming He to bear this grievance. Stroking his mustache, the emperor continued in a low voice, in truth, we absolutely cannot marry Ming He off to De Luo. Ming He is still young and devoted to her cultivation. If she later finds someone she truly loves, a divorce then would not be too late. Setting the matter aside, the Xia Emperor turned to the main issue. Let us speak of this no more. As for the meteorites, do you mention what is your assessment? Lin Xiu smiled broadly. It does appear they are searching for something within those meteorites. But this subject has already inspected them with the celestial eye. Those meteorites are nothing more than ordinary stones utterly devoid of any special properties. Exchanging them for an entire mineral vein would net us a tremendous profit. The Xia Emperor praised him as always. It is fortunate you reminded us. This deal is indeed highly profitable. Lin Xiu scratched his head with an awkward grin. Your Majesty, then about this subject and Princess Minghe, the Emperor turned away. This matter is tentatively settled. We shall have the Ministry of Rites prepare the arrangements. As for Minghe, we will speak with her personally. You are dismissed for now. With that, Lin Xiu departed from the imperial study. Behind him, the Emperor's gaze sank with unspoken emotion. This Father Emperor can only help you this far, my child. Minghe skipped merrily through the palace courtyard, heading out to find Lin Xiu for their cultivation session. The princess hid behind a pillar, straining to eavesdrop on a pair of palace maids gossiping. Have you heard the news? The crown prince of the Deluo dynasty has come to propose marriage to Princess Minghe. They whispered back and forth, chattering endlessly. Hearing their words, the princess's face drained of all color. Is that even true? With the princess's talent, how could she possibly be married off to Deluo? How could news from within the palace walls be false? I just saw Chief Steward Zhou personally visiting the Ministry of Rites. It seems they are preparing for the princess's wedding. Minghe spun around and sprinted toward the imperial study at full speed. Bursting through the doors, the princess screamed at the top of her lungs. Startling the Xia Emperor, I refuse to marry. He spoke gently. This is a rare opportunity. Do not act as rashly as you did last time. If you let this chance slip away, there may never be another like it again. Nevertheless, Minghe continues to shake her head frantically. Regardless, this daughter will not marry. The Xia Emperor withdraws his gaze. Could it be that I was mistaken? If you do not wish it, then I shall have Zhou Jin go to the Ministry of Rites to annul the marriage contract between you and Lin Xiu. Hearing this, the princess's heart leaps with even greater alarm. With whom? He gently pats the princess's head and lets out a long sigh. With so many people in that household, truly, it has been unfair to you. Minghe averts her gaze, her face flushing crimson with shyness. It's not as if it's entirely out of the question. The princess's spirits seem to brighten considerably. This daughter is a princess of Xia. If I must sacrifice a little for the imperial family, then such a small grievance is nothing at all. Hearing this, he becomes even more certain he had not been mistaken after all. As Lin Xiu walks along, he encounters Otto, who hands him a red box. Now I owe you nothing. He accepts the box and bids Otto a cheerful farewell. Next time we have the chance, let's work together again. Otto departs in high spirits. Next time I will defeat you fair and square. Fair and square for real. At a corner of the wall outside the palace gates, wuxia crouches on the ground, nibbling on some pastries. I've been reduced to a beggar now, but these pastries are truly delicious. Recognizing a familiar face, Lin Xiu calls out softly, wuxia. She hears his voice and raises her head to look at young Master Lin. Lin Xiu approaches with a smile. The matter of Ba Sa is settled. As for the specifics, someone will come find you tomorrow to discuss it. Crumbs still cling to the corners of her mouth as tears stream down her face, overcome with emotion as she looks at him. Really? I traded a few worthless stones to Dayu for it. Wuxia seizes his hands, her words tumbling out in a flurry like scattered petals. Thank you, on behalf of the people of Ba Sa, I thank you. I truly do not know how I could ever repay you. He bows slightly and takes her hands in return. It was as easy as turning over my palm. Besides, it is also a boon for Xia. With that, Lin Xiu and wuxia bid each other farewell. Go back and rest easy. She waves goodbye. Thank you for your trouble, young master. At his residence, the Lin Manor, Lin Xiu is flustered by everything that has just transpired. How on earth am I supposed to explain all this? All I did was take a stroll through the palace and they've already saddled me with yet another woman. Fine, it's decided then. He throws open the doors of the manor. I'm home. Zhou Jin sees him and asks curiously, where have you been? The imperial edict has only just been proclaimed, and only now you show up. He asks in bewilderment, Chief Steward Zhou, what are you talking about? The eyes of every woman in the manor converge upon him. Seeing their reactions, he is taken aback. You're all this calm, doesn't anyone have anything to ask me? Zhao Lingjun turns her face away. I'm not particularly bothered, it was only a matter of time. Ling Yin pouts and reproaches him. What's the point of even asking you? You were always the most suitable candidate to be the imperial consort. Besides you, who else could she possibly marry? The entire manor is abuzz with excitement, draped in fresh red splendor. On the day of the princess's grand wedding, laughter and cheer fill every corner. Instructor Wang weeps bitterly. Why does my daughter not have such discerning eyes? The days ahead will be quite difficult. Ling Yin gazes toward the ceremony, a hint of jealousy stirring in her heart. The one standing beside him should clearly be me. Even the leaves are tinted red by the festivities within the manor. In the chamber late at night, Lin Xiu pushes open the door and lets out a long breath. All this time, I've cherished and treasured our friendship so dearly. He gently lifts Ming He's bridal veil. The princess shyly asks, what do we do next? The precious moment has arrived in the bridal chamber. Lin Xiu looks at the petite princess seated on the chair. What are you thinking about? Ming He pouts, how many times have you been married that you don't know? Hearing the princess's question, he recalls his other wedding nights. Normally speaking, the next step would be the interlocking cup wine ceremony. As Ming He holds the status of primary wife, the ceremony and attire differ from the others. Lin Xiu's expression holds not a trace of joy, only bewilderment. A hair-tying ceremony. The princess drains her cup in one gulp. Seeing her act so hastily, he quickly reminds her. The interlocking cup wine isn't meant to be drunk alone like that. The princess picks up the scissors and takes a few snips before approaching him. I know what the hair-tying ceremony is. Isn't it when the husband and wife tie their hair together into a heart-shaped knot to make a sachet? Seeing the princess's slightly mischievous expression, he flinches. Hey, don't scare me like that. Ming He sways shyly. And then what? Unlike the princess's expectations, he points out a spot for her to sleep. After that we rest. You sleep here, I'll take another room. Hearing this, Ming He furiously grabs his collar and shouts. On our wedding night, you want to leave me alone in this room. Are you even human? The princess's sudden ferocity drains the color from his face. We're only in a sham marriage. Is it really necessary to go that far? His collar slips to one side as he asks the princess, His Majesty didn't tell you. Ming He stares at him in complete bewilderment. Tell me what? Only now does Lin Xiu realize the truth. He has fallen into that wretched emperor's trap. He turns to her and asks to be certain. Do you truly wish to marry me? Ming He flushes with embarrassment. Besides you, who else could I possibly marry? He presses the question, desperate for certainty. What I mean is, are you willing of your own heart to marry me? Who would ever want to marry someone they don't love? She quickly throws her arms around him. I sorted my feelings out long ago. Do you really expect a woman like me to make the first move? Was it Zhu Ninger, Qin Wan, and even Miss Aki who confessed to you first? I will not make the mistake of letting such an opportunity slip by twice. I refuse to be an outsider any longer. Seeing Ming He like this, Lin Xiu no longer maintains any distance between them. Then shall we continue? The princess nods softly. The beautiful hours drift slowly by. Ming He lies beside him, overcome with happiness. It all feels like a dream. Everything happened so fast. The princess smiles so wide her eyes nearly close. Yet it is no dream. Lin Xiu is truly her husband now. The next morning, Lin Xiu holds Ming He's hand as they stroll together. Can't we meet Father Emperor a little later? I want us to be together just a bit longer. He reminds her seriously. We have quite a few people to meet today. While walking, they spot the crown prince and crown princess from afar, but she grabs him and they flee. Let's hurry. He teases her with a grin. What's wrong? Do you still want to give those two a good slap? Ming He feels triumphant. She is completely different from before. Not only does she now hold a place among the ranks of the chosen ones, but her very own husband stands at the very top. Now every prince who meets her must show proper courtesy. There is no more bullying from the crown princess. The princess stands before the Xia emperor, bowing with perfect courtesy. Your child greets imperial father. Lin Xiu stands beside her and echoes in unison. This one greets your majesty. The emperor beams with a radiant smile. After all, the young man is no longer an outsider. There is no need for such formality. Just call me imperial father. He mouths his agreement, but inwardly a trace of helplessness lingers. As you command, imperial father. Seeing the two of them holding hands with obvious awkwardness, the emperor teases, why so affectionate all of a sudden? Just a few days ago, you were still saying one thing and thinking another. If we hadn't given the boat a push, how long did the two of you intend to keep playing dumb? Noble consort Ming He is painting a portrait of the two of them. How time flies. When this palace first laid eyes on you, you were still crawling on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, you've become another man's wife. The noble consort steers the conversation elsewhere. Let's not dwell on this anymore. Where do the two of you plan to go this time, and how long will you be away? Lin Xiu answers promptly. Since there's nothing pressing, we figured we'd visit the various prefectures of Da Xia. The noble consort continues painting as she converses. Then how long will you be gone? He answers Ming He's question once more. Over the next 2 years, we'll likely be away from the imperial capital most of the time. The noble consort nods. Very well. A tender portrait gradually takes shape upon the paper. Minghe gazes at the painting with a hint of dissatisfaction, feeling that the likeness of herself doesn't quite match. Contrary to the princess, Lin Xiu is delighted. Isn't this spot on? What more could you ask for? Back at the Lin family estate, the Marquis of Pingin's madam sees them off. You've only just returned, heading out again so soon. Minghe replies courteously, we'll return to visit every month. We've been in the imperial capital for so long that it's grown tedious. Going out to cultivate will be far more convenient. The madam continues, while you're still young, going out to see the world is a fine thing. When do you plan to leave? I'll help Lingjun prepare some things. She can't take care of herself out there. Hearing this, Lin Xiu secretly thinks to himself, it seems every time we go out without Zhao Lingjun it causes trouble, doesn't it? Leaving the main wife behind every single time isn't that obviously a problem. Someone speaks up and asks, what's going on? Isn't Lingjun going with you? His face turns ashen. Of course she's going, how could Lingjun not go? Why would such a small matter trouble mother-in-law? I am Lingjun's husband, leave the preparations to me. Seeing this, Lin Yin grows excited as well. I'm coming too. The Marquis of Pingin's madam scolds loudly, what are you making a fuss about? Every time you go out you only cause trouble for others. Stay home with me. The girl fires back, I don't want to. Lin Xiu hastily intervenes, it's fine, we're all family, whether there's trouble or not doesn't matter, I'll take good care of them all. Once everything is arranged, everyone boards the airship and sets off on their journey. Lin Xiu weeps inwardly, this trip was originally meant to bring only Ninger, Qin Yuan, Minghe and Aki, but now the plan has been completely derailed. Lin Xiu's tears flow in a silent stream. Without Zhao Lingjun, I can't explain myself to my in-laws. But the moment I bring Lingjun, Lin Yin will want to tag along too. And if they're all going, there's no reason to leave Lin Xiang home alone. Then there's Natashash as a guest. Since everyone else is going, there's no excuse not to bring her along. What was supposed to be an intimate outing has turned into a full-blown group expedition. The people below gaze up at the sky. The entire Lin household has departed. Time flows onward. 3 days later, in a certain county town of Dezia's Eastern Sea Prefecture, an official raises his voice. Old man, if you don't pay up today, I'll take your daughter as collateral. The wretched old man pleads with the official. Please give me a few more days. The sea tribes have been wreaking havoc lately. There simply aren't any fish to catch. The official raises his voice. What did you just say? Are you implying our sea tribe raids are the reason you can't catch fish? Lin Xiu stands behind them, watching the scene unfold and smiles faintly. It's been a while since I've seen something like this. Yunshui County, Eastern Sea, let me give those two scoundrels a taste of their own medicine. When it's over, both thugs lie sprawled on the ground. He high-fives Chen Keklian and Decisive. She points in a certain direction. That one over there, do you want to handle it or shall I? His gaze follows her finger and spots a girl being harassed by Huang Yue. Young Master Huang, I have business to attend to. The scoundrel grabs her wrist with a lecherous grin. What business could possibly be more important than keeping me company? Hearing his words, Lin Xiu's ears itch with irritation. Can't these dandy brats tormenting innocent girls come up with something original for once? The same old lines. I've heard them who knows how many times. Seeing Lin Xiu about to get physical, the wretched old man tries to stop him. Wait, young sir, that man is a young master of the Huang family, you can't touch him. He pays no heed and strides forward regardless. Whether I can touch him or not, try it and you'll find out. On another side of the town, a group of muscular men swagger down the street, bellowing, out of the way, don't block the road. After Lin Xiu and Chen Qi dealt them a few punches, a thug with a swollen face gnashes his teeth. You dare mess with our heavenly dragon gang, that woman and her sissy are dead for sure. Huang Yue glances toward Lin Xiu. Where the hell did this sissy come from? You want to ruin my fun, he demands, his fury seething with cold menace. Openly harassing an innocent girl in broad daylight, is there no law left? A vicious aura radiates from Lin Xiu. In Yunshui County, I am the law. Huang Yue waves his hand and orders his men. He dares meddle in the fourth young master's business, beat him. As long as he doesn't die, beat him as much as you want. These men are not even a fraction of Lin Xiu's strength. He thrashes them soundly and one by one they crumble beneath his fists. Huang Yue begins to panic. Do you know who my father is? This scene feels oddly familiar. Lin Xiu slaps him so hard his ears ring. I couldn't care less who your father is. The leader of the muscular men barks an order. The young master of the Huang family is in trouble. Go find old master Huang at once. The Huang family, Yunshui County. A portrait of Lin Xiu is delivered to the patriarcha long-whiskered old man who studies the painting and mulls. This man is indeed handsome and refined, but his background remains unknown. The star capital has given special notice under no circumstances must anyone provoke this person. Meanwhile, a man rushes over to the old patriarch who is still murmuring the inscription on the portrait. Wherever this person travels, conduct yourselves with utmost caution. Mind your words and actions, do not oppress the common folk, and do not break the law. If something goes wrong, the entire clan will be exterminated. Not even the imperial capital could save you. The man stares at the portrait in the old patriarch's hands. Old master, you already knew. The old patriarch asks in confusion. Knew what? The man stammers, pointing frantically. It's this man, he was meddling on the streets just now and beat up the third young master. Over a dozen of our heavenly dragon gang's brothers were beaten down by him. I came back to call for reinforcements. Hearing this, the old patriarch feels as though a bolt of lightning has struck beside his ear. It's over, we're finished. Seeing the old man collapse, the man panics. Old master, what happened to you? On Huang Yue's side, he barks out orders, attack. Aren't you lot supposed to be good at fighting? Can you take on 10 men? Then can you take on 100? A figure shoots into the air, charging straight for Chen Qi. Prepare to die. She stands back to back with Lin Xiu, facing the oncoming horde. Chen Qi praises him, you've grown stronger again. Huang Yue trembles, his face turning purple with rage. Even if you're a mystic arts practitioner, there's nothing impressive about that. Let me tell you something, we are the Imperial Huang House. From afar, an elder strides over and kicks his son hard in the ribs. Shut your mouth. After swiftly dealing with the situation, the old man steps forward to apologize on his son's behalf. Your Excellency, Huang Yue has now been expelled from the clan by my hand. He is no longer a descendant of the imperial house. You may deal with him however you see fit. The Huang family will cooperate fully. We shall offer him no protection whatsoever. He begins to display his good faith. A clan that produces such vile descendants, we cannot escape our share of blame. As an expression of our deepest apologies, the Huang family is willing to donate 5,000 taels to repair bridges, pave roads, and provide relief to the impoverished citizens. Bowing low, he curses his own people. These wretches dared to clash with your excellency. Truly, they have eyes but fail to see Mount Tai. The Huang family has always placed the common good above all else. For the nation, for the people standing against these scoundrels who bully the common folk, the Huang family shall cooperate with the local authorities to thoroughly crush these dark forces and restore clear skies to Yunshui County. After a moment's silence, the old man speaks cautiously. Our hospitality these past few days has been lacking. We humbly beg Lord Lin's forgiveness. Lin Xiu waves it off easily. It's fine. Seeing that you've shown sincerity, I won't make things difficult this time. Disperse now. When I have time, I'll return. The old man's face lights up with relief. Wonderful, wonderful, Lord Lin, rest assured the next time you grace us with your presence, I guarantee the officials and citizens here will be as close as one great family, just like Jiangnan. Lin Xiu surveys the scene and feels a quiet sense of satisfaction. Isn't this far better than slaughter? He happily lets Chen Qi embrace him. The Eastern Sea Prefecture shall become a second Jiangnan. Back at the Huang family estate in Yunshui County, one of the old man's close confidants voices his question. What did the letter say? Just what is Lin Xiu's background? The old man explains unhurriedly. He is not only the #1 ranked chosen one, but recently he has also become the imperial consort of Princess Minghe, touring the Eastern Sea Prefecture on a honeymoon journey. He sighs with frustration. I've heard that someone in the Eastern Sea has already had their assets seized. They've picked up quite the formidable one. At a small eatery, a man in red robes speaks up. Have you lot heard the news? Apparently, a great figure from the imperial capital has arrived. He has no particular hobbies, just loves seizing the fortunes of corrupt officials and martial tyrants, eradicating evil and rooting out injustice. The man at the next table muses, so the Eastern Sea is going to become the next Jiangnan, is it? At a neighboring table, an old man who is half-drunk scoffs, so what if this figure is as great as the heavens? Can he even lay a finger on the Eastern Sea Trading House? As long as the Eastern Sea Trading House still stands, this place will never become Jiangnan. Then, a weathered old man nods and says, I heard that outside the city, a farming family was slaughtered by the Sea tribe a few days ago. They didn't even spare the 2-year-old child. Truly pitiful. The man sitting next to him slams the table. Those filthy Sea tribe scum. Next time we catch them, we should chop them to pieces and feed them to the dogs. The moment Ming-He hears those 2 words, Sea tribe, her expression darkens with fury. They'd better pray I never cross paths with them. Lin Xiu idly fiddles with the chopsticks on the table, recalling the irreconcilable, bone-deep hatred between the Sea tribe and humanity. Year after year, those creatures terrorize the coastal prefectures. The court dispatches forces to hunt them down annually. Yet the Sea tribe, born of the vast ocean, can never be fully exterminated. The men in the eatery continue their animated discussion. A few days ago, someone captured a Sea tribe creature. Today they plan to auction it off at the prefectural city. An auction, why bother? Just lop its head off and be done with it. Who would waste coin buying such a wretched thing? They chatter on endlessly. It's not one of those savage Sea tribe creatures. Of course it's a rare Sea spirit tribe member. Oh, is that so? And it's a female at that. Whoever manages to buy her and bring her home, now that's a lifetime of bliss. Ming-He turns to him and pleads softly, I've only ever seen them in books. I've never encountered a Sea spirit tribe member in person. Can we go take a look? Thinking of Na, he too acknowledges that the Sea spirit tribe is indeed exceedingly rare. Fangs bared, savage faces twisted, the vast majority of Sea tribe members are hideous in appearance. Razor-sharp teeth, fins or scales covering their bodies, webbed fingers and toes. And the putrid stench of fish wafting from their every pore, one glance and you can tell them apart instantly. By contrast, Na with her alluring rose-pink hair, the Sea spirit tribe is a branch of the Sea tribe, yet compared to their kin, they bear a far greater resemblance to humans. At the Eastern Sea Trading House's marketplace, the streets are packed with people, yet every eye is drawn to Lin Xiu's wives. At the same time, women of the Sea spirit tribe are renowned for their exceptional beauty, and the natural fragrance they exude makes them highly sought-after commodities. One man counts on his fingers 1, 2, 3, 4, a full 9 beauties. The surrounding men begin to whisper amongst themselves. Whose household does he belong to? How have I never seen so many beauties gathered in one place before? What a blessed man. Amidst the murmuring, Lin Xiu approaches someone and asks, Pardon me, why is everyone gathered outside? Do we need a ticket to enter? The man's eyes light up as he gazes at the young lord's entourage, a young master from another region, I presume. Your wives from abroad are quite stunning, aren't they? Nonetheless, he answers the question. Entering the trading house itself doesn't require a ticket, but you must verify your assets. Without a banknote of at least 10,000 taels on your person, you won't have the qualification to step inside. Lin Xiu produces a slip of paper. Will 10 million do? The gatekeeper flashes a cunning smile. They cheerfully spread their arms and usher him in. Please, Your Excellency, do come inside. Your visit is a great honor for us. Seeing him spend money so freely. The onlookers outside silently weep with envy. Just who on earth is this young lord? Since when did the Eastern Sea have someone of such stature? A voice from the elevated platform draws his attention. Distinguished guests, I have long known that you are all people of refined taste. Common Sea tribe creatures have surely grown tiresome to your eyes. The man holding the chains continues, that is why the Eastern Sea Trading House has spared no expense and at last procured a genuinely rare treasure for all of you, a Sea Spirit Tribe member. Zhu Ninger suddenly exclaims in surprise, that's a Sea Spirit Tribe member. She looks no different from us. A portly rich man raises his voice in doubt. How does the Eastern Sea Trading House intend to prove she's truly a Sea Spirit Tribe member? It's not that I haven't seen Sea Spirit Tribe members before, but this woman feels entirely different from a genuine one. The man holding the chain yanks the girl's hand out of the pool. This Sea Spirit Tribe female was purchased by us at great expense from the black market and has been properly appraised. If you don't believe it, feel free to come closer and take a whiff. Sea Spirit Tribe members possess a unique fragrance. The portly man walks over to test it. Indeed, there is a distinct sweet scent. He lashes her with a whip, making her cry out in pain. The auctioneer continues his deception. Furthermore, she can even speak the Sea tribe's tongue. This, too, can prove her identity. No sooner are the words spoken than the girl in the pool begins uttering incomprehensible gibberish. seeing these people make such a farce of it. Lin Xiu is filled with nothing but contempt. What nonsense is this? The words this woman speaks are not only unintelligible to humans, the Sea tribe themselves likely wouldn't understand a single syllable. He says nothing, merely pondering some unscrupulous traitors would awaken a human woman's water special ability, then disguise her as a Sea Spirit tribe member. After selling her for an exorbitant price, they would seize the opportunity to vanish without a trace. Her acting was quite exquisite, but compared to the child performers of Lihua Garden, she was still far inferior. That Fu Shang was most likely a shill planted by the East Sea Trading Company. Ming He saw her and felt a surge of pity. She looks so wretched, can we buy her? The chain-wielding man began the bidding. The starting bid for the Sea Spirit Tribe Maiden was 10,000 taels. Each bid increase must be no less than 1,000 taels. Whoever offers the highest price takes the exotic beauty home. One after another, the mindless nouveau rich clamored to claim her. 10,100 taels, 10,200 taels, 10,300. Ming He whispered softly, "Is that a fake Sea Spirit Tribe member?" Lin Xiu calmly explained truthfully about the Sea Spirit Tribe. He gestured toward the girl being paraded outside. The onlookers erupted in murmurs. She looked no different from the courtesans of the Xiao Jiao brothel, indistinguishable from any ordinary woman. Her appearance was nothing remarkable at all. This is supposed to be a Sea Spirit Tribe member. Something so plain is being sold for over 10,000 taels. Have these rich men gone blind? Where did Anna come from? She wanted to rescue the girl. She struck down those villains one by one, then unchained the girl. Go, quickly. But the girl clung tightly to her. What about you? I've captured her. The one who had chained the girl earlier was already eager for this, and now, the person they sought had finally appeared. Sharp gazes bore down on Anna from every direction. Gradually she ceased her resistance. A look of troubled contemplation suddenly surfaced on Lin Xiu's face. This auction was clearly a tropa chess game designed to lure out the real Sea Spirit Tribe members. Yet inwardly he screamed, "Stay still. Let go of me." The guard stood in stunned silence. This was a genuine Sea Spirit Tribe woman. Anna's image flashed through his mind. Those men shouted at her to stay put. Damn it. Lin Xiu thought to himself, he had helped her last time, and now she had stumbled into trouble once more. A man shot to his feet and bellowed, 20,000 taels and she's mine to take. Did anyone ask for my opinion? 25,000 taels. The crowd erupted, each person shouting their own price, refusing to yield an inch. I bid 22,000 taels, 30,000, 33,000. At that moment, a young noble offered 40,000 taels. Lin Xiu spoke without hesitation, 50,000 taels. Those words alone were enough to send the surrounding crowd into a frenzy of vicious whispers. He already had countless beauties around him, yet he still had his eye on this Sea Spirit Tribe girl, a true lecher, that one. Even if he didn't care about the silver, did he not care about his own back? Sensing the tense situation, the shopkeeper stepped forward with an awkward expression and spoke. Our humble apologist, East Sea Trading Company, expended no small effort to capture her. We intend to bring her to the capital for auction. Lin Xiu remained cold and unmoved. 60,000 taels. The shopkeeper heard this and still smiled an utterly artificial smile. The young master bids 60,000 taels. There may well be someone in the capital willing to bid 70,000. Lin Xiu remained utterly unfazed. Then 70,000 taels. Still unsatisfied, the shopkeeper continued his stalling tactics, determined to squeeze every last coin from him. The young master bids 70,000, but the nobles of the royal capital might go as high as 80,000 taels. Hey, casually called out, 100,000 taels. The old man was beside himself with excitement, convinced he had landed a fat catch. He pressed on with his ploy. Someone in the East Sea already bid 100,000. In the capital, someone will surely pay 150,000, perhaps even 200,000 taels. Contrary to the money grubber's expectations, Lin Xiu displayed only disappointment. That expensive? Then I won't buy. Everyone had seen through the old man's scheme. The surrounding murmurs were thick with open irritation. The East Sea Trading Company never intended to sell in the first place. We've been played. Those bastards were treating us like monkeys to toy with. Late that night, as he returned, he encountered Ling Yin. She approached and asked, "It's so late, where are you going?" Lin Xiu replied, "Couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk." She flared up, "Don't think I don't know you. Whatever you're up to, I'm coming with you." Ling Yin spoke softly, though I despise the cruelty of the sea tribe. That sea spirit tribe girl has done nothing wrong, if anything. She's rather pitiful, and some people aren't even worthy of being compared to the sea tribe. He gently took her hands in his. Let's go. As the two walked on, Lin Xiu suddenly stopped. Ling Yin asked, why did you stop? He didn't mince words. I feel we're not fully prepared. In the ancient capital, beneath the shimmering glow of night lanterns, two lavish carriages adorned with gleaming gold details proclaimed the wealth and status of their owners. Crimson lanterns hung high, crafting a scene both opulent and ethereal. The place buzzed with far more activity than before. Sounds echoed endlessly through every street. Wonderful, wonderful. A gentleman has come to play. Fill it up, once bought, no exchanges. Come again, come again. Inside the East Sea Trading Company, two silhouettes, one male, one female, blazed past like the wind. The deeper they ventured, the tighter the security. The Sea Spirit Tribe maiden was undoubtedly being held somewhere within the compound. Lin Xiu suddenly heard laughter from somewhere ahead. He was startled. What he saw was a fat, bloated man with a flabby belly and an inhuman grin, groping a girl inside a room. Lin Xiu shielded his companion's eyes. This is absolutely revolting. Humans can, at the very least, should never do such things. The foul creature let out a filthy groan. Oh, my beauty. He kicked the man from behind, sending him crashing to the floor before he could even react. He cursed in frustration. Don't. I told Yao every last person in this place is a monster. The door swung open. The girls inside stared at him with eyes brimming with sheer, utter terror. They could do nothing, hands and feet bound by chains and shackles. Those willow-fragile bodies could only huddle together, watching him with fearful, guarded eyes. Don't come any closer. Neither Lin Xiu nor Ling Yin could conceal the fury blazing through their veins. They both wished for nothing more than to beat those wretches into a pulp. Don't come any closer. Outside, something stirred. Guards clad in iron armor came rushing over, shouting as they ran. Intruders detected. Sound the alarm. They themselves froze at the sight before them. Nobody make any rash moves. One of them bellowed, special ability user, go fetch the honored guest elders at once. Lin Xiu's brow furrowed slightly. Where had this fire appeared from? And it was melting his ice. The flames coalesced into the shape of a colossal palm and came crashing down. Several guards erupted in cheers. The guildmaster has arrived. Lin Xiu clenched his fists, his brows knitting together tightly. This colossal fire palm radiated devastating waves of origin force. The one who struck was undoubtedly an expert at the Earth Stage Peak. To think the East Sea Trading Company harbored an Earth Stage Peak powerhouse within its ranks. The massive fire palm came crashing down. He stood to the side, a pleased smile creeping across his face. Not bad, quite interesting indeed. Lin Xiu flicks his wrist. A shard of ice rockets toward the nearby fire vortex, and from within, a ferocious face materializes. Brown hair, brows sharp as blades, a cruel visage that stuns him. The chairman roars. Dozens of fire-wrapped arrows streak toward him. His expression grows solemn. With one arm he shields Ling Yin at his side and they vanish. She screams his name. Lin Xiu remains utterly unperturbed. A peak Earth stage cultivator is no easy opponent, must first guarantee Ling Yin's safety. In the blink of an eye, both of them disappear. The man stares in disbelief, muttering under his breath, vanished that quickly. The chairman clasps his hands behind his back, his cold, piercing gaze alone enough to radiate authority. He turns to the shopkeeper and demands, "What happened with those two?" The man bows respectfully. Reporting to the chairman, it was the one who came during the day. He offered 100,000 taels for the Sea Spirit Tribe girl. We refused to sell, but he wouldn't relent. He even broke in under cover of night. He furrows his brows tightly. The East Sea Trading Association's greatest transactions have always been renowned for their secrecy and security. With an incident like this, how will our East Sea Trading Association maintain its reputation going forward? Search the entire city, he orders. Find them for Menno. A sphere of azure light suddenly descends from the heavens above. His hair stands on end, sparks flying from sheer fury. Overreaching fools, they dare come back. The sphere of light crashes into him, slamming the chairman flat onto the ground. He clenches his fists in rage. This power, could it be? A name erupts from his lipzone that terrifies even himself. Zhao Lingjun. While shock still grips the chairman, an image of Lin Xiu propping himself up with a carefree grin, laughing heartily, flashes through his mind. So now I finally know who the big shot that came to the East Sea is. the fox borrows the tiger's might. At this moment, Lin Xiu recalls the conversation the two of them shared the night before. Why did you stop? It's just that I feel we haven't prepared thoroughly enough. He reflects that bringing Lingjun along on this trip was indeed a brilliant decision. Lin Xiu beats the chairman to a pulp, treating him as nothing more than a punching bag. You're the chairman of the East Sea Trading Association, aren't you? Fists rain down, kicks slam home. Peak Earth stages that's supposed to be impressive. The chairman can only beg for mercy, utterly helpless. Your Excellency, have mercy, please stop. But Lin Xiu shows not an ounce of mercy. He doesn't relent, still won't submit. I gave you a chance and you didn't take it. The man has no choice left but to scream for help. In the quiet of the night, beneath crystalline waters, Anna curls up in a corner, chains binding her wrists. Tears roll endlessly down her beautiful face. A girl whose mere glance compels anyone to shield her from harm. She sits there, sobbing. Father and mother were not wrong. Humans are truly a terrifying race. Anna buries her face in her hands and weeps bitterly. From now on, I will never sneak out again. See God, Your Excellency, please save me. Like a drowning soul clutching at driftwood, the Sea Spirit Tribe members cannot contain their joy at the sight of someone coming to their rescue. See God, Your Excellency, you've heard my prayers. Lin Xiu shatters the chains on Anna's wrists with a single squeeze, right before her wide, adoring eyes. Lin Xiu scolds her gently. Didn't I tell you last time not to wander around? And yet you still dared to come ashore. Anna swears she won't dare to do it again. He asks how she fell into their trap. Can you even understand the human tongue? Anna confesses honestly. I secretly learned a little of the Dazia language. He buries his face in his palms, momentarily at a complete loss. The Sea Tribe being this naive surviving until now is already a miracle of sheer luck. The Sea Spirit Tribe members stare blankly, utterly bewildered. He plays the role of a reluctant teacher. Remember, when you're outside, do not call me See God, Your Excellency. And do not tell anyone that we've met before. The Sea Spirit Tribe nods furiously, heads bobbing like pounding garlic. At the East Sea Trading Association, several officials pace nervously, unable to settle. A strange sound rings out. A pair of eyes narrows sharply in vigilance. Suddenly, a great lord materializes from thin air and collapses face first onto the ground. My Lord Thighs One pays respects to Lord Lin. Lord Lin's arrival in the East Sea is a blessing upon our East Sea Prefecture. This humble official is the East Sea Prefecture Governor. I have long heard of Lord Lin's illustrious name. This minor official's reverence for Lord Lin is as boundless as the great river, flowing without end. He seems to pour every last ounce of his being into groveling. He curses the East Sea Trading Association's 18 generations of ancestors. Truly someone who doesn't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. Did they really think reaching peak Earth stage makes them invincible? Now they've offended a noble from the royal capital. Trouble is coming. They're finished. Lin Xiu shields Anna behind him and demands, which family from the capital do you serve? The official stammers, reporting to Lord Linthai's humble official's surname is Song. Lin Xiu's face turns contemplative. The East Sea Trading Association dared to commit such atrocities right under your noses. You have no excuse. Lead your men and investigate thoroughly. Every last person implicated in this case shall face the full weight of the law. Not a single one is to be spared. The capital's envoy stands with hands on his hips, thrusting Lin Xiu's portrait into the official's face and bellowing. Having encountered Lin Xiu himself, whatever he commands you cooperate, no questions asked. He is a major figure now. Even the Zhang and Song families in the capital dare not touch him. If anything goes wrong, even the imperial bloodline will be dealt with according to the law. The official trembles violently, drenched in cold sweat, and obeys. Understood. His gaze drifts to the chairman lying sprawled on the ground. He thinks to himself, a peak Earth stage expert beaten to this state. Lin Xiu's voice cuts like a blade. What are you waiting for? Send your men to search for evidence of their crimes. No. The official trembles. Why yes, this official will issue the order at once. He thinks to himself, Lin Xiu is now Zhao Lingjun's husband. No wonder no one dares lay a finger on him. He bolts like the wind, wishing he could relay the orders to his subordinates in the very next breath. Search every inch for me, leave no corner unchecked. The soldiers shout in thunderous unison. Yes, sir. A soldier's voice rings out urgently. My lord, please, you must come see this at once. Lin Xiu strides forward. Hurry! The official is so terrified that sweat pours down his face like rain. Lord Lin, this humble official will step away for a moment and return immediately. The official steps inside. The scene within is enough to make anyone blush crimson. He stammers, This is. The women are gripped with terror, their sobbing unceasing. Please, please save us, we don't want him to come back. The official frowns with fury and looks more closely at the children. Aren't these the missing children from the various counties of East Sea Prefecture? I can't believe more than half of them ended up here. No one knows when he appeared, but Lin Xiu now stands behind them. Every wealthy merchant and official who had dealings with the East Sea Trading Association is to be thoroughly investigated. Anyone connected to this matter kill without mercy. The official trembles uncontrollably. Why yes, Lord Lin, this humble official. This humble official will carry it out at once. Two soldiers kick the yamen gates wide open and bellow, open up. The East Sea Yamen is conducting official business. All unauthorized persons clear the area. The criminal clasps his hands and submits to being bound. Scum, you're finished. The man struggles stubbornly and shouts, You dare, do you know who I have backing me? The soldiers have had enough. They shove the scum's face into the brick floor. No one's saving you now. The next day, the citizens of the city buzz with whispers, spreading the news among themselves. Why are all 4 gates of the prefectural city sealed shut? Did something happen? I heard the East Sea Trading Association is in real trouble. Is that true? Voices ring out one after another. Hurry up, next one, get in. The prisoners file into the city one by one. A handsome young man speaks up. I heard that last night, in a single night, the Eastern Sea Trading Chamber was uprooted completely. Even their chairman, a peak Earth stage cultivator, was caught in the net. The citizens cry out in shock, their voices rising as one. What? The Eastern Sea Trading Chamber was utterly annihilated. The young man shakes his head. I heard it too, but it's only hearsay. Several soldiers read aloud the charges inscribed upon the indictment against the Eastern Sea Trading Chamber: bribery of officials, kidnapping of women and children, human trafficking, unspeakable depravity, unforgivable crimes. A clear, commanding voice rings out immediately after the evidence has been searched, collected, and verified. In 3 days, all those involved shall be publicly beheaded at the marketplace. The crowd can barely contain their joy. It should have been done long ago. Don't push, let me through. Let me see. The stern soldier addresses the people. The specific charges are all written on the public notice. Fury grips everyone as they read the indictment. 2 men in particular can no longer contain their rage at the atrocities committed by the Eastern Sea Trading Chamber. Their fists clench, white teeth grinding as they curse through clenched jaws. And there are mothers, 2 women weeping until their tears run dry, mourning for their stolen children. They wail without end. Their cries tear at the very heart. I knew something was wrong with that place. They didn't even spare the children, those beasts, those animals. They deserve to be carved into 1,000 pieces. My child suffered so much. How am I supposed to go on living? At this moment, at the marketplace gate, 2 cart pullers converse about the events unfolding in the city. Just how many wealthy merchants and nobles are on the execution block today? Don't be so hasty, just wait and watch. A big figure is about to be executed next. One of them recounts the chairman is to be beheaded. The executioner's blade has been honed to a razor's edge with meticulous care. A hard-to-read melancholy lingers in the condemned man's eyes. His brow no longer sharp and cold. Gone is his once so inspiring bearing, replaced by a haggard, weary visage, perhaps tinged with the faintest hint of remorse. Even the executioner murmurs, I've been lopping off heads for half my life, yet I never imagined I'd one day execute a peak Earth stage expert. Perhaps even he never foresaw falling to such an end. The blade falls without mercy, his head tumbles, blood sprays across the stone, and so ends a life steeped in sin. The crowd below erupts in cheers. They rejoice that a great evil has been repaid. If you didn't want to face justice, you shouldn't have committed such atrocities. Serves him right, well killed, how satisfying, how exhilarating. Genki also witnesses everything from below. She says Eastern Sea is about to change. At the Eastern Sea Governor's office, an official reports to Lin Xiu, Lord Lin, those children have been returned to their parents. The other women have also been properly cared for. A portion of the assets seized from the Eastern Sea Trading Chamber and the wealthy merchants has been allocated by the authorities as compensation. Enough to sustain the victims for the rest of their lives without worrying about food or clothing. The remainder has been surrendered to the imperial treasury. He adds, the sea tribe woman has also been released back to the ocean. Does your excellency see any oversights in our handling of the matter? He remains calm as ever, his refined, unwavering demeanor utterly captivating. Well done. He thinks to himself this purge was far more thorough than the last one in Jiangnan. It seems that for a long time to come, the Eastern Sea Prefecture will be the most peaceful prefecture in all of Dezia. Aboard the ship heading back to the capital, Anna is surrounded by beautiful women. Her skin is so soft and smooth it's as if she were made of water. She smells so lovely, even more fragrant than perfume. Linziu immediately pulls her behind him. Honestly, ladies, stop frightening her, she's absolutely terrified on the inside. Ling Yan teases, it seems she really likes you. He doesn't dodge the question. Is that so? Perhaps it's because I saved her. She presses on. So you want to keep her by your side? He waves his hand. No. I intend to let her go back. Do you think I'm like those perverts? Besides, surely she wants to return to the sea. Anna's face flushes scarlet. She speaks word by word. I don't want to go. She runs over and embraces Lin Xiu, her face beaming with undisguised happiness. That embrace is sweet as candy, warm as the morning sun. I want to stay with Lord Sea God. Lin Xiu holds the beauty in his arms and can't help but sigh inwardly. He's only met this sea spirit tribe girl twice. Is she really planning to leech off him aboard this ship? The sea spirit tribe girl Anna clings to the ship's railing and peers down. It's so high. She calls out excitedly, Lord Sea God, fly higher. Lin Xiu replies warmly, all right, just be careful. A middle-aged man asks respectfully, Lord Lin, do you intend to return to the capital? Anna hears the voice and immediately hides behind him, her frightened eyes peeking forward, an adorably timid sight. Lin Xiu thinks to himself, mainly because your Eastern Sea governor was so cooperative, every last corrupt official has been swept clean. Aki and I have no more business in Eastern Sea. But he doesn't voice his true thoughts and simply replies, we've been touring Eastern Sea for over half a month now. It's about time we return to the capital. Then he turns to the official. These are all the confiscated assets from the noble families and corrupt officials. I didn't expect there to be so much. That single remark is enough to make the official break into a cold sweat. The man wipes his sweat, trembling as he answers, I also didn't expect there to be so much either. Eastern Sea has always been wealthy and every noble house here drips with riches. Moreover, the seizures from the Eastern Sea Trading Chamber alone have netted an amount of silver equivalent to an entire year of Dezia's tax revenue. The official replies respectfully, it is all thanks to Lord Lin for uncovering the evidence of the Eastern Sea Trading Chamber's crimes. The people of Eastern Sea have even begun composing folk songs in your praise. He waves his hand, not at all, you deserve credit as well. She murmurs from behind in admiration, Lord Sea God is truly magnificent. Inside a room, Chen Qi spots a dove perched on the windowsill. It takes no effort to recognize it as a carrier pigeon of the Tiandao Alliance. She is stunned. What? The Tiandao Alliance is about to disband. Inside the Imperial Palace, officials argue back and forth. Eastern Sea Prefecture is truly a den of corruption and villainy. I never expected it to be this extensive, truly worthy of its infamy. Such an enormous sum of embezzled wealth, truly unheard of. The Imperial Treasury is flush once more. Reporting to Your Majesty, these are all the confiscated assets recovered from Eastern Sea, hereby submitted in full to the Imperial Treasury. The Emperor of Dezia praises him repeatedly. You have done well, you have done very well. The official bows respectfully, this is merely my duty. The patriarch of the Zhang family speaks up. The Eastern Sea governor is a man of the Song family, yet he exploited this purge of corrupt officials to bolster his own reputation. What vicious scheming. Those words alone are enough to make the patriarch of the Song family seethe with rage. The entire city buzzes with gossip, each person adding their own piece to the tale, making the story ever more colorful. I heard this was a large-scale purge secretly orchestrated by the Song family in coordination with Lin Xiu. They say Eastern Sea has become just like Jiangnan now. Wonderful, they should be wiped out completely. How many boatloads has it been now? Those corrupt officials in Eastern Sea were beyond greedy. These words even reached the flying carriage of Prince Qi. The Song family is, after all, one of his most ardent supporters. Could it be that Prince Qi secretly orchestrated the punishment of these corrupt officials? The patriarch of the Song family parts the curtain and carefully observes the scene outside. Compared to the crown prince, having Prince Qi inherit the throne would be far better. Prince Chi chuckles softly and speaks, "Old friend, our dear crown prince must be having quite a rough time these days, wouldn't you say?" His close subordinate replies, "We've been locked in struggle with the Zhang family for so long, how could we possibly let this opportunity slip by?" From the court to the streets, voices criticizing the crown prince echo everywhere. Things at the Eastern Palace are no better. The crown prince's hands clench into fists, his face ashen with rage. How could this be? Could this be karmic retribution for going against Lin Xiu? If the crown prince title is truly stripped, what will I do? At the Zhang residence, the Zhang family patriarch mutters under his breath, "Damn it, the Song family dares to pull such a stunt." Although the Zhang family's strength far surpasses the Song family's, the Song family is still a clan with a heaven stage expert. They remain a considerable threat and cannot be completely looked down upon. He props his chin on his hand, calculating his own plan. His expression darkens, his brows tightly knitted. If the crown prince had even a shred of ambition, that would be one thing. But now everyone knows he is a sickly weakling. His talent far inferior to the Qi Wang supported by the Song family. The empress is still not too old, perhaps she should bear another prince. After all, given his majesty's current health, sitting firmly on the throne for another 20 years should pose no problem. By then, they could assist the young prince onto the throne. Didn't the Song family confiscate the assets of numerous merchants and powerful clans in East Sea Prefecture? Then funnel all that wealth into the national treasury. The Zhang family can do the same. After all, of the 21 wealthiest families within De Zia's territory, the Zhang family controls far more than the Song family. If the Song family can confiscate an amount equivalent to 1 year of De Zia's tax revenue, the Zhang family can confiscate enough for 3 years, perhaps even 5. If the Song family can punish 1 corrupt official, the Zhang family can punish 10. He immediately sets this plan into motion. What is it, just seizing assets and arresting people? How could this old man not know how to do that? Pass down my orders, every official and powerful clan implicated in corruption. Confiscate their assets in full. The subordinate bows his head respectfully. Understood. The Zhang family patriarch adds a careful reminder. But this must not be done haphazardly. Confiscate 1 household at a time. The court takes 80%. The Zhang family keeps 20%. The subordinate immediately praises the patriarch for his wisdom. Several days later, at the imperial court, the De Zia emperor is momentarily stunned when the Zhang family patriarch kneels before him. Zhang Qing Yu, the patriarch, reports respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Zhang family has always been devoted to rooting out corrupt officials. The assets seized in this round are all ill-gotten gains from officials and powerful clans who have recently committed crimes." The Zhang family patriarch declares, "Who's afraid of whom?" The Song family patriarch is no pushover either. The Song family will follow through to the very end. You want to compete that it. The two glare at each other, sparks practically flying from their eyes. Lin Xiu stands to the side, silently lamenting, "My plan to sweep De Zia clean of corruption barely lasted a month before being forced to a halt. Everything a key and I wanted to do has already been snatched away by the Zhang and Song families." At this point, aside from forming a heart shape with his hands in support, I'm afraid even the Tiandao alliance has nothing left to do. The other officials watch the spectacle with great amusement. Wonderful, what magnificent momentum. The De Zia emperor is overjoyed. My wealth. He calculates in his mind, the assets are confiscated by the Zhang and Song families, the people are arrested by them. The infamy falls entirely on those 2 houses, while every last benefit belongs to the emperor. 1 round of confiscation like this, and the national treasury won't have to worry about shortages for at least the next 10 years. After court adjourns, Lin Xiu stretches as he walks, musing that with such fine weather he ought to invite a key out for a stroll. She has seemed rather downcast lately. Just then he runs into Zhou Jin entering, carrying a large wooden box. "Lord Lin." Zhou Jin approaches and says, "Lord Lin, please wait a moment. This humble one has something for you, please have a look." Lin Xiu is utterly bewildered. He asks blankly, "What is?" The chief steward opens the box as he speaks. His Majesty says he does not like to owe anyone. "Here are 40,000 taels of the debt Her Highness the Princess owed you. His Majesty repays it on her behalf. The remaining 100,000 taels are the dowry His Majesty has prepared for Her Highness. He also instructed that you are all family now. Should you ever need funds in the future, do not hesitate to ask." The man rattles on without pause. The silver and assets seized by the Zhang and Song families were so vast that even the national treasury could not contain it all. His Majesty has specially used the surplus to construct several new palaces, increase stipends for the imperial consorts, and even generously approved numerous budget expenditures. From now on, the lives of the common folk should surely grow better with each passing day. After returning to the residence, Lin Xiu leads Chen Qi out for a stroll through the streets. Today, the streets are filled with young ladies dressed elegantly and gracefully. She remarks that these young women, commoner girls, no longer have to fear being abducted by the powerful and wealthy. They can walk the streets with ease. It seems this humble one truly has no more need for the Tiandao alliance. He leans close to her ear and whispers, "Actually, there is something I've never told you." Chen Qi looks puzzled. "What is it?" Lin Xiu whispers, "The Alliance Master of Tiandao." Hearing this, she suddenly exclaims, "The Alliance Master of the Tiandao Alliance is the Emperor of Dezia. The dog emperor we've always cursed is actually the Alliance Master of the Tiandao Alliance." He explains that although it sounds unbelievable, the truth is exactly so. "So you needn't worry that Dezia will return to the way it was before. His Majesty and I will absolutely never let that happen." With that, he gently takes her hand. The touch is as tender as can be, a handhold that stirs the soul. "From this moment on, you can rest easy, even if the Tiandao Alliance ceases to exist someday." He emphasizes, "You still have me." Chen Qi softly calls his name, Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu smiles gently, recalling Chen Qi's figure. Aki hopes the brothers of the Tiandao Alliance can attend their wedding, so she sets out on a journey to find everyone. During the days of waiting and reunion, several of them cultivate together, though they do not train with the others. Lin Xiu frequently visits Mingzhu's quarters. Chen Qi recalls that she often stays at the noble consort's chambers watching her paint. He also visits Anna's place often. Sometimes he teaches Anna to read and write. She repeats after his instruction, "At the beginning of human life, one's nature is inherently good." Then Lin Xiu spots Ming He and Natasha sparring on the training grounds. He can't help but marvel, "Peace is truly wonderful." The princess declares, "Please enlighten me." Natasha also offers the princess some praise worthy of being Lin Xiu's wife. "Your progress is remarkable, but for now, I can still handle you." After a round of sparring, Ming He sighs once more. As expected, she still cannot defeat Natasha. Natasha approaches and consoles her, "You've improved rapidly. Perhaps at the next grand tournament you'll be able to defeat me." Once the schedule is confirmed for 2 days later, Natasha prepares to return to Deluo. She tells everyone, "I've troubled you all for so long, I must return to Deluo to cultivate. I will visit you all often." A subordinate enters to deliver a message, "Your Highness Natasha." The black-robed subordinate kneels and asks, "Your Highness Natasha, have you discovered anything?" Natasha shouts back, "They are my friends. You are asking me to betray my own friends." The subordinate recalls the De Luo Emperor's orders, "Cooperate with the princess, there must be no mistakes." He complies and clearly reminds her so she does not forget. "Your Highness, please do not forget, this is the great Emperor's command. Moreover, the great emperor is not forcing your highness to do anything drastic. He merely asks you to investigate a little why have those two women's strength advanced so rapidly." Natasha refuses to heed a single word. She snaps, "Dezia is our ally, do you not even trust our own allies?" The subordinate explains, "Your highness, you are still too young. Between nations, only interests are eternal." He reminds her of the current state of their nation and advises her to remember the greater purpose. "Du has obtained something that could enhance." His eyes flash with malice. "Your Highness trusts Dezia, but do you also trust Dayu? Don't forget what Dayu once did to us." The two continue exchanging a few more words back and forth. Meanwhile, Ninger, Minghe, and Qinhuan are all sighing with melancholy. Who knows when Aki will return? Now that Natasha has left too, I wish she could have stayed a while longer. After all, she is a princess of a nation. She must focus on her cultivation. The bird that had been perching on a tree branch within Natasha's residence flies over and lands beside Lin Xiu. Just as he predicted, Natasha indeed has problems. When you think about it, you can't help but feel. There are several strange points. As the princess of De Luo and their foremost genius, how could the emperor of De Luo so calmly allow her to follow us back to Dezia without even caring about her cultivation? He shudders at the thought of being captured and thrown into a den of women. Fortunately, his secret remains hidden. That dual cultivation elevates his cultivation base. Otherwise, De Yu or De Luo might very well kidnap him and ravage his body. Chen Qi looks at Lin Xiu with a gentle smile. Lin Xiu, I've returned. She blushes as she reports to him. Everything has been relayed to the people of the Tiandao Alliance. Lin Xiu seizes both of her hands. Then today, I shall go request His Majesty to grant us a marriage. His heart is strangely elated. Tade must thank the Zhang and Song families. If not for them, who knows how long he would have had to wait to marry a Ka. Today is an auspicious day. Lin Xiu heads back to his own residence. An auspicious day. As Lin Xiu recalls, this is His Majesty's final promised marriage grant. 3 Chancestuo have already been used for Ninger and Channer. Marrying Ming He was His Majesty's own initiative, if that doesn't count, so he still has one final chance remaining. The moment he steps inside, he spots Bai Zhang standing absent-mindedly in a corner. Lin Xiu tiptoes over and claps him on the shoulder with a loud shout, startling him so badly he nearly leaps out of his skin. Your Highness, the Qin Prince's soul nearly flies away in fright. He turns around and lets out a long breath of relief. Oh, it's just you. Lin Xiu asks with concern. What's with that furrowed brow? Bai Zhang's expression is deadly serious. He only needs to recall the vicious face of the Qin princess consort to steel his resolve. I've thought it through. I want to divorce the Qin princess consort. Regarding the internal affairs, Lin Xiu knows a thing or two. The Qin princess consort is a daughter of the Wei family, apart from the Zhang, Song, and Zhu families. The Wei family holds the second highest noble rank. There is also an expert of the heaven stage within her household. With her status, she truly has no need to be courteous to the Qin prince who cannot even directly inherit the throne. He cautiously asks Bai Zhang, has the Qin princess consort agreed? The latter looks weary and waves his hand frantically. Continuing like this benefits neither side. She has agreed, just wants 500,000 taels of silver. Lin Xiu scratches his face, feeling somewhat awkward hearing those words, looking rather troubled. 500,000 taels of silver in exchange for freedom, not a bad deal. He thinks of his own matters and heads off to find His Majesty. Others come requesting a divorce. Yet here he is requesting a marriage grant. It feels rather disrespectful to the man. Afterward, the two of them go together to find His Majesty. Your sons pay respects to Your Majesty. The emperor tells them to rise. Bai Zhang respectfully implores, Father, your son wishes to divorce the Qin princess consort. I humbly beg for father's gracious approval. Hearing his words, His Majesty clutches his head and sighs. Very well, these years have indeed been hard on you. I grant permission. Proceed with the formalities at once. Thank you, Father. He then notices Lin Xiu standing beside him with a look that suggests he has something up his sleeve. His Majesty immediately imagines that Lin Xiu and Lingjun have had a falling out and are now demanding a divorce. Lin Xiu, don't tell me you want a divorce too. He thinks to himself, back then, he very much hoped Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingjun would not get along. But now that Lin Xiu has become one of his own men, this emperor still hopes their family remains harmonious. At that time they can also lend their strength to De Zia. Lin Xiu speaks with such deference that Bai Zhang nearly leaps in shock. Your Majesty has misunderstood. Your subject has come to request Your Majesty to grant a marriage. I still have one remaining marriage grant that has not been used. Your Majesty surely still remembers, does he not? The Qin prince stands there with his jaw hanging open. Wait, brother, seriously. Sometime later, at the Lin residence on the day of the grand wedding, the feast is lavish and extravagant, overwhelmingly lively, extraordinarily festive. Lin Xiu and Chen Qi stand in their red ceremonial robes. He says to her, I heard the emperor specially established a dedicated department, solely responsible for preparing my wedding ceremony. Though it's an imperial marriage grant, the efficiency is truly remarkable. At the banquet table of the Tiandao Alliance members, a green-haired girl dabs at her glistening eyes. Who would have thought a Ka would one day get married? That fellow over there is discussing with his brothers. Li Xiao Jiao's true identity turns out to be none other than Lin Xiu, ranked first on the Chosen One leaderboard. Those two laugh and chat merrily with each other. Lin Xiu is taking yet another wife so quickly, and this new wife is a peerless beauty to boot. The title of De Zia's greatest romantic undoubtedly belongs to him. In stark contrast, Lin Xiu's women are noticeably more subdued. Ming He lets out a soft sigh. Although she has long known Lin Xiu would marry a Ka, it still stinks only just married her. The princess glances at Chiba Rin and whispers, "Rin, do you truly intend to spend the rest of your life like this?" Her face flushes scarlet as she stammers, I don't know either." When the two of them leave the table, they drop a single remark that strikes straight into the darkest corner of Ling Yin's heart. Happiness must be seized by one's own hands. Don't go following someone else's example. She was clearly the first to appear, yet to this day she can only sit off to the side. Could that someone be me? She drifts into melancholy, recalling the scenes of Lin Xiu's weddings. The scenes from her elder sister's wedding day remain vivid, as if etched in her mind. Over on that side, someone has already announced the auspicious hour has arrived. First bode, O heaven and earth. The more Ling Yin thinks, the more sorrowful she feels for herself. Right now she remains here, while the wedding ceremony on the other side continues to unfold. Second Bodo, the honored elders. While the crowd gathers to watch the bride and groom, she abruptly rises to her feet. Bow to each other, the ceremony is completido, the bridal chamber. Congratulations, congratulations, how wonderful, how wonderful. Ling Yin raises her cup toward Mingzhu seated beside her. Your ladyship, on this auspicious day, allow me to offer you a toast. The noble consort is caught off guard and responds with slight awkwardness. Thank you, Ling Yin, please help yourself. Tears streak down Ling Yin's face as she drains the cup in one gulp. Whatever you don't force yourself. After the ceremony, Lin Xiu leads Chen Qi into the bridal chamber. My dear wife, watch your step at the threshold. Red garments are folded neatly upon the table, two hands clasped together on the crimson bedsheets. When the candles burn down to nothing the next morning, the two lie in bed, ethereal as a dream. Lin Xiu cradles Chen Qi in his embrace. My wife, I hope you like the new special ability I've given you. She blushes crimson. What are you saying so early in the morning? A week later, Chen Qi uses her special ability to make a teacup float into the air. This is the telekinesis ability, isn't it? How marvelous. Nanger and Ming He stand nearby, gazing in admiration. Having two special abilities means your cultivation speed can increase dramatically. Isn't that impressive? Aka has already mastered the use of telekinesis. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu sits on this side with his other wives. The imperial physician pours the tea. He reflects on how those words ring true. For example, Qin Wan, the illusion mystic art doubles her cultivation speed, and the ice mystic art doubles it as well. Dual cultivation through hand-holding doubles it further, and deeper dual cultivation doubles it yet again. In total, that yields a cultivation speed 4 times the norm. The princess channels both fire and ice origin force from her hands. Before long, she will be able to break through to the peak of Earth stage. By then, all the sisters will have become Heaven stage experts. Lin Xiu picks up his teacup and declares, after I step into the Earth stage, Saint Ra, I'll be able to bestow new abilities upon all of you. At that point, a household full of Heaven stage cultivators will be within our grasp. From then on, just freeloading alone would make us invincible under Heaven. Off to the side, Lingjun slumps down in defeat. I've lost. Lin Xiu chuckles softly and says to them, when your abilities surpass Zhao Lingjun's, what kind of expression do you think she'll show? Just thinking about it fills one with eager anticipation. Qin Wan turns to him and asks, since when did you start caring about your own wife? Lin Xiu hums a cheerful tune as he strolls through the corridor. He muses to himself, tonight, I'll seek out Qin Wan and the imperial physician. Just then a familiar voice calls out, young master. He turns around and asks, Anna, it's already so late, is something the matter? She replies sorrowfully, I wish to return home and see my parents. Lin Xiu calculates inwardly, Anna has been away from home for a long time. It's about time she paid a visit. Besides, I've been meaning to head to the East Sea again. My cultivation speed is at its fastest over the ocean anyway. I already promised Anna no problem. We'll head out in a few days. And No replies joyfully, thank you, see God, no thank you, young master. True to his word, 3 days later, the two arrive at Anna's dwelling in the East Sea. She takes the lead, calling out, Lord Sea God's domain is just up ahead. She whispers, glancing around nervously, it's already clear as day. They've definitely moved away. Lin Xiu walks alongside her in silence, gazing out at the vast ocean. Without a single clue to go on, finding anyone here is nearly impossible. Suddenly he spots a small fish lying in a corner. Arcs of electricity surge from his body, wrapping around the tiny creature. However, what I never lack are Lead's special abilities, Beast Tongue. The small fish revives. He observes it carefully and thinks to himself, looks like this isn't just a simple relocation. Anna can't find Lin Xiu anywhere, so she turns and calls out, "Young master." But then she sees him commanding an entire school of fish to do his bidding, and her admiration for him only deepens. As expected of Lord Sea God, effortlessly accomplishing what our sea spirit tribe could never do. Lin Xiu watches the school of fish swim upward and waves them off. Got it, go on. He turns to Anna with a helpless look. We have a lead now. Hurry. Anna drops to her knees and prostrates herself before him. Lord Sea God in heaven above, bless me and let me find my family. Lin Xiu smacks her backside in frustration. Stand up. Your tribe's people have been captured by the sea tribe. He glares at her. Think carefully, are there any powerful sea tribe forces in the vicinity? Think carefully, are there any powerful sea tribe forces nearby? Anna is dragged along by the ear as Lin Xiu pulls her forward. Lord Sea God, you must save them, he promises Anna. Fine, now lead the way. Before long, they arrive at the place known as the Sea Tribe Village. Anna exclaims joyfully, Lord Sea God, look, over there some of our people are tied to those boulders. She cries out and rushes toward two figures, father, mother. Two Sea Tribe members turn their heads, spotting the beauties. They rush over with greedy grins. Two more Sea Spirit Tribe members, and so pretty at that, hand them over. And we won't have to pay tribute for at least 2 years. Not even the men are spared. One of them seizes Lin Xiu's arm. Let me cripple this male first. But something suddenly fills him with shock. Lin Xiu clamps down on the sea creature's throat, squeezing until its face turns deathly pale. Foam spills from its gaping mouth. How is this? He extends his hand, lightning crackling forth, then clenches his fist tight. Yet the sea creature instantly feels its entire body spiral beyond its control. What in the world is this? Lin Xiu channels electricity through the sea creature's bodies, and they find themselves gasping for breath. All three realize this is no easy prey and scramble to flee. We're suffocating, grun. Lin Xiu looks up. Without your water mystic arts, you shall know the taste of drowning. His fist clenches tight. This method is as effective as cultivating with origin crystals as long as there's a continuous stream of abilities for me to absorb. My origin force can keep growing without end. Those who were captured and bound begin to stir awake, utterly bewildered. Did the sea tribe flee? What on earth happened? The chains suddenly shatter apart. Lin Xiu has already used his ability to accomplish this. He tells them, you are free now. The other Sea Tribe members also fail to understand what just transpired. They sensed no water power whatsoever. I haven't the faintest idea. Meanwhile, Anna rushes to embrace her parents. Father, mother, you've suffered. The old Sea Tribe elder peers over, a thought dawning in his mind. Could it be the legendary divine power? Suddenly he cries out, it's Lord Sea God. Everyone drops to their knees and bows before Lin Xiu. A unified voice thunders across the shore. We pay our respects to Lord Sea God. He silently regards them for a moment. Well, might as well play the part to the fullest. According to legend, the sea god is the deity who bestows power upon the sea tribes. No wonder they mistake me for the sea god. Since that's the case, I might as well turn their belief to my advantage. A vortex of seawater rises and envelops Lin Xiu, further convincing every soul present that he is truly the sea god. It really is Lord Sea God. Lord Sea God has manifested. Look, the school of fish has been summoned by Lord Sea God himself. He raises his voice and addresses them with authority. You are all my subjects. Why do you slaughter one another? The entire crowd prostrates themselves, begging Lin Xiu for forgiveness. Please forgive us, Lord Sea God. We know our wrongs. We beg for your mercy. Lin Xiu finally lets out a relieved breath, while simultaneously deploying his sound mystic art and illusion mystic art. The drain is immense. Fortunately, these sea tribe creatures aren't particularly strong. An old sea tribe elder steps forward and presents the tribe's most treasured offering. This is the tribute our tribe offers to Lord Sea God. We pray Lord Sea God's wrath be appeased. Please, Lord Sea God, quell your anger and spare us. A tiny purple pearl sits neatly within an open clamshell. Lin Xiu takes the object into his hand. He examines it intently. These crystals resemble origin crystals. They can enhance a person's origin force, though the effect is modest, comparable to cheap origin crystals. Really? The old sea tribe elder bows respectfully and begins to explain, Lord Sea God, we never intended to harm the spirit tribe. It's just that. He recounts the bitter conflicts between the tribes. These crystals are the condensation of origin force within a sea tribe member's body. An Earth stage sea tribe member requires half a month to produce even one. A powerful tribe forces us to deliver tribute every year for the Sea God Festival. If we cannot deliver enough water spirit essence before the festival, members of our tribe will be seized by the larger tribe and enslaved. The common folk grow increasingly anxious as the elder recounts the tale. This year, we definitely cannot gather enough water spirit essence. The Sea Spirit tribe is the most coveted slave race among the sea tribes. They can substitute for water spirit essence. That is why, before he finishes, the others cry out together, begging for protection from the false sea god Lin Xiu. If not for this, we are all subjects of the sea god. Who among us would ever want to fight and kill one another? Save us, Lord Sea God. Lord Sea God, with your protection, we swear we will never again turn against our own kind. He listens to their pleas in silence, calculating for a long while. I originally only intended to absorb these sea creatures' abilities, then take Anna and leave this place, but now it seems the ones who truly need to pay are others. Lin Xiu stands before thousands of the tribe and swears a solemn oath. I vow upon the name of the sea god, me subjects are born equal. No one shall enslave you. The glory of freedom shall shine across these seas. The subjects cry out in unified thunder. Long live Lord Sea God! Long live Lord Sea God! They all rejoice, for they have found the savior of their lives. We're saved. Lord Sea God has saved our entire tribe. Long live Lord Sea God! Lin Xiu resolves within himself, if you have no sea god, then from this day forward I shall be your true sea god. In a palace within the ancient city of the sea tribe, two sea creatures walk side by side, grumbling. Damn it, that bastard's making us patrol again. This one sees you are courting. Deathbeast, hold that tongue of yours. The moment he stepped outside, he spotted the Eastern tribe delegation gathered here. Someone spoke up. This one. Didn't expect this tribe to come pay tribute this early, did you? He was delighted to see that Lin Xiu and Anna had unexpectedly captured a pair of Sea Spirit tribe members. Now things were looking up. No need to worry about insufficient tribute this year. One among the crowd flew into a rage. How dare you dare show disrespect to the sea god. The other two drew their weapons. You wretches, do you wish to rebel? You are courting death. Several beams of light shot forth, forming a shimmering barrier. Two sea tribe warriors charged forward, daring to impersonate the sea god. Go die. Waves crashed upon the shoreline. After a moment, a sea tribe member who had been choking on seawater surfaced, gasping. What on earth happened? The sea tribe members scrambled ashore, each one shaken to the core as they recalled what transpired beneath the ocean depths. The all-powerful sea god can strip us of our ability to control water. The legend is true. It's true. To think it really was the sea god. This time we're finished. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu was happily reminiscing. At the same time, his cheeks flushed red as he recalled the scene of kicking Emily's backside on the fighting stage. To think that the water mystic art, the plunder mystic art, and the ice absorption art combined together would produce such miraculous effects. Had I known earlier, I should have kicked their backsides a few more times. Those bastards kneeling before me in sheer terror. Spare us, sea god. Anna turned to him and asked, Young master, shall we continue subduing the other sea tribes? Lin Xiu replied, No need, I am weary today. I have been submerged long enough. It is time to surface and breathe some air. With that, the two of them swam upward together. If even medium-sized tribes boast chieftains at the early Earth stage, then the large tribes will certainly have peak Earth stage experts or even Heaven stage royal bloodline masters. Such powerhouses are not easily plundered. Lin Xiu thought with keen interest about a grand castle in this place. The small and medium tribes can be gradually conquered and absorbed. As for the large tribes, I will deal with them after I reach peak Earth stage. Time flew by swiftly. Half a month later, Lin Xiu stood before his subjects. Sea God, he addressed the old sea tribe member. By now, at least several thousand sea tribe members have had their power plundered, haven't they? But it is thanks to them that my cultivation base has surged so dramatically. Lin Xiu gazed upward at the pyramid labeled Peak Earth Stage. Now I can clearly see the threshold of Peak Earth Stage. A green stone floated before him. To break through to the Earth stage requires the origin crystal of a 6th-rank exotic beast. As for the sea tribe's peak Earth stage experts, they can condense a water spirit essence within a few months. One with an effect equivalent to a 6th-rank origin crystal. Lin Xiu revealed his next move to his subjects. According to the Sea tribe, high-grade water spirit essence that can aid breakthroughs is typically offered as tribute to the royal tribe. That is our next target. Right, the old Sea tribe member reported back to him. Sea god, they no longer have any water spirit essence left to offer as tribute to the great tribe. If the higher-ups blame us, wouldn't we? But the old one had already thought of a way. Other than water spirit essence, the heads of human tribe members would also suffice. Lin Xiu asked the old Sea tribe member, previously when you plundered human merchant ships, could precious goods replace the spirit essence as tribute? What else have you used as tribute before? Lin Xiu clapped his hand, had suddenly recalled something. That's right, to the Sea tribe, even pots, bricks, and simple tools are things they desperately lack. But for me, they cost merely a bit of silver. The old Sea tribe member reported back. Sea god, must we still pay tribute to them? As long as you display a divine miracle and plunder their abilities. Lin Xiu told the old Sea tribe member, the time has not yet come, I have my own arrangements. Several days later, a purple-haired Sea tribe envoy frowned. When did this tribe become so prosperous? His companion felt it was perfectly normal. Tribes growing strong or weak was commonplace as long as they could hand over their tribute. Nothing else mattered. Let's go take a look. At that very moment, their chief rode past on a great shark. Welcome, honored envoys. He asked, is this year's tribute prepared? The golden-haired Sea tribe member was somewhat nervous, but he still reporting to the envoys, everything is prepared and ready. It awaits on the island at Rear Mountain. Please follow us. He ordered. Good, lead the way. The Sea tribe member led their chief to piles upon piles of treasures. This is our tribute for this year. Please inspect it, honored envoys. The brown-haired fishman's eyes lit up the moment he laid eyes on the hoard. Could it be, did you plunder a human merchant vessel? The Sea tribe member reported, a few days ago a human merchant ship ran into a violent storm at sea. The spilled cargo was all gathered by us. He presented a pearl-laden shell. The two honored envoys have traveled a long and arduous road. The tribe has prepared a humble token of gratitude. We pray the two of you will graciously accept it. Though the two were thrilled, they maintained their composure on the surface. In principle, we are not permitted to accept gifts. However, since this is your sincere gesture, we shall accept it on behalf of the great king. He feigned anger and barked, consider yourselves lucky this time, there won't be a next one. The golden-haired Sea tribe member bowed respectfully. We humbly heed the envoy's wise counsel. He lazily ordered his underlings to haul the gold and depart. Brothers, clear the path back to the mansion, they answered in unison. They arrived at their destination swiftly. The Sea tribe envoy continued riding his shark toward the Sea tribe royal city. Lin Xiu watched the scene unfold and sneered. He carried the plundered treasures along as he followed, proclaiming aloud, high-grade water spirit essence, here I come. On the day of the Sea God Festival, King Kanglin's domain teemed with sea demons from every corner of the ocean. The atmosphere was vibrant, boisterous and festive. The gate guards bustled about, ushering guests into the grand banquet. Lavish gifts continued to pour in from all directions. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Xiu slipped through. Giant Whale Tribe 3,100 Yang units, White Shark Tribe 2,600 Yang units of tribute. Jingtide Tribe tribute of 2,300 Yang units. The gate guard sensed something amiss, his eyes darting around suspiciously. The two guards exchanged bewildered, suspicious whispers. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu hid not far away, quietly letting out a breath of relief, calming his racing heart. Was that just my imagination? I felt someone slip in just now. It must have been the chaotic water currents who would dare cause trouble during the Sea God Festival. Unless he were courting death, to think even the royal palace guards were at peak Earth stage. Fortunately, his concealment ability rendered him invisible to anyone below the heaven stage. The two guards dismissed the strange feeling and returned to their labor, barking viciously at the lackeys hauling goods into the treasury. Waste any more time and I'll teach you a lesson, hurry up, move it. After scolding them, the two resumed their posts with stern, vigilant expressions, watching with hawk-like precision. When the two guards looked away, Lin Xiu slipped into the warehouse and swiftly rummaged through every yang fruit inside, muttering under his breath. The more in the treasury the better, the more the better. Water spirit essence, to think there is this much. He stood before the pile of spoils, counting with barely contained excitement. Water spirit essence, 139 15 20, A moment of stillness settled over him as he calculated his next move. He was still unsatisfied. His true objective had not been achieved. The spirit essence capable of forging a peak Earth Stage C tribe master was nowhere to be found here. Perhaps it is hidden in a more secret location. Lin Xiu swept his hand and collected all the water spirit essences, his gaze cold and calculating. Though these water spirit essences are of no direct use to me, I can bring them back for Qinhuan. I have gone through all this trouble. There is no way I am leaving empty-handed. A blue spatial rift tore open and he slipped out through it, still pondering where the true treasure vault lay. A treasure of such magnitude King Kanglin would never carry it on his person. Most likely it is hidden in his private chambers. In the grand hall of the Dragon Palace, everyone laughed and chatted merrily, savoring the festivities. Guests cheered boisterously. This year's Sea God Festival has been bountiful indeed. The fine wine plundered from humans tastes magnificent. Another toast, we even have sea spirit women offered as tributeno that is truly splendid. If brother has the inclination. King Kanglin stood upon the elevated dais, raising his goblet high as he boomed out the purpose of the banquet. The atmosphere quickly reached a fever pitch, voices roaring with fervor. May the sea god watch over us. When this King Kanglin unifies the boundless deep seas and tears into the mainland fine wine, beauties, riches, and slaves, there shall be no end to them. Long live the sea god. Our king is wise and brilliant. Long live the sea god. Our king is wise and brilliant. At the same time, inside King Kanglin's private chambers, Lin Xiu's eyes blazed with fiery determination as he frantically searched every corner of the room. He dashed back and forth in a frenzy. Not here either. The banquet is nearly over. Time is running out. Where on earth is it? Why is it hidden so well? Spirit essence, come to daddy. After searching for a while without result, an idea suddenly strikes him. He reasons inwardly, there's no spare space around or above the palace. If there's a hidden chamber, it must be underground. Without hesitation, he opens a teleportation gate downward and pokes his head inside. He lets out a sigh, unsurprised. A hidden passage. Sure enough, an entirely different world lies beneath. A dazzling treasure table appears before his eyes, and sitting atop it is exactly what he's been searching for. A delighted voice speaks up. The essence energy fluctuation sits a high-grade water spirit essence. Lin Xiu steps closer, eyes blazing with anticipation. He calculates, this area alone yields 15 pieces. I have a feeling I'm about to break through to the peak of the Earth stage. King Kanglin, thoroughly drunk, is cheerfully being escorted inside by a brown-robed attendant. The old man warmly instructs, those around you also obey with courtesy. Your father and I have been old friends for years. You must cultivate diligently, ascend to immortality swiftly, and never disappoint him. Yes, this subordinate will surely cultivate with all his strength. Not failing the old king's training, he enters the room, sees the scattered mess, yet pays it no mind. His heart set entirely on descending to the secret chamber to admire his treasures. Strange, was my room always this messy? Forget it, let me go check on my treasures first. King Kanglin strolls in with hands clasped behind his back, still grumbling as he passes the table. The outside is messy enough. Is my secret chamber in such chaos too? It's as if a thief broke in. Sensing something amiss, he whips around toward the table, his eyes still glazed with intoxication. In the treasury, his wailing cry echoes through the chamber, making the guards tremble. Mimey water spirit essence, where is it? Elsewhere, Lin Xiu sneezes as if someone had stepped on his tail. He senses something but merely rubs his nose, not too concerned. It seems he's been found out. Wasting no time, he sits upright, chi swirling around him, and continues cultivating. This cannot be delayed. Best refine them while I can. A coastline materializes before his eyes. Waves crash against the shore, sending up pristine white foam. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. He takes a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, yet his heart churns with wonder. So this is the peak of the Earth stage. It still doesn't feel quite real. A sudden thought strikes him and he blurts out in excitement, right Zhao Lingjun. Elsewhere, Lingjun calmly sips her tea. Ling Yin, harboring a melancholy in her heart, stares blankly into the distance with silent resentment. Lin Xiu is truly clearly said that once he won first place he'd marry me. So why did the wedding ceremony with Ming he come first? The woman beside her gently inquires, startling her so badly that her hidden thoughts are laid bare. Her face flushes crimson with embarrassment as she stammers, wondering why Lin Xiu still hasn't married her. How does big sister know? She smiles kindly, gazing at Ling Yin with deep understanding. Then those casual words leave Ling Yin so stunned she cries out in shock. Lin Xiu and I made an agreement. Taunts. I ascend to the heaven stage and eliminate every threat against you. I'll divorce him. Then you can marry him. And all those rumors out there will die down considerably. Divorce. Ling Yin leans in close, whispering mysteriously into Ling Jun's ear. She answers without hesitation. Could it be that big sister still doesn't like Lin Xiu? Not one bit. A flying vessel appears in the sky. She cheers with excitement while the woman beside her merely lets out an indifferent snort. Big sister. Look, it must be Lin Xiu returning. At least he knows the way back. Lin Xiu nimbly leaps down from the flying vessel, his words rushing out as he hurries over, surprising both women. I've finally found you too. So many days have passed, I missed you to death. She is caught completely off guard by Lin Xiu's blunt words, her face turning so red it could steam, and she stammers. What? So suddenly, he pays her no mind, dashing forward to grab Ling Jun's hand. He urgently tries to pull her away, leaving Ling Yin frozen in place. He turns back. What else is there to do? Just follow me. Ling Yin sits down sorrowfully, tears streaming down her face, overcome with jealousy and heartache. The two of them swiftly teleport to another location, hovering in midair with the sea churning beneath their feet. Her expression darkens as she asks coldly, have you thought this through? Here, Lin Xiu answers without hesitation, his voice resolute, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. A thunderous explosion erupts. Water splashes everywhere as spiritual power surges beyond imagination. Lin Xiu charges in, swiftly channeling spiritual power to envelop himself with his Force special ability. Ling Jun's gaze remains ice cold, utterly unfazed. Their spiritual forces collide with tremendous ferocity, shattering outward and plunging the surrounding air into utter chaos. Lin Xiu strikes hard at her, his sleeves tearing to shreds in a rather sorry state. Before that fist she stands utterly at ease, her cold voice ringing out. If this is all you've got, we might as well end this sparring match early. Suddenly her expression shifts, darkening considerably with a hint of barely concealed astonishment. He uses his other hand to condense ice, preparing a counterattack. An ice special ability. Ling Jun frowns with irritation, regarding Lin Xiu with a questioning tone. Even after reaching the peak of the Earth stage, you still resort to such childish tricks. She releases a surge of purple spiritual power, shattering his counterattack. The seawater explodes from the impic scatter. Thousands of ice shards slowly drift down around them. She stands calmly in place, unmoved. He darts in from behind, unleashing his fire spiritual power. Ling Jun, standing amid the water, hadn't noticed the fire special ability at first. Their eyes sweep over swiftly. She watches his actions with cold indifference. He channels every ounce of force, eyes burning with determination as he strikes. After a prolonged exchange, Lin Xiu is beaten to a pulp, his voice exhausted as he begs for mercy. 45 minutes, that's passable, let's stop here. Ling Jun has also sustained minor injuries. She sighs, somewhat displeased, and retorts with a mocking tone, this much and you're already satisfied. We haven't even determined a victor, have we? Lin Xiu's face is covered in scratches large and small, yet he answers honestly without a trace of anger. He explains to her, no need for more. Your telekinesis, which once struck with overwhelming force, can now barely sink my feet into the ground. And my current attacks can't even graze the hem of your clothes, can they? If we keep fighting, neither of us can do anything to the other. She sighs. She gazes deep into his eyes, her voice softening as she questions him. I still don't understand. At least two special abilities, light and darkness, remain unused. Why? Lin Xiu breaks into a bright smile and speaks to her sincerely. If I used them, I couldn't guarantee you wouldn't get hurt. Ling Jun bristles with annoyance, her competitive streak flaring up. She speaks through gritted teeth. You're afraid, aren't you? He gently coaxes. Is that so? How about we try half strength? No, that won't do. Besides, haven't you helped your friend yet either? When the family is harmonious, all things go well. He swiftly changes the subject, making a proposal. Right, as thanks for sparring with me. I've prepared a thank you gift for you. Ling Jun asks nonchalantly, wondering what this gift could be. He extends his hand, and a gentle stream of xianxia floats lightly onto her palm. She reaches out and recognizes it instantly. The qi dissolves and envelops her. She freezes, then asks hesitantly, could this be Finding it strange, she flushes and covers her body, her voice tinged with embarrassment. He feels somewhat helpless and quickly dismisses the thought. Wait, that's not right. Aren't you only able to transfer special abilities to others through dual cultivation? So was what happened earlier actually you using your special ability to do that with me? Miss Zhao, I beg you to cease those wild imaginations. After I broke through to the peak of the Earth stage, I no longer need dual cultivation to transfer special abilities to others. He regards her with a suspicious, suggestive gaze, teasing her slightly, reading her hidden intentions in her evasive words. Come to think of Ithao, do you even know about that? Don't tell me you've been peeping every single time. What? Why would I need to peek for something like that? Before Lin Xiu can say more, Lingjun has already stormed off, only calling back. He doesn't chase after her, just shouts a reply. That's enough for today, I'm heading back first. Alright, take care. His face brimming with satisfaction, he thinks happily, I never expected my first wife to have a peeping hobby. She could very well become my cultivation partner yet. At the Lin estate the air is fresh and clear, but Ling Yin is once again pacing anxiously, fuming. So slow, why are those two taking so long? And even big sister too, has she completely forgotten about me? Suddenly, Lin Xiu appears out of nowhere and speaks up with concern. She startles for a brief moment. Ling Yin, what are you doing? A hint of pout crosses her face. She snorts coldly, refusing to look at him, and turns away with a sharp, reluctant retort. You and your wife are reminiscing about old times. We bother coming to see me. What reminiscing are you talking about? We were just sparring earlier. Looks tore my clothes to shreds. Hearing this, she grows worried at once. Her voice softens as she asks with tender concern. He answers nonchalantly. Sparring? You're not hurt, are you? It's nothing. I've waited for this day for ages. It took everything I had to break through to the Earth stage peak. Naturally, I had to test the results. Ling Yin grows curious and immediately reaches out to probe his condition. Lin Xiu, however, is completely flustered. He avoids her gaze and answers evasively. So who won between you two? A draw, I suppose. He grins and pulls her hand. She panics for a moment but follows his lead. Enough about that, come with me. The two arrive at the gates of a manor. Standing before the entrance, she hesitates slightly, but he warmly beckons her inside. Here we are. Isn't this the house we used to live in? Why do we have to come here? You'll know once you're inside. Lin Xiu collapses wearily onto the table, his expression somewhat strained, silently grumbling in his heart. Ling Yin sits behind him cultivating. After a while, he realizes that transferring special abilities through contact drains far too much spiritual power. Transferring special abilities for two people in one day, this is really going to kill me. She carefully cradles the pale blue stream of spiritual power in her hands, her voice brimming with disbelief and joy. This is the water special ability. Although it's not the telekinesis special ability like my sister's, this feeling is truly. After absorbing it, she cheers excitedly in delight. Lin Xiu can only gaze at her with indulgent adoration. It's truly miraculous, I want more. Yes, yes, yes. At that moment, the imperial capital's streets bustle with passers-by. The atmosphere is peaceful and vibrant. Marchioness Wen Lin Xiu's mother and Marchioness Pingyan Lingjun's mother step out of a shop, chatting and laughing. Lin Xiu's mother exclaims with delight, while Lingjun's mother beside her also laughs ceaselessly. What a fruitful day! The jewelry crafted by their workshop is naturally beyond reproach. Suddenly she glances into the distance. Other is Lin Xiu, holding Ling Yin's hand. The two walk out intimately from the house across the street. She hesitates. Could that be Ling Yin and Xiu? Marchioness Pingyan is equally bewildered. Her smile vanishes as she follows the gaze. It seems so. Both women suddenly cry out, their faces turning ashen, nearly collapsing from shock. Lin Xiu's mother is struck as if by lightning from a clear sky, her voice trembling. Xiu, that boy. Lingjun's mother fares no better, tears brimming as she replies in disbelief. Ling Yin had already been at the Lin Manor, and on this very day. No less. Golden sunlight bathes the exquisitely tiled rooftops. The entire estate resembles a beautiful painting brimming with vitality. Inside the room, Lin Xiu places a box filled with spirit stones on the table. Ling Yin gasps in astonishment. This is the water spirit essence. You're so generous giving it all to me. Take it and use it. These are enough to help you rapidly cultivate to the Earth stage lower peak. She is elated, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Lin Xiu, I truly don't know how to repay you. He strokes his chin with a calculating look and asks, do you really want to thank me that badly? Whatever you want, I'll do anything. She blushes shyly, avoiding his gaze. Her voice carries a few notes of tenderness. He replies indeed, just nothing too excessive. Meh. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu lunges forward and pulls Ling Yin into his embrace. He teases playfully, then how about a hug? Is that all right? She is startled but doesn't push him away, only blushing shyly. The two mothers, secretly watching from behind, are stunned by the scene. They want to freeze in place, another bolt of lightning ripping through their minds, utterly unsure of what to do. They can only suffer the shock in silence. They're already hugging. Isn't Lingjun still at home? He notices the mothers have arrived and politely greets them. He approaches cheerfully, beaming with a bright smile. You two came without a word. Is something the matter? In response, the two mothers stand frozen, their expressions impossible to read. The two mothers don't dare speak the truth. They can only lament silently in their hearts. How bold are the young people these days? Have they no shame at all? Outwardly they answer politely, it's nothing major. We just bought some fruit on the way and happened to pass by. So we thought we'd bring some for you to try. The two women laugh awkwardly, set down the basket of fruit and gradually retreat. We won't disturb you two, catching up anymore. Lin Xiu and Ling Yin are still happily examining the fruit, barely noticing the two women's expressions. Thank you, mother. The scene at the Marquis One estate is truly peaceful. Brilliant sunlight illuminates the entire grounds. The two mothers sit miserably in their room, lamenting their fates. Their faces are ghastly pale, voices choked with sobs as they each blame themselves. An ill-fated household doll because we couldn't discipline Zior properly. Don't say that, it's all our family's fault. I failed, I didn't raise my daughter well. After weeping for a while, the two mothers sit in contemplation, sighing with vexation, their voices still tinged with pity. If Lingjun finds out her own sister and her husband are this passionate, how could she possibly go on living? Oh, those two. Elsewhere, Lin Xiu encounters Tai Yi carrying supplies. He anxiously inquires, leaving her momentarily stunned. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Lingjun these past few days, not even at meals. Tai Yi, do you know where she is? She thinks for a moment, then answers softly, Lingjun Jai is probably cultivating in her room. She said she'll eat later. These past few days it's always been like that. He furrows his brow slightly, his expression turning solemn. Concern is clearly etched in his eyes. Cultivating, although Zhao Lingjun has always been diligent in her cultivation, ever since the last battle, she seems to have become even more relentless. Does she really fear being surpassed by me that much? She doesn't even care about her own health. At the same moment, in Lingjun's room, she cultivates ceaselessly with a calm mind. Spiritual power of golden and rose hues surges powerfully around her like intertwined lotus petals. Suddenly, her door opens. Lin Xiu carries in a plate of fruit, speaking gently, excuse me, I brought you some fruit. His arrival leaves her momentarily flustered. Lin Xiu carefully sets the fruit on the side table, turns to fetch something else for her and says softly, all of it has been chilled, it won't taste as good once it warms up, I'll be off now. Lingjun flicks her finger lightly, the plate of fruit floats over to her. She snorts coldly with a hint of wariness but still picks up a grape and pops it into her mouth. The cool sweetness surprises her and she praises delicious. Lingjun rests her chin on her hand, leaning back lazily as she regards him and asks coldly, strange, before you only ever pretended to be a harmonious couple in front of our parents. What exactly is today supposed to mean? Lin Xiu remains undeterred, carrying over a cup of chilled smoothie with a cheerful grin. Lingjun, I also made you a strawberry smoothie to cool down. She flusters and nearly shouts, can you not just finish everything at once? She eyes the fragrant, delectable smoothie suspiciously and demands, tell me, do you have something you want from me? If you've got something to say, just say it, why go to all this trouble? Lin Xiu chuckles, unfazed, answering sincerely as he walks toward the door. Not at all, don't overthink it. I know you don't want to be husband and wife with me, but as friends looking out for each other, that's so wrong. I still need to go prepare some things for Lin Xiang, I won't trouble you any further. Lingjun grows bashful, thanking him in a soft voice, her eyes unable to conceal the happiness sparkling within. Then let's leave it at that for now. Thank you, you don't need to bring me anything else, I must continue my cultivation. He asks warmly, his expression sincere and free of malice. Oh, that's right, speaking of which, we were planning to take a little stroll through the streets. Ling Yin and Lin Xiang are coming too. Would you like to come out and get some fresh air? She shyly declines. I don't need to. Yet Lin Xiu insists on stepping forward, grasping Lingjun's hand and eagerly pulling her outside, his voice gentle and coaxing. Staying cooped up cultivating all day is dull. You need to strike a balance between work and rest. Come on the way, I'll buy you snacks. How about it? Lin Xiu turns around with a brilliant smile, his earnest explanation leaving her no room to refuse. Besides, I promised your mother I would take good care of you. I can't let the old lady down. Lingjun stands momentarily dazed by his gentle smile, her doubtful expression melting away as she lets him lead her. Yet the instant he looks away, a tender smile blooms upon her lips and a warm current flows through her heart. A few days later, in a lush green courtyard, Ling Yin waits for Lin Xiu. He spots her and asks at once, Ling Yin, what did you call me out for? So mysterious, come here. Before he can finish speaking, she speaks up shyly, her face flushed as she voices her thoughts. I've been thinking if Big Sister could gain one more ability, her cultivation speed would increase. Then we could all progress much faster too. His heart skips a beat, the smile on his face freezing stiff with a lack of confidence. So that's what this is about. But if I tell Ling Yin that I've already bestowed a second special ability upon her elder sister, she'll definitely fly into a rage. Better not to paint a target on my own back. She hasn't noticed a thing and continues to persuade. Are you worried you can't trust her? I know there's some tension between you two, but you're husband and wife after all. Why must you be so distant with each other? Lin Xiu folds his arms and nods seriously. You have a point, I'll give it serious thought. His agreement brightens Ling Yin's mood at once, and she praises him without end. Really? I knew it, you're the best. Suddenly he jolts, his guard shooting to full alert. He whips around. His eyes dart across the surroundings, his expression hardening with tension. Ling Yin also senses something amiss. What's wrong? Lin Xiu, is something the matter? His face turns solemn, eyes still sweeping the area as he replies in a cold voice, someone is watching us. Her expression darkens as well. What? Ling Yin spins around and bellows in fury, which lowly wretch dares spy on me? But when she sees clearly that it is the parents from both families, she freezes and stammers, Father, Mother, why are you two here? Marquis Pingin's face darkens as he demands, I should be asking you that. What are you children doing here? Lady Pingin also chimes in. Have you grown enough feathers to fly now? How dare you talk back to your own mother? Hearing this, she panics and hastily explains, no, we just had some important matters to discuss. She thinks to herself, Lin Xiu's special ability secret must absolutely not be exposed. While she fumbles for an explanation, Lin Xiu speaks up from behind to rescue the situation. It's fine, I was actually planning to tell them anyway. Both Marquis Pingin and Lady Pingin are stunned by his words, their jaws dropping as thoughts race through their minds. Lin Xiu is going to confess everything. He actually intends to marry our other daughter as well. Ling Yin, her expression helpless, speaks up. In that case, I'll be honest too. Actually, just now we were, but before she can finish, he cuts her off. There's no need for further explanation. Things have come to this. I have only one request, no matter what, you must not hurt Lingjun. She hears this and freezes in bewilderment, asking, Mother, what does this have to do with Big Sister? Lady Pingin looks at her with a serious expression and explains, Child, how long do you plan to keep hiding this? Haven't you already been with Lin Xiu? If your sister finds out, then, at this point, Ling Yin's face turns scarlet. She fidgets with a strand of hair over her shoulder. Unable to meet anyone's eyes, she thinks to herself, so that's what this is about. Lin Xiu also grows slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. He quickly whispers, Is it really that obvious? He flashes a flattering smile. But his words make Marquis Pingin and Lady Pingin leap in shock. If it's about this, Lingjun already knew long ago. Marquis Pingin breaks into a cold sweat, still reeling from the surprise. So this is what the younger generation is like these days. Such bold ideals. Do I feel a hint of admiration? No, that's not right. Damn it. No. In any case, let's just calm down and wait and see. If even Lingjun herself has no objections, then we as parents have nothing more to say. At the end of the day, what matters most is that you all live well together. Ling Yin, standing to the side, is so embarrassed that her face turns scarlet. She mutters in a small voice, Why did you suddenly bring us up? I thought you were going to talk about your special ability. He hastily replies, his expression somewhat helpless. There's no helping it. Who told our parents to be so perceptive? Lady Ping'an gently approaches Ling Yin and says, Ling Yin, actually, as long as Ling Jun and you can be happy and content, your father and I don't care what outsiders say. From now on, just live well and find peace, that's enough. Ling Yin still can't shake her shyness and stammers in reply. Yes. Suddenly, Marquis Ping'an materializes from behind Lin Xiu with an eerie grin. He says, well now, I knew you were a ladies' man, but I never imagined you wouldn't spare even your own sister-in-law. Your father really taught you well, didn't he? This sudden appearance sends a chill straight down Lin Xiu's spine. He forces an awkward smile. His father immediately erupts in fury, cursing, you wretched brat, what in the world are you thinking? That girl, she's your sister-in-law. You've gone too far. He is caught in a difficult position, thinking to himself, I figured this matter would need to be addressed sooner or later. I was just testing the waters to see how they'd react. Who would have thought the hardest ones to convince would be my own parents? Lin Xiu's mother is equally furious, shouting, tell us the truth. You haven't done anything to Ling Yin, have you? I'm warning, Yaosh hasn't even been married off yet. If you dare cross the line, I won't let this go. Lin Xiu, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, speaks up. Calm down everyone, please calm down. Lady Ping'an steps forward, intending to mediate. But it's no use, Lin Xiu's mother is far too agitated, shaking her son vigorously while scolding and wailing. You wretched child, how are your father and I supposed to face anyone after this? Won't the neighbors just point fingers and gossip about us behind our backs? You really are. She steps forward and grasps Lin Xiu's hand, her face full of hope as she speaks. Lin Xiu, listen to me. I know you've always been a good child. You won't find a more outstanding man than you in all of Dazia. As long as you promise you won't neglect Lingjun, your father, and I won't object to you being with Ling Yin. He quickly responds, I promise, how would I ever dare? Both of Lin Xiu's parents can only embrace each other helplessly, letting out resigned sighs. Things have come to this pass. Since our in-laws have spoken thus, Lin Xiu's mother sighs and continues, we won't say any more. Children have their own blessings, let them decide for themselves. Ling Yin watches this scene from behind, completely dumbfounded. Her face flushes an even deeper crimson and her mind spins into total chaos. What? Did her mother just agree to let her marry Lin Xiu? What should I do? What should we name our children? Wait, calm down, Ling Yin. Calm yourself, Zhao Ling Yin. Lin Xiu suddenly speaks up. He smiles warmly and says in a gentle voice, as for when to marry Ling Yin, Lingjun and I have already discussed it at length. There's no need for anyone to worry. On the other side of the Lin residence's courtyard, Lingjun sits with her eyes closed, sweeping her hands to gather spiritual energy. The energy coalesces rapidly, forming a gemstone brimming with iridescent light. Her expression is utterly focused as she watches the gem gradually taking shape in her palm. She thinks using telekinesis to condense the water element, creating an ever-replenishing cultivation environment to expand one's origin force. Lin Xiu's water special ability has compensated for the lack of a cultivation setting suited to telekinesis. A colossal pillar of golden light erupts instantly, shooting straight into the heavens. From afar, Duke Zhu the Elder cannot help but gape in astonishment. He exclaims aloud. The celestial waters reverse course, bizarre phenomenon. Could someone be breaking through to the heaven stage? No, wait, thy's aura, could it be Zhao Lingjun? On Lingjun's side, she finally opens her eyes. Before her stretches an ethereal expanse. White clouds drift lazily as warm sunlight bathes the landscape in every direction, leaving her utterly stunned. So this is the heaven stage. In the courtyard of the Zhang residence, the Zhang family patriarch gazes up at the sky, suspicion written across his face. It's Zhao Lingjun, the old man beside him quickly chimes in. There's no one else it could be. He sighs in admiration. She's only 21 years old. The Zhang family patriarch looks weary. He rubs his brow and lets out a long sigh. Speaking slowly, she may well become the first supreme in the history of Dazia. The Zhang family shouldn't have intervened last time. Over at the Song residence, the Song family patriarch likewise stands atop a tall tower, silently watching the pillar of golden light in the distance. His face is etched with deep anxiety. He murmurs to himself, the gap between people is truly despairing. Cultivating for over a decade, reaching heaven stage at 21, such a feat has been exceedingly rare since the dawn of time. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince jolts awake with a start. He bolts upright, his face still blank with confusion, sweat streaming down his forehead. He hurries outside, leaning heavily against the doorframe as he gasps, "Elder son, what's happening?" Elder son shows no surprise. His eyes gleam with a hint of approval as he says, "It appears Zhao Lingzhen has reached the heaven stage realm." The crown prince is immediately struck by this revelation. His expression shifts and a deep unease stirs within him. Zhao Lingzhen has reached heaven stage, yet for some inexplicable reason a terrible premonition gnaws at him. A great calamity draws near. At that very moment within the imperial palace the Xia emperor is overjoyed. He laughs heartily and claps his hands without ceasing. His beaming face cannot conceal his admiration as he declares, "Not long ago, you slaughtered 10 of our heaven stage elders. And now, Zhao Lingzhen has ascended to heaven stage at the age of 21. What do you call this? This is double blessings knocking at the gate. This is my imperial decree. Marquis Wen and Marquis Ping'an shall both be elevated to second-rank duke." The Xia Emperor continues, "Notify the Ministry of Ritus. We shall hold a grand celebration for the youngest heaven stage cultivator in De Xia's history." Chief Steward Zhou bows his head and immediately acknowledges the order. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Emperor strokes his beard with delight, a hint of pride on his face as he adds, "And don't forget our foreign guests, especially those from De Yu." Meanwhile, at the Lin residence a large crowd has gathered. Buzzing with excitement, everyone converses merrily, gifts in hand. Two figures enter through the gate, greeted by the respectful bows of the servants. A servant announces with reverence, announcing the arrival of the two newly elevated second-rank dukes. Marquis Ping'an speaks with undisguised pride, "I never imagined I'd live to see the day I'd rise to second-rank duke." Marquis Wen beside him nods in satisfaction. "We owe it all to riding Lingzhen's coattails." A hand reaches out and pushes the door open. It is Lin Xiu. He asks gently, "How does it feel to reach the heaven stage?" Lingzhen's entire body is enveloped in spiritual energy. She is deep in cultivation. Hearing the commotion, she finally opens her eyes. Lin Xiu walks over softly and sits down beside her. Lingzhen gazes at him with shimmering eyes and says gratefully, "Thank you." He supports her gently, his gaze softening. "Why be so formal between us?" He says hastily, "We're family after all." Hearing these words, a trace of sorrow clouds her eyes. Lingzhen clenches her lips tight. She thinks the chance to ascend to heaven stage was his gift to me, yet all I could offer in return was to allow him to take concubines. All I can do now is leave his side on the night of the grand wedding. She turns to Lin Xiu and asks softly, "Lin Xiu, about the crown prince's matter." Before Lingzhen can finish, he immediately responds, "Rest easy. The time is ripe." Lin Xiu's gaze darkens in an instant, his voice sharp and cold, laden with calculation. "It's time to begin preparations." Within the imperial palace, white bones lie veiled beneath the tiger's shadow. The Xia Emperor and Lin Xiu sit together in a pavilion, sipping tea and conversing at leisure. The Xia Emperor takes a sip of tea and remarks, "Heaven stage at 21, truly unheard of. How on earth did you manage to land a wife like that?" Lin Xiu sits beside him, looking both helpless and awkward as he replies, "Wasn't it Your Majesty who ordered me to marry her?" The Emperor gives Lin Xiu a profound look and says calmly, "Drop the act. You've already gotten the best deal. Stop playing the fool. Do you regret marrying Zhao Lingzhen?" Lin Xiu answers without a moment's hesitation, "Not one bit. One is Lingzhen gentle and graceful, a consort of rare beauty, Zhao Kai elegant and lovely. And one is Lin Xiu himself bold and free-spirited, as the Xia Emperor describes with relish. One is a man's beloved wife, the other a man of boundless talent. The future of De Xia brims with promise." He smiles, his eyes filled with anticipation and pride. "In the years this old emperor has left, perhaps I will live to see the day De Xia surpasses De Yu." Lin Xiu hears this, lowers his head respectfully, and offers tea with a light smile. "Your Majesty will surely live to see that day." The Xia Emperor smiles gently in return, his expression relaxing somewhat. "That would be wonderful indeed." He rubs the wrinkles on his weary face and says kindly, "This emperor has grown old. Lately my strength fails me more with each passing day. The future of De Xia must rest upon your shoulders." Lin Xiu immediately rises to his feet. Thai's sudden declaration leaving the Xia Emperor momentarily stunned. The teacup in the Emperor's hand nearly slips. "I'm afraid I must disappoint Your Majesty. I have no interest in power. In a few years I intend to take my family into seclusion deep in the mountains, far removed from the affairs of the mortal world." The teacup shatters against the ground, tea splashing everywhere. The emperor stares in bewilderment and asks, "Why would you harbor such thoughts? Has this old emperor not treated you well enough?" Lin Xiu bows deeply and explains candidly, "Your Majesty has shown me the utmost grace, but the next emperor of Xia may not do the same. The crown prince has time and again driven me and my brother-in-law into deadly corners." Lin Xiu's gaze turns frigid as he speaks, utterly fearless. "Out of respect for your Majesty, I have not settled accounts with him. But the Lin family will not devote its loyalty to such a man." The Xia emperor hears this and does not grow angry. He merely rubs his brow and sighs helplessly. "So you already know." Lin Xiu continues to bow respectfully. "I came from the Bureau of Justice. Investigation has always been my forte." Lin Xiu presses on. The crown prince is consumed by jealousy. How many geniuses who awakened mystic arts have perished at his hands? He turns his head away from the Xia emperor, his expression laden with understanding. "Who does your Majesty intend to pass the throne to? As a subject, I have no right to interfere, but he once laid hands on Ling Yin. My wife and I cannot turn a blind eye. We can only make this decision. I pray your Majesty forgives us." Who does your Majesty intend to pass the throne to? As a subject, I have no right to interfere. But he once laid hands on Ling Yin. My wife and I cannot turn a blind eye. We can only make this decision. I pray your Majesty forgives us. The Xia emperor hears this and clenches his fists in fury, cursing inwardly. That brat is not only incompetent but morally bankrupt. How could he dare offend both Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingjun simultaneously? If he weren't the crown prince, he would have died 100 times over. At this rate, things cannot continue. The empire of Xia must not be ruined in his hands. He coughs several times and recomposes himself. The Xia emperor speaks with measured calm, his gaze serious. "Indeed, the crown prince is hardly fit to inherit the throne. What if you help this old emperor suppress the Zhang family and replace him with a different crown prince?" Dusk has fallen. In a brightly lit manner, two shadowy figures confer in hushed tones within a chamber. The Deyu envoy speaks with a grave expression. "All Xia has produced is one young heaven stage cultivator, and they dare dream of using that to suppress Deyu." But his tone quickly softens into admiration. "Truly, I never expected your highness would aid Deyu at a time like this." "Your highness, the crown prince." The crown prince, clad in a black cloak, props his chin on his hand and grins sinisterly. His face is gaunt and weary, yet his eyes blaze with killing intent. He speaks with a soft, chilling laugh. "Eliminate Zhao Lingjun and we both benefit. We shall make excellent partners." A magnificent hall filled with people, engaged in animated conversation. The imperial palace of Deluo. The emperor of Deluo wears a solemn expression, lost deep in thought. Heaven stage at 21th significance is anything but ordinary. The neighboring nation of Xia grows mightier with each passing day, its power gradually catching up to and even surpassing Deluo. This is an indisputable fact. In a room within the palace, Natasha sits upon a sofa, engrossed in reading something. Suddenly, a voice pierces the silence, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the chamber. Truly worthy of being called Lady Lingjun. Elsewhere within the Deyu Elder Council, a group of figures sits in solemn assembly. The one seated at the center speaks. News has arrived from Xia. Zhao Lingjun, at the age of 21, has successfully broken through to the heaven stage. Although Deyu possesses one peak stage heaven cultivator, his advanced age means he could pass on at any moment. The bespectacled elder speaks in utmost gravity, his fingers drumming against the table in a steady rhythm. Within 3 to 5 years, the patriarch can still shield Deyu, but 10 years hence, should Deyu produce no new peak stage heaven cultivator, we may find ourselves falling even beneath Deluo. We have stood as the hegemon of this continent for far too long. We will absolutely not permit any nation to shake our position. It seems we must accelerate the plan ahead of schedule. Hearing this, the old man with the long mustache nods in solemn agreement. The Deyu envoy also glances over, a faint smile crossing his lips. He rises to his feet and speaks with conviction. "As for that plan, there is a certain friend from Xia who can lend us their aid." In yet another courtyard at the Deyu Academy, Du sits in quiet discomfort. Lingjun's image keeps flashing through his mind. He mutters under his breath, "I thought that after breaking through to Earth Stage Peak, I'd finally have a chance to surpass Zhao Lingjun. Who would have guessed she's already reached the heaven stage?" Du lets out a dejected sigh, tilting his head back with a hint of grievance. A cultivation speed like Thatch is no different from a monster. Seems I'll have to set my sights on Linziu instead. He jabs a finger forward with a touch of irritation. Hey, has Otto gone to Dezir again? Could he be going to find Linziu? He strokes his chin as though struck by a sudden realization. His relationship with Linziu does seem rather good. On the streets of Dezia, Otto strolls alongside Sophia through the bustling thoroughfare. While she is utterly delighted, he trails behind. Consumed by worry, I say, elder sister, if they discover you've slipped out, I'm as good as dead. But she merely turns her head, her lips curving into a serene smile. My dear little brother, you wouldn't want anyone learning about you giving origin crystals to Dezia cultivators, now would you? Hearing this, Otto falls silent, his face a mask of helpless resignation. Fine, fine, I understand. Sister, please have mercy on me. Sophia, witnessing this, covers her mouth and giggles. She points ahead and continues, his house is just up front. That boy is greedy and lecherous, married several women he has. Sister, you'd better be careful. A hand gently raps upon the great crimson door. The great door swings open from within. Minghe appears and asks, who is it? Before Sophia's stunned gaze, both Otto and the princess exclaim in surprise. Huh? The princess asks in utter disbelief. You, what brings you here? He immediately fires back. I have a sparring match arranged with Linziu. As for Yaoi, are you at Linziu's house? Minghe crosses her arms, a hint of triumph in her eyes, and declares matter-of-factly, a wife living at her husband's home is only natural. Hearing this, Sophia stifles a giggle, while Otto is visibly shaken and bellows, what? He married again. Can his spine even handle that? Only then does he seem to notice Sophia standing beside him. Minghe asks, and who might this be? Sophia suddenly grows bashful, covering her mouth as she hastily blurts out, Othis is just a friend of mine. She thinks to herself, I absolutely cannot reveal her true identity. Sophia quickly bows in greeting and introduces herself. Greetings. My name is Shi. I have long heard of young Master Lin's great renown and have come especially to pay a visit. Minghe thinks to herself with a tinge of exasperation, has Dayu still not given up? Are they really trying to lure Linziu with a beauty trap? She quickly dismisses the thought and speaks with forced patience. Very well, I understand, but I'm afraid Linziu has gone to the East Sea. He won't return until tonight. The two of you should head back. Hearing this, Otto immediately tries to peer inside to verify, his mouth firing off questions. What did he go to the East Sea for? The princess instantly spreads her arms to block his view and answers flatly, I have no idea. Then the princess slams the door shut without another word, leaving the two standing there in stunned silence. Elsewhere upon the East Sea, a great ship rides the boundless blue waters, its sails billowing against the wind. Aboard the ship, Linziu slowly opens his eyes. His thoughts turn inward. It is time to settle matters with King Kanglin. He suddenly turns and speaks with crisp seriousness. Wait here, you two. I'll be back shortly. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps straight into the sea. The azure waters churn violently. Linziu sinks into the depths, his mind already immersed in calculation. Among the entire Kanglin Sea tribe, the only one who poses a threat to me is King Kanglin himself. To stand against a heaven-stage sea creature, one must be a heaven-stage cultivator. Deep within the Kanglin Kingdom's royal palace, King Kanglin channels his chi, a radiant water spirit essence glowing brilliantly in his grasp. Were it not for that heaven-stage water spirit essence being stolen, I would never have been reduced to such a wretched state. His fury mounts with every word. He gnashes his teeth and roars, that cursed thief, when I get my hands on you, I will flay your skin and tear out every tendon. Suddenly, a servant steps inside, his voice brimming with deference. Your Majesty, an urgent report. The subordinate sea tribes in the surrounding waters have rallied their finest warriors. They are advancing upon the royal palace. Hearing this, King Kanglin's eyes narrow with suspicion. The sea god festival is still far off. Why do they come now? The servant continues, it appears they have not come to pay tribute. King Kanglin's expression darkens with rage. Not here to pay tribute. Then are they here to rebel? Outside the palace, a host of Kanglin Sea folk march forward alongside Linziu. A stout, portly elder walks beside him and speaks up. Sea god. King Kanglin is the mightiest being in these waters. Even if all our tribes combined our strength, we would still be no match for him. A young warrior beside them quickly chimes in. What is there to fear? We have the sea god on our side. Suddenly, other Kanglan warriors mounted on sharks block their path, bellowing fiercely, "Enemies approaching, prepare for battle." Without a single wasted word, Lin Zia the sea god surges forward. He strikes down opponent after opponent in the blink of an eye. 1, 2, 3. He flicks his sleeves and speaks with imperious provocation. That was the last one. It seems Kanglan Kingdom still fields 10 Earth stage peak experts. The spectacle ignites a frenzy among the Kanglan people who have pledged allegiance to Lin Ziu. They erupt into wild cheers. The sea god is invincible. Witnessing this spectacle, King Kanglan lets out a thunderous roar. "Insolent wretches." The cheering crowd freezes in abject terror. Their voices trembling. "It's King Kanglan, we are finished." He glares with murderous rage, his maw gaping wide to expose rows of razor-sharp fangs. Lin Ziu is genuinely caught off guard, so fast I didn't even sense his approach. Those who had just been chanting Lin Ziu's name now scatter in every direction, fleeing for their lives. King Kanglan's face twists with bewilderment. The 10 mighty warriors of the royal clan. What in the world has happened to them? Lin Ziu faces him without an ounce of deference, declaring aloud, "The Land Water Tribe, the Dark Water Tribe, and 6 other clans have all submitted to us. From this day forward they bear no allegiance to the Kanglan royal clan." Hearing this, King Kanglan sweeps his hand and bellows. "Is what he says true? You have actually submitted to the human race." Hearing the king's challenge, the tribal leaders immediately speak up. The Land Water Tribe swears eternal loyalty to the sea god. The Dark Water Tribe likewise pledges its allegiance to the sea god alone. The Shang Water Tribe is the same who swear our very lives to the sea god. The Cloud Water Tribe swears undying loyalty. King Kanglan turns back, disbelief etched across his face. So it has come to this. A surge of dark, sinister chi coils around him, reeking of malice. "Very well, you wish to seize my tribes. Then let us see if you possess the strength to do so." Out on the open sea, the ship is battered by a colossal wave. Water crashes violently against the bow, spraying into the air. Aboard the ship, Lingjun and Elder Grand Duke Zhu stand on high alert. She speaks first. Lin Ziu is almost there. The old duke follows. "It's your turn to take the stage now." Lin Ziu says nothing more. He turns, ready to depart. King Kanglan strikes without warning, lunging to cut him off. He roars, "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Ziu doesn't flinch. He tilts his body, effortlessly evading the blow. A mocking smile plays across his lips. The great King Kanglan fancy attacking from behind. "Can you at least show a shred of martial honor?" King Kanglan bristles at the insult and roars back, "If you don't want me attacking from behind, then stop running." "What?" The Seawaterites been split apart. Amid the parted waters, the silhouettes of Lingjun and Elder Grand Duke Zhu gradually emerge. Upon seeing King Kanglan, the old duke speaks with fierce exhilaration. "Beastly king of the sea tribes, at last we meet face to face." King Kanglan is immediately restrained, agony lancing through his body. His mind races. "This is but a true expert. I must retreat at once." Then, as if reaching a decision, he shouts in a conciliatory tone, "Fine, those 6 tribes are yours. Is that not enough?" But Lin Ziu seems far from satisfied. A light, supremely confident smile plays across his lips. "My apologies, but I want every last one of those tribes." King Kanglan's fury erupts instantly. "Don't push your," but the binding force immediately crushes his defiance, wrenching a pained gasp from his throat and forcing him into submission. "Wait," he calculates frantically. "Trapped here, Tada, if I refuse their terms, there is only one road, death, and I cannot die, not yet. So what if I temporarily surrender these 13 tribes to them? Once I return to the depths of the sea and join forces with the Hailing Kingdom." Lin Ziu hears this and merely casts a mocking glance at King Kanglan before speaking to Elder Zhu. King Kanglan is ultimately a heaven stage powerhouse. As long as he possesses heaven stage strength, he remains a tremendous threat. "Father-in-law, the rest is up to you." Elder Zhu quickly chimes in, "Leave it to this old man." Lin Ziu speaks up, "So this is the king of the sea tribe, truly astonishing." Elder Zhu promptly responds, "His water mystic art is on par with my own. I have no need for it. I'll pass it on to you shortly." Lin Ziu hears this and says gratefully, "I humbly accept." Elder Zhu swiftly unleashes his power. The swirling currents of energy around King Kanglan begin to seep into the old king's body, forcing a blood-curdling scream from his lips. "What have you done to me?" In mere moments, King Kanglin can no longer endure, reverts to his true form, a massive fish. The old duke speaks up with a question, but you summoned me here to strip away his power. Couldn't your first wife have done the same? Hearing this, an image of Lingjun's stubborn, endearing resistance flashes through Lin Xiu's mind. He says helplessly. She absolutely refuses to have any contact with the Sea tribe. That is why I had no choice but to trouble you, Elder. Elder Zhu nods in understanding. So that's how it is. A green aura envelops Lin Xiu as he solemnly channels it into Elder Zhu, the venerable duke who reverently accepts the transfer. Elder Zhu swiftly unleashes his power and declares, "This old man shall use this origin force to help you break through." Lin Xiu's entire body trembles, his face contorted in agony as sweat streams down. He soars into the air, unleashing his full power with a thunderous roar. King Kanglin, covered in wounds, stares at Lin Xiu before him and realizes with horror that this human's power far surpasses what it was mere moments ago. Could it be that he was feigning weakness all along, and that ability of his can steal my power? It seems this human also granted that old man his strength. He demands in bewilderment, just how is this possible? Lin Xiu gazes down from above and seeing the king's confusion, his triumphant grin only widens. He taunts, "Wanna learn? I'm afraid I can't teach you that." At the same time, in the De Luo imperial palace, the emperor of De Luo stands before the carcass of a colossal bear. Surrounding him is utter devastation, jagged shards of razor-sharp ice jutting from the ruins. He roars in fury, "So your De could no longer hold back and finally made its move." Before a cave entrance, two mysterious figures stand conferring beneath a veil of falling snow. The scarred figure speaks. He can't even manage his own son, yet he dares challenge De Yu. The purple-robed youth beside him continues. "Once we finish with you, De Xia is next. In this world there can only be one supreme ruler, and that is De Yu." Snow falls in dense curtains, blanketing the land in white. A figure atop a bear charges swiftly through the storm. It is Natasha. Her face is streaked with tears, her voice trembling without cease. "Lingjun, you are the only one who can help me now." At the Lin residence in Lingjun's bedchamber, Lingjun and Lingyan are conversing quietly. Lingjun speaks softly, "The promise between me and Lin Xiu has been fulfilled. It is time for you to marry into the Lin family." Hearing this, Lingyan immediately looks at her with alarm. "But elder sister, you haven't divorced Lin Xiu yet." Before she can finish, Lingjun cuts her off. "Say no more, I already know." Her expression darkens with a tinge of sorrow. Lingjun continues, "The one originally meant to marry into the Lin family was always you, all along. I have been occupying your rightful place." Lingyan speaks up with difficulty, stammering to console her. "That's not true, the betrothal was always meant for both of you." Lingjun silently takes her hand, gently reassuring Lingyan. Her gaze is soft and filled with tender affection. She says, "Don't overthink it. If two people love each other, they should be together. Otherwise, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Outside the door, Lin Xiu listens in silence and lets out a quiet sigh. A stack of crimson betrothal papers lies neatly arranged. Lin Xiu muses to himself. If not for that arranged betrothal, if she could have freely chosen her love, then Zhao Lingjun would probably be my sister-in-law, not my wife. Deep within Zhao Lingyan's heart there has always been a knot, and only Zhao Lingjun can untie it. Suddenly from behind the residence, a massive explosion erupts, startling him. Alarm flashes across Lin Xiu's face as he murmurs, "That's Ming He's power, what is she doing?" Otto carries Sheer on his back, leaping high into the air. She shrieks with excitement, laughing so high. He scans the surroundings and shouts with irritation, "I can see Lin Xiu has returned. Tell him to come out, I want to see him." Seeing this spectacle, Ming He erupts in fury. Flames engulf the princess's entire body as she snarls through gritted teeth. "You dare break into the Lin residence, you are courting death." Ming He and Otto clash head-on, leaving Ninger standing nearby, utterly bewildered. She turns and whispers, "Shouldn't we go help?" Chiba Rin and the imperial physician can only sigh helplessly at the sight. Behind them, a woman sips her tea and speaks calmly, "There's no need. The fourth prince of De Yu wouldn't dare act recklessly here." Though the woman beside him is quite intriguing. Suddenly, Lin Xiu materializes out of nowhere before Otto. "Oh, what business do you have with me?" Otto sees him and exclaims in shock. Lin Xiu have already reached the Earth stage peak. At that moment, Sheer also steps forward eagerly. So this is the famously renowned Lin Xiu. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's face is full of bewilderment as he cautiously probes, "And who might this be?" Shear's eyes sparkle. Her cheeks flushed pink as she shyly introduces herself. "I'm Shear. Have we perhaps met somewhere before?" Before the Donghua Imperial Palace, an airship descends, preparing to land. Two figures step down from the vessel, supporting each other as they make their way into the palace. At the Lin residence, Chief Steward Zhou speaks with a respectful expression. "His Majesty summons you, Lord Lin. Please follow me to the palace at once." Hearing this, Lin Zhu turns and asks, "What is the matter?" Zhou quickly replies, "It is a matter of great urgency. We shall discuss it in the imperial study." And with that, both the chief steward and Lin Zhu turn and leave, abandoning Otto and his companion in stunned confusion. Otto speaks up. "They just abandon their guests like that." Shear's tone carries a hint of excitement. Something big is about to happen. In the imperial study, everyone has already assembled. Before the emperor stand two envoys from Donghua. Chief Steward Zhou announces, "Your Majesty, Lord Lin has arrived." The Xia Emperor responds, "You have done well, Chief Steward Zhou." Lin Zhu surveys the scene with mild surprise, thinking to himself, "Envoys from Donghua, has something happened there?" The two Donghua envoys appear haggard, their hair disheveled, eyes hollow, faces filled with anguishes. They recount their tale. The day before yesterday, over 10 powerful noble clans of Donghua suddenly banded together to launch a coup. While the great emperor was in seclusion, they gathered several heaven stage experts and launched a surprise assault against him. An entire hall has been blown apart. A massive hole torn through its walls reveals the once magnificent interior, now splattered with crimson blood. Though the emperor faced the siege of multiple experts of equal cultivation, he still fought his way through with sheer willpower, carving a bloody path to escape. However, he sustained grievous injuries and his current whereabouts remain unknown. He continues his account. After the emperor vanished, the crown prince was swiftly enthroned. He immediately imprisoned all other princes and proclaimed that Princess Natasha would be wed to an elder of Donghua. Henceforth, Donghua and Donghua shall be bound as allied nations. The surrounding ministers exchange glances, murmuring amongst themselves. One speaks, "The balance that once held the continent together has been shattered. Donghua next target will undoubtedly be Donghua." Another sighs in disbelief. Who would have thought the Donghua nobility could be so easily swayed by Donghua? Donghua did not fall to an external enemy, it crumbled from within. Lin Zhu's expression betrays his concern. He thinks to himself, the Donghua aristocracy had already been leaning toward Donghua. Now, with a new emperor on the Donghua throne, the alliance between Donghua and Donghua lies in ruins. His mind races as his eyes quickly scan the room. Of the 5 great dynasties, 3 have now aligned themselves with Donghua. For Donghua, this is undoubtedly a devastating blow. Natasha is a Donghua princess. If she is married off to an elder of Donghua, it will formally mark the union of both nations. When that day comes, Donghua and Donghua will have even more legitimate grounds to jointly wage war against Donghua. Lin Zhu's gaze settles, locking onto Natasha standing before him. She notices him and her eyes widen in shock as she softly calls out to confirm. "Lin Zhu." She rushes to his side, her voice thick with emotion. "Lin Zhu, please help my father, the emperor." Lingjun has already broken through to the heaven stage. With her strength, she can surely save my father. The 2 Donghua envoys also drop to their knees, pleading earnestly. Donghua and Donghua have always been friendly neighbors. We implore Donghua to deploy its forces and help Donghua quell these treacherous rebels. The Xia emperor, having observed from his throne for a long while, finally speaks in a measured tone. "Please calm yourselves, envoys. This matter is of the utmost gravity. Once we have deliberated with our ministers, we shall give you an answer." The patriarch of the Zhang clan speaks up with a solemn, cautious tone. "Your Majesty, this is Donghua's internal affair. We have no justification to intervene. Should we act rashly, we may very well fall into Donghua's trap." Hearing this, the hall erupts in commotion as voices chime in one after another. "But we cannot simply stand by and do nothing. If we allow Donghua to become our enemy, the consequences will be unimaginable. Are those short-sighted fools of Donghua so desperate to serve as another's dogs? How insidious! If war with them is inevitable sooner or later, then we might as well strike now." The Xia emperor listens to it all, his face heavy with exhaustion. He rests his hand on his brow and lets out a long sigh. Lin Xiu steps forward from behind the crowd, his eyes brimming with confidence. Your Majesty, please allow me to handle this. The Xia Emperor, trapped in his dilemma, hears these words and cannot help but brighten with relief. Can you resolve the chaos in De Luo? Lin Xiu's smile grows even more radiant as he answers solemnly. As long as that old monster from De Yu doesn't personally intervene, it should not be a problem. Lin Xiu calculates silently. Heaven's stage peak is formidable, but that doesn't mean invincible. 3 heaven stage cultivators, myself, Lingjun. An elder Zhu should be enough to handle whatever comes. The Xia Emperor sighs with difficulty. The problem is deploying troops without just cause. Whether you go or someone else goes, the result is the same. He strokes his chin in thought. Lin Xiu is a high-ranking minister of De Xia. If he appears in De Luo, he represents the De Xia court. If De Xia can meddle in De Luo's internal affairs, then De Yu can do the very same. At that point, the ancestral elder of De Yu would have every reason to intervene. The Xia Emperor's eyes darkened as he sank deeper into contemplation. Worse still, they would seize the moral high ground, claiming De Xia had violated the agreements between nations first and rally multiple countries to punish us. At that point, there would be nothing we could do. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his eyes lit up at once. Lin Xiu, Natasha, and everyone else waited in silence for the emperor's answer. He rose to his feet and declared, "This emperor has a proposal. Why not marry Princess Natasha? That way you will hold an entirely different identity. De Xia will not meddle in the internal affairs of De Luo, but you avenging your father-in-law is perfectly natural and justified. If De Yu interferes, they will be the ones breaking the rules first, and we will have every right to act with righteous authority." The moment the emperor finished speaking, Lin Xiu's expression shifted. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. That old dog actually remembers that. The Xia emperor wore a self-satisfied grin. This was the only viable plan, though it would come at some cost to Princess Natasha. Natasha showed no hesitation. She stepped forward and replied, "There is no hardship at all, as long as De Luo and my father can be saved. I could not care less about anything else." Natasha glanced at Lin Xiu's reluctant expression and spoke with visible difficulty. "I'm sorry for the trouble this causes you. I will explain everything to the others." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room immediately voiced their enthusiastic approval. "Your Majesty is truly wise. This is a brilliant plan. With Lord Lin taking action, there will surely be no mistakes." Lin Xiu grew increasingly frantic. No one listened to a single word he said. Elsewhere at the Lin estate, the entire garden was meticulously adorned with vibrant red streamers and dazzling lanterns. Ming He and the others were struck by the magnificent spectacle, exclaiming with this kind of grandeur, don't tell me His Majesty is arranging yet another marriage. Then everyone turned in unison to look at Ling Yin behind them, their voices laced with teasing. "Who is it this time?" Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, "Could it be that he actually asked His Majesty for an imperial marriage decree? But I'm not ready yet." Outside the door, Lin Xiu trudged in, utterly exhausted. His mind raced with worry after all the hardship to reach this day with Ling Yin. Their love still hadn't borne fruit, and now someone was cutting in line. How on earth was he supposed to explain this to that woman? Then his eyes flew wide open. Before him stood Ling Yin, blushing shyly with a gentle smile on her lips. She twirled a small lock of hair, her face red as she pretended to scold him. "Who told you to make decisions on your own? I haven't even agreed yet." Hearing this, Lin Xiu panicked further, waving his hands frantically to explain. "Please, don't be angry. The one His Majesty is betrothing me to isn't you." But she instantly charged up to him, grinding her teeth in fury. "Who exactly are you trying to marry now?" Lin Xiu blurted out his answer in a blind panic. "Natasha, but there are profound reasons behind this that concern the fate of all De Xia." Ling Yin paused, then clenched her fists and spoke with conviction. "I've thought it through. Tomorrow, you go tell His Majesty that I too wish to marry you. I will wait no longer." His jaw dropped as he shouted in utter astonishment. "Really?" Deep down, Lin Xiu was already bursting with silent joy. Natasha's arrival had unexpectedly brought a delightful surprise, instilling in Ling Yin a sudden sense of urgency. In the imperial study, the Xia emperor eyed Lin Xiu with suspicion amid his visible awkwardness and asked, "You are supposed to be marrying the princess of De Luo today, yet here you are, asking this emperor for another marriage decree. There is no such thing as becoming a groom every single day. Your speed of taking concubines surpasses even mine." At the very least, space it out by 10 days or half a month. Remember, do not neglect Ming-He. Inside Natasha's quarters, everyone was engaged in lively conversation. Qinwan spoke up. Even though there are circumstances behind this, how can a woman be wed without a proper wedding gown? Natasha was deeply grateful beyond words. Qinwan, thank you so much, she said. Ling Jun also chimed in to reassure her, your father's matter, Lin Xiu will handle it properly. Chiba Rin quickly agreed, with Lin Xiu stepping in, it will certainly be resolved. In the rear garden of the imperial palace, the crown princess, the crown prince and consort Shu were in conversation. Consort Shu, possessing the special ability of mind reading, had a panicked look in her eyes. She covered her mouth in secret horror. The inner voice she had sensed moments ago at the Lin estate, Natasha's heart was whispering then. Ku Lin. Lin Xiu stood with his hands on his hips and said casually, don't worry, tomorrow I will accompany you back to Deluo. Hearing this, Natasha asked with some surprise, Lin, have you reached the heaven stage already? He immediately raised his thumb with a confident grin and replied, more than that, I'm far stronger than your average heaven stage cultivator. So rest easy. In the courtyard of Ling Jun's residence, she was strolling through the grounds when a figure appeared and spoke in admiration, causing Ling Jun to whirl around in utter surprise. Truly worthy of being the foremost talented woman of this era, possessing such extraordinary genius and working this diligently. No wonder you stepped into the heaven stage before even reaching your mid-20s. Su Fei sauntered forward with her arms folded across her chest, her tone laced with mockery. But you are not the only one to have achieved such heights. Su Fei lunged forward with ferocious momentum. Ling Jun moved to activate her ability, but midway through, something went terribly wrong. Her mystic art had vanished. In the very next instant, Su Fei closed the distance, delivering a devastating kick straight into Ling Jun's body. Su Fei retracted her leg, a mocking smile spreading across her face. You fell for it. Turns out you're not as untouchable as the rumors claim. Ling Jun's expression turned cold as she exposed Su Fei's secret. Her special ability nullifies the abilities of others cultivated to the peak of the Earth stage. It can suppress even Heaven stage cultivators. Su Fei shrugged nonchalantly. This mystic art is difficult to cultivate. After all, having a slightly stronger effect is only natural. To think you've already grasped my situation and even probed the depths of my cultivation base. Ling Jun's face darkened in an instant. She clenched her fists and attacked Su Fei. Su Fei's eyes widened in shock as Ling Jun's strike sent her flying backward. She raised both arms to defend. Su Fei was stunned. I never expected your martial prowess to be this formidable. The intelligence reports never mentioned this. An unexpected voice rang out, accompanied by a familiar figure appearing on the scene. Zhao Ling Jun's martial prowess alone is indeed not this formidable, but she has a husband whose martial skills are exceedingly deadly. Su Fei's eyes flew wide in shock. You, she questioned Lin Xiu. How are you here? He replied calmly, hands on his hips. This is my home. I go wherever I please, but let me ask you instead, you attacked Zhao Ling Jun and your response was to send your own princess. Su Fei was startled. How did you know? Lin Xiu pressed his index finger to his lips, gesturing for silence, as if it were a forbidden secret that could never be revealed. I happen to know a friend who is exceptionally skilled at uncovering others' secrets. Rewinding to the day before an official had come to pay him a visit. Lord Lin, Consort Shu requests your presence in the palace. Lin Xiu was taken aback. Consort Shu is looking for me. When the two of them met, Consort Shu let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiu, you've finally come. Lin Xiu was utterly bewildered. What matter has brought me here at your ladyship's summons? She suddenly seized his wrist. A line of text materialized before his eyes, copying special ability mind reading. He jolted in surprise. This is. Consort Shu gazed at Lin Xiu with a pleading look and transmitted her voice directly to him. I never imagined that the crown prince, in a bid to consolidate his position, would collude with Da Yu and plot to move against the other princes. I accidentally overheard the crown prince's inner thoughts and came to know of this. With evidence still lacking, the only person who would believe me is perhaps you alone. Please, I beg you, save Beijing. Even as he was escorted to the gates, Lin Xiu remained lost in thought. He hadn't expected Consort Shu's ability to be mind-reading. No wonder the Xia Emperor always said that Consort Shu was the person who understood him best. If others were to learn of this ability, even those closest to her would not dare approach her. Since she had entrusted him with both this secret and her mind-reading ability, he could not let Consort Shu down. He analyzed animal communication combined with mind reading could help him monitor the crown prince's movements from a distance, and wait until Dayu's hidden agents were exposed. Just then, the voices of Otto and Su Fei suddenly came from behind him. Lin Xiu, is there anywhere fun to go at night in Dezia? I want to explore the nightlife of Dezia. Lin Xiu turned around, his face the very picture of speechlessness. Dayu, don't you enforce a nighttime curfew? His eyes suddenly widen, as if Lin Xiu has just realized something. He stares at Shifei, suspicion welling up inside him. This Shifei is no ordinary person, yet she actually dares to make a move against Zhao Lingjun. Seeing Lin Xiu's dead serious expression, she reaches up and touches her own face. What is it? Is there something on my face? Lin Xiu wraps his arm around Shifei, pinning half her body in a vice grip. He hoists her over his shoulder like a sack of grain. Shifei's guilty conscience is unexpectedly laid bare. Don't tell me you're that Otto brat. How exactly do you plan to deal with me? Lin Xiu chuckles softly. As for that, scene change, an enormous ship sails across the sky. The people standing below begin murmuring in curiosity. What's going on with De Luo? Yesterday, a delegation of envoys came to escort Natasha away, and today another group arrivasir they here to deliver more dowry. In the imperial study, the Emperor of Dezia faces 3 envoys requesting an audience. The Emperor of Dezia asks them, "What brings you distinguished envoys from so far away?" The eldest envoy replies, "May I ask, is Princess Natasha of De Luo currently in Dezia?" He strokes his beard in contemplation. Princess Natasha, indeed she is here. The De Luo envoy continues, "We bear orders from His Majesty requesting that Princess Natasha return with us. We humbly ask your nation to hand her over." The Emperor of Dezia startles and immediately rebukes, "What you say is incorrect, envoy. Although Princess Na resides in Dezia, we do not restrict her freedom. If you wish to take her back, simply go and escort her yourselves. There is no need to ask us." The envoy cuts straight to the point. "Then may I ask, where is Princess Natasha at this moment?" The Emperor of Dezia waves his hand and orders Zhou Jin. "Zhou Jin, lead him to find Princess Natasha." He obeys dutifully. "Yes, your majesty." At the Lin estate, Zhou Jin informs the group of envoys that Princess Natasha is inside. "Last night she married the master of this house." They are stunned that fast. They used that kind of move. The De Luo envoy shoves the estate gates open with brute force. Zhou Jin anxiously warns, "Lord Envoy, I'm afraid this may not be wise." He nonchalantly offers an apology. After advancing to the heaven stage, everything around him has become fragile. "I merely wish to see Princess Natasha as quickly as possible. Please forgive me." The moment the De Luo envoy steps inside, a voice rings out. "You've arrived." Lin Xiu appears before them, arms folded, his expression utterly calm. Having waited too long, one of the 2 remaining envoys grows curious. Ever since the Duke entered, there hasn't been a single sound. The other reassures him, "Don't worry, he is a heaven stage expert of De Luo." In the courtyard, Lin Xiu has the De Luo envoy pinned to the ground. The envoy rages, "What have you done to me?" Lin Xiu raises his fist coldly, provoking him. "Guess." Lin Xiu muses to himself, to properly protect Ling Yin, deposing the crown prince alone is not enough. I must make Dayu tremble in fear. The De Luo envoy stares in shock. Zhao Lingjun's telekinesis shifts across the estate courtyard. Lin Xiu grips Shifei by the neck, and she makes her displeasure known. "How long do we have to keep up this posture?" He smirks, "Wait a little longer. Besides, the relations between Dayu and Dezia are rather tense. As a prince and princess of Dayu, aren't the 2 of you afraid of being treated as hostages?" At this moment, a line of text materializes before his eyes. Prohibition mystic art copy complete. In the very next instant, Lin Xiu shoves Shifei aside. "That should do it." She is stunned. He mocks her, "Letting go already." She is extremely important to Dayu. Although her original intention was to prevent Dayu from igniting a war. What if Dayu simply doesn't care and disregards her entirely? Shifei chokes out her words, "Youths matter. I have never told wuxia about it." She grows anxious. "How is this possible? Is this guy a monster? How does he know everything?" Lin Xiu reveals to Shifei, "Actually, I can read minds. Everything you think inside your head I already know." She startles, uttering a bewildered exclamation. What? The two of them sit at the table together. Moments later, the sound of footsteps approaches. Lingjun's eyes widen in shock. What is going on here? You've made peace with the Dayu princess again. He teases her in a playful tone. Are you jealous? She gave me a grand gift. I treat her with courtesies. There a problem with that? At that moment, Lin Xiu flicks his finger lightly, and the object hovering above Lingjun's head crashes to the ground. She freezes instantly, the power it's gone. He explains the Heaven Stage prohibition mystic art can nullify all mystic arts within a 10-mile radius without physical contact, and without even needing to detect the opponent's presence. Shifei gapes from the side. Isn't that invincible? No one above or below the Heaven Stage could rival it. Lingjun turns to confront Lin Xiu. You still haven't told me why you treated the enemy you sent with such courtesy. Shifei, at a disadvantage, has no choice but to confess. Du excels at sowing discord among ministers and eroding the royal family's power. Never did they imagine they would one day set fire to themselves. I fled to De Zia for refuge, but Wu Sa and my two elder brothers seem to know nothing of it. He listens, then folds his arms and declares the Elder Council of Dayu relies on Heaven Stage experts to stir up trouble everywhere. It is time to settle accounts with them. She eagerly offers her input. The leading elder is currently in De Luo, having brought fewer than 10 Heaven Stage experts with him. With your current abilities, you can easily handle them. Lin Xiu calmly rises to his feet. As it happens, tomorrow I shall escort Natasha home. Lingjun glances at him. You intend to depart for De Luo. Lin Xiu replies, I have nearly finished making preparations. The power I've shared with you is more than sufficient to deal with the Crown Prince. Scene change in the Imperial Study. The Emperor of De Zia exclaims in shock. You mean the Crown Prince has colluded with Dayu, plotting to assassinate the other princes, seize control of the nobility, and force us to preserve his position. He reprimands harshly Lin Xiu, do you have any idea what kind of responsibility you must bear for uttering such words? Lin Xiu bows his head and reminds him, Your Majesty, you know what kind of person I am. If I did not possess sufficient evidence, I would never have opened my mouth. He feels a secret twinge of guilt. After all, the emperor simply does not want to believe that his own son has betrayed the nation. Then let him experience the Crown Prince's conspiracy firsthand. At the Qin Prince's residence, 3 assassins infiltrate the center of the courtyard. Their target is the Bai Zhang standing before them. He snorts coldly, the Crown Prince sent you. One of the 3 assassins issues a threat. The King of Qi has returned to the heavens. You are next. Just as the atmosphere tenses to a breaking point, the Xia Emperor appears unexpectedly, cutting through the confrontation. It is this emperor who failed to raise his children properly. The 3 assassins panic. Why, Your Majesty, order the soldiers behind you to relay my command, seize the Crown Prince. They answer in booming unison. Through Lin Xiu's efforts, the Crown Prince's conspiracy collapses in ruin. He is stripped of his royal title and cast into chains as a prisoner. Afterwards, Lin Xiu brings Natasha to De Luo, single-handedly crushing 15 Heaven Stage experts of the De Luo dynasty. And so the story concludes here. Thank you all for watching until the very end. Wishing you all a wonderful day. Bye-bye, brothers. That's the end, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button right now. And don't forget to give that like button a little tap. Thank you all for watching until the end. A gamble of love.